In the climactic final battle at Icecrown Citadel, Xiao Lin was transformed by the Lich King's Frostmourne. In the face of impending doom, a protective mechanism of the system was activated, opening a spatial wormhole that transported him to the Marvel universe. Upon arriving in this new realm, the system underwent a transformation, introducing a shop system that contained artifacts and various items from the world of Warcraft. The Burning Legion's dreadnought clashed with an alien fleet who would emerge victorious. The Time Stone of the Infinity Gems faced off against the Titan artifact, the Sands of Time, which would prevail. Chapter 1. Transformation, Death Knight. The long-standing chill of Icecrown Fortress was now bustling with activity, as a mighty coalition surged through the breach created by the battering ram. Here gathered the mightiest warriors of Azeroth, breaching hall after hall, advancing toward the frozen throne at the pinnacle. Though the undead fell in droves, the Scourge's legions were inexhaustible, relentlessly assaulting the coalition's positions. The forces halted before the teleportation device leading to the frozen throne, unable to advance further for an extended period. Unlike the undead, the coalition's soldiers felt fatigue, and prolonged combat was turning unfavorable. Bolvar wielded the Ashbringer, cleaving a charging gargoyle in twain. Chief Garrosh, King Varian, I shall lead the Argent Crusade to the frozen throne. You must hold the line against the undead hordes. Varian, witnessing the plague of the undead overwhelming numerous soldiers, asked with concern, Bolvar, can you withstand Arthas? The light shall stand with us. Bolvar's voice rang with conviction. Garrosh swung Gorehowl, splitting an abomination as its foul innards spilled across the ground. The warriors of the Horde shall do their utmost to hold back these abominations. Carve a bloody path, assist Lord Bolvar in reaching the frozen throne. Varian bellowed to his troops. The Alliance and the Horde concentrated their might, sparing no expense as they fought for the teleportation array at the heart of the Citadel, paving a path with fallen bodies. Xiao Lin, a young man who traversed from Earth, had become a formidable paladin with the aid of the system after years of training. As a squad leader under Bolvar, he led his comrades into the teleportation array. A flash of white light enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself on a frigid platform, where a fully armored figure sat calmly upon a throne, observing the Argent Crusaders materializing below. Arthas, you shall pay for your sins, Bolvar's furious voice echoed from behind, as countless cherished memories were shattered by the hands of this former prince. The Argent Crusaders parted, allowing Bolvar to step forward. Arthas rose to meet him. I have awaited this day for so long, Bolvar. Thank you for delivering such powerful warriors. The Scourge shall soon engulf the world, and even the fallen Titan will bow before me. The Lich King brandished his sword, descending step by step. His infamous name sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers in the front ranks, who instinctively recoiled. Enough of your ramblings. Today shall mark your end. Brave Argent Crusaders, charge! Bolvar shouted, leading the charge with Ashbringer radiating a brilliant light. System task initiated. Assist Bolvar in defeating the Lich King Arthas. Rewards based on kill count, legendary mount, invincible artifact, crown of domination. Failure results in level reset. What a troublesome task. Such a heavy penalty. This is Azeroth's ultimate boss. Xiao Lin lamented internally, as he was swept along with the tide of warriors, compelled to fight. Facing the overwhelming army, Arthas remained unfazed, summoning the souls trapped within Frostmourne. One by one, ghouls and undead emerged upon the cramped platform. Bloodseal Judgment. Xiao Lin summoned Golden Holy Light, vanquishing undead foes. His strength was formidable, yet relative his weapon paled in comparison to Ashbringer and Frostmourne. The undead seemed endless, their numbers unyielding. Behind him, the Argent Crusaders continued to surge forth from the teleportation array, fearlessly charging at the Lich King and his minions. The Lich King regarded them with disdain, but now he resolved to reap his rewards, intending to transform these paladins into Death Knights. Bolvar, is this what you desire? To send your warriors to their deaths only to become my subordinates? The Lich King parried Bolvar's attack, while observing the fallen soldiers with casual interest. Arthas, you have betrayed your people. The mighty lord gasped, his grip on his sword trembling. Yet, before Bolvar could utter another word, the Lich King raised his sword, and a biting wind swept over the throne, encasing him in solid ice. In the midst of battle, Xiao Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He looked down to see the sword of Frostmourne piercing his chest, and turned to witness Bolvar frozen in ice. He felt himself enveloped by an icy chill, his very soul seemingly frozen, his thoughts slowing to a crawl. Unsure if the narrative would unfold as expected, with Bolvar breaking free and the Lich King vanquished by the spirits within Frostmourne, Xiao Lin felt his body undergoing a transformation he could not control. I refuse to become undead, he cried out internally. Ha ha ha, Bolvar, you shall become my most powerful Death Knight. Gray mist emanated from Frostmourne, connecting to each warrior's body, living and dead alike, as Xiao Lin sensed death's breath swirling within him. Warning. Host is undergoing soul transformation system functionality disrupted. Unexpected circumstances detected, initiating formatting upgrade. Unexpected circumstances? What does that mean? However, the system offered no response, and darkness enveloped him. Arthas gazed in astonishment as a black hole appeared beside a human, engulfing him entirely. Formatting complete. System reboot. Activating host soul protection feature. Immunity to all soul attacks. Wormhole initiated, exiting zero space. Above a barren desert, a black hole materialized, from which a naked figure tumbled out. Time passed, and Xiao Lin's consciousness gradually returned. He opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. He was alive again. What a relief! Moments ago, he had thought he was doomed. Excitedly, Xiao Lin examined his body, all limbs intact, warmth radiating. Not transformed into the undead though, he was completely unclothed, feeling a chill in his lower half, a tad awkward, but fortunately, no one was around to witness his predicament. System upgrade successful, current version 2.0. System exchange shop activated, items from the world of Azeroth now available for exchange. Task rewards have shifted to exchange points. Due to prior assaults, the host has acquired a new class, Death Knight. Xiao Lin possessed a flawed system, with many functionalities yet to be refined, requiring specific conditions for upgrades, the details of which he was unaware. This marked the system's inaugural upgrade. Gift of Rune Armor, Rune Sword, activation of Frostmourne, activation of Evil Power, activation of Blood Power. Xiao Lin felt the deathly aura of Frostmourne within him awaken, manifesting as three distinct forces. Chapter 2, The Marvel Universe. Welcome to the new world. You have received one reward lottery chance. A series of system notifications left Xiao Lin momentarily bewildered. Death Knight? My abilities have actually transformed, and a system store has appeared. Upon a cursory glance at the system store, he discovered an array of items from the world of Azeroth, including magical artifacts, technological gadgets, and even dragon relics, though the required exchange points were alarmingly high. Right, let's try the lottery and see what treasures I might acquire. Before him materialized a spinning wheel, adorned with numerous items. Burning Legion Dreadnought, Hourglass of Time, Gnomish Shrink Ray, Delicious Wind Serpent, Arcane Construct, Frostmourne, Wormhole Generator, Tyrant's Banana, and a heart-wrenching romance novel titled Forbidden Love. The items on the wheel were impressive, yet the banana and the novel seemed utterly nonsensical. Was the system jesting with him? With a surge of excitement, he spun the virtual wheel, its needle gradually whirling. Please, anything but the novel and the banana. I certainly do not need the Delicious Wind Serpent, as it serves no purpose. Stop, stop, stop! Xiao Lin's eyes widened as he watched the needle slowly land on the Burning Legion Dreadnought. My aspirations reach for the stars and the seas. Oh, esteemed system, I desire this. He drooled at the sight of the magnificent dreadnought, only to feel disappointment as the needle veered away. Tyrant's Banana. What use is that? Acquired the artifact, Frostmourne. Xiao Lin exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not something utterly useless. His spirits lifted once more, for Frostmourne was a formidable artifact, the very weapon that had slain him in his previous world. The chosen artifact seamlessly integrated into his spatial pouch. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that his attention had been diverted now. He noticed that the surroundings were engulfed in yellow sands, the heat causing him to perspire profusely. Icy aura. The chilling power enveloped his body, providing a modicum of relief. Though he was alone in this barren expanse, his nakedness left him feeling rather awkward. All right. The rune armor gifted to him was still in his spatial pouch. Upon his summons, the armor automatically clad his form. He was uncertain of his destination or the nature of this world, so he decided to proceed with cautious steps. System? System? Where exactly am I? Xiao Lin shouted inwardly, yet received no reply. With a sense of resignation, he ventured forth, oblivious to how long he had wandered, surrounded only by endless dunes of sand. I'm utterly exhausted. Where's this place? Am I doomed to perish of thirst in this desert? How I wish I were a mage. Xiao Lin muttered to himself, his sanity waning. Not a soul in sight. What on earth is this place? After cresting another hill, Xiao Lin's spirits soared as he beheld camp tents, trucks, and armed individuals whose attire resembled that of armed factions on Earth. Had he returned to his home? They certainly did not appear benevolent. Approaching them would surely result in a violent confrontation, A perfect opportunity to test my new skills. Host. It is inadvisable to frequently wield Frostmourne. It is a sword capable of influencing the mind, and safe usage requires the heart or soul stone. Startled by the sudden voice, Xiao Lin nearly dropped his weapon. System. I thought you had perished. Certainly not. I merely underwent an upgrade, and various functions are still being adjusted. You mentioned the Heartstone and the Soul Stone. Could this place be the Marvel Universe? Before crossing into Azeroth, he had been an avid viewer of Marvel films, well acquainted with various superheroes and artifacts. Indeed, Xiao Lin was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. I recall that Frostmourne was crafted by the Lich King to control Arthas, but now that I am in the Marvel Universe, surely Nizul lacks the power to dominate me. This artifact has developed its own consciousness. You currently lack the capability to control it. Very well. Disheartened, Xiao Lin returned Frostmourne to the system space and retrieved the ordinary rune sword. Summon Gargoyle. A magical circle shimmered with a green light, and a pitch-black undead alchemical being emerged. Fly to that camp, Xiao Lin commanded the gargoyle, as the armed individuals appeared less than virtuous. As the gargoyle approached, it drew their attention, inciting a cacophony of shouts that Xiao Lin could not comprehend. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets ricocheted off the gargoyle, sparking harmlessly, while chaos erupted in the camp as many rushed from their tents, having never encountered such a peculiar creature. Though the gargoyle lacked sentience, it possessed instinctual combat capabilities, adeptly dodging the gunfire. Let's add some amusement to the mix. A mischievous smile graced Xiao Lin's face as he plunged his sword into the ground, summoning magical circles around him. Summon the undead army. From the magical circles emerged ghouls, resembling zombies, yet exhibiting remarkable speed as they charged toward the camp. Good heavens, what are these? How did they suddenly appear here? The armed individuals cried out, emptying their weapons in desperation. Observing the scene before him, Xiao Lin felt a sense of familiarity. In a cave, within a chamber, two figures were assembling an iron suit of armor. Dr. Insun, what on earth is happening outside? One disheveled man queried upon hearing the commotion. Could it be the American soldiers come to rescue me? This man was none other than Tony Stark, the affluent figure of America. I shall inquire, Insun remarked, feeling superfluous in this situation, being merely a surgeon, entirely baffled by the circuitry. He knocked on the iron door, shouting in a language that Tony could not comprehend. Hey, what's going on out there? It's none of your business. Stay put, and let Tony hurry up and finish the Jericho missile. Seeing the reluctance of the outside voices to speak, Insun shrugged at Tony. Tony's iron suit was nearing completion, and Xiao Lin's distraction of the armed factions inadvertently aided him, preventing them from discovering the creation of something else. After all, the summoned creature's strength increased with the summoner's prowess. Under the onslaught of the armed factions' RPGs, both the ghouls and the gargoyle were obliterated into fragments. Assist Tony Stark and Dr. Insun in their escape. Task difficulty, D. Reward, 2,000 exchange points. Death of one participant results in halved rewards. Failure incurs no penalties. The system's mission was issued. It appeared he had entered the narrative of Iron Man. In the final battle of Icecrown Citadel, Xiao Lin was transformed by the Lich King's Frostmourne. In the face of peril, the system activated its protective mechanism, opening a spatial wormhole that transported him to the Marvel Universe. Upon arriving in this new realm, the system underwent a transformation, introducing a shop system that contained artifacts and various items from the world of Warcraft. The question loomed. Would the Burning Legion's dreadnoughts or the Storm Fortress prevail against the alien fleet? And who would hold the advantage, the Time Stone or the Titan artifact, the Hourglass of Time? Chapter 1. Transformation, Death Knight. The long-standing chill of Icecrown Citadel was now bustling with activity, as a formidable coalition surged through the breached gates. Here gathered the mightiest warriors of Azeroth, breaching hall after hall, advancing toward the frozen throne at the summit. Despite the relentless fall of the undead, the Scourge's army remained inexhaustible, continuously assaulting the coalition's lines. The soldiers halted before the teleportation device leading to the frozen throne, unable to advance further even after considerable time had passed. Unlike the undead, the coalition's warriors were susceptible to fatigue, and prolonged conflict would not bode well for them. Tyrion Fordring wielded the Ashbringer, cleaving a diving gargoyle in two. Chief Garrosh, King Varian, I will lead the Argent Crusade to the frozen throne. You must hold the line against the undead horde. Varian, witnessing the plague of the undead incapacitating many soldiers, voiced his concern. Tyrion, can you withstand Arthas? The light will stand with us. Tyrion's tone was resolute. Garrosh swung his gorehowl, splitting an abomination in half, its putrid innards spilling onto the ground. The warriors of the Horde will do their utmost to fend off these monstrosities. Carve a path and assist Lord Fordring in reaching the frozen throne. Varian shouted to his soldiers. The Horde and Alliance combined their forces, relentlessly charging toward the central teleportation array, paving a path with the fallen. Xiao Lin, a young man who had traversed from Earth, had undergone years of training with the system's aid, now standing as a formidable paladin. As a squad leader under Tyrion Fordring, he led his comrades into the teleportation array. A flash of white light enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself on a frigid platform, where a fully armored figure sat quietly upon a throne, coldly observing the Argent warriors as they emerged. Arthas, you shall pay for your sins, Tyrion's furious voice echoed from behind, as countless cherished memories were shattered by the hands of this once prince. The Argent warriors parted, allowing Tyrion to stride forward. Arthas rose to meet him. I have awaited this day for so long, Tyrion. Thank you for delivering such mighty warriors to me. The scourge will soon engulf the entire world, and even that fallen titan shall crawl at my feet. The Lich King grasped his sword, descending step by step. His infamy was well known, and the soldiers in the front row instinctively recoiled. Enough with the pleasantries. Today, I shall bring your end, brave Argent warriors, charge. With a resounding cry, Tyrion led the charge, the Ashbringer radiating brilliant light. System task initiated. Assist Tyrion in vanquishing the Lich King Arthas. Rewards based on kill count, legendary mount, the invincible artifact, the crown of domination. Failure results in level reset. What a ridiculous task. The penalty was too severe after all. This was the big boss of Azeroth. Xiao Lin had merely intended to observe, but now found himself swept along in the tide of battle, compelled to fight valiantly against the enemy. Before the advancing army, Arthas remained unperturbed, summoning the souls trapped within Frostmourne, as ghouls and undead materialized on the not-so-spacious platform. Bloodseal Judgment. Xiao Lin's hands glimmered with golden holy light, vanquishing one undead after another. His strength, though considerable, paled in comparison to the Ashbringer and Frostmourne. The undead soldiers seemed endless, an unrelenting tide. Behind him, Argent warriors continued to surge forth from the teleportation array, fearlessly charging toward the Lich King and his minions. The Lich King regarded these brave souls with disdain, yet now he chose to reap the fruits of his victory, transforming these paladins into death knights. Tyrion, is this what you desire? To send these warriors to their deaths, only to become my subordinates? The Lich King parried Tyrion's attack, glancing at the fallen soldiers with apparent nonchalance. Arthas, you have betrayed your people. The Lord gasped, his grip on the sword trembling. However, before he could utter another word, the Lich King raised his sword, a frigid wind sweeping through, encasing the icy throne in a mantle of ice. At that moment, the formidable Lord Tyrion was also frozen in solid ice. In the midst of battle, Xiao Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He looked down to find the sword of Frostmourne piercing his chest, then turned to see Tyrion had been encased in ice. He felt his body enveloped in a chilling embrace, his very soul seemingly frozen, his thoughts slowing. Uncertain if events would unfold as scripted, if Tyrion would break free, if the Lich King would be slain by the souls within Frostmourne, Xiao Lin's body could no longer support him. He began to undergo a transformation. I refuse to become undead, he wailed inwardly. Ha ha ha, Tyrion, you shall become my mightiest death knight. Frostmourne exhaled tendrils of gray mist, connecting to every warrior, alive or dead, as Xiao Lin sensed the presence of death swirling within him. Warning. Host is undergoing soul transformation. System functions are in disarray. An unexpected situation arises, initiating formatting upgrade. Unexpected situation? What does that mean? Yet the system offered no response. His vision darkened, and he succumbed to the void. Arthas gazed in astonishment as a black hole appeared beside a human, swallowing him whole. Formatting complete. System reboot. Activating host soul protection function. Immunity to all soul attacks. Wormhole activation, exiting zero space. Above a desolate expanse, a black hole materialized, and a glistening figure emerged, tumbling from within. Time passed, and Xiao Lin's consciousness gradually awakened. He opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. He had returned to life. It was truly a miracle. The recent events had led him to believe he was doomed. Excitedly, Xiao Lin examined his body, finding no missing limbs. His temperature and tacthy had not become undead. Yet he was completely exposed, the chill of the air causing an awkward sensation, though thankfully no one was present to witness his predicament. System upgrade successful. Current version 2.0. System Exchange Shop activated. Items from the world of Azeroth are now redeemable. Task rewards have shifted to exchange points. Due to prior assaults, the host has acquired a new profession, Death Knight. Xiao Lin's system was fundamentally flawed, with numerous functions yet to be perfected, requiring specific conditions for upgrades, the exact nature of which remained unknown to him. This marked the first upgrade of the system. Bestowal of the Rune Battle Armor, Rune Sword, activation of Frostmourne, activation of Dark Power, activation of Blood Power. Xiao Lin felt the deathly aura infused by Frostmourne within him awaken, manifesting as 3 distinct powers. Chapter 2, The Marvel Universe. Welcome to the new world. You have earned 1 reward draw. A series of system notifications overwhelmed Xiao Lin's mind. Death Knight? My abilities have changed, and a system shop has appeared. He glanced through the system shop, which was filled with various items from the world of Azeroth, including magical artifacts, technological gadgets, and even dragon relics, though the required exchange points were astoundingly high. Ah, the lottery. Let's see what treasures await. Before him appeared a spinning wheel adorned with numerous items. Burning Legion Dreadnought, Hourglass of Time, Gnomish Shrink Ray, Delicious Wind Serpent, Arcane Golem, Frostmourne, Wormhole Generator, Tyrant's Banana, and a heart-wrenching romance novel titled Forbidden Love. The items on the wheel were quite impressive, yet the inclusion of a banana and a novel seemed utterly absurd. Was the system jesting with him? With a surge of excitement, he spun the virtual wheel, watching as the pointer gradually rotated. Please don't land on the novel or the banana. Even the Delicious Wind Serpent is of no use to me. Stop, stop, stop. Xiao Lin's eyes widened as he watched the pointer slowly align with the Burning Legion Dreadnought. My aspirations lie in the stars and the sea. O benevolent system, I desire this. He salivated at the sight of the majestic dreadnought, only to be disheartened as the pointer veered elsewhere. Tyrant's Banana. What use is that? Acquired the artifact Frostmourne. Xiao Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a useless item. His spirit's sword again. Frostmourne was a powerful artifact, the very weapon that had once brought about his demise in the previous world. The acquired artifact seamlessly entered his inventory. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized he had been distracted now. He noticed the surrounding expanse of yellow sand, the heat causing him to perspire profusely. Frost Aura. The chilling power enveloped his body, providing him with some relief. Though he was utterly alone, being nude was somewhat embarrassing. I still have the gifted Rune Battle Armor in my inventory. As he summoned it, the armor automatically enveloped his form. Unsure of where to go or what kind of world this was, he resolved to take things one step at a time. System? Where exactly am I? Xiao Lin internally shouted, but received no response. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had no choice but to explore. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, all he could see was endless yellow sand. I'm exhausted. Where on earth am I? Am I destined to perish of thirst in this desert? How I wish I were a mage, Xiao Lin muttered, teetering on the edge of madness. There was not a soul in sight. Where on earth could this be? After climbing another dune, Xiao Lin was exhilarated to spot a camp ahead, complete with tents and trucks. The individuals there carried firearms, and their attire resembled that of armed factions on Earth. Could it be that he had returned to Earth? They certainly didn't look like good people. Approaching them would likely lead to trouble, but it was the perfect opportunity to test my new skills. Host, frequent use of Frostmourne is not advised. This is a magical sword capable of influencing one's psyche. It can only be safely wielded after the protagonist acquires the Mind Stone or Soul Stone. Just as Xiao Lin was about to draw Frostmourne, a sudden voice startled him. System, I thought you had perished. Of course not. I merely underwent an upgrade, and various functions are still being adjusted. You mentioned the Mind Stone and Soul Stone. Does this mean I am in the Marvel Universe? Before entering Azeroth, he had enjoyed Marvel films and was quite familiar with certain superheroes and artifacts. Indeed. Xiao Lin was uncertain whether this was a fortuitous development or a misfortune. I recall that Frostmourne was created by the Lich King, a tool used by Nazul to control Arthas. However, since I am in the Marvel Universe, Nazul likely lacks the power to control me now. This artifact has formed its own consciousness. You are not yet capable of wielding it. Very well. Disheartened, Xiao Lin returned Frostmourne to the system's space and retrieved the ordinary rune sword. Summon Gargoyle. A glowing green magic circle appeared on the ground, and a dark, undead alchemical creature emerged. Go to that camp. Xiao Lin directed the gargoyle toward the armed faction, reasoning that they certainly did not appear benevolent. As the gargoyle approached, it was quickly spotted by the armed individuals, who began shouting incomprehensibly. Rat-a-tat. Bullets ricocheted off the gargoyle, sparking but causing no harm. The camp erupted into chaos, with many rushing out of their tents, having never encountered such a peculiar creature. Though the gargoyle lacked sentience, it possessed a primal instinct for battle, adeptly evading the barrage of bullets. Let's give them a little more entertainment. Xiao Lin grinned mischievously, embedding his sword into the ground as magical circles materialized around him. Summon the undead army. From the magic circles emerged ghouls, resembling zombies, yet moving with remarkable speed, charging toward the camp. Oh my god, what are these? How did they suddenly appear here? The armed faction screamed, expending all their ammunition in a frenzy. Observing the unfolding scene, Xiao Lin felt a sense of déjà vu. In a cave, two individuals were assembling an iron suit of armor. Dr. Insun, what is happening outside? One despondent man, hearing the commotion, pondered aloud. Could the American soldiers be here to rescue me? This man was none other than Tony Stark, the affluent magnate of America. We'll go find out. Insun felt out of place. He was merely a surgeon and could not comprehend the intricate circuitry. Knocking on the iron door, he shouted in a language Tony could not understand. Hey, what's going on out there? It's none of your concern. Stay put and let Tony hurry up and finish the Jericho missile. Seeing that the outside figure was unwilling to elaborate, Insun shrugged at Tony. The completion of Tony's iron suit was imminent, and Xiao Lin's distraction of the terrorists inadvertently aided him by preventing them from discovering the assembly of other devices. After all, the summoned creature's strength increased with the summoner's prowess, and under the attack of the terrorists' RPGs, both ghouls and gargoyles were obliterated into fragments. Assist Tony Stark and Dr. Insun in their escape. Mission difficulty D, reward 2,000 exchange points. Death of one participant results in halved rewards. Failure incurs no penalties. The system issued a mission, indicating that he had indeed entered the storyline of Iron Man. Chapter 3. Iron Man, it seems I must venture into the lair of this terrorist. Head, halt! A terrorist, clad in tightly wrapped garb and wielding a firearm, aimed at the slowly advancing Xiao Lin. Having just vanquished a peculiar creature, they hesitated upon encountering Xiao Lin, who was adorned in full armor. However, Xiao Lin could not comprehend their words, nor was it necessary. He decided to charge forth, for they were merely ordinary individuals. Seeing that Xiao Lin ignored him, the terrorist raised his weapon and began to fire. But the bullets merely ricocheted off the runic armor that encased Xiao Lin. Though the armor remained unbreached, the incessant clatter of bullets, striking it was somewhat irksome. Channeling the icy energy within, he concentrated it in his hands, infusing it into his runic sword. With a swift motion, a shard of white ice erupted forth. Frostgale. The terrorist, armed with a machine gun, was instantly encased in ice, and the surrounding air grew frigid. At that moment, a rocket propelled towards Xiao Lin, leaving a white trail in its wake. He encased himself in a layer of ice for resilience and braced himself to withstand the onslaught. Boom! The immense force sent Xiao Lin careening backwards, yet he remained unscathed. What in the world is that? Keep firing. The terrorist leader shouted in frustration. The armored figure before him, adorned with mysterious patterns, unleashed incomprehensible assaults, and their weapons proved utterly ineffective. Moreover, the zombies seemed to be under his control. Meanwhile, in another cavern, Tony had finally completed his Iron Man suit. As he watched the control program gradually come online, both he and Insun silently prayed that the terrorists would not breach their sanctuary. Although Xiao Lin had drawn the bulk of their attention, some still noticed Tony's activities. Bang! 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 The iron door was pounded upon urgently. Hey, what are you doing? Open the door. Upon seeing the program complete, Tony felt a surge of joy. Dr. Insun, stand behind me. We can escape now. The terrorists outside, having lost their patience, violently forced the iron door open, only to be met by the formidable Iron Man. Having been confined for several days, Tony, once a figure of prominence, now bore a tumult of resentment. The flamethrowers on his armor unleashed a torrent of fire upon the foes, while their bullets merely sparked against his armor. He charged forth, and the terrorists encountered along the way could not inflict any damage upon his suit. Thanks to Xiao Lin's assistance, Insun was not required to divert the terrorists' attention, and the two made their way safely toward the cave entrance. A disheveled lackey, having narrowly escaped, shouted to the leader at the door, "Boss, that scoundrel Tony didn't make us any missiles. He emerged as a giant Iron Man, and our men can't hold him back. Damn it, I saw it all." The leader of the terrorists, filled with fury, struck a blow that sent him crashing to the ground. He gazed at his subordinates, frozen into ice sculptures not far away. realizing that an unexpected turn of events had unfolded in the cave, and the situation was dire. With resignation, he shouted to his men, "Withdraw immediately. We must leave this place." At the entrance, Tony beheld the scene outside. There were no terrorists on high alert, only a multitude of ice sculptures shimmering in the sunlight. Tony, encased in his armor, gasped, "Einson, an ice sculpture exhibition in the desert? How did these people manage this?" "How would I know?" Dr. Eisen replied, tapping on his armor. "Look over there, there's someone." "Wow, are those zombies? Has a biochemical crisis erupted?" Xiao Lin observed the two figures at the entrance. They must be Dr. Eisen and Tony. It seemed their armor was ready, but why was Dr. Eisen still alive? Had his arrival altered the course of events? Dr. Eisen and Tony regarded Xiao Lin with caution, unsure of his identity. They sensed an icy chill emanating from him, as though confronting not a living person. Tony's earlier light-hearted demeanor faded. Perhaps the security his armor provided gave him a sense of gravity as he said to Dr. Eisen, "You run that way. I will hold him off." Upon completing the task, a notification chimed in his ear. "Mission accomplished, awarded 2,000 exchange points." "Wait, I'm not here to fight you," Xiao Lin exclaimed, noticing the imposing Iron Man charging towards him, seemingly ready for battle. Tony, hearing the voice of the peculiar figure before him, a young man who did not appear hostile, felt a sense of disgust at the decaying ghouls surrounding him. "Who are you? And were those creatures by your side? Are they zombies?" Xiao Lin, aware that the sight of the freshly summoned ghouls might be terrifying, quickly recited a counter-summoning spell. A green magic circle reappeared beneath the ghouls, and in a flash of light, they vanished without a trace. Removing his helmet, Xiao Lin revealed a youthful face. "Hello, Tony." Inside his steel armor, Tony stared in astonishment. "What is this? Magic?" He had not noticed before, but now he realized that those were no mere ice sculptures. They were individuals, seemingly frozen in time, their faces etched with expressions of terror. Looking around, perhaps it was Xiao Lin's innocent visage that softened Tony's stance, and he lowered his arm. "How do you know my name? I don't believe we've met. By the way, were you sent here to rescue me?" "Who doesn't know Tony Stark? Your Stark Industries is renowned," Xiao Lin complimented. "Do you believe I just happened to pass by?" Tony shook his head. "This is a desert. Who would casually stroll through here and eliminate so many terrorists? Since you seem unwilling to divulge, I want to press further. Tony, do you know where I might find some clothing?" The chilling armor clung to his lower body, causing him discomfort, as he wore nothing beneath. I know, Doctor." Ensign suddenly appeared from seemingly nowhere, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Follow me." "Hey, Ensign, could you do me a favor and help me take off this armor?" Tony, in a moment of haste, donned the iron suit, but found himself unable to remove it alone. Ensign had no choice but to rush back to assist him. Xiao Lin ventured into the cave alone. The terrorist's hideout was a chaotic mess. After searching for a considerable time, he finally discovered a few relatively clean garments. Although they were somewhat ill-fitting, he made do with them. Chapter 4. Escape from danger. "Hey, my friend, how should I address you?" With Ensign's assistance, Tony finally managed to extricate himself from the iron armor. "I am Xiao Lin, a Chinese. By the way, do you know where we are?" The three of them stood atop a sand dune, gazing out at an expanse of yellow hills. "I have no idea," Xiao Lin replied. Although he had seen the Iron Man movies, they did not specify the location where Tony was held captive, leaving him uncertain. Perhaps they could only await rescue. Tony suddenly noticed that Xiao Lin's complexion appeared somewhat pale, lacking the hue of a living being. Recalling the creature summoned earlier, he could not help but inquire, "Lin, are you human?" "Why do you ask that?" Xiao Lin replied, slightly puzzled. "Am I not human? Should I be an alien?" "It's nothing, just a question," Tony deflected, unwilling to speak the truth. "Host, while you're still human, you're no longer a living one," the system interjected unexpectedly. This reminded Mu Ying of the time he was stabbed by his Lich King, which usually results in transformation into the undead. "Are you saying I am now an undead?" Xiao Lin was somewhat horrified. "No, your transformation process was interrupted by the system, so you are currently a living dead. You should thank me." Xiao Lin felt a bit disheartened. "Thank you for what? Is there really a difference between a dead person and a living dead one?" "Of course there is. Aside from lacking breath and the need for sustenance, you are no different from a living person, although you do appear somewhat pale. However, if your transformation were to complete, you would gradually decay into a skeleton or a desiccated corpse." The thought of becoming such a being was indeed terrifying. It seemed preferable to be truly dead, as life would hold no joy. "Well then, I suppose I should thank you after all. Lin. Hearing his name called, Xiao Lin snapped back to reality and noticed both men staring at him. So, how can we leave this desert? Ensign and Tony had both been blindfolded when captured and were utterly unaware of their location. However, Xiao Lin, having been transported here, was also at a loss for direction. Yet, he knew that a rescue helicopter would soon arrive to search for Tony. Let us wait here. Someone should come looking for Tony today. Observing the confident demeanor of Xiao Lin, Tony presumed he possessed some foreknowledge. He turned his gaze towards the base of the terror organization. Having noted earlier the array of Jericho missiles and other weaponry manufactured by his own company, the irony was not lost on him, as he recalled being recently attacked by his own creations. Ensign Lin, I intend to destroy those weapons, Tony declared, pivoting to rush back. Ensign and Xiao Lin exchanged a glance before following suit. The variety and quantity of arms at the base were staggering. Missiles, tanks, and armored vehicles abounded. Were these militants plotting a rebellion? The trio seized weapons from the base, unleashing a barrage that transformed their surroundings into a blazing inferno. Not far off, the leader of the militants, upon hearing the explosive sounds emanating from his base, felt his heart bleed. Years of effort were crumbling into dust, and he was left with no choice but to procure more weapons urgently. He pulled out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Mr. Obadiah, we need to acquire more arms, and quickly. After obliterating the weaponry at the base, the three found some dry kindling to create a signal fire. Hoping the smoke would attract attention, this was the best they could manage for the time being. Look, there's a helicopter, Ensign exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms vigorously and shouting, hey, over here. Following Ensign's gaze, Tony and Xiao Lin confirmed the presence of a helicopter. Hey, this way. Tony joined in, waving as well. As the helicopter approached, Tony recognized a familiar figure aboard, his friend, Colonel Rhodes. Upon landing, Colonel Rhodes leapt from the helicopter, visibly relieved after days of worry. Tony was not merely a friend, but a vital figure for America. He clapped Tony on the shoulder with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Tony, you're all right. That's wonderful. However, Tony stumbled and fell, gesturing to his chest. You brute, that hurt. I'm currently an injured man. Colonel Rhodes noticed the glowing blue reactor on Tony's chest. What on earth is that? He inquired. Ensign interjected. Tony was struck by a missile. There's a shard lodged within him. That reactor is designed to contain the shrapnel in his body. Colonel Rhodes urgently called to the soldiers disembarking from the helicopter, quick, get Tony onto the chopper. We need to take him to the hospital. Hey, I can still walk. Tony protested. Before boarding the helicopter, Colonel Rhodes asked, who are you? We were also captured by the terrorists, Xiao Lin replied swiftly. Please take us with you. We have no way of returning. Tony remained silent, prompting Colonel Rhodes to nod. All right, everyone aboard. The helicopter carrying the three landed at a heavily fortified military base. As they disembarked, Colonel Rhodes cautioned, you two, this is a military base. Do not wander off, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood, they replied. Although Xiao Lin did not believe that these weapons could harm him, it was still wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. Several medical personnel hurriedly rushed from the base hospital, swiftly escorting Tony into the operating room. Doctor. Ensign opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. As a renowned surgeon with international acclaim, he knew he could not completely heal Tony's wounds, and he doubted that anyone in this modest base hospital possessed the capability to do so. Perhaps only Dr. Wu from Huaxia could extract the shrapnel near his heart. After some effort, the doctors at the military base indeed found themselves helpless against the tiny shards of metal lodged near Tony's heart. Observing the concern etched on his friend Colonel Rhodes' face, Tony nonchalantly remarked, Rhodes, I'm fine. It's just a piece of shrapnel. What I've created here will save my life. Noting Tony's carefree demeanor, Colonel Rhodes inquired, all right, but Tony, do you have any idea who attacked you? And what their intentions were? Hey, Rhodes. Tony dismissed the thoughts. What is done is done. Their base has already been obliterated. I've spent enough time in this dull place. I need to get back to New York. There are plenty of lovely ladies who must be eager to go on a date with me. Witnessing Tony's irreverent attitude, Colonel Rhodes sighed in exasperation. Fine. I'll notify someone to send a private jet for you right away. Chapter 5. Choices at that moment. Colonel Rhodes recalled another matter. By the way, who are the two individuals that came with you? Dr. Ensign is a renowned surgeon. I've met him before. But as for the other one, Tony remembered Xiao Lin's enigmatic abilities. I've just met him, and I'm not sure of his identity. But he helped me, and doesn't he seem like a bad person? Colonel Rhodes cautioned. Tony, Be aware that many eyes are on your company and your inventions. Exercise caution. All right, I will heed your advice. I certainly don't wish to find myself in such a predicament again. Let us go meet them and see what they have in mind. Okay. When Tony saw them again, Xiao Lin and Dr. Insun were languidly reclining on the bed. Upon hearing the sounds of the door, Xiao Lin sat up and noticed Tony and Colonel Rhodes entering. Tony, can you take me with you to America? Xiao Lin had received a primary mission leading to New York. Of course. Tony then turned to Dr. Insun. What about you? Do you wish to join me? Doctor. Insun shook his head. No, I prefer to return to my previous hospital and continue my work as a doctor. As a wealthy individual, a private jet was an essential luxury, and Xiao Lin gazed enviously at the spacious, opulent aircraft. In his previous world, he had tirelessly labored to enhance his strength, never having taken the time to enjoy life, only to ultimately fall victim to the Lich King's single strike. What a stroke of misfortune. Lin, once we arrive in America, where do you plan to go next? I'm not quite sure. Is your company still hiring? Tony was uncertain about the true origins of the other party, yet it seemed they were intimately familiar with everything concerning him. A sense of unease crept over him, as he pondered whether Xiao Lin harbored ulterior motives. Not needed for the moment, he replied. All right then, how about helping me find a place to stay? That's no problem, came the response. After a brief silence, Tony inquired, Lin, are you a magician? As a scientist, Tony had always held skepticism towards magic, viewing it merely as a deceptive trick. Sort of, Xiao Lin replied ambiguously. The airplane soared swiftly, and before long, they arrived in New York City. It landed at a private airstrip owned by Stark Industries. Just as they disembarked, a woman's startled exclamation echoed from a distance. Tony, you're all right. What a relief. Xiao Lin observed a blonde beauty rushing towards them, her face alight with joy. This must be Tony's girlfriend, Pepper, despite having received a call from Colonel Rhodes. She remained uneasy until she saw Tony return safely. Pepper grasped Tony, inspecting him from head to toe, her expression rife with reproach. I told you that chaotic place was unnecessary for you to visit in person. But I'm back safely, aren't I? Tony reassured her, apologizing for the worry he had caused. With a hint of pride, Pepper retorted, I was worried about the company's stock crashing because of you. Observing their playful banter, Xiao Lin coughed discreetly. At that moment, Tony recalled that there was someone else waiting. He turned to Pepper, saying, all right, I have some matters for you to assist me with. Pepper noticed Xiao Lin and felt a tinge of embarrassment, adjusting her attire as she asked, what is it, Tony? I owe my safe return to this gentleman here. Please help him find accommodation and arrange for a press conference. So you finally care about the company's operations? Pepper complained. Since your disappearance, the stock has plummeted, and if this continues, those old board members will start causing a ruckus. Do not worry. Stark Industries is under my command, Tony asserted with confidence. He then turned to Xiao Lin, saying, Lin, accompany Pepper. She will ensure everything is taken care of. Here's a bank card with $500,000. It should suffice. If you desire a residence, she can assist with that as well. As Xiao Lin was about to respond, a system notification chimed. Main quest activated. Upon entering the Marvel universe, you will choose your path, becoming a superhero or a supervillain, which will influence future system task releases. A superhero? He envisioned those individuals from the films perpetually saving the world, facing perilous situations without gaining societal approval, with the government and citizens even seeking to thwart them, a most thankless endeavor. As for becoming a supervillain, he did not wish to live in hiding like them, and fundamentally, he was not a bad person. System, is there a third option? Yes. Are you certain you wish to choose neutrality? Yes. There exists a third option, one that the system has concealed. Upon confirming the selection of factions, neutral, the system assigns a task. Eliminate the notorious gang leader Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, or protect the cunning director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. The task is devoid of a time limit, with a reward of 5,000 exchange points. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lin opts for Kingpin. He harbors no desire to provoke the shrewd Fury, considering Kingpin merely an exceptionally strong, ordinary man. The system has likely anticipated his choice. Hey Lin, what's wrong? Peppa inquires, noticing Xiao Lin standing in silence for an extended period. Oh, it's nothing, Xiao Lin replies, snapping back to attention. Miss Peppa, are there any accommodations available in Hell's Kitchen? Of course, but are you certain you want to choose that place? It's the most chaotic area in New York. Frankly, I don't understand why Tony would buy a villa in such a location. Hell's Kitchen, a tumultuous territory, is under Kingpin's absolute control. Even the American government and SHIELD find themselves powerless against him. Killing him would incite greater turmoil. If Xiao Lin were to eliminate Kingpin, would fury come after him? Such concerns dissolve as he contemplates the potential to absorb Kingpin's influence. Xiao Lin is not one to engage in solitary combat. He prefers to remain in the shadows while others fight. Moreover, he intends to exchange for formidable assets from the world of Azeroth, such as the Burning Legion's Dreadnought, Mimirin's mech, and the Helicarrier, each requiring a skilled operator. Thus, he resolves to confront Kingpin and seize his power, imagining the force he is about to establish, relishing the thought of subduing anyone who dares oppose him. Xiao Lin feels a surge of exhilaration. However, the system store requires an upgrade, and the points needed for exchanges are exorbitant. That's it. Then, Xiao Lin declares resolutely. With a clear objective, his spirits lift. Sensing his determination, Pepper refrains from further argument, handing him a set of keys. I'll have Happy take you there. Thank you. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to call me. Xiao Lin knows it won't be long before Tony finds himself in trouble. Lending a hand and making allies is always prudent. All right, Pepper replies, clearly skeptical of the young man from China's capability to assist her. Chapter 6, Provocation, Revised. Hell's Kitchen is a district on the west side of Manhattan, New York City. Once a notorious slum, it was overrun by gang members until Kingpin ruthlessly unified all criminal factions under his reign. Here, he holds absolute power. Apart from Daredevil, no one dares to oppose him. We've arrived. This is the place. If you need anything, just call me. Happy, Tony's bodyguard, states as he halts the vehicle outside a villa. I don't know why you chose this location, but let me offer you a piece of advice. Don't provoke the gangs here. Thanks, Happy. But there's no need to worry about me. Xiao Lin replies nonchalantly. Happy remains silent, and with a low rumble, the car speeds away. In Hell's Kitchen, not all structures are mere tenements. Before me stands a charming two-story villa, distinctly cleaner and more orderly than its surroundings. Upon entering, I discovered a pool and a garden, and the spaciousness of the premises made it a rather delightful residence. After preparing a warm bath to wash away the grime, Xiao Lin, weary from several days of inadequate rest, collapsed on the bed and succumbed to sleep. I lost track of time, but eventually, the glaring sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xiao Lin's face. It had been ages since he had experienced such a comfortable bed, and he found himself reluctant to rise. He did not stir until the languorous hour of 3 in the afternoon, and then he got up, meandering in search of a restaurant. Although he could forego sustenance, the cravings of the palate remained. Spotting a diner by the roadside, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Perhaps due to the hour, the establishment was sparsely populated, with only a few intoxicated African Americans shouting boisterously. Noticing a customer had arrived, a server approached and inquired, "Good afternoon, sir. What would you like to order?" Xiao Lin casually ordered an assortment of dishes and settled down to eat while contemplating how to find Jinbing. He was entirely unfamiliar with the area and could not simply approach a random passerby to ask for directions to Jinbing's whereabouts. At that moment, he overheard the group of African Americans discussing Jinbing, referring to him as boss. It seemed they were indeed associates of Jinbing, and perhaps they could provide him with useful information regarding his location. Unbeknownst to Xiao Lin, his gaze had drawn the attention of the group. Before he could approach them, one of the men swaggered over with a liquor bottle in hand. Bang! The ruffian slammed the bottle on the table. "Hey kid, what are you staring at? Watch it, or I'll flatten you." Xiao Lin shot them a glance, contemplating approaching them. But to his surprise, they had come to him first. These men were exceedingly brash, merely offended by a few lingering glances. When Xiao Lin ignored him, the ruffian swung the bottle at him. Accompanied by a scream, Xiao Lin seized the bottle, and the thug found himself toppled to the ground, the bottle shattering and scattering glass across the floor. The other ruffians, initially observing the spectacle, now rose in anger. "You're asking for trouble," they spat, brandishing weapons as they advanced toward Xiao Lin. Remaining composed, Xiao Lin did not budge from his seat. The other patrons of the diner watched in astonishment as his slender fists collided with the robust bodies of the attackers, resembling a truck barreling into them, sending them sprawling and overturning tables and chairs. Xiao Lin refrained from employing his abilities. After all, as a Death Knight, he was more akin to a heavily armored mage, and magic was unnecessary against these ordinary men, perhaps accustomed to brawls, The other diners remained relatively calm, opting not to flee but instead retreating to the sides, continuing to eat while casting curious glances. Ouch, ouch. Just wait. The great Jinbing will not let you off easily. The defeated thugs groaned on the floor. Struggling to rise, Xiao Lin crouched before them, feigning ignorance of Jinbing. Jinbing? I am intrigued to witness his prowess. Take me to him now, and let us see how he intends to confront me. However, those ruffians adamantly refused to lead the way, even when bloodied and beaten. It appears that the fear instilled in them by King Ping is indeed profound. Xiao Lin approached the service desk. Do you have paper and a pen? May I borrow them? Yes, certainly. The attendant hastily retrieved the requested items and handed them over. Xiao Lin inscribed his address upon the paper and thrust it into the hands of one of the men. This is my address. I welcome King Ping to pay me a visit. The thugs groaned as they struggled to their feet, supporting one another as they hastily exited. In a basement of Hell's Kitchen, King Ping was furiously berating his subordinates, as several significant dealings had been thwarted by the daredevil, resulting in substantial losses. More importantly, his authority had been diminished, and other crime lords across America were reveling in his humiliation, which infuriated him. It is merely a blind man. How many times must he disrupt our business? What use are you worthless fools to me? King Ping rose from his seat, descending the steps with fury. He swung his massive fist, delivering a devastating blow to one of his men's chests. A piercing scream echoed as the thug crumpled. His chest caved in, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, with little hope of survival. You two, do you have anything to say? King Ping commanded as he had the incapacitated henchman dragged away. The trembling subordinate, feeling the weight of King Ping's glare, steadied himself and replied, Today, someone caused trouble in Hell's Kitchen, beating us up and claiming to seek your attention. They even provided us with an address. With trepidation, he handed over the note. Hell's Kitchen was King Ping's stronghold, a territory well known throughout America, where he exerted control over every inch. One daredevil had already become a nuisance, and now another individual dared to provoke him. King Ping inquired, How many were there? Just one, came the timid response. What? You couldn't handle a single person? Is he another formidable opponent like Daredevil? The henchman, quaking with fear, answered, He appears to be a Chinese man and seems skilled in martial arts. King Ping pondered for a moment. He had no dealings with anyone from China. Could it be that one of his men had offended them? Target eye. You will capture this individual for me tomorrow. As for Daredevil, King Ping's eyes glinted with malice. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. No problem, boss. I will certainly bring him in. Target, I confidently asserted. As the top assassin under King Ping's command, he possessed that assurance. King Ping trusted Target Eye's capabilities. Remember, bring him in alive. I wish to discover who he truly is, and I intend to make him wish he had never been born. Understood, boss. Chapter 7. The Assassin's Target, revised. After finishing his meal, Xiao Lin strolled leisurely down the street. In the current Marvel universe, though wars still raged on, they paled in comparison to the impending crises. His own powers were yet insufficiently formidable, merely allowing him to assert dominance over ordinary folk. Encountering the likes of Iron Man, Spider-Man, Hawkeye, or Black Widow might provide an opportunity for a challenge, but facing the Hulk, Thor, or the Sorcerer Supreme would likely compel him to kneel. Not to mention the likes of Odin, Dormammu, and Thanos, those exceptionally powerful beings. Upon returning home, Xiao Lin suddenly recalled that he had yet to closely examine his appearance since his rebirth. He shed his upper garments and stood before the mirror, discovering that, apart from his face, intricate blue patterns adorned his skin, reminiscent of the runes on his weapon. When he channeled the power of death, those runes radiated a vibrant green light. Fortunately, he had not transformed into an undead being. His stature had increased, and his visage had become more handsome. Though his skin appeared somewhat pale, it exuded an air of elegance and charm, albeit with a slight resemblance to a vampire. Every Death Knight is born from a paladin, while others seeking transformation must rely on the Death Knights to bestow upon them the power of death. The death energy coursing through his body was entirely derived from the power of holy light, embodying the notion that light and darkness coexist. He wondered if one day he might regain the abilities of a paladin, ideally merging the powers of both paladin and Death Knight. After completing his examination, he indulged in a refreshing bath and then collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep sleep. The following day, Xiao Lin sat in the living room, watching television and anticipating the arrival of Jean Bing as associates. The screen flickered to life, revealing Tony Stark's visage. Under the scrutiny of numerous reporters, he unveiled a sensational piece of news that would undoubtedly cause a stir across America. He intended to disband Stark Industries' military division. Xiao Lin watched as Obadiah, visibly agitated, yanked Tony off the podium while attempting to explain the situation to the reporters below. The revelation that America's arms tycoon would cease his munitions business sent shockwaves through the media. The reporters erupted with excitement, swiftly relaying the news to their editorial offices, resulting in a dramatic plunge in Stark Industries stock that day. Obadiah would surely be unable to restrain himself from confronting Tony now, for he had always regarded Stark Industries as his personal possession, and Tony was effectively cutting off his financial lifeline. "Hey, you over there, do not dirty my floor. It has just been cleaned." A furtive figure appeared on the balcony of the villa's second floor. It was none other than Jean Bing's top assassin, Target. Surprised to have been detected, Target realized that stealth was paramount for an assassin, and it was unexpected that his careful approach had been uncovered. Sensing that his adversary possessed genuine skill, he decided against further concealment and stepped directly into the room. The Target's eye toyed with a dagger, gazing at Xiao Lin, who bore the visage of an Oriental youth. Despite his apparent youthfulness, an unsettling aura of coldness emanated from him, which left the Target quite uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to him that it was the essence of death. Observing Xiao Lin engrossed in the television, he inquired, "You dare to provoke us, young man? Lord Kingpin has sent me to eliminate you. Are you not afraid?" The Target, though marginally more formidable than an ordinary individual within the Marvel realm, found Xiao Lin's indifference rather irksome. Enraged by this nonchalance, the Target lunged forward, plunging his dagger towards Xiao Lin's shoulder. Although Kingpin had instructed him to capture the youth alive, he intended to inflict some initial suffering. Yet, Xiao Lin did not flinch. Instead, he seized the dagger with his bare hand. The sharp blade, gripped firmly, felt akin to a dull knife against his pale skin, adorned with glowing green runes, leaving him entirely unscathed. The Target had assumed the runes were mere decorative tattoos, unaware of their true nature. "Who are you?" he asked, the chill running down his spine. In a time when sorcerers, demons, deities, and mutants concealed their true selves, the only superhero to have appeared before ordinary folk in over 70 years was Captain America. The assassin's acute sense of danger compelled him to retreat swiftly, turning to leap out the window, realizing the mission was untenable. However, Xiao Lin had no intention of allowing him to escape. An ominous energy coalesced in Xiao Lin's hand, forming an ethereal, ghostly hand that reached for the Target, yanking him back just as he was about to leap from the second floor. In such a hurry to leave, the Target was drenched in cold sweat, bewildered by the inexplicable magic that left him unsettled. "Take me to meet Kingpin, shall we?" Though Xiao Lin's tone was one of negotiation, he understood the Target had no choice but to comply. The Target steadied himself, shedding his earlier arrogance, and nodded at Xiao Lin, deterred by the man's formidable and eerie abilities. Xiao Lin switched off the television and addressed the Target. "Let us proceed." Kingpin, whose true name was Wilson Grant Fisk, was a notable figure in America, perceived by the uninformed as a philanthropist and compassionate entrepreneur. His headquarters in Hell's Kitchen was housed in a towering edifice, though he seldom lingered there, preferring instead his underground training facility to hone his combat skills. Although Kingpin appeared massive, his physique was composed of solid muscle, endowed with extraordinary strength. Over the years, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, struggled to triumph against Kingpin in battle, often resorting to sabotaging his drug and arms trades before making his escape. Following closely behind the Target, Xiao Lin traversed through numerous doors, encountering gang members who greeted the Target with deference. Suddenly, the Target recalled that Kingpin was not present that day, causing an unsettling apprehension as he walked ahead, pondering his next move. Gazing at the iron gate that loomed nearby, a thought sprang to the forefront of the marksman's mind. There must be a mechanism here, carefully devised by the cautious Jean Bin to prepare for formidable foes. He swiftly darted through the door, closing it behind him with haste, and rushed to the control panel to press a button. Bang! Heavy iron doors descended in the corridor where Xiao Lin was located, and openings appeared on both sides of the walls, from which Gatling guns emerged. By the time Xiao Lin realized what was happening, the corridor was inundated with a torrential barrage of bullets. Cursing under his breath, he hastily summoned frost energy to envelop his body. The ice solidified with resilience. A gleaming white frost armor manifested upon him, as bullets struck it with a resounding clatter, sending up showers of sparks. Xiao Lin was uncertain how long he could endure this. After all, 5 Gatling guns were raining fire upon him. It was indeed life-threatening. Although he could currently withstand the onslaught, the sheer impact of the concentrated fire was painfully jarring. Having survived numerous battles, such as the Sands of Azeroth, the Blackrock Mountain skirmish, and the war in Naxxramas, it was quite humiliating for Xiao Lin to find himself ambushed due to a moment of carelessness. Chapter 8. No One Can Stand in His Way. Revised. The marksman stared in astonishment at the images displayed on the monitor, a wave of panic washing over him. If such a formidable assault could leave him helpless, what hope did he have of withstanding it here? At long last, the relentless barrage ceased, granting Xiao Lin a moment of respite. The power of firearms was indeed formidable, and in such a confined space, he was nothing more than a living target. The ground was littered with deformed bullet casings as he gingerly touched his aching back and rose to his feet. It seemed he had underestimated his own resilience. He must inflict further hardship upon himself, lest he fall prey to another ambush. Who is this marksman? Questioned Weskier, a supervisor under Jean Bin, addressing the marksman with urgency. Initially bewildered by the activation of the corridor's weapons, he recognized that these were intended for formidable adversaries. Only 3 individuals possessed the ability to control such arms. Upon viewing the monitor, his anxiety intensified. Yet the marksman merely broke into a sweat without responding, with no one attending to him. He had no time to explain and was compelled to take matters into his own hands. Xiao Lin took a deep breath, realizing that his previous response had been sluggish. He had forgotten about his equipment. With a mental summons, runic armor enveloped his entire being, and a runic greatsword materialized in his hand. In a matter of moments, he cleaved the wall-mounted weaponry into scrap metal. It was time to make his escape. He surveyed the iron gate obstructing his path. It appeared quite formidable, and he hoped his weapon would prove sufficiently sharp. Clang, clang, clang. The iron gate reverberated with a cacophony that echoed throughout the underground corridor, instilling fear in all who watched from the monitor. Damn it, Weskier muttered, gripping the marksman's shoulder. Who exactly is this person, and why did you bring him here? Remove your hand, the marksman retorted. The target, somewhat displeased with his actions, nonetheless explained that he was indeed the person Mr. Jean Bing had instructed him to bring over. But he was no match for him, as you can see now. Weskier, lacking the time to admonish him, urgently instructed those nearby. What are you waiting for? Quickly send someone to fetch weapons. We must hold this position. Given the earlier circumstances, the target did not believe they could withstand the onslaught. When Xiao Lin breached the iron gate, he was met with dozens of armed gang members, all anxiously gazing at him. Fire! Weskier bellowed, yet proved futile. Dealing with these ordinary individuals did not require weaponry. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off his armor as he charged through the hail of fire, attacking with nothing but his fists. These individuals would eventually serve his purposes, so a thorough beating was all that was necessary for now. Each strike from the Death Knight, infused with blood energy, carried with it pestilence and disease. Some of the physically weaker foes collapsed without even being touched. The target and Weskier found themselves being pummeled into the ground, their faces bruised and battered. Xiao Lin, however, showed restraint. Otherwise, the area would soon be littered with corpses. Grabbing the target by the hair, he growled, "Do not play games with me. You cannot afford it. Now, take me to Jean Bing." Why, yes, the target stammered, having lost a tooth and with his mouth leaking air. No one in Jean Bing's gang could possibly obstruct him, no matter how many there were. Weskier, sprawled on the ground in a disheveled state, muttered, "Sir, Jean Bing is not here. He has gone out." Xiao Lin frowned. How unfortunate. Where could he have gone? Lord Jean Bing had brought a large group and set a trap for Daredevil, and he was likely dealing with him now, perhaps already having succeeded. Xiao Lin rifled through his memories, recalling Matt, Daredevil's true identity, who had been Jean Bing's nemesis, with the two constantly clashing in Hell's Kitchen. Do you know how to find him? Xiao Lin inquired, indifferent to Matt's fate. He only wished to swiftly eliminate Jean Bing and then seize his gang's power. I can make a phone call, Weskier replied, struggling to retrieve his phone from his pocket. Meanwhile, on the other side, Matt found himself surrounded in a dilapidated warehouse. A throng of gang members pounding on steel pipes, the cacophony disrupting his senses. He realized that he was destined to fall here today. Jean Bing had discovered his weakness, and he could not even discern an escape route. Jean Bing stood nearby, delightfully observing his longtime adversary struggling ineffectually, requiring no effort on his part. This was a trap Jean Bing had meticulously planned. They had disseminated false information regarding an impending drug deal to lure Daredevil out. After battling for so long, Jean Bing had only recently discovered that his opponent was, in fact, blind, which infuriated him immensely. Upon discovering his adversary's vulnerability, one can devise a means to confront him, employing auditory harassment to render him incapacitated, unable even to flee. The ensuing events would be rather straightforward. Daredevil's physical prowess is not particularly formidable. Under relentless assault, he collapses to the ground, feeling his body succumb to exhaustion. This is still a matter of Kingpin wishing to capture him alive. Otherwise, this blind Daredevil would have long been slain by a barrage of gunfire. As the situation approached its climax, Kingpin commanded, "Bind him." The gang members surged forward, and Matt found himself unable to resist their binding. Kingpin approached Daredevil, removing his mask, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover his identity and the reason behind his persistent opposition. "It's you." One of Kingpin's henchmen could not suppress a whisper. Kingpin turned to inquire, "Jerry, do you know him?" "Yes, boss. This man is a lawyer, Matt Murdock. His father, Jack Murdock, once fought for us, but he was executed on your orders for defying commands." Kingpin had long forgotten this trivial individual, entirely unconcerned. Capturing a long-standing enemy brought Kingpin immense satisfaction. Regardless of the opponent's identity, opposing him would inevitably incur consequences. As he intended to depart with Matt, a car appeared at the entrance, revealing his assassin Bullseye and a supervisor named Weskier stepping out. "Bullseye, what brings you here? How have you fared with the task I assigned you?" Bullseye glanced at Xiao Lin, uncertain of how to respond, feeling the awkwardness of the boss's inquiry, as he was the one actually coerced. Xiao Lin stepped forward, asserting, "I believe he has completed your task." Upon seeing Xiao Lin's sudden appearance, Kingpin's expression darkened as he questioned, "Who are you?" Gazing at the imposing figure of Kingpin, Xiao Lin replied, "I am the person you seek, standing right before you. Do you have something to say to me?" Chapter 9. The Death of Kingpin. Examining Xiao Lin's appearance. Black hair, dark eyes, with features reminiscent of an Easterner, yet possessing pale skin. Kingpin hesitantly inquired, "A person for Huaxia?" "Indeed," Xiao Lin affirmed, though he had yet to visit the Huaxia of this world. Perhaps one day he would see it, curious about what marvels Huaxia might be like. "Why oppose me?" Kingpin pondered. His gang had never encountered anyone from Huaxia, leaving him baffled as to who had sent him. The true reason was one Xiao Lin could not reveal. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to utter, "I simply enjoy it." Kingpin's countenance darkened. "You shall soon learn the folly of provoking me." He intended to take both Xiao Lin and Matt back for torment. Turning to his subordinates, he commanded, "Take Daredevil and this Huaxia person. We are leaving." "Yes, boss." The gang members chuckled, advancing to see Xiao Lin. "Wait," Xiao Lin interjected. "I did not come here to accompany you. I am here to kill you." Upon hearing Xiao Lin's words, Jean Bing initially thought he had misheard. No one in America could defeat him. Not only was he inherently powerful in combat, but he was also surrounded by dozens of his subordinates, while his opponent was merely one individual. The repeated provocations from the other party ultimately pushed Jean Bing to his limits. He no longer cared about the origins or intentions of this man from Huaxia. His only desire was to eliminate him at once. "I will personally shatter every bone in your body, allowing you to perish in agony." Jean Bing discarded his cigar and strode toward Xiao Lin, his massive hand poised to strike. The gang members nearby watched with gleeful anticipation, confident in their leader's supremacy, although both the sharpshooter and Weskier wore expressions of complex emotions. Remaining silent as they stood by, Matt, restrained and powerless, felt a twinge of sympathy, yet he too lacked the capacity to fight back. With a slight grunt, apart from the sharpshooter and Weskier, the others gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Xiao Lin's small hand firmly meet Jean Bing's fist. Jean Bing struggled to withdraw his hand, but found that the seemingly fragile Eastern youth possessed an unexpectedly formidable grip. He felt as though his fist might be crushed. Could it be that years of rigorous training paled in comparison to the martial prowess of this Huaxia lad? "Damn it!" Jean Bing, with his other hand, drew a handgun from his suit jacket, aiming it directly at Xiao Lin's head. However, Xiao Lin had anticipated this move. As soon as he saw Jean Bing reach for his gun, he enveloped his palm in frost energy, shielding his temple. Bang! Xiao Lin merely felt the impact against his palm. Jean Bing stared in disbelief at the unscathed bullet that lay in the pale hollow of his opponent's hand. Not even a scratch on it. Xiao Lin taunted, "Fatty, your gun is ineffective against me." Though uncertain of how his adversary had achieved such a feat, Jean Bing was not one to easily submit. He possessed an indomitable spirit. With renewed ferocity, he launched another attack, aiming a punch at Xiao Lin's abdomen. Sensing the incoming strike, Xiao Lin seized his hand and forcefully threw him aside. "Begone!" Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the air. Jean Bing's massive frame sent several unfortunate henchmen crashing against a wall, which could not withstand the force and collapsed, burying them beneath the debris. Jean Bing struggled to rise, pushing aside the bricks that had fallen upon him. His muscular physique afforded him some protection, leaving him with only minor injuries. However, his few subordinates were not as fortunate. Spitting blood and seemingly on the brink of death, the gang members stood frozen, staring in shock. Their invincible leader appeared to be no match for the Huaxia youth, and they had just witnessed him fire a gun at him. Yet the latter seemed unscathed. "Wait, Matt," regaining some clarity despite his blindness, sensed through his heightened perception that Xiao Lin was advancing towards Jean Bing with lethal intent. He intends to kill Jean Bing, he thought. Xiao Lin turned to Matt and inquired, "Daredevil, do you have something to say?" Matt spoke through clenched teeth. "Kingpin had my father killed. Can you hand him over to me? I wish to exact my vengeance with my own hands." Daredevil harbored an intense hatred for his father's murderer. Unable to forget the night the mob took his father's life within their own home. Like the Punisher, he showed no mercy towards criminals. This was unacceptable. Xiao Lin had a system task to resolve personally. Damn it! Kingpin leaned against the wall, humiliated as he watched the two discuss his fate. When had he ever found himself in such a precarious position? He barked at his subordinates, "Kill him." Yet before he could finish, everyone witnessed Xiao Lin, as if performing a magic trick, retrieve his runic greatsword from the space pouch, hurling it towards Kingpin. With a sharp whistle, the heavy sword pierced through Kingpin's chest and the wall behind him, pinning him in place. He struggled, blood gushing from his wound. Kingpin felt the chill of death creeping in, his consciousness fading. He was unwilling to accept this fate. His empire was flourishing, his name renowned throughout America. Perhaps soon, he would become the mayor of New York City, and his ultimate dream of becoming the president of the United States would never materialize. With great difficulty, he murmured, "Why? Why?" Bowing his head in regret, he closed his eyes forever. Kill Kingpin and earn 5,000 redemption points. Upon seeing their boss fall silent, the mob members were momentarily stunned, then turned their guns towards Xiao Lin, glancing at Weskier, awaiting his command. "Stand down." Both Bullseye and Weskier shouted simultaneously. They exchanged glances, understanding that they could not afford to offend the man before them. Angering him would spell doom for them all, as their weapons seemed mere toys in his presence. Xiao Lin turned to the gang members in the abandoned factory, declaring, "Kingpin's organization is now under my control. Does anyone object?" Hearing Xiao Lin's words, Matt could not restrain himself, saying, "Sir, America is a civilized nation governed by law, and I hope you do not act as Kingpin did." Xiao Lin retorted, "A nation governed by law? Do you truly believe your own words?" "I place my faith in my fists." Matt was taken aback. As a lawyer, he fought for the downtrodden and had witnessed too much darkness over the years. After his father was murdered, he sought revenge through legal means, only to discover that his knowledge of the law was futile. Officials ignored the truth. Otherwise, he would not have taken matters into his own hands to combat crime. With a sigh, Matt added, "I simply hope you do not become a villain, for I would risk my life to stop you." Xiao Lin admired Daredevil's courage and perseverance, but was unwilling to engage in further discourse. He had many matters to attend to. Chapter 10, Arise. My Death Night. Observing the multitude of gang members within the Forsaken Factory, Xiao Lin suddenly felt a pang of apprehension at the prospect of managing such a vast organization. The criminal influence of the gang, Jean Bing, spread across the entirety of America. Moreover, he had no desire to assume the role of a gang leader. Even though he had once held the position of a squad leader in the Silver Crusade, it had merely been a fade, an existence spent in mediocrity. Despite his prowess, only a handful of commanders within the Silver Crusade could surpass him in strength. At this moment, he yearned for a loyal subordinate, someone capable of diligently executing his commands and assisting in the management of the gang. This thought led him to recall the Frostmourne nestled within his spatial pouch. This enchanted blade possessed the power to transform the deceased into either mere undead or death knights, all under his absolute dominion, barring any unexpected circumstances akin to those involving the Forsaken. There was no denying Jean Bing's exceptional capabilities. Otherwise, he could not have escalated the gang's influence so dramatically within a mere few years. Xiao Lin contemplated resurrecting Jean Bing, thereby securing him as his loyal minion. Withdrawing the runic greatsword from Jean Bing's lifeless form, he returned it to the spatial pouch, while the corpse of Jean Bing slumped softly to the ground. Host, should you insist on wielding Frostmourne at this moment, I can only advise you to maintain your resolve and resist temptation, the system suddenly warned. Xiao Lin remained silent, unwavering in his decision. The reason Arthas succumbed to the sword's control was due to the overwhelming influence of his negative emotions. A singular use of the blade would not immediately ensnare him. As he brandished Frostmourne, the temperature within the derelict factory plummeted, causing the gang members to huddle together, gazing at him with trepidation. Weskier, should we not leave this place? A voice quavered. No, let us remain here. Do not engage, Weskier replied with a wry smile. Their stronghold had been obliterated. Retreating would be futile unless they disbanded the gang and parted ways, a prospect he found unpalatable, for he harbored ambitions of greater power. As Xiao Lin gripped the sword, a chilling thought infiltrated his mind. Transformation, transform the entire world. Death shall endure. This voice incessantly echoed within, seeking control over his being. Struggling to expel the clamorous thoughts, Xiao Lin hastily channeled the death energy within him into Jean Bing's icy corpse. Thus, let Jean Bing become his inaugural Death Knight. After all, having a decomposing undead performing tasks would be utterly inconvenient, while the essence of death would ensure the corporeal form's integrity, preventing decay over time. Perhaps he could even assemble his own 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, a notion that suddenly sprouted in his mind. Under the watchful eyes of all present, a pallid mist emanated from the tip of the sword, seeping into Jean Bing's body. Xiao Lin felt the strength within himself waning as he infused his death energy into Jean Bing's form. Jean Bing was originally an ordinary individual, yet the transformation into a Death Knight necessitated an immense expenditure of death energy. No wonder Arthas constantly sought to convert Fordring into a Death Knight. He could acquire a formidable subordinate without depleting his own power. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin, already a considerable force, seamlessly gained the potent powers of a Death Knight upon his conversion. The essence of death was reshaping Jean Bing's body, embedding within him the seeds of a Death Knight's strength. Xiao Lin felt he could exert mental control over him and engage in remote dialogue, akin to the Lich King commanding his undead minions, albeit without the amplification of the crown of domination, making it less formidable. This transformation proved taxing for Xiao Lin. The voice within him resembled that of a rambling lunatic, inciting him to annihilate all living beings in this world and establish a new scourge army. After a brief moment, he observed Jean Bing's previously motionless body gradually stirring to life. Following the completion of the transformation, Xiao Lin felt a disorienting haze enveloping his mind. Perhaps it was best to reserve the artifact for a time when he possessed greater capabilities. What a pity. The Frostmourne was swiftly stowed away in a spatial pouch, and Xiao Lin felt his mind clear somewhat. Master. Jean Bing rose to his feet, standing as any normal person would. He bowed respectfully before Xiao Lin. His previously rebellious demeanor entirely vanished. Were it not for the gaping wound in his chest, one might have thought the preceding events were mere illusions. Witnesses, Bayan Weskier, and all the gang members in the abandoned factory were left in a state of profound shock. A few could not contain their fear and discreetly sought an escape. This individual was far too terrifying. Return and await my command. Xiao Lin communicated with Jean Bing through the Death Knight's mind control, instructing him to stand by for further orders before preparing to depart. By chance, he noticed Matt, incapacitated on the ground, and reminded, release Matt, do not trouble him further. Although the daredevil Matt had irked him somewhat, Xiao Lin held a measure of respect for him. Unlike many other superheroes, he lacked excessive, outdated compassion and showed no mercy towards wrongdoers. The system issued a new task difficulty, none. Establish the world's largest technological military enterprise. Reward, 300,000 exchange points. Another task followed, task difficulty, infiltrate the American Congress. Either you or your subordinates must attain congressional membership. Reward: 100,000 exchange points. The system's sudden announcement of these two tasks, along with their substantial rewards, greatly intrigued Xiao Lin, especially since they aligned perfectly with his ambitions. It appeared the system continued to operate in accordance with his innermost desires. From now on, cease all dealings in narcotics and underground fighting. Prepare to establish military and technological enterprises. Recruit scientists with generous compensation and ensure we infiltrate the American government. I have no desire to be stabbed in the back by them in the future. Xiao Lin harbored a certain disdain for the act of bullying the weak, while Jin Bing had more pressing matters for him to attend to. The reckless behavior of certain American government officials left him feeling uneasy. He pondered over General Ross, the officials who enacted the Superhero Registration Act, and the members of the World Council of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, my master. The dialogue between the two transpired within their consciousness, unnoticed by anyone around them. As others looked on in confusion, Xiao Lin departed, leaving behind a complex array of emotions, particularly for Jin Bing, who had experienced death only to be resurrected. The gang members were increasingly frightened, not only of Jin Bing, but also of Xiao Lin. "Give me a clean set of clothes," he commanded. The gang members observed that Jin Bing's behavior was entirely normal, as always, driven by an unspoken command to submit to Xiao Lin deep within their hearts. In the vast, deserted factory, only Matt remained sprawled on the ground. Xiao Lin was confident that, with his remarkable recuperative abilities, leaving this place safely would pose no challenge. Chapter 11. Fury's anxiety. Jin Bing, along with all the gang members, boarded several vehicles, preparing to leave the premises. However, one individual noticed his friend still standing in place, engrossed in his mobile device. Annoyed, he called out, "Hey, Abby, stop playing on your phone and hurry up. Otherwise, you could just walk back yourself." "Oh, coming." Abby hastily stowed his phone in his pocket and dashed towards the convoy. Unbeknownst to them, Abby was actually an agent of S.H.I.L.D., dispatched by Fury to monitor Jin Bing. He had been momentarily taken aback earlier, but quickly regained his composure and captured the scene of Xiao Lin resurrecting Jin Bing on his phone, promptly sending it to Director Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D., still referred to as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, had yet to construct the helicarrier, with the Triskelion serving as its headquarters. At that moment, Director Fury sat in his office, scrutinizing the video sent by his subordinates, his brow furrowed in concern. The footage clearly depicted an Eastern man effortlessly slaying Jin Bing, whom they had been monitoring, only to resurrect him with a peculiar power. Observing Jin Bing's respectful demeanor upon his revival, it appeared as though he was under some form of control. The ability to bring the dead back to life and dominate a criminal organization hardly aligned with the traits of a righteous individual. Such powers were undeniably malevolent. At that moment, a knock resounded at the office door, accompanied by the voice of his deputy, Agent Hill. "Enter." A short-haired beauty walked into the office, her heart racing at the sight of Fury's troubled expression. Over the years, she had never witnessed such a countenance on him, regardless of the circumstances. However, she suppressed her curiosity and inquired, "Director, did you summon me for a specific task?" Fury had initially intended for her to engage with Tony, but now he needed to assign her a different mission. "First, take a look at this video." Fury reopened the video on his computer. Agent Hill leaned in with curiosity. After watching the footage, her expression shifted to one of surprise, and she regarded Director Fury with a hint of skepticism. "Director, where does this come from? How could someone who has been pierced through the chest possibly resurrect and stand again? Moreover, the weapon that suddenly appeared in that person's hand resembled magic, even more astonishing than the previously encountered Hulk. However, the deceased individual within was someone she recognized. It should be Jin Bing. Fury was aware of her thoughts. Had he not encountered the mages of the ancient cult, he too would have doubted that Agent was jesting. "These are agents lurking around Jin Bing, sending me information. I believe these events are indeed real. I will summon that agent back. You should gather more details from him." Observing Fury's serious demeanor, Agent Hill inquired, "Director, what shall we do next? Shall we send someone to infiltrate his circle, or directly deploy an elite task force to apprehend him?" "No, we cannot act so rashly just yet." Fury had witnessed firsthand the formidable power of the supreme mage of the ancient cult. It was not something ordinary individuals could contend with, nor could their prideful weaponry. Additionally, their intentions remained unclear, as did their abilities and weaknesses. He believed that their capabilities extended beyond merely resurrecting the dead, and they could not afford to take such risks. However, should the mages of the ancient cult be willing to assist them, their tasks would become significantly easier, albeit those rigid mages rarely ventured beyond their sanctum. This fueled his desire to assemble a team to seek out powerful individuals globally, dedicated to addressing matters beyond the scope of ordinary agents. Jean Bing controlled a substantial portion of the underworld forces in America, wielding immense influence. They could not allow him to be manipulated, yet they also needed to tread carefully to avoid alarming him. They should first send someone to his vicinity to ascertain his intentions and vulnerabilities. If he posed a threat to their nation, they would employ every means to thwart him. Understood, Director. Agent Hill nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. With Agent Hill gone, Fury found himself alone in the office, reflecting on the task he had originally intended for her, now requiring a different individual. He picked up the phone and dialed a series of numbers. Coulson, come to my office. Moments later, Coulson entered Fury's office. Director, you summoned me? I have a mission for you, Fury replied, shutting down his computer and preparing to depart. You need to connect with Tony, gather information regarding the events following his capture by terrorists, and inquire about a person named Xiao Lin from China. Fury had long been aware that Xiao Lin first appeared in Tony's vicinity, but due to recent events, he had yet to assign anyone to investigate. Understood, Director. Fury contemplated whether to report this matter to the Security Council members, but repeated operational failures led him to suspect that there might be a mole within the upper echelons of SHIELD. For now, it was best to keep this matter concealed from them. On the other hand, Tony ultimately confided in his friend, Colonel Rhodes, about the events he encountered after meeting Xiao Lin at the terrorist base. Colonel Rhodes, on the other end of the line, comforted him, saying, "Hey, Tony, I believe you might be overly anxious, leading to some hallucinations." Tony firmly rebutted, "No, Rhodes, I trust what I have witnessed. It cannot be mere hallucination. I share this with you solely to draw your attention, for I do not wish for my actions to precipitate a national terror attack." Reluctantly, Colonel Rhodes acquiesced. All right. I shall dispatch someone to monitor him." Yet, Tony remained unconvinced. Be cautious. Do not let him discover it. He is not someone an ordinary person can confront. And after all, he has saved my life. Understood, Rhodes replied, slightly exasperated as he hastily changed the subject. Tony, your abrupt closure of Stark Industries has left the military blindsided. You've made so much money here each year. Can you truly bear to abandon it? Reclining on the sofa, Tony languidly remarked, "Money is merely a string of numbers to me. Do you not grasp this? Moreover, I possess the arc reactor and am prepared to establish Stark Energy." Very well, Colonel Rhodes sighed, a hint of envy creeping into his voice regarding Tony's lifestyle. However, he mused, that old coot Obadiah must be furious by now. Tony recalled Obadiah's exasperated expression and said with resignation, "Though Uncle Obadiah is quite displeased, this decision is irrevocable." Unbeknownst to Tony, at that moment, Obadiah was not at all troubled by Tony's closure of Stark Industries. He had already acquired the Iron Man suit that Tony had abandoned at the terrorist camp, captivated by its formidable power. Despite its damage, Obadiah gathered all of Stark's scientists, working tirelessly day and night to restore and modify it. Chapter 12. The Rune Forge and the Gate of Death. The abandoned factory was a considerable distance from Hell's Kitchen, and the vehicle had journeyed for over an hour to reach this desolate location. Surrounded by barren land, Xiao Lin soon came to a halt. Unsure of how much further he would need to walk, he contemplated and decided to summon the Death Knight's Akira's Death Charger. For some time, Xiao Lin had refrained from calling upon the mount of the Death Knight, as he wished to avoid memories of his battle steed from his paladin days, which brought him great sorrow. In Azeroth, his mount had repeatedly carried him away from perilous situations, and without it, he could not fathom how many times he would have perished, much like other paladins, for the mount was akin to family. A flicker of eerie green light passed, and a warhorse enveloped in black armor materialized before him. Its eyes and hooves emitted white flames, and its head bore a pair of sharp, curved horns. Though not as resplendent as the paladin's golden steed, the appearance of the Death Knight's mount exuded an air of mystery and formidable strength. A sudden thought struck Xiao Lin. Could it be that the summoned steed of the void had undergone a transformation akin to his own? As if sensing his contemplation, the Death Knight's steed nuzzled against Xiao Lin, brushing its head against his arm. The familiar gesture momentarily startled him. System, has my former paladin warhorse also been transformed alongside me? Indeed, came the system's typically succinct reply. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin felt a surge of excitement and could not restrain himself from embracing the horse's head. After all, they had spent over a decade together, and he had thought that forgetting the summoning contract of the paladin warhorse would mean he could never see it again. With a joyful shout, he mounted the steed and exclaimed, "Golden radiance, let us depart." The steed snorted in discontent, digging its front hooves into the ground. "Well then, I suppose I should now call you Pitch Black." Xiao Lin chuckled at the sight of the entirely dark horse. With a mighty neigh, the horse surged forward, leaving a trail of white flames in its wake, darting forth like an arrow. The swiftness of its speed left Xiao Lin in awe. It was far quicker than the paladin warhorse of old, several times swifter than a car. A journey that would have taken an hour by vehicle was completed in just over 20 minutes. As the tall buildings of the city came into view, Xiao Lin decided to halt the steed, opting to walk the remainder of the way rather than attract attention by riding a Death Knight's mount into the city. Dismounting, he watched as the Death Steed returned to its contracted space amidst the glow of the summoning magic circle. Strolling back to his villa, he felt an unsettling sense that there was something left undone. After some contemplation, he recalled that he had yet to procure the essential rune forge and the teleportation node for the Gate of Death, both requisite for a Death Knight. The rune forge served as a magical enhancement furnace for the Death Knight's runic sword, augmenting their combat prowess. Its construction required a forge model, yet he wished to keep others from entering his villa. Suddenly, he noticed the fireplace within the house, and an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could modify it directly. To create the rune forge, he needed to exchange some ores and materials from the system's shop. He procured serenite or frozen orbs, bloodstones, and inscription potions, spending 1,000 exchange points, leaving him with a balance of 6,000 points. Using the inscription potion, he etched symbols representing various smelting effects upon a fireplace. Then, channeling the deathly energy within him, he conjured pale flames that engulfed the serenite ore, melting it into a pool of green metallic liquid. He guided the molten metal to flow along the drawn magical runes, infusing it into the malevolent inscription, thus completing a third of the process to engrave the evil rune. He then integrated the frozen orbs and bloodstones into the inscriptions of frost and blood in the fireplace using the same method. As a vibrant green flame erupted unexpectedly from the hearth, Xiao Lin realized that he had successfully completed his first transformation of the rune furnace. The construction of the rune furnace was not particularly challenging. The memories from his previous transformation into a Death Knight had been imprinted in his mind. He retrieved the rune sword from his spatial pouch and cautiously approached the furnace, igniting the corresponding magical runes around it with a malevolent aura. The energy within the furnace began to ascend along the rune sword, gradually enveloping the entire blade. This time, he was forging the Crusader rune from the evil runes, which had a chance to enhance the wielder's strength by 15% and also a possibility of siphoning vitality from adversaries. With a rune sword in hand, he swung it a few times. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Xiao Lin sensed a newfound fluidity in his movements. After completing his task, he glanced at the time. It was still relatively early, so he decided to construct the teleportation node for the Gate of Death today as well. The Gate of Death was a spatial teleportation magic exclusive to Death Knights, requiring spatial positioning for teleportation. Otherwise, one could be transported to an unknown realm. Having his own gate would allow him to return to his residence with greater ease and speed. He examined the spatial marker stone in the shop, which required an exchange of 2,000 points. This price was significantly higher than that of the previous or materials. With only 6,000 points remaining, he reluctantly exchanged for one. Using the earlier rune ink, he inscribed a magical array with a diameter of 1 meter in his bedroom, the runes of which he could barely comprehend, simply replicating them from memory. This intricate magical array took an extensive amount of time to complete. He placed the spatial marker stone at the center and infused it with his deathly power, as if a stone sinking into water. The spatial marker stone vanished into the ground. Xiao Lin sensed a connection forming between himself and the spatial marker stone. He could perceive its presence, separated from him by only a fragile veil of spatial membrane. The Gate of Death manifested as the rune sword traced a dazzling arc of purple light, revealing a portal radiating violet luminescence before him. shrouded in darkness within. As he opened the gate of death, he recalled that this was his first time constructing such a magical array. He could not afford to take his life lightly. If it failed, he had no idea where he might be transported. He picked up a pillow from his bed and tossed it into the gate of death. To his astonishment, an identical portal appeared above the magical array, and the pillow he had thrown emerged from within. Success! He felt a surge of joy at his own craftsmanship. After establishing both the rune furnace and the teleportation node for the Gate of Death, he suddenly remembered that he should have constructed these in a more discreet location. It probably wouldn't have too significant an impact, he mused. Chapter 13. Ammunition exchange at the shop. Xiao Lin reminisced about his days in Azeroth. In that realm, apart from his involvement in the military, he was a solitary figure, only returning to report when summoned by the Knight's Order. Typically, he ventured forth on his own, guided by system-generated missions, embarking on perilous adventures. Whether on the planet Azeroth or in the world of Draenor, danger loomed at every turn. He encountered lurking subterranean ambushers, such as the Dungeon Lords and burrowing worms, formidable giants who hurled boulders, and troll tribes that wielded sinister shadow spells. The array of unconventional adversaries was vast and varied. It was only through the assistance of the system that he managed to navigate through these threats time and again. The Marvel Universe posed similar hazards, filled with scrolls, mutated humans, celestial beings, mutants, and inhumans, not to mention the Dark Lord Dormammu, who yearned to breach this world. Suddenly, he inquired, "System, what is the designation of this world?" The answer came, Earth 1111. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not anticipating a response from the system. Although he was unfamiliar with the circumstances of Earth 1111, he knew that Earth 199999 was the primary universe of the Marvel films, where the narratives he was acquainted with unfolded. It appeared that this world bore some distinctions from the Marvel Cinematic Universe he knew. Only time would reveal the specifics of these differences. Nevertheless, he was confident that, with the system's aid, he would still lead an extraordinary life. He did not wish to languish as a subordinate, as he had in his previous world, despite possessing a supportive system. While the system was beneficial, issuing tasks and rewards that enhanced his capabilities and occasionally offering protection, it also contributed to many of his predicaments, rendering him somewhat passive. He had always been a rather laid-back and reclusive individual, and after 11 years of possessing the system, he still grappled with understanding its true purpose. However, he chose to relinquish such ponderings. Regarding the 2 tasks he had accepted today, he resolved to first explore the exchange shop. If a technological military enterprise could not present viable technology, it was destined for stagnation. He also intended to see what items could be redeemed to safeguard his villa, as he wished to avoid returning home one day only to find it vanished, or teleporting back to discover himself surrounded by foes. Death Knights, unlike mages, were not adept at various defensive magic arrays and alerting spells. He observed an array of formidable guardians in the system shop, which could be employed to protect his home and the core sectors of his military enterprise, such as the Arcane Golem and the Ishpithian Destroyer. These were magical constructs capable of unleashing potent arcane energy to assault foes, their might likely surpassing that of his current Iron Man armor, albeit lacking the ability to fly or carry passengers, operating solely according to pre-programmed directives for attack and defense, thereby significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Arcane Golem requires 5,000 exchange points, a magical construct created by blood elves, powered by arcane crystals, capable of releasing arcane energy to strike adversaries. The Akipi's Destroyer requires an exchange point of 6,000. It is a combat machine crafted by the Akipi's Ravenman civilization, powered by Akipi's crystals, and armed with a searing ray as its primary weapon. Xiao Lin felt a sense of helplessness as his points dwindled to a mere 4,000, rendering him incapable of making any exchanges. Meanwhile, the system had only issued 2 tasks that demanded an exorbitant amount of time to complete, leaving him perplexed. Nevertheless, he resolved to prioritize the establishment of a military-industrial enterprise. After much contemplation, he decided to name the company the Silver Hand Technology Group, as a tribute to the knightly order he once belonged to. Upon inspection, he discovered that the exchange shop offered not only complete engineering machinery, but also technological knowledge from various races of Azeroth, available for direct exchange, albeit at staggering point costs. The biochemical technology of the Forsaken, the peculiar engineering innovations of the goblins and gnomes, the ecological technology of the ethereals, the dreadnought technology of the Legion, and the teleportation technology of the Naru were all formidable advancements. The Forsaken's biochemical technology surpassed even Osborne's biological sciences. The toxic gas produced by their Royal Alchemist Society was too potent for even the Lich King to endure. However, this technology was intertwined with magic, making it elusive to ordinary scientists, perhaps only comprehensible to Dr. Doom. The Goblin's shrinking rays, spatial rippers, and mind control devices represented cutting-edge technology in this world. As for the Legion's technology, forged from the conquests of myriad civilizations, it was simply beyond compare. Xiao Lin believed that mastering these technologies would render his tech enterprise more powerful than any in existence, thereby ensuring the successful completion of the task at hand. For now, he could only afford to exchange for inexpensive items, relegating the grander visions to mere thoughts. After a period of reflection, he spent 3,000 points to acquire an electrostatic aggregator, which could extract free magical energy from the air to form various elemental mana stones, an essential foundation for creating energy cores and powering various Azerothian devices. With 3,000 points remaining, he exchanged for a noise device and a gnome lightning generator, intending to entrust these to the scientists recruited by Jean Bing for research and mass production. The noise device functioned as a sonic weapon, a product present in both the world he traversed previously and the current Marvel Universe, albeit his version was more portable with a controllable attack range. The gnome lightning generator could regulate its energy output to unleash lightning attacks on foes within a range of several meters ahead. If successful in researching and replicating these devices, he anticipated significant profits, with the primary aim of expanding the company's influence. Before taking a break, Xiao Lin conveyed his decisions to Jean Bing through mental communication. With time pressing, he allotted Jean Bing a day to prepare, as he intended to check on the progress of the new company in 2 days. As dawn broke on the third day, Xiao Lin set forth towards the corporate edifice of Jean Bing, bearing 2 weapons he had exchanged. Prior to his arrival, he had utilized his mental faculties to inform Jean Bing to await him within the building. Upon entering, he encountered no obstructions. The individuals he passed merely greeted him with respect, perhaps intimidated by the events of the previous day, or possibly due to prior instructions from Jean Bing. Before reaching the elevator, he noticed Weskier hastily approaching, a servile demeanor evident as he spoke. "Mr. Xiao, Boss Jean is awaiting you upstairs. He is currently engaged in a meeting with a scientist." Acknowledging this, Xiao Lin offered no further response and followed Weskier to the threshold of Jean Bing's office, entering without knocking. Chapter 14. The defector from Vanguard Technologies inside, he beheld a bespectacled middle-aged man seated opposite Jean Bing, engaged in conversation. Both Jean Bing and the man turned their attention towards the sound of the door, and upon recognizing Xiao Lin, Jean Bing promptly rose to his feet. "Master." Xiao Lin chose a seat for himself, inquiring, "Who is this person?" "He is a scientist who has resigned from Vanguard Technologies," Jean Bing replied, "or rather, a defector known as Weem. He possesses considerable expertise in physics, though he pales in comparison to Tony Stark and Dr. Reed." Weem, feeling the sting of Jean Bing's unvarnished words, squirmed uncomfortably. The truth was undeniable, and he found himself in a precarious situation, being pursued relentlessly. With a hint of agitation, he raised his hands, speaking rapidly. "Mr. Jean, I must clarify that I am not a traitor. It is that wretched Murdoch who is the true traitor. He assassinated all the senior leaders of Vanguard Technologies and usurped control of the company, forcing me to flee. I admit my knowledge does not rival that of Tony and Reed. Murdoch, that oversized buffoon?" The image of the man with a head disproportionately large for his body almost made Xiao Lin chuckle, although he recognized the formidable nature of Vanguard Technologies. Observing Jean Bing's respectful demeanor towards the youthful Asian man, Weem understood that Xiao Lin was the one who could render the final decision. In a fervent plea, Weem stood and addressed Xiao Lin. "Sir, I hold a PhD from Harvard's physics department, and my research in this field is among the finest in the world." Recollecting long-buried memories, Xiao Lin inquired, "Was it not true that Vanguard Technologies once served the Nazis and Hydra?" Weem's heart raced at the question. How could the other party possess such knowledge? Was he perhaps affiliated with Hydra as well? Unease settled within him. "Sir, that was during the Second World War, and I have since severed ties with Vanguard Technologies. Their affairs are no longer my concern." He continued, casting a glance at Xiao Lin. "My father was a senior leader at Vanguard, and he was murdered by Murdoch. That is how I came to know these things." It is precisely because of my father that I fear for my life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin realized that Weem was merely seeking a sanctuary from the storm. He retorted, "Do you truly believe that we would be safe here?" Weem, feeling somewhat dejected, lowered his head. After spending so many years at Vanguard Technology, he was acutely aware of its formidable power. His decision to interview with the Jinbin group was born out of sheer desperation. He understood that Jinbin ruled over a significant portion of the criminal underworld in America and hoped he could offer protection. Upon discovering that Jinbin's company was recruiting scientists the previous night, he hastened to apply. However, reflecting on it now, it was merely a gang. How could they possibly contend with the genius Murdoch? The original senior leadership of Vanguard Technology had all perished, and the police had arrived without uncovering any cause of death, ultimately leading to a hasty conclusion of the case. Noticing that his question had left the other party momentarily speechless, Xiao Lin said, "Rest assured, you are about to witness the rise of an exceptionally powerful technology company, just Vanguard Technology. I barely regard it as a concern. However, can you guarantee your loyalty?" "I swear to God," Weem replied. He was uncertain of Xiao Lin's true identity. Even a notorious figure like Jinbin showed him great respect, and it seemed he possessed considerable knowledge. He could only pray that he had found savior. Xiao Lin, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, thought to himself how meaningless such oaths were. He had little faith in mere words. Channeling his power of death, an aura of malevolence surged toward Weem. Bewildered, Weem fumbled over himself, unsure of what that entity had been. "I am a Death Knight. I hope you do not betray me. For the curse I impose upon you shall render you to a state worse than death." In truth, what he had just unleashed was merely a diluted version of a plague curse, devoid of any real potency, likely only to induce a minor cold. Xiao Lin's intention was merely to instill fear, as there were no remarkable scientists within Jinbin's company. As a crime lord, Jinbin had little interest in technological advancement. The only tech company he established was a whimsical endeavor, with annual research funding amounting to less than $10 million, naturally resulting in a lack of accomplished scientists within the organization. Xiao Lin extended his hand, stating, "Then, Azeroth Technology welcomes your participation." Weem reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands, still somewhat perplexed by the recent events. What was a Death Knight, and what was that mist that had enveloped him? Xiao Lin turned to Jinbin, saying, "Let him temporarily assume the role of head of the Military Research and Development Department. I have 2 items that require his examination, and I hope for prompt results." Weem watched in astonishment as Xiao Lin produced 2 objects from seemingly thin air. One resembled a radio, while the other appeared akin to a flashlight. Xiao Lin introduced them. "This is a sonic weapon known as the Noise Machine, and this is a lightning generator." He surveyed the surroundings and noted the cramped space was inadequate for a demonstration. "Jinbin, is there a more spacious area available? I would like to present a demonstration," he inquired. "Yes, master, we can go to the rooftop balcony. It is quite spacious there," Jinbin replied, nodding. Jin led the way as the 3 of them ascended to the balcony via the elevator. Jin's building towered over 200 meters, which was merely average in New York. Nevertheless, the view of the entire city from above was quite splendid. However, business came first, and Xiao Lin refrained from admiring the scenery, directing the 2 speakers of the Noise Machine towards an unidentifiable concrete pillar, and pressed the button. A piercing shriek filled the air, distorting the atmosphere before them. With a thunderous roar, the pillar trembled under the resonance of sound waves, developing numerous fissures. After more than a minute, the half-meter-wide column crumbled into a heap of debris. The power was rather unimpressive. Xiao Lin shook his head in disappointment. Who would remain stationary for over a minute to be attacked? Such feeble might left him dissatisfied. Turning to Weem, he noticed his eyes gleaming with interest, prompting Xiao Lin to set the Noise Machine aside and continue. "Next, we will demonstrate the lightning generator." Observing Jin and Weem fixated on the weapon in his hand, Xiao Lin pressed the red button atop it. Zzz. A brilliant flash of electricity surged. However, the lightning did not strike the intended pillar, but instead coiled up Xiao Lin's arm, enveloping him entirely. Standing there, he felt as if a stampede of 1,000 mythical beasts had surged through him. Wasn't it said that goblin technology was unreliable? How could gnome technology be just as troublesome? Witnessing Weem and Jin suppressing their laughter only heightened Xiao Lin's embarrassment. Though he suffered little harm, he felt momentarily immobilized, a sensation that, while inconvenient, seemed quite useful. It merely required refinement to enhance its stability to avoid incapacitating himself instead of the enemy. Examining his attire, now tattered, and his hair standing on end, he realized he must look quite disheveled. Hastily, he handed the 2 items to Weem, stating, "These are now your responsibility. There are numerous aspects requiring improvement. I trust you will refine and mass-produce them." Weem, feeling a bit dazed, sheepishly rubbed his nose as he accepted the items from Xiao Lin. These 2 inventions and the accompanying research must be safeguarded. No one is to take them outside, or you shall witness my wrath. Xiao Lin primarily addressed Weem. "By the way, Weem, you should take a day off tomorrow. It would be wise to visit a hospital, as my curse may leave you feeling unwell for a few days." With that, Xiao Lin withdrew his rune sword from his spatial pack, opened a portal to the realm of death before him, and stepped through, vanishing from sight. It was far too embarrassing. He needed to return home and change his attire. Weem stood in astonishment at Xiao Lin's sudden disappearance, his mouth agape. The mention of a curse stirred unease within him, initially dismissing it as mere magic. Yet, a thrill coursed through him as he contemplated the enigma of his new employer. It seemed his choice had been wise. And perhaps there was hope for revenge against Murdoch after all. Chapter 15. The Iron Tyrant. As the morning sun of New York had yet to illuminate the small courtyard of the villa, Xiao Lin had already risen early to engage in his daily training regimen. With sword in hand, he practiced slashing and thrusting, running laps around the courtyard. These were the fundamental exercises he approached with an unusual seriousness. Unlike a true death knight, he did not possess boundless energy and often felt fatigued. This was the drawback of not having transformed into the undead, yet he relished the sensation. It was not until he grew somewhat weary and the sun reached its zenith that he finally ceased his training. Great power necessitates mastery of fundamental techniques, and honing these skills requires the repetitive practice of countless repetitions each day, a demand instilled in him by his former mentor, General Talayan. This discipline had long since become second nature to him. Reflecting on the significant aid his mentor had provided, a pang of regret washed over him. At that time, he had been pursued by trolls and failed to regroup in time, missing the opportunity to accompany his teacher to the Dark Portal. Had fate not intervened, he would now be leading the Light S army in a battle against demons in the void. Dismissing such thoughts, he acknowledged that he might be trapped in this realm for eternity. He longed for the days in Azeroth, feeling as though he could never truly belong in this world. As afternoon descended, he languidly reclined on his bed and turned on the television. "Greetings. This is Universal Television in New York. We are currently near Stark Tower, where 2 robots have inexplicably engaged in a fierce battle. We are uncertain of their origins, whether they are products of Stark Industries, or if a malfunction has occurred." The chaotic scene on the screen compelled Xiao Lin to sit upright. He had initially believed that such a confrontation would not recur, as he had saved Tony, and the first generation of the iron armor should have remained intact. Logically, the American military ought to have reclaimed it. He recalled that while they were dismantling the weapons at that terrorist stronghold, Tony had seemingly detonated his iron armor, albeit not thoroughly enough. Continuing to watch, he discerned that the agile, fiery red figure was likely Tony's mark armor, while the enormous, rugged counterpart was the improved Iron Tyrant, presumably piloted by Obadiah. Despite the refined elegance of Iron Man's armor, Xiao Lin found himself more enamored with the imposing presence of the Iron Tyrant, though its appearance left much to be desired. Oh my goodness! The presenter on the screen barely evaded a careening vehicle, and the camera clearly captured a middle-aged man inside, frozen in shock, gripping the steering wheel in utter confusion. Bang! The car crashed to the ground, the fuel tank igniting from the nearby flames, resulting in a violent explosion that sent a fireball into the air, leaving the occupants fatally trapped. The situation on site was dire, as numerous vehicles were ensnared in traffic, and the gigantic robot was recklessly hurling cars, already causing casualties. Where on earth were the cursed police? The occupants of the vehicle could no longer attend to anything else. They hastily emerged from the car, shrieking and scattering in all directions. The camera lens shook violently, and then the scene abruptly shifted to the studio. At that moment, a notification resonated in Xiao Lin's mind. The system had issued a task: eliminate the Iron Overlord mech and its pilot, Obadiah Stane, with a reward of 10,000 exchange points. The task had finally appeared again, and Xiao Lin, filled with excitement, stood up and hailed a cab towards Stark Tower. The usually bustling road had become even more congested, filled with a cacophony of honking horns. Damn it, what's going on? I have a meeting to attend. A man in a suit exited the vehicle in front of him, his face etched with anxiety as he observed the long line of unmoving cars. Hey, officer, what's happening up ahead? A police officer on a motorcycle approached, and the drivers quickly surrounded him, blocking his path. There's been an accident. This road is closed. Clear the way. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Lin gazed at the interminable queue of vehicles and realized he should have anticipated such a situation. Waiting any longer was not an option. If the battle concluded without him, he would miss his opportunity. Xiao Lin tapped the driver's seat. Driver, I need to get out. All right, this is just my luck. Stuck here, the taxi driver replied, exasperation evident on his face as he took the money Xiao Lin handed him. Once out of the car, Xiao Lin dashed into an alley, finding it deserted. He donned his full rune armor and summoned his death warhorse. There was no time for subtlety now, not when points were at stake. Old friend, we can fight together once more, he exclaimed, patting the horse's neck before vaulting onto its back and grasping the reins. The warhorse reared up, letting out a triumphant neigh, seemingly in high spirits, as it carried Xiao Lin forth like a bolt of lightning. As they sped along, they trampled the tops of cars, leaving a series of dents in their wake. Gasps and curses echoed behind them, but Xiao Lin was too exhilarated to care. Even from a distance, he could hear the sound of violent explosions. It had been over 20 minutes since he had seen the live news report, and he hoped the battle was still ongoing. A vast area in the center of the battlefield had been cleared. Not a soul remained, not even the reporters and cameramen. Two mechs were engaged in a fierce struggle, and it was evident that Tony's Iron Man suit was at a disadvantage. The old reactor in his chest flickered ominously, indicating a lack of energy, forcing him to rely on agile maneuvers to evade missiles and bullets. The warhorse leaped over a 20-meter obstacle, bringing Xiao Lin closer to the fray. Hey, Tony, he called out. Just then, with the sound of a thud, Tony momentarily lost focus upon hearing Xiao Lin's voice. His delayed reaction allowed Obadiah's mech to strike him squarely in the chest, sending him flying through the air. Sir, the armor has sustained 40% damage, and the reactor's energy is down to 10%. The warning from Jarvis echoed in Tony's ears. Irritated, he replied, I am aware, but this information is of no assistance. Can't you see I'm being relentlessly pursued by that guy? Tony, I believe you could use some assistance, Lin Xia voiced from his side. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the stranger, Obadiah halted and opened the helmet of his armor. Kid, I don't care who you are. It's best if you don't meddle in affairs that do not concern you. And do you fancy yourself a noble knight simply because you ride a peculiar horse? Lin Xia rolled his eyes. Peculiar horse? This is the death charger of Akiris. Chapter 16. Phil Coulson struggling to rise. Tony reproached Lin Xia. Had he not distracted me just now, I believe I could have dealt with him swiftly. Seeing their disregard for him, Obadiah bellowed in anger. Tony, you are just as arrogant and oblivious as your father. If it weren't for my management of the company over the years, do you think there would be funds for your extravagant lifestyle? And you, closing down Stark Industries? Stark Industries is mine, and it should be I who dictates its course. He advanced towards Tony, swinging the massive arm of his armor casually. Tony, still unsteady, was pitifully sent flying, crashing against a wall with a shower of sparks. Cracks appeared across Tony's armor, and with half of his helmet shattered, another blow would likely send him to meet his father, Howard. Sir, the armor is 90% damaged and can no longer provide protection. Silence. I am aware, Tony replied, somewhat frustrated. Obadiah, maneuvering the ironmonger armor, approached Tony step by step. Today, I shall end your life, and Stark Industries will be entirely mine. I relish this feeling, you know. I nearly succeeded last time. With a mighty iron fist, he struck towards Tony's head. With no other option, Tony shut his eyes. Clang! A heavy sword suddenly interposed between them, halting the fatal blow. Old man, do not disregard my presence, Lin Xia declared, bracing against the strike, feeling the strain of the immense power of the ironmonger. Obadiah, astonished by the turn of events, recognized the formidable strength of his own armor. The display panel indicated that his arm was loaded with immense force. It still could not reach Tony. Stumbling back a few steps, Obadiah scrutinized his opponent, realizing Lin Xia was clad in armor adorned with strange patterns, wielding merely an ordinary longsword. At that moment, the sound of helicopter blades whirred above them. Listen up below, you are surrounded. Lay down your weapons immediately, or we will open fire. Tony glanced at the individuals above. They were troops from a military base near New York. He understood that the armaments aboard the helicopter posed no threat to Obadiah and Xiao Lin. However, with his armor compromised, an attack could spell disaster for him. Ugh, bothersome flies. Obadiah's mech opened several compartments on its back, releasing a volley of miniature missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Several armed helicopters were rapidly transformed into mere bursts of fireworks. Xiao Lin cast a surprised glance and couldn't help but inquire. Those must be the military personnel from the United States. Aren't you concerned about attracting trouble? In this nation, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. As long as one offers those avaricious generals a little cash, none of this poses any issue. Well, since you intend to obstruct me, I shall first eliminate you before turning my attention to Tony. The Iron Tyrant mech extended twin machine guns from its shoulders, unleashing a torrential barrage towards Xiao Lin. However, this did not daunt Xiao Lin. The Death Warhorse adeptly evaded the bullets, advancing towards the opponent, its hooves leaving traces of ghostly flames on the ground. Before long, he closed in on the cumbersome Iron Tyrant. Xiao Lin raised the runic sword in his hand. The Crusader runes forged upon it glowing faintly, and he instantly felt a significant surge in his power. Several strikes landed upon the mech, severing all its weaponry, which clattered to the ground. The Iron Tyrant passively endured Xiao Lin's onslaught, its computer issuing a series of alarm signals, continuously reporting damage to the mech structure. Obadiah realized that this approach was unsustainable. He shielded vital areas with the mech's arms, ignited the engines in his feet, and began to ascend into the air, emitting orange flames. As he ascended, Obadiah felt a wave of discomfort and shook his slightly dizzy head, though he paid it little mind. He smugly thought, I've taken to the skies. Let's see how you respond. Now, experience the might of my missiles. Unbeknownst to him, just moments ago, Xiao Lin had unleashed a plague strike upon him, the virus gradually wreaking havoc on his body. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Obadiah was merely an ordinary human. Had he possessed the strength of the Hulk, Xiao Lin's relatively weak, malevolent energy would have been ineffective. Seeing his adversary poised to attack from the air, Xiao Lin dismounted the warhorse, steadied himself, and concentrated a vast amount of malevolent energy. That's grasp. A massive purple, ghostly hand reached towards the mech, gripping it tightly and pulling it downwards. What the hell? Obadiah exclaimed, wide-eyed in shock. At that moment, the Iron Tyrant's engines were not fully engaged, and while he was still somewhat disoriented from the plague virus, Xiao Lin flung his hand, sending the entire mech hurtling towards a reactor at the base of Stark Tower. A brilliant blue light flashed, followed by Obadiah's anguished scream from within. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Obadiah's stain and earn 10,000 exchange points. Success. He had noticed the enormous arc reactor earlier, and when he grasped Obadiah with death's grasp, a plan had formed in his mind. Tony stood up, leaning against the wall, gazing at the flickering blue light of the arc reactor, where Obadiah's armor had long been engulfed by its radiance. The crisis was averted, yet a sense of joy eluded him. Obadiah was a close friend of his father and had cared for him after his father's passing, making him one of his few remaining relatives. Tony, I'm so relieved you're all right. Pepper suddenly emerged from a corner, her eyes instantly landing on the injured Tony as she hurried over to examine him closely. With a hint of annoyance, Tony replied, Pepper, have you been lurking nearby? I told you to leave. It's perilous here. Unfazed, Pepper retorted, I was merely worried about you. By the way, what that scoundrel Obadiah? Is it resolved? Tony, shedding his tattered armor and collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath, responded, It's resolved, but I urgently need a doctor. Also, I must construct another arc reactor as soon as possible. At that moment, he noticed a group of men in black approaching from a distance. Hello, Mr. Stark, we meet again. Tony recognized the leader, having seen him not long ago. You are from the, Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. An attack, it's quite a mouthful. Ah, you're called Coulson, right? Phil Coulson, he smiled. My department is now officially known as SHILD, thanks to your previous suggestion. Chapter 17. The time-traveling Wolverine in a parallel universe of Huaxia. The Blackbird fighter jet of the X-Men pierced through thick clouds, heading towards a towering mountain. Professor, have you located them? Piloting the jet was Storm, Ororo, as they sought the surviving mutants. The professor removed his cerebral enhancement device and nodded, transmitting the flight path into Ororo's mind. The Blackbird adjusted its course, soaring towards the mountain. The future Earth faced a crisis of biological extinction, shrouded in perpetual darkness and fog, with the air thickened by the sounds of war. Humanity and mutants struggled to survive under the relentless assault of rogue Sentinel robots. Within a temple, the X-Men discovered the last of the surviving mutants. After a discussion, they devised a rescue plan. With a calm demeanor, the professor stated, "We have no alternative. This is our final hope." He had faith in their plan's success, as it had consistently proven effective in critical moments over the years. "Are you ready?" Shadowcat, Kitty, placed her hands beside Logan's temple, emitting a white electric glow. "It may hurt a bit." The white electric current penetrated Logan's mind, as Kitty's ability began to disrupt his brain cells. Even a mutant like Logan could not help but cry out at the pain. Zing! Logan's sharp adamantium claws instinctively extended, startling Katie. Although she felt a twinge of fear that those lethal claws might tear her apart, she steeled herself for the sake of everyone present. At that moment, a black hole appeared above them, and amidst the astonished gazes of others, an object plummeted from within, striking Katie's head with a resounding thud, rendering her unconscious. The torment in his mind dissipated, and Logan, drenched in sweat, sat up, surveying the surroundings. He realized he was still trapped in that hopeless future. He turned to the professor and asked with a heavy heart, "Professor, have we failed?" The professor remained silent, maneuvering his wheelchair to Katie's side, gently checking her neck and confirming that she was merely unconscious. They gazed at the object on the ground and discovered it was an oddly designed helmet. Magneto attempted to use his powers to levitate the helmet, but it responded not at all. Had Xiao Lin been present, he would have recognized that the helmet was indeed the Judicator helmet he once wore as a paladin. As for why it fell into this world, likely no one knew, except perhaps the system residing within Xiao Lin. "Logan, be cautious of the object above you," the professor warned. "What?" Logan replied, glancing upward, where he could see nothing but an expanse of darkness. Just as he planned to move from his position, a sudden force emanated from the black hole, drawing everything in the room towards it. Logan, being closest, was the first to be ensnared, and he was swiftly pulled inside as the black hole vanished. The remaining few exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss for what had just transpired. Without Logan, their plans could not proceed, and with Katie still unconscious, they were unable to execute another strategic maneuver. In the pitch-black void, Logan floated uncontrollably, a sense of panic enveloping him. There was no sound, no air, no matter, no energy, only a vast emptiness. Were it not for his formidable physique and regenerative abilities, an ordinary person would not have lasted even a minute in such conditions. He was unaware of how long he had been adrift. The oppressive silence threatened to shatter his sanity. In that moment, he wished for nothing more than death, a mere fantasy. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared before him, and before he could react, he was drawn into it. A fierce gale struck him head-on, and Logan screamed in a frenzy. Bang! Without a parachute, he plummeted directly into the soft earth, creating a human-shaped indentation upon impact. Logan lay on the ground, waiting for his shattered bones to mend slowly. That fall had truly been excruciating. He must have dropped from several thousand meters, spitting out the dirt from his mouth. He struggled to climb out of the pit. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was reclining upon a verdant meadow, under a sky of resplendent azure. For a moment, he was momentarily entranced. How long had it been since he had beheld such lush grass and such a blue sky? In a world of the future, factories producing sentry robots, corpses, ruins, and the thick smoke of war permeated the air. The sky had long been tainted black, and the earth was riddled with gaping wounds. Had he truly succeeded in returning to the past? Logan rose to his feet and gazed into the distance, where the familiar statue of Lady Liberty evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if he were in a different era. No, he recalled the black hole from before. Extending his hands, sharp metallic claws emerged. This was not the Logan of 1973. At that time, he had yet to be transformed by Colonel Stryker, and his claws were not composed of adamantium. Logan hastened towards the bustling city center, eager to ascertain the year in which he found himself. Seeing Tony entangled with S.H.I.L.D. agents, Xiao Lin contemplated slipping away unnoticed. He despised the calculating Director Fury and felt it prudent to maintain his distance from them. However, reflecting on the events of the day, he realized it would be challenging to avoid their scrutiny. Unbeknownst to him, following his confrontation with Kim, he had already drawn attention. It would not be long before SHIELD agents came knocking. He recalled that he had been in New York for several days, yet had confined himself indoors. Today, he resolved to explore this internationally renowned metropolis. As he observed Xiao Lin's departing figure, Coulson pondered. The individual the director had instructed him to inquire about was likely him. Coulson glanced at the wreckage of a military helicopter in the distance, feeling a weight of concern. The commotion they had caused was considerable, and managing the fallout would likely prove troublesome, given the strained relationship between SHIELD and the military. Mr. Stark, we can assist you in resolving today's matters and help conceal your identity. I will arrange for a speech to be prepared. Xiao Lin wandered through the streets, surrounded by people discussing the events that had transpired at Stark Tower. Some of the fortunate few who escaped were still shaken, embellishing their accounts of the mech battle to friends. Contemplating the various conflicts and wars that might arise in the future, it seemed the citizens of New York would need to grow accustomed to such turmoil. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar figure appeared before Xiao Lin. Who was this? He felt a sense of recognition. After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on him. This was none other than Wolverine. In this world, he had yet to hear any rumors of mutants, nor had he gleaned any information about Colonel Stryker from Kim. Xiao Lin was beginning to question the existence of mutants in this universe altogether. Chapter 18. Has the school disappeared? The system issued a mission. Difficulty level. Gain the favor of Wolverine Logan. Reward, 8,000 exchange points. The timely announcement of the system task provided Xiao Lin with a sense of purpose. Finally, a mutant had emerged. He had almost begun to believe that this world lacked the existence of such beings. However, the question of how to approach him lingered in his mind. If he simply walked up, would he end up getting punched? This was indeed a somewhat perplexing dilemma, as Xiao Lin preferred more straightforward tasks. Social interactions were not his forte. Upon reflection, considering Logan's somewhat volatile temperament, he feared that following him closely might result in a painful encounter. He pondered who among them might possess greater strength. Observing Logan enter a barbecue restaurant, Xiao Lin decided to follow suit, opting to assess the situation first. Logan meandered aimlessly through the streets. Though his memories of New York City in 1973 had faded, he was certain he had not returned to that year. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that regardless of the year, locating the professor and other mutants was of utmost importance. He trusted that the wise professor would devise a solution to prevent future tragedies from occurring. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from Logan's stomach, reminding him of the countless hours spent drifting in that void. He was ravenous. Catching a whiff of tantalizing Mexican barbecue from a nearby establishment, he halted and turned to enter, prioritizing a meal to satiate his hunger. "Hey, buddy, I'll have some skewers, chicken wings, and a bottle of wine," he ordered. The enticing aroma of the barbecued meat and the golden brown chicken wings made Logan's mouth water. He disregarded decorum and devoured the skewers voraciously. After years of apocalyptic survival, he had not tasted such delectable food in quite some time. His usual sustenance had been long-lasting frozen meals. Across the table, Xiao Lin watched as Logan polished off a large platter of barbecue in mere moments. After belching contentedly, Logan reclined in his chair and waved to the waiter in the distance. "Check, please." However, as he reached into his pockets to settle the bill, he awkwardly found them empty. In the ensuing years, societal order had collapsed, rendering currency utterly useless, and he had no money to offer. The waiter stood patiently beside him, recognizing his lack of funds and casting a disdainful glance. It was rather audacious to dine without means. Just as the waiter contemplated fetching the manager, Xiao Lin approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'll cover this meal." "Thanks, brother," Logan replied, feeling his pride diminish. As Logan exited the barbecue restaurant, Xiao Lin hurriedly followed, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Xiao Lin from Huaxia." Hearing the voice behind him, Logan turned to see the young man who had just paid for his meal. With patience wearing thin, he replied, "John Logan, thank you for your assistance, but I have matters to attend to." "Wait, I have questions for you," Xiao Lin insisted as Logan, evidently disinterested, began to walk away. Undeterred, Xiao Lin hurried after him. "Brother, while I am grateful for your assistance in covering the expenses, I must warn you that if you continue to follow me, I will be compelled to take action." After noticing that the other party had trailed him for several blocks, Logan led Xiao Lin into an alley, contemplating that should the individual harbor ill intentions, he would incapacitate him and dispose of him in a refuse pile. "Hey, wait, Upon seeing the other party clenching his fists, Xiao Lin hastily interjected. Though he too yearned for confrontation with Logan, he recognized that the moment was decidedly inappropriate. You are neither a beauty, nor do you possess any money. What could I possibly want from you? I merely have a few inquiries. Observing the sincerity in the other's demeanor, Logan inquired, what questions do you wish to pose? Do you happen to know the current whereabouts of the professor? Xiao Lin resolved to first locate the school for mutants, subsequently nurturing a rapport with Logan, as he had long desired to visit that institution. Upon hearing this, Logan extended his adamantium claws, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he scrutinized Xiao Lin. He asked in a low tone, who exactly are you, and why are you seeking information about the professor? Gathering his frost energy, Xiao Lin directed it towards a puddle on the ground, transforming the water into ice. I'm also a mutant. A friend of mine mentioned that the professor established a school for mutants, and I wish to attend there. Who is your friend? Logan queried. Xiao Lin pondered for a moment, unable to devise an adequate response. If you prefer not to disclose it, that is acceptable. Sensing that the other was indeed a mutant, Logan relaxed his guard, retracting his claws, and showed no inclination to inquire further about Xiao Lin's friend. Logan then asked, I'm heading back to the academy now. Would you care to accompany me? He was unconcerned about the possibility of the other causing a disturbance at the school, as he believed no one had ever succeeded in doing so. Xiao Lin readily affirmed, yes, of course. I have been searching for quite some time. Logan hailed a vehicle and instructed Xiao Lin, you will handle the fare. All right, no problem. Although he was puzzled as to why Logan had no money, he chose not to delve into it further. Westchester. After entering the vehicle, Logan provided an address. Xiao Lin had previously dispatched people to search for this location, but despite their efforts, they had failed to find the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. Perhaps it was well concealed, or perhaps mutants had influenced the perceptions of ordinary individuals, Xiao Lin mused. Upon disembarking, the two walked for a stretch until they arrived at a wooded area. After wandering for quite some time within, Logan abruptly halted. Observing the incredulity etched on his face, Xiao Lin inquired with curiosity, Logan, what is the matter? The school we seek should be located here, but why? Here? Xiao Lin surveyed the dense woods before them. There was not even a dilapidated shack in sight, let alone a school. Undeterred, Logan pressed onward. Let us continue searching. It has been many years since my last visit. I may have misremembered the direction. The two meandered through the forest for an indeterminate duration, yet they still failed to catch sight of the school. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Lin could not help but inquire, Logan, are you certain you are not mistaken? The school should not be located here, correct? Logan, perplexed, responded, there could be no error. It must indeed be here. He suddenly recalled something and asked Xiao Lin, what year is it now? Xiao Lin gazed at Logan incredulously, wondering if his mind had suffered another blow from an adamantium bullet. It is 2009, he replied. Noticing Logan's momentary silence, Xiao Lin suggested, it is rather late. Why not stay at my home for the night, and we could discuss matters further in the morning? Logan nodded in agreement. All right then. Chapter 19. Surveillance. The two arrived at Hell's Kitchen, halting before a villa. Before their journey across dimensions, Logan had yearned for a car, yet lacked the means. While automobiles existed in Azeroth, he could not appreciate the aesthetic sensibilities of goblins and gnomes. The thought of riding in a smoke-belching vehicle that threatened to jolt one into disarray was utterly terrifying. Now, having arrived in the Marvel Universe, he resolved to procure the most exquisite sports car for himself. After all, the money he possessed was now his own, and though it paled in comparison to Tony Stark's wealth, it would still afford him a respectable status in New York City. Suddenly, Logan halted. Lin, it appears your home is under observation. Xiao Lin was taken aback, at that moment receiving a report from the gargoyle sentinels he had placed around his yard. 3 groups had attempted to infiltrate the villa during the day, but all had retreated upon entering the premises. Thankfully, his prior preparations had thwarted a potential breach into his sanctuary. He raised his gaze and scanned the surroundings, confirming that indeed, someone was watching him. In the garden of the villa to his left, a figure concealed themselves, peering through a monocular telescope aimed in their direction. The observer exhibited a lack of professionalism, as the glare for the telescope nearly blinded Xiao Lin. He then turned his attention to the villa across from his own, where another individual feigned interest in the scenery. Though on such a dark night, there was little to admire. These individuals were unlikely to be agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., as their professionalism would preclude such amateurish behavior. Who could they possibly be? No matter. They may simply be indulging in some peculiar pastime. Let us not concern ourselves with them, Xiao Lin remarked nonchalantly as he opened the door to his villa. Logan, witnessing his companion's apparent indifference, opted not to press the matter further. Director, Agent Hill in a nearby villa observed the surveillance footage and remarked, "A stranger has entered the target's residence, and our database yields no information regarding him. Should we dispatch someone to follow them tomorrow?" "That will not be necessary," Fury replied, somewhat apprehensive that following might alert the target. During the day, their operatives had attempted to breach his home, only to be startled when the gargoyle statues came to life and threatened them, prompting a hasty retreat. Subsequently, they had witnessed personnel from advanced technology and military factions attempting to invade, encountering a similar predicament. Ultimately, they had no choice but to install surveillance equipment outside the villa. Agent Hill paused momentarily before inquiring, "Should we not concern ourselves with the surveillance personnel from Pioneer Technologies and the military? I fear they may have ulterior motives." "Pay them no mind," Fury replied, having already observed them without taking them to heart. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "You should return now, and tomorrow. Send someone to engage with them, striving to avoid any conflict." "Understood, Director." "Logan, feel free to choose any room upstairs." Xiao Lin was indifferent to what Logan might discover in his home, as he presumed the runes would be beyond Logan's comprehension. Logan cast a glance at Xiao Lin and suddenly recalled that they had only just met today. He pondered why he felt the other's enthusiasm might be a touch excessive, merely for the sake of entering a school for mutants. Logan found this perplexing, but resolved to dismiss the thought. After washing away the grime and donning clean clothing, he felt his previously oppressive mood lift considerably. "Logan, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue searching for the school?" Observing Logan, whose physique was now revealed after a shower, Xiao Lin felt a twinge of envy. Logan, too, found himself in a state of confusion. The professor's school in 2009 was presumably located in Westchester. "Do you have any cigars?" Xiao Lin shook his head. "I do not smoke." Disappointed by the absence of cigars, Logan rose from his seat, stating, "I will be leaving here tomorrow to seek out other mutants. As for your quest for the school, I regret to inform you that I may not be able to assist." He felt a surge of agitation. Without locating the professor, he was uncertain of his next steps. Should he simply allow a bleak future to unfold? "Logan, do you know where any mutants might be?" Xiao Lin queried. "I have been here for quite some time and have yet to encounter any others." Logan momentarily paused, realizing the truth of Xiao Lin's words. Indeed, in a world teeming with people, mutants were scarce, and they often concealed their identities, making it improbable for them to showcase their abilities. After all, this world was predominantly inhabited by ordinary individuals. Lost in thought, he quietly returned to his room. Xiao Lin observed him, but chose not to speak further. The next morning, upon rising and descending the stairs, Xiao Lin discovered that Logan was already awake, engrossed in the television news. The previous day's experiences led Xiao Lin to suspect that Logan might not belong to this world. Traversing parallel universes was not uncommon in the Marvel realm, where even Dr. Reed had crafted machines capable of such feats. "Hey, Logan, would you care to join me for breakfast?" Logan nodded and stood up. In recent days, Xiao Lin had taken a liking to a Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen for breakfast. Though it lacked authenticity, it still evoked memories of his hometown. The journey there was somewhat lengthy, requiring passage through a neighborhood of low-rise housing, a gathering place for the impoverished of New York and the city's most chaotic area. "Monster! Monster! Go away! Don't cling to me any longer. Mom, he is my brother. Please don't send him away." A plaintive voice of a young girl pierced the air. Xiao Lin and Logan exchanged a glance before turning towards the source of the sound. They beheld two men clad in suits standing before a dilapidated building, while a corpulent woman forcefully pushed a small figure at her feet, her daughter desperately struggling in her arms. "Elena, he is not your brother. He is a monster." "All right, madam, here is your check. Take it and be on your way. We have urgent matters to attend to." Thank you, thank you." The overweight woman extended her hand to receive the check, her face contorting with a smile that seemed to collapse under its own weight. Suddenly, the little girl bit her mother's hand. "Ah!" The woman yelped in pain, releasing her grip. The girl fell to the ground, disregarding her own bruises, and lunged towards the man holding her brother. Just as Logan opened his mouth to shout, a faint gunshot rang out, and the woman slumped to the ground. The two children screamed in terror at the sight before them. What will happen to the little girl? The man who fired the shot appeared conflicted, reluctant to proceed. "Hey, you two!" Logan, fearing for the girl's safety, called out urgently. The two men turned, spotting a stranger. And without a moment's hesitation, one raised his gun and fired at Logan. Chapter 20. The mutant child. The bullet struck Logan, embedding itself within his muscle without drawing a drop of blood. He charged at his adversaries, unfazed. His sharp claws extended from his knuckles, glinting menacingly in the sunlight. A mutant. The two men were taken aback. They had been hunting mutants, but had only encountered children, never an adult mutant. Clang! The subsequent bullets fired at Logan were effortlessly deflected. Before one of the men could react, Logan swiftly slashed with his claws, severing the hand that wielded the gun. And then his adamantium claws pierced the man's abdomen. The other man, flustered, drew another handgun. Suddenly, a syringe filled with an unknown substance struck Logan. "Logan, wait!" Xiao Lin shouted from behind. Seeing Logan intent on killing the remaining man, he quickly executed a death grip, pulling the last man close to him for control. "Logan, we must leave one alive to interrogate." Logan glanced at him, nodded in silence, and removed the syringe from his body. "Stay back!" The young boy shouted fiercely at Logan, though he appeared somewhat lethargic. Xiao Lin marveled at the boy's face and hands, which were covered in fine scales, his pupils reminiscent of a lizard's. A lizard person? No. He recalled hearing the two men refer to them as mutants. The siblings clung tightly to one another, the mutant brother comforting his sister in his embrace. Yet he cast not a single glance at their mother, lifeless upon the ground. "Hey, little one!" Logan retracted his claws, striving to muster a friendly expression. Was this boy also a mutant? Xiao Lin incapacitated the struggling man with a swift strike, dragging him across the ground like a dead dog, revealing their evident fear of him. Logan felt his face contorting into a smile, yet the two children remained watchful and alert. Should they not locate their home and return them? Such small children posed a dilemma for Xiao Lin. Unruly kids were quite irksome. He turned once more to the children, inquiring, "Where is your home, little ones? Where is your father?" They merely shook their heads in silence. This uncontrolled mutation could lead to ostracism, even peril. Who were these two, and why were they capturing mutants? Let me take a look. Xiao Lin bent down and searched the unconscious man, retrieving an identification from his suit pocket. S-H-I-E-L-D, Level 5 Agent, William Abner. Upon seeing this, Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback. But recalling the connection between Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D, as well as Fury's character, he surmised that these two were more likely affiliated with Hydra. We should take him back for interrogation. Xiao Lin believed he might have uncovered the reason behind the disappearance of the mutants. Logan felt his patience waning. In the past, disobedient children at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters would have faced his wrath. "Logan, just take them to my house." Upon hearing Xiao Lin's command, Logan opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted as Xiao Lin conjured a portal radiating with a violet glow before him. "Hurry inside." Unlike the death gates in games, which only the Death Knights could traverse, in reality, anyone could pass through, albeit the energy required to maintain the portal was considerable. Seeing Logan still dazed, Xiao Lin seized the two children and approached the portal, urging him to follow with the unconscious man in tow. Before entering, Xiao Lin unleashed a sinister energy into the corpse of the other agent. Gulf's explosion. The intact body, under the influence of the malevolent energy, swelled like a balloon before exploding, transforming flesh and blood into a crimson rain, a most effective means of obliterating evidence. Isn't he an ice-type mutant? What is this? Logan pondered, momentarily perplexed. As he witnessed Xiao Lin vanish into the portal, he hastily dragged the unconscious Agent Abner along. "Buckle up." Upon returning home, Xiao Lin unceremoniously tossed the two small children onto the sofa, rolling up his sleeves, bemused as he examined the 2 rows of teeth marks on his arms. "Logan, what do you plan to do with these 2 children?" Logan found himself in a predicament. He was utterly incapable of caring for the children who appeared to be no older than 5. It was prudent to interrogate the man first. Xiao Lin nodded in agreement. There was no other course of action. He tossed the 2 children into a room and secured the door. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water was splashed over the S-H-I-L-D agent, rousing him from his slumber. Upon witnessing William awaken, Logan extended his adamantium claws, piercing through his shoulder. "Who are you exactly?" William, noticing Xiao Lin brandishing his identification, threatened, We are government agents. Your actions will lead to a manhunt by the American government. Isaaki el. Xiao Lin's abrupt declaration left William momentarily speechless and somewhat disoriented. Don't look at me. I am not one of your Hydra operatives. Yet I possess greater knowledge of your organization than you might think. Realizing his identity had been uncovered, William fell silent. Logan continued to drive his claws into William, who was now on the brink of unconsciousness, his body riddled with wounds. The sight of William's torment left Xiao Lin in awe of Hydra's brainwashing capabilities. It was astonishingly potent and a source of great frustration. These individuals were truly deranged. This situation was untenable. Logan found himself at a loss, as interrogation was not his forte. An idea struck him. As Logan fixed his gaze upon him, Xiao Lin interjected, "Wait a moment, I shall return shortly." He dashed back to his chamber and accessed the system's exchange shop. Gnome Brainwashing Hat requires 1,000 exchange points. A one-time use item capable of controlling the actions and consciousness of adversaries, contingent upon the user's mental strength exceeding that of the target. Duration, 24 hours. The controlled subject retains memories of the period of control, but any harm sustained will terminate the controlled state. Thought Amplification Disc requires 10,000 exchange points, with effects equivalent to the Brainwashing Hat, and can be reused. Contemplating the two items, Xiao Lin ultimately chose the Gnome Brainwashing Hat, as it appeared formidable despite its limitations. Upon returning to the room, Logan observed Xiao Lin holding an odd-looking hat, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. This is a mind control device. Even if he refuses to speak, it matters not. Just watch. In a daze from his torment, William felt something forcefully intruding into his mind, rendering his consciousness hazy. Chapter 21. The Hydra Base in Staten Island. William Abel, male S. H. I-L. D. Level 5 Agent, Hydra Level 5 Agent. Member of the Mutant Capture Unit at the Staten Island Hydra Base. Under coercion, William divulged his innermost secrets, his eyes betraying a struggle as if he sought to break free from the control. Logan could not restrain his curiosity. How many mutants have you captured? Are they all still alive? There are 51 mutant children on Staten Island. 10 have already been subjected to dissection. Dissection? Upon hearing this, Logan was reminded of his time at the Stryker Mutant Research Facility, recalling the harrowing scenes he witnessed during his quest for vengeance, his emotions becoming somewhat agitated. Are there any other facilities detaining mutants in that area? He inquired. Indeed, but my clearance does not extend to such information, came the reply. Xiao Lin, puzzled, considered the situation. Regardless of their age, these mutant children were still mutants. It was implausible that so many could be captured without any trace. He had already inquired with Jean Bing and found no evidence of any mutant's existence. How do you manage to control the mutants? The scientists of Hydra, led by Baron Zemo, have developed a suppressive serum for mutants that can render their abilities dormant for an hour, was the response. Baron Zemo, the nefarious figure associated with Hydra? Logan, what troubles you? Xiao Lin observed as Logan produced a syringe containing a small amount of green liquid. This is the serum that was just injected into me, Logan stated, handing it to Xiao Lin. I feel as though my body has lost its regenerative capabilities. Do not worry. You should recover in about an hour, Xiao Lin reassured him. A system task was announced. Mission difficulty: rescue the mutants on Staten Island and establish a mutant academy. Reward: 15,000 exchange points. Is there no Xavier School for gifted youngsters in this world? What has transpired to create such a parallel existence? Logan mused. I must go save them. Logan, they possess a serum capable of suppressing mutants. Are you certain you want to proceed? You could perish there. Hydra is a formidable organization. Even that old Fox Fury was outmaneuvered, forcing S-H-I-E-L-D into the shadows. His current strength is markedly limited, as his military-industrial complex has yet to develop. Relying solely on those gangs is futile. Yes, Logan replied resolutely. He could not stand by as his brethren were dissected for research. Very well, I shall accompany you. However, this device is unstable and may break free of control at any moment. We must depart immediately. Logan nodded, feeling a flicker of camaraderie toward Xiao Lin. Regardless of the latter's motives, they were allies for the time being. Xiao Lin mentally informed Jean Bing to send a vehicle for him. Shortly thereafter, an off-road vehicle arrived at his villa, and emerging from it was Cyclops. Boss Xiao, how can I pick you up? Where to? Cyclops asked amiably. Xiao Lin directed the controlled William. Get in the car and lead the way. Cyclops glanced at William, sensing something odd in his expression. Following William's guidance, the vehicle traversed a secluded road, surrounded by desolate scenery, until they approached the edge of the island, where William instructed the vehicle to halt. Is this the place? Did these Hydra operatives not comprehend the adage that great concealment often lies in plain sight? If they were to establish their base in a bustling urban area, even if discovered by the Avengers, they could merely feign destruction and take others down with them, thereby instilling a sense of caution in their adversaries. Nonetheless, this was not his concern. Very well, you may return. Xiao Lin waved dismissively at the target, acknowledging his own impotence in the situation. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted behind him. Turning, Xiao Lin beheld Agent William, who had been leading them, brutally decapitated by Logan. It seemed the latter could no longer restrain himself. However, it appeared they were still uncertain about how to gain entry. The scene before him induced a sense of frustration. Indeed, Wolverine was a rather emotional individual. For now, it was imperative to invest additional time in locating an entrance. Beneath Xiao Lin's feet lay a vast base, one of many established by Hydra. Numerous glass chambers housed children, the youngest merely 5 years old, while the eldest barely reached 16. All had been injected with sedatives and various other substances, lying languidly on their beds. A flurry of researchers clad in white lab coats busily scurried about. Some glass containers held the dissected remains of children, creating a macabre atmosphere. These were mutant specimens under investigation, their aim being to extract genes to bestow powers upon ordinary individuals, yet they had met with no success. Lord Cardin, we have a situation. A white man, engrossed in observing the experiments, snapped back to attention as he grasped his walkie-talkie. What is the situation? Lord Cardin, 2 unidentified individuals have arrived above the base, and they have eliminated Agent William from the pursuit team. Upon hearing this, Cardin abandoned his fascination with the mutant experiments. Damn it, who are these people? How dare they kill my men? I'm on my way. Arriving at the surveillance room, he observed Logan's adamantium claws glinting on the screen and began to piece together the truth. This was indeed another mutant. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Fees. Assemble a team and head to the surface. Eliminate those 2 intruders. Hearing his superior's command, Security Chief Fees promptly replied, Understood, my lord. I will take a team up immediately. Remember to bring the mutant suppressants, Cardin reminded before ending the call. Look over there. Someone is emerging. Xiao Lin pointed toward a small hill where a door had opened. Without hesitation, Logan discarded his coat and sprinted forward at breakneck speed. Hey, Logan, be cautious of their suppressants. Xiao Lin shouted urgently from behind. Witnessing Logan deftly evade the incoming darts, Xiao Lin ceased his observation and bolted forward, wielding his heavy sword. Clad in armor, he felt the bullets ricochet off with a clatter. Although the assailants numbered over 20, dispatching them took less than a minute. Before the monitor, Cardin was drenched in cold sweat. It appeared that the ordinary personnel within the base were incapable of halting the intruders, and those serums would prove difficult to administer to them. He hastily departed the surveillance room and returned to his office, where he activated his computer, revealing an image of a man clad in an iron mask. Baron Zemo, the mutant research facility on Staten Island, has been compromised and is currently under assault. The attackers are likely 2 mutants of formidable abilities, and we may not be able to withstand them. I request the assistance of Mutants 1 and 2. Baron Zemo exhibited little reaction upon hearing this, merely responding in a measured tone. I concur. However, you must diligently collect combat data and ensure the capture of those 2 mutants. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Understood, my lord. He dismissed the threat posed by Baron Zemo, harboring confidence in the prowess of Mutants 1 and 2. Chapter 22. Quicksilver and Scarlet, which Wanda Django Maximoff and Pietro Django Maximoff were a pair of mutant siblings hailing from a city in the small nation of Sokovia. A decade prior, they had been brought to Hydra by Baron Strucker, becoming complicit in Hydra's machinations. After dispatching several Hydra personnel at the entrance, Xiao Lin and Logan stepped through the ajar door, discovering an elevator within. Noticing the buttons above, they realized that this Hydra facility spanned 10 floors. Logan, which floor should we choose? Xiao Lin's indecisiveness flared once more as he hesitated before the elevator buttons. Without hesitation, Logan pressed the button for the underground 10th floor, and the elevator began its descent. Very well, the underground 10th floor it is. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, they were met by a row of agents crouched at the entrance, each wielding machine guns. Upon spotting the duo, they launched an immediate assault. The barrage of bullets ricocheting off Xiao Lin's armor with a resounding clatter. Frostbite, a blast of icy air, laden with snow, surged toward the foes, whitening their eyebrows and sending them trembling to the ground. The two nonchalantly strode past the incapacitated Hydra agents strewn across the floor. If these were the ordinary foes they faced, then this Hydra base posed little danger. After several minutes of wandering, they encountered no one, only vast, empty rooms, leading them to suspect they had ventured into the wrong location, as there were no mutant children in sight. Shall we return and switch floors? Xiao Lin suggested, yet he remained silent, his instincts warning him of two perilous adversaries lurking nearby. As they approached a corner, they spotted a middle-aged man standing there, exhaling smoke languidly, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding situation, as if he possessed some hidden advantage. Logan inquired in a low voice, "Are you the one in charge here?" "Indeed, I am Cardin, the overseer of this Hydra facility." "Are you both mutants?" The calm demeanor of the individual before them was disconcerting, and neither Xiao Lin nor Logan sensed anything unusual about him. Was he merely adept at concealing his true nature, or was he simply an ordinary man? Logan extended his adamantium claws, poised to strike with vigilance. "Excellent. It appears I was not mistaken. 2 more subjects have arrived, and I am quite pleased." With that, he clapped his hands together. Just as Xiao Lin and Logan exchanged puzzled glances, a gentle breeze swept through, and they felt a sharp prick at their necks as cold liquid was injected into their bodies. What on earth is happening? Xiao Lin, not wearing the helmet of his runic battle armor, discovered 2 syringes embedded in his neck. Upon removing them, he observed the residual liquid, unmistakably a mutant suppression serum, laced with a narcotic component that merely rendered him momentarily numb. As Xiao Lin was not a mutant, it had no effect on him. However, Logan appeared to be in distress, with 6 syringes piercing his body, the serum causing his claws to retract as he collapsed to the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Xiao Lin feigned being incapacitated, lying on the ground with one eye open, and saw a silver-haired youth and a red-haired beauty approach Caden. "How does it feel? The taste of the mutant suppression serum?" Caden remarked to the silver-haired young man. "Pietro, take them to the laboratory on the 5th floor." "Hey, old man, I am not your subordinate. Do not address me in that manner," the silver-haired youth, Pietro, retorted disdainfully. "Sister, let us go. This is so dull. It's over before I even warmed up." Pietro, the silver-haired youth, observing the red-haired woman beside him, Xiao Lin recalled Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, and it was clear he was not mistaken. Quicksilver appeared insufferable, yet the Scarlet Witch was undeniably a striking beauty, stirring a sense of admiration within Xiao Lin. As for Quicksilver, Xiao Lin, as the Death Knight, felt no fear. Although he could not match his speed, he possessed the ability to equalize the speed of his adversaries, rendering speedsters insignificant threats to him. However, the Scarlet Witch posed a more formidable challenge. The terrifying power of her chaos magic, capable of distorting reality, was daunting. Should her abilities be akin to what was portrayed in the films, perhaps he could engage her in battle. Nevertheless, he prioritized the mission. Rescuing the individuals came first, and he needed to maintain his ruse for the time being. Caden summoned the security personnel of the base, and, at that moment, Logan, having succumbed to the suppression serum and narcotics, was unable to move and was apprehended. The armor on Xiao Lin's body was cumbersome, and 3 agents struggled to transport him for long, unsure how to remove it. Ultimately, they resorted to using a gurney to carry him. The 2 were taken to the 5th floor, and along the way, Xiao Lin discreetly opened his eyes to observe his surroundings. Though the area was bustling with people, there were no formidable figures present. Most were research personnel. During the eventual retreat, he simply needed to be wary of Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. According to William's report, there were still 41 living mutants, all located on this floor. Now, he awaited the opportune moment to act. "Jack, these are 2 new test subjects." A man emerged from the room, meticulously examining a document in his hands. Upon hearing someone call out to him, he lifted his gaze and replied, "Take them over there." Xiao Lin and Logan were escorted into a chamber containing 2 beds. Logan was bound to one, while Xiao Lin was unceremoniously placed on the floor, secured tightly with iron chains. Xiao Lin discreetly observed the gruesome experiments occurring in the adjacent room. Vivisection, electric shocks, hypnosis. Every conceivable and inconceivable test was being conducted by this cruel assembly of individuals. After 2 hours, most of the personnel had vacated the premises, leaving only a few security guards, seemingly off to have their lunch. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Lin effortlessly freed himself from his bindings. There was nothing here that could impede him. He was determined to rescue the mutants as swiftly as possible. With a thunderous crash, he charged through like a tank, shattering the tempered glass structures around him. "Quick, call for backup!" The security guards exclaimed, their faces drained of color as they witnessed the chaos. There was no time to intervene. Alarms blared throughout the underground facility, and everyone hastily abandoned their meals, cursing as they rushed back to their posts. In this moment of urgency, Xiao Lin summoned his army of ghouls to assist in gathering all the surviving mutant children into one place. As the purple portal of death opened, one by one, the mutants, including Logan, were sent back, granting him a moment of relief. However, just as he intended to step through the portal himself, a crimson mist dissipated the spatial magic of the Death Gateway. Turning around, he saw Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch standing at the elevator entrance, observing him intently. Chapter 23. Fierce Battle. The chaotic magic of the Scarlet Witch effortlessly unraveled his death portal spell, thwarting his escape plan. Xiao Lin felt a headache coming on. A tough battle loomed ahead, and he wondered just how formidable this world as Quicksilver truly was and whether he could alter the course of reality. "Why is the suppression serum ineffective against you?" Pietro questioned, taken aback to see Xiao Lin seemingly unscathed. The serum was derived from the genes of a mutant, meticulously processed into a potion that rendered the abilities of any mutant it touched null. Even he had suffered the effects of the serum. Encountering a situation where it failed was unprecedented, especially since it contained anesthetic components that would incapacitate an ordinary person. "Do you believe me when I say I'm not a mutant?" Xiao Lin retorted. The Scarlet Witch inquired, "Inhuman? Aberrant? Sorcerer?" It seemed she possessed considerable knowledge. "Professionals, Death Knights." Observing her bewildered expression, Xiao Lin realized she was utterly lost in her understanding. Strangely, he found himself speaking more, perhaps due to her beauty. The earlier destruction of the Death Portal had blocked his kingly army from returning to his domain. However, he remained unfazed, knowing he could summon them anew. As the verdant summoning array glimmered, the hunched figures of ghouls crawled forth from the formation, materializing before him. What grotesque entities were these? Observing the line of ghouls arrayed before Xiao Lin, Pietro and Wanda felt a wave of revulsion, the stench of decay wafting towards them from a considerable distance. "Sister, he has tasked me with handling this. As for those repugnant zombies, they are yours to deal with," Pietro declared, selecting his target with determination, unwilling to confront those abominable creatures. "Are you ready?" he asked, donning his goggles and cracking his neck, and in an instant he dashed toward Xiao Lin, so swift that his form seemed but a fleeting shadow. Along the way, he deftly avoided the oozing ghouls, and drawing near, he could even glimpse the writhing maggots within their mouths. Xiao Lin had yet to perceive anything. Ensconced within the protective circle of ghouls, he felt himself struck and sent hurtling through the air, shattering glass upon impact. Chilling wind assault. Ice chain technique. As he landed, he unleashed his magic before him. Yet, despite his quick reflexes, the deceleration spell failed to ensnare Pietro, merely conjuring a tempest of icy winds that plummeted the temperature of the entire 5th subterranean level. Quicksilver evaded Xiao Lin's successive spells. His interest peaked as he taunted. "Hey there, buddy, is that all you've got? You can't even touch me. Damn it, catch him." At that moment, Caden arrived, hiding nearby and shouting in frustration. The mutants within the base had been rescued, leaving him anxious, for Baron Zemo would not overlook his failure. Suddenly, as he was vocally berating, Caden was propelled into the air, his teeth scattering amidst a spray of blood. "Fool, you need not direct me," Pietro scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the fallen Caden. "Are you ready? Your face will resemble his, a grotesque visage." Meanwhile, the ghouls, devoid of thought, fought solely on instinct. Wanda's chaotic magic attempted to infiltrate their minds, seeking to disrupt their control, but she found only a void, making it impossible to penetrate. The ghouls surged towards her in relentless waves, forcing her to fend them off, slowly dismantling their forms to prevent them from reaching her. Unable to match Pietro's speed, Xiao Lin effortlessly drove his sword into the ground, an evil aura emanating from beneath his feet, forming a domain of 20 meters in radius. However, as it approached Wanda, it vanished without a trace. Unaware, Quicksilver inadvertently stepped into the area shrouded in miasma, feeling as though his feet were ensnared by some unseen force. And before he could react, he toppled to the ground. This was the desecrated realm of the Death Knight, where malevolent power corrupted the earth and bound the movements of foes. Here, Quicksilver's super speed was rendered ineffective. Stripped of other abilities, he became a mere target. A series of Xiao Lin's deceleration spells struck Pietro in rapid succession, encasing him in ice and rendering him shivering and incapacitated, devoid of combat efficacy. Wanda, witnessing her brother's plight, felt a surge of anger that amplified the chaotic energy coursing through her veins. The ghouls that charged at her were swiftly disassembled, vanishing into nothingness. Having dealt with the ghouls, Wanda turned to unleash a crimson mist towards Xiao Lin, the mist moving with a life of its own, quickly enveloping him. Startled, Xiao Lin instinctively conjured a magical barrier, encasing himself within it. The green shield collided silently with the red, chaotic energy. Quick attack! Caden, seeing the guards gathering, rose again, wiping the blood from his mouth and shouting frantically. The anti-magic shield was only effective against magical assaults. The bullets, however, had no effect on it. They ricocheted off Xiao Lin's armored body, though they caused enough disruption to hinder his spellcasting. After the recent exertions, especially after opening the Gate of Death, most of his strength had been drained, leaving him feeling nearly emptied. Suddenly, Xiao Lin recalled that he was a Death Knight, not merely a magician. When had he begun to rely on magic, forsaking his melee capabilities? With little regard for self-preservation, Xiao Lin, shield raised against the hail of bullets, charged forward, aware that delaying further might invite even more foes from the Hydra. Bloodstrike! The runic greatsword shimmered with a crimson glow, and even before approaching Wanda, she felt a crushing weight upon her heart, as if her blood sought to burst forth. She hastily summoned chaotic energy to envelop his weapon, beginning to corrode and decompose it. Wanda needed to resist the influence of the blood aura, while Xiao Lin endeavored to protect the runic sword from swift degradation with his deathly power. The two found themselves in a stalemate. Cease! Pietro, regaining his senses, was taken aback by the difficulty of the adversary before him. Suddenly, the gunfire that had ceased erupted once more. Caden, in a fit of madness, seized a weapon from a security guard, disregarding the risk of friendly fire, and opened fire on the two. Xiao Lin, clad in heavy armor, managed to endure, but Wanda, her focus solely on Xiao Lin, was accidentally struck in the abdomen by a stray bullet, blood staining her blouse. Bastard! Pietro roared, turning to confront Caden and wresting the gun from his grasp. In a flurry of gunfire, Caden was riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground as the guards stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to proceed. In a moment of unspoken understanding, Xiao Lin and Wanda both released their energies, unwilling to continue the conflict. Chapter 24. The arcane mech Rivas. After the battle and its toll, Xiao Lin found his internal strength insufficient to reopen the Gate of Death. Reluctantly, he made his way towards the staircase, paying no heed to the watchful security personnel. Wanda paid no heed to Xiao Lin, showing no concern for his departure. Instead, she furrowed her brow, utilizing chaotic energy to disintegrate the bullets lodged within her body, tending to her wounds. The security personnel at the base, witnessing Xiao Lin's approach, continually retreated. They had clearly observed the fierce battle and understood that ordinary individuals stood no chance against such formidable power. Ultimately, none dared to impede his exit. Once inside the elevator, Xiao Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. He had finally made his escape. The Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic was indeed troublesome. Had it not been for the system's enhancement granting him immunity to mental and spiritual attacks, he might have been defeated. Crack! Crack! A sound of shattering filled the air, and upon looking down, he discovered that his sword was riddled with intricate fissures. Unable to withstand the strain, it shattered into countless fragments. Xiao Lin gazed regretfully at the debris on the ground. His only usable weapon had been rendered useless. As he emerged, he noted that evening had fallen, with the sky illuminated by a crimson twilight. The desolate scenery evoked a sense of tranquility within him. As he felt the gradual restoration of his strength, He estimated that he would require approximately 2 more hours to reopen the door of death. He hoped that the mutants at home would remain dormant until his return, lest unforeseen complications arise. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters reverberated above him. Looking up, he saw a dozen helicopters approaching his location, evidently directed by the Hydra organization. His strength felt inadequate. He had already lost the powers of the Death Knight, and he harbored a certain trepidation towards Hydra, a group steeped in nearly a millennium of history, especially considering that even a single branch could harbor formidable beings like the Scarlet Witch. However, it seemed there was no time to flee as the helicopters began to encircle him. What a stroke of misfortune. With no chance of escape, he resolved to stand his ground and await their arrival while contemplating his strategy. He accessed the system shop to peruse its offerings. The goblin rocket boots appeared to be of little use. Their brief duration was insufficient for a successful escape, and should they malfunction mid-flight, it would be quite embarrassing, given the goblin product's notorious instability. The goblin wormhole generator was also unfeasible, as it could potentially transport individuals underground or into the heights above. The arcane mech Revos seemed promising, capable of accommodating various auxiliary functions, though it required a considerable number of exchange points, and he remained uncertain about its combat effectiveness. At that moment, the helicopter fleet descended, forming a tight circle around Xiao Lin. From one of the helicopters emerged a man adorned with a peculiar metallic mask. He was none other than one of Hydra's high-ranking officials, the second Baron Zemo, known as the Baron of Malice. Lacking any superhuman abilities, he was merely a highly intelligent scientist, credited with developing the mutant suppression serum used here. "Who are you?" As Zemo spoke, he gestured for his subordinates to apprehend Xiao Lin. Yet Xiao Lin was not one to surrender easily. Without a moment's hesitation, confronted by nearly 100 fully armed Hydra agents, he exchanged items from his inventory. A gust of wind swept through, revealing a towering, 3-meter-tall, dark green mech before him. None other than the arcane mech, Revere, equipped with a combat driving module and a malfunction detection system. The hard-earned 10,000 points he had amassed for completing a task dwindled to a mere 1,000 in an instant. The once composed Hydra members were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the mech, hastily drawing their weapons and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Xiao Lin. Though his death energy had been exhausted, Xiao Lin remained vigorous, nimbly leaping into the mech's cockpit and closing the hatch. The sound of whirring gears filled the air as the arcane mech, Revere, rose to its feet. True to its origins as a modification of the Burning Legion's mech, it boasted a streamlined interface devoid of unnecessary buttons, save for a singular green fell crystal that projected a holographic display before him. Upon exchanging for the mech, the system had already implanted the operational instructions into his mind. Xiao Lin deftly grasped the crystal, his consciousness merging with the mech, which illuminated in radiant green hues at various points across its exterior. Raising its right arm, the fell cannon took aim at the Hydra agents, who were still caught in the throes of their assault, and fired. Boom! The green flames struck the ground, exploding outward. Any contact with a person would result in relentless burning until they were reduced to ash. Chaos erupted on the battlefield. What on earth? Zemo recoiled, commanding his subordinates to attack while he retreated to the helicopter, retrieving his weapon, a jet gun filled with superglue. Operating the mech, Xiao Lin felt a surge of exhilaration. The agents posed no threat to him. As he attacked, he also retreated, leaving no one in his path. The only drawback was that he could not fly, as he lacked the exchange points necessary for a flight module. Boom, boom, boom. Green fell fireballs rained down upon the helicopter parked on the ground, erupting into bursts of sparks, with scattered debris piercing the bodies of the agents, inflicting significant casualties. Damn it! Zemo roared in fury, unleashing a stream of white, unidentified liquid from his jet gun, drenching the arcane mech in the substance. Creak, creak. Xiao Lin noticed the mech moving as if it were rusted, its actions becoming increasingly difficult. The mech's malfunction detection system activated automatically, igniting flames where the mysterious liquid had landed, and soon it regained its operational capacity. What in the world is this? Seeing Zemo aiming yet again, Xiao Lin quickly dodged aside. Insufficient power supply. Please replace Revere's battery. The mech's alarm blared, startling him. The energy was depleting far too rapidly. Gazing at the encroaching Hydra agents, unperturbed by their menacing presence, Xiao Lin resolved to cease his entanglement with them and deftly maneuvered his mech to make a hasty retreat. Witnessing the adversary's withdrawal, Baron Zemo exhaled a sigh of relief. In such a short span, his forces had suffered extensive casualties, and even his potent adhesive had proven ineffectual against Xiao Lin. The mech reminded Zemo of the Iron Man armor that had recently surfaced, leading him to wonder if it might indeed be a creation of Tony Stark. Perplexed as to why he had drawn the ire of such an individual, Zemo decided to first assess the damage within his base before formulating a plan. Chapter 25. Rebuilding the Academy. As he observed Xiao Lin controlling the arcane mech fading into the distance, Baron Zemo endeavored to regain his composure. The mech appeared to be crafted from technology he had never before encountered, likely rivaling Tony's Iron Man suit, which piqued his interest considerably. Zemo retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Kelly, I require your assistance with a matter. Investigate an individual's identity. I shall send you a photograph shortly. He possesses a formidable weapon of war that I need to acquire. That will be all for now. I have other matters to attend to." Kelly, a spy dispatched by Hydra into the American government, had successfully infiltrated to the level of congressman, aiding Hydra's clandestine operations. Having concluded the call, Zemo turned towards the underground base, hoping it had not sustained severe damage. Upon returning home, Xiao Lin found Logan, whose suppressive medication had worn off, now fully alert. He recalled following Xiao Lin to an underground facility, encountering an individual, and thereafter, his memory was a blur. Upon regaining consciousness, Logan spotted Xiao Lin seated on the sofa and inquired, "Lin, you brought me back, didn't you? By the way, are these all mutants imprisoned in that Hydra base?" "Indeed, they are all mutants rescued from that underground facility," Xiao Lin responded, gesturing to the scattered figures in the room. "Logan, since we cannot locate the school for mutants at present, why not establish our own? What do you think about taking on the role of their teacher?" Logan hesitated, initially wishing to explore and seek out the professor. Yet an inexplicable sense of rationality informed him that such a search would be futile. Observing the unfortunate group of mutant children abandoned by their families, he was reminded of the mutants he had previously rescued from Stryker's research facility, where the professor had established a school to guide them away from confusion and harm. Xiao Lin recognized Logan's desire to leave. After 2 days of observation, he discerned that the Wolverine before him was indeed the future version from days of future past, though the reason for his presence here remained a mystery. "Logan, this world is not as you perceive. It exists within a parallel universe, where the professor you seek will eternally elude you. Charles may be present, yet he is merely a semblance of the original." Xiao Lin's words left Logan momentarily speechless. The concept of parallel worlds was something he had only heard whispered from Beast McCoy, and he found it difficult to comprehend. "Can I return?" he inquired. "There is no way, at least not at present. Perhaps no one in this world possesses such capability." Logan felt as if he had lost his sense of direction. He then recalled Xiao Lin's previous statement and couldn't help but ask, "Did you not mention a friend who informed you about a mutant academy?" "I regret deceiving you, Logan. Like you, I do not belong to this world. My arrival here was purely by chance. Having encountered another version of you from a different realm, I recognized you." Having spun a falsehood, Xiao Lin found himself compelled to weave another to explain. Noticing Logan's desire to speak further, he hastily shifted the topic. "I am preparing to establish a new academy for mutants and wish to invite you as a teacher to impart your combat experience." As the suppressive agents within the bodies of the mutant children gradually lost their efficacy, they began to awaken, one by one. Logan observed the bewildered children and ultimately nodded. If he neglected them, they would likely fall prey to some faction and endure inhumane experimentation. Xiao Lin sought Logan's involvement as a teacher due to his profound instincts for combat and extensive experience. This world is perilous. He needed these mutants to learn to fight, enabling them to assist him in the future. Even with his formidable strength, solitary endeavors were evidently insufficient. Moreover, some items acquired from the system's exchange store required others to operate, such as the Legion warship and Storm Fortress, which could not be maneuvered by one alone. Thus, establishing a mutant academy became imperative, likely the reason for the system's task issuance. Envisioning commanding an interstellar fleet, leading a band of mutants through the vast cosmos filled him with exhilaration. "I intend to build a school in Winchester at the location you mentioned." Logan nodded in agreement. He fondly remembered his days in school, and constructing a new institution there would serve as a comfort. A system notification chimed. "Task complete, Wolverine's favor gained. Reward, 8,000 exchange points." Just as they concluded their discussion, The mutant children realized they were no longer under control, no longer confined within that lightless underground research facility. And they erupted into joyous exclamations. Hey, John, we're free. Omega, don't touch me. Your spikes hurt. I want to go home. I want to find my mother. The small villa suddenly buzzed with excitement. Some children attempted to dash outside, but Xiao Lin swiftly apprehended them with a death grip, and then used the desecrated ground to restrain their movements. Fortunately, the suppressant agents within them have not yet completely lost their efficacy, and some of the mutants' abilities remain largely undeveloped. Otherwise, with Xiao Lin's strength, he would struggle to maintain control over these 40-odd mutant children. Silence, everyone! Xiao Lin recognized the necessity of instilling a sense of authority. Otherwise, they would disregard him entirely. After all, they were merely children, some of whom could not even control their powers. Upon witnessing Xiao Lin's display of ability, they obediently remained still, gazing at him in awe. You are all of all humans, endowed with formidable strength, yet you remain unaware of how to wield it. I have rescued you from the clutches of malevolence, and now you must heed my guidance. In due course, I shall establish a school to teach you how to harness your abilities. Is that understood? Observing the group of children settling down, Xiao Lin pointed to Logan, stating, "This will be your future instructor." "No problem, big brother," replied a timid little girl, while the majority of the other children nodded eagerly. They were captivated, some of them casting frightened glances at the gargoyles soaring around Xiao Lin. "Wilson," came a voice in his mind as Jean, reclining on the sofa, halted his activities and respectfully inquired, "Master, what is your command?" "Tomorrow, I need you to procure a piece of land in Westchester and construct a school with utmost urgency. Additionally, please send over 2 large buses. Some individuals will require accommodations." "Understood, Master." Chapter 26. Hill's invitation. Once Xiao Lin had sent off the multitude of children along with Logan, he finally sighed in relief, surveying the disarray of the room. He felt an urge to complain. Unruly children were daunting, and mutant children were even more so. Ding dong. Just as he settled down to catch his breath, he heard the ringing of the doorbell. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? He had few acquaintances in this world. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a short-haired beauty clad in black attire, smiling at him. There was something oddly familiar about her. "Are you not going to invite me in?" she asked, attempting to enter, only to be halted by Xiao Lin. He pondered her identity, responding, "I do not believe we are acquainted. I am Agent Maria Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D., she replied with an air of seriousness. Upon hearing her introduction, Xiao Lin suddenly recalled. It was her. He had been wondering when Fury would send someone to make contact, and now she had finally arrived, though he had not anticipated that it would be the Level 9 agent, Maria Hill. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped aside to allow her entry. Throughout their journey, Agent Hill scanned her surroundings, particularly intrigued by the gargoyles that had transformed into statues, her expression revealing a hint of curiosity as she yearned to examine them closely. "What are these?" she inquired. "Gargoyles," Xiao Lin disclosed without reservation, knowing she was likely already aware that they were more than mere statues. "You have been monitoring me these past few days, haven't you?" "Indeed." He did not deny it. "I am quite curious about the kind of person you truly are. I have never encountered someone as enigmatic as you. Let's go inside first," she suggested. As they entered the house, Hill glanced around but saw nothing particularly remarkable. However, the appearance of the fireplace struck her as peculiar. The runes painted upon it bore an air of mystery, and her intuition told her that these modifications were made by the Chinese man before her. Seizing the opportunity, while Xiao Lin was distracted, Hill discreetly captured an image of the fireplace on her phone. "I only have plain water here. Would you like some?" "No, thank you." Hill feigned checking the time on her phone. "You seem to be familiar with our S.H.I.L.D." "Indeed," Xiao Lin replied. "Last time at Stark Tower, after I assisted in resolving a minor issue for Tony, I overheard your people conversing with him. However, I am not well acquainted with your organization. By the way, what exactly do you do?" Xiao Lin told a small lie, realizing he was becoming increasingly adept at it. Hill explained, "We are an organization dedicated to managing certain extraordinary events. By the way, I have a video to show you." She set down her tablet and opened a file. Xiao Lin was startled to see footage of himself transforming gold and creating the Death Knight. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had infiltrated the organization, but it mattered little. The core secrets there were not easily uncovered. Do you have spies within Wilson's company? Of course. With a criminal mastermind like him, we must deploy surveillance. Hill did not deny it. Aren't you afraid I might eliminate you to silence you? Or perhaps turn you into something akin to him? Under my control? Hill showed no reaction to Xiao Lin's threat. She fixed her gaze on him and stated, I've been observing you these past few days. Hearing this, Xiao Lin furrowed his brow. Despite having anticipated such scrutiny, it still vexed him. Does your American government organization not value individual privacy? At times, personal privacy pales in comparison to national security. Well, let's not dwell on that. Xiao Lin interjected, cutting off her lengthy discourse. Let's get straight to the point. Why have you come to see me? We would like to invite you to join a team we are about to establish, the Avengers. Xiao Lin was taken aback that Fury had the audacity to seek his membership in the Avengers. When had he conceived the idea of forming such a team? I decline, he answered without a moment's hesitation. I am not one who enjoys being constrained, nor will I join any organization. I only represent myself. However, I can assure you that should the world be in peril, I will lend my assistance. Hill regarded Xiao Lin for a moment before finally relenting. She stood up and said, I hope you're not a spy sent by China, and please refrain from undertaking any actions that could harm this country. Xiao Lin could not help but roll his eyes. Have you ever encountered such an ostentatious spy? Before the other party departed, Xiao Lin remarked, Please cease monitoring me. It renders me quite uncomfortable. Otherwise, I cannot predict what actions I might take. The director inquired. He has declined my invitation. What shall we do now? Should we continue to surveil him? Truth be told, I harbored little hope. Fury exhibited no sign of concern. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Do not dispatch anyone else to surveil him. Should he pose a threat to this world, others will address him, he stated. Hill, intrigued, asked who? Members of the Ancient Order, replied Fury. He offered no further elaboration. After your interactions with him, what is your impression? He appears somewhat lethargic, disinclined to be constrained. While he may lack a sense of responsibility, he does not strike me as a malevolent individual. Hill expressed his perspective. Very well. You need not concern yourself with this matter for the time being. Before departing, Hill recollected the photographs taken at Xiao Lin's residence and turned back, saying, Director, this is a photo I captured at his home. I believe it may yield some insights. Fury accepted the phone, scrutinizing the images. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed a number. Master Gu E, I have an image to send you. Could you assist me in identifying its contents? If possible, I would like for you to visit New York. I apologize, Director Fury, but I am currently unavailable to assist. My student, Caecilius, has allied himself with the Dark Lord Dormammu. Gu E paused before continuing. Send me the image. I shall examine it. The new Mutant Academy was constructed rapidly, with the labor force working tirelessly under Jean Bing's financial influence, culminating in completion in just over a month. Xiao Lin marveled at the advantages of wealth. A system prompt announced the completion of the task. The mutant school was established, rewarding him with 8,000 exchange points. Master, our technology firm has been restructured, and the military-industrial department is nearly established. Tomorrow, General Ross will visit our company to inspect the revamped sonic weapon. Should he be satisfied, we shall secure substantial government contracts. Very well, Xiao Lin replied. That fellow Weem possesses some merit. I shall visit tomorrow morning. Chapter 27. Arms trafficking. Jean Bing acquired a building in Manhattan as the headquarters for Azeroth Technologies, which caused Xiao Lin considerable distress upon learning of it. This location was destined to be the epicenter of the New York conflict. Upon observing that the new headquarters was only a kilometer from Tony Stark Tower, he felt overwhelmed. Although his Death Knight's subordinates possessed independent thought, such significant decisions should have warranted consultation. However, it was too late for regrets. Driving the sports car he had borrowed from Tony, Xiao Lin entered the parking lot of the Azeroth Technologies building. As he parked, he noticed Dr. Weem approaching with palpable excitement. Boss Xiao, the sonic weapon you entrusted to me has been completed. We have enhanced its power and successfully developed sonic tanks and sonic palm cannons. At that moment, Jean Bing emerged from the building. Master, the testing grounds are located on the outskirts of New York City. We shall proceed there together now. General Ross from the New York military base will also meet us there. Securing this batch of orders would greatly benefit the development of our company. General Ross? The one pursuing the Hulk. A prominent figure indeed. Wei Mu's rapid completion of the research had left him quite satisfied. It was the first time Xiao Lin had visited the company, and he noticed the astonished glances of passing staff members. They were perplexed by the apparent reverence that Mr. Wilson and Dr. Wei Mu high-ranking officials of the company showed towards a young man of Asian descent. Under the guidance of the staff, they boarded a large bus headed towards the outskirts of New York. After more than an hour, the scenery outside grew increasingly desolate. Xiao Lin beheld a vast area enclosed by barbed wire, within which stood numerous barracks. At the entrance, he spotted several patrolling personnel armed with weapons. "Master, these are retired Special Forces soldiers I have hired. All our weapon testing will take place here." Xiao Lin toured the facility for over half an hour before Jean Bing received a phone call from General Ross. A lengthy convoy of military vehicles entered the testing grounds, and a white-haired man descended from one of them, General Ross of the nearby military base. "Mr. Wilson." "Greetings, General Ross." Jean Bing extended his hand, introducing Dr. Wei Mu beside him. "This is Dr. Wei Mu from our company. He will present our products to you. I hope your weapons will meet our expectations. That fellow Tony has made things quite troublesome by shutting down the military-industrial department." General Ross was aware of Wilson's other identity, but was not concerned. What mattered to him was whether the weapons could satisfy his needs against the Green Giant. "Although I am new to the military industry, I believe in striving for excellence," Wei Mu declared as he accepted a case handed to him by an assistant. Within lay an object resembling a glove. He donned it, his fingers moving freely inside, while a circular iron piece with a mesh pattern rested in the palm. Facing a target 100 meters away, Wei Mu oriented his palm towards it. Without smoke or warning, the target was instantly shattered into fragments. Xiao Lin perceived this weapon as reminiscent of Tony Stark's repulsor technology, albeit less ostentatious. "General Ross, this is our sonic palm cannon. Its distinctive feature is that it generates no heat during use. Moreover, when equipped with our energy block, it can operate continuously for approximately half an hour without concerns regarding ammunition." Wei Mu then retrieved a white crystal from the case. "This is our energy block, convenient to carry and easy to install. Simply place it in the recess on the back of the hand and close the lid." "Impressive," General Ross remarked. Ross felt a sense of satisfaction. Compared to the firearms they frequently employed, this technology possessed a significant advantage in firepower. He was particularly intrigued by the energy blocks that Weem held, fully aware of their immense value. "Apologies, General Ross, but this is a closely guarded secret of our company. As a technology firm, we must possess a few core technologies, and our current production of energy blocks is limited. We can only supply you with 500 of these blocks each month." The items that Xiao Lin had exchanged for required energy blocks to function, all of which were produced by the electrostatic energy aggregators he had redeemed, 6 machines in total, depleting his exchange points entirely. These machines were securely housed in a concealed chamber at the lowest level of the Azeroth technology building, known only to Xiao Lin and Jean Bing, as he did not fully trust Weem. Noticing Ross's look of disappointment, Jean Bing remarked, "General Ross, allow me to show you our latest creation, the Sonic Tank, which is the focal point of today's demonstration." In the center of the testing ground stood a uniquely designed tank devoid of a conventional cannon. Instead, a radar-like apparatus occupied its original position. At Jean Bing's signal, 2 operators climbed inside the tank. "Our new tank requires only 2 operators and, in fact, can be managed by a single individual. Most importantly, it can deliver continuous attacks." The tank's engine roared to life, and the radar-like weapon began to rotate. In mere seconds, the distant targets were obliterated. General Ross was momentarily dazzled. The weapon's formidable firepower and precision were exactly what he sought. Weem leaned in and stated, "General, I must point out a singular drawback: energy consumption. 1 energy block sustains approximately 50 attacks, meaning at this rate, it could be depleted in about a minute." Xiao Lin, wishing to silence him, thought it inappropriate to promote the product in such a manner. After witnessing the demonstration, General Ross expressed his satisfaction. The weapon's simplicity in operation, combined with its overwhelming firepower, equivalent to that of dozens of conventional tanks, was strikingly evident. His only concern was the insufficient production of energy blocks. "Mr. Wilson, our military is quite pleased with your weaponry. I will have my staff deliver a procurement list shortly. I expect prompt delivery." "Of course, General Ross," Jean Bing replied, extending his hand. "However, we can initially deliver only 10 of these tanks along with 500 energy blocks." Once the business was concluded, General Ross hastily departed, as he had pressing matters awaiting his attention. Chapter 28. Tony's soiree. After General Ross took his leave, Vim approached Xiao Lin and inquired, "Boss Xiao Lin, might I borrow your magic-powered mech for research?" I am confident I could create a suit that surpasses Tony's Iron Man armor. Ever since their last encounter with Xiao Lin's extraordinary mech, Vim had been unable to shake off the thought. No, Xiao Lin replied without a moment's hesitation. He had previously consulted the system and learned that only Goblin and Gnome engineering bore any resemblance to the scientific framework of the Marvel Universe. Other scientific pursuits would yield nothing, even after a millennium of study, as they belonged to entirely different technological trees. Furthermore, the magic-powered mech contained technology originally belonging to the Burning Legion, with Goblin engineering merely having reassembled and modified it. Upon returning, Xiao Lin resumed his daily physical training and occasionally visited the academy to connect with the mutant students. However, with only Logan as the sole instructor at the moment, Xiao Lin found himself somewhat exasperated. Hey Lin, my clean energy company will hold a press conference next week to announce its official establishment and the launch of the power grid. There will be a soiree afterward. Would you care to join? There will be plenty of beautiful ladies. The unexpected call from Tony, with whom he had grown closer after assisting him recently, caught Xiao Lin off guard, as Tony had once regarded him with suspicion. Xiao Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Tony's words. Tony, do you think Pepper is oblivious to your frequent changes in romantic interests? Pepper understands me. She occupies a singular place in my heart. The others are merely fleeting distractions. Xiao Lin had to admit that Pepper possessed an extraordinary capacity for acceptance, as most women would struggle to tolerate someone like Tony. Moreover, having observed her sincerity in previous films, he realized her feelings for Tony were genuine. I will attend, Xiao Lin replied, aware that Kingpin was also among the invited guests. Tony aimed to connect all businesses and residents in Manhattan, and indeed throughout New York City, to his power grid, providing energy, especially since Stark Industries had abandoned its military division and needed to sustain its workforce. Since Kingpin established a tech company focused on arms development, Fury had been compelled to dispatch personnel to monitor the Azeroth technology company. Yet, Xiao Lin was well aware of these developments, as all confidential information remained strictly guarded. Fury harbored concerns that Xiao Lin might still have ties to Huaxia, given that his Azeroth technology company was actively recruiting scientists. If Xiao Lin were to return with research findings to Huaxia, Fury feared they would be powerless to intervene, having witnessed Xiao Lin's elusive nature. The ancient cult would not involve themselves in such international disputes, as their primary concern lay in the safety of Earth. Director Fury, Xiao Lin's Azeroth technology is currently engaged in arms trading. Just yesterday, General Ross placed a significant weapon order with him. Agent Hill placed the weapon on Fury's desk. This is what I acquired from General Ross. However, I was unable to procure a more powerful weapon. Fury picked up the sonic palm cannon and examined it closely before donning it and giving a firm grip. In a week's time, Tony's Clean Energy Company is set to be established. I have heard that Tony will also invite representatives from Azeroth Technologies for business discussions. As Tony's friend, Xiao Lin has also received an invitation from him, and at that time, I will personally engage in conversation with both him and Tony. Fury recalled another matter. How have Coulson's discussions with Tony progressed? Has he agreed to join the Avengers? Agent Hill shook her head. He remains unwilling. However, Coulson has observed some irregularities with Tony lately, suggesting he may be facing health issues. Ensure Coulson keeps a vigilant eye on him, and arrange for Natasha to serve as Tony's secretary. On this day, a hotel in Manhattan, New York, buzzed with excitement, hosting nearly all of the city's elite, including Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries and Norman Osborn of Osborn Industries, among other entrepreneurs. While others engaged in lively conversations, Xiao Lin sat alone in a corner, indulging in gourmet delicacies. Tony, aren't you going to greet the guests? Xiao Lin inquired as Tony appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. You know, I have no interest in such socializing. I prefer beautiful women in my laboratory. Gentlemen, may I have your attention? Pepper stood on the stage, addressing the crowd. Since we shut down the Stark military division, many have expressed concern for our company's new ventures. And I am delighted to announce that Stark Clean Energy Company is officially in operation. As the crowd erupted into chatter, Pepper clapped her hands to regain their focus. Through the tireless efforts of Mr. Tony Stark, we have established a power grid connected to the arc reactor, enabling our company to supply energy to the entirety of New York City. Lin, you know I'm a genius. I personally completed this project in just one day, Tony declared, reveling in the spotlight, feeling that Pepper had inadvertently undermined his prowess. Before Xiao Lin could engage further, Tony was whisked away by an enamored woman. disappearing into an unknown corner to pursue romantic exchanges. Mr. Xiao Lin, a voice broke through his thoughts, prompting him to look up and see a man. A black figure adorned with an eye patch, standing before him. Is this Fury? What can I do for you? Xiao Lin remained seated, not rising. I think it would be best if we discuss this over there, Fury suggested, gesturing towards the balcony. After a moment as contemplation, Xiao Lin nodded and followed him outside. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After exchanging names, Xiao Lin inquired, Your agent Hill has already approached me. What brings you here again? I would like to extend another invitation for you to join the Avengers. Xiao Lin was taken aback by the weight of his request. I must decline. Unless you have further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. There is another matter concerning your control over the gold and the establishment of a technology company engaged in arms development and trade. Fury fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Lin. You are aware that our nation imposes stringent regulations on the sale of armaments. While we do not intervene in your transactions with the domestic military, I must insist that should you wish to sell weapons abroad, you must report to Congress. As the scientists in your employ are citizens of our great America. Xiao Lin understood that Fury was concerned about potential technology leaks and the sale of arms to the Chinese world. Just as he was about to respond, a tremendous explosion reverberated from outside the hotel, accompanied by the roars reminiscent of two colossal beasts. Fury's expression shifted abruptly as he leaned out to observe. Xiao Lin too witnessed a green and a gray figure engaged in a fierce battle on the street below. Cars were tossed about like mere toys, creating utter chaos in their wake. Xiao Lin recognized them as the Abomination and the Hulk. What in the world are those monsters? Tony rushed over, alarmed to see the two giants drawing ever closer. Chapter 29, The Rampaging Hulk, Part 1. The two creatures wreaked havoc, their proximity to their location intensifying. A lady of refinement, witnessing the battle from the balcony, emitted a piercing scream and hurried down the stairs. Others, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, followed suit, rushing towards the elevators, plunging the hotel into pandemonium. Damn it, I left my Iron Man suit behind. Tony was vexed. Who would have anticipated that a mere gala could spiral into such an incident? Frustrated, he complained to Xiao Lin, saying, The gala and my evening appointment have all been ruined. I must expedite the completion of the remote control system for the iron suit or make the suit more portable. At that moment, Fury's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and recognized General Ross's number. What brings you to call General Ross? Director Fury, I am aware that you are at Tony's gala. There has been chaos in your vicinity and the military will handle it. You and S.H.I.L.D. are to refrain from intervening. Fury could not suppress a sardonic smile. You expect your military to handle this? Do you think I am oblivious to the fact that this is a consequence of your experiments with Captain America's super serum? Now, you have turned New York City into a battlefield. There is a moment of silence on the line. Blonsky and the Hulk are military assets. We will manage the situation. With that, the call ended. General Ross was concerned that Fury might take the Hulk and Blonsky away, thus rendering their recent investments of time and resources futile. And Fury was acutely aware of this reality. System task initiated. Difficulty level. Acquire the Hulk's blood. Reward. 7,000 exchange points. Initially, Xiao Lin had no intention of joining the fray. Given his current capabilities, facing the Hulk would only result in him being pummeled. Yet, he had not anticipated the issuance of such a task. Could it be that he harbored a penchant for masochism? Perhaps it was the allure of the Hulk's blood that intrigued him. Xiao Lin, Tony, let us depart. They are about to strike here. Fury gazed at the fierce clash between the two titans, feeling a pang of frustration. Given the current capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D., there was no feasible way to subdue Hulk and Abomination. If he recklessly dispatched agents without proper preparations, the chaos wrought by General Ross would likely fall upon him as well. Tony, we must hurry, Pepper shouted from a makeshift platform, desperately pushing through the throng of panicked civilians as she spotted Tony and the others lingering behind. Hey Lin, she called out, recognizing Xiao Lin. Recalling their previous encounter near Stark Tower, where he had utilized inexplicable abilities to aid in neutralizing Obadiah, she couldn't help but inquire, Lin, is there any chance you can halt those two monsters? Fury also turned his attention toward Xiao Lin. It would indeed be splendid if he could restrain the rampaging beasts. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Xiao Lin shrugged helplessly. I cannot contend with those lunatics. Our priority is to vacate this area swiftly. As Fury, Tony, and Xiao Lin finally emerged from the hotel, they beheld a battalion advancing down the street. The soldiers diligently escorting civilians to safety. They hastened to a temporarily secure location, where Pepper informed Tony, "I have alerted the company to send a helicopter for us. We shall wait here for its arrival." "Where are those?" Tony questioned, observing several peculiar white combat vehicles that resembled tanks, albeit devoid of cannons. Whenever debris and vehicles hurtled towards the armored transports, an invisible force would deflect them aside. "Those are sonic tanks developed by Azeroth Technologies," Fury remarked, expressing his dissatisfaction with Tony's closure of Stark Industries' military division. SHIELD relied on an array of weaponry procured from Stark's company. Even if you refrain from engaging in arms dealing, others will take your place, such as Hammer Industries and Azeroth Technologies. "I simply do not wish to be assailed by the weapons I created. That would be rather embarrassing," Tony retorted, evidently still troubled by the matter. Shortly thereafter, a helicopter appeared on the horizon. "Lin, aren't you coming aboard?" Tony attempted to drape an arm around Xiao Lin's shoulder, only to have him evade the gesture. "No, I have other matters to attend to. You all go ahead," he replied, aware of the system mission awaiting him. Seeking points and the essence of the Hulk's blood, an endeavor worth the risk. "Forget him, we must leave now," Pepper urged as she propelled Tony into the helicopter, which ascended gradually into the sky. At that moment, the newly transformed Hulk, Dr. Banner, was struggling against Abomination, unable to match his formidable foe, who bore a terrifying expression that seemed to mock him. He faintly recalled the helplessness he felt when confronting Hulk not long ago, accompanied by a yearning for overwhelming power. Now, however, he possessed a strength he believed surpassed even that of Hulk. Quickly, assault Abomination and lend aid to Banner. In a transport aircraft soaring above New York, General Ross found himself increasingly exasperated. The destruction wrought in the heart of the city would inevitably lead to complications for him. Below, Hulk's strength, fueled by his rage, was escalating, and the tide of battle was beginning to shift, although it might take some time for either party to gain the upper hand. After toppling Hulk, Blonsky leapt into the air, poised to stomp Banner, only to be struck multiple times by a sonic tank dispatched by the military. With no leverage in the air, he was sent hurtling away, crashing into a convenience store. "You bothersome insects!" At that moment, Blonsky had completely forgotten his identity as a soldier, consumed solely by the desire to vanquish Hulk. Infuriated, he clawed his way from the rubble, intent on demolishing those tanks, but was swiftly pinned to the ground by Hulk, and the two monsters resumed their fierce struggle. It was then that Xiao Lin suddenly recalled his inability to breach Hulk's defenses. Despite their prolonged confrontation, neither had sustained even a scratch, nor had they bled. Suddenly, an idea struck him: Logan and his adamantium claws. "Logan," Xiao Lin dialed a number. "Come to my office immediately. I need your assistance." Watching as Tony and Fury departed, he hurried to a secluded corner and opened a portal to the realm of death. This time, the portal did not lead to Xiao Lin's residence, but to the Academy in Westchester. The Death Gate's transit pathway could accommodate a maximum of 3 locations, exceeding that could lead to chaos. Besides Xiao Lin's current home, the other 2 settings were the underground chamber of the Azeroth Technology Building and the office of the Academy's headmaster. Chapter 30, The Rampaging Hulk, Part 2. As Xiao Lin emerged from the Death Gate, he found Logan awaiting him in his office. "Logan, quickly, I need your help. Follow me." Logan set down the half-smoked cigar and stepped through the Death Gate. Though their acquaintance had lasted less than 2 months, he trusted Xiao Lin and readily agreed to his request without hesitation. They traversed the Death Gate into New York City, where the battlefield between Hulk and Abomination was now less than 50 meters away. Duck! Just as the Death Gate closed, Xiao Lin felt Logan push his head down as he heard a whistling sound overhead. Turning, he saw a colossal billboard, Blonsky's intended weapon against Hulk, narrowly missing its target and hurtling towards them, crashing into a building behind them. That certainly gave him a fright. "Xiao Lin, are they mutants too?" Logan, spotting the 2 grotesque figures, assumed Xiao Lin intended to bring them back to the school for mutants. "Do you wish to take them back?" "I believe that would be inappropriate. These 2 seem quite deranged, and I'm concerned they might harm the other children." "No, they are not mutants. They have been transformed into their current state due to experimentation," Xiao Lin explained. "I do not intend to take them away. I merely seek a sample of blood from that massive green figure. You are aware that the technology of Azeroth is preparing to establish a biological laboratory. and their blood serves as an excellent research specimen. However, upon reflection, it seems that only your adamantium claws possess the capability to pierce his skin. In certain parallel universes, Logan has indeed managed to injure Hulk, and Xiao Lin can only trust that this Logan can achieve the same feat. All right. Wait. Xiao Lin restrained Logan, who was eager to move, urging them to continue the fight a while longer, for he was not keen on stepping out to face a beating. General Ross, seated in the helicopter, watched in dismay as the tanks he had purchased at great expense were systematically destroyed in the clash between the two titans. It was evident that no advanced weaponry could contend with those two. Quickly, use the machine guns to attack Blonsky and assist Banner. The soldiers maneuvered the helicopter's weaponry, yet they failed to inflict any damage on Blonsky, who instead seized the opportunity to grip the helicopter as it spun downward. Boom! The helicopter plummeted to the ground, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Father, are you all right? Fortunately, others had provided a buffer for Betty and General Ross, allowing only the two of them to survive. Roaring with a sinister grin, Blonsky leaned towards the helicopter, his voice a low growl. General, do you see my strength? Hulk is no match for me. I shall defeat him, and you will perish here today. It was unclear where he had procured a chain, but he relentlessly battered Hulk, forcing him to retreat. Yet, Blonsky should not have taunted Hulk, for it only fueled Hulk's rage, amplifying his power. The abomination, ultimately, could not match Hulk's wrath and was subjected to a relentless beating, resulting in a shattered spine as he collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Banner, stop. It's me, Betty. Banner's girlfriend interjected as she saw him about to strike her father. At that moment, Hulk, having vanquished Blonsky, advanced step by step toward General Ross and Betty, though under Betty's soothing words, his fury began to wane. Xiao Lin donned armor to conceal his true identity and summoned the Death Steed. He addressed Logan. Logan, now is the time to strike. By the way, I will toss him over there. This is a crystal vial. Should I immobilize Hulk, you must collect the blood as swiftly as possible. These vials are acquired from the system, capable of preserving the efficacy of certain medications to the utmost extent. Xiao Lin charged forth, wielding a longsword crafted from ordinary alloy steel. With all his strength, he employed the grip of death to seize Hulk's immense form and hurled him into a distant ruin. Banner. The sudden turn of events left Betty aghast, bewildered by the identity of the unexpected figure. Roaring anew, Xiao Lin sensed the previously subdued anger within Hulk reigniting fiercely. At that moment, a contingent of soldiers rushed from a distance, anxiously surrounding General Ross, raising their sonic palm cannons towards the direction in which Xiao Lin and Hulk had vanished. As soon as he landed, Hulk flipped onto his feet, his eyes aglow with fury, resembling a heavy tank as he charged directly at Xiao Lin. Frost chain. The icy tendrils of frost energy coalesced into chains, binding Hulk and momentarily halting his advance, though it appeared he would soon break free. Swarm of decay. Sinister energy enveloped Hulk's head like a fog, diminishing his struggles and rendering him drowsy. Logan forcefully slashed at Hulk's skin with his adamantium claws, realizing for the first time how incredibly resilient Hulk's skin was. It took every ounce of strength he had to carve a shallow wound. Bang! Before Logan could collect any blood, the previously hypnotized Hulk suddenly awakened, striking Logan and sending him crashing through a building, disappearing from sight. Hulk touched the blood on his thigh, throwing his head back in a roar. The bugs made Hulk bleed. Hulk will smash you into pulp. It was over. Xiao Lin sensed that Hulk's rage had reached an unimaginable peak. There was no time to collect Hulk's blood. He swiftly mounted the Death Warhorse and, without a second thought, turned to flee, casting a slowing spell behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Hulk leapt several meters at a time. Xiao Lin's magic seemed to have no effect on him as he barreled forward like a wild beast. At that moment, Xiao Lin realized he should have waited for Hulk to revert back to Dr. Banner to extract blood. What a fool he felt, frustrated by the system's misleading guidance. Though this would still result in Hulk's furious transformation, at least he would have procured the blood, rather than being pursued as he was now. No. Xiao Lin noticed that Hulk ignored him entirely, intent on finding Logan instead. As he passed by the body of Abomination Blonsky, Xiao Lin inexplicably activated the Gate of Death, transporting the corpse to the underground chamber of the Azeroth technology building. Upon arrival, he found Hulk engaged in a fierce battle with Logan, though it was evident that Logan was on the receiving end of the punishment. Chapter 31. The blood of the Green Giant secured. Xiao Lin initially intended to wait until Hulk dealt with the abomination before intervening. But he had underestimated the enhancement Hulk's fury provided to his strength. After battling abomination for so long, Hulk's eyes had turned bloodshot, his rage soaring to celestial heights. In appropriate terms, he had reached a godlike state. Even if several more abominations were to appear, they would likely be dispatched in an instant. "Betty, we must leave this place. Banner has lost control," General Ross urged, signaling his soldiers to assist his daughter onto the vehicle. But Betty was unwilling to accept this reality. "No, Daddy, Banner will listen to me. The current situation has spiraled beyond his control. All he can do is hope that Hulk can defeat the sudden intruder and restore some semblance of calm." "Logan, are you all right?" Xiao Lin rushed to Logan's side, helping him to his feet. Logan had never felt such a sense of frustration as he did now. Strength? It pales in comparison. Combat skills? They are rendered useless against such overwhelming force. Physical resilience? He is outmatched. Only his adamantium claws can barely penetrate the adversary's defenses, while he himself suffers grievously. The only aspect he can claim superiority in is his healing speed. "Lin, what manner of beast is this?" Logan strained to stand, his once pristine suit now reduced to tattered rags. "Enough of this. I refuse to believe I cannot handle him." With a flurry of spells, Frost Shock, Strangle, Death's Embrace, Xiao Lin unleashed magic upon Hulk. Perhaps if he had cast Frost Aura when Hulk first transformed, it might have tempered his rage, but now, there was no discernible effect. "Ugh!" Xiao Lin spat out the dust from his mouth, expressing his bewilderment. "I initially thought the gap between Blonsky and Hulk wouldn't be so vast. Dealing with two foes is preferable to one, yet I realize now how naive I was." As Hulk charged at him once more, Logan swiftly evaded, knowing that engaging Hulk head-on was futile. Although his healing speed is rapid, the pain of injury is still excruciating. Hulk picked up a car from the street, preparing to hurl at Logan, when suddenly, a girl's scream echoed from within the vehicle. How could there be someone inside? Shouldn't everyone have fled? Yet, Hulk paid no heed and flung the car anyway. Just as it was about to crash to the ground, the vehicle inexplicably halted midair. A woman clad in a tight suit appeared, and Xiao Lin noticed a 4 emblazoned on her chest. He recalled that this must be Susan from the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four are among the few superheroes in the Marvel Universe whose identities are publicly known, yet he hadn't heard any news about them recently. Their sudden appearance astonished him. "Little sister, it's dangerous here. Where's your mother?" Susan rescued the girl, ignoring Hulk, and comforted her instead. With a chant, a green magical circle materialized before Xiao Lin, summoning the gargoyles he had stationed at home. They soared through the air, harassing Hulk, but their efforts proved ineffective. "Hey, beautiful, could you lend a hand and restrain him?" "No time," Susan replied. "I saw what trouble you stirred up. You must handle it yourselves." With that, she ushered the little girl into a car and prepared to leave. However, Hulk had no intention of allowing her to escape unscathed. He leapt high into the air like a cannonball, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Susan hurriedly deployed a force field shield for her protection. It was shattered by Hulk's mighty punch. Just as that fist was about to connect with Susan, a rope-like entity extended from a vehicle, ensnaring Hulk tightly. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Lin realized it was a person, presumably the astute Reed Richards, known as the smartest man in the Marvel Universe, who in an alternate reality has an extraordinary son, Franklin. Dr. Richards is nearly immune to physical attacks, but, much like Logan, can only passively endure the blows. Watching the long sword crumpled into a heap of scrap metal by Hulk, Xiao Lin pondered that this situation was untenable. He needed to devise a strategy, as this mission must be accomplished. However, his own abilities were of little use against Hulk, and after being struck by him, he felt as though he had lost half his life. To defeat Hulk, one must exploit his vulnerabilities. And what are Hulk's weaknesses? Indeed, it is his mental defenses. Despite his formidable physique, his mental fortitude is comparable to that of an ordinary individual. Hulk can be influenced by Loki's scepter of mind control and manipulated by Scarlet, which has chaotic magic, revealing that he is not as invincible as one might think. Although Xiao Lin lacked mind control abilities and magic, he possessed access to a system exchange shop. Previously, he had utilized a no mind control hat, which could prove advantageous in this scenario. Yet, he found himself devoid of exchange points, although he still had one gnome mind control hat in his spatial pouch, intended for research by Azeroth technology. This realization prompted Xiao Lin to conserve some of his exchange points for unforeseen circumstances. activating the gnome mind control hat. A wave of amplified thought energy emanated from Xiao Lin towards Hulk. Upon contact, he was momentarily taken aback by the brutal thoughts swirling in Hulk's mind, repeating incessantly, "Hulk wants to smash you. Hulk wants to smash you. Hulk wants to smash you." Xiao Lin was perplexed. The untransformed Dr. Banner was a refined and knowledgeable scientist. Yet upon transformation, he devolved into a mindless beast driven by rage. In the astonished gazes of all present, the rampaging Hulk gradually calmed, compelled by Xiao Lin's control to sit atop a car. The conclusion of this fierce battle brought a sigh of relief from Logan, Reed, and Susan. Logan produced a cigar and lighter from seemingly nowhere, settling on the ground to smoke, his tattered suit giving him an air akin to a sharp-dressed man. Xiao Lin approached Hulk and observed the wounds on his body healing rapidly, prompting him to hastily retrieve a crystal vial to collect some of the blood that had oozed out. Mission accomplished. He had obtained the blood of the Green Giant, earning 7,000 exchange points as a reward. The gnome mind control had a control duration of only 1 minute, and Hulk would soon revert to his original madness. "Hey, could you assist me by tossing this big fellow into the sea?" Xiao Lin was aware that Susan possessed the ability to fly and wield formidable telekinesis. However, she did not appear particularly powerful at the moment, and he had only 40 seconds left before he reverted to his original form. Nevertheless, despite her anger towards Xiao Lin, Susan lifted Hulk and soared into the distance. Chapter 32. Death Revised. As he watched his girlfriend descend from the sky, Reed let out a sigh of relief. That fellow was truly terrifying, and they had only recently acquired their powers. He had contemplated urging Susan to decline, but was taken aback when she readily agreed instead. Xiao Lin extended his hand and said, "Thank you all. My name is Xiao Lin. I am Reed Richards." Susan Storm. Logan. Individuals of similar ilk often shared common topics. Susan and Reed had just recently gained their superhuman abilities and had never imagined the existence of other superpowered beings in this world. "We have matters to attend to today, so we will take our leave," Reed said amicably. "Do visit us sometime. It will be delightful to chat." As he observed their vehicle gradually departing, Xiao Lin opened the portal to death. "Logan, come over to my place tonight for some relaxation. We should have some fun." "Absolutely, but first, I need to change my clothes." Logan promptly tore off his tattered suit, revealing a physique that made Xiao Lin envious. The following day, Logan groggily rose, clutching his somewhat heavy head. Upon arriving in the yard, he found that Xiao Lin had already awakened and was engaged in his daily training. "Lin, why is it that every time we drink, you are the one who carries me back? No one has ever outdrunk me before." At present, Xiao Lin was a half undead. Drinking was as effortless for him as quenching thirst with water, making it impossible for Logan to compete. "I'm heading back to the company. What about you?" "I must return to school. If I'm not there, those rascals might cause all sorts of trouble. I can't allow them to wreak havoc on the school." "Very well." Xiao Lin placed his hand on Logan's shoulder and said, "Logan, I am determined to rescue all mutants. I have recently garnered attention regarding Hydra's insidious schemes." "Thanks, Lin. Now please open the portal for me." Xiao Lin utilized the portal of death to arrive at the underground chamber of the Azeroth technology building. The space was vast and partitioned into multiple rooms, and Xiao Lin intended to transform it into a treasure trove for his collection, as the capacity of his spatial bag was limited, making it impossible to store everything within. In one corner of the chamber lay a grotesque corpse, the remnant he had brought back the previous day. He had amassed a considerable quantity of Hulk's blood, rendering the corpse relatively useless. At the time of acquisition, he had not given it much thought, merely sensing subconsciously that the body would serve a purpose. My 4 horsemen of death. Though the abomination may not rival Hulk, it remains a rare and formidable force within the Marvel Universe. Transforming it into a Death Knight would undoubtedly prove advantageous. He cautiously drew forth Frostmourne, dismissing the clamor of the sword's spirit echoing in his mind. The essence of death coursed through the loathsome Bronski's body like a gentle stream. After a considerable duration, under normal circumstances, Bronski should have completed his transformation. However, Xiao Lin discovered him still lying motionless on the ground. What could this mean? A foreign voice, that of a little girl, suddenly resonated within his mind, startling him and interrupting the Death Knight's metamorphosis. "Who are you?" At that moment, Xiao Lin realized he was no longer in the subterranean chamber of the Azeroth technology building. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, yet he distinctly felt the solid ground beneath his feet. I am death. This is my domain. The girl's voice continued, emanating from all directions. Step forth. Your manner of speech is quite unsettling. He felt a twinge of disquiet at being so abruptly transported to this strange realm. Yet, she claimed to be death? In the Marvel universe, 3 entities bore the name of death. One was Hela, the goddess of death and sister to Thor, likely still imprisoned in Asgard. Another was a mutant known as Lady Death. And the final one was the cosmic entity known simply as Death. As Xiao Lin pondered this, a shroud of mist materialized before him, and a small figure clad in robes emerged from within. I am neither Hela nor an experiment of the celestial. Xiao Lin detected a note of dissatisfaction in her tone. Not Hela, nor Lady Death. Could it be? His heart raced with exhilaration. What could she want with him? You seem rather anxious. Death removed her cloak, revealing a skull. But after a moment's consideration, she transformed her visage into that of an adorable little girl. Why have you sought me out? Death is one of the 5 great cosmic entities. Why would she pay attention to someone as insignificant as I? It is due to the death energy that resides within you. You do not belong to this universe. The goddess of death's gaze was fixed intently upon Xiao Lin. The moment you first wielded death energy, I sensed your presence. You are not a being of this multiverse. Indeed, I am not from this world. My arrival here was purely accidental. Faced with such a powerful entity, Xiao Lin knew concealing the truth would be futile. I am quite curious about how you came to this world. Would you share it with me? The alluring voice of death beckoned, compelling Xiao Lin to respond. Host mental anomaly detected. Mental protection barrier activated. The system's voice startled Xiao Lin. Had he just been attacked by mental force? Oh, he heard the surprise in her tone. I find you most intriguing. How about accompanying me to the realm of death? I would entrust you with the management of the Legion of the Fallen. Perhaps not. Xiao Lin softly declined, for he had no desire to spend his days mingling with skeletons, and he knew that one could only reach that world after death. Death did not compel him. Rather, it lamented, "Very well, but I shall take the soul of the sword you hold." Xiao Lin glanced at the Frostmourne in his grasp and promptly acquiesced. No problem. Please take it. In fact, he eagerly wished for death to claim the sword's spirit from Frostmourne, for then he could wield its power. Farewell. Life must inevitably wither, and only death can endure. I shall await your arrival in the realm of the deceased. No sooner had he spoken than death vanished from Xiao Lin's sight, a relief washing over him. As he had been apprehensive about being forcibly taken, he surveyed the Frostmourne in his hand, his spirits lifted. He could finally utilize this divine artifact. The surroundings shifted back to the original secret chamber. Master, a somber voice resonated from above. Xiao Lin looked up to find that Bronsky had been resurrected. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, Xiao Lin had to crane his neck to see him clearly. Accompanying him outside would surely instill fear in others. Bronsky, you cannot revert to your former appearance. It is possible, Master. No sooner had he spoken than his form diminished. Returning to what he was before the injection of Hulk's blood. Go to the academy and keep watch. If anyone attempts to escape, capture them and bring those within the academy to me. As you command, Master. Bronsky stepped through the deathly portal opened by Xiao Lin and returned to the academy. Chapter 33. The invasion of the Scalurians. The clock had struck midnight. In his endeavor to enhance the lightning generator into a stable and usable weapon, Vim had worked tirelessly alone until now. He aspired to earn Xiao Lin's recognition through his efforts, still troubled by the curse Xiao Lin had cast upon him. Though unbeknownst to him, it was merely an illusion. As he traversed the corridors of the building, he noted an unsettling silence. Typically, the company was bustling with security personnel patrolling to thwart any potential espionage and protect confidential information. Yet now, he encountered none. Hey, do you know where the other security guards have gone? Vim inquired of a guard he spotted on the ground floor. The guard looked up, and Vim found his demeanor peculiar. They've all gone to sleep, the guard indicated with a gesture toward the corner behind him. Vim turned to see a group of guards sprawled haphazardly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It was evident they had been attacked. He pivoted to leave hastily, pulling out his phone to call for help, only to have it knocked from his hand as the guard rushed towards him. You? Vim exclaimed, astonished. Who are you? Hith. The figure before him let out a strange laugh, transforming into a green-skinned creature with pointed ears and a wide mouth. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I can assume the appearance of anyone. Now, come with me. I shall take you to the Vanguard Technology Company. Upon hearing his words, Weem felt a surge of panic. It had been over 2 months since he escaped from Vanguard Technology Corporation, and he had nearly forgotten the relentless pursuit they had waged against him. To his dismay, they had ultimately tracked him down. Throughout the journey, he pondered various escape strategies, yet he was merely a researcher, lacking the physical prowess of his pursuers, who remained steadfastly behind him. Do not even think about fleeing. I would not hesitate to break your legs, one of them warned. To be frank, we could have apprehended you long ago. But the general has yet to issue the command. What general? Vim inquired, perplexed. When did the military ever collaborate with Vanguard Technology? Get inside. The assailant disregarded his question, forcefully pushing him into a waiting car. As the vehicle roared to life, the man produced a palm-sized device and pressed a button. An invisible current coursed through the security personnel at the Azeroth Technology Building, rousing them from their prone positions, rendering them stiffly upright as they returned to their posts. After a brief moment of stupor, the guards regained their senses, believing they had merely indulged in a brief nap. Weem felt increasingly anxious during the ride, uncertain of how Murdoch would confront him. The memory of his father's torment sent a chill through his entire being. Before long, the vehicle glided into the Vanguard Technology Building, and he was escorted to a door labeled as an office. Enter, came a familiar voice from within. It was Murdoch. Once merely a lowly researcher, he had gained intellect far beyond the ordinary, due to an experimental mutation. The individual who brought Weem did not acknowledge Murdoch, but instead reported to another figure, General Carlroot. I have brought him. Carlroot, standing beside Murdoch, nodded in acknowledgement. Murdoch, controlling his floating chair, emerged. His head had mutated to 5 times its normal size, requiring a helmet attached to the chair to support it, adorned with a red gem. Murdoch approached Weem, his gaze fixated. Weem, why have you betrayed me? I intended to elevate you to a senior management position within our corporation. You are aware that after purging so many traitors, our management ranks are dreadfully insufficient. Recalling the murder of his father, Weem felt a surge of anger. You are the true traitor. Vanguard Technology will perish under your leadership. Very well, Murdoch replied, unfazed. It seems we have some disagreements. But now is not the time for such discussions. I am aware that you serve as the head of military research and development at the newly established Azeroth Technology. I require you to disclose the location of their technological archives. At Murdoch's words, Weem's eyes darted, and he replied, I am quite fatigued and cannot recall. Let's discuss this tomorrow. The whereabouts of the research materials had been known solely to Weem, and it was evident they had searched in vain for quite some time. Weem was acutely aware that even if he disclosed the location of his documents, Murdoch's capricious nature would inevitably lead to his demise. He was the type of individual who acted on a whim. Additionally, Weem harbored concerns regarding the curse placed upon him by Xiao Lin, recalling the peculiar abilities associated with it, as well as his exposure to some of the core technologies of Azeroth Corporation, or so he believed. He did not perceive the situation as mere intimidation. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve for now. I will return tomorrow morning, and I hope you will be able to provide me with the information I seek. Murdoch then addressed General Carlet, who stood beside him. Carlet, continue to send your operatives to infiltrate Azeroth Technologies. By the way, they must assume Weem's appearance. Exercise caution with your demeanor, Earthling. Carlet frowned, retorting, our relationship is one of collaboration. Refrain from speaking to me in such a commanding tone. Indeed, we are partners, and thus my plans will rely upon your cooperation. Carlet dismissed Murdoch's remarks and instructed his subordinate, Cohen, return to Azeroth Technologies and masquerade as Weem. Understood, General. Listening to their exchange, Weem felt a surge of astonishment. Murdoch, you are actually collaborating with aliens? Is that of any significance? I am not an antiquated relic like your father. The outcome is what truly matters. Murdoch summoned an attendant. Take him away and keep a close watch on him. General Carlet, who collaborated with Murdoch, belonged to a race known as the Scrolls. In ancient times, they were a formidable species within the cosmos, endowed with a unique ability to transform into the leaders of other extraterrestrial races to seize control of planets. Ultimately, they crossed paths with the Kree, leading to a catastrophic conflict that resulted in their retreat. Their home planet was subsequently consumed by the Devourer of Worlds. A once mighty race was reduced to but a handful of survivors, yet they recently rediscovered Earth and, due to their dwindling numbers, resorted to conspiring with Murdoch. Restlessly tossing and turning in bed, Weem could only hope that his colleagues at the company would uncover the imposter posing as him. and that Xiao Lin could rescue him from this dire predicament. Chapter 34. The ambush the following morning. Scroll Cohen transformed into Weem's likeness and arrived at the Azeroth Technologies building. Weem's daily routine involved sequestering himself in his laboratory, conducting experiments. As Cohen surveyed the room, filled with various instruments, he found himself at a loss for what to do. A research assistant, noticing Cohen's dazed expression, approached and quietly called out, "Team Leader Weem? Team Leader Weem? What is it?" Cohen snapped back to reality. "Are you all right, Team Leader?" "I'm fine, merely a bit fatigued." The researcher continued, "Team Leader, we are running low on the elemental energy blocks used in our laboratory." Cohen paused, inquiring, "We are out of energy blocks?" "Very well, I shall procure some. By the way, where are these elemental energy blocks to be found?" The researcher observed that something was amiss with the team leader, though he dismissed the thought, attributing it to the leader's recent fatigue. The elemental energy blocks needed to be procured from Mr. Wilson, for only he had the key to unlock the warehouse doors. "Very well, I shall go at once." Taking the elevator, Cohen ascended to the top floor of the Golden Office. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was General Carl Rutt calling. He discreetly retreated to a corner devoid of surveillance, glanced around to ensure no one was approaching, and whispered, "General, what is the matter? We are short on time and require immediate access to the technology for producing the unknown energy blocks. You must find a way to persuade Mr. Wilson to accompany you to the company's weapons testing ground. We will intercept him en route." "Understood, General." The Skrulls had recently targeted Azeroth Technologies primarily for the energy blocks, with several of their warships stationed in the Arctic, necessitating a substantial amount of energy to become operational. Thus far, they had only identified Stark Industries' arc reactor on Earth, alongside the elemental energy blocks from Azeroth Technologies, which were suitable for their warships. Ultimately, they opted for the seemingly more vulnerable Azeroth Technologies, allying with Pinnacle Tech to seize the technological advancements of the Xiao Lin Corporation. Before entering, Cohen felt a wave of anxiety. He was merely an ordinary Skrull soldier, lacking in formidable strength. He had encountered Mr. Wilson a few times, but for reasons unknown, the gaze of the latter sent chills through him, akin to the specter of death. "Come in," a voice called from within. Steeling himself, Cohen endeavored to appear as natural as possible. "Mr. Wilson, what brings you here?" "The latest research has been completed, and we have new specimens. Would you care to accompany me to the testing ground?" Golden stood up and replied, "Very well. I happen to have some time. Let us go and take a look." During the recent Hulk incident in downtown New York City, the weapons of Azeroth Technologies had displayed remarkable prowess. Although ultimately reduced to scrap metal, they nonetheless captured the attention of other military generals, resulting in a significant influx of orders for the company. Hearing of new breakthroughs in research lifted Golden's spirits, prompting him to follow the Skrull, impersonating WIM outside. "Mr. Wilson, all the other researchers in the RD department are occupied today. I am the only one accompanying you." Golden, hearing this, harbored no suspicions and quickly summoned a few bodyguards as they hastened to the suburban testing ground. After traveling a short distance, the vigilant Golden noticed several vehicles closely trailing behind. After a moment of contemplation, he opted not to alter the route. Instead, he pulled out his phone and sent a text to his master. At that moment, Xiao Lin was at the academy, observing mutant students honing their abilities. Upon receiving the text, he established a mental communication with one of the Death Knight subordinates to contact Golden. "Golden, are you certain you are being followed? Do you know who it is?" "Master, I am currently unable to ascertain that." Jean reflected for a moment and conveyed to Xiao Lin the reason for his journey to the testing grounds. Xiao Lin harbored doubts, suspecting that Weem had been coerced into compliance. He advised Jean to assess the situation, expressing his confidence in Jin's ability to manage it, and instructed him to inform him if matters spiraled beyond control. As Jin's convoy reached the outskirts, they encountered a line of vehicles blocking the road ahead. The driver was compelled to halt, prompting Jean to approach the front and knock on one of the car windows. "Hey, what are you doing? Move the car aside and let us pass." No response emanated from within. Instead, a gun was thrust through the window, followed by a deafening gunshot that claimed the driver's life, causing him to collapse to the ground. Upon witnessing the dire predicament, one of Jin's bodyguards swiftly took the driver's seat, only to discover that their path was further obstructed by additional vehicles behind them. "Protect Mr. Wilson," the security captain shouted into the radio, rallying his team. Individuals emerged from both the front and rear vehicles, brandishing firearms and systematically puncturing the tires of Jin's cars. The security personnel responded in kind, disembarking and engaging in a fierce exchange of fire. The assailants unleashed a barrage from their machine guns upon Jin's men, who were swiftly decimated under the onslaught. When only Jin and Weem remained, the attackers ceased their fire. A figure stepped forward, introducing himself as Willie Barnes from Vanguard Technology. "Mr. Wilson, our Mr. Murdoch wishes to meet with you regarding a business proposition. Is this how you extend invitations? By slaughtering my associates?" Jin retorted, his composure faltering in the face of such mockery. Since his transformation into a Death Knight, he had largely suppressed the emotional fluctuations within him. Yet this blatant affront ignited his wrath. Did they truly believe he would submit to their whims? During his time as a Death Knight, he had harnessed much of the deathly power within him, transforming it into his own strength. However, lacking comprehensive memory integration, he had yet to fully master the application of his newfound abilities, currently limited to wielding malevolent energy. "Rise from the dead," Jin commanded, infusing his fallen subordinates with his dark essence, causing them to rise and charge at their adversaries. "Attack quickly," Willie shouted in a panic, rallying his men in a desperate bid for survival. "Don't shoot me." Cohen scrambled away, fearing the fate of a guide who met a tragic end. With a sudden realization, Jin grasped that this was all Weem's treachery. He had never anticipated such betrayal from his own. The reanimated corpses, devoid of intellect and armed, yet incapable of using their weapons, surged forward under Jin's direction, relentlessly advancing towards the enemy despite grievous wounds. "Hurry, destroy these monstrosities," the attackers cried out in terror, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. Chapter 35. Jin Bing captured no matter where those individuals concealed themselves. Jin Bing possessed the uncanny ability to extract them one by one with his grip of death. The terror of losing control compelled them to scream and struggle, desperately seeking liberation from his grasp. Some met their demise mid-air, felled by the weapons of their own comrades. Even those who survived were drawn to him, only to meet a brutal fate as his powerful arms twisted their necks with fatal precision. Subsequently, he resurrected them as ghouls, compelling them to shield him from the onslaught of bullets. In no time, dozens perished, leaving Jin Bing alone on the battlefield, accompanied solely by the reanimated ghouls. "Clap, clap, clap," a figure floated down, applauding. Indeed, Jin Bing, who had dominated much of the American underworld, astonished me with his ability to resurrect the dead. Observing the grotesque form of his visitor, Jin Bing inquired in a grave tone, "I do not recognize you. Who are you, and why have you attacked me?" "You have many questions. Allow me to address them in order. Not long ago, I was merely a humble researcher. I am Murdoch, CEO of Vanguard Technologies. This is my current name. I was previously known as George Talton." As the incessant chatter continued, Jin Bing extended his hand to unleash a deathly embrace. However, an unseen barrier thwarted his approach. Murdoch's immense head granted him formidable psychic power, enabling him to conjure a telekinetic shield for his protection. "Hey, my friend, I haven't finished speaking yet. This is hardly gentlemanly behavior." In that case, from Murdoch's hovering chair emerged an array of weapons and a torrential barrage of bullets. Akin to a metallic tempest, obliterated the reanimated ghouls, along with some of his own injured subordinates lying on the ground. The scene was instantly awash with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Jin Bing dashed behind a vehicle, the essence of death amplifying his physique, rendering him stronger than in life. With a thunderous roar, he lifted the car and hurled it towards Murdoch. Boom! As the tumbling vehicle approached, Murdoch, unfazed, pressed a button on his chair, revealing a series of miniature missiles. Before the car could reach him, it was reduced to mere fragments. Though the transformation into the Death Knight enhanced his abilities, it was still limited and required constant practice. Jin Bing's strength in life had been rather modest, and post-transformation, his prowess was lacking. Now, he found himself powerless against Murdoch, who hovered above. "How do you fare, Mr. Wilson?" Murdoch inquired with a hint of arrogance, for he had transformed from a mere nobody into a figure of hubris after seizing control of Vanguard Technologies. "I am a genius scientist. This chair beneath me is the culmination of my intellect. However, I did not come here to engage in combat. I seek certain technological research from your company." "That is impossible," Jin Bing interrupted, continuing, "Was it you who sent Weem to infiltrate our company?" "Ha ha ha." Victor did not respond to him, but turned to Weem beside him and shouted, "Cohen, revert to your original form." In an instant, Weem's muscles writhed, transforming back into his true self. As Xiao Lin, who was observing the scene through Jean Bing's gaze, witnessed Weem's sudden metamorphosis, his first thought was of mutants. However, upon closer inspection, he surmised that Weem resembled a Skrull. A slight headache plagued Xiao Lin, for such an adversary infiltrating his ranks would pose a significant threat to his company, rendering him unable to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. The dark muzzle of a gun pointed at Jean Bing, and Murdoch threatened, "Tell me all the information regarding your technology, especially the methods for producing energy crystals. That is a corporate secret. I cannot divulge it," Jean Bing retorted, realizing helplessly that his abilities were futile against Murdoch, whose weapon could easily obliterate him. Noticing Jean Bing's reluctance to comply, a beam of light emanated from the gem atop Murdoch's headpiece, striking Jean Bing's body. Even as a being of the undead, Jean Bing felt a surge of paralysis coursing through him, rendering him immobile. Murdoch spoke into the communicator from his chair, "Bring him back. I have ways to extract the information from him." Before long, a helicopter appeared from a distance. Jean Bing, still recovering, was swiftly subdued by a swarm of individuals. "Take him away," Murdoch commanded with a wave of his hand as one person retreated into the distance, angered by the audacity of these individuals to target him. Xiao Lin felt a sense of frustration, realizing he was now in a passive position. Trouble had indeed sought him out. "Logan, I must leave for an urgent matter." Before receiving a response, Xiao Lin activated his Reaver's mech, initiating its flight module, and with a thunderous roar, ascended into the sky, determined to personally visit a base of Pioneer technology located on the outskirts. Before long, as he soared through the skies, he was detected by radar at an Air Force base in New York. "Colonel Rhodes, we have identified an unidentified flying object over New York. The target is small in size and moves swiftly, unlike any civilian aircraft. Redirect a satellite. I must ascertain the nature of that unidentified craft," came the command. The computer screen displayed the flying Reaver's mech, and although it did not resemble Tony's typical style, Colonel Rhodes firmly believed that Tony was inside. "Do not concern yourself with it," he muttered to himself, stepping aside to grab his phone. "Hey Tony, where are you? New York is under a flight restriction today. Are you unaware? Please, do not create more trouble for me." "Rhodes, what are you talking about? I'm not in New York right now," Tony replied, staring blankly at the green filament appearing in his hand. "Not in New York?" Colonel Rhodes paused, taken aback. This revelation was unexpected. What then was that armored mech in the sky? He felt Tony was not jesting with him, and in a state of urgency, he abruptly ended the call. "I'll hang up now, Tony." "Hello?" Tony, hearing the dial tone, felt perplexed. However, it was not long before he lay back on his bed in a state of despondency. "Jean Bing, how did you end up here as well?" Wei Mu, confined within a room, was taken aback and somewhat disheartened upon seeing Jean Bing across from him. "When were you captured?" Jean Bing inquired, now paying attention to Wei Mu. "Last night, Mr. Wilson, I discovered that Murdoch is in contact with extraterrestrials. While most regard aliens as mere figments of imagination, it seems Murdoch has already established a connection with them." "I see." Jean Bing sat on the small wooden bed, which creaked under his weight. "So, Mr. Wilson, what should we do now? Will Xiao Lin come to rescue us?" Upon uttering this, a glimmer of hope appeared on Wei Mu's face. This morning, they had endured considerable torment, only for their captors to inexplicably cease their actions. "Just wait, you will come." Jean Bing's calm demeanor provided Wei Mu with a sense of reassurance. Chapter 36. The Choice of Carlet Colonel. The target has vanished. In the command center of the New York Air Force, the surveillance footage showed the mech disappearing into the vast expanse of trees. "Damn it, who is this?" Colonel Rhodey stood up in anger. "Tony." Rhodey dialed Tony Stark's number once more. "What is it, Rhodey? Why are you calling me again?" Tony Stark's voice on the other end sounded weary. Even in his fury, Rhodey detected something amiss with his friend. Suppressing his anger, he inquired with concern, "Tony, what's wrong? You don't sound well." "I'm fine. What do you want?" Rhodey hesitated before speaking. "Tony, could you lend me a suit of your iron armor? I don't need you to unlock the system, just something I can use. Our Air Force equipment is outdated and in dire need of an upgrade." Before Rhodey could finish, Tony responded, "No problem. I'll provide you with a suit without system locks." "Really?" Colonel Rhodey was somewhat incredulous. He had merely wanted to ask again. Not long before, he had been summarily denied by Tony without a second thought. "You are my best friend. Why would I deceive you? Just come over to my place, and I'll prepare a suit for you. Tony, thank you so much. Excited, Rhodey dismissed any lingering thoughts and, after ending the call, instructed his subordinate. Monitor that forest with satellites. If that mech appears again, call me immediately. Yes, sir. Having exchanged for the flight module of the magic-powered mech, Xiao Lin's mech was now capable of flight. During his inaugural attempt at piloting it, he stumbled and swayed, and without the mental connection to Jean Bing's location, he would have been utterly lost. The mech crashed through the woods, toppling countless trees and stirring up clouds of dust. Ultimately, his magic-powered mech, Revis, plummeted headfirst into a small hill, entangled in a heap of stones. With a sense of melancholy, he emerged from the mech and stowed it away, pondering how splendid it would be to possess an intelligent program akin to Tony's J.A.R.V. Operating without such assistance proved to be quite cumbersome. Summoning his steed, the Death Warhorse, Xiao Lin mounted with grace, drawing forth his weapon, Frostmourne, though the once beguiling spirit of the sword had vanished, diminishing its potency. He could at least wield it without trepidation. Following the sense direction, he ventured deeper into the forest. Gradually, an edifice unfolded before him, surrounded by towering watchtowers vigilantly overseeing the area. Who goes there? The alert guards, spotting Xiao Lin atop the Death Warhorse emerging from the woods, aimed their weapons and shouted. Without a word in response, Xiao Lin unleashed a black tendril of death that struck one guard squarely in the chest, corroding a deep crater and silencing him instantly. An alarm blared, shrill and jarring, though concealment was never his intention. Riding boldly, he leaped over the high barbed wire and charged inside. The small base was brimming with an array of weaponry, transport aircraft, and tanks. Notably, he spotted a spacecraft that distinctly bore no resemblance to earthly technology, leading him to surmise it likely belonged to the Skrulls. Bullets ricocheted off his armor, sending sparks flying as numerous guards surged forth from all directions. Mr. Murdoch, we have an intruder on the ground. An anxious individual burst into Murdoch's office, where he was preparing to interrogate a captive, Jean Bing. Damn it. Can't you knock before entering? Bang. The messenger was shot dead by Murdoch in a fit of rage. After venting his fury, he proceeded to the monitoring center, instructing the surveillance personnel, bring up the feed. A three-dimensional projection materialized from Murdoch's floating chair, revealing none other than Xiao Lin. Who is this man? General Carl Ruth, who had just arrived to discuss matters with Murdoch, was taken aback by the sight. Just a mere insect. He poses no threat, he dismissed, pausing momentarily before adding. He won't be able to locate us here. Are you afraid, Murdoch? General Carl Ruth inquired with a hint of mockery. Impossible, Murdoch retorted, an edge of irritation in his voice. We have far more pressing matters to attend to, do we not? As he uttered these words, a trace of uncertainty crept into Murdoch's demeanor. Over a month prior, he had received a report from his operatives embedded within Jean Bing's organization regarding Xiao Lin. That report compelled him to personally visit Xiao Lin's residence. During his psychic probe of Xiao Lin, he had fortuitously encountered the latter practicing control over the powers of death. The profound darkness, thick with the essence of mortality, had sent tremors of dread through him. Consequently, he had fled the scene, a decision that had delayed his actions against Azeroth's technology. He seems to have discovered our presence. General Carl Ruth's words shattered Murdoch's reverie, bringing him back to the present. What? As he traversed the path, Xiao Lin left behind a trail of lifeless bodies, the unseen souls having been absorbed into his sword by the sorrow of frost. Though devoid of a sword spirit, he could still perceive the joyous resonance emanating from the blade in his grasp. The edifices of vanguard technology on the surface were mere facades. The true base lay beneath the center of a lake. The power of frost spread across the water's surface, forming a pathway leading to the lake's heart. Quick, ascend and intercept him, you worthless fools. Murdoch's roar echoed within the underground stronghold. What shall we do, General? Cohen whispered to General Carlet, leaning closer. We? Carlet replied, of course, we must vacate this place. Gazing at the video of Xiao Lin, he marveled at the emergence of such formidable humanity. Perhaps collaborating with him would be a prudent decision. A thought suddenly flickered through his mind. It matters not if this plan fails. We have other means. Prepare for infiltration into Stark Industries and SHIELD. And I must personally meet that individual above. Cohen could not help but interject. General, perhaps it would be best to refrain. That man appears quite perilous. and your presence is unnecessary. No, I shall go myself. Currently, there are only 10 scrolls left on Earth, including him, and I do not wish to lose any of my subordinates. Now is the time when the scrolls are at their most vulnerable. I require powerful allies. Cohen, we must acquire the energy to activate the warship and then seek trouble with those Kree scoundrels to rescue the Queen. Originally, General Carlet intended to confront the adversary directly here, but upon reflection, he deemed this not the most opportune moment. Only by demonstrating an undeniable strength would he earn the respect he sought. Chapter Bang, 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 bang. The steel door of the underground base reverberated under heavy knocks, as a group of individuals cowered behind, armed and anxiously watching, most unaware of the threat they were about to face. A sword tip emanating with a chilling aura breached the several centimeters thick iron door, producing a shrill sound. As the door was torn open, a black claw emerged first, that of a summoned gargoyle. With Xiao Lin's growing power, the gargoyles he summoned had become increasingly formidable. Their obsidian exterior seemed to absorb light, and they were not truly undead beings, but rather alchemical constructs animated by the force of death, exhibiting remarkable resistance to magic. The gargoyles possessed immense strength, rendering the iron door utterly ineffectual. In no time, they had widened the breach sufficiently for passage. Open fire, Murdoch bellowed. The two gargoyles that emerged from the breach disregarded the bullets, lunging towards the startled individuals. General Carlet turned to seek his collaborator, only to find the scrolls had vanished without a trace. You wretches, you shall pay dearly for your betrayal. This statement merely serves as a self-reassurance for him. Although the scrolls have fallen from grace, they are not something he can contend with. He disregards his subordinates and maneuvers his chair towards another passage. Before he reaches the door, a glowing green magical circle materializes before him, and a ghoul emerges from within. Get away! Murdoch frantically unleashes a barrage from the weapons on his chair, not ceasing until the creature is reduced to mere fragments. Damn it! Turning around by chance, he observes that his subordinates in the hall have been completely annihilated. Frustration and anger surge within him, prompting a low curse. Useless fools. Xiao Lin quickly catches up, recognizing Murdoch as his target. Upon realizing he has been pursued, Murdoch ceases his flight and queries Xiao Lin, "What is your relationship with Jean Bing?" Xiao Lin remains silent, poised to strike when he notices the gem atop Murdoch's head emitting a beam of light directed at him. Clang, clang, clang. Numerous weapons extend from Murdoch's chair, unleashing a relentless assault upon Xiao Lin. However, Xiao Lin is well prepared for this, recalling how he was ensnared in Jean Bing's memories. He commands two gargoyles to shield him from the onslaught. Despite the formidable strength of Murdoch's chair-mounted weaponry, cracks begin to appear on the resilient stone figures. Bone shield, icebound resilience, bloodline of the ancients. After one gargoyle is obliterated by a laser, Xiao Lin envelopes himself in 3 layers of protective magic, bracing himself against the attacks. Once the ammunition is depleted, heedless of whether he succeeded or not, Murdoch seizes the opportunity amidst the smoke to make his escape. When Xiao Lin regains his senses, Murdoch has vanished without a trace, prompting an involuntary remark from him. Gazing at the fork ahead, Xiao Lin deduces that Murdoch must have fled in the opposite direction. After contemplation, he resolves to pursue Murdoch first. Jean Bing and Weem can be rescued at any time, but he cannot allow Murdoch to slip away. Arriving at an elevator entrance, Xiao Lin discovers the elevator has been sabotaged, unresponsive to his attempts to activate it. With no time to ponder, he pries open the elevator doors and creates a large opening in the ceiling. Ascending, he finds the cables above severed. Summoning another gargoyle, he takes flight upwards. Upon reaching the ground, he spots a large transport aircraft preparing for takeoff. To his surprise, Murdoch's escape proves remarkably swift. Just as the gargoyle carries Xiao Lin above the aircraft, it begins to ascend. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Frostmourne effortlessly pierces the fuselage, slicing away a substantial section of metal and creating an opening. Before he can leap inside, an invisible force emanates from within, pushing him outward. Just as he is about to tumble from the aircraft, he hastily embeds his weapon into the plane, securing himself against the fall. The gargoyles soared alongside the transport aircraft, relentlessly wreaking havoc. In a short while, a wing was severely damaged and broke off, causing the plane to spiral and plummet from the sky. As it crashed to the ground, Xiao Lin plunged Frostmourne into the earth, unleashing a tremendous wave of deathly energy that spread in all directions. The long-deceased and buried skeletal remains began to rise again. Confident that Murdoch was unharmed, Xiao Lin commanded the reanimated undead to tear him apart. "Get away! Let go of me, you bastard!" Murdoch yelled, struggling as he took a few steps before the sound of his anguished cries echoed behind him. With a mighty effort, he utilized his mental prowess to repel the ghouls and skeletons that lunged at him. However, the sheer number overwhelmed him, and their reckless disregard for death rendered him unable to resist. Amidst Murdoch's wails, Xiao Lin departed, determined to rescue Jean and Weem. Following the mental link to Jean, Xiao Lin arrived at a rather foul-smelling location, where he encountered numerous tormented spirits unable to find peace. "Boss!" Weem exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Xiao Lin. Rushing to the door, "The one who appeared in the company is an impostor. I have not betrayed you." "Enough! Step aside. I do not wish to harm you," Xiao Lin replied. "Master." Upon seeing Xiao Lin, Jean appeared somewhat embarrassed, as he was bound by thick iron chains. Otherwise, with his physical strength, such a door would pose no obstacle. "Your power remains insufficient. Despite being enhanced by my deathly energy, you were still captured." Yet, Xiao Lin understood that Jean had been preoccupied with company affairs, leaving him no time to cultivate his strength. His deathly energy had yet to be fully transformed, but he could not entrust the company to others due to numerous confidential matters. "I will surely make time to train." The underground base featured 2 exits to the surface, but with one destroyed, they could only use the remaining passage. Upon emerging, they beheld a horde of undead creatures attacking something in the center of the base. Weem, confused and frightened, inquired, "Boss, what are those things? Zombies? What should we do?" "Do not worry. Let us pass. They will not attack me," Xiao Lin reassured him. His strength had not yet reached the level of the Lich King. These undead would soon revert to mere corpses. As they approached the lakeside, Weem was astonished to see a frosty path manifesting on the water surface. "What is this?" he wondered, seeing Xiao Lin step onto it. "Boss, there's a boat over there. Shouldn't we take it?" Xiao Lin replied awkwardly, "This is faster." As they passed the throng of undead, Murdoch had already fallen silent. Suddenly, Xiao Lin recalled the Skrull spaceship he had seen earlier, which was now also absent. "By the way, where are the Skrulls? They should be here, yet they are nowhere to be found. How regrettable. I had hoped to acquire an alien spacecraft." Chapter 38. The Invitation upon returning to the company. Xiao Lin recalled that Vanguard technology was now devoid of leadership and high-ranking officials. "Vim, with Murdoch now deceased, do you think you could reclaim control of Vanguard technology?" Vim, somewhat bashful, replied, "I fear that would be unlikely. My father was merely one of the executives, and I have mostly engaged in solitary research, lacking in connections." Xiao Lin could not help but feel a pang of regret. If he could assimilate Vanguard technology, his own enterprise would flourish at an accelerated pace, enabling him to fulfill that particular mission. The reward of 300,000 exchange points was sufficient for him to procure 3 burning Legion Star Destroyers or to acquire the construction technology for the Sky City of Naxxramas. It seemed as though there had been a dearth of missions lately. After resolving matters concerning Vanguard technology, Xiao Lin returned to his life of cultivation, dining, and slumber. Months passed, and one fine morning, just after concluding his training, Xiao Lin received a call from Tony. "Lin, do you have any free time today? I'd like to treat you to the most delectable Turkish kebab." Curious, Xiao Lin inquired, "What suddenly prompted you to invite me?" "Oh, nothing much. Are you coming or not? There will be beautiful ladies as well." After contemplating, Xiao Lin sensed that Tony's invitation was not merely for a meal. Nonetheless, he replied, "Sure. When shall we go?" Tony responded, "How about noon? I'll be inviting other friends too." At the Turkish kebab restaurant, it was here that Xiao Lin had previously encountered Logan, and he thought it would be fitting to invite him this time as well. "Tony, may I bring along a friend? I hope you don't mind." "Not at all." Xiao Lin arrived at the academy, where the mutant children were currently attending classes. To prevent these children from becoming detached from society, he had arranged for teachers across various subjects. The academy now operated under a fully enclosed management system, fortified by an electric fence and surveillance equipment. Moreover, Xiao Lin employed spatial marker stones to create a chaotic spatial environment. Apart from him, no one else could utilize spatial abilities to teleport. The supplies were delivered periodically by designated personnel, and the mutant children seemed indifferent to this management. It was preferable to being treated as monsters outside, especially after the traumatic experiences endured in Hydra's laboratories. Of course, the janitors, chefs, and some basic course instructors were also unable to leave, permitted only to conduct video calls under supervision, as one of the mutant children possessed the ability to erase memories, ensuring that the Academy's secrets remained secure. This was all to ensure the institution's confidentiality. Under the generous welfare and benefits provided, no one felt discontent. After inquiring for directions, Xiao Lin found Logan by the swimming pool, smoking a cigar and lost in thought. "Logan," Xiao Lin called out, and upon seeing him turn, continued, "How about joining me for some kebabs? A wealthy patron is treating." I'm in. Before Logan could utter a word, a translucent head emerged from the swimming pool. It was the ethereal girl, Dana. "What are you doing here?" The sudden appearance of someone from the water startled Xiao Lin, who had failed to notice that someone was concealed beneath the surface. "Are you here to spy on your teacher, Logan?" A coy expression flitted across Dana's transparent face. If not for her current ethereal state, Xiao Lin believed her cheeks would have been flushed crimson. Logan admonished sternly, "Dana, hurry to your class. If you skip again, you shall be punished with cleaning the restroom." Upon hearing Logan's words, she stuck out her tongue, turned her back, made a face, and scurried away in haste. Xiao Lin, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Logan, can her ability transform anything into water molecules?" "No. At present, she can only convert objects she has long been in contact with into water." "Now, enough of that. Let us depart." "I am rather hungry," Logan replied. Dana's powers were indeed formidable. Physical attacks were virtually ineffective against her, and her ability to conceal herself was exceptional. As Logan donned his clothing, he remarked, "Let us go." Passing through the gateway of death, the two arrived at Xiao Lin's villa and sped towards Manhattan in a luxurious sports car. "Hey Lin, you made it." Upon seeing Xiao Lin, Tony approached and enveloped him in an embrace. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Phil Coulson, Reed Richards, and this enchanting lady is Natasha Romanoff." Clearly, Tony had summoned him for a purpose, given the presence of two SHOD agents and a member of the Fantastic Four. Xiao Lin wondered what they could possibly want. "No need for further introductions. I'm already acquainted with them." Xiao Lin gestured towards Logan, saying, "This is my friend, John Logan." "My goodness, Iron Man, Tony." Just as Tony was about to speak, two women rushed over, their voices brimming with excitement. "Wait for me," one of them exclaimed, dashing to the counter to request a pen from the waitress. "Tony, please give me your autograph, right here." "I want one too," the two ladies said eagerly, pointing to their collars. "Very well, no problem." Tony, unable to refuse such requests from beautiful women, signed with a flourish. Observing the attention he garnered, he smugly declared, "What can I say? I'm simply that popular." The others exchanged glances of disdain at his boastfulness. "Waitstaff, please bring forth the barbecued meats." As plates of fragrant grilled delicacies were presented, Xiao Lin's appetite was piqued. "Tony, you didn't summon me merely for a barbecue, did you?" "Lin, the reason I called you," Tony began, but was interrupted by Coulson, who raised a hand to halt him. "Tony, let's discuss this later. This is not the right time." Given their secretive demeanor, Xiao Lin speculated whether Fury was once again considering recruiting him into the Avengers. An hour later, as everyone finished their meal, Tony stated, "Reed, Lin, it is not I who sought you out. It is Coulson. He has a matter he wishes to discuss with you." Logan observed Xiao Lin's preoccupied demeanor and remarked, "Lin, I shall take my leave now." "Mr. Logan, you are welcome to join me," came the unexpected reply. "Me?" Logan questioned, slightly bewildered as he gestured toward himself. Coulson smiled and affirmed, "Indeed." Recognizing the glint of mischief in Coulson's eyes, Xiao Lin sensed that he had some ulterior motive. Though Coulson presented himself as a congenial and peaceful individual, beneath that FA-OD lay a cunning character, a fact that rendered Fury confident in entrusting the SHIELD to him in the future. "Very well, let us depart." Neither Reed nor Xiao Lin objected, their curiosity about the matter at hand piqued. Chapter 39. The Avengers. This marked Xiao Lin's third visit to Stark Tower. The immense reactor on the first floor, damaged during the previous battle, had now been repaired. In contrast to its former state, the place buzzed with activity as individuals from various states of America convened to negotiate power distribution deals. Tony had once again demonstrated his remarkable talents. Despite the absence of a military-industrial sector, his company remained the most lucrative enterprise. As they were about to step into the elevator, a voice called out from behind them, Turning around, they beheld a bald, one-eyed gentleman standing there. Tony inquired, "Who are you?" "Greetings, I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he replied. Tony turned to Coulson and asked, "Hey, Coulson, is he your boss?" Coulson sheepishly affirmed, "Yes, Tony. The remainder of the discussion shall be conducted by our director. I had thought today you would be in charge." Coulson added with an awkward smile. Observing the bustling lobby, Fury suggested, "Let us ascend and converse." Upon entering the elevator, they ascended to the pinnacle of Stark Tower, where a panoramic view of New York City unfolded before them. Reed addressed Fury, "Director, what is the purpose of this meeting? I have an experiment scheduled for this afternoon. S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the verge of constructing an aerospace carrier, and we require your expertise," Fury elucidated. Reed, incredulous, queried, "Director Fury, while making such a colossal carrier airborne might be feasible, it poses significant challenges, particularly concerning energy consumption." Fury retorted, "Tony possesses the means to address this." He then turned to Tony. "Tony, the anti-gravity technology your father invented, along with your large-scale arc reactor, should be capable of resolving this issue, correct?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tony responded, "Of course, the large-scale arc reactor I developed can power nearly half a state. Keeping a carrier airborne is entirely manageable. However, while you seek their assistance for the construction of the aerospace carrier, what role do you envision for me?" "Fury, I must confess, I am rather inept. I cannot be of help in building an aerospace carrier." Fury gazed at Xiao Lin and remarked, "I require your assistance in procuring a batch of weaponry, specifically sonic palm cannons and sonic tanks. We have also placed an order with Hammer Industries. However, their weaponry fails to meet our standards. That arms company lacks cutting-edge talent and core technology, producing only mediocre weaponry. Were it not for their connections within the government and military, they would likely remain a mere small enterprise. It appears Fury is well aware of their weaponry's limitations. In the past, they could hardly supply a substantial number of arms and ammunition, but recently, they have developed a new power source based on the principles of electrostatic aggregation, which can substitute for elemental energy blocks. Though its operational duration is significantly shorter, it compensates for the inadequacy in energy block production. This transaction greatly benefits Azeroth Technologies, bringing them a step closer to becoming the world's largest arms dealer. That is not an issue. I trust you have seen the weapons ordered by General Ross. This is merely one matter. There is another issue I wish to discuss with you." Fury accepted a laptop that Coulson offered, stating, "Recently, we have encountered numerous situations that our ordinary agents are ill-equipped to handle." Fury proceeded to open a video, revealing a vigilante in New York City, swinging through the urban landscape like a spider. He possessed extraordinary sensory perceptions and strength, and our agents have been detected during several attempts to follow him. While he is not currently engaging in any nefarious activities, there are no guarantees for the future. "Spider-Man," Xiao Lin nearly exclaimed, astonished to witness one of Marvel's famed figures in this world. The scene shifted once more, unveiling a striking woman clad in crimson, accompanied by a silver-haired man. Xiao Lin recognized them as Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, two individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, one capable of manipulating the thoughts of others, while the other possessed remarkable speed. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Xiao Lin's mind, announcing a new mission to invite Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver to the Academy before S.H.I.E.L.D. could intervene, with a reward of 8,000 exchange points. A mission had finally emerged once again, though the circumstances remained unclear. Their appearance suggested a certain disarray. However, their whereabouts eluded him entirely, rendering this task somewhat troublesome. The final scene depicted a prison, housing an oddly shaped humanoid creature. Fury interjected, "This is an alien." Xiao Lin had been actively seeking traces of the scrolls, and it was unexpected to find them within S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing the disbelief on the faces of others, Fury continued, "As a government official, I assure you, I have no intention of deceiving you. This entity claims to be a Skrull, possessing shape-shifting abilities, capable of assuming the appearance of anyone. What you have just witnessed is merely a fraction of those we have detected. There may be many more extraordinary individuals or beings concealed among us." Reed inquired, "What is it that you wish for US to do? Shall we locate and eliminate them all?" "No. Fury interjected. I have identified the spider's identity and am dispatching someone to reach out to him. The scrolls have already been captured, and we have individuals monitoring them, male and female. I summoned you here to propose the formation of an Avengers Alliance, capable of addressing the threats posed to our people and government. Reed declined, stating, I believe I already have a team, and they would be disinclined to join your ranks. Noticing Fury's gaze upon him, Logan remarked, I reiterate, I will not join any organization. And what about you, Logan? Fury inquired. Surprised that the unfamiliar black man knew his name, Logan replied, I also refuse. I am currently a teacher at a school, with no time for wandering about. Coulson could not help but interject. Isn't saving lives and combating evil more significant than your role as a teacher? Logan shook his head. I have no interest in saving lives. Observing the robust muscles on Logan's arm, Tony asked, Are you a physical education teacher? Taken aback by the question, Logan replied, Sort of. The collective refusals created a rather awkward atmosphere. Natasha, who had been quietly standing to the side, chimed in, Well, now the Avengers consist of just 3 individuals, a billionaire, a chick, and myself. Fury, recognizing his inability to persuade further, stated, I hope that when the time comes, you will lend us your assistance. He pulled out his phone and made a call, and shortly thereafter, a Harrier jet appeared from the distance. Coulson, Natasha, and Fury departed. Chapter 40. The Compromise of the Skrulls in the Skies above suburban New York, a vessel unlike any constructed by humanity's sword, undetected by any ground radar. General Carl Rutt. Our personnel have been arranged. The president of Aetherless Technologies is presently at the Capitol, providing us with an opportune moment to execute our plan. Only by fully demonstrating our capabilities can we compel him to collaborate with us and obtain what we desire. Indeed, observing his advisor, Carl Rutt nodded in satisfaction, but was interrupted by the pilot of the ship. General, our energy reserves are dwindling. Upon hearing this, Carl Rutt exclaimed in frustration, Did we not just acquire a batch of energy blocks from General Ross? Unfortunately, the energy concentration within these blocks is not as high as anticipated. We require more. Damn it, we must procure additional energy blocks suitable for our needs expeditiously. Atop Stark Tower, only 3 individuals remained. Logan looked at Tony and asked Tony, Have you replaced the reactor in your chest? Indeed, I have synthesized a new element to replace the palladium, thereby resolving my palladium poisoning issue. With this revelation, Tony's mood visibly brightened. It seems he has missed a spectacular battle. Nick Fury's revelation of the new element saved Tony's life. Perhaps this was also the reason he agreed to join the Avengers. Of course, it could also be that Fury consented to his leadership of the team. Lin, I shall take my leave now. Logan originally intended to take a stroll to clear his mind, and seeing that there was nothing happening here, he prepared to depart as well. Xiao Lin followed suit. Tony had intended to inquire about their Azeroth technology from Xiao Lin, his curiosity piqued by Fury's words. But upon seeing them turn to leave, he refrained from further questioning. As they parted ways on the road, Xiao Lin pondered how he might locate the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Jean Bing. Master, I have something to report. What is it? The Skrulls have appeared at our weapons testing facility and wish to meet with you. Surprised that they had not been able to find the Skrulls, yet the Skrulls had come to him instead, he wondered what their intentions might be. All right, I will be there shortly. Upon Xiao Lin's arrival at the weapons testing facility, he found it surrounded by the base's guards, all armed and pointed toward the interior. Their expressions a mixture of excitement and fear. They had only seen aliens in movies and could hardly believe they were about to witness one in person. In the center of the area, a spacecraft was stationed. It appeared to be the same one that had appeared at Pioneer Technologies previously. Master. Jean Bing approached him from the side. Xiao Lin noticed something amiss in his demeanor. As the guards parted to allow him through, he finally laid eyes on the green-skinned beings with elongated ears. What brings you here? I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? Xiao Lin asked incredulously. What do you seek from us, and what do you offer in return? We desire the technology behind your energy core production. In exchange, we can assist your people in entering Congress and running for office. We possess the means to do so. I find it curious, Xiao Lin replied. If you possess such abilities, why not transform into the likeness of the President of the United States? That would surely facilitate your desires. I must decline to answer that. One of the Skrulls replied, falling silent for reasons that seemed inexplicable. Though the offer was tempting, he remained reluctant to acquiesce. He had just realized that Jean Bing was not who she seemed. He sensed no trace of her life force emanating from her. This was undoubtedly a disguise by the Skrulls. After a moment of mental communication with the real Jean Bing, he confirmed his suspicions. Suddenly, Xiao Lin reached out and struck the figure beside him, knocking her to the ground. "Scroll, there is no need for pretense." "General," the other scrolls exclaimed nervously. Carlut clutched his abdomen, feeling discomfort. "Impossible. How could you detect my transformation?" Confident in their shape-shifting disguises, they possessed an ability that secured their place within this universe. The guards, witnessing the unfolding scene, were momentarily bewildered, questioning whether their superior had transformed into an alien. Xiao Lin approached the scroll spacecraft, asserting that there would be no room for negotiation. Their discussion would take place aboard their vessel. Inside the ship, the scrolls watched Xiao Lin with trepidation. Having witnessed firsthand the annihilation of the Murdoch base by one of their own, resulting in his demise, Xiao Lin could not divulge everything, yet he promised ample energy cubes, contingent upon their adherence to his commands. He reminded them that only he and Wilson held the secret within the company. General Carlut, who believed his shape-shifting rendered him immune to Xiao Lin's influence, reluctantly nodded in agreement, stipulating that he must receive sufficient energy to activate the ship within 2 years. Xiao Lin acknowledged the challenge of energy production, which was currently insufficient as it also needed to supply the military in SHLD. 2 years would provide him the opportunity to grow stronger, making their abilities unnecessary. His immediate priority was to secure a congressional seat for Jean. Despite extensive efforts, progress had been minimal. Suddenly, he inquired about any infiltrators within SHIELD. The scrolls confirmed the presence of one who had ascended to the rank of level 7 agent. The extended duration of their transformations posed risks of exposure, as they could only mimic appearances without accessing the memories of those they impersonated. Thus, one scroll had eliminated an inconspicuous SHIELD agent, adopting his identity to complete several missions, which facilitated his promotion. "I need you to locate 2 individuals who are currently being pursued by SHIELD. Xiao Lin commanded. "Very well, I will provide you with their contact information." Out of the blue, Xiao Lin asked, "Does your ship possess any offensive weaponry?" "None," came the reply. "This is merely a standard reconnaissance vessel, and it lacks the energy to power up." After addressing the matters at hand, Xiao Lin returned from the mutant school with an individual capable of erasing ordinary memories, ensuring that the guards' recollections of the day's events were expunged. This incident must remain concealed. The scrolls needed to remain hidden, with no one else privy to their existence. Chapter 41. Pursuit months prior. After Xiao Lin breached the Hydra underground base, a subsequent event prompted Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, and Pietro Maximoff, Quicksilver, to defect from Hydra. The base fell due to their failure to maintain security, leading to the loss of all mutants, particularly the crucial test subjects, which incited Baron Strucker's wrath. During an inadvertent glimpse into Strucker's thoughts, Wanda discerned that he suspected they had deliberately collaborated with the enemy to free the mutants, subsequently executing everyone at the base. Consequently, Strucker sought to covertly subdue them, interrogating them about the whereabouts of the rescued mutants, even considering them as potential new test subjects. In truth, it was all orchestrated by Xiao Lin. Upon his departure, he inflicted a plague upon the remaining few members of Hydra, ensuring their demise within mere hours. After the death of his adoptive parents, it was Baron Strucker who brought them into Hydra and raised them, instilling in them a profound respect for him. Although deeply saddened by the recent events, they refrained from taking the life of Baron Strucker, influenced by Wanda's counsel, and simply departed from that place. "Wanda, we're being followed. They're downstairs in great numbers. Should we eliminate them?" Pietro, clutching an identification he had pilfered from an agent tailing them, was visibly agitated. They had been evading Hydra and SHLD agents for quite some time, yet it seemed impossible to elude them, and Pietro's patience was wearing thin. "Ignore them. They are unaware that Hydra has surrounded this area. Those are agents infiltrated within SHIELD, Wanda replied. Coincidentally, the agent disguised by the scrolls was indeed a member of Hydra, which allowed Xiao Lin to catch wind of their capture. Presently, he sat in a restaurant, observing the 2 individuals in the hotel across the street. Through his senses, he discerned that the area before him was enveloped in a green mist. Could it be a mutant suppression serum? What is happening? Pietro was the first to sense something amiss. He noticed his super speed significantly diminished and gradually fading. which filled him with anxiety. This is bad. It's a gene suppression serum. We must leave. Wanda exclaimed, frustrated by her dulled reactions. A crimson, chaotic, magical mist emerged from her hands, disassembling the window before them. We cannot remain here. She recognized the overwhelming hostility around her. In what was once a sparsely populated town, armed agents now filled the streets. The sudden gunfire sent the townsfolk into a panic. Many had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos before they succumbed in pools of blood. Xiao Lin observed the turmoil outside. It was evident that Hydra was particularly concerned about the defection of the siblings, dispatching a formidable number of agents, perhaps ensuring the survival of no one in the town. Open fire. Hydra showed no regard for the lives of the innocent. The streets erupted in a cacophony of wails and screams. Surround them. Pietro, you are bleeding. Wanda noted with alarm, gazing at the blood seeping from her brother's foot. Though their lives had been fraught with challenges, their formidable powers had always shielded them from fear or injury. It's nothing. I can still run. A piercing whistle filled the air as a missile descended towards Wanda. Hastily, she employed her chaotic magic to halt the missile's descent, gradually disassembling it. However, Wanda sensed a decline in her power. Although her chaos magic originated from a deity of a certain dimension, it was her genetics that allowed her to wield it with proficiency. The suppressive potion, while not rendering her abilities entirely ineffective, still impacted her capacity to unleash her full potential. This time, Hydra had spared no expense. The entire town was encircled, leaving no one able to escape. Baron struck her. We have suffered significant losses in our ranks. We cannot hold them back. Should we continue the assault? Proceed. Strucker replied through gritted teeth. His experiments were on the verge of success, and he was soon to initiate the gene activation trials on human subjects. Yet unexpectedly, the crucial mutant intended for the experiments had been rescued, forcing him to start anew without the initial test subject. We cannot capture them with such a small force. I do have external support. We must deplete their stamina, and soon, others will intervene to apprehend them. I need to extract the whereabouts of the fleeing mutants. Wanda, you must run ahead, Pietro urged, his foot immobilized and his super speed nearly extinguished by the potion suppression. He did not wish to burden his sister. No, Wanda resolutely rejected him. Noticing his struggle, she utilized her chaos magic to control his movements, dragging him outward. As they progressed, Hydra agents were scattered everywhere. She had never anticipated that Baron Strucker would mobilize such a formidable force. After eliminating dozens of Hydra operatives, fatigue overwhelmed her, forcing her to pause. Xiao Lin had been carefully trailing behind, evading the Hydra agents, waiting for the opportune moment to rescue the pair, thereby facilitating their recruitment into his academy. Observing the onslaught initiated by Hydra, Xiao Lin was astounded. Strucker, merely one of Hydra's leaders, had managed to assemble such a multitude. With Wanda burdened by another, she could have flown away long ago. Now, she was compelled to remain and protect both from harm. Cease fire, commanded Baron Strucker, and the Hydra operatives halted their assault. Strucker turned to a figure in a black robe beside him. The next move is yours, Dr. Zola. Rest assured, her abilities pose no threat to me, replied the man known as Dr. Zola in a mechanical voice. He removed his robe, revealing a metallic form. Once one of the most trusted scientists of the former Hydra leader, Red Skull, Zola was considered a veteran of the organization. However, with Red Skull's disappearance, his status had plummeted. Although he possessed remarkable talents in science, particularly as a bioengineer and robotics expert, his experiments required substantial funding. His assistance to Baron Strucker was primarily driven by the need for research finances, as he sought to create even more formidable mechanical bodies. Moreover, he harbored an even stronger desire to locate Red Skull. Xiao Lin had also caught sight of the mechanical being, desperately rummaging through the recesses of his memory, yet failing to ascertain its identity. Chapter 42. The Death Knight and the Abomination of Dr. Zola. Hey there, little girl, you should come with me willingly. That way, both you and your brother will remain safe. Otherwise, should I resort to violence, it could be deadly, the sinister figure threatened. Are you going to drag me back and subject me to experimentation like the other mutants, becoming a test subject for your Hydra? Wanda retorted, her voice laced with defiance. Ah, I cannot say, the figure responded. Wanda, I must admit, I am quite intrigued by your ability to manipulate others' minds, as I too am an expert in that realm. Observing Dr. Zola's incessant prattle, Baron Strucker expressed his irritation, Dr. Zola, what are you doing? Hurry up and deal with them. If that scoundrel Fury discovers the anomaly here, we shall find ourselves in quite the predicament. Do not presume to command me, Dr. Zola snapped, casting a fierce glare in Strucker's direction. Despite his gratitude toward Strucker's father, Baron Mordo, for introducing him into the Hydra organization, he found Strucker's audacity to issue orders infuriating. Suddenly, a crimson beam emanated from Dr. Zola's mechanical eyes. At that moment, Wanda relinquished her control over Pietro's body. Reacting swiftly, Pietro shoved Wanda aside, and both barely evaded the searing strike, leaving a charred mark upon the ground. Xiao Lin, witnessing the unfolding chaos, realized he could no longer wait. If they were captured, his efforts would be in vain, and the completion of this mission would become increasingly arduous. Just as he contemplated drawing his weapon, he hesitated, recognizing his newfound authority. There was no need to intervene personally. It was high time for the Death Knight abomination to engage in a real battle after his extensive training at the academy. As Xiao Lin summoned the dark energy of death, a portal pulsating with violet luminescence materialized between the combatants Wanda and Dr. Zola. This unexpected apparition startled everyone. Halting their conflict as they watched the abomination, Blonsky emerged from the portal. With a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, he surveyed the encircling Hydra agents, his warrior spirit ignited. Blonsky, eliminate that robot for me. Yes, my master. Roar. Upon receiving Xiao Lin's command, he let out a furious cry, his body expanding until his clothing tore apart, transforming from a robust man into a towering giant over 4 meters tall. Previously, the abomination had possessed brown skin, but now, under the influence of blood and dark energy, it had taken on a reddish hue. With his eyes ablaze, he charged at Dr. Zola, leaving deep footprints in the ground with each step. Seeing the monstrous figure approach, Dr. Zola screeched in alarm, activating the jet engines on his feet, propelling himself into the air to launch an aerial assault. Having barely soared a few dozen meters, the abomination descended like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath it and propelling itself upwards like an arrow, seizing Dr. Zola's feet and forcefully hurling him downward. A resounding crash ensued, sending a cloud of dust into the air, obscuring the vision of the onlookers. The unfolding scene instilled a sense of foreboding in Baron Strucker. From whence did this creature emerge, with such formidable strength, suddenly materializing from what appeared to be a portal? Attack! Strucker commanded his subordinates as the abomination advanced menacingly toward Dr. Zola. A barrage of bullets forced the creature to stagger back several steps. A blood shield, formed from its own sanguine essence, absorbed much of the damage, yet still felt an unbearable itch and discomfort. Insects, I shall crush you. Enraged by the Hydra agent's gunfire, the abomination lunged at them, entirely disregarding its original target, Dr. Zola. Fools, eliminate that robot first. Whether this was the abomination's inherent nature or not, it now resembled a powder keg, striking at whoever provoked it, behaving like a mindless beast. Struggling to regain his composure, Dr. Zola attempted to realign his metallic head, the impact having twisted his neck. Fortunately, being encased in a robotic body spared him from the fate of an ordinary human. Once upright, Dr. Zola furiously adjusted the output of his ocular lasers, unleashing a beam even more formidable than before, directed at the abomination. The creature felt a sting of pain and hastily dodged to the side, yet the laser pursued relentlessly, searing its flesh. In a desperate measure, it seized an unfortunate soul. Using the person as a shield, the individual quickly transformed into a charred husk. The abomination possessed immense strength and high defense against physical assaults. But due to its inability to manifest a magical barrier and its low resistance to magic, it suffered greatly from magical and pure energy attacks, rendering it incapable of swiftly resolving the conflict. Wanda and Pietro observed the unexpectedly intruding monster, which had not targeted them, allowing them a moment of relief. Wanda, we must leave this place, the Scarlet Witch whispered, and she nodded in agreement as they stealthily attempted to slip away, oblivious to the chaos surrounding the beleaguered doctor. Zola and Baron Strucker. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension. Hello there. Xiao Lin emerged unexpectedly, blocking their path. Pietro and Wanda felt a surge of despair, recognizing him as the Chinese man they had encountered previously at the base. Given their current state, they stood no chance against him. Do not be alarmed. I'm not here to apprehend you. Xiao Lin quickly reassured them. Observing their disheveled appearance, he noted Pietro's bloodied foot and Wanda's pale visage. Her once vibrant crimson hair, now matted with dust. What do you truly intend to do? I wish to invite you to join my academy. What do you think? And what if I decline? Wanda now yearns to find a secluded town with her brother to live their own lives. And what is this academy, anyway? Xiao Lin pointed towards the distant figure still battling Dr. Zola, the abomination, and remarked, Do you see that individual? He is my newly recruited subordinate. What are your thoughts on his prowess? Are you threatening us? Wanda and Pietro furrowed their brows, glaring at Xiao Lin. Wanda conjured chaotic magic in her hands, poised to strike. No, that was not my intention. Xiao Lin quickly realized his misstep. The academy I established is a sanctuary for mutants, a place where you would find your kin. I believe it would suit you well, for humans harbor an innate fear of those who surpass them. While Wanda contemplated her future, the battle on the other side was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 43. The destruction of the town, the abomination seized Dr. Zola by the leg, mercilessly slamming him against the ground, causing parts to scatter like fallen leaves, rendering Zola utterly defenseless. Baron struck her, witnessing Zola's plight and recognizing him as no match for the abomination, whose defenses could not be breached by conventional weaponry, summoned his subordinates to prepare for a retreat. Ready to transport. We are leaving. It was evident to all that they stood no chance against the monstrous foe. Hydra agents hastily ushered their leader onto an aircraft, indifferent to the battered Dr. Zola left behind. Though Strucker made his escape, a contingent of Hydra agents remained to seal the exits, preventing the townsfolk from fleeing. Stop. Cease this at once. After enduring a prolonged beating, Zola's vocal apparatus was severely damaged, emitting nothing but static. I surrender. The abomination paid no heed to his words, consumed by a frenzy of exhilaration. Zola was left battered, one of his cybernetic eyes dislodged, an arm broken, and his metallic form marred by dents. I will find you again. I will have my revenge. Before he could finish his declaration, the abomination tore him asunder, reducing him to a heap of sparking scrap metal. Glancing around, the abomination soon realized he was utterly alone and trudged back towards Xiao Lin with a lackluster demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, Dr. Zola had not perished. This was merely one of his many bodies. He possessed the ability to transfer his consciousness freely, escaping any peril. However, unlike Ultron, Zola could not exist within the data network. Upon the destruction of his robotic form, he would shift his consciousness to another backup body, each equipped with a device known as a consciousness repository, akin to a lich's phylactery. Xiao Lin had also observed the conclusion of the battle and suddenly noticed a spectral white entity drifting from the remains of the robot. He remained oblivious to the fact that the robot was, in fact, Dr. Zola. He found it somewhat peculiar. Could a robot possess a soul? At that moment, in Dr. Zola's laboratory, a robot that had been stored away was reactivated, its eyes radiating a crimson glow. The activation of the consciousness program initiated its revival. As its body calibrated and balanced itself, Dr. Zola's awareness gradually emerged from dormancy. He sat up and unplugged himself. Baron Strucker, Dr. Zola connected the call. I have done my utmost this time. I hope you will transfer the funds to my account immediately. Dr. Zola, you are unharmed? Strucker's inquiry ignited a spark of fury within Zola. You abandoned me, leaving my body to be destroyed. You owe me compensation. As for monetary matters, Baron Strucker showed no concern. No problem. I will call upon you when I need assistance next. There will be no next time. Time is of the essence. I must proceed with the construction of my latest steel body. I suggest you refrain from disturbing me. With that, Dr. Zola abruptly ended the call. Strucker, exasperated, dialed back again. Strucker, what do you want now? I am aware that you have covertly seized control of the weapons at a military base near that small town. I expect you to obliterate the town with missiles. Otherwise, you shall receive not a single cent from me. Damn it. How did you discover this? Dr. Zola was incensed. At a military base over 50 kilometers away from the town, a red alert suddenly blared. What is happening? The general in charge rushed into the control room, puzzled. Sir, our computers are under attack. What? The general roared in fury. Our network is isolated. How could it be compromised? Is there a traitor among us? They observed as all missile silos opened, and missiles began to ignite one by one. As the missiles launched, a chill of dread ran down the general's spine. He realized this was the end for him. Quickly, investigate where the missiles will land. A programmer furiously typed at the keyboard and reported, "Sir, the impact zone is Morristown, a remote area with few inhabitants." Upon hearing this, the general couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was still bound for a military tribunal, the situation was not as dire as it could have been. "What have you decided?" Before Wanda could respond, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony of sound. The group turned their gaze towards the town, witnessing a colossal chimney collapse, followed by a barrage of missiles cascading from the sky. What on earth? So many missiles. Xiao Lin hastily activated the portal to the realm of death, pushing them through before they could fully comprehend the chaos. His first thought was that it had to be Hydra behind this madness, as only they would act so recklessly and without regard. Where had Hydra acquired such an arsenal of missiles? Had the American government truly failed to detect that terrorists had commandeered so many weapons? Caught off guard, Wanda and Pietro found themselves at the threshold of death. When they regained their senses, they discovered they had arrived in an office. Observing the entrance of Xiao Lin and the entity known as Disgust, Wanda cautiously inquired, "Where are we?" "This is the academy," Xiao Lin replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thankfully, he had managed to escape just in time. Although he was confident he would be unharmed, he anticipated a rather disheveled appearance. "Come with me outside. I believe you will find it to your liking." But wait a moment. Noticing Pietro's injured foot, Xiao Lin picked up the phone. "Please summon Cece to my office." A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Wanda and Pietro watched as a teenage girl entered the room, someone they recognized from her time as a test subject. "Principal," she said, her body tensing at the sight of Wanda and Pietro. She glared at them and exclaimed, "Why are these two villains here?" Xiao Lin understood that this must have triggered memories of her painful days confined in the Hydra base. "Don't be alarmed, Cece. The reason I call for you is to assist with his foot injury." "I refuse." Xiao Lin felt a bit awkward at this moment and tried to reassure her. "Rest assured, they are also mutants and are not allied with those villains anymore." After much persuasion, she reluctantly agreed to tend to Pietro's wound. A golden aura enveloped her hands, illuminating Pietro's leg and hastening the healing of his injury. "Thank you very much," he expressed, but she feigned ignorance and turned to leave without acknowledging anyone. Chapter 44. The Academy is discovered. Xiao Lin led Wanda and Pietro through the corridors of the campus, where various mutants were engrossed in their chemistry lessons. Observing the students, Wanda and Pietro felt as though they had returned to their own days as students. How long had it been since they had experienced a normal life after being taken by Hydra upon discovering their extraordinary abilities? "I agree to join the Academy," Pietro declared first, glancing at Wanda. "What about you, Wanda?" Wanda nodded in agreement and then asked, "So, what will we be doing here? Will we be students?" "No. We need you to be teachers. Currently, there's only one mutant teacher, Logan, and we are in need of more personnel. As for whether the students will listen to you, I have complete faith that with your abilities and Logan's assistance, it will not be a problem." "Logan," Xiao Lin called out, spotting him on his way back to his room. He introduced, "These are Wanda and Pietro, whom you should be familiar with. They are also mutants and will be part of the Academy from now on." Upon seeing Wanda, Logan recalled the last time he had gone to rescue those mutant children, a time when he had lost consciousness without fully grasping what had transpired. That incident remained one of his most embarrassing moments. The system task has been completed, successfully rescuing and inviting the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver to join the Academy, earning 7,000 exchange points. At that moment, the school bell rang, prompting Xiao Lin to instruct Logan to escort the two into the classroom. The arrival of Wanda and Pietro instantly enlivened the atmosphere within the classroom. Logan furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Silence." His words carried a significant weight, and the previously boisterous classroom fell into immediate quietude. A large boy named Roth could not help but rise and ask, "Mr. Logan, why are they here?" Logan, unaware of any past grievances, could only respond, "I do not know what they have done to you before, but they will be your teachers from now on. The principal and I will ensure your safety here." The mutants exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Indeed, these moments had been their happiest, free from fear, with warm beds and nourishing meals. They truly did not wish to lose this haven. The expressions of the mutant students made Wanda and Pietro feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the past, at the Hydra base, they had numbed themselves, turning a blind eye to the inhumane experiments conducted there, and at times even aided in subduing mutants who had broken free from their restraints. Reflecting on those times now, they felt a pang of regret. Meanwhile, in the Triskelion building of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson knocked on the door of Director Fury's office. "Come in," Fury replied. "Director, our agents report that the 2 mutants we were tracking have vanished." This news troubled Fury, as he had intended to recruit them into the Avengers, dispatching his finest agent, Grant Ward, for the task, only to find that they had slipped through his fingers. Furthermore, the mutants' information had originally been obtained from the Ancient One, detailing events from World War II that led to the near extinction of mutants. Currently, Fury was also preoccupied with another matter. Just yesterday, weapons at a military base had been seized and used to obliterate a small town, with no communication sent out. Thankfully, this had not incited a major uproar online, sparing the government from further headaches. Although the general responsible had been detained, the fallout from this incident was left for him to manage. The members of the World Security Council demanded a thorough investigation, fearing the catastrophic consequences if nuclear weapons fell into the hands of terrorists. Suddenly, he recalled the mutant's ability to manipulate others' thoughts. Could her powers be connected to the missile launch? "Do not concern yourself with this matter for now. I will handle it." Meanwhile, at a Hydra base, Baron Strucker remembered the tracking devices he had placed on the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. It was thanks to these devices that he had been able to locate them so swiftly, and perhaps he could find them again now. "My lord, we have located them. They are currently in Westchester, just outside New York." On the computer screen, a radiant red dot illuminated the positions of 2 trackers. Indeed, they had escaped. Although he had not anticipated that he could annihilate the creature and the Scarlet Witch with missiles, he was taken aback by their swift arrival in New York, considering that the small town was over 1,000 kilometers away. However, there was a glimmer of good news. This time, he resolved to exercise greater caution. Their stockpile of gene suppression agents was dwindling, and they required considerable time for production. Baron Strucker rose and addressed his subordinates. "Very well. Send a team to scout the area, ensuring that their identities remain concealed." "Understood, my lord." Soon, a reconnaissance team from Hydra embarked on their mission. This time, Baron Strucker dispatched only a small contingent, which infiltrated the woods near Winchester. "Hurry, remain vigilant." The team leader, clutching a tablet, monitored the target's position. After a brief trek, they stumbled upon an expansive complex. Upon the towering walls, he observed barbed wire, and it appeared that high-voltage electricity was also present. Contemplating for a moment, the leader produced a miniature drone, directing it towards the structure. Inside one of the buildings, he glimpsed numerous children, with the Scarlet Witch among them. He dared not let the drone approach her too closely, opting instead to maneuver it between the buildings. "My lord Strucker, we have located the target. They are in a building with a group of children." "Send me the video," Strucker commanded. "Yes, my lord." As Strucker received the footage, his eyes widened in astonishment, for he beheld the mutants who had fled from their base months prior. Most significantly, he spotted their experiment number 10, the key to artificially creating mutants. This rediscovered treasure filled him with immense exhilaration. "This time, you shall not escape. I will capture you all." Once he regained his composure, he remembered that this was New York. Should a battle ensue, the military in S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly arrive swiftly. Moreover, he had suffered substantial losses and could not mobilize many personnel at this moment. Perhaps it was time to enlist the assistance of Senator Kelly from Congress. He instructed the action team leader, "First, capture the video. Return to me immediately, especially when they utilize their powers." Chapter 45. The President's decision. Baron Strucker resolved to have Senator Kelly disclose the mutants' existence to the American government, elucidating their threat to society and soliciting the military's aid in eradicating them. After all, he only needed to obtain the corpse of experiment number 10 to complete the ensuing tests. "Kelly, come to my location. I have a task for you." Kelly promptly responded. "Understood, my lord Strucker. I shall be there shortly." Upon arriving at Baron Strucker's base, Kelly was presented with a disc. "Deliver this to the President. Elucidate the peril posed by the mutants. I am confident he will dispatch the military to eradicate them. Remember to ensure our own personnel accompany the mission, and assist me in procuring the remains of Subject 10. Understood, Lord Stryker." The Secretary of the United States rapped on the President's door. Upon entering, he announced, "Mr. President, Congressman Kelly wishes to see you." The President lifted his gaze and replied, "Let him in." As Congressman Kelly approached, the President inquired, "What brings you here?" if it pertains once more to Mr. Stark and the mechanized armaments of Etherius Technologies. I need not remind you that we lack the authority to demand proprietary technologies from one another. No, Mr. President, I am not here to discuss that matter, Kelly responded, retrieving a disc from his satchel. Here is a video. I implore you to view it. The president, somewhat perplexed, accepted the disc and inserted it into his laptop. The screen displayed footage of a group of mutant children, clandestinely recorded by agents of Hydra, showcasing their extraordinary abilities, which appeared quite astonishing. The president queried, Congressman Kelly, why present me with such film? I have no time to squander on this. Kelly clarified, Mr. President, this is not mere entertainment. These events are genuinely occurring and were inadvertently captured by our personnel. The president, skeptical, retorted, how could this be? Why have we never been informed by S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military? I find it hard to believe that your modest pharmaceutical company could uncover such information. Mr. President, these individuals are concealed in a location in Westchester, New York, a place so dense with foliage that satellite surveillance cannot penetrate. I stumbled upon this information by mere chance. Kelly, of course, refrained from disclosing details about Hydra, fabricating alternative narratives instead. Mr. President, these constitute unstable variables. They have acquired diverse abilities due to genetic alterations, which we refer to as mutants. The video reveals their peculiar talents. Some can phase through walls, others can transform into liquid, and some possess the ability to fly. They appear quite young, lurking in such a place and possessing a base, indicating that they are organized and likely preparing for nefarious deeds. The president asked, are they akin to that Spider-Man roaming around New York? The recent exploits of Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, had generated considerable uproar. Even elite soldiers could not match his agility or strength, and the president had been made aware of this. Hydra had also taken note of Peter, but they had not received any information about him from Fury. The elusive Spider-Man remained beyond their grasp. Congressman Kelly elucidated, no, Mr. President. The mutants we understand are a product of inherent genetic mutations, whereas Spider-Man is not. Furthermore, Spider-Man actively assists law enforcement in combating crime. If those mutants are indeed criminals, consider the ramifications. Kelly continued passionately, yet he observed the president fixated on the footage, seemingly lost in thought. Mr. President, what are you still contemplating? Imagine if these individuals conspired to usurp power or assassinate our government officials. How shall we defend ourselves? What do you propose we do? Kelly replied ominously. We must deploy the military to eradicate this threat at its inception. Gazing at the mutants depicted in the video, the president hesitated, pondering their youth and the potential heavy losses the military might incur in confronting them. Please return for now. I shall deliberate on this matter. Very well, Mr. President. Before departing, Kelly added, we discovered their existence months ago and have recently developed a serum capable of temporarily suppressing their abilities. The president hesitated to acquiesce to Kelly's request, torn by the thought of deploying the military against children. More critically, he feared the military might not swiftly neutralize the mutants, which could lead to unpredictable risks. Ultimately, he was more apprehensive about the possibility of these mutants targeting him. Wait, Kelly's remarks prompted a decision from the president. Please wait here. I will summon the Secretary of Defense and several generals to discuss the specifics of our strategy. Upon receiving the president's consent, Kelly felt a surge of gratification. The president summoned his secretary to notify General Ross, General Strick, and Secretary of Defense Mr. Mann to come to his office promptly. Upon their arrival, the president instructed, first, take a look at this. He turned his laptop screen towards them. After they viewed the footage, confusion swept over the room regarding the president's intentions. The president stated, this footage is from a location in Westchester, New York. The mutants depicted pose a significant threat to our government and appear to be planning an attack. I have decided to deploy the military to eradicate them. What are your thoughts? Mr. President, is this intelligence credible? It seems rather implausible, General Ross responded, skepticism evident in his voice. The president turned to Congressman Kelly, please clarify this for them. After Kelly's thorough explanation, the gravity of the situation dawned on the group, and they began to accept his assertions. They had received sporadic reports of mutants, but had dismissed them as fabrications stemming from soldiers' psychological issues. Congressman Kelly, can your gene-suppressing serum guarantee effectiveness? Absolutely. We have conducted extensive testing. They swiftly consented to the operation, due to General Ross's other commitments. He could only provide a limited number of personnel and weaponry, while General Strick took command and supplied the majority of the forces. An unavoidable battle was imminent, and Xiao Lin was now confronting the government of America, all while vacationing in the idyllic Hawaiian Islands of the Pacific. Chapter 46. The raid on the sun-kissed beaches of Hawaii. Basking in the warmth and admiring the parade of bikini-clad beauties, Xiao Lin relished the sunlight. Although he was indeed a death knight of the Dark Realm, he still cherished the sun as he always had. His body, pallid from the influence of deathly powers, was nonetheless robust, adorned with enigmatic blue runes reminiscent of tattoos, drawing the attention of passing women. Congratulations, you have attained the status of congressman. Mission accomplished, reward points, 100, 000. The sudden notification from the system jolted him with excitement, prompting him to sit up. It had been quite some time, and he had nearly forgotten those two lengthy tasks. Unexpectedly, he had now completed one. With the points accumulated earlier, he now possessed 111,000 exchange points, a sum ample enough to acquire various formidable weapons from the world of Azeroth and an array of advanced technology, excluding artifacts, of course. The cheapest among them, the Flame Strike, demanded 150,000 points, while Frostmourne required 300,000. He knew he needed to contemplate carefully what to exchange. Having unanimously agreed to the operation, they commenced the swift mobilization of troops and supplies. However, troop movements were not a matter of haste. 2 days elapsed after the president issued the order before various supplies commenced their transport to a small town near Winchester. General Strick, I entrust you with these weapons and soldiers. Please do not let me suffer severe losses, particularly concerning these tanks, General Ross expressed, harboring a lingering unease, sensing an underlying conspiracy. Rest assured, Strick replied patiently, Congressman Kelly has everything arranged. The gene suppressants will be delivered shortly. His keen interest in this operation stemmed from fascination with the mutants, similar to the Hydra operatives, as he hoped to study their abilities and convert them into weapons for his own use. Meanwhile, Logan at the Academy was oblivious, as was Xiao Lin in Hawaii, and even Congressman Kelly at the Capitol remained unaware that a war targeting the Academy was on the verge of erupting. In the minds of ordinary citizens, mutant powers were akin to a child wielding a superweapon. They permitted capitalists like Stark to possess the technology of armored suits because of their vested interests in the American government. Today, residents of Winchester gaze in astonishment as tanks and armored vehicles made their appearance on the streets, speculating whether military exercises were underway in the vicinity. Congressman Kelly, are your gene suppressants ready? Came the voice from the phone. They are prepared. Shall we deploy them now? Strick inquired. What is the duration of your potion's effect? Approximately 4 hours, came the reply. Very well, I shall inform you promptly. Strick felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the operation, concerned that the target might be alerted. Nonetheless, Congressman Kelly had assured them that those individuals would not venture out of their stronghold. At the command, fully armed special forces surged into the woods, tasked with assessing the situation before the main force advanced. The generals had merely briefed them that a group of terrorists was concealed within, plotting a terror attack, and instructed them to prevent any escape. After several hours of marching, General Strick, leading the way, finally caught sight of numerous buildings faintly emerging in the distance. He alerted Congressman Kelly, preparing to deploy the gene-suppressing agents. The pilot, observing the structures below, reported to Kelly, Report, we have reached the target area. Shall we commence the deployment of the agents? Deploy, came the command from Kelly. With that, munitions containing the gene-suppressing agents pierced the clouds, and the once overcast sky began to drizzle. General Strick had successfully executed the artificial rain. The gene agents had been deployed. This time, Baron Strick had entrusted nearly all of the gene-suppressing agents to Congressman Kelly. Should this operation fail, they would lack the means to launch a similar assault again. Excellent. Initiate the operation, commanded Strick as he activated the timer, eyeing the towering walls before him. With a wave of his hand, he directed the special soldiers to sprint towards every corner outside the Academy's walls. Behind him, armored vehicles surged forward, crashing through obstacles as they thundered towards the Academy. Inside the Academy, students witnessed a transport aircraft soaring overhead, followed by the gentle patter of rain. Many were bewildered as to why an aircraft would come to induce artificial rain in such a remote forest. Logan, my powers are fading. Numerous students discovered that the rainwater falling upon them gradually diminished their abilities, reverting them to ordinary individuals, evoking memories of the serum injected at the Hydra base. Panic ensued as students rushed toward the classrooms, though most had already lost their superhuman capabilities. Wanda clenched her teeth and remarked, "It's those Hydra agents again. How did they locate us in this secluded place?" The group was at a loss for what to do. Outside, the light rain continued, while a tremor reverberated through the ground, akin to the rumble of tank treads passing by. The ordinary teachers looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend why these seemingly superhuman children were gripped by fear. What was transpiring outside? "Logan, can't you reach Lin? Call him." Quicksilver urged Logan, recalling Lin's formidable strength and that the gene-suppressing agents had no effect on him. Logan took out his phone and dialed a number, only to be met with the disheartening sound of the recipient's phone being turned off. "Damn, what about that giant, Bronsky?" Quicksilver thought of another formidable individual, knowing that only Wanda could restrain him in a fit of rage, and he was not even a mutant. No one knew where he had vanished. Logan expressed his frustration, lamenting the absence of anyone to contact at such a critical moment. Boom! At that instant, everyone inside heard the academy's surrounding wall being struck by a heavy object. It was evident that even the most robust of barriers would not hold much longer. Were it not for the presence of so many children, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and Logan could have easily fled, yet they chose to remain. Logan felt a surge of anger, extending his claws, ready to charge out. But Wanda restrained him. "I will go out. The serum does not completely diminish my abilities. I will hold them off." Quicksilver opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately refrained. Chapter 47. The Secret Passage. Wanda stepped outside and beheld the Academy's outer wall, now breached, as the towering structure crumbled to the ground, with rows of tanks advancing within. These were Soundwave tanks manufactured by Azeroth Technologies, and Xiao Lin likely never anticipated that the weapons he sold would be used so swiftly against his own academy. Buzz! An invisible sound wave surged towards her, and unprepared for such a weapon, Wanda was caught off guard and was propelled backward by the shockwave. "Wanda!" Pietro swiftly appeared beside her, helping her up. "Are you all right?" Wanda touched her aching back and replied, "I'm fine. I was careless." Fortunately, she had cast a protective spell of chaos magic on herself before being struck, and now she only felt a slight dizziness. "Logan!" Wanda and Pietro heard the startled cries of students behind them. Turning around, they saw Logan recklessly making his way outside. "Stryker!" Logan trembled, glaring at Stryker in an armored vehicle. He never expected to encounter an old foe in this world, especially one who had come to assault the academy. This confrontation stirred memories of past grievances, igniting both new and old animosities within him, and he could no longer contain himself. Ignoring the rain pouring down, Logan charged at General Stryker. Stryker, noticing the deep-seated hatred emanating from Logan, found himself unable to comprehend who this man truly was. As the enemy closed in, Stryker commanded, "Attack!" Before Logan could draw near, he was struck and sent flying. Under the effects of the suppressive serum and the rain, his body's recovery was gradually waning. Fortunately, the serum had been diluted, allowing his powers to diminish at a slower pace. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he rose once more amidst the students' gasps and continued to press forward. The students, witnessing their usually formidable teacher Logan being overpowered without resistance, were acutely aware that this was due to the suppression of his abilities. "Wanda, sister! Pietro, brother!" At that moment, a small boy shouted loudly, halting Pietro and Wanda, who were about to dash outside. They turned to see a somewhat reclusive boy named Clint approaching them. Upon noticing him, Wanda quickly urged, "Clint, hurry back. It's dangerous here." In their desperate attempt to protect them, Wanda and Pietro managed to alleviate some of the mistrust harbored by the mutant children, at least diminishing their hostility. "Clint, my sister," he said, "I've dug a tunnel leading outside the school." With this admission, Clint lowered his head shyly. His mutant ability allowed him to compress matter, though he needed to touch it to do so. This capability enabled him to repel and compress the soft earth, creating a hole in the ground. Although somewhat solitary, Clint enjoyed tinkering alone. After spending too long in school, he felt stifled and yearned to play outside. Thus, he utilized his unique power to excavate a tunnel in a place unnoticed by others, finishing just the day before. Now, That secret passage had become a lifeline for everyone. Wanda said, "Pietro, take them out. I will hold them off here." Yet Pietro hesitated. Wanda gave him a push, insisting, "What are you waiting for? Go. If we don't leave now, no one will escape." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Logan was thrown into a pile of rubble, rendered unconscious and unable to rise again. His healing ability was waning, unable to keep pace with his injuries. "Logan!" The children cried out in unison. Seeing the attack progressing smoothly, Strick ordered the sonic tank to cease fire, gesturing for the regular tanks to advance. A shell whistled overhead, crashing down and collapsing a corner of the wall. Wanda swiftly turned and unleashed her chaotic magic, controlling the descent of further shells when suddenly armed helicopters approached, their machine guns unleashing a hail of bullets toward her. Wanda found it increasingly challenging to withstand such a torrent of assaults, continually disassembling the ammunition suspended in midair. Pietro called out to the other teachers, "You all need to come over. They won't spare you either." They nodded in agreement. Pietro, along with the ordinary teachers and other students, followed the boy named Clin to the academy's rear entrance. Clin pointed to a corner of the garden, saying, "It's right there. We can exit from that spot." Gazing at the incessant drizzle and the overcast sky, they wondered when it might cease. This relentless rain, no matter how swiftly they moved, was unavoidable, unless one could achieve that legendary state capable of transcending the very fabric of space and time. Glancing at the flames erupting behind them, Pietro urged, "Everyone, stay close. We must leave now. Don't fall behind." Clin raced ahead, lifting the banana leaves and 2 wooden planks that concealed a narrow passage beneath. Clin walked through the spacious interior, yet Petro and the other instructors had to stoop low, carefully maneuvering step by step. After a trek of roughly 10 minutes, Clin suddenly came to a halt, nearly causing Petro to collide with him. "Brother Petro, we've arrived. This is the place." Clin stood on tiptoe, forcefully pushing aside the wooden plank above, revealing the sky beyond. Finally, they had reached their destination. Petro exhaled in relief and helped the children up, addressing the other teachers, "You should leave first. I must return. Be cautious and take good care of these children. They're mere mortals now." Petro had no choice but to trust them. He needed to return for Wanda. No sooner had he spoken than he leapt back into the tunnel, leaving the students exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Wanda, still within the academy, was evading bullets and explosions as she rescued Logan from the rubble. Although he remained unconscious, blood covered him. She felt for his pulse. It was weak but present, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Xiao Lin, savoring a delightful meal, suddenly sensed that the teleportation markers he had established at the academy had been compromised. Alarm surged through him. This could only mean the academy was under attack. Who would dare launch such an assault and destroy his markers? There were numerous powerful mutants there, including Wolverine, Scarlet Witch Quicksilver, and the Abomination, though he recalled that the latter had been dispatched to the Azeroth technology building. Curse it! He hoped it was not too late. Chapter 48. The Cataclysmic Legion. Xiao Lin hurried to an isolated corner and activated the death gate leading to the Azeroth technology building. Though uncertain of the situation on the other side, he surmised that the assailants were likely Hydra operatives. Only those armed with gene suppression serum could so easily subdue such a multitude of mutants. Upon emerging from the teleport, he urgently released the magical mechanized armor, which ascended slowly from the top of the building. "Look, Mom, it's Iron Man." The swiftly flying armor left a trail of flames as it vanished into the horizon. The onlookers assumed it was Tony Stark, the Iron Man, and took it in stride, feeling pride for their superheroes in New York City. Unlike other cities devoid of crime-fighting champions, witnessing Wanda single-handedly fend off the assault, Strick was struck by her formidable power. His mind was consumed by a yearning for mutant strength. General Ross sought to enhance his soldiers with super serum, and Strick too desired his own super soldiers, believing it to be the future of military advancement. Waving his hand to halt the attack, Strick called out, "Young lady, we need not waste time here. Surrender, and we assure your safety." Wanda took a few breaths, glancing at Logan beside her, and replied, "Impossible. You're in league with Hydra. There will be no good days under your control." Wanda now harbors an intense loathing for Baron Strucker. Should she encounter him again, she vows to end his life. Hydra? Strucker felt a flicker of confusion. Had not the agents of Hydra vanished with the conclusion of World War II? At this moment, Pietro arrived at the academy. He beheld the remnants of the structure, with only the area surrounding the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, remaining intact, while the other edifices lay in ruins. "Why have you returned? Leave at once," he urged. Pietro hoisted Logan onto his back, adding, "Wanda, let us depart. The students are safe now." Wanda nodded, having just lowered her protective barrier and poised to turn away when she observed the upper floor finally succumbing to its weight, hurtling down towards them. "Pietro." Wanda unleashed her chaos magic, managing to shield 3 individuals, but was ultimately engulfed beneath the debris. After expending vast munitions and energy stones, she finally vanquished that mutant. Gazing at the desolate remains of the building, General Strucker contemplated sending his troops to investigate when Senator Kelly, accompanied by a team, approached from behind. "General Strucker, I will take over from here." Strucker frowned, responding, "That is acceptable, but the bodies of the mutants must be handed over to us for disposal." With his forces surrounding him, Senator Kelly reluctantly acquiesced. As Xiao Lin soared into Westchester, he was met with the sight of troops filling the woods, including the sonic tanks he had sold to General Ross. Military personnel? How did they arrive here, and how did they discover this location? He counted carefully. There were about 1,000 soldiers encircling the academy, which now lay in ruins. A surge of rage welled up within him, regardless of who they were. He resolved to ensure they remained here, as his hard work lay in shambles. Activate the arcane artillery. The weapons on Xiao Lin's mech began to charge. While the attention of the soldiers was diverted, the Eldritch Cannon unleashed a torrent of fire upon them, inflicting heavy casualties on the unsuspecting troops above. "Fools, aim your weapons upward and bring that individual down." "General, it's dangerous." Strucker's aide pressed his head down just as a green Eldritch fireball whizzed overhead, igniting a nearby soldier, who was soon reduced to ashes. "Tony?" Strucker stared at the descending arcane mech, perplexed. How could Stark Industries, known for its close ties with the government, be opposing them? In the air, Xiao Lin recognized a familiar officer among the ranks. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that the man bore a striking resemblance to Colonel Strucker, Logan's nemesis. "Fools, take it down!" Strucker shouted in frustration. Weapons were trained on Xiao Lin, unleashing a barrage of fire. However, as he was still unaccustomed to operating the mech, he exited it after sustaining a hit, relying instead on his own abilities. Xiao Lin unleashed the vengeful souls from the Frostmourne, merging them into the ground beneath the enemies, thus forming an army of the deceased. Unlike the mindless ghouls typically summoned, these were the amnesiac soldiers of Hydra, along with the souls of Vanguard employees and mindless undead summoned from other realms, culminating in a new plague of the undead. The soldiers were horrified as hands caked in earth emerged from the ground, and faces grotesquely marred by decay materialized before them. What in the world is this? They felt as though they had stepped into a horror film. The scene before them instilled panic, shattering their earlier composure. The rising corpses lunged at nearby soldiers, biting and gnawing, throwing their formation into chaos. Even General Strick was left astounded. The reanimation of the dead was beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Just as Councilman Kelly, who was searching for experiment number 10, became aware of the unfolding situation, his monitoring device transmitted the scene to Baron Strick. "Damn it, him again." Strick clenched his teeth. This man had rescued the mutants from his base, yet he remained utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. A fierce battle between the living and the dead erupted within the woods. Lord Mephisto, the ghoul of hell, noted a significant reduction in his undead ranks, potentially due to a sorcerer from the mortal realm summoning them away. In another dimension of Earth, within Mephisto's dominion of hell, a skeletal general reported to the Lord of the Underworld seated upon his throne. This time, the number of ghouls had diminished by 2,356, correlating with the recently vanished souls. The flame of souls flickered in Mephisto's eyes. "How dare they seize my souls and ghouls without my consent? Such audacity!" Yet, he felt a pang of frustration. His power had been considerably diminished on Earth, and even confronting a Wraith Knight proved troublesome, not to mention the emergence of an unidentified necromancer. "I must urge my followers to expedite the completion of the ritual. I must channel as much of my power to the mortal realm as possible." Mephisto regarded the souls on Earth as his personal possessions, refusing to allow anyone to usurp them. Of course, this also stemmed from the indifference of the god of death, for he would not dare to claim Earth as his own. Chapter 49. The malevolent aura Xiao Lin paid no heed to the soldiers embroiled in battle with the undead legion. instead turning toward the ruins of the academy, eager to discover if any life remained within. Along the way, he encountered Councilman Kelly and several Hydra agents, who appeared to be searching desperately amidst the debris. Upon seeing Xiao Lin, exuding an aura of lethal intent and brandishing his weapon, Kelly felt a surge of fear. He had caught sight of him, and it seemed his fate was grim. Taking refuge behind the crowd, Kelly urged, "Quick, eliminate him." The other Hydra agents, upon hearing this, drew their weapons and aimed them at Xiao Lin. However, the bullets had no effect on Xiao Lin. Before they could fire several shots, they were all struck by the icy gusts of wind, transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. Congressman Kelly, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "I am a member of the United States Congress. You cannot kill me." But before he could finish his sentence, the sharp blade of Frostmourne pierced his body, and the enchanted sword's power activated, extracting his soul and absorbing it within its depths. Having vanquished the Hydra agents, Xiao Lin continued his search, detecting a familiar wave of energy emanating from beneath a pile of rubble. He summoned a few ghouls and gargoyles to swiftly clear the debris, hoping fervently that the students were still alive. When the last concrete slab was removed, he discovered a swirling mass of red magical energy forming a protective circle. Wanda, straining to maintain the magical barrier, was losing strength, and just as she was about to collapse, she felt a sudden lightness above her, accompanied by a voice calling, "Wanda." She dispelled the magical shield, revealing Logan, unconscious and bloodied on the ground, and a pale Wanda, while Pietro appeared to be in better condition. "Pietro, Wanda, where are the others?" Xiao Lin's expression darkened. "Why were only 3 of them left?" Pietro replied, "They are all safe. They have been moved to a secure location." Relieved to hear this, Xiao Lin breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were alive. Looking at Logan, covered in blood, he asked, "Is Logan all right?" Wanda gasped. "He is alive, but cannot recover. He has fallen into a coma due to a gene suppression agent." Frowning, Xiao Lin inquired, "Are there Hydra agents involved?" "No, I did not see any. They may have hidden themselves," Wanda replied. Xiao Lin recalled that even in organizations like SHIELD, Hydra operatives were present, and it was likely that similar infiltrations existed within government departments, suggesting that this entire operation could have been instigated by them. They were unaware that Congressman Kelly was, in fact, a concealed member of Hydra. Meanwhile, the undead of the Legion, despite their resilience, exhibited no formidable combat prowess. The terrifying apparitions were easily shattered, unable to rise again. Strucker's forces, having swiftly regained composure after the initial chaos, formed an orderly formation. The weapons mounted on the sonic tanks were aimed at the advancing undead, and with a single shot, several were obliterated. From the dismembered corpses flowed not red blood, but green pus that splattered upon the soldiers, unbeknownst to them, infecting them with disease. Although the seemingly endless horde of undead appeared numerous, they quickly suffered significant losses under the relentless bombardment. Observing that the situation had stabilized, Strucker intended to inquire about Congressman Kelly, but turned to see several ice sculptures in the distance, along with a lifeless body on the ground. He beheld the figure clad in obsidian armor, the summoner of these undead monstrosities, standing amidst the ruins. Strick shouted to his companion, Colonel Norton, "Unleash the tank upon him." "Yes, General." Colonel Norton commanded several subordinates to aim the sonic tank's weaponry at Xiao Lin. Young Wanda, witnessing the predicament behind Xiao Lin, intended to sound a warning, but saw him summon a wall of ice without so much as a glance back. Boom! The sonic blast struck the wall with a deafening roar, fissures appearing upon its surface. Fortunately, it had thwarted this assault. "You scoundrels!" Xiao Lin cleaved through the ice barrier. "Wanda, guard Logan here." Wanda nodded affirmatively. Xiao Lin turned toward the enemy's stronghold, bolstered by the enhancement of Frostmourne. His icy aura intensified, forming a tempest of frost that swirled around him. Such a fearsome mutant. Strick was already contemplating retreat, having just discerned that the soldiers tainted by the dripping pus of the undead had grown lethargic, and with the absence of gene suppression agents, their ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective against this mutant. If this continued, they would all perish here. Clearly, today's situation had spiraled beyond control, with grievous casualties, and the primary scapegoat, Congressman Kelly, now lay lifeless. Retreat. Upon hearing General Strick's order, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, despite being labeled as mere terrorists. They were confronted with an array of terrifying creatures. As the invaders attempted to flee, Xiao Lin was determined not to let them escape, charging forth, enveloped in the icy tempest. Strick commanded, "Colonel Norton, intercept him." Colonel Norton felt disheartened, burdened with the task of courting death. Yet upon meeting Strick's gaze, he dutifully orchestrated the battle. Before the enemy could approach, Colonel Norton sensed an inexplicable pull from ahead, causing him to drift forward involuntarily. A chill coursed through his chest as he looked down to see a frost-laden longsword piercing through his body. Then, darkness enveloped him, and it felt as though his soul plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. Open fire. Even without their commander, the remaining soldiers did not hesitate to pull their triggers, though they understood the futility of their actions. Beneath the keen edge of Frostmourne, nothing could effectively hinder him. Xiao Lin leapt atop a tank that obstructed his path, and with a mere flick of his wrist, cleaved it in twain. The armed helicopters above faced the gargoyles. Several swooped in, only to spiral helplessly toward the ground. In that moment, explosions and cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Currently, Xiao Lin's mental prowess was sufficient to command this legion of over 2,000 undead, though any further augmentation would exceed his capacity. At this moment, an evil aura skill suddenly emerged in Xiao Lin's mind. The system had previously mentioned that as one's strength increased, certain abilities of the Death Knights would gradually unlock. This was likely due to the absorption of numerous souls, significantly enhancing his power. It felt almost like an obsession. He found himself increasingly addicted to the harvest of souls. The evil aura was a domain magic capable of augmenting both his and his undead minions' movement speed and life recovery rate. Under the influence of this magic, the speed of the undead experienced a remarkable enhancement. Chapter 50. The Annihilated Army. Jack, what has happened to you? A soldier, having not run far, witnessed his comrade sway and collapse beside him. In a state of anxiety, he crouched down to examine his fallen ally, only to be overtaken by a wave of dizziness himself. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly among the soldiers. Strick sat in the vehicle, frowning at the soldiers around him who continued to fall, listening to the distant cannon fire gradually fading away. Had they all been dispatched so swiftly? Suddenly, a soldier's agonizing scream pierced the air behind him. The undead legion had caught up. He noted that the undead moved far more swiftly than before, nimbly pursuing the soldiers, climbing onto vehicles, disregarding the bullets that riddled their bodies. A couple of ghouls could easily rip a soldier to shreds. Witnessing this, Strick realized there was no escape for them this time. He found it peculiar that the undead, along with that mysterious powerful being who had felled his comrades, had yet to turn their attention toward him. Upon reflection, it seemed they might be seeking some information from him. As the number of soldiers dwindled, he understood his own fate was sealed, yet he could not bring himself to take his own life. After the soldiers were dispatched, Xiao Lin summoned Strick to his side with a grip of death. "Are you Strick?" he inquired. Strick, taken aback that this individual knew his name, threatened. "I am a general of the United States military. I hope you comprehend the gravity of your actions. You are opposing an entire nation." Disregarding Strick's words, Xiao Lin continued. "Who sent you to assault the academy?" "It was Congressman Kelly who incited the president to initiate this operation. He has already been slain by you," Strick replied, harboring significant resentment toward him. Xiao Lin did not perceive Strick as deceitful. Rather, he felt a sense of frustration at the severed lead. "Then you shall perish." With that, Frostmourne pierced through his body, absorbing his soul. After vanquishing the invading army, Xiao Lin drove Frostmourne into the ground. Under the influence of death's power, a strong pull emanated from the weapon, drawing in all the souls that had yet to enter the realm of the damned. Upon returning to the ruins of the academy, Xiao Lin discovered that all the souls had vanished, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Having witnessed Xiao Lin summon the undead and absorb souls, Wanda found him somewhat terrifying, reminiscent of the horror stories that had once kept her awake in childhood. "Let us first rescue those students, then seek a suitable place to settle," she suggested. He had initially hoped to locate a spatial beacon amidst the ruins, but upon surveying the chaotic debris, he reconsidered. Pietro led Xiao Lin and the others to a narrow tunnel. "This is the passage through which I fled with the students," he recalled. "However, the tunnel is lengthy, and I cannot ascertain where the exit lies." The cramped space appeared daunting, especially for his height. As Pietro prepared to enter, Xiao Lin halted him, saying, Perhaps it will be best to send the gargoyles to search. They should not stray too far. We shall wait here, watching the dark gargoyle ascend into the sky. Xiao Lin pondered aloud. Why is it that Hydra's agents always manage to track you down? Wanda and Pietro, equally perplexed, noted that since escaping Hydra's base, they had been pursued multiple times. This time, they had traversed through the gates of death, teleporting from miles away. Tracking them seemed implausible. Xiao Lin had considered the possibility that Wanda had orchestrated this as a ruse, but reflecting on the current circumstances, he concluded that if it were a trap, the students would surely have been captured. Wait, Wanda suddenly exclaimed, extending her palm, cloaked in chaotic magic, as a minuscule object floated forth. This is the key to the various laboratories at the Hydra base. Perhaps it is how they can quickly locate us. Wanda, retrieve the one on me as well. Pietro chimed in, realizing the significance. Within the base, only Strick had undergone iris verification. All others had implanted these devices, suggesting their purpose extended beyond mere access keys. As Wanda prepared to destroy the two keys, Xiao Lin intervened. Hand them over to me. They shall serve a purpose. Wanda inquired. But won't this allow Strick to pinpoint your location? Do not worry. It will be fine. Once Xiao Lin stowed the keys in a spatial pouch, the Hydra operatives assigned to track them suddenly lost the positions of Wanda and Pietro. I have located them, Xiao Lin declared, viewing through the gargoyle's eyes, revealing a group of mutants being interrogated by several police officers, while the ordinary teachers seemed oblivious to the situation. We have found them. He summoned the magical mech, preparing to depart, but then remembered the two diminished allies and the unconscious Logan. Opening a portal through the gates of death, Xiao Lin instructed, you all return first. I shall be back shortly after locating the students. A system notification emerged, detailing a new mission: eliminate one of Hydra's leaders, Baron Strick, and mitigate the government's temporary threat to mutants. Reward: 50,000 exchange points. Once again, it is that fellow Strick, and he must be dealt with. However, the whereabouts of Hydra remain elusive. It is likely they have abandoned their previous base. Recalling the two access keys to the Hydra facilities, perhaps I shall seek Tony's assistance, as his intelligent assistant Jarvis could potentially locate Strick using them. Time is of the essence. Xiao Lin ascended into the sky in his arcane mech, having noticed that the students were tightly encircled by teachers and janitors. These students, having lost their powers, are but children and cannot escape. Should they be taken to the police station for questioning, it would surely lead to significant trouble. Soon, Xiao Lin hovered above the gathering, observing the scene through the gargoyle, where he discerned that the ordinary teachers and janitors of the academy had summoned the authorities, harboring a palpable fear of the existence of the mutant academy. With ice-blue flames igniting in his eyes, he felt a surge of anger, despising such petty actions of those who kick someone while they are down. With a resounding crash, he descended from the sky, landing directly on a police car, obliterating it along with the officers inside. What? After a moment of stunned silence, the police officers hastily drew their firearms, aiming at Xiao Lin. Like swatting flies, he dispatched them one by one. As Xiao Lin emerged from a mech, the students excitedly surrounded him. Principal, you have returned. This is wonderful. The cacophony of children around him was almost overwhelming. Brother Lin, it was those teachers who called the police, hoping to have us taken to the precinct, but the officers do not believe them. Xiao Lin noticed the hired teachers attempting to discreetly leave, aware of their guilt. Perhaps they might idolize a solitary hero, but a group of formidable children would surely instill fear in them. Their salaries were not insignificant. An icy chill enveloped the 10 or so individuals, freezing them solid while simultaneously absorbing their souls. The mutant children, accustomed to horrific experiments, displayed no fear. Instead, they reveled in the retribution. Chapter 51. The Sky City of Naxxramas Strick. Logan suddenly jolted awake, drenched in sweat, the figure from his dream an indelible symbol of hatred. Looking around, he realized he was in a room, presumably in Hell's Kitchen. Reflecting on prior events, he touched his wounds, now fully healed, which relieved him greatly. The loss of his self-healing ability felt like a nightmare. Logan, you are awake. Upon descending the stairs, Logan spotted Wanda, Pietro, and the group of students in the courtyard, seemingly unharmed. Where is Lin? Logan scanned the area, but found no sign of Xiao Lin. This was his home. The only one capable of bringing them all back safely was Xiao Lin. Peter raised a can of beer to his lips. Returning to his company, with the intention of reconstructing the academy. Xiao Lin stood atop the Aetheris technology building, gazing out at the scenery while pondering how to rebuild the academy, ensuring it would not suffer the same fate of destruction as before. Additionally, Baron Zemo, who had mastered the gene suppression serum, must be eliminated. Otherwise, the mutants would remain unable to fulfill their purpose. Xiao Lin initially contemplated reconstructing the academy at its original site, but then recalled that he currently possessed 111,000 exchange points, sufficient to acquire the construction technology and materials for Naxxramas. Indeed, it was the floating city in the sky. However, constructing such a city above Earth would necessitate the installation of reflective shields akin to those found on DS airborne carriers. Fortunately, the Skrulls possessed similar technology and would likely be amenable to parting with it. He exchanged points for the construction technology of the Sky City, Naxxramas, a crystalline artifact imbued with knowledge materialized from a void, costing him 50,000 exchange points. Besides this, constructing Naxxramas would require a significant amount of additional exchange points to procure building materials not found in the Marvel Universe. He estimated needing around another 50,000 points. System, how do I utilize this? Xiao Lin inquired, holding the crystal yet uncertain of the next step. Upon bringing the memory crystal close to his forehead, the knowledge would automatically be infused into the user's mind. He then asked, will this allow me to learn how to construct the Sky City? No, you must also comprehend the knowledge, came the reply. As Xiao Lin pressed the crystal against his forehead, it adhered and emitted a faint glow. He attempted to absorb the knowledge contained within, but was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, most of which he could not grasp. It required understanding of alchemy and magical arrays, yet he was merely a Death Knight. Will Dr. Weem be able to comprehend this knowledge? It seems akin to a different branch of science. Jean summoned Dr. Weem to the upper floor. Boss Xiao Lin, what is it? Weem appeared somewhat anxious as he approached. Xiao Lin handed him the knowledge crystal, instructing, place this on your forehead. Weem hesitated, casting a wary glance at Xiao Lin, who sensed his lingering fear of potential harm. After a moment's contemplation, Weem steeled himself and pressed the crystal to his forehead, allowing a torrent of knowledge to flood his mind, an unprecedented realm of understanding. After assimilating the information from the crystal, Weem furrowed his brow. The details of large-scale floating magical arrays, spatial teleportation arrays, skeletal constructs as guardians, and necromantic protection arrays were elaborated upon, yet these concepts diverged significantly from his prior education. Achieving a full comprehension would undoubtedly require extensive further study. Boss Xiao, I still need some time to comprehend how to construct this, remarked Xiao Lin. After a moment of contemplation, Wei mused approximately half a year. This was the shortest timeline he could provide. That is too slow, Xiao Lin thought, feeling a sense of impatience. Perhaps only those with innate magical knowledge could swiftly absorb such information. Unfortunately, he had no such talents among his subordinates, and the only individual he knew with such prowess was Dr. Destruction. But Xiao Lin was unable to tame such a formidable being. Very well. You should focus on learning and understanding this knowledge for now, and delegate your current tasks to other researchers, he suggested. Wei hesitated, responding, Boss Xiao, however, our recent research on the meteorological weapon, the lightning storm, is nearing completion, and I truly cannot spare the time. Lightning storm? Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback. Recalling a game he played in his past life, Red Alert, featuring America's superweapons. How could they possibly have developed this? Excitedly, Wei, the scientific enthusiast, elaborated. We have been studying the lightning generator you provided, but its power has not been satisfactory. Thus, we contemplated harnessing the forces of nature. Once completed, the superweapon we construct will be capable of summoning lightning from the sky to launch widespread attacks. Stop. As soon as the subject of his research was broached, Wei rambled on, but Xiao Lin had no time to indulge him. Continue your research. I will seek out others. After Wei departed, Xiao Lin recalled that Wanda, being a sorceress, might be able to quickly assimilate this knowledge. Upon returning to the villa, he discovered Logan was awake, and the academy students were watching him intently. With the academy in ruins, they were temporarily without a place to stay. Xiao Lin addressed them, rebuilding the academy will take some time. So for now, you must remain here. Observing their dejected expressions, he suddenly felt it unnecessary for them to remain confined within the villa. You may go outside, but do not cause trouble. If you encounter other mutants, it would be best if you could introduce them to our academy. Wonderful. The students erupted in cheerful exclamations. Although they were safe under their teacher's protection, they yearned to explore the outside world, perplexed by why the adults around them were fearful and wished to harm them. Logan approached, placing a comforting arm around Xiao Lin's shoulder, and inquired, "What about Stryker? I saw him earlier." "Stryker? He is already deceased." Upon hearing this, Logan's mood lightened slightly, though he knew this was not the Stryker from his own world. "Wanda," Xiao Lin called to the Scarlet Witch, who was about to exit, handing her a knowledge crystal. "This contains the information necessary for constructing our new academy. I hope you can master its contents swiftly and help establish the academy." Chapter 52. Threat. The President of the United States sat uneasily in the White House. The army led by General Strick, which had advanced on Winchester, had suffered total annihilation, resulting in the deaths of both Strick himself and Congressman Kelly. Such losses were rare even in their foreign conflicts. Opposite him, General Ross wore a grim expression. He had lent a significant portion of his advanced weaponry and soldiers, and the magnitude of this loss weighed heavily on him. "General Ross, what do you believe we should do now?" the president inquired, though the current situation was shrouded in uncertainty. Just as he was about to articulate further thoughts, a cacophony erupted from outside, the sounds of anti-aircraft artillery and machine gun fire resonating incessantly. An agent burst into the room without knocking. "Mr. President, enemies are approaching rapidly." With a resounding crash, a massive mech barreled through the window, shattering glass in all directions. Instinctively, the president and General Ross ducked and covered their heads. The agent drew his sidearm and fired repeatedly at the incoming foe, but the shots merely rang harmlessly off the armored exterior. Before them stood an imposing figure. "Iron Man?" They wondered, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Lin understood that the turmoil at the academy was far from over. The annihilation of Strick's forces might incite the American government to retaliate even more fiercely, with Baron Zemo lurking ominously nearby. Xiao Lin had no intention of assuming the role of the principal antagonist just yet, as he felt his strength was insufficient. Those who overexpose themselves often become the first casualties. However, this did not equate to passive submission. It was imperative to issue a warning to the American government before addressing Baron Zemo. The following morning, operatives among the Skrulls embedded within the government learned that the president was at work in the White House. One of them stealthily approached a nearby corner, deploying a magic-powered mech that soared into the sky, heading directly for the White House. Below, soldiers spotted Xiao Lin's silhouette and, without hesitation, unleashed a barrage of weaponry upon him. Ignoring their futile attempts, Xiao Lin pressed on under the hail of fire, barreling towards the president's office. He shattered the window with a forceful impact and beheld General Ross crouched on the ground alongside a middle-aged man, both shielding themselves. Bang! An agent stationed at the door drew his pistol and fired. Xiao Lin responded with a single blast, reducing the agent to mere fragments, the remnants consumed by green, malevolent flames. "Iron Man?" Ross's voice echoed in his ear. The mech emitted a deep rumble. "I am not Iron Man. Do you recall the school you attacked? I'm its principal." Whether they believed him was of no concern to him. Xiao Lin turned to face the agents who were beginning to surge into the room, raising his arm and aiming the magical energy cannon affixed to it. "Now, I wish to speak with your president. Please do not interrupt us." The president, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly gestured for the agents to vacate the premises. With only 3 individuals remaining in the room, General Ross spoke up. "Sir, should you not step out of that armor so we can converse?" "Apologies, but I cannot disclose my identity at this moment." Xiao Lin preferred to keep his true self concealed to avoid unnecessary complications. "Very well. What would you like to discuss?" General Ross said with a touch of anger. "You have annihilated an entire military contingent of several hundred, including General Strike and Congressman Kelly. Do you wish to stand against the American government?" "Stand against you?" Xiao Lin retorted. "You spare not even those children in their teens. Am I to refrain from eradicating them and instead escort them safely? However, General Strike has already retreated." "Why?" Xiao Lin interrupted. "I did not come here to negotiate, Mr. President. I implore you to cease your assaults on those children, or you shall soon reap the bitter consequences. Entering this realm poses no challenge for me." Such words left them all in discomfort, yet the president replied, "I concede to your request." Upon uttering this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. as the events of the past few days had weighed heavily on his mind. Xiao Lin understood that eliminating a president would bear no fruit for them. He was merely a mouthpiece for the interests of American capitalists. As long as their interests were safeguarded, it mattered not who assumed power. Naturally, I have no interest in your lives. I merely wish for you to refrain from disturbing me and to spare those mutant children. With this, Xiao Lin maneuvered his mech to the window. I do not wish to return here, nor do I desire to unleash carnage. The mutants pose no threat to you. Uncertain if they absorbed his words, he pondered whether they might seek alternative means to confront him or enlist assistance. As Xiao Lin vanished from the room, General Ross turned to the president and asked, "Mr. President, what shall we do now?" Recalling the earlier encounter, the president was drenched in cold sweat. "I suspect I shall be resigning soon. Let my successor grapple with these issues." General Ross was quite displeased with the president's acquiescence to the adversary's demands. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at the shattered window, the president seized the phone. "Colin, swiftly ensure that those damned reporters' mouths are sealed. Today's events must not see the light of day. Otherwise, I shall purchase their newspaper and have them ousted. I will seek a resolution." The image of the enormous green figure resurfaced in his mind. Where could he be now? It seemed he needed to speak with his daughter. He regretted the earlier conflict. The president declared, "Until we possess absolute certainty, let us not provoke him further." After observing General Ross depart, the president contemplated before picking up the phone. "Director Fury, I require your assistance in investigating a matter. Shortly, I will send you surveillance footage, and I hope you can ascertain the true identity of an individual without engaging in conflict." "Understood, Mr. President." In truth, SHIELD does not fall under the jurisdiction of the President of the United States. However, SHIELD requires substantial annual funding from the U.S. government, and thus must endeavor to meet the demands of its benefactor. Knock, knock, knock. Coulson stood at the door, rapping gently, a tray in hand. "Come in, Director. Here are the materials sent over by the President. I've placed them here." Inserting the disc into his computer, Fury repeatedly scrutinized the video footage. But the image of Xiao Lin involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Could it be him? It seems necessary to dispatch someone to make contact with Spider-Man. Chapter 53. The awakened Winter Soldier Xiao Lin was confident that he could temporarily resolve matters with the U.S. government, and next, he must address the looming threat posed by Baron Zemo of Hydra. Upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, his first encounter was with Tony, yet their communication had dwindled of late. After the incident involving the Hulk, they had not seen each other again. It was said that Tony spent every day in his lab refining his Iron Man suit. Xiao Lin pondered whether he might design an armor to counter the Death Knight, a notion he deemed quite plausible. "Tony," the call connected, and Xiao Lin heard a cacophony of sounds, suggesting a state of chaos on the other end. "Hey, quick, put out the fire." "Oh, damn, stop pointing that at my face." After a brief moment, Tony, breathless, inquired, "Who are you? How did you get my number?" "All right, you're Lin. What prompted you to call today?" "I need your assistance with something." "Sure, what is up?" Tony replied readily. "I have something that might be a tracker. Can you help me locate the user of this tracker?" This was the swiftest means Xiao Lin could conceive to find Baron Zemo. "Should be possible, as long as he is still using a device that receives signals." "Tony, I'm on my way." To expedite the resolution of this matter, Xiao Lin instructed Jean to prepare a private jet, heading directly to Tony's villa in San Diego. Perched on a secluded coastal cliff, a sprawling villa boasted a runway, pool, and gardens. Upon entering Tony's abode, Xiao Lin found it eerily empty. "Hello, Mr. Xiao Lin." Tony is in his underground laboratory. A middle-aged man's voice resonated from above. And after casting a glance around and spotting no one, Xiao Lin recalled that this must be the intelligent butler, J.R.V. "Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin. Please proceed this way." A door in one corner of the house opened automatically. Upon entering the underground laboratory, Xiao Lin observed Tony, who appeared to have been deprived of sleep for quite some time, meticulously testing the various functionalities of his Iron Man suit. Before Xiao Lin could utter more than a few words, Tony, looking somewhat fatigued, remarked, "Lin, you can leave your matters to J.R.V." A mechanical arm extended from his side. "Sir, please place the device here. Is it all right to take it out like this? Perhaps my enemies will track my current location." "No matter. No one here can monitor us." "All right." Observing Tony's confident demeanor, Xiao Lin retrieved the 2 sesame seed-sized trackers. After a thorough examination, Jarvis pinpointed the adversary's address. located at a chemical plant on the outskirts of Washington. Thank you, Tony. With the address in hand, Xiao Lin hastily bid farewell to Tony, expressing gratitude once more, stating that he could be contacted directly in the future, as he was now set on seeking vengeance against that scoundrel. Upon Xiao Lin's relentless arrival at the chemical plant in Washington, perhaps due to it being after work hours, the place was eerily quiet, with only a few beams of flashlight flickering about. Halt! What are you doing here? Xiao Lin was discovered by the security guards as he trespassed into the chemical plant. They aimed their flashlights at him, their expressions wary. Before they could react, several bat-like creatures suddenly erupted from the darkness of the night, whisking away amidst their startled exclamations, vanishing into the sky. What on earth was that? The last remaining guard gazed up in a state of panic. Tell me, is this Baron Zemo's base? How do I get in? In truth, these guards were agents of Hydra, the chemical plant merely a facade. Upon hearing the question, one agent lowered his gaze and replied, I do not know what you're talking about. This is merely a factory. Please leave immediately. The black tendrils of death struck the Hydra agent's body, causing him to decay and perish swiftly. Zemo would soon discover the intruder. He had no time to waste here. Baron Zemo, an alarm has been triggered. There is an intruder, and all guards have been neutralized. Zemo, who had been deep in thought, rose to his feet. Who is it? Who can locate this place? Bring me the surveillance footage. The image displayed a seemingly ordinary young man, yet upon a mere glance, Zemo recognized him, gritting his teeth as he muttered, This guy again. How does he always manage to find my hideout? Forget it. I shall handle this myself. Zemo strode towards a designated room, passing through several layers of security until he arrived before a row of iron canisters. Through the glass panes above, he could see individuals suspended in a state of cryogenic stasis. In the center of the room stood a computer, and after successfully passing verification, Baron Zemo entered a lengthy password into the system. Winter Soldier thawing. The Winter Soldier, slumbering within the canister, had been selected by Dr. Zola as an elite soldier, transformed into a super soldier through mechanical and physical enhancements. Due to a lack of research funding, Dr. Zola had lent him to Baron Zemo for the protection of the headquarters in exchange for substantial financial support. Winter Soldier thawing complete. With a hiss of steam, the process concluded. The sound reverberated as a frigid breeze emanated from the iron canisters, and expressionless warriors emerged from within. They shared a singular characteristic. Their right arms had been replaced by mechanical appendages. Baron Zemo produced a photograph and instructed them, eliminate this individual. There were 5 Winter Soldiers, each comparable to Captain America in prowess. However, he recognized that this would not suffice against the formidable enemy above. All he could do was hope for sufficient time to organize the experimental data and precious artifacts within the base, the fruits of his labor. Lately, he felt exceedingly unfortunate. The betrayal of Scarlet, which in Quicksilver had severely diminished his power. Although Dr. Zola might refrain from confronting him out of gratitude for his father's recognition, Baron Strucker and Madame Hydra would undoubtedly seek to challenge him and seize his influence. Zemo commanded his assistant, Adeline, prepare the vital research materials and artifacts. We must relocate immediately. Yes, my Lord Zemo. At that moment, on the ground, Xiao Lin had discovered a secret passage concealed behind an iron door. Gazing into the abyss of the dark tunnel below, he surmised it must lead to Hydra's base. He hoped Baron Zemo was within, for he was at a loss as to how to find him otherwise. Suddenly, Xiao Lin heard the mechanical whirring behind him, and he beheld an iron door swing open, revealing 5 fully armed soldiers emerging. Was it possible that there were multiple entrances to the underground base? Chapter 54. The death of Baron Zemo. The 5 warriors approached Xiao Lin with stoic expressions, clearly having been dispatched specifically for him. As he beheld the 5 figures, dormant memories stirred. They seemed to be the Winter Soldiers of Hydra, who should have been confined in a subterranean facility somewhere on the Siberian plains, all having been executed. Or so he thought. The 5 Winter Soldiers swiftly drew their handguns, aiming them at Xiao Lin. Just before they could fire, a gargoyle descended from above, shielding Xiao Lin. As bullets ricocheted off its surface, sparking in the air, each Winter Soldier possessed acute combat awareness, fanning out in 5 directions and attacking Xiao Lin, gradually closing the distance. With a resounding thud, Xiao Lin exchanged a punch with one of them, their strengths evenly matched. However, he was still outnumbered by 4 others. Each strike against him caused his blood, previously stagnant, to surge with vitality. Initially, he had merely intended to test his physical resilience and strength, but it appeared only average. He would have to rely on the power of death magic to prevail. No longer willing to engage them directly, Xiao Lin swiftly drew Frostmourne from his spatial pouch before they could land their next blows, the blood-infused magic swords sweeping toward them. Clang! 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 The magic swords struck their mechanical arms, producing a resounding chime as they parried Xiao Lin's blood-infused assault. Uncertain of the materials from which the mechanical arm was forged, it displayed an extraordinary hardness, having withstood a sword strike without so much as a hairline crack. Hood! 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 Xiao Lin deftly evaded their assaults. Each of their punches left a gaping hole in the wall. The thick cement bricks crumbled like mere tofu before their might. Occasionally, a fist would connect with Xiao Lin, yet his defensive magic, infused with icy resilience, mitigated the damage significantly. Realizing their attacks were in vain, they attempted to retreat and launch a firearms assault. In response, Xiao Lin unleashed the blasphemous domain, summoning pairs of ominous hands from the ground, ensnaring their feet and anchoring them to the earth. Against such super soldiers, ghouls proved ineffective. Thus, Xiao Lin conjured an ice storm, enveloping himself in frosty energy and charging toward them. Under the chilling influence of the frost, the winter warriors' speed dulled to a crawl. Desperate and unable to withstand the onslaught, the furthest warrior seized a nearly ton-weight machine, hurling it toward Xiao Lin without regard for his comrades. Unfazed, Xiao Lin utilized the grip of death to seize the incoming projectile, returning it along its trajectory, striking the assailant squarely and spilling blood across the ground. Frostmourne, imbued with frigid energy, pierced the bodies of each foe, siphoning their souls. Remarkably, throughout this carnage, not a single cry of anguish escaped their lips. The brainwashing and hypnosis had transformed them into mere killing machines devoid of fear or pain. After surveying the lifeless bodies, it dawned on him that one of the Winter Soldiers, Bucky Barnes, was a close ally of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Had he inadvertently averted a future Avengers civil war? Meanwhile, Baron Zemo commanded his subordinates to hastily pack stacks of documents into boxes, amassing a considerable pile. At that moment, a flustered subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "My Lord Zemo, the enemy has defeated our soldiers and discovered the route to the underground base. They are en route." What? So soon? Baron Zemo was taken aback by how swiftly his super soldiers had been vanquished. Glancing at the unfinished documents, he bellowed, "We must leave immediately. Quickly, take the prepared items." Bang! The heavy iron door was violently flung open, spinning toward Baron Zemo. "Watch out!" Edlin pushed Zemo aside, but was struck by the door. His body contorted grotesquely as he struggled briefly before falling silent. With escape no longer an option, Baron Zemo relinquished the box in his grasp, and his men laid down their belongings, raising their pistols toward the advancing Xiao Lin. "Are you intent on exterminating us?" "Yes, you. I will no longer trouble you in the future." Zemo's tone bore a hint of concession. Xiao Lin disregarded his plea, instead inquiring, "Do you possess any gene suppression agents for mutants?" Zemo believed he sought this potion to exert control over the group of mutants. However, the pivotal mutant responsible for its creation had already been taken from him. Yet, if you return my experiment number 10, I can produce as many gene suppression serums as you desire. That is satisfactory. Xiao Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He had no intention of merely wielding a gene suppression serum to subdue his students, for such a scenario would render his academy meaningless. "Then you may perish," Xiao Lin declared, having received the answer he sought, and he extended his hand to unleash a deathly tendril toward Baron Zemo. Perhaps foreseeing the impending peril, Zemo rolled away from the strike just in time. Unbeknownst to Xiao Lin, Zemo activated a switch, and a sound erupted to his left. A vial containing an unknown liquid spilled from a nearby container, splattering several Hydra agents and causing them to panic. Instinctively, Xiao Lin conjured a gust of frigid wind to freeze the liquid that threatened to reach him. It was a super strong adhesive, its stickiness astonishing. He observed as those ensnared by it were rendered immobile. Spotting Baron Zemo in the distance, clutching a box, and making his escape toward the elevator, Xiao Lin employed a death grip to pull him back, hurling him into a large vat still partially filled with the adhesive. "No!" Baron Zemo screamed in anguish, and then fell silent as the adhesive enveloped his head, sealing his features together. Witnessing their leader's demise, the the agents retaliated by firing at Xiao Lin while attempting to ascend. However, Xiao Lin remained unfazed. The upper levels were already overrun by his ghouls and gargoyles, ensuring that none would escape alive. Upon reaching the ground, he found the area awash in blood and corpses. The Hydra agents who had just arrived were ambushed, caught off guard, and suffering heavy casualties. The ghouls feasted upon the remains, producing a cacophony of crunching sounds. Utilizing the magic sword Frostmourne to absorb all the souls present, Xiao Lin departed, leaving the dismembered bodies behind. In a corner unnoticed by Xiao Lin, an elderly figure stared intently at him, muttering to himself, "A sword capable of extracting souls? A mage wielding death spells? How intriguing! I hope you can be of use to me." Suddenly, he turned and fled in haste, exclaiming, "Damn it, that traitor has returned. Once I regain my strength, I shall drag him into hell." Chapter 55, The Sky City completed. With the demise of the last Hydra member, the system's completion notification echoed in his ears. Xiao Lin orchestrated an accident, and a raging inferno engulfed the chemical plant, swiftly consuming all remnants of the dismembered bodies and the entire facility. He activated the Gate of Death and returned to his villa, where he found Wanda constructing a building with chaotic magic's crimson mist, resembling Naxxramas. Once she came to a halt, Xiao Lin inquired, "Have you comprehended the construction techniques of the Sky City within the Knowledge Crystal?" Wanda replied, "Indeed, we can commence building the city at any moment. Though we require a substantial amount of materials and numerous items I have never encountered before. Materials pose no issue. We shall begin the construction of the new academy tomorrow." Xiao Lin's spirits soared, for he could summon his own army of undead workers. The following day, Jean arranged for them a well-fueled private aircraft, skillfully avoiding military bases as they soared towards Antarctica. Upon spotting a vast expanse of thick ice, devoid of human presence for miles, Xiao Lin instructed the pilot, "This is the spot. Stop here." After the plane came to a halt, Xiao Lin sent the pilot back. The frigid climate of Antarctica posed little trouble for the two arrivals. Gazing at the endless white expanse, Wanda queried, "Are you truly planning to construct the city here? Where are the materials and workers?" At that moment, it was just Wanda and Xiao Lin in this desolate location, and she was perplexed about where he intended to source the materials and laborers. Without offering an explanation, Xiao Lin moved to an open area and exchanged items from the system's store, causing a multitude of materials to abruptly materialize upon the ice. Black iron, ore, mithril, serenite, frozen gems, obsidian, and more formed a small mountain. Though this was merely a fraction of what was needed, constructing a city would require far more. How is this possible? Wanda gasped, bewildered by the sudden appearance of these materials. Now let us begin. Building a city is not a task that can be accomplished in a short span. Fortunately, the teleportation beacon of the former academy had been destroyed. To facilitate their efforts, Xiao Lin established one here, as they might need to remain for an extended period. Frostmourne was plunged into the ice, and a magnificent magical array materialized upon the ground. Thousands of skeletal undead emerged from the hellish realm, and the souls within the magic sword flowed into these skeletons, igniting blue flames within their eye sockets. These skeletal workers were adept hands within the legion of the undead. Under Xiao Lin's command, the skeletal laborers transported ore and cast it into the immense furnace he had summoned. All of this left Wanda in a state of bewilderment, momentarily rendering her speechless until Xiao Lin's shouts brought her back to reality. "Wanda, what shall we do next?" Floating above the pile of materials, Wanda replied, "We shall first create the foundation of the Sky City. I need to inscribe the levitation array upon it." As Wanda completed the intricate levitation array on the foundation, a complex web of runes emerged. Upon activation, the foundation of the Sky City gradually began to ascend, despite the industrious efforts of thousands of undead workers. It took several months for Xiao Lin and Wanda to complete this grand Sky City. As Xiao Lin beheld the city gradually hovering above the Antarctic, an immense sense of accomplishment enveloped him. This was his city. To ensure its survival in this perilous world, he had nearly exhausted his points to exchange for dozens of magical energy cannons, which were strategically positioned throughout the aerial city. However, the final component, the reflective cloaking system, still awaited installation. Xiao Lin approached General Carlet within the confines of Azeroth technology, where the general was engrossed in gathering various intelligence reports from his subordinates. Despite their technological prowess far surpassing that of Earth, the inhabitants here consisted merely of soldiers and generals, possessing only the most rudimentary technologies, among which the reflective cloaking system was included. "Is there something you need, Mr. Xiao?" Carla inquired. "I've been stationed here for some time, yet I've only acquired a scant few elemental energy blocks. I am far from ready to activate my fleet, which is quite disheartening. I require your assistance in installing the reflective cloaking system for my Sky City," Xiao Lin replied. "Very well. I have no particular objectives at the moment. Besides, I am curious to see what your Sky City truly resembles." Upon traversing the Gate of Death and arriving on the Antarctic continent, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A colossal structure resembling a pyramid floated in midair, adorned with enormous skulls at each corner. This was the exit for the death plague unleashed by the undead scourge of Azeroth, constructed by Wanda as well. The Sky City cast a vast shadow upon the ground, and he noted the absence of flames from propulsion engines. Perhaps it possessed anti-gravity engines, a feat currently beyond human capabilities. Even the airborne aircraft carrier under construction by SHIELD required 4 massive engines in conjunction with anti-gravity technology to remain airborne for extended periods. After a month had elapsed, the stealth system was finally completed for the city. General Carlet had been on Earth for several years, and for the first time, he sensed the uniqueness of this planet. While its technology may not rival their own, its mysterious powers far exceeded theirs. During this period, he had also calmed himself. Even if he were to find the Queen with his current strength, he could not contend with the ever-growing might of the Kree. Perhaps deeper collaboration was necessary to fulfill his aspirations. The newly established academy featured 5 distinct areas: a superpower training ground, residential quarters, a research center, a storage facility, and a control center. "Wow, Principal, is this our new school? It's significantly larger than before." The students emerged from the teleportation array and, upon witnessing the expansive campus, began to run about in excitement. This city could accommodate thousands for living and learning, yet only 60 individuals resided here currently. Whoosh! Xiao Lin felt a gentle breeze sweep past him, as if a figure had darted by. He turned to see Pietro, who, astonished, exclaimed, "Lin, is this the city you and Wanda have built during this time? It appears immense and seems to be floating in the air." He spoke with a hint of pride. "Indeed, this is the city in the sky, a hidden metropolis suspended in the air, which is our academy. In the future, I shall introduce many new devices here." Xiao Lin was determined not to allow ordinary individuals into this new academy, at least for the time being, as he wished to keep it concealed. Chapter 56. The collision of ice and flame. As the clock struck 10, Xiao Lin stood alone atop the Aetheris Technology Building, gazing at the nocturnal panorama below, beginning to feel a pang of nostalgia for his homeland. With the completion of the city in the sky, he found himself devoid of any pressing tasks. Enhancing his physical prowess and combat skills had become futile. After all, raw strength often surpasses intricate techniques when one attains a certain level of power. Most crucially, he realized that his means of augmenting his deathly powers lay in slaughter. Only by vanquishing foes and extracting their souls could he elevate his strength. The more formidable the enemy's mental fortitude, the greater the enhancement he would receive. Naturally, ordinary individuals and those with mere physical augmentations held no value for him. Currently, the city in the sky had gradually shifted from the Antarctic to hover above the vast Atlantic Ocean, pausing in its ascent. He had no desire to encroach upon American territory and invite unnecessary complications, for even his concealment might be discovered. Suddenly, he noticed a street below ablaze with a motorcycle engulfed in flames, pursuing another vehicle with fervor, particularly striking against the backdrop of the pitch-black night. As he observed the rider on the fiery motorcycle, he realized that this figure was no mere human. Atop his shoulders sat a skull exuding flames, sending bystanders into a frenzy of screams and hasty retreats. Could this be the Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze? An unexpected thrill surged through Xiao Lin, prompting him to summon his mech and, cloaked by the darkness, give chase. Stop! The chaotic pursuit eventually attracted the attention of law enforcement. The sight of the flaming motorcycle sent them into a state of alarm, fearing an imminent explosion. As they drew closer, they discerned the rider's head ablaze. And when the flaming skull turned to face them, the police officer driving the vehicle shuddered, causing the car to skid and roll to the side. The chase continued into the outskirts, and Xiao Lin, unable to contain himself any longer, dove from the heights. With a resounding crash, his magical mech positioned itself before the Ghost Rider, firmly pressing down on the motorcycle's front. The tremendous force propelled Xiao Lin backward several paces, leaving deep gouges in the earth beneath the mech's feet. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct me?" rasped the voice from the Ghost Rider's throat, as Xiao Lin noticed the flickering flames of soul fire within the eye sockets of the skull, revealing a growing agitation, perhaps due to the vanished vehicle ahead. Xiao Lin leaped from his magical mech. "Are you the Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze?" Somewhat surprised that the other party knew his name, he lacked the patience to engage in conversation. The flaming chains in the hands of the Ghost Rider writhed like living entities, coiling toward Xiao Lin. In a moment of inattention, one of Xiao Lin's hands became ensnared by the chains, the flames scorching his skin and imparting a searing sensation. This fire was undoubtedly the infernal blaze. As their gazes locked, Xiao Lin perceived a unique essence of flame within the other's eyes, imbued with a purifying attribute, reminiscent of Duke Bolvar, who had been cleansed by the flames of a red dragon. The fire in their eyes seemed capable of purging evil. The system prompted him, indicating that he had fallen victim to a mental assault from his opponent, activating automatic defense. Was this the judgment eye of the Death Knight? With a mighty effort, Xiao Lin broke free from the chain's grasp and summoned a gargoyle to shield himself. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy chains struck the gargoyle's formidable body, creating fissures with each blow. Amidst a shower of sparks, the gargoyle shattered into an assortment of ordinary stones. Having gauged the intensity of his adversary's attack, Xiao Lin brandished his weapon, confronting the Ghost Rider. The material of those chains was indiscernible. Even Frostmourne, when it struck, felt unusually resilient, rendering it incapable of severing them. The Ghost Rider was adept with the chains, skillfully evading Xiao Lin's strikes at various angles, while delivering a dual assault of physical and fire magic upon his foe. Xiao Lin discovered that the energies of malevolence and blood held no sway over the Death Knight, for he was, in essence, a skeletal being devoid of flesh. Thus, it stood to reason that frost energy would prove effective against him. Channeling all his necrotic power into frost energy, Xiao Lin unleashed his frost skill, Ruthless Winter, enveloping the Death Knight and relentlessly siphoning the heat from his being. With one hand, he grasped the chain, which had slowed in response to the Ghost Rider's diminishing speed. The flames in the Ghost Rider's eyes flickered erratically, and the strength in his grip began to wane. He tugged on the chain with force. Yet Xiao Lin held it firmly, preventing its retreat. In the contest of frost and flame, ultimately, Xiao Lin's icy power prevailed. It was unclear why the Ghost Rider did not simply relinquish the chain. At that moment, the flames engulfing him suddenly extinguished, revealing him as an ordinary Caucasian man. Just as the blade in his hand was poised to pierce his body, Xiao Lin halted his force just in time. The icy tip of the sword was less than a centimeter from Johnny's nose, making him acutely aware of the hairs standing on end, as cold sweat broke forth in astonishment. Perhaps the spirit of vengeance had once again concealed itself, for Johnny no longer bore the cold demeanor of before. With a hint of panic, he exclaimed, "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Lin regarded Johnny with a somewhat sinister gaze, making him feel increasingly uneasy. In truth, Xiao Lin harbored a desire to plunge his sword into Johnny, intending to absorb the spirit of vengeance, Zatanus, dwelling within him, a soul of immense power that could potentially amplify his own strength tremendously. "Are you not one of Mephisto's minions?" Johnny mused, his conviction solidified by the palpable aura of death emanating from Xiao Lin. "Mephisto, the Lord of Hell?" Xiao Lin shook his head, asserting, "I have no association with him." Johnny, feeling somewhat despondent, inquired, "Then why did you obstruct me?" "I was pursuing Mephisto's physical form on Earth, and you allowed him to escape. Why would Mephisto appear here? Surely, nothing in Hell's Kitchen could draw his attention. Over 6 months ago, Mephisto had intended to summon followers to restore his strength, and I had been diligently tracking him. Otherwise, he would have regained enough power to be unmatched among mortals." A sudden system notification indicated the task's difficulty: to drive the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, back to his realm, with a reward of 200,000 exchange points. The abrupt emergence of such a formidable task suggested its complexity. However, seeing that the Ghost Rider could pursue him, did this imply an unforeseen twist? Was Mephisto's presence here somehow linked to me? Back then, he had a vague sensation of being watched. Chapter 57. Mephisto's scheme before an unremarkable dwelling. An elderly man, somewhat frail, alighted from the vehicle that the Ghost Rider had just chased. "My lord, are you unscathed?" Kerrigan approached cautiously, ready to assist him. Mephisto had never felt so constrained. As a demon adept in the art of manipulation, he found himself thwarted this time. The Ghost Rider, Johnny, was a creation of his own design. Previously, to combat his son, the witch demon, he had infused Johnny with the spirit of vengeance, only for the latter to refuse to relinquish it upon achieving his objective. Now he found himself hoisted by his own petard. Kerrigan, feeling uneasy, asked, "My lord, what shall we do now?" He had merely been a petty gang leader, and after being confronted by the Ghost Rider, who annihilated his underlings, he had narrowly escaped death with Mephisto's aid. Mephisto fixed his gaze upon him and queried, "Do you desire formidable power?" "Indeed," Kerrigan replied without hesitation, yearning for vengeance, yet recognizing that as an ordinary man, he stood no chance against a being like the Ghost Rider. A mere brush from the latter's chains could reduce him to ashes. Mephisto placed his hand upon Kerrigan's shoulder, channeling a dark, decaying energy into his body. Once completed, he sensed his own vitality waning further. His body seemed on the verge of death. Afterward, Kerrigan, feeling parched, lifted a glass of water to his lips, only to recoil in revulsion. Tasting the metallic tang of rust, he approached the mirror to examine his reflection, only to find a pale visage, adorned with white hair, resembling a dying addict. Cough, cough. Mephisto coughed twice, remarking, "This is the price of power." Kerrigan gazed incredulously at the iron cup in his hand, its surface marred by rust. He then touched a pot of flowers on the windowsill, only to witness the blossoms wither and decay instantaneously. "Ha! I possess superpowers now," Kerrigan exclaimed, excitement propelling him to experiment recklessly, leaving the room in utter disarray. "Fool, do not squander the powers I bestowed upon you. Once depleted, they are irretrievable," Mephisto admonished. Feeling the fragility of his current vessel, aware that his corporeal form might perish at any moment. Having struggled to manifest in the mortal realm, he had no desire to return in disgrace. Failure would render him a laughingstock among the deities of other dimensions. "This body is failing. I require your assistance in locating a suitable host. Once I regain a modicum of strength, I can enhance your own abilities." Kerrigan ceased his destruction and replied respectfully, "Yes. My lord, I need you to procure the Tesseract from Shil for me. With it, I can open a portal between hell and earth, allowing my power to manifest in this world." Although he had initially wished to avoid antagonizing such an organization, the recent encounter with the Ghost Rider had resulted in the demise of his followers, who could have restored his strength. Recruiting new acolytes in a short span was unfeasible, and his power was dwindling. Thus, he saw it fit to take a bold gamble. "Then the entire world shall be mine. I will consume the souls within Valhalla." The mere mention of Valhalla invigorated Mephisto's tone. He had long desired to enter this realm, not out of interest in the souls of earthlings. Those were inherently his, but rather for the Valkyrie souls, which would significantly amplify his strength upon absorption. "Remember, do not betray me, otherwise, upon your death, you shall experience boundless torment in hell." "Yes, my lord, I shall assist you with all my might," Kerrigan responded eagerly, nodding fervently. He could not comprehend the full extent of Mephisto's words, but he understood that aiding him was the only path to acquiring formidable power for vengeance, and perhaps even immortality. He was indifferent to whether Mephisto was an angel or a demon. The Tesseract, the space stone among the infinity gems, had been salvaged by Howard Stark decades prior and had since been safeguarded by Shil. It was unclear how Mephisto had obtained knowledge of its whereabouts. Meanwhile, Johnny mounted his motorcycle, reverting to its original form, preparing to depart in search of new lodgings. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Lin grasped the front of Johnny's motorcycle. "Johnny, may I accompany you in seeking Mephisto to banish him back to hell? How about it? I still cannot fully control the spirit of vengeance within me, so it is better that I go alone. I do not wish to slay those who have merely erred." Johnny declined Xiao Lin's proposal, having grown accustomed to solitude over the years. At this moment, Xiao Lin recalled that the Ghost Rider could perceive a person's past through their soul. If there was even a hint of wrongdoing, that individual would be condemned to death and their soul consumed. Jin's subordinates in Hell's Kitchen were predominantly nefarious gang members, and he certainly did not wish for the Ghost Rider to eliminate them all. Thus, he suggested they exchange phone numbers so that they could contact Mephisto. Aunt May, I won't be returning home tonight. Parker spoke cautiously into his phone, glancing at Director Fury and Agent Hill beside him, uncertain of how to explain the fact that he would be away from home for several days. It was Agent Hill who seized the phone from Parker's grasp. Hello, I am Maria Hill, Parker's teacher. He is preparing for an important knowledge competition and will be fully engaged at school, with accommodations arranged for him tonight. Upon hearing an unfamiliar female voice on the line, Aunt May inquired curiously, what competition requires such a commitment? Aunt May, it will only last a week. I promise to bring home a grand prize. I need to study now. Good night, Aunt May. Parker hastily took the phone back, uttering a few quick words before disconnecting. Fury jested. Parker, are you truly afraid of your Aunt May? No, I just dread hearing her worry. Since Uncle Ben's passing, she has had a difficult time, Parker replied. Hill interjected. All right, little spider, it's time to commence your training. To become an Avenger, you must learn much more. With that, she turned and departed. Fury patted Parker on the back, encouraging him, go on, someone will assist you from here on. Spider-Man Parker hurried to follow, hesitating momentarily before asking, Sister Hill, can I truly receive a salary each month? Upon hearing Parker's address, Hill's mood lightened. Of course, provided you train diligently. There will be plenty of criminals awaiting your attention. A few months prior, Coulson had approached Parker, requesting his enlistment in SHIELD. It was only recently, upon learning of Aunt May's unemployment and the financial strain at home, that he accepted the invitation. Chapter 58. Spider-Man's first mission. There existed a connection between the spirit of vengeance within Johnny and Mephisto. As they drew closer to one another, they would sense each other's presence. Although Mephisto's location remained undiscovered, Johnny was confident he was still in New York, clad in a loose overcoat. He entered a roadside hamburger joint, feeling the emptiness of his wallet. I'll have a hamburger, with egg and bacon, he ordered. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after sitting down, intense gunfire erupted from across the street, accompanied by the cries of innocent bystanders. The entire street descended into chaos. The glass window beside Johnny shattered from a stray bullet, raining shards upon him. He turned to see several robbers engaged in a fierce gunfight with the police, taking cover behind vehicles. The officers were somewhat flustered, taken aback by the audacity of the robbers. While patrolling the streets, they had just responded to an alarm when they found themselves embroiled in a gunfight with the assailants who were attempting to flee the bank. Witnessing the chaos across the street, patrons of the hamburger joint rushed outside in panic. One unfortunate individual struck by a stray bullet, blood pooling on the ground. The police, taking cover behind their vehicles, found themselves pinned down by the robbers' overwhelming firepower, and several bystanders had already tragically collapsed on the roadside. Hey, brother, we need to leave. It's too dangerous here, the owner of the hamburger shop urged as he approached Johnny, patting him on the shoulder. Realizing this was not safe, he crouched beside the table. Trembling, Johnny stood up and walked toward the chaos outside, his hands igniting with flames, half his face shifting to a skeletal visage. He felt the vengeful spirit within him surging beyond control. Somehow, he produced a long iron chain, flames roaring along its length. Hurry, get in the car. We've got the money. One of the robbers shouted, clutching a hefty bag of cash looted from the bank while directing a barrage of gunfire at his accomplices. However, he received no reply. Turning around, he noticed a cloud of dust rising, speckled with embers. Instinctively crouching down, he felt a wave of intense heat overhead, singeing his hair. Before them stood a figure adorned with a flaming skull, wielding a burning chain. Yet curiously, the flames did not ignite his attire. What the hell is that? The robber leader exclaimed, slapping the driver on the head. Drive away from here. After issuing the command, he raised his weapon and unleashed a hail of bullets at the Ghost Rider, but the projectiles had no effect on him. Just as they started the vehicle, intent on making their escape, the driver was suddenly struck by the flying chain, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. The Ghost Rider reached out, tearing off the car door, and pulled the robber leader out, rasping, "Look into my eyes." The robber, against his will, gazed into the depths of his own past misdeeds, witnessing himself engulfed by hellfire, his soul plummeting into the abyss. The police stood in stunned silence, watching as the robber, held captive by the Ghost Rider, was reduced to ashes, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Having dispatched one foe, the Ghost Rider was preparing to pursue the remaining fleeing robbers, eager to consume their souls as well, when a figure approached from a distance. A fine line shot from his hand, latching onto the Ghost Rider's arm and swiftly tethering the other end to a nearby telephone pole. "Stop right there." Spider-Man landed gracefully, addressing the Ghost Rider. "I know they're the bad guys, but could you allow me to turn them over to the police?" The Ghost Rider regarded him in silence, his intent to turn the audacious Spider-Man into ashes and consume his soul simmering within him. "Do you wish to fight me?" Spider-Man nimbly evaded the oncoming chains, eagerly proclaiming, "I have been training these past few days, and you're the perfect opponent to test my skills." With deft precision, he unleashed a continuous stream of white webbing, encircling the Ghost Rider in a tight embrace. "Huh, how do you like my webbing? It's remarkably sturdy." He then turned and ensnared the would-be fleeing robbers, binding them securely. After accomplishing this, he leapt onto the police car and called out to the officer standing behind it. "Hey, officer, I've taken care of everything here. Please escort them away." However, before he could revel in his triumph, flames erupted from the Ghost Rider, incinerating the webbing in an instant. Spider-Man barely managed to sidestep as the fiery chains brushed past him, wrapping around his waist several times. With a swift tug, he was pulled toward the Ghost Rider's side. A pair of heat-emitting hands pressed down on Spider-Man's shoulders, compelling him to meet the Ghost Rider's gaze. "Look into my eyes." Gulping, he found himself staring into the close proximity of a skull, the Ghost Rider's judgmental gaze activating. "What do you want me to see?" They locked eyes for a few minutes, yet nothing transpired. Spider-Man, bewildered and with a face full of questions, finally broke free from the trance and leapt to the side. The judgmental gaze faltered, leaving the Ghost Rider momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, Spider-Man was not without his own struggles. The hellfire engulfing the Ghost Rider rendered his webs ineffective. Typically, he dealt with petty criminals, but facing such a formidable adversary left him hesitant and cautious. After all, Parker was merely a middle school student, and he began to question whether bringing him into the Avengers was indeed the right decision. Watching the scene unfold on the surveillance screens, Fury could not suppress a sigh. He picked up a headset from his desk and instructed Barton, "Natasha, assist Spider-Man. I cannot afford to lose a newly recruited Avenger to such a threat. Also, ensure that we bring that individual to S-H-I-E-L-D. He is too dangerous." "Understood, Director." Crouched atop a nearby skyscraper, Barton, Natasha, and S-H-I-E-L-D agent sprang into action. Fury then turned to Agent Hill beside him and ordered, "Clear the area of reporters. I do not wish for today's events to cause a media frenzy. Lin, come quickly. There's a being in New York with a flaming skull for a head, and he's fighting Spider-Man." Quicksilver shouted exuberantly from the comfort of his home. Was he referring to the Ghost Rider? Lin approached the television, where news coverage displayed live footage of the confrontation between Spider-Man Parker and the Ghost Rider Johnny on the streets of New York. "Lin, could that skull-headed figure be a mutant? Should I bring him in?" Quicksilver pondered, eager to identify more mutants, yet progress had been elusive. "He is not a mutant." After merely a few moments of viewing, the television screen flickered, and Xiao Lin realized he could not linger here. With the city embroiled in this fierce conflict, S-H-I-L-D, or military personnel would undoubtedly intervene. He was determined to prevent the Ghost Rider from being captured, for the success of his mission depended on it. Chapter 59, Chaos Report, sir. The nearby streets have been completely sealed off. Natasha and Barton did not immediately heed Fury's orders to assist. Natasha believed that Parker required more practical experience to hone his skills. In the recent training bouts, she had observed that Parker was an exceptionally agile superhero with heightened senses. However, his combat relied solely on instinct, devoid of any strategic consideration for conserving energy. Nonetheless, he was not easily subdued, and she felt confident that should he choose to flee, the Ghost Rider would be unable to pursue him. In the midst of battle, the Ghost Rider appeared tireless, repeatedly extending his chains in an attempt to ensnare Parker's legs. Action. After more than 10 minutes had passed, noticing Parker's waning stamina, Natasha signaled, and agents emerged from their concealed positions. Aware that weaker weaponry would be ineffective against the foe, they brandished formidable rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. As Parker swung through the air, poised to deliver a kick that would send the Ghost Rider crashing into the central fountain, a whistling sound caught his attention. A rocket soared past him, striking the enemy and detonating in a brilliant explosion. Turning his gaze, Parker noticed numerous S-H-I-L-D agents emerging from seemingly nowhere, their weapons aimed at the Ghost Rider. He muttered in discontent, "I can handle this. It won't be long before I take him down." Before Parker could finish his thought, a chain emerged from the hail of bullets, tightening around his neck. "Cease fire," Natasha urgently commanded as she witnessed the Ghost Rider pull Parker closer. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Parker cried out, struggling against the burning chain, which left his hands red and blistered. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely been reduced to ashes by now. "Parker, I have warned you repeatedly. Never let your guard down until the enemy's condition is ascertained," Natasha lectured, prompting Parker to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Teacher, a little help here. I can't breathe." As the smoke cleared, they beheld the Ghost Rider, unscathed and even unblemished in attire, with the flames of souls flickering in his eye sockets as he forcefully drew Parker closer. Observing Parker's predicament, Hawkeye retrieved an explosive arrow and struck the Ghost Rider's hand. The blast caused the chain to fall to the ground. With Parker freed from his restraints, the agents surrounded the Ghost Rider, unleashing a barrage of bullets and shells upon him, forcing him to retreat. As the Ghost Rider appeared to falter under the relentless assault, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. With a resounding thud, with a sudden crack, the hardened surface of the road began to fissure. It is unwise for so many of you to confront one. The one who arrived was none other than Xiao Lin, clad in enchanted armor, his voice emanating an icy chill. Director Fury, seated before the monitor, rose with a perplexed expression, silently questioning Xiao Lin's intentions. However, he showed no inclination to withdraw his subordinates, eager to observe the disparity between Spider-Man and Xiao Lin. Nearby, 3 Harrier jets stood ready for immediate support. Xiao Lin's gaze fell upon the agile Spider-Man, Parker, who was leaping about. With a swift death grip, he seized Parker and slammed him to the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed and disoriented. Spider-Man. Natasha, witnessing her student being overwhelmed, momentarily abandoned her assault on the Ghost Rider. She hurled a palm-sized device at Xiao Lin, which adhered to his armor with a hiss. A surge of electricity coursed through Xiao Lin, yet Parker, who was pinned down, also felt the intense shock. Natasha was left with no choice. Only Fury, Coulson, and Agent Hill knew Xiao Lin's true identity, and given the enemy's ambiguous origins, she feared for Parker's safety. The ferocious current merely caused Xiao Lin to pause briefly. As Natasha's long leg aimed a kick at his arm, he effortlessly captured it with his other hand. However, Parker's strength was formidable. He broke free, escaping Xiao Lin's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Lin could not resist the temptation to touch Natasha's long leg. But the thick armor rendered any sensation moot. Observing his mentor in peril, Parker unleashed a web of spider silk, ensnaring Xiao Lin's face, compelling him to release Natasha as he struggled to extricate himself. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider found himself in a dire struggle, besieged by the overwhelming firepower of dozens of agents. His offensive capabilities thwarted as he swung his chains to detonate grenades and shield against bullets. Xiao Lin unleashed a desecrated area spanning 100 meters beneath all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, pulling at their bodies and momentarily disrupting their attacks against the Ghost Rider. Fueled by pent-up rage, the Ghost Rider charged forward, swinging his chains to strike 2 agents at the forefront, reducing them to mere dust. However, at that moment, the Ghost Rider had exhausted Johnny's strength, reverting to human form and collapsing unconscious upon ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Lin rushed to Johnny's side, erecting an ice wall to shield him from incoming attacks. While deflecting Spider-Man's onslaught, Xiao Lin employed dark powers to create a debilitating disease that afflicted the nearest agent. Under the guidance of the infectious magic, it spread throughout the area, even ensnaring Johnny. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent succumbed, collapsing to the ground, their weapons clattering as they fell. "Hey, what has happened to all of you?" Parker gazed in exasperation at the group of individuals who had suddenly collapsed, approaching Natasha's side and whispering, "Are you all right, teacher?" Natasha and Barton possessed physical capabilities that far exceeded those of ordinary humans. They were merely lying on the ground, feeling a bit weak, yet not unconscious. They were both perplexed as to why everyone had suddenly fallen. Natasha laboriously retrieved her phone, stating, "Coulson, we need assistance." Suddenly, Parker's spider sense tingled, alerting him to an impending threat from behind. He noticed a dark bat-like statue whizzing past him. "Spider-Man, do not let your focus waver in battle. Otherwise, you may lose your life, a voice warned. I fear you not. I am the mightiest Spider-Man of S.H.I.E.L.D. Parker reassured himself, launching a web towards a streetlight and propelling himself towards Xiao Lin. Determined to conclude the encounter swiftly, Xiao Lin summoned all the frost energy within him, causing the surrounding atmosphere to plummet in temperature, thus impeding Parker's speed. Soul Strike. The vengeful spirits from Frostmourne manifested as an invisible wail that surged towards Parker's mind, echoing within and temporarily dulling his awareness of the environment. With a resounding thud, Xiao Lin delivered a powerful punch to Parker's neck, rendering him unconscious, and ensnared him with the webbing he had expelled, hanging him upside down from a nearby streetlight. Chapter 60. The Cosmic Cube. This battle unfolded rather inexplicably. After neutralizing all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Xiao Lin carried the transformed Johnny away from the scene. The roar of fighter jet engines echoed above the city as 3 late-arriving Hawkeye jets and a transport plane descended upon the square. Coulson hurriedly descended from the aircraft, frowning at the agents scattered across the ground. He shouted to the medical personnel aboard the transport, quickly assess their conditions. Medical staff discovered that the agents on the ground were largely unharmed, though 2 had been reduced to ashes by the hellfire of the Ghost Rider. Coulson connected a call to Director Fury, inquiring, Director Fury, everyone is fine. It appears they have contracted some sort of illness, but there is no danger to life. What shall we do now? Should I contact Mr. Xiao Lin to clarify the situation? No. I will reach out to him personally to ascertain his intentions. Fury's tone conveyed a simmering anger. Just as Xiao Lin set Johnny down, his phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Xiao Lin, a familiar yet furious male voice came through the line. This is Nick Fury. Realization dawned upon Xiao Lin. Fury must be inquiring about the recent events. Given Fury's capabilities, tracing this number would be a straightforward task. I had always believed we could coexist peacefully. I could overlook some of your past actions, but your attack on our agents and the abduction of a dangerous individual demands an explanation, Fury asserted. Rest assured, Director Fury, I can assure you that Johnny poses no threat. Besides, your subordinates have emerged unscathed, have they not? Oh, by the way, the 2 fatalities were mere accidents. Xiao Lin's unyielding demeanor left Fury somewhat exasperated. They still had some collaboration regarding weapon supplies, particularly the atmospheric weapon developed by Azeroth Technologies, which S.H.I.E.L.D. hoped to install preferentially on their aerial aircraft carrier. Xiao Lin did not wish to create discord. I am not intentionally opposing you. Mephisto from Hell is currently on Earth, and we require Johnny to locate him. With that, Xiao Lin ended the call, confident that Fury would not retaliate against him. In a desolate countryside, a middle-aged man and a gray-haired figure traversed the path. Wherever they passed, all life withered and decayed rapidly. They were, in fact, Mephisto in a new guise and his servant, Kerrigan. My lord, is the Cosmic Cube truly here? Kerrigan inquired, surveying the surroundings. Could it be buried underground? Should I procure some excavators to unearth it? Mephisto cast a stern glance at him, prompting Kerrigan to promptly close his mouth and hasten to keep pace. As they approached a canyon, they spotted a guard post ahead, where a spacious cave lay and a concrete-paved road stretched into the distance. This was the S.H.I.E.L.D. research base where the Cosmic Cube was secured. The station soldiers noticed the approaching duo and raised their weapons in warning. Halt! Who are you? This is a military exclusion zone. Please stop. Mephisto gestured to Kerrigan, who understood and proceeded toward the guard post. Rat-tat-tat. A volley of bullets swept in front of Kerrigan, cautioning him against advancing. However, he disregarded the warning, continuing forward as bullets ricocheted off him, leaving no trace of blood. A grayish mist enveloped Kerrigan's hands, lunging toward the soldiers, entwining around them and causing their bodies to visibly age at an alarming rate, ultimately reducing them to mere dust. They eliminated numerous soldiers along the way, advancing deeper into the corridor. It was as if a colossal magnetic field surrounded the demon from hell. Any electronic devices encountered by Mephisto sparked and malfunctioned. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly discerned the escalating situation. Director Fury, the base housing the cube is under siege. All surveillance equipment en route has been compromised, and the current status is uncertain, reported Coulson. who was hurriedly relaying the alarming developments from the experimental base. Another distressing piece of news arrived, causing Fury considerable frustration. He realized that since Xiao Lin's appearance, troubles have been incessantly surfacing. Research on the Cosmic Cube was classified as a high-level secret within Subtitle, and Fury could not fathom who had leaked the information. Coulson, do everything in your power to safeguard the Cosmic Cube. I will dispatch Agent Barton and others to assist you. The Cosmic Cube holds immense significance for them. Both the Avengers Initiative and the Cosmic Cube Development Plan are the only means they currently possess. Kerrigan, exhilarated by his formidable powers, rampaged through, reducing every passing agent to mere dust. Unbeknownst to him, his own body was gradually deteriorating, and it would not be long before he, too, would become a pile of ashes like those he had slain. Fool, over here! As he observed Kerrigan frantically darting about, Mephisto felt a twinge of annoyance. He regretted sharing part of his power with him, realizing he might have chosen a more competent ally. Closer, closer. Mephisto sensed the powerful energy fluctuations of the Cosmic Cube drawing nearer. He had recently discovered the Cosmic Cube hidden in this location, recalling how Odin, after winning a war, had concealed this artifact of immense power. He never expected to find it here. Coulson, intent on relocating the Cosmic Cube, arrived at the underground garage of the base, only to encounter invading foes. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol, firing at the enemies while sprinting towards a vehicle. Kerrigan, grinning malevolently, lunged at Coulson, obstructing the car that was about to start. The moment they made contact, the entire vehicle began to corrode rapidly. Get up! With a furious roar, Kerrigan overturned the car, causing the box Coulson had placed inside to tumble to the ground, where it was retrieved by Mephisto. With the Cosmic Cube in hand, Mephisto was eager to depart and not waste any more time in this place. As Coulson touched the blood on his forehead, he watched the two departing in the vehicle. He was astonished that the enemy could locate him in such a secluded area, heading directly for the Cosmic Cube. Doubts crept into his mind regarding the possibility of a traitor within their ranks. Chapter 61. The Demoness Circle. When Agent Hawkeye Barton arrived at the base with Parker, Coulson was receiving treatment from medical personnel. Agent Barton inquired, Coulson, what on earth transpired? Upon seeing their arrival, Coulson responded, please, wait a moment. The pain from the treatment caused Coulson to gasp. Once the procedure was complete, he stated, the Cosmic Cube has been stolen, but I had a tracker installed in the box they took. What is the Cosmic Cube? Parker asked, his expression one of confusion. A colossal source of energy. Then what are we waiting for? Eager to prove himself, Parker stood up, ready to leave, but upon noticing the inactivity of the two men, he awkwardly sat back down. The situation is urgent. The adversary is well acquainted with our base. I suspect there may be a traitor within Subtitle. Hence the director has instructed that you two take the initiative for now. This is a desolate town located near Las Vegas in the western United States. In this desolate place, where visitors are a rarity throughout the year, two strangers have arrived today, Mephisto and Kerrigan. Their presence here is deliberate, as Mephisto seeks to avoid drawing undue attention. Upon entering the sole tavern of the town, the proprietor promptly approached them. Kerrigan, brimming with impatience, exclaimed, I'll have a bottle of beer and something substantial to eat. Mephisto, however, bore no interest in sustenance. Yet, the corporeal vessel he inhabited necessitated nourishment. He loathed the frailty of the human form, finding it troublesome, and only the delectable souls he anticipated ignited a flicker of hope within him. After downing a mouthful of beer, Kerrigan could not suppress his revulsion, spitting it out, for the taste was merely sour. Owner, this place seems rather desolate. How many souls reside in this town? Upon hearing Mephisto's inquiry, the innkeeper began to ramble. There are only about 300 souls left in this town. The rest have migrated to the metropolis. Mephisto paid heed only to the approximate number the proprietor mentioned, disregarding the rest of his discourse. Naturally, as a demon accompanied by a lackey, they bore no coin. When they departed, the tavern was left shrouded in dust. After their meal, nightfall descended upon the town, which was populated predominantly by the elderly, who retired early, facilitating Mephisto's clandestine endeavors. Merely possessing the Cosmic Cube was insufficient to open a rift between Earth and Hell. A colossal demonic array must be established to extract souls. serving both as a means of location and a veil to obscure the infernal presence from the attention of formidable beings on Earth. Mephisto stealthily dispatched several individuals, using their blood to inscribe the demonic circle around the town. Kerrigan, observing with a lack of comprehension, merely wished for Mephisto to regain his strength swiftly, still clinging to dreams of restoring his original form and attaining eternal life, oblivious to the treachery inherent in demonic nature, perhaps even ignorant of it altogether. As the final step of the demonic array was completed, crimson runes emerged upon the ground, and a fiery orange shield materialized, enveloping the entire town. The slumbering inhabitants, unaware, found their bodies ignited spontaneously, awakening in anguish only to be reduced to ashes. Transparent souls began to rise from the remnants, gazing around in bewilderment, irresistibly drawn toward the center of the town. Having accomplished this, Mephisto sensed that the power he had brought to the mortal realm was nearly expended. I require a day to commune with hell. Keep watch around the town for me. I wish to avoid any unforeseen events, for you would not wish to know the consequences. Threateningly, he proceeded toward the heart of the town, the epicenter of the array and the key to his infernal communication. Yes, my lord. Observing Mephisto's formidable powers, Kerrigan grew increasingly respectful and elated. Mephisto opened the chest containing the tesseract, reciting incantations to levitate the cube towards the magical array, wary of grasping it directly. The cube hovered at the center of the demonic circle, its pale blue glow intertwining with the deep crimson light, illuminating the area in a mesmerizing display. Meanwhile, Parker and Agent Barton, who had been following the trail, struggled to reach this location due to the sporadic signals from their tracker. Agent Barton, is it not possible to find a place to rest at this late hour? Parker exclaimed, his flashlight cutting through the dusty air. He felt on the verge of madness after chasing for what felt like an eternity. With only a brief respite for a hamburger, you seem to underestimate the gravity of the situation, Barton replied, his dissatisfaction evident. Parker's demeanor lacked the seriousness expected from a member of the Avengers. Yet, he was merely a middle schooler, and Barton pondered why Fury had recruited him, despite his enhanced abilities. Damn it, the signal has vanished again, Agent Barton exclaimed, slapping the device in frustration. Look over there. What is that? Parker shouted in astonishment, pointing towards a distant town enveloped suddenly by an orange dome. What? Agent Barton raised his gaze in the direction Parker indicated, noticing a flicker of orange light in the previously dark distance. Let us investigate, he urged. The signal had just disappeared here. Perhaps they could uncover what they sought ahead. As Mephisto completed his incantation, a colossal demonic silhouette materialized above the town. What is that? A demon? The two were startled by the sudden apparition. The figure loomed, its crimson body adorned with long horns and massive leathery wings that unfurled, towering over 100 meters. Though fear gripped him, Parker steeled himself and followed Agent Barton towards the ominous presence. Hey, what are you two doing here? Kerrigan, patrolling the town, spotted the sneaking duo and was instantly invigorated. He relished the sound of screams. Upon seeing Kerrigan, Agent Barton recalled what Coulson had said about the enemy's lackey, swiftly drawing his bow and firing several arrows. Parker, his spider sense tingling, narrowly evaded a cloud of gray mist, encircling Kerrigan and quickly ensnaring him with webbing. The souls of the townsfolk had not yet been fully absorbed by the array. Observing the intruders, Mephisto commanded the wandering spirits to drift towards Parker and Agent Barton. Agent Barton, we must flee. Parker, unnerved by the incomprehensible apparitions, felt unable to confront them. After a few ineffective attacks, Barton nodded in agreement. Their priority was to report to Director Fury. Chapter 62. The battle approaches without a second glance at the tightly bound Kerrigan. Parker and Agent Barton turned and ran. After a considerable struggle, Carla managed to transform the silken threads enveloping him into dust. Watching the two figures vanish from sight, he was filled with rage. Muttering curses under his breath, "You scoundrels, I shall reduce you to ashes." The pair ran for some distance before finally discovering a vehicle by the roadside. Agent Barton deftly picked the lock, akin to a seasoned criminal. "Damn it, the car won't start," he exclaimed, leaping out and kicking the door in frustration. He pulled out his phone, only to find the screen utterly dark and unresponsive. "It appears that the energy from the demon has interfered with these electronic devices," he remarked, astonished to realize that demons truly existed. Parker inquired, "What shall we do now, Agent Barton?" Barton replied, "This is beyond the two of us. We need to contact the director. Moreover, we must distance ourselves further from this spot and see if we can make a phone call." It was only after they had trekked over 20 kilometers on foot that they finally emerged from the area affected by the demon's energy, at which point their phones were able to power back on. "Director Fury, we have located the individual who seized the Tesseract. He appears to be summoning a demon." Unbeknownst to Agent Barton, the one conducting the ritual, Mephisto, was indeed a demon. "A demon? Are you serious, Barton?" Fury's tone was laced with skepticism. "Given his appearance, it seems likely, Director Fury, that individual slaughtered the entire population of a small town before we arrived. Now, that town is engulfed by an unknown energy, rendering all electronic devices inoperative within the vicinity. It lies approximately 20 kilometers to the south of our current position." Fury promptly pinpointed Barton's location and accessed satellite surveillance, only to find that the area he mentioned was entirely devoid of any visual feed. Under such circumstances, he began to consider the possibility that Agent Barton was indeed telling the truth. "Remain in the vicinity. I will gather some personnel to assist you shortly." With that, Fury ended the call. Observing Agent Barton simply lie down in a nearby spot, Parker asked, "Are we resting here, Agent Barton?" Receiving a nod in response, Parker grumbled in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Fury, deep in thought at S.H.I.L.D., dialed a number. "Tony, it's me, Nick Fury." On the other end, a cacophony erupted as Tony shouted, "What? Hold on a moment." After a short while, the noise subsided somewhat. "All right, Fury, what brings you here today?" "I found another member for your Avengers team." "A member? What sort? Is she as stunning as Natasha?" Fury chose to ignore Tony's flippant tone. "Peter Parker, 15 years old. The Spider-Man currently serving as a vigilante in New York." "Hey, Fury, you're not expecting me to play babysitter, are you?" "I don't have time for that." "Very well. Let us not dwell on that matter today." In a small desert town near Las Vegas, a perilous individual has emerged, posing a significant threat to the security of America. He has ruthlessly annihilated all the inhabitants of that town. I implore you to assist. And should you be inclined to lend your iron armor to our agents, it would be most welcome. "No, that is out of the question," Tony replied with unwavering resolve. "I shall go to the location you mentioned. By the way, when do we depart?" Although Tony often exhibited a cavalier attitude, he remained deeply concerned about the safety of his country. Otherwise, he would not have steadfastly supported the Superhero Registration Act in the future. Fury remarked, "Agents Barton and Spider-Man Parker are already awaiting your arrival. I will dispatch someone to fetch you immediately." Tony felt an overwhelming urge to hurl his phone against the wall. "Damn it, you've ruined my party and my evening plans." Fury feigned ignorance to his grievances, promptly disconnecting the call and dialing Natasha, the Black Widow. "Natasha, we have an urgent mission. Return to headquarters at once." Contemplating the situation, he hesitated to reach out to the Ancient Order, sensing that this incident was far from ordinary and might surpass even the Avengers' capabilities. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea. He was reluctant to engage with those stubborn old-timers, as they never allowed him past the front door. Parker and Agent Barton had spent the night resting upon a rock. At dawn, before the sun had risen, the roar of fighter jets echoed above them. A Quinjet gradually descended not far from their position. Leading the group was Tony, impeccably dressed in a suit, giving the impression of a man arriving for a business negotiation. Following closely were Natasha and several elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Agents May and Ward. "Wow, is that Mr. Tony Stark?" Parker exclaimed, leaping to his feet and racing toward him. Agent Barton addressed the gathering crowd, stating, "That area is enveloped in a peculiar energy field, rendering all electronic devices inoperable." He cast a glance at Tony as he spoke. Tony replied, "Fury informed me long ago. My iron armor is entirely impervious to such electromagnetic interference." He then turned his gaze toward Parker. "You are the new addition to the Avengers, I presume? At your age, you ought to be focusing on your studies rather than falling for Fury's schemes." Parker was at a loss for words. Natasha approached and said, "We must move swiftly. No one knows what might transpire once the ritual is complete." The Quinjet could not penetrate the area ahead, and vehicles were rendered useless, compelling them to proceed on foot. Tony did not follow immediately. Instead, he extended his hand, and the individual components of his armor soared from the Quinjet. "Tony, be cautious. Wait for us to arrive before you engage," Natasha cautioned. I know. Following a powerful sonic boom, Tony, clad in his armor, swiftly soared toward the scene. Meanwhile, Johnny, preparing to rest in a hotel, suddenly approached the window, gazing into the distance. A formidable aura of hell permeated the air, unmistakably the presence of Mephisto. Although the demon's magic circle obscured others' perceptions, it could not elude Johnny's awareness. He hurriedly gathered his belongings, preparing to venture into the desolate wasteland. Before departing, he hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately seized his phone. Lin, I have discovered Mephisto, located in the western part of America. Mephisto? Where exactly? Xiao Lin finally received the information he had been anticipating. Various parties were converging upon an unnamed town, where a monumental battle was imminent. Chapter 63. The Avenger ensnared in illusions at the heart of the magic circle. The cosmic cube opened a portal, unleashing torrents of crimson hellish energy that surged into Mephisto's being. Like a parched traveler encountering life-giving rain, he exuberantly exclaimed, "My energy! I crave more." He believed that within a mere day, his strength would be sufficient to confront formidable adversaries, such as the Ancient One and Odin. He still harbored the bitter memory of being driven back to hell by their combined might in years past. Tony approached the outskirts of the town alone, gazing at the protective barrier enveloping the entire settlement. Jarvis, assist me in analyzing the energy composition of this barrier. Is it possible to dismantle it? A considerable amount of calculations would be necessary to ascertain, as this energy was non-existent in nature. Tony expressed his astonishment. Non-existent? Can I enter? Sir, as it stands, this energy does not impede anyone from entering. It merely serves to obstruct detection. After a brief pause, Jarvis's voice returned. Sir, I have detected the energy of the cosmic cube, which has opened a portal to an alternate space, where an individual is extracting the surging energy. The screen of the Iron Man's suit displayed the scene at the center of the magic circle. A middle-aged man, a cube radiating blue light, and the mysterious symbols at his feet. Two missiles launched from Tony's shoulders, yet before they could reach the center, they spiraled downwards, falling ineffectively from the sky. Although the Iron Man suit remained unscathed, the missiles clearly did not fare as well. Damn it, more pests, Mephisto observed Tony outside the town, along with several approaching individuals of mediocre strength. Nevertheless, he thought, let them come. He would first provide them with a little inconvenience. No sooner had he finished speaking than some undead creatures from the depths of hell began to emerge from the ground. Never mind. I shall wait for the others to arrive. After more than an hour, Tony finally saw the others arriving belatedly. Upon witnessing Tony and Agent Barton casually enter, Agent May inquired, "Is it safe to go in like this?" Parker replied, "It should be fine. Otherwise, we have no other options, do we?" As they stepped into the town, the scene before them transformed, accompanied by strange sounds echoing through the air. They beheld grotesque, skinless, humanoid creatures sprinting toward them. Oh, how repulsive. Parker felt as though he might vomit the bread he had consumed that morning. Where had these things emerged from? They had not been present the day before. The number of these monstrous beings is rather overwhelming, and they can only be thwarted by a precise shot to the head or by shattering their legs. Observing the zombies, Tony murmured to himself, could this be related to Xiao Lin? He had witnessed the ghouls summoned by Xiao Lin. It bore an uncanny resemblance to these creatures. Tony, stop daydreaming and attack, Natasha exclaimed, as she dispatched a creature lunging at Tony with a perfectly aimed shot, splattering his attire with its viscous brain matter. At that moment, a figure suddenly fell from above, clinging tightly to his armor from behind. Sir, the material on your Iron Man suit is oxidizing at an alarming rate, Jarvis warned. Damn it, Tony exclaimed, forcibly prying the assailant off and tossing him aside. He unleashed a searing beam from his palm cannon, leaving a charred mark on the intruder, who appeared surprisingly unscathed. When the figure quickly retreated, Tony chose to disregard him, and the group continued to advance towards the town's center amidst the chaos of battle. Mortals, who has granted you the audacity to seek death? Mephisto, at the center of the demonic circle, gazed at them impassively. You still have time to flee. Sir, we merely wish to reclaim what lies beneath your feet, Parker asserted, firing a web to retrieve the Tesseract. However, before he could approach, he was violently repelled by the chaotic energy surrounding it. The others, seeing this, hesitated no longer, but their bullets, palm blasts, and arrows were all rendered ineffective by the crimson hellish energy enveloping Mephisto, causing no discernible impact. I have no time to play with you. Remain at bay. Mephisto could not afford to move, lest the infernal power be squandered. In a flash, several crimson bolts of lightning struck towards their heads, plunging several into a hallucinatory state, causing them to turn against one another. Meanwhile, Kerrigan, having fought through numerous battles, felt the powers bestowed upon him by Mephisto ebbing away, leaving him in a state of dread as he watched his body age rapidly, ultimately disintegrating into dust carried by the wind. Johnny, seated in the aircraft, suddenly sensed an unsettling apprehension. As they approached their destination, he realized that Mephisto's power had grown more formidable than ever. "Xiao Lin," he remarked, "Mephisto has become stronger. I fear I cannot defeat him now. I do not know how he has opened a conduit to the hellish dimension, but he continues to siphon power." Xiao Lin reassured him. "Do not worry. There is nothing to be concerned about." In the distance, they could see the glaring energy shield that was conspicuous even in daylight, prompting Xiao Lin to question. Such a conspicuous area. Surely DS satellites cannot be oblivious to it? I have yet to observe any movement from them. The demonic circle obscured all external perception, and Xiao Lin was unaware that the Avengers had already infiltrated within. Just as he finished speaking, the aircraft's engines and various instruments abruptly ceased functioning, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. "I truly am a harbinger of doom." Xiao Lin casually tossed a parachute to the pilot, instructing him to hold on before kicking open the hatch beside him and leaping into the void. In midair, he cast various protective spells upon himself. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding crashes echoed as Xiao Lin, the Ghost Rider Johnny, and the abomination Blonsky crashed into the ground, creating 3 massive craters. Dusting himself off, Xiao Lin glanced toward the other 2 not far away and waved at them. "At last, I comprehend why Fury and the other military forces have yet to encircle this place. It appears that an unknown energy has rendered electronic devices ineffective. Could this be the influence of Mephisto?" The Johnny, transformed into the Ghost Rider, had always been a silent, brooding creature, one who acted without uttering a word. Indeed, that fellow Johnny had arrived. Suddenly, Mephisto, hovering in the air, opened his eyes. And what of that being steeped in the aura of death? How could he be allied with the Ghost Rider? Shouldn't they be at odds? Mephisto had long regarded Xiao Lin as a fervent devotee of death, even contemplating the prospect of converting him into a follower. Chapter 64. Back to hell, the abomination, resolute in his direction, charged forth like a heavy war chariot. Having been cooped up in Sky City for far too long, the Ghost Rider had procured a motorcycle from some unknown source, its engine ignited by hellfire, while Xiao Lin summoned a steed of death. Concerned about the escalating power of Mephisto, which they feared might become insurmountable, they hastened their pace towards the town. The protective shield surrounding the town isolated everything within, obscuring their view of the interior. Observing that the Ghost Rider paid no heed to the barrier, Xiao Lin followed suit and plunged through it. Yet, before they could approach the center of the formation, the sounds of explosions and combat reached their ears. Xiao Lin beheld Iron Man confronting Spider-Man, Hawkeye battling Black Widow, and 2 unfamiliar agents engaged in a brawl. Fortunately, none appeared gravely injured. The Ghost Rider and Xiao Lin paid little mind to the skirmishers, fully aware that Tony and the others were ensnared in an illusion. Yet they could do nothing to resolve it at that moment. The Ghost Rider surged directly towards Mephisto, his fiery chains striking the barrier with a sound akin to a tangible impact. The Space Stone? Xiao Lin caught sight of the cosmic artifact, and to be honest, he felt a stir of desire. It represented infinite energy, albeit one rarely harnessed by ordinary individuals, and even the mighty Thanos had his gaze fixed upon it. "Blonsky, shatter that barrier," commanded the abomination. "Understood, Master," he replied, his hands glowing with crimson light as he leapt high and delivered a powerful punch against it. At the center of the arcane formation, Mephisto sensed the barrier tremble. The giant's strength surpassed his expectations. Imbued with a certain vitality of blood, he did not appear to be a vampire. Xiao Lin drew Frostmourne, charging on his steed as the enchanted sword struck the barrier. Producing a discordant screech, Mephisto thundered in anger, "Damn it, you are opposing a master of the world." Xiao Lin retorted mockingly, "Save your breath. This is not your territory. Go back to hell." The entire realm of hell was under Mephisto's dominion, and he was not lacking in minions. He opened a portal, albeit one that could not accommodate the powerful lords of the underworld, yet allowed him to summon more undead minions, just as he had done moments ago. Mephisto directed his thoughts towards the portal activated by the cosmic cube, calling forth his soldiers to engage in battle. At that moment, a surge of deathly energy erupted from the ground, and hordes of hellish, undead creatures poured forth. Skeletons, zombies, vampires, and wraiths emerged, though they were mere lowly undead. Their numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, the three of them found themselves encircled by the enemy. What was happening? Having lost Mephisto's control, those who had awakened from the illusion beheld the onslaught of hellish creatures and hastily fled. "Is that Lin?" Tony exclaimed upon spotting Xiao Lin and the others before the demonic array, but Natasha held him back, insisting, "We need to leave this place first." Although Xiao Lin and his companions could easily dispatch those monsters, for every one they killed, several more erupted from the depths. Gradually, the sky darkened, its light dulled by Mephisto's malevolent power, with only the flames on the Ghost Rider illuminating the surroundings. For an ordinary person, the overwhelming presence of death would have already driven them to madness. Planting Frostmourne into the ground, Xiao Lin found himself surrounded by numerous undead as well. Both factions clashed, and with the presence of the Abomination and the Ghost Rider, they managed to reach a stalemate. As Xiao Lin approached the barrier, Mephisto declared, "I sense a profound aura of death within you. Join me, and I shall grant you even greater power." With a resounding clash, the blade struck against the barrier. "How much power do you possess in this world? Can you contend with the Ancient Order? Can you face Asgard?" Observing Mephisto's grim expression, Frostmourne, imbued with a vast amount of death energy, pierced through his defenses. With a sharp crack, the protective barrier of the demonic array shattered into fragments. In a moment of urgency, Mephisto unleashed a surge of gray energy towards Xiao Lin, desperate not to let his plans unravel. The wailing of the undead surged towards Xiao Lin, yet all were absorbed by Frostmourne in his grasp. With a hint of longing, he remarked, "Is that all? Bring me more. What weapon do you wield that can absorb souls?" Mephisto pondered, sensing a grave situation. It was no wonder the barrier, fortified with soul energy, was so easily breached, and much of his power was being countered. Disregarding Mephisto, Xiao Lin charged into the heart of the array, tightly grasping the hand of death, exclaiming, "Come forth." In an unexpected turn of events, Mephisto was abruptly pulled down, and in a fit of rage, he attempted to charge back, only to be tightly embraced by Xiao Lin, as they both plunged into the overwhelming essence of death. Xiao Lin felt an influx of deathly energy surging through his body, while Frostmourne absorbed numerous souls. Infuriated by this transgression, Mephisto seethed. This was his power, albeit trivial to his true form, yet he would not permit anyone to usurp it. "Get away from me." Realizing that he could also absorb the opponent's energy, Xiao Lin was resolute in his refusal to retreat. In that moment, the runes on his body radiated a vibrant green light, as the energies of the Death Knight and Demon clashed at the heart of the magic circle. "Stop!" Sensing the chaotic destruction of the demonic array beneath their conflict, Mephisto reacted, desperate to intervene, but it was ultimately too late. A surge of energy erupted, culminating in a resounding explosion at the center of the array. Surveying his armor, now littered with debris from the blast, Xiao Lin staggered to his feet. The explosion had inflicted greater harm on Mephisto, for it was his own energy that had been woven into the array. Mephisto's corporeal form visibly withered, and with great effort, he uttered, "I shall remember you, mortal. I will await you in hell, and your soul shall endure the most exquisite torment. Save your breath. I may not even descend to hell upon my demise. The god of death has extended an invitation to me, and I find that prospect quite appealing." It was uncertain whether Mephisto heard his words, as he was whisked away by the wind, disintegrating into dust. Xiao Lin located the cosmic cube and placed it into a nearby metallic box. The previously allied Death Knight had vanished without a trace, leaving Xiao Lin uncertain of its whereabouts. Reveling in the abundant death energy within him, Xiao Lin felt a surge of joy as he beheld the chaotic legion of the undead drawing ever closer. He summoned the Abomination, Blonsky. Death's Decay, a newly acquired spell, empowered him further with the influx of death energy and hellish souls. A malevolent, corrosive force spread among the undead before him, and within 100 meters, both structures and spirits, as well as any object, gradually crumbled into dust. The mindless undead charged toward Xiao Lin, only to be reduced to mere particles. After executing this feat, he felt as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Mission accomplished. Banish Mephisto back to hell, earning 200,000 exchange points. This task had proven surprisingly effortless, yielding such a substantial reward with ease. Chapter 65. Exchange in the Distance. Tony and his companions observed the small town shrouded beneath a black sky and an orange demonic array, momentarily uncertain whether to proceed. Parker inquired, "Are we just going to stand here and watch?" Natasha, clutching her arm wounded by Hawkeye's arrow, responded, "Do you have a better plan? I certainly do not wish to be shot in the back by my own comrades. It would be prudent to wait for Mr. Xiao Lin to vanquish that demon before we proceed." The recent events still linger in everyone's minds. All were ensnared in illusions before they could even react, including Tony, who, despite Jarvis's continuous reminders, could not regain his clarity. At that moment, the energy surrounding the town dissipated, prompting Tony to activate his armor and lead the way inside. Along the path, he encountered shattered homes, mangled corpses, and an incessant stench that invaded his nostrils. Even seasoned agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had braved numerous battles, found it unbearable. How much more so for a mere middle school student like Spider-Man, who retreated to a corner and vomited violently. With the demon's array dismantled, the town's electronic devices returned to their normal function. Xiao Lin made a call to Jinping, awaiting the arrival of a helicopter. As a few individuals ventured into the town's center, they beheld what was once a bustling square, now reduced to a barren expanse of 100 meters. The ground strewn with white dust. Spotting the box in Xiao Lin's hands, Natasha called out, "Mr. Xiao." He turned, understanding her unspoken wish for the Tesseract. "Have Fury come to me," he replied, before he and Blonsky boarded the approaching helicopter. Observing the town, which resembled a Hell's Cape, Tony remained silent, ascending into the air and flying towards New York. Parker, pale-faced, inquired, "Mr. Barton, will we frequently encounter such horrors?" Unsure of how to articulate his feelings, Barton patted his shoulder and jested, "Kid, you'll need to get used to it." Ignoring Parker's ashen visage, he dialed Fury's number. "Director Fury, the target has been neutralized, but the Tesseract is now in Xiao Lin's possession. He requests that you meet him." In his office, Director Fury was at a loss. The death of hundreds in a single town was enough to give him a headache, let alone the fact that the Tesseract was now with Xiao Lin. The last incident of mass fatalities in a town had been concealed by Pierce, but this time, he doubted anyone would come to his aid. Just then, the screen before Fury illuminated, revealing several members of the Security Council. "Fury, I've heard you misplaced the Tesseract. Are you not prepared to offer an explanation?" One member inquired. Another added, "And what of that Chinese individual? How did the Tesseract come to be in his possession? Is he connected to the thief?" Fury was perplexed by their rapid acquisition of information, but refrained from questioning them. "The theft was orchestrated by another, and I will handle the Tesseract matter." "Very well. What of your newly formed Avengers? Do you possess the means to manage them?" Upon hearing this, Fury self-deprecatingly remarked, "Do you truly believe I have the capability to control Tony Stark? And Spider-Man is merely a schoolboy, regardless of your ability to control the situation. It is imperative that individuals endowed with extraordinary powers be registered. Otherwise, the risks are far too severe." The massacre of the residents in two towns, alongside the devastation wreaked upon the streets of New York by colossal battles, necessitates regulation. I am certain you would not wish to witness such calamities again. All individuals with superpowers must be documented. By the way, I have a dossier containing information on mutants that I shall send to you, with the hope that you will locate other unregistered mutants. Before Fury could articulate his thoughts, the screen before him faded into darkness. What a foolish group. Did they truly believe that the likes of the Fire Skeleton, or perhaps Xylin, or even Mephisto, who had slaughtered an entire town, would willingly register? Such notions are utterly preposterous. Fury perused the transmitted information, noting that it contained details on merely a dozen individuals. Is this truly what the Council refers to as mutants? Director Fury, I believe your reliance on the Avengers to resolve this matter is untenable, Hill remarked as she entered the room, seemingly aware of Fury's recent conversation with the Council. We shall discuss this later. For now, I must retrieve the Tesseract. Meanwhile at home, Xylin opened the box containing the Tesseract, feeling its immense energy, although he was still incapable of harnessing such power. He then heard a rumbling from the yard, as a Quinjet unexpectedly descended into his garden. Watching with a tinge of sorrow as his plants were battered by the wind, he rushed downstairs to find Director Fury disembarking from the aircraft. Couldn't you have entered through the front in a car? Xiao Lin complained. Fury cut to the chase. You knew I would come for you. The Tesseract is a perilous artifact, and you cannot wield it. Preserving such a thing is not a prudent decision for you. Then can your S-H-I-E-L-D truly protect it? Let us not forget that a demon snatched it from your territory just yesterday, slaughtering an entire town in the process, only for me to reclaim it from him. Fury regarded him intently. State your terms. I must take the Tesseract this time. Our development project concerning it is only halfway complete. You are aware that I wrested it back from a demon hailing from hell, and it would be unreasonable to return it lightly. However, I will comply with your requests, provided you agree to 2 conditions. Xiao Lin had indeed contemplated retaining the Tesseract for himself, but now was not the opportune moment, and he was still unable to wield it. First, I require a copy of the mutant registration data from S-H-I-E-L-D. Upon hearing this, Fury glared at Xiao Lin. That is classified information, and I have only just obtained it. How would you know? Xiao Lin could not disclose the scroll's infiltration within the government, so he simply insisted, agree or disagree. I consent. Now, what is your second condition? Should you lose the Tesseract to other invaders again, any recovered version of it shall rightfully belong to me. Observing Fury's skeptical gaze, Xiao Lin reassured him. Rest assured, I have no intention of ensnaring you. Fury extended his hand toward Xiao Lin, stating, I agree. Now, hand over the Tesseract. After confirming the contents of the box to be the cosmic cube, Fury departed with it. Chapter 66. Are you also a transcender? Within a dilapidated room, a somewhat slender Asian youth sat on the ground, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Clutching a pen, he frantically sketched on a canvas before him. The scene depicted was that of Manhattan, near Stark Tower, where a beam of white light shot into the sky, and countless alien ships emerged from the vast, inky void of space. On the opposite side loomed a colossal city in the sky, surrounded by massive battleships, while the city below was engulfed in flames of war. Upon completing his artwork, he sat on the floor, drenched in sweat, and wearily wiped his forehead. Just then, a series of coughs echoed within the room. He sprang to his feet and dashed inside. Mom, are you feeling any better? Cough, cough. His mother lifted her head, visibly anxious upon seeing her son still at home. Xianyu, why haven't you gone to school yet? I'm heading there now, Mom. Call me if you need anything. Noticing only her coughs, the boy hastily stood and rushed outside, entering his own room to gather the sketches he had previously created, stuffing them into his backpack. Upon exiting his home, he did not make his way to school, but instead ventured to the most chaotic area of New York, Hell's Kitchen. He sought someone who could aid him in treating his mother's illness. Cautiously navigating the streets, he paused in front of a small shop when a flower pot fell from above, crashing onto the pavement before him. Undeterred, he continued onward until he arrived at an opulent mansion. After a moment's hesitation, he rang the doorbell. Inside, Xiao Lin was momentarily startled by the unexpected sound of the doorbell, as visitors were a rarity, and those who came rarely rang the bell. He stepped outside to find a small boy of East Asian descent, standing at approximately 5 feet tall, burdened with a heavy backpack. Xiao Lin inquired, "Who are you? I don't believe I know you." The boy glanced around, appearing somewhat anxious as he opened his backpack and produced several sheets of paper, presenting them to Xiao Lin. Upon receiving them, Xiao Lin beheld a striking illustration of a massive metallic suit of armor, beams of light emanating from its head as it wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures. The second drawing depicted an individual wielding a mighty hammer, with a beam of light descending from above. Was this not the mighty Thor? It seemed to portray a scene from the realm of the god of thunder. Xiao Lin, gazing at the boy, asked, "What is this?" After a moment's hesitation, the boy replied, "This is what is destined to occur in the future." Xiao Lin, taken aback, gestured for him to enter, saying, "Come inside. Let us discuss this further." As the two individuals entered the room, they observed the boy before them, who appeared somewhat anxious. Xiao Lin inquired, "Are you also a time traveler?" Hearing this question, the boy gazed at him in confusion and asked, "What is a time traveler?" Xiao Lin found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that the boy was not a time traveler? "These are all your drawings, aren't they?" "Indeed," the boy replied, producing another piece of artwork. The illustration depicted him sitting in his room, capturing the very scene they were witnessing, albeit without Xiao Lin's presence, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What is this?" "These are all drawings I created in the past. Whatever I depict will eventually come to pass," the boy explained. "My name is Zheng Xuanyu, a citizen of Huaxia." My ability awakened a year ago, allowing me to foresee certain future events and illustrate them on paper. Though I can only predict occurrences in my immediate vicinity. Xiao Lin asked, "Did you summon me for a specific reason, or is it merely to showcase your ability?" Gathering his courage, Zhang Xuanyu replied, "My mother requires treatment. She suffers from a terminal illness, and time is running short. However, my prophecy indicates that one can be found here who can heal her." Xiao Lin, who had never placed faith in destiny or the foresight of the future, felt a chill as he contemplated the drawings he had just seen. Was everything he had done predestined? "Do you have any other drawings concerning me?" he inquired. Zhang Xuanyu responded, "No, none of my drawings feature you, and I did not come here specifically to seek you out." He then began to scan the room. "I see a beautiful red-haired sister here. She can cure my mother's illness." He must be referring to the Scarlet Witch, Xiao Lin thought. At that moment, Xiao Lin observed the boy entering a trance-like state. He saw him mechanically retrieve a blank sheet of paper from his backpack, his eyes glowing faintly as one hand moved swiftly across the surface, leaving trails of afterimages. When he emerged from this state, his complexion had turned pale, and the scene he had illustrated revealed a desolate planet surrounded by crumbling ruins, with dark clouds filling the sky. Xiao Lin recognized several figures within the drawing. They bore a striking resemblance to Magneto, Professor X, and Logan, facing a menacing throng of Sentinel robots. Was this not a scene from Days of Future Past? Why would he foresee such a moment? Could it be a glimpse of what was to come? Would Logan be able to return to his original world? Xiao Lin took the boy's backpack, suppressing his astonishment as he examined the array of drawings within. This ability was formidable, yet the unfortunate reality was that it was beyond the boy's control, and most of the illustrations depicted mundane aspects of life. Such a mutant must be harnessed for his potential. "I can help your mother, but it will not be without cost. I require your enrollment in my academy." "No problem," Zhang Xuanyu replied without hesitation, surprising Xiao Lin, who had anticipated some reluctance. "However, what kind of academy is this? Will it enable me to obtain a university diploma? This has always been my mother's wish." "No problem. You can obtain a diploma from any university you desire. As one of the top arms companies in America, acquiring a university degree is a trivial matter. Even if it were not, he believes that money could easily procure one. For someone with such exceptional abilities, he considers it a worthy endeavor." Although he was already aware of the outcome, Zhang Xuanyu still exhaled in relief. However, living as a mutant in the outside world poses significant dangers. Attending a public school is ill-advised, as ordinary people still constitute the majority. Furthermore, I hope you can bring your mother to live in the city I have established. Zhang Xuanyu could relate to this sentiment. Not long ago, he had been unable to contain his abilities and had inadvertently showcased them in front of ordinary individuals, requiring him to fabricate several lies to cover it up. He feared the next incident might not be so easily managed. Chapter 67. The plan of the Viper. Lady Xiao Lin followed Zhang Xuanyu to his home, located in a somewhat dilapidated residential area. Not far away, a cluster of houses was undergoing demolition, with a cacophony of machinery deafening. How could anyone endure living here? "Mom, I'm back." Upon entering, Zhang Xuanyu ascended the somewhat decayed wooden stairs. Seeing the two newcomers, Zhang Xuanyu's mother sat up and reproached him. "Xuanyu, you're home from school so early? Have you skipped classes again?" Zhang Xuanyu did not respond. Instead, he joyfully grasped his mother's hand and announced, "Mom, there's a way to treat your illness." "What?" His mother looked at him in bewilderment, glancing at Xiao Lin and inquiring, "Who is this?" As Xiao Lin approached, Zhang Xuanyu introduced him. "Mom, this is the owner of Azeroth Technology, and he is willing to help us." Perhaps due to the shared heritage, Zhang Xuanyu's mother displayed little hostility toward the unexpected visitor. "You want a company? You look quite young. Your child possesses extraordinary abilities, and I have my own reasons for assisting him." Xiao Lin acknowledged her skepticism. He then turned to Zhang Xuanyu and added, "You need not conceal anything. You can tell your mother everything, but we must leave this place first." Zhang Xuanyu addressed his mother, saying, "I'm sorry, Mom. I've hidden some things from you, and I will explain later." Upon hearing their exchange, his mother regarded them both with suspicion. Just as Xiao Lin was about to open the door to death, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the window and witnessed two men clad entirely in black burst through. "Who are you?" Xiao Lin positioned himself protectively in front. Seeing the intruders aiming to shoot him, Xiao Lin swiftly activated the power of death ensnaring both men with his grip of mortality, pulling them close before incapacitating them with a swift strike. Kneeling to search their bodies, Xiao Lin found no significant markings. "I know. They have come for me," Zheng Xuanyu remarked. "It must be because my abilities manifested yesterday and some people witnessed it. Recently, there's been a notable increase in the awakening of mutants, and the government has been clandestinely gathering information about them. This is particularly true for the soon-to-be inaugurated president, who is determined to achieve significant accomplishments." Xiao Lin contemplates the identities of these two individuals. He has made a pact, or perhaps a threat, with the president, and the government is unlikely to be unaware of this. The Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic can manipulate the minds of others, compelling adversaries to reveal their true identities. In the astonished gaze of Zheng Xuanyu and his mother, Xiao Lin extends his hand to open a portal to death. He turns to them and says, "Let us depart. It seems someone has set their sights on you." After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Xuanyu lifts his mother and gently places her in a wheelchair, following Xiao Lin through the portal. On the other side lies the sky city of Naxxramas. As Zheng Xuanyu emerges, he curiously surveys his surroundings. This place bears no resemblance to the eerie city of the Scourge in the world of Azeroth. The streets here are lined with numerous streetlights, and mutant children joyfully stroll and chat, greeting Xiao Lin with enthusiasm upon his arrival. Casually discarding the two strangers he has captured, Xiao Lin dials a number. "Pietro, I've apprehended two individuals here. Please take them to your sister and ascertain their identities. I'm currently at the teleportation array." "Understood." As Pietro's words fade, he materializes before them. Xiao Lin gestures towards Zheng Xuanyu and his mother, stating, "They are newcomers. Please arrange their accommodation. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Once their lodging is arranged, the mother, seated on the bed, can no longer suppress her curiosity. "Xuanyu, is there something you wish to share with me?" "I apologize, mother." This time, Zheng Xuanyu does not withhold any details, revealing everything that has transpired. In the laboratory of Hydra, Dr. Zola, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting green suit strides in. She is Madame Viper, one of Hydra's leaders. "Dr. Zola." Madame Viper addresses the robotic figure diligently working at a machine. "Baron Zemo is dead. Were you not aware?" Without lifting his gaze, Dr. Zola continues his task. "I'm perturbed. Of course I know. What do you wish to convey?" With a hint of mockery, Madame Viper replies, "The mutants studied by Baron Zemo are formidable weapons. Do you not wish to continue your research? Consider this. If a telepathic mutant were to seize control of your mind, do you believe you could still transfer your consciousness? Or what about a mutant capable of manipulating metal? Under their dominion, you would be utterly defenseless, rendering your research futile." Dr. Zola, perturbed by her words, sets down his tools, retorting, "Since Baron Zemo's demise, we have lost all research materials on mutants, and they have been rescued by that mysterious, formidable entity." Madame Viper shakes her head, responding, "How can you be certain that all the mutants have been rescued by him? I have recently acquired a governmental document from Pierce, detailing information concerning certain mutants, one of whom possesses the extraordinary ability of precognition. We can rely on him to locate the Hive Master. In truth, Dr. Zola exhibits little allegiance to Hydra and harbors no genuine interest in retrieving their revered leader." With a hint of resignation, he inquired, "Very well. What is it that you wish me to assist you with? Do you not have sufficient personnel?" At this, Madame Viper sighed, explaining that the mutant had been taken by Xiao Lin, and their team had fallen behind. "Then you have sought the wrong individual. I am no match for him, and I have no desire to don another suit of armor." "Rest assured," Madame Viper replied confidently, "I possess my own methods. Has not the president been coerced into withholding the existence of mutants from the public? We shall expose him. I require you to disseminate this list across all platforms on the internet. The digital domain is indeed where his prowess lies. Furthermore, I hope your Zola algorithm can assist me in locating the mutant with the foresight of the future." This is the primary purpose of Madame Viper's visit today. The Zola algorithm is predicated on the aggregation of an individual's online activities to infer certain personal details, necessitating extensive and intricate data computations. With a mere phone call or an email, the Zola algorithm can ascertain your location and daily habits. Is it prudent to employ my algorithm at this juncture? We must rely on it to counter those who pose a threat to us. Baron Strucker Pierce and I are in unanimous agreement that this is of the utmost importance. Dr. Zola, though irked by the lack of prior discussion before decisions were made, ultimately acquiesced, expressing his hope that they could safeguard this place. He wished not for his labor to be in vain, harboring a premonition that they would soon be discovered. Chapter 68. The Chaos of America. Atop Naxxramas lies the training center for mutant abilities, where Wanda brought the two individuals captured by Xiao Lin for interrogation. They remained unconscious, evidently having sustained significant trauma from Xiao Lin's strike. Wanda dispersed the chaotic crimson mist that had enveloped them, allowing them to crash heavily to the ground. Before they could react, the chaotic red vapor invaded their minds. Every Hydra agent undergoes rigorous training to withstand various forms of torture. Yet Wanda's chaotic magic could directly influence their consciousness, rendering them utterly defenseless. "Who sent you to assault the mutants?" One of them numbly responded. "It was Madame Viper who dispatched us to retrieve the mutant seer. There was no intent to harm him." These two agents were merely ordinary members, and after posing a few more inquiries to which they had no answers, Wanda contacted Xiao Lin. "Lin, those you brought today are Hydra operatives acting under Madame Viper's orders. Beyond that, they know nothing." Once again, Hydra, having vanquished Baron Zemo, yet another foe, Madame Viper, emerges. The insidious Hydra seems to linger like a haunting specter. Glancing at the two fallen Hydra agents, Wanda inquired, "What shall we do with these agents?" With a dismissive tone, Xiao Lin replied, "Just cast them into the sea." Today, a momentous event has transpired in America, sending shockwaves across the globe. Major news outlets have fallen victim to a hacking breach. However, rather than wreaking havoc, the hackers merely unveiled videos concerning mutants, alongside their residential addresses and other sensitive information. The exposure of such data has ignited a tempest in America, transforming what was once obscure knowledge into public awareness. The populace is gripped by fear of the unknown and the formidable, particularly after witnessing a mutant employing his bizarre abilities to slay a civilian in one of the videos. In the streets of New York, throngs of people have gathered to protest, demanding the government disclose all information regarding mutants and to register and control them. In his office, the President of the United States slammed his fist upon the desk in fury. With only a few months remaining in his term, he is confronted with this crisis. "Mr. Kate, enlighten me on this matter," he seethed, gesturing angrily at the video on the computer screen. "How could our classified information be leaked online? Is a government's confidentiality so inadequate? Investigate everyone who has had access to this information." Kate cautiously interjected, "What about those in the World Security Council? Should they also be investigated?" The CIA director fell silent for a moment before responding. "I shall personally seek them out for an explanation." Kate continued, "Numerous senators are pressing for this issue, demanding the enactment of a registration bill. The president had been contemplating the registration bill, apprehensive that he might once again face threats similar to those he had previously endured. Amidst the ongoing chaos in America, uncertainty looms regarding the presence of mutants, who may strike at any moment. Under the influence of malicious instigators, some individuals have begun to riot and vandalize. Meanwhile, Spider-Man Parker finds himself in distress. Once a beloved figure, he is now too frightened to don his spider suit, as frenzied crowds brandish signs demanding that Spider-Man reveal his true identity. He grapples with confusion. Having always strived to combat crime and aid others, why then are they treating him thus? Upon receiving the information from Fury, Xiao Lin swiftly dispatched agents to locate the mutants whose identities had been compromised. When the data surfaced online, Xiao Lin was caught off guard, as many mutants had yet to be informed, yet their residences were already besieged by civilians. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Fury calling. "If you wish to discuss the events unfolding online today, I must clarify that I had no involvement in them. Do you truly believe me to be that foolish?" After a brief silence, my interlocutor inquired, "Then who do you believe is responsible?" Over the years, SHIELD has become intricately entangled with Hydra. Perhaps a colleague has been a member of Hydra all along. After some contemplation, I resolved to inform Fury about Hydra, as it bears no consequence for me. He may have already uncovered some clues. It must be Madame Viper from Hydra. Your organization has been infiltrated by their operatives long ago. Upon hearing this revelation, Fury exhibited only mild surprise. He had long suspected the presence of spies within SHIELD, but he had not anticipated they would be affiliated with Hydra. After all, this notorious organization had seemingly vanished following the conclusion of World War II. Fury refrained from further inquiries, aware that I would offer no answers. Meanwhile, Madame Viper, orchestrating everything from Dr. Zola's laboratory, was in high spirits. Everything was proceeding according to her design, and the most critical phase was yet to come. Dr. Zola, please upload this data to the internet. Accepting the external hard drive from Madame Viper, Dr. Zola glanced at it and asked, "What is this?" "Data obtained from Baron Zemo. Take a look. It will undoubtedly inflict significant damage on that persistent Asian youth who has opposed us." If the revelation of mutant information online was not shocking enough, the subsequent emergence of a video left everyone astounded and even sparked nationwide panic across America. They had failed to realize that a school for mutants was established in Westchester, New York. The video depicted a mutant girl single-handedly withstanding the onslaught of heavy military weaponry, accompanied by an indestructible man. Even more terrifying was the appearance of a Chinese man, before whom tank missiles appeared as mere toys. The entire military crumbled in the face of his assault, culminating in his summoning of a formidable horde of zombies. Thousands of American soldiers fled in terror, only to be ruthlessly annihilated, including General Strucker, a high-ranking military officer. Furthermore, Madame Viper exposed that the technological conglomerate A was under the control of this Chinese youth, revealing my address in the process. In light of the tumultuous fluctuations in the company's stock prices, Jean felt compelled to issue a statement, asserting that such unfounded claims posed little immediate threat to the company, although my residence in Hell's Kitchen had come under siege by a faction of concerned citizens. Chapter 69. Hearing Madame Viper's sudden offensive caught me off guard, yet the ramifications for me were minimal. As long as there was no concrete evidence from AM, others would be powerless to act, especially considering their arms accounted for half the market in America. Xiao Lin pondered the motivations behind her actions. Despite not having dealt with the other Hydra members, they had audaciously sought him out. Should he consider uprooting Hydra entirely? In truth, dismantling the organization was not a formidable challenge for him. By resurrecting Baron Zemo as a loyal Death Knight during his demise, he could gain control over a faction of Hydra. However, at present, he commanded only 4 Death Knights and was unwilling to squander his resources on those lacking in strength. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, startling Xiao Lin, who was at home. A stone crashed through the window on the 2nd floor, scattering shards of glass across the floor. Surrender the mutants. Hand over the murderer. Initially indifferent to the ruckus outside, Xiao Lin sprang to his feet, grasping Frostmourne, and descended the stairs. These fools were courting death. Since becoming a Death Knight, he had grown indifferent to life and death. He resolved to descend and eliminate a few of them, ensuring they understood his temperament was not to be trifled with. The consequences were of no concern to him. As he emerged from the villa, the crowd, sensing the aura of death emanating from him, fell silent. After a brief pause, a black man picked up a stone and hurled it at Xiao Lin, shouting, "Mutant scum, get out of America! Hand over the mutant murderer!" He sidestepped the incoming projectile, only to be met with a barrage of additional projectiles. "You idiots, seeking death!" Anger surged within Xiao Lin. Did these people lack sense? Did they not fear for their lives? The power of death coalesced into a black chain, wrapping around the necks of those who were clamoring, lifting them off the ground and constricting tightly, rendering them breathless. The onlookers scattered in terror, while some brandished firearms and aimed at Xiao Lin. The bullets struck him like raindrops against steel, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Employing the same method, he subdued the remaining assailants, creating a striking tableau of suspended figures before his villa. "Hey man, let them go." Spider-Man descended from above, swinging towards the suffocating individuals. Observing their struggle for breath, he implored, "Mr. Xiao, please release them." Xiao Lin cast a glance at him. "Parker, you're still a high school student. There is no need for you to involve yourself in this matter. Shouldn't you be in class? Besides, they hardly appear to welcome your presence." "Sir," Parker exclaimed, noticing the distressed individuals rolling their eyes back, gasping for air. "They won't last much longer." Seeing Xiao Lin remain unmoved, he shot out webs, pulling the individuals down one by one, yet he remained powerless against the deathly force constricting them. Xiao Lin's presence was not intended for idle conversation with Parker. He awaited Fury's arrival. Given the circumstances, it was inconceivable that Fury would not appear. Indeed, within moments, S-H-I-E-L-D. Vehicle approached from the distance. At this moment, the group of individuals had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Fury, stepping out of the vehicle, surveyed the scene of fallen bodies and the somewhat dazed Spider-Man beside him, his dark countenance appearing even gloomier. Mr. Shaw, restrain your powers. I shall assist you in resolving this matter. Observing the black chains vanishing from the necks of those on the ground, Fury retrieved his phone. Coulson, dispatch a transport aircraft to Hell's Kitchen immediately. We have a number of individuals requiring urgent medical attention. He harbored concerns that prolonged oxygen deprivation might lead to irreversible brain damage among the unconscious, and further fatalities would create significant complications. Hello, Fury. How do you intend to address the events of today? Mr. Shaw, your impulsiveness is troubling. Fury lamented his late arrival, realizing that the members of the Security Council were utterly oblivious to the urgency of the situation, wasting precious time in the process. I cannot tolerate your provocations. What is your plan? Will you wage war against me or assist in rectifying this predicament? Fury endeavored to compose himself. Had anyone else committed such acts, he would have already dispatched agents to apprehend them. Shaw's own formidable strength, coupled with his complete control over the Azeroth Technology Company and the Mutant Academy, instilled a sense of apprehension within him. Fury articulated the purpose of his visit. I am here to inform you of a forthcoming hearing regarding your Mutant Academy and your recent actions. Upon witnessing the footage of Shaw annihilating the Strucker army, Fury instantly sensed that the situation had deteriorated. Shaw inquired, who requested this hearing? What is its purpose? Fury elucidated. The congressional representatives unanimously demand your attendance, and members of the Security Council will also be present. They have grown fearful of your existence, and hope you can address this matter perfectly. I wish to avoid conflict between us, as it would be detrimental to both parties. Shaw acquiesced. Very well. I shall attend personally to discern their intentions. At that moment, S-H-I-E-L-D. Transport aircraft descended from the sky, and Coulson emerged, directing agents to assist the unconscious individuals onto the aircraft. Fury then addressed Spider-Man Parker. I hope you can join us as well. Me? Parker replied, bewildered by the request. Meanwhile, Madame Viper, remotely orchestrating the chaos, reveled in the online turmoil. Dr. Zola, have you located the mutant prophet yet? Zola, irritable from being summoned incessantly, retorted, I have found no traces. Are you certain the person you seek does not reside in the heart of a primordial forest? Madame Viper contemplated briefly before asserting, it seems Shaw has taken him to the Mutant Academy, but I possess a method to extract the Academy's location from him. Rising, she declared, an entertaining spectacle is forthcoming. I must take my leave. If assistance is required, I shall return. Dr. Zola, growing impatient, urged go on be gone, and do not trouble me further. At Tony's residence on the Black Coast, the intelligent assistant Jarvis reminded him, Mr. Stark, Director Fury has sent you a video invitation. Please bring it up, Tony replied, setting down the magazine in his hands, his spirits elevated. Having resolved his palladium poisoning issue, Tony felt quite content, and his demeanor towards Fury had notably improved. The image of Fury appeared, his expression grave. Mr. Stark, there will be a hearing at the Capitol tomorrow that requires your attendance. Whose? Tony inquired, having secluded himself at home for several days. Entirely oblivious to the happenings outside, those legislators were always up to their antics. Who was it this time that was in for some misfortune? You can check online to find out, Fury stated. There are certain questions that will need to be addressed. Chapter 70. The debate today marked a significant day for America, perhaps one of global importance as well. Until now, the general populace had never heard anything about mutants. Suddenly, a video surfacing on the internet detonated like a bomb in this world, with most still dismissing it as mere nonsense. However, the American government was about to convene a hearing concerning the rumored Mutant Academy, casting a shadow of doubt over everyone. Before the hearing commenced, the area in front of the Capitol was teeming with reporters, their eyes scanning the streets like radar, eagerly awaiting the arrival of various vehicles. Many generals and legislators, rarely seen in public, were present, and even Spider-Man and Tony Stark made an appearance, sending the journalists into a frenzy. Before Xiao Lin had even stepped outside, Fury called to urge him to hurry to the Capitol. All right, it's time for a showdown, he thought. He had anticipated this day for a long time. If he could no longer endure the situation, he would return to his homeland or perhaps establish his own city. After all, he was not one to easily compromise. Though he was not a mutant, Xiao Lin felt no need to clarify the rumors circulating about him. Let them misunderstand if they wished. Now that his identity had been revealed, he saw no reason to keep it hidden any longer. Embracing a more liberated approach, he declined Fury's offer of transportation and summoned his death steed, Acheron, galloping towards his destination. The streets erupted in chaos as the armored horse, its hooves emitting white flames, made its sudden appearance. Bystanders quickly scattered, gaping in awe as Xiao Lin rode past, closely pursued by police sirens. Upon reaching the capital, the warhorse halted before the throngs of people. Observing the crowded scene, Xiao Lin furrowed his brow, noting the concealed military presence lurking in the corners. Were they attempting to control him? The reporters, taken aback by the sudden arrival of the horse and the young Chinese man atop it, turned their gazes towards him. Dismounting, Xiao Lin cast a reverse summoning spell, and a mystical rune array materialized beneath the horse's feet, causing it to vanish. The spectacle left the reporters in astonishment, one of them recalling that the individual before them was the formidable young man featured in the viral video. He rushed forward with palpable excitement, entirely oblivious to the fact that he stood before a man who had annihilated an entire army. "Greetings. Are you the Chinese mutant? I have heard you are the principal of the Mutant Academy. By the way, what happened to that horse you were riding that suddenly vanished?" "Hello. I am a reporter from the New York Times. May I inquire how many mutant students are enrolled at your academy?" "Greetings. I am one of the thronging reporters," thought Xiao Lin, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He wished he could conjure a fierce gale to freeze them all into popsicles. Make way! Make way!" A loud shout emerged from the crowd. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents pushed their way forward, led by none other than Coulson. "Mr. Xiao Lin, please come with me." The agents shoved the reporters aside, who doggedly pursued them, eager to obtain first-hand information. Xiao Lin turned to Coulson beside him and inquired, "Who else is coming today?" "Director Fury, Tony Stark, Spider-Man, the CIA Director, General Ross, and of course numerous congressional members," Coulson replied. Xiao Lin entered the modest venue, which could scarcely accommodate many attendees. However, the area was already brimming with cameras, suggesting a live broadcast was imminent. Coulson gestured to a seat in the front row, saying, "Mr. Xiao Lin, your place is right here." Xiao Lin noticed Peter Parker, clad in a Spider-Man suit, sitting nervously in his seat, scanning the surroundings. As a mere high school student, he had never encountered such an atmosphere before. "Mr. Xiao Lin." Parker stood to greet him, but abruptly recalled Xiao Lin's actions from the previous day and promptly sat back down, seething with anger over the incident. Gradually, the hearing room filled to capacity, and Xiao Lin observed that apart from General Ross, he did not recognize anyone else on the dais. "Hey Lin, it's been a while." Tony approached and embraced him, but then, somewhat agitated, asked, "Lin, why did you kill those soldiers?" "I cannot accept this, especially since I brought you to America." Xiao Lin, unfazed, replied, "I do not regret my actions. Those individuals deserve to die." Tony's emotions were tumultuous. His father had instilled in him a love for this country, emphasizing that his interests were intertwined with its well-being. Yet here was his friend, who had saved him on several occasions, committing such acts. "All right, quiet down." A man on the dais forcefully rapped the table, and the audience fell silent. He produced a sheet of paper and stated, "Let us commence." He raised his gaze and surveyed the room before addressing Xiao Lin. "You're Mr. Xiao Lin, correct?" "Indeed," Xiao Lin answered from a seat. "Very well. I am Congresswoman Karen Gillan, and I have several questions regarding mutants to pose to you." Upon hearing Congresswoman Gillan's words, the reporters perked up their ears. "Have you gathered a group of mutants to establish a school for mutants?" "Yes," Xiao Lin did not deny it. "What is the purpose behind your establishment of this school? Was it not the case that General Strick and his regiment were once slaughtered?" The demeanor of the congressman grew increasingly aggressive. "Initially, I had not contemplated the creation of an academy for mutants. However, I stumbled upon a nefarious organization known as Hydra, which was abducting these mutant children for experimentation." Xiao Lin nonchalantly disclosed information about Hydra, leaving some present who were aware of the organization astounded. Was Hydra not eradicated at the conclusion of World War II? How had we failed to detect their existence? Surely, they could not still be operational. Prior to this confrontation, Madame Viper had anticipated that her adversaries would unveil the organization. Yet she deemed it inconsequential, believing that they only possessed limited knowledge. Bang! 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 Congressman Karen forcefully struck the table, declaring that discussions regarding Hydra could wait. The matter at hand was the plight of mutants. Mr. Xiao Lin, please respond to my earlier inquiry. I established this school solely to safeguard those children who had been abducted and transformed into subjects of experimentation, vivisection, hypnosis, and drug injections. Over 60 mutants had been confined within a Hydra facility, but by the time I arrived, only 50 remained. I cannot fathom how anyone could perpetrate such atrocities upon children of merely 10 years. Xiao Lin paused momentarily before continuing. One of the children I encountered had been sold by his own parents. I cannot comprehend how this reflects a so-called civilized nation. Chapter 71. Are you seeking the Mutant Academy? Very well. Xiao Lin's words elicited a cacophony of astonishment among reporters and politicians alike. Yet, the majority were not mourning the plight of the mutants. Rather, they were apprehensive about Hydra's sinister intentions. Such blatant disregard for morality and law would be condemned by the vast majority. General Ross disregarded Congressman Karen's interjection and inquired, "Can you confirm the existence of Hydra and the deeds they have committed?" At that moment, Xiao Lin had not sought evidence nor intended to, believe it or not. I shall only say this much. Very well. General Ross surmised that there was little more the other party could know, thus refraining from further questioning. Xiao Lin suspected that Congressman Karen was likely a spy for Hydra, as he consistently diverted the conversation whenever Hydra was mentioned. Congressman Kelly interjected, asking, "What is your perspective on the videos surfacing online these past few days regarding mutant crimes? Our police force is utterly at a loss." Xiao Lin responded, "In truth, I have a solution. Hand over the mutants to me, and my academy shall provide them with education. I am confident they will not tread the path of crime, and I can assure you of this. Should they truly acquiesce, it would alleviate many of his concerns. However, it remained merely a thought, for if they discovered the mutants, they would likely exploit them for their own ends." Congressman Karen retorted, "We do not trust you. I merely wish to know how you will explain the massacre of General Strick and his troops." Xiao Lin responded with composure, expressing uncertainty regarding the intentions of the individual who disseminated the video. He noted that the footage circulating online represents merely a fragment of the entire narrative. The earlier segments depict the military shelling a school, reducing it to ruins. Were it not for the protection afforded by Logan and Wanda, countless mutant children would have perished. I presume that in America, the concept of justifiable defense exists, does it not? I merely sought to eliminate the threat in its infancy. Following this incident, General Stryker no longer posed a threat to you, but we shall revisit that matter later. General Ross inquired further, asking whether, after the last destruction of the Mutant Academy, a reconstruction had taken place. Indeed it had. Xiao Lin found himself perplexed by the mindset of his American counterparts. Were mutants not their descendants? Why harbor fear? And what resolution could such fear possibly yield? Mutants have existed for millennia. As long as humanity endures, mutants shall persist. He continued, articulating that most individuals are likely unaware of the true nature of mutants, who first appeared on Earth thousands of years ago. Each ordinary person harbors the potential to bear a mutant child, albeit with a low probability. If you genuinely wish to eradicate mutants, you should first consider the extinction of humanity itself. Noticing that Representative Karen was about to interject, Xiao Lin felt a surge of anger and coldly retorted, "Should you wish to provoke conflict and incite war, I shall acquiesce. Furthermore, inform your master, Madam Hydra, that she ought to prepare for the consequences of crossing me." Madam Hydra, who had been observing in silence, experienced a moment of alarm. She had not anticipated that her involvement in this affair had been uncovered, likely due to the revelations of the 2 Hydra agents captured recently, presumably due to the unique abilities of mutants. "Cursed be this situation," she muttered under her breath, though she was relieved that the 2 agents possessed limited knowledge. Upon hearing Xiao Lin's remarks, Representative Karen leapt to his feet, his face flushed with indignation, and he shouted, "This is slander. Hydra has no connection to me. I am merely concerned about our national security being jeopardized by mutants." CIA Director Man restrained the agitated Representative Karen, then turned to Spider-Man Parker, inquiring whether he was a mutant. Feeling the spotlight on him, Parker stood up nervously, but was interrupted by Fury, who clarified, "Spider-Man is not a mutant. He is an employee of SHIELD, with all actions in New York duly authorized by us." As for revealing his true identity, that is impossible, as it is classified information of utmost secrecy. Very well, the CIA director conceded, somewhat resigned. The CIA and SHIELD have always had their differences, but as an international organization, SHIELD hold a status that complicates matters. Nevertheless, I still hope that all mutants and individuals with special abilities will register with the CIA. Upon hearing this, some Spider-Man fans watching from their televisions breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that their idol was not placed in a precarious position. A gathering of individuals engaged in a spirited exchange, each vying for the revelation of the new location of the Mutant Academy by Xiao Lin. Their proclaimed nobility was but a fade. Their true intent was to subjugate mutants and wield them as instruments of their own design. The director of the CIA remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, the families of the thousands of fallen soldiers deserve an explanation. A decision regarding your situation will be made subsequent to tomorrow's government meeting. Until then, I expect you to remain under our supervision." Xiao Lin regarded his words with a hint of disdain. Had he just arrived in America, it might have posed some complications. But now he felt no inclination to engage. Fury furrowed his brow. While the actions of the opposing party were rash, they had inadvertently alleviated certain predicaments, such as expelling Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. He wished to avoid a confrontation between the American government and Xiao Lin. Senator Karen interjected, stating, "The Mutant Academy must operate under governmental oversight, and individuals with extraordinary abilities, like Spider-Man, must also be registered." Xiao Lin fixed his gaze upon those at the podium and inquired, "You wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the Mutant Academy?" General Ross affirmed, "Indeed, mutants are formidable beings. Yet they are children who cannot be held accountable for their actions. We fear they may be exploited by those with ulterior motives, potentially causing harm to this world." Xiao Lin recognized that the ulterior motive referred to him, yet he dismissed it with indifference. "Well, this must be the crux of your visit today, and I shall acquiesce to your request." Rising to his feet, he declared, "I will take you to see the Mutant Academy at once." The attendees of the hearing regarded him with skepticism. Was it truly so effortless for him to comply? However, he had no intention of surrendering the Academy to them. Following the earlier exposure of mutants online, Xiao Lin had instructed Wanda to gradually relocate the Sky City of Noximus above Washington, deeming it necessary to reveal a fraction of his power. Observing Madame Viper hidden among the crowd, Senator Karen noted her approving nod and remarked, "Very well. Let us hope the journey is not too lengthy." Upon their arrival outside the Capitol building, they found themselves enveloped by an agitated throng, families of soldiers and fearful citizens wary of mutant existence, chanting for the surrender of the monsters. Xiao Lin disregarded their cries. If compelled to articulate his sentiments, he might have said that his heart remained unperturbed, even amused. He retrieved his phone and stated, "Wanda, deactivate the invisibility system of Noximus." Chapter 72. Beneath the shadow at the control center of Sky City Noximus, Wanda deactivated the cloaking system. Suddenly, a colossal structure emerged above the Capitol, casting a vast shadow upon the city below, which had previously basked in clear skies. Originally, the crowd, fervently protesting and eager to encircle Xiao Lin, halted in their tracks, gazing upwards in astonishment. Upon witnessing the spectacle before them, their mouths fell agape. Good heavens, what is that? Are extraterrestrials finally launching an assault on Earth? It appeared utterly terrifying. Congressman Karen observed the aerial structure, which was nearly touching the pinnacle of the towering skyscrapers, and he could distinctly see the dark, rocky base. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "What is that?" "This is my Mutant Academy, the Sky City of Noximus, which you have been searching for. Now that you see it, do you have anything to say?" As the ethereal edifice emerged in the sky, Fury felt a surge of astonishment. It dwarfed his aerial battleship manifold, and he noticed a complete absence of propulsion systems below, enhancing its stealth significantly. At that moment, General Ross's phone rang. "General Ross, an unidentified flying object has appeared above the Capitol. Our fighter jets are en route. Should we initiate an attack?" "Hold on. The jets are on standby," General Ross replied, his voice heavy with gravity as he turned to Xiao Lin. "Is your Mutant Academy a fortress of war, poised to engage us over Washington?" "I harbor no such intentions. However, if you see conflict, I shan't dampen your enthusiasm," Xiao Lin responded into the phone. "Wanda, let them see our weaponry." Wanda, allow me, Pietro. At the control center of the Sky City, felt a rush of excitement, swiftly moving to insert the dark energy crystals into the weaponry's energy supply slots. These arcane artillery pieces were originally armaments from the Burning Legion's interstellar battleships, exchanged by Xiao Lin and installed throughout the city. At that juncture, openings appeared along the outer walls of the Sky City, and as the weapons charged, a green luminescence flickered within, their barrels trained on various corners of the city below. Boom, boom, boom. The lawn in front of the White House, the demolition site in the urban area, and the Potomac River beside the Pentagon were all engulfed in cannon fire. An air raid siren blared throughout the city, and the ground, scorched by the bombardment, still burned with green, dark energy flames as firefighters struggled valiantly to extinguish the blaze. The throngs that had previously surrounded the capital scattered like headless flies, fearful of the attacks raining down upon them. The once fervent crowd now seemed to have lost their momentum. "What on earth are you doing?" General Ross exclaimed, drawing his pistol and advancing to seize Xiao Lin's shoulder, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Xiao Lin shrugged off his grip, replying, "Rest assured, no one has been harmed. This is merely a warning. Haven't you always preferred to settle matters with a show of strength?" General Ross found himself momentarily speechless. This is the airspace of America, where General Ross signaled for his soldiers to forcibly escort the loquacious Congresswoman Karen away. Having calmed down, he pondered carefully. He did not wish to engage in conflict without proper preparation. Director Fury approached and remarked, "Shaw, I implore you not to act impulsively, lest we render everything unmanageable. We can deliberate on the matter of mutants at our leisure." Others fell silent. The newly constructed SHIELD aerospace carrier boasted a stealth system, yet its 4 massive turbine engines produced a cacophony that rendered it incapable of concealing itself when adversaries approached. In stark contrast, the enemy's sky fortress could approach silently, rendering all radar, airborne early warning systems, and satellite reconnaissance utterly futile. Moreover, such a colossal stronghold could inflict significant damage if it were to descend upon them. There was no need for further discussion. I have elucidated all that is necessary. You have witnessed the Mutant Academy. Now I must take my leave. In short, I shall not relinquish the mutant children or the Academy to you, nor will I acquiesce to any demands. With that, Shaw activated the Gate of Death and departed, fully aware that those politicians would not easily let him go. As for the methods they might employ, he harbored no concerns. Within the government lurked Skrull spies, capable of forewarning him of their intentions. Once the Gate of Death closed, the immense structure above the city once again concealed itself, vanishing silently from view. Quickly, where has that airborne fortress gone? The sudden disappearance of the Sky City caused a wave of anxiety among the officers at the airbase. Yet, they found no trace of it at its previous location. The events that transpired before the capital in America rapidly disseminated across the globe, with some even speculating that Shaw was an extraterrestrial invader, and the arguments were compelling. After Shaw's departure, the Secretary of Defense summoned Nick Fury and proceeded to the Pentagon, where they began an urgent discussion on how to address the day as occurrences, aware that nations around the world were watching closely. General Ross, in a fit of anger, pounded the table, asserting the American government will not be cowed by anyone's threats. We must devise a way to bring that damned Mutant Academy down. Secretary of Defense Mr. Munn, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, "Bring it down? Do you even know where they are now? And with technology that far surpasses our own." General James interjected, "Indeed. If we cannot even locate them, how can we hope to resolve the matter?" Ignoring their remarks, General Ross turned to Fury and inquired, "Director Fury, is your newly constructed aerospace carrier capable of confronting Shaw's Sky City?" Fury replied, "The likelihood is virtually non-existent. While we are unaware of their defenses, their firepower is ample, and their stealth capabilities far exceed ours. Unless we can locate them and engage in concentrated fire, I would not recommend such an operation." Fury then addressed the Secretary of Defense, asking, "Mr. Munn, where is the President at this moment? The occurrence of such an event, and yet his absence, is perplexing." In response to Fury's inquiries, General Ross remarked with a hint of derision, "That cowardly old fool is afraid." He continued, "This is not merely a provocation against the American government. It poses a potential threat to the security of other nations around the globe. Therefore, I hope Director Fury can convey the gravity of this situation to your council members, so we may collectively devise a solution. Fury replied, I will inform them. However, this matter requires careful consideration. The Secretary of Defense then stood and stated, let us conclude for today. We must not neglect the issue concerning Hydra. A thorough investigation into that Congressman Keller is imperative. Chapter 73. A message from the professor within a Hydra base. Madam Viper, Baron Strucker, and Alexander Pierce were gathered around a table. Madam Viper was in a foul mood. The recent plan had not unfolded as she had envisioned, and the enemy's tactics had completely caught her off guard, leaving her feeling foolish. She turned to a man beside her and inquired, Baron Strucker, what do you believe we should do in light of the current predicament? Baron Strucker, one of the current leaders of Hydra, had accepted Madam Viper's invitation to discuss Hydra's future and the situation regarding Xiao Lin. His influence and power were indeed formidable, and he held little regard for the American government and SHELD. Furthermore, he was not in direct conflict with us. Perhaps collaboration could be advantageous for the development of our Hydra organization. Pierce, however, disagreed with his perspective. What do you think he seeks? Power, influence, or perhaps the loyalty of mutants? Pierce was among the first to recognize Xiao Lin's significance. Despite receiving reports from Hydra agents lurking within SHIELD, he still could not comprehend the nature of his adversary, whose actions often baffled him. Baron Strucker proposed, perhaps we should send someone to declare our intentions and assess the possibility of collaboration. Madam Viper, feeling an urge to overturn the table and leave, was acutely aware that the others had discovered her machinations and were threatening retribution, while her companions suggested pursuing cooperation. Moreover, she realized that reconciliation with Xiao Lin was no longer feasible. Feel free to continue your discussion. I shall take my leave, she declared, departing. As Madam Viper walked away, Pierce and Baron Strucker exchanged glances before also taking their leave. Since the disappearance of the Red Skull, Hydra had descended into disarray, and Madam Viper felt an urgent need for a leader to guide them. She resolved to persist in her quest for the Hive, having invested so much that retreat was no longer an option. In light of Xiao Lin's threat, and to ensure her safety, she decided to place her sole loyal mutant subordinate within the Mutant Academy, not with the intent to cause destruction, but solely to gather intelligence and avoid being caught off guard. In the Mutant Academy, Logan found himself alone in the training room. More than a year had elapsed since Logan departed from his own world. However, due to the temporal dissonance between the two realms, he remained oblivious to the fact that only a few minutes had passed in the other world. In the devastated mutant universe, the absence of Logan, a pivotal figure, rendered the professor incapable of executing their plans. Moments later, Kitty Pryde awakened, scanning the room for Logan's presence, but finding none. She turned to the professor and inquired, what shall we do now? At that moment, explosions and shouts erupted from outside. Sentinels had discovered their location. Time was of the essence. They had to implement the relocation plan once more. The professor instructed, Kitty, replicate what you did before. We need to gather in another place. Understanding the professor's intent, Kitty nodded and emitted a white light towards the professor's temple, guiding his consciousness back to the past. Receiving information from the future, Kitty and the other mutants shifted to a new gathering point. As Kitty approached the Blackbird, she was filled with anticipation. Yet her heart sank upon seeing the armed soldiers disembarking without spotting Logan. Where's Logan? Why isn't he here? She questioned, sensing an ominous turn of events. The professor, equally perplexed, recalled how Logan had inexplicably vanished from the Blackbird while enjoying a cigar, without any forewarning or detectable energy fluctuations. Logan has mysteriously disappeared, and we are at a loss regarding the situation, he replied, shaking his head. Disappointment clouded Kitty's expression. Why would this happen? It shouldn't be like this. The others, unaware of the unfolding events, looked to her for answers. Let's discuss this inside, Kitty suggested. She shared their recent strategies for evading the Sentinel robots and recounted the circumstances surrounding Logan's disappearance to the professor. Kitty, you have connected with Logan's mind. A portion of your psychic energy must still be linked to him. I must enter your consciousness to locate him, and we must act swiftly. All right, Professor, Kitty agreed without hesitation, recognizing the gravity of the situation for both mutants and humanity. The preservation of personal privacy was now of little consequence. The professor, who seldom invaded others' minds, felt compelled to employ his abilities once more. Drawing from Kitty's insights and the research on parallel universes conducted by Beast McCoy, he surmised that Logan had likely entered a parallel universe. The professor's consciousness extended into Kitty's mind, where he discovered the faint remnants of Logan's mental presence. He traversed through a spatial rift, arriving in another world. Since Logan arrived in this world, his existence has been relatively carefree. Yet, the dreams that occasionally visit him at night serve as poignant reminders of the impending apocalypse, where his companions remain under the looming threat of the Sentinel robots. The professor, leveraging his formidable mental prowess, has finally located Logan in an alternate universe. Logan, can you hear me? The professor's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing Logan to momentarily doubt his sanity. After such an extended period, he had almost resigned himself to the belief that he might never reconnect with the professor and the others. Once he regained his composure, he excitedly responded within his thoughts. "I hear you. Professor, is it truly you? Are you all safe?" The professor inquired. "Logan, where are you now?" "I am uncertain, but it appears I am still on Earth, perhaps in a parallel universe." "How did you manage to contact me?" "We shall discuss that later," the professor replied. "Our connection here is tenuous, likely hindered by the barriers of the universe." The professor sensed the bond between them growing fainter. "Logan, I will find a way to open a portal to bring you back. I shall reach out to you shortly." As the voice faded entirely from his mind, Logan's desire to continue training evaporated. He hastily rose, intent on seeking out Xiao Lin. After staying here for so long, he felt it was only right to bid Xiao Lin farewell before his potential departure. As for whether the professor could indeed bring him back, Logan had unwavering faith. He could devise a solution in any dire circumstance. Chapter 74. The portal opened. Xiao Lin now perceived that this incident might not be entirely detrimental to him. Following this event, he anticipated the emergence of various organizations and individuals opposing him online, yet he remained indifferent to their potential descent. The mutant children would surely express greater gratitude towards him. Upon reaching the entrance of Wanda's room, he observed Zheng Xuanyu assisting his slowly moving mother as they exited. Xiao Lin inquired, "Has your mother's ailment been resolved?" Upon recognizing Xiao Lin, Zheng Xuanyu expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Principal Xiao Lin. My mother's illness. No, the curse has been lifted." "A curse?" Xiao Lin questioned, intrigued. "Who would place a curse on your mother?" Zheng Xuanyu shook his head. "I am unsure." This matter puzzled him, for he believed his mother had no enemies. Noticing his mother beside him, seemingly hesitant to speak, it was evident there was more to the story. However, recognizing it was a familial matter, Xiao Lin refrained from probing further. Before he could reach his own room, Logan rushed towards him with excitement. "Lin, I may have to leave soon." Xiao Lin, taken aback, asked, "Where could you possibly go in this world?" Logan replied earnestly, "Charles has contacted me. I must return. That world is on the brink of destruction, and only I can journey back to save it." Xiao Lin understood that he was referring to the world devastated by the Sentinel robots. Since he could return, it was impossible for Xiao Lin to prevent him, and although he felt a twinge of regret, he could only ask, "Very well. When do you plan to leave?" "I shall depart once Charles activates the spatial gateway." In truth, during his over a year in this world, he had grown somewhat fond of the mutant students here. At that moment, Xiao Lin recalled the vision foretold by the mutant Zheng Xuanyu, where Logan returned to his world. Indeed, it had transpired, yet that world did not unfold according to the narrative of reversing the future. Could unforeseen events have occurred? Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of Sentinel robots, they were utterly defenseless. A system task was announced, with the objective to lead the Death Knights to accompany Logan back to the world ravaged by Sentinel robots and alleviate their crisis, offering a reward of 100,000 exchange points. The system intended for him to venture there, yet how could he return to this world? He could not bear to part with the Mutant Academy and the Azeroth Technology Company, let alone start anew. Sensing Xiao Lin's concerns, the system notified him. Due to the previous traversal through zero space, the stability of the barriers between the two parallel universes has been affected. The host can now traverse between the two worlds via the Gate of Death, but under full capacity. The host can only maintain the activation of the portal for 10 seconds. As long as he could return, that was acceptable. Watching Logan depart, Xiao Lin shouted after him, "Logan, wait. I will go with you." Logan halted, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Are you truly willing to leave everything behind? Once you go, you may never return." Although Logan longed for Xiao Lin's assistance, he understood the emotional investment Xiao Lin had in this place. Fear not. I have a way to come back. Please wait a moment while I make the necessary preparations. Let us meet at the control center. Xiao Lin activated the Gate of Death, intending to bring Jin Bing and the Abomination along, entering another parallel universe. Suddenly, he remembered the issue of time between the two universes. It had been over a year since Logan arrived in this world, and by that measure, Professor Charles and the others on Earth in the other universe would likely have perished due to Logan's absence. Never mind, he thought. These perplexing issues were unnecessary to ponder. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Charles, having left a mental imprint on Logan, had retreated his consciousness back to his original world. Noticing the attention of those around him, Charles stated, I have made contact with Logan. He is indeed in another world. We now need to open a spatial gateway to bring him back. Flashing interjected Professor. With my abilities, I can only open a portal within a few meters. Bridging the space between the two universes is beyond my capability. Charles remarked, I have contemplated this as well, but as my thoughts wandered in search of Logan, I stumbled upon a fractured space. Through this rift, I was able to locate Logan from another realm. Perhaps we should venture there. The assembly deemed this a worthy endeavor. They approached the Blackbird, which was stationed at the entrance. Under Charles's guidance, Aurora piloted the aircraft, soaring towards a temple nestled on a mountain in northwestern China. Upon arriving at the familiar site from her memories, Katie spotted a helmet lying on the ground, the very helmet of the Judicator that had fallen from a spatial black hole in her previous recollections. Charles picked up the helmet. Deep in thought, he sensed the spatial fissure mentioned by Professor Charles and, shaking his head, declared, though the fabric of space here is indeed somewhat tenuous, my powers alone cannot breach it. Charles turned to Bishop Lucas and inquired, Lucas, could you possibly convert the energy that everyone transmits to you into spatial energy, thereby forging a passage between our two universes? Lucas comprehended Charles's intent. His ability lay in absorbing any form of energy from others and transforming it into diverse powers. I shall give it a try. Previously, he had absorbed Flicker's spatial energy and had been able to open spatial doors, though the range was limited. I am prepared. Lucas steadied himself, raising his energy output weapon, directing it towards the spatial rift described by Charles. Storm's tempestuous lightning, Fireman's flames, Magneto's magnetic energy, Iceman's frost, and the spatial energy released by Flicker all surged into Lucas's being. Observing Lucas radiating a crimson glow, Katie voiced her concern. Lucas, are you all right? Just a bit more. Lucas gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming energies that threatened to rupture his body. That will suffice. It is enough, Lucas exclaimed, as the energy coursed from within him into his weapon, transforming into a violet beam that opened a spatial door before them. On the other side stood a prepared Logan along with a few others. The spatial door has opened. Quickly, Logan, witnessing the emergence of the portal, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Professor Charles had indeed devised a solution. Xiao Lin and Jean, filled with disdain, followed closely behind. Principal Xia, a shout erupted from behind, followed by another figure rushing through the portal. Chapter 75. The surge of soul power. The other side of the spatial door revealed a dim world, shrouded beneath an everlasting canopy of ominous clouds, where lightning flickered intermittently. The atmosphere was steeped in melancholy. Xiao Lin discerned that this realm was rife with the tormented souls of the resentful, lamenting their unfulfilled desires. They appeared unable to transcend to the realm of the deceased, saturating the air with an aura of death. It is hardly surprising that after years of relentless warfare, the initial skirmishes where Sentinel robots exterminated mutants escalated to the indiscriminate slaughter of ordinary humans possessing latent genes, with the toll of lost lives reaching into the millions. The formidable Sentinel robots proved insurmountable for both humans and mutants, leading to a collapse of social order and pushing human civilization to the brink of extinction, leaving a landscape littered with corpses. Should Mephisto discover this world, he might revel in ecstasy, gathering these tormented souls. At that moment, Xiao Lin noticed the emergence of an unexpected figure behind him, Pietro, the Quicksilver. In disbelief, he inquired, "Why have you come here?" Without addressing Xiao Lin's question, Pietro gazed around in astonishment, asking, "Where are we?" Meanwhile, the spatial gate behind them had already sealed shut. Xiao Lin sensed the faint connection to the death portal he had established in another universe, realizing that to activate it, A greater source of energy was required to breach the spatial barrier, and it appeared that it could only be initiated near this spatial rift. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that with Pietro's formidable strength, they were unlikely to encounter danger. Professor Charles. Logan bent down to embrace Charles. For the war police of this world, merely a few hours had passed, yet for Logan, who had traversed to another universe, over a year had elapsed. Their reunion stirred a mixture of emotions within him. Katie inquired from behind, "Shall we proceed with the original plan?" However, before Professor Charles could respond, the distant roar of aircraft engines resonated through the air. Xiao Lin looked up to see a dark mass of uniquely shaped flying vessels descending from all directions to encircle them. None had anticipated the swift arrival of the Sentinel robots, which left them no time to execute their plans. The underbelly of the aircraft opened up, releasing a swarm of Sentinel robots that charged forth like a horde of locusts. "Prepare for battle." Logan extended his adamantium claws, while Aurora's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as she levitated from ground. Xiao Lin issued a battle command to his Death Knight. With a thunderous roar, Bronski's body swelled like a balloon, tearing through his immaculate suit and transforming into a colossal crimson giant, radiating an aura of ferocity, rendering Sentinel robots mere scrap metal in his grasp. Meanwhile, after more than a year of rigorous training, Kim had evolved beyond the once frail Death Knight, wielding a specially crafted metal staff inscribed with death runes. As dark energies surged, several gargoyles erupted from the magical array. However, the Death Knight's abilities were predominantly effective against organic beings with souls, resulting in diminished impact against these relentless Sentinel robots. Xiao Lin brandished his Frostmourne, feeling the myriad of souls swirling in the air around him. He wielded his weapon to absorb these ethereal entities, converting them into his own formidable power. Gradually, a chilling breeze began to swirl around him, transforming the once invisible souls into luminous white energy, coalescing in a vortex around Xiao Lin. Charles frowned as he observed Xiao Lin, acutely aware that the luminous entities were the souls of the deceased. He was perplexed by the origins of these three strangers, who appeared not to be mutants, and wondered about their connection to Logan, questioning why they emerged alongside him from the portal. The torrent of spiritual energy surged into Xiao Lin's being, filling him with an overwhelming force that caused his eyes to emit a chilling white glow. He reveled in the ecstasy of his newfound strength, realizing that although these souls were not from the powerful, their sheer quantity had precipitated a qualitative transformation, elevating his abilities to an unprecedented level. A laugh of pure joy escaped him. Never had he felt such elation. The Frostmourne radiated an almost tangible aura of death, cleaving a Sentinel robot in two as it charged at him. Around him, massive ice pillars materialized, impaling the encroaching Sentinels. The Sentinels were taken aback, witnessing the utter inability of their kind to withstand the onslaught of this enigmatic stranger. Crack, crack. At that moment, Xiao Lin heard a sound reminiscent of shattering glass emanating from his weapon, prompting him to glance down in alarm, only to discover that Frostmourne remained unscathed. "Let me out." "Transform this world," came a child's voice from the sword, though it resonated with a chilling undertone. Xiao Lin recalled the seal he had placed upon the sword spirit after their previous encounter, realizing that his newfound strength had now overpowered the seal, allowing it to break. "Silence," he roared, channeling his formidable spiritual energy to compel the sword's spirit into submission, prompting her to obediently cease her protests, albeit with a hint of resentment. Fortunately, the surrounding individuals were preoccupied with defending against the Sentinel robots, oblivious to Xiao Lin's actions, save for Charles. The unsealed Frostmourne seemed to possess an enhanced sentience and formidable might. Simultaneously, he unleashed 5 grips of death, ensnaring several robots that dared to breach their defensive perimeter. The sharp edges of his blade cut through them before they could even react, cleaving them in twain. Blood, dark energy, and soul attacks proved ineffective against the Sentinel robots, compelling Xiao Lin to rely on his frost powers for offense. Despite the assistance of Xiao Lin, the Abomination, and the others, they could barely withstand the relentless onslaught of the Sentinels. As enemies continued to surge forth, their defensive perimeter began to dwindle. The sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, necessitating the recruitment of additional allies. Xiao Lin plunged Frostmourne into the ground, channeling death energy that continuously transformed the bones of the fallen beneath the surface. Corpses, grotesque with decaying flesh, and skeletal remains began to rise from the earth. Once again, a summoning circle has conjured forth a myriad of undead beings from another realm. From the most common ghouls and skeletons to towering stitched giants several meters in height, and the howling banshees lurking in the air to the burrowing cave lords. And even a floating lich, Xiao Lin could scarcely believe he had summoned the scourge of Azeroth. With an unending supply of soul energy at his disposal, and unable to absorb it all to augment his own power, Xiao Lin was compelled to continuously utilize this soul energy to summon his undead legion, resulting in a pervasive stench of decay in the atmosphere. Chapter 76, Frost Dragon Syndragosa. At this moment, the skies and the ground were teeming with undead creatures, surging toward their foes like a relentless tide. However, the number of sentry robots was not insignificant either, swarming the mountainsides in the thousands. The beams of thermal energy they emitted often decimated large swathes of the undead. Some of the undead legions held the line, granting the battle-hardened warriors a moment's respite. Though their gazes toward Xiao Lin were tinged with complexity, this ability to command the deceased appeared, to them, somewhat nefarious, a desecration of the dead. In order to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of sentry robots, Xiao Lin was compelled to maintain the operation of the summoning circle. At that moment, his consciousness, through the necromantic summoning circle, glimpsed a formidable entity in another world. The soul energy of this presence far surpassed his own, yet it too lacked self-awareness. After sacrificing a significant number of souls, the undead followed him through the summoning circle into the outer world. Suddenly, the summoning circle, originally just a few meters in diameter, expanded to nearly 100 meters, emanating a brilliant grayish-white radiance. A vast array of bones, accompanied by snow and ice, began to emerge from within. Each skeletal fragment measured several meters in length, culminating in the appearance of a colossal head, its eye sockets igniting with the flames of souls. The bones circled and coiled around the head, gradually forming an immense creature. Xiao Lin stood in awe, astonished to behold the undead being before him, which turned out to be the Frost Dragon. Its wings, when unfurled, spanned nearly 100 meters, radiating with the light of soul energy. As its form fully reassembled, it let out a silent roar toward the heavens for several moments. Then, as if swatting flies, effortlessly batted the sentry robots aside. However, hundreds of sentry robots remained densely encircled around her, activating their head-mounted weaponry. Orange beams struck her skeletal form, searing her bones, but to little effect. With a sudden surge, the Frost Dragon ascended and unleashed a torrent of frosty breath upon the sentry robots below, causing them to plummet like raindrops, shattering upon impact with the ground. In the midst of their assault on the warriors, the sentry robots autonomously assessed the situation, abandoning their current targets and redirecting their focus toward the Frost Dragon. The besieged warriors and Xiao Lin found themselves suddenly alone, as the relentless assault threatened to claim lives. They sat on the ground, panting, their eyes fixed on the distant aerial battle. Ultimately, the undead legion, bolstered by their numerical superiority and the formidable presence of the Frost Dragon, gained the upper hand, annihilating the oncoming sentinel robots. The ground was strewn with a thick layer of fallen undead and the shattered remains of sentinel machines. Once all adversaries had been vanquished, the Frost Dragon did not, like the other undead, return to their original realm. Instead, she hovered in the air, motionless, with only Xiao Lin and Professor Charles perceiving the steady influx of souls being drawn into her maw, causing the flames of soul fire in her eyes to intensify. A palpable aura of power emanated from her, and Pietro materialized beside Xiao Lin, leaning in to whisper, "Lin, what exactly have you summoned? Why is it so potent?" Xiao Lin, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, realized he had lost his psychic connection with the entity he had summoned. This is a Frost Dragon, a form of undead. I never anticipated I could conjure such a being, and she appears to be no ordinary Frost Dragon. Before he could finish his explanation, the Frost Dragon had already absorbed every soul within a 100-mile radius. Following this, she soared toward Xiao Lin, instilling a sense of imminent danger among the others. Magneto, utilizing the remnants of battle machines, formed a colossal iron sphere, prepared to strike at any moment. Xiao Lin remained uncertain of her intentions. Surely she would not seek to harm her summoner. Ignoring the others, The frost dragon summoned a fierce wind with her skeletal wings as she approached Xiao Lin. He marveled at how such bony appendages could conjure such a tempest. Lowering her head to gaze at him, a raspy feminine voice echoed in his ear. I am Cindergosa, the frost dragon. Thank you, little one, for granting me the chance to awaken. By the way, is that Frostmourne in your grasp? How did it come to be in your possession? Before she could elaborate further, a force emerged from the void, pulling her back. Damn it, I cannot remain in this realm for long. Cindergosa expressed her frustration. Little one, I shall await you in the Shadowlands. I hope that in the future your power will grow stronger, allowing me to escape that desolate world. As the frost dragon vanished from sight, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Cindergosa? Xiao Lin recalled the time long ago when they assaulted Icecrown Citadel, where they encountered this mighty ice dragon while attempting to activate the portal to the frozen throne. Countless warriors had been turned to ice beneath her chilling breath, while others were obliterated by her arcane might. Though ultimately defeated by the efforts of heroes from Azeroth, purifying her soul came at a great cost. Why then? Had she appeared at his summons? Moreover, the undead he had conjured were clearly not of the Marvel Universe. Boss, the restored presence of disdain interrupted Xiao Lin's contemplation. Coming back to reality, Xiao Lin noticed the sentinels approaching him. Professor Charles inquired of Logan, who are these individuals? Xiao Lin observed Katie and Aurora, who appeared to regard him with evident aversion, likely due to the seemingly sinister nature of his abilities. Logan introduced them, saying, they're friends I encountered in another parallel universe. This is Xiao Lin. I spent over a year in that world. Logan recounted their experiences there, including the establishment of the Mutant Academy, which softened the mutants' attitudes towards him, particularly Magneto, whose gaze conveyed a sense of admiration. The Sentinels were also aware of the differing temporal flow between the two worlds. System, if I remain here for a day, will a year pass in the other universe? No, the time in both worlds is synchronizing. Upon hearing the system's response, Xiao Lin exhaled in relief. The eradication of those Sentinel robots did not trigger a mission completion notification from the system. However, it was understandable, as the Sentinels eliminated were merely a minuscule fraction of this world. Numerous factories across the globe continued to produce these cold assassins. Chapter 77. The Resurrection of Apocalypse. Logan returned, having temporarily repelled the Sentinel robots. However, this was merely a fleeting victory. Charles led the group back to the temple, which had suffered considerable damage during the battle. There, Xiao Lin spotted something familiar on the ground. He picked it up and realized it was a Judicator helmet, marked with his insignia. It was evidently his helmet, leaving him perplexed as to its presence here. Charles addressed everyone, stating, this area is temporarily secure. It will take some time for the Sentinels from other regions to arrive. We must swiftly revert Logan's consciousness to the past to prevent Raven's assassination. The future should not unfold this way. Logan nodded, acknowledging that the previous disruption had led to subsequent events, yet the plan must continue. After enduring a fierce battle, he had not yet found time to rest before lying upon the stone slab, preparing for his consciousness to traverse back in time. Katie activated her powers, sending arcs of electricity into Logan's temples. Once more, Logan experienced the agonizing sensation of his soul being torn apart as his consciousness traversed the expanse of time, inhabiting the body of 1973. Youth, Xiao Lin turned to find Charles calling him. What is it? Charles regarded Xiao Lin solemnly, saying, your abilities are both perilous and formidable. Those souls were once individual lives. Xiao Lin understood his implication. Professor Charles had once perished himself, but had been resurrected through another's body. He wished for Xiao Lin not to transform those souls into his own power. However, Xiao Lin was disinclined to engage in such discussions. The Death Knight could not enhance his power without utilizing the strength of the deceased. He deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, Professor, what accounts for the proliferation of Sentinel robots? Is someone manufacturing them? No, Charles replied. The scientists programmed the Sentinel robots with autonomous directives for manufacturing and assaulting mutants. They have now established factories worldwide, rapidly depleting the Earth's resources. He gazed upward, observing the thick, ominous clouds that were the byproducts of these factories. It was indeed a self-destructive endeavor on their part. Yet, should they merely stand by and watch? Although the storyline suggested that this crisis would be resolved without incident, and with the absence of Sentinel attacks, the area felt relatively secure. After a brief pause, Charles continued, young man. Exercise caution with your... His words were abruptly cut short as he fell into a state of stupor. Xiao Lin noticed a psychic entity materializing beside them. It was the younger version of Charles, who had traversed to the future through Logan's consciousness. An unsettling sensation washed over Xiao Lin as he realized that the future of this world was on the brink of alteration. What would become of them, the interlopers from another realm? At that moment, Pietro's astonished voice broke through. Lin, where has everyone gone? Xiao Lin glanced around the once crowded room, now devoid of all the sentinels, leaving only himself, Pietro, Jean, and a few others. They must have successfully reversed the future, altering everything in this timeline. Let's venture outside, he suggested. Upon stepping out, Xiao Lin discovered that all traces of the recent battle had vanished. The fabric of time was shifting. The universe was rejecting outsiders, and the system's protective protocols had activated. As the system's voice faded, a violet energy shield enveloped them, safeguarding them from harm. When the shield dissipated, they beheld an entirely transformed scene. The sky was no longer shrouded in dark clouds. Brilliant sunlight bathed them in warmth. A gentle breeze brushed past, and with his enhanced abilities, Xiao Lin could faintly discern Pietro's silhouette, who swiftly traversed the vicinity. Lin, what is happening? Pietro, unaware of the system's workings, struggled to comprehend the recent events. Before them appeared a group of monks, who regarded Xiao Lin with astonishment at their sudden arrival. Come, we should depart from here. It seems Logan has altered the past, thus changing the future. Let us explore, Xiao Lin encouraged, giving Pietro a pat on the back as he prepared to seek means of transportation. The mission remained unfinished, and he had no desire to return just yet. The local spoke in Tibetan, yet fortunately, with the system's assistance, Xiao Lin could understand their words. It turned out they were in the Tibetan plateau of Huaxia, though the year was no longer 2023. Observing Xiao Lin converse fluently with the strangers, Pietro inquired, Lin, where are we? In the land of Huaxia, we find ourselves stationary, albeit the passage of time has shifted us back to the world of yesteryear, specifically the year 1986. Xiao Lin perceives the turmoil etched upon Pietro's face, aware of the thoughts consuming him. Fear not, for we shall return to our original world in time. What shall we do now, regarding Logan and the others? Xiao Lin muses, a sense of confusion enveloping him as the mission appears to lack clarity. Meanwhile, in a city within Egypt, an archaeologist, captivated by the allure of ancient Egyptian civilization, intrudes upon a residence. She had previously unearthed an ancient legend within the pages of a tome, claiming that the first and most formidable mutant in this world lies buried here. As recorded in the text, are you selling this carpet? She inquires. Who are you? Leave my home. The owner of the house reacts with irritation. Seizing the moment, she swiftly incapacitates him, unveiling a concealed carpet and wooden panels, and cautiously descends with a flashlight. Within, she discovers a congregation engaged in a peculiar ritual. Omnipotent Deity, grant us strength, they chant. Unbeknownst to them, a beam of sunlight pierces the depths, illuminating the remnants of a shattered pyramid apex, which emanates a golden radiance. An unfinished reincarnation ceremony commences anew, awakening the first mutant, Apocalypse, from the shadows. As he releases his power, the magnetic field of the planet trembles, as he transcends the subterranean barriers, returning to the long-absent surface. The sunlight amplifies his strength further. Far away on the Tibetan plateau, Xiao Lin senses a formidable force emerging in the distance. He recalls a significant detail. In 1986, the world following the reversal of the future coincides with the emergence of the mutant, Apocalypse. An intriguing thought strikes him. The four horsemen of Apocalypse and his own four horsemen of death. Yet, he currently possesses only two, and wonders whether they might be adversaries, though he does not count Magneto, Eric, among them. Let's seek out Magneto, Eric, and head to Poland. Chapter 78. The initial battle. Who is Eric? Pietro queries, perplexed by Xiao Lin's intentions. A powerful mutant, he is invincible in the presence of metal, though his true ability lies in controlling magnetic fields, rendering all firearms ineffective against him. If he could persuade Magneto to join his ranks, it would yield significant advantages. After considerable effort, Xiao Lin and his companions board a flight to Poland. Meanwhile, Eric perceives his world as a bleak monochrome, having employed his abilities to save lives, only to be discovered, leading to the tragic loss of his wife and daughter. Today, he seeks vengeance. The The factory's entrances are firmly sealed under Eric's command. As he gazes impassively at his former colleagues, all machinery ceases to operate under his influence. Did you report what you witnessed to the authorities yesterday? Do you not wish to know who I am, to understand my capabilities? Eric spoke these words with a calm demeanor, instilling a chilling fear among the factory workers, leaving those who had reported to the police filled with regret. Henrik, do not do this, came a voice laced with desperation. Eric raised his hands, manipulating the steel within the factory, shaking his head as he proclaimed, I am not Henrik, I am Magneto. The machines of the steel mill and the metallic ceiling above trembled in response. Just as he was about to enact his vengeance upon the workers, Eric heard a sound behind him. He turned to see the factory's entrance cleaved open by a sword, for figures stepping through the threshold. Who are you? Eric demanded. If you intend to thwart my slaughter, then come and try. No, we have no intention of stopping you. Feel free, replied the newcomers, their presence only deepening the workers' terror. Realizing they were not there to impede his revenge, Eric prepared to resume his assault on the workers. Since learning of Apocalypse's arrival, Xiao Lin had understood his objective. Magneto, in this moment of profound uncertainty, could become a formidable ally if recruited. At that moment, a violet force field materialized before Xiao Lin. As four mutants emerged, Apocalypse and his three horsemen, Storm, Angel, and Psylocke. Apocalypse completely disregarded Xiao Lin and his companions, striding confidently toward Eric. The influx of unknown powers unsettled Eric, causing all the steel boilers and machines in the factory to levitate and rush toward Xiao Lin and Apocalypse. In response to this onslaught, a circle of crimson shields appeared around Apocalypse, absorbing the barrage of steel. On Xiao Lin's side, the monstrous figure of the Hulk roared in fury, his form swelling dramatically, red runes illuminating his body as he shielded them from the attack. Before long, the factory lay in ruins, the workers long buried beneath the debris, deceased beyond recovery, perhaps finding it too laborious to inflict harm upon them, or perhaps satisfied with his vengeance. Eric began to levitate, preparing to depart. Eric, Apocalypse called from behind. This world requires purification, the establishment of a new order, and the punishment of those who blaspheme. You shall be my most potent ally. Hearing Apocalypse's words, Eric turned back to him, inquiring, Who are you? Apocalypse's tone brimmed with arrogance. Jehovah, Ra, Allah. These are but a few of my names. I can unlock your potential, granting you even greater power. Each of Apocalypse's utterances resonated with a force that stirred the depths of Eric's spirit. Xiao Lin observed as Eric, visibly intrigued, began to approach Apocalypse. In Sabah, I know your name, Xiao Lin suddenly declared from behind. Apocalypse turned to face him. You know my true name. Thus you should also comprehend my power. Xiao Lin addressed Eric, who was approaching Apocalypse. Eric, what he desires is the annihilation of everything that exists. Is this truly what you wish? To allow other innocent lives to perish? I can demonstrate my strength to you, granting you the life you yearn for. After uttering these words, Xiao Lin felt a twinge of pretense. Had he endured the same experiences, revenge would undoubtedly become his singular goal, regardless of innocence. Magneto was one of the four horsemen he had chosen. Observing Xiao Lin's intent to challenge him for his followers, Apocalypse felt a surge of anger. You possess audacity. Yet I hope your strength is equally formidable. Suddenly, Xiao Lin sensed a force descending upon them, seeking to disintegrate their bodies. A green runic shield materialized around the four of them, safeguarding them from Apocalypse's disintegration abilities. It appeared that a battle was inevitable. Eric. The floating Eric heard a familiar voice resonate in his mind. It was Professor Charles. Perceiving the memories within Eric's mind, Charles lamented, I can feel your pain, Eric. I am truly sorry for the loss of your wife and daughter. Just because you can glimpse my memories does not mean you comprehend my suffering. No, you will never understand. Eric harbored no shortage of resentment towards Charles. For having trusted his counsel, he now found himself engulfed in anguish. Do not speak any further. Such events shall never transpire again. Eric dismissed Charles from his thoughts and refocused on the battle below. He observed that both Xiao Lin and Apocalypse wielded considerable power. However, he chose to align himself with Apocalypse, sensing that the latter was also a mutant capable of bestowing upon him even greater strength. At this moment, power was his paramount desire. He sought vengeance against all ordinary individuals who wished him harm. No one could obstruct him. In the midst of the conflict, Apocalypse seemed to sense something amiss. His mental prowess traversed the psychic link between Eric and Charles, discovering the professor far away in New York. Such formidable mental strength. Even a being as powerful as Apocalypse marveled at Charles's abilities. Now, possessing an almost immortal body, if he were to attain an eternal, indestructible mind, his power would ascend to a realm beyond even his current imagination. To dare to divide your focus while battling me? Xiao Lin felt underestimated. The Frostmourne, imbued with the essence of blood, pierced Apocalypse's form, carving a deep gash into his flesh. The dust upon the ground coalesced into a vast earthen prison, enveloping Xiao Lin. I have more pressing matters to attend to. I lack the time to linger here. Apocalypse initiated a teleportation, noticing his knight's disarray, a twinge of frustration igniting within him. This world's transformations eluded his understanding. Protecting his subordinates, as they retreated, a flash of violet light enveloped them, and in an instant, Apocalypse and his companions vanished. Boom! In less than a minute, Xiao Lin extricated himself from the thick prison cage, only to find that his adversaries had vanished, leaving him somewhat vexed. Neither he nor his opponent had exerted their full strength during their earlier encounter. Chapter 79. Logan's amnesia, residual traces of unique energy lingered in the vicinity of the factory, remnants left behind after Apocalypse's teleportation. In fact, the Death Knight's Death Gate could be activated without the need for pre-arranged teleportation markers, provided one's mental acuity was sufficiently potent to sense the spatial coordinates for translocation. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and in the distance, towards the direction of the Auschwitz concentration camp, dust and debris from fallen structures swirled through the air. Magneto, Eric, wielded formidable powers that had been significantly enhanced under Apocalypse's guidance. The combination of Apocalypse and Magneto posed considerable challenges for them, compounded by the presence of Storm, Angel, and Psylocke, all formidable mutants in their own right. Suddenly, a spatial portal materialized before them, and Xiao Lin felt a surge of joy. He had merely attempted to open it, unaware that his newfound strength would allow him to activate the Death Gate without the aid of predetermined markers. On the other side of the portal lay Logan's location. Before arriving in this world, Xiao Lin had inscribed a mark upon Logan's soul. He only knew that after altering the future, Logan had fallen into the river and was subsequently rescued by Stryker. Guided by the resonance of that mark, he successfully opened the Death Gate. I shall depart first. You all wait for me in Cairo, Egypt, but do exercise caution. Sensing that this Death Gate would not permit everyone to pass through, Xiao Lin resolved to venture alone in search of Logan. Seeing Xiao Lin disappear into the Death Gate, Pietro felt a sense of helplessness. Upon crossing the threshold, Xiao Lin was met with a primal roar echoing nearby. A colossal iron box loomed, within which Logan was presumably confined. Xiao Lin sensed the energy emanating from the mark he had left behind. Approaching the various instruments nearby, he pressed a few buttons haphazardly, and soon the iron door began to creak open. Inside, Logan appeared to awaken, snapping the chains that bound him and bursting forth from his cage. Meanwhile, personnel in the control center noticed alarms flashing on their screens, signaling that the weapon containment apparatus had been breached and the subject had escaped, accompanied by an unfamiliar individual. Urgently, they reported to Colonel Stryker, "Colonel, the weapon has escaped." The once composed Colonel Stryker's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it! Hurry and stop him. Capture him." Some events seemed destined to unfold regardless of circumstance. In this alternate world, Logan remained a test subject, his body infused with adamantium. Quickly, quickly! Do not let him escape. A battalion of soldiers raced towards the laboratory. On the other side, Xiao Lin apprehended the fleeing Logan, who was now devoid of all previous memories. In a state of confusion, he extended his clawed hands and launched a fierce punch at Xiao Lin. The clash of sword and claw resonated with a sharp sound, successfully parrying Logan's attack. Suddenly, icy chains manifested, encasing Logan in a firm grip, rendering him immobile. Calm yourself for a moment, and I shall devise a method to restore your memories. Summoning a ghoul, Xiao Lin detached the instruments still bound to Logan, disregarding his anguished expression, and commanded the ghoul to carry him. If Logan had any remnants inside him, the stench of decaying flesh would surely compel him to retch. As they exited the laboratory, a multitude of soldiers had arrived. "Open fire." The leading officer, upon seeing the terrifying ghoul approach, instinctively raised his weapon and began shooting. The bullets clanged against a sudden wall of ice. Faced with dozens of soldiers, Xiao Lin wielded the power of blood, manipulating the very essence coursing through their veins. A horrified cry escaped as blood oozed from their orifices, and they felt their blood boiling within. One by one, the soldiers in the corridor before Xiao Lin suffered ruptured blood vessels, spraying forth crimson like a fountain, saturating the air with the metallic scent of blood. Colonel Strick, monitoring from afar, felt a twinge of panic as he pondered whether the personnel in the base could withstand Xiao Lin's onslaught. After dispatching the soldiers, Xiao Lin did not hasten to leave. Rescuing Logan was only one of his objectives. He also sought to find the captured war police. Meanwhile, Nightcrawler, Quicksilver, and Scott stealthily navigated the base, searching for others who had been taken. Someone's ahead. At a corner, Quicksilver and his companions encounter Xiao Lin, who was engaged in combat with the base's guards. Observing Xiao Lin approach after dispatching the soldiers, Quicksilver quickly activated his powers, attempting to render their presence undetectable. Quicksilver, Nightcrawler, Scott, Xiao Lin inquired, gazing at the motionless figures in the corner, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. You can see us? Quicksilver gasped in astonishment. As Nightcrawler realized the situation, he grasped the others, preparing to teleport. Wait, Xiao Lin commanded, enveloping Nightcrawler in the power of death, obstructing his perception of the outside world. The three flickered momentarily in place but did not depart. Noticing Scott adjusting his quartz glasses, Xiao Lin reassured, I am not your enemy. I am acquainted with Professor Charles. You should also recognize me, having met in the future. As Quicksilver was about to respond, a man's voice resonated in their minds. Listen, all inhabitants of this world. I offer you a piece of advice. What was happening? The Nightcrawler glanced around, finding no one else in sight. However, Jean Grey was quite familiar with the sound, and despite its slight alteration, she recognized it. It must be the professor. Noticing their peculiar expressions, Xiao Lin inquired, What's wrong? Did you not hear it? The voice in your mind. Xiao Lin shook his head, recalling that this was likely the apocalypse utilizing Charles to transmit messages into everyone's consciousness. However, he remained unaffected due to the protective mechanisms in his brain. The world was in disarray. Previously, the intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads in the arsenals of military superpowers had all been launched into the sky, rendered mere scrap metal. Now, someone was intruding into their minds, and the first thought that crossed the leaders and defense ministers of various nations was of mutants. Was the fragile peace of the past decade about to be shattered? Panic flickered in Scott and Nightcrawler Wagner's eyes as they recalled previous calamities, where the entire academy had been obliterated in an instant. Within the voice, Jean discerned another, more insidious sound. Jean, if you can hear me, concentrate and follow my voice. Cairo, find us. Chapter 80, The Frost Night of Death. Upon seeing the grotesque ghoul behind Xiao Lin, Scott couldn't help but furrow his brow. He subtly gestured to Jean and Nightcrawler to be wary of the unfamiliar figure before them. Yet, the uncertainty of Xiao Lin's formidable strength and the intentions of the other party held them back from taking action. What is that behind you? Jean asked. That is my summon. At that moment, a squad of soldiers surged forth from behind Xiao Lin, but before they could fire their weapons, a gruesome explosion of blood erupted, draining them of life. The bloody spectacle before Jean, Scott, and Nightcrawler was unsettling. Nightcrawler couldn't restrain himself, exclaiming, Sir, is it truly necessary to kill them all? What else can you do? They won't be consulting you, Xiao Lin replied, recognizing the impending crisis and their lack of options, which silenced further discussion. He continued, This is Colonel Stryker's experimental base. My friend was captured here for experimentation, and I am acquainted with your Professor Charles. Although uncertain of the truth in his words, they had no choice but to believe him. Xiao Lin added, We can discuss this later. Can you help restore my friend's memory? Despite her confusion regarding how he knew of her abilities, Jean contemplated for a moment before replying, All right, I will give it a try. Ignoring Scott's persistent gestures from the side, she approached Logan, suppressing the foul stench, and pressed her hands against his temples. Jean's formidable psychic energy surged into Logan's mind, awakening memories long buried deep within, gradually clarifying the wild and bewildered look in his eyes. Logan. Through his recollections, Jean discovered his identity. Yet there remained a memory, hidden even deeper, that her abilities could not awaken. Logan's expression calmed, but the icy chains that bound him stirred a sense of irritation within. Despite his vigorous struggles, he remained ensnared. Let me go, Logan roared. Xiao Lin paid him no heed, reinforcing the control of the frost-laden chains. Not yet. We must first locate Professor Charles. Logan's demeanor revealed no sign of his memories from another world. After completing his task, Jean implored, "If you are indeed a friend of Professor Charles, I hope you can assist me. We must rescue the others and then search for the professor together." "Of course. I too am in search of him," Scott affirmed. "We need to cut off the power here." "No need. I can free them all." To their astonishment, Xiao Lin conjured a long sword wreathed in frost, slicing a substantial hole through the thick wall before them. However, there exists a magnetic field that nullifies mutant abilities. "You cannot use yours," they reasoned, believing Xiao Lin to be a mutant. "I am not a mutant. It is of no concern," Xiao Lin clarified. "Very well." Jean took the lead, sprinting towards the location where the soldiers were imprisoned. Alarms blared throughout the base, signaling an invasion as waves of soldiers surged toward them. Though Scott remained somewhat wary of Xiao Lin, trailing closely behind, prepared to remove his glasses at a moment's notice. Throughout their escape, the ordinary soldiers, yet to open fire, fell effortlessly before Xiao Lin's prowess. Colonel Stryker, observing the chaos from the surveillance monitors, realized the base was lost. He retrieved a case containing various mutant genes and hurried to the hangar, where a helicopter awaited. Passing by an open door, he noted that the previous commotion had caused the researchers to flee in haste, neglecting to close it. Inside, Xiao Lin beheld several glass jars, each containing bodies suspended in formaldehyde. "What is this?" As he was about to depart, he froze, recognizing a somewhat familiar face. Bobby? How could he be here? Wasn't Iceman supposed to be at the academy? Yet, it was evident that he had been deceased for some time, though Xiao Lin could still sense a formidable frost power emanating from him. "Wait!" Xiao Lin called out to Jean, who was ahead, as he dashed into the room. "What is it?" Jean inquired. "Give me a few minutes," Xiao Lin shouted. They watched as he entered, shattering the glass jar, causing the liquid to spill across the floor. "Who is this? Wasn't he already dead?" They questioned, uncertain of Xiao Lin's intentions. Unbeknownst to them, a gray mist began to seep from the Frostmourne and entered Iceman Bobby's lifeless form. Suddenly, the previously motionless, pallid body stirred, rising to its feet amidst their astonished gazes. Revived as a death knight, the Iceman Bobby, enhanced by his own genetic fortitude, exuded an icy aura that could freeze anyone in their tracks. Xiao Lin harbored expectations for Bobby's formidable power. Indicating for Bobby to follow, Xiao Lin said, "Let us proceed and rescue the others." As they traversed a lengthy corridor, the aftermath of the recent carnage left the place devoid of any presence. Xiao Lin himself was uncertain of the number of soldiers he had slain. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a control room, which was eerily vacant. However, in the cage below, the shapeshifter, Quicksilver, Beast, and General Moira were still imprisoned. Upon seeing Jean at the control panel, their spirits lifted considerably, yet the barrier remained active, rendering them powerless, and it was likely that Jean Grey was similarly constrained. Jean pressed a button on the console and called down, "Raven, we will rescue you shortly. Move away from there." Xiao Lin raised his sword and struck the prison with a powerful blow, unleashing a gray sword aura that rent the thick defenses, leaving a gaping opening. Once everyone had escaped, Jean anxiously remarked, "I know where the professor is. We need to save him now." "Who are these people?" Beast McCoy inquired, noticing the unfamiliar faces. Recalling that it was this very young man who had liberated them. "Friends of Professor Charles," Xiao Lin introduced himself. "I believe you require my assistance." The newcomers bore an air of mystery, but there was no time for contemplation. Jean nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Let us depart. There is a jet in this base that can expedite our journey." Chapter 81. The Battle of Cairo. They arrived at a hangar within the base, where transport aircraft awaited them. "Gentlemen," Scott exclaimed as he opened a nearby glass cabinet containing several combat suits. The soldiers exchanged glances before each selecting an outfit to don. "What about you?" Quicksilver Pietro offered a suit to Xiao Lin. "No, thank you," Xiao Lin declined, casting a glance at the unfamiliar Quicksilver, which evoked memories of another world's Pietro. He pondered what might transpire if they were to meet. They appeared identical, sharing the same abilities, yet their memories diverged. Jean stated, "The professor is currently in Cairo. We must leave immediately." "I'll pilot the aircraft," Moira volunteered, observing Logan's calm demeanor. Xiao Lin allowed Bobby to release his control over him. "Logan, we are headed to Cairo. What about you?" Having grasped the situation, Logan silently retrieved a combat suit and boarded the plane. The transport aircraft soared towards Cairo, flying over a city largely reduced to ruins, with the lamentations of the devastated populace echoed through the air. Amidst a tempest of metal and debris swirling through the sky, Moira deftly piloted the aircraft, evading obstacles with utmost caution. Magneto's powers had escalated to such an extent that the very magnetic field of the Earth lay under his dominion. Stripped of nuclear weapons and strategic armaments, humanity found itself utterly defenseless against this onslaught. Upon reaching Cairo, a colossal pyramid loomed before them. The city transformed into a ghostly wasteland, the air suffused with a metallic scent of rust. Meanwhile, in a parallel world, Pietro, also known as Quicksilver, sought refuge in the city below, gazing up at Eric with an inexplicable sensation stirring within him. He turned to Gold and inquired, "What brings us here?" Gold shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain." In the skies, Moira navigated the aircraft closer to the pyramid. Raven remarked, "The professor is inside the pyramid. Quicksilver and I will locate Eric. You must rescue Charles." "Wait, I have someone below. We will regroup shortly." Xiao Lin sensed the location of his subordinates, and, before further conversation ensued, activated the portal of death, stepping through. The aircraft descended near the pyramid, and, under Jean's guidance, they advanced towards Charles' location. Aurora materialized before the soldiers, accompanied by a flash of lightning. Raven instructed Nightcrawler, "You go and retrieve the professor." He nodded, and with a swirl of black smoke, vanished from sight. On the other side, upon witnessing Xiao Lin's arrival, Pietro sighed, regretting his decision to follow Xiao Lin through the portal to this place, enduring considerable hardship along the way. As Eric unleashed his powers, he barely escaped. Noticing Bobby beside him, he queried, "Who is this?" "He's the mutant Bobby. Come, we must confront Apocalypse, and then I have one more task before returning." Until Apocalypse was dealt with and the mission accomplished, he would not retreat. He could even resurrect a fallen horseman. Should Apocalypse become his subordinate, it would bolster his ranks with formidable strength. Xiao Lin led the group directly toward the pyramid, his sights set on Apocalypse. "Xiao Lin." Jean's psychic gaze surveyed the battlefield, and she noted the presence of Xiao Lin and several unfamiliar figures. "Wait, why was Quicksilver here?" At the entrance, they encountered Angel Warren. As metal feathers rained down, Blonsky transformed into Abomination, shielding them. The sharp feathers struck his resilient hide, proving ineffective. Observing the assailant mutant attempting to flee, Bobby conjured a frost that ensnared Warren's wings, causing him to plummet heavily to the ground. Abomination approached and seized Warren's wings, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the metallic appendages were wrenched away, leaving him unconscious on the ground. With no further obstacles, Xiao Lin and his companions pressed onward. The pyramid was vast, resembling a labyrinth within. After several turns, they still had not discovered the path. Above their heads, Xiao Lin observed the Nightwalker Vagla flickering in and out of sight, seemingly in search of something. Bronsky, comprehending Xiao Lin's intent, surged forth like a heavy tank, a cloud of dust trailing behind as he relentlessly shattered wall after wall, forcefully advancing towards the heart of the pyramid. Before long, they arrived at the center of the pyramid, where they beheld Charles and Apocalypse lying side by side, the stone slab beneath them levitating as golden runes illuminated with a radiant glow. Charles was ensnared by Apocalypse's consciousness, as blue mental energy relentlessly sought to penetrate his mind. "Get out! Get out!" Charles cried out, struggling against the intrusion. Pietro inquired, "Lin, what are they doing?" Observing the unguarded Apocalypse, Xiao Lin sensed an opportune moment and retrieved his weapon from the spatial enclosure. Yet, before he could act, a shroud of black mist suddenly enveloped the scene. The Nightwalkers seized Charles and vanished from their sight. At that moment, Xiao Lin could only think impressive. With the interruption of the transformation, Apocalypse awakened instinctively, evading a sword that swung down from above. Upon realizing the situation before him, his fury ignited. "You again." His eyes glowed with a white light, and under his command, the entire pyramid disintegrated in an instant, forming a solid cage that encased them in layers of thick metallic debris. Apocalypse's sole desire was to locate Charles swiftly, but upon emerging, he found all his minions had been vanquished. Utterly useless. Enveloped in darkness, Xiao Lin's eyes emanated a faint white light. a manifestation of his overflowing soul power. Lin, your eyes? Shoo, do not speak, Jean admonished, tapping Pietro with his staff. Xiao Lin's consciousness began to reach out to another realm, contemplating that perhaps the underworlds of every universe were distinct. Otherwise, it would not explain the summoning of undead beings dissimilar from another world in this universe. A lich materialized beside them, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Had he not encountered one before, Pietro might have screamed at the sight, which resembled something out of a horror film. The lich waved its staff, conjuring a magic circle beneath their feet, enabling a short-range group teleportation. In a flash of blue light, they sprinted out of their prison. Meanwhile, Apocalypse appeared to have discovered the location where Charles was concealed. Sindragosa, Xiao Lin refrained from rushing in. Instead, he allowed Frostmourne to absorb the nearby souls. As he continued to seek the mightiest frost dragon among the disoriented undead through the summoning circle. Chapter 82, Icecrown. Witnessing the magnificent pyramid crumble into a square structure devoid of any entrances or exits, they stood in awe. No one was aware of the events unfolding, and even the Nightwalker, who held knowledge of the situation, remained in a state of unconsciousness. The power of Apocalypse was overwhelmingly formidable, diverse in its manifestations, rendering all the battle police insufficient as a collective force against him. Within mere rounds, they were all subdued. "I have found you," Apocalypse declared, suppressing Charles within the realm of the mind, having uncovered their hideout in the tangible world. "What shall we do?" Jean and Moira pondered, glancing at the struggling Charles. They were the last remaining fighters. Jean possessed immense power, yet a trepidation lingered regarding her abilities, haunted by the memories of her powers spiraling out of control. Akin to a nightmarish experience, as uncertainty enveloped her, a cloud of dust engulfed their refuge, causing a wall to vanish, revealing the terrifying figure of Apocalypse looming over 20 meters away. He regarded the two frightened individuals within the shelter and the subdued Charles in the mental realm, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, Apocalypse turned his gaze behind him, noticing a mysterious array emerging above the colossal square cage that had been used to ensnare Xiao Lin and his companions. Atop the structure, Xiao Lin established communication with Sindragosa from the realm of death. She appeared significantly more powerful than during her previous manifestation. After expending a considerable amount of soul energy, the skeletal form of the frost dragon materialized amidst the chilling blizzards above the city, plummeting the temperature of the sweltering locale. With a roar, a massive dragon emanating an icy blue luminescence coalesced. "You shall rendezvous with those individuals," Xiao Lin instructed, pointing towards the battle police, as he leapt on his Sindragosa's back and surged toward Apocalypse. Meanwhile, Eric, who was still manipulating the subterranean metallic elements to rend the earth, observed the unprecedented skeletal behemoth hovering above the city. The surrounding cold enveloped him, rendering his body stiff and his reflexes sluggish. This sensation was most unpleasant. Pietro recalled his initial encounter with Xiao Lin, when his super speed had been significantly diminished by the frost. Now, he found himself immobilized by the intense chill. The frost aura of the frost dragon spared no distinction between friend and foe, and their proximity was perilous. A frigid current ensnared Apocalypse, lifting him into the air before he could respond. As he neared, Xiao Lin leapt high, delivering a downward strike with his sword. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, collapsing dilapidated buildings in its wake. Buried beneath the debris, Apocalypse swiftly emerged, and upon gazing at the colossal figure in the sky, a purple shield materialized beside him, and he was abruptly transported to Xiao Lin's front. Meanwhile, the beast below stirred awake, comprehending the unfolding situation, yet without pausing to contemplate. He hastened to rescue Quicksilver and Scott, bringing Raven to Charles' side. The battle police gathered, eyes fixed upon the aerial confrontation. The revived Raven inquired, "Who exactly is he?" "Somewhat at a loss," replied. "I am not entirely certain, but he mentioned that the professor knows him." The group turned their attention to the still unconscious Professor Charles, who was evidently unable to provide them with any further information. On the back of Sindragosa, Xiao Lin and the Harbinger were engaged in battle. A sudden surge of psychic force enveloped Xiao Lin, compelling him to conjure a skeletal shield for protection. Death strike! He broke free from the psychic restraint, Frostmourne emanating a crimson glow as it struck the Harbinger. Yet, the wound inflicted healed almost instantaneously, and Xiao Lin found no vitality to absorb from the Harbinger despite his blood magic. Both the frost and blood powers proved ineffective against the Harbinger, whose strength was formidable. He grasped Frostmourne tightly, taunting Xiao Lin. You lack the strength necessary. You could have become the mightiest knight under my command, but now, I seek only to annihilate you. Xiao Lin stood in awe, watching the Harbinger's form swell, rendering him a mere insignificant presence. Boom! A colossal fist descended upon him, as he raised his hands in defense. He felt his bones threaten to shatter, while Sindragosa beneath him struggled, sliding downwards several meters. This could not continue. At Xiao Lin's signal, Sindragosa rolled over, casting the two from her back, for he was not inclined to fight alone, and this would not allow the frost dragon to unleash its full potential. Thud! They crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The Harbinger reacted swiftly, manipulating the earth beneath Xiao Lin to swallow him whole. Just as he was about to advance toward Charles, two steel shards embedded themselves before him. Turning, he saw Magneto halting his previous endeavor, seemingly intent on obstructing him. Are you betraying me as well? No, I betrayed them. Gazing at his injured old friend, Eric felt a pang of guilt as he commanded the metal to relentlessly assault the Harbinger. At that moment, Scott, having been rescued, removed his glasses, unleashing a beam of crimson light toward the towering figure of the Harbinger. Xiao Lin emerged from the ground, spitting out the dust from his mouth, filled with irritation as he drew upon the souls in the air and summoned them to his side. Soul surge, rather than absorbing the vengeful spirits. The white specters surged like rays toward the Harbinger's head, their hatred relentlessly battering against his psyche. In the distance, the Lich appeared nearby with a blink spell, raising his skeletal hand as a flurry of sharp ice arrows materialized, cascading toward the Harbinger like a torrential downpour. Get away! Get away! In the realm of the mind, where the Harbinger had once suppressed Charles, his expression twisted with rage as the vengeful souls enveloped his essence, gnawing at him and leaving him no time to attend to Charles. Though somewhat perplexed by the sudden appearance of numerous feeble spiritual entities capable of momentarily suppressing Apocalypse, he initially intended to allow Jean to release her restraint on the Phoenix power within her. However, it now seemed unnecessary. You shall never comprehend the essence of free will, Charles mused as he recovered from the psychic wounds inflicted upon him, launching an assault on Apocalypse's mind with the aid of those ethereal beings. Xiao Lin remained oblivious to the situation within the realm of the spirit world, yet he observed that Apocalypse stood motionless, devoid of response, while the protective barrier surrounding him dissipated into nothingness. A splendid opportunity, Xiao Lin rejoiced inwardly. With Frostmourne raised, he directed the nearby vengeful souls to continue their onslaught, shouting to the others, "Leave this place at once." Although everyone else was bewildered by Xiao Lin's intent, Raven recognized that hesitation was not an option. She cried out, "Take the professor and Nightcrawler. We must flee." Hovering in the air, Sindragosa began to harness a tremendous frost power, causing the temperature in her vicinity to plummet drastically. Spotting Scott still engaged in battle below, Raven shouted, "Scott, we must go." Cyclops donned his glasses and joined the retreat. Magneto, Eric, simultaneously manipulated metal to assault Apocalypse's defenses while making his escape, sensing the overwhelming force in the air. Minutes later, all had retreated several miles away. Witnessing a colossal ice sphere, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, descending from the sky and striking Apocalypse directly. The frigid air, approaching absolute zero, swiftly engulfed the surrounding area, transforming it into a realm of frost. Chapter 83. Two Quicksilvers. The power of the ice bomb exceeded Xiao Lin's expectations. Despite the dual protection of the Lich's frost barrier and his own anti-magic shield, he sustained considerable damage. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, struck head-on, found himself entirely enveloped in frost, suffering grievous injuries as his towering form was encased in ice. With a swift barrage of metal tubes under Eric's command, Apocalypse's body was rendered riddled with holes, the biting cold rendering him increasingly fragile. The force of the impact shattered Apocalypse into countless fragments. Witnessing this, Xiao Lin felt a pang of conflict. It had all been reduced to mere shards. Previously struggling within Charles's psychic realm, Apocalypse's consciousness abruptly severed from its corporeal form. You will regret this. One day I shall return, and it will herald your doom, echoed a defiant voice amidst the ruins. Apocalypse's reluctant declaration. As a formidable mutant existing for over 5 millennia, he remained capable of resurrection, given the right circumstances. Xiao Lin noticed a soul drifting forth from the fragments. Was it the soul of Apocalypse? Xiao Lin was not about to relent. The Frostmourne in his grasp emitted a formidable pull, yanking back the escaping soul of the Apocalypse. As a death knight wielding Frostmourne, most powerful souls were at his mercy. Release me, Apocalypse shouted, a mix of anger and fear in his voice. If his soul fell into Xiao Lin's hands, he would be doomed to eternal subjugation. Devoid of a corporeal form, Apocalypse resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, entirely powerless against the relentless draw of Frostmourne. Though he did not resurrect Apocalypse as a death knight this time, claiming his soul was still a commendable achievement. With the mission complete, having resolved the professor's crisis, Xiao Lin earned a reward of 100,000 exchange points. The tasks in this world were accomplished, and it was time to return. However, he pondered a visit to the academy before departing. Sensing the location of his subordinates in the distance, Xiao Lin opened the door of death, materializing instantly beside them. At that moment, Eric descended from the skies. Following Apocalypse's demise, he felt his powers revert to their original state, devoid of the strength that could once shake the very earth. Though somewhat regretful, he held no remorse. Professor Charles, upon hearing Xiao Lin's voice, Charles turned to face him. Gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar figure of Xiao Lin, he contemplated for several moments, recalling having seen this man over a decade ago. Is it you? But how could this be? No, you cannot be the one from the future. Xiao Lin shook his head, replying, No, though I cannot explain it. I have come from the future. Meanwhile, Moira had already contacted a nearby Air Force base, and everyone awaited the arrival of the transport aircraft. On the other side, the two Pietros exchanged bewildered glances. They had noticed each other earlier, but had not found the opportunity to speak. I don't recall having a twin brother, they simultaneously uttered, as if sharing a silent connection. Hey, one could not help but place a hand on the other's shoulder, a brilliant white light emanating between them, its blinding radiance capturing the attention of the others. What is happening? Others, noticing the scene, were perplexed by the unfolding events. Professor Charles extended his mental prowess into the sphere of white light. While he could not discern the actions within, he sensed the spiritual essences of the two individuals gradually merging. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Pietro, Xiao Lin, equally perplexed, pondered why this was occurring. Two cells from parallel universes meeting should not result in such a scenario. Could it be due to one traversing time? As the white light dissipated, they beheld only one Pietro remaining before them. Pietro, are you all right? Xiao Lin sensed a shift in him, though he could not articulate precisely what had changed. I'm fine, Pietro replied, shaking his slightly dizzy head, two cacophonous voices clamoring within his mind. At that moment, a transport aircraft descended from the sky, summoned by Moira to provide assistance and prepare to carry them back. Wait for me, Aurora, who had been engaged in battle with the Sentinels, emerged nervously from behind a dilapidated building and requested, May I join you? I apologize for my previous actions. She gazed at Raven with hopeful eyes. Mystique had always been her most admired hero. Witnessing Apocalypse's intent to harm Raven had left her struggling to accept this harsh reality. Of course, they replied, having not held any grudges about the past. Thank you. Aurora joyfully followed suit. Throughout the journey, Pietro kept glancing at Eric, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Scott, seated beside Pietro, inquired about the recent events, though he too wore a look of confusion. Upon the transport's arrival at the academy in Westchester, what greeted them was a scene of desolation. A group of homeless mutants observed the descending aircraft with wary eyes, still reeling from Stryker's recent attack and the disappearance of their teachers, leaving them anxious. Professor, the students erupted with joy upon seeing several figures disembark from the plane. Observing the academy reduced to ruins, Charles felt a pang of sorrow. He turned to the two beside him and said, Jean, Eric. At his words, they exchanged knowing nods. The debris of wood, steel, and stone from the academy began to levitate, and with their combined efforts, the structure was soon restored to its former glory. A sudden thought struck Charles. If the two of them formed a construction team, Their earnings would be swift. The construction of skyscrapers would take but a moment. Aurora turned to Pietro and asked, I heard G mention that Magneto is your father. Are you going to talk to him? By the way, what happened between you two? Currently, Pietro possessed the memories of both individuals. Wanda was his sister, and Eric was his father. He shrugged and replied, I don't know why this is happening, but I plan to speak with him shortly. After all, there may not be another chance. Pietro felt an undeniable attachment to his sister and knew he would return. Yet the memories of his mother and father, Eric, weighed heavily upon him. Spotting Magneto Eric approaching the academy, he resolved to confront the truth. Chapter 84. Departure, what is it? Eric inquired, turning to face the young man trailing behind him. Pietro hesitated momentarily before continuing. Actually, you were my father. After uttering those words, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. How would one react if a stranger claimed to be their son? Eric's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What did you say? I said you were my father. Pietro mustered the courage to assert. You disappeared before I was born, but my mother recognized you from the television. I came here to find you. Eric recalled his first wife, Magda, remembering how, in a fit of rage, he had slain the assailants who attacked their home, causing destruction in the city, which terrified her and ultimately led to their separation. To his surprise, she had given birth to a son. Now, Eric felt a mix of joy and complexity as he remarked, I must speak with Charles. I shall return shortly. Wait, Pietro called out to Eric. I am about to leave this place, indeed this world. Will you accompany me? Pietro looked at him with hopeful anticipation, whether in this world or another. Neither he nor his counterpart had ever known their father. He shared with Eric the tale of his origins from another universe, and Eric found it hard to believe. Had he not witnessed the events unfold before his eyes? I will consider it, Eric replied, withholding immediate assent. Will your mother agree? Absolutely, Pietro affirmed with certainty. In the other world, we established a school for mutants, and I hope you will come to teach those children. Although Eric remained silent, Pietro sensed his eventual agreement. Xiao Lin approached and inquired, Pietro, what did you discuss with him? I told him he is my father, Pietro answered. You don't wish to remain in this world, do you? Xiao Lin asked, already aware that Pietro possessed the memories of two lives. If he chose not to return, it could spell trouble, as an enraged Wanda was not to be trifled with. No, I will return, Pietro declared, but I would prefer to bring my mother from this world along with Eric. I took the liberty of inviting Eric to teach at the Mutant Academy. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, I wholeheartedly welcome it, Xiao Lin replied, as it had long been his wish to invite Magneto to their academy, knowing the formidable strength he would bring. At that moment, Raven approached and suggested, why don't you stay at the academy for the night? Then I shall impose, Xiao Lin conceded, as he had matters regarding Logan to address and awaited Pietro's invitation to Magneto. Meanwhile, Logan stood in a daze before the academy, memories flickering in and out of his mind. Xiao Lin approached him, saying, Logan, I will be returning tomorrow. Would you like to come with me? Uncertain if he could awaken Logan's memories once more, or if he would even choose to return, he awaited a response. I need to think it over, Logan replied, not ready to make a decision. If I leave, can I return? Perhaps, Xiao Lin answered. Though a rift existed between the two universes, it remained uncertain if it would ever heal, and opening a transdimensional passage was an immense undertaking. Charles and Eric stood before the training room of the academy, observing the sentinels preparing for practice. Professor Charles remarked, nations around the world are beginning to rebuild their arsenals. Such is human nature, Charles, Eric replied, having come to terms with it all. People always lacked a sense of security, fearing mutants and those more powerful than themselves. Charles was certainly aware of Eric's lingering hope. Indeed, Eric understood the nature of his old friend. I know, but have you ever awakened from a dream, only to find them seeking you and your students? Charles replied calmly, if they dare to trouble us, I shall make them regret it. Hearing his friend's words, Eric felt a sense of reassurance and said, I must take my leave. You are always welcome to return, Charles responded. No, I mean I'm leaving this world for another universe. Eric had made his decision to depart this realm alongside Pietro. Are you to journey with Xiao Lin? Charles was already aware of his intent and knew that Xiao Lin hailed from another world. A nostalgic expression crossed Eric's face. I once had a wife, and Pietro is our child. I owe them so much. With understanding, Charles, though reluctant, respected Eric's choice. To open the interdimensional portal, they needed to return to the place where they first arrived, a temple atop the high mountains. Ignoring the curious gazes of nearby tourists and monks, Xiao Lin raised his sword, the power of death swirling around it. A chilling breeze swept through the onlookers, raising goosebumps upon their skin. Mutants. They seemed startled, retreating in fear. The recent calamity still fresh in their minds. The force of death surged towards the cosmic rift within the temple. What are you doing? The head monk emerged, bravely attempting to deter them. This was his home, and it must not be marred by these mutants. Logan extended his adamantium claws, threateningly gazing at him. The monk swallowed hard, realizing that his life was of greater importance. After expending nearly all of his death energy, a black portal materialized before them. Xiao Lin struggled to maintain the portal's stability, urging them, hurry inside. Once everyone had emerged from the passage, Xiao Lin felt utterly drained. Opening such a portal for so many had cost him dearly in energy. Bobby, Eric, and Magda, who had never been here before, gazed curiously at the vast city. Magda inquired, "Where is this? It feels so desolate." Pietro responded proudly, "This is our mutant academy, the sky city of Naxxramas." "You mentioned that you have a sister in this world?" Magda asked softly, "Will she accept me?" Pietro confidently reassured her, "She will." After Pietro guided them to find accommodation, Xiao Lin wandered alone through the city streets, intrigued by the eerie absence of people. He wondered if something untoward had transpired. Chapter 85. The Battle of the Mutants against the Destroyer in New Mexico. Wanda, accompanied by students from the Xavier Institute for Mutants, confronts a terrifying Asgardian artifact known as the Destroyer. The creature's relentless assault has turned the entire town into a raging inferno. While dozens of mutant children rally under Wanda's guidance to fend off the enemy's advance, a young boy, whose body has crystallized, is struck violently by the Destroyer. Crashing through the window of a nearby shop, lying amidst the shards of glass, he cries out to his caretaker, "Hecate, nurse, please give me a sip of milk. I am dying. I am dying." Hecate, radiating a soft white light, tends to a nearby mutant student who has been accidentally injured by a shard of metal. With exasperation, she admonishes Audenes, "You fool, have you been playing too many games?" Audenes possesses the ability to crystallize his body, reflecting energy and magical attacks. Yet his physical defenses remain inadequate. The blow he received left him feeling as though his very form might shatter. Amidst the chaos, Wanda, who is striving to protect her students, notices Dana, who seems momentarily dazed, and calls out, "Dana, be careful." Just then, a car hurtles through the air, striking Dana but passing harmlessly through her, leaving her unscathed. Despite over a year of training, the students find themselves unable to fully harness their powers in this dire situation, with some even cowering in fear. Wanda regrets bringing so many students into such turmoil, having overestimated their capabilities and underestimated the formidable nature of their adversary. The scene is chaotic, and she is devising a way to lead everyone to safety. Audenes spots someone trembling in a corner and rises to grasp their shoulder. When the individual looks up, he realizes it is his friend Naren, unable to suppress a teasing remark. "Naren, you coward." Meanwhile, not far away, Coulson and his SHIELD agents are observing from safe distance. This time, Fury had reached out to Wanda for assistance, but they had unintentionally transformed the town into a battleground for the students' practical training, leaving it in utter disarray. Coulson finds himself powerless. Their weapons are ineffective against the enemy, and with innocent townsfolk present, heavy artillery cannot be deployed. The scorching beams emitted from the Destroyer's head sweep across the area, prompting everyone to scatter in disarray. Wanda strives to provide assistance, relieved that no lives have been lost thus far. Not far away, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig have managed to get Thor into a vehicle, preparing to leave the scene. Vandal, one of the Warriors 3, expresses his dissatisfaction. "Why should we leave? That scoundrel Loki will not let us escape so easily." Sif taps his armor lightly, reminding him, Thor possesses no strength at this moment. "Do you wish to place him in peril?" She surveys the diverse abilities of the mutants, recalling ancient legends associated with this place. Thor, with concern, poses the question, will they be able to withstand this? That is indeed a formidable artifact of Asgard. Jin, comforted, "Do not worry, for these are no ordinary children. They are mutants." Thor felt compelled to confront the situation himself, believing it to be a consequence of his actions, and he resolved to inquire with Loki about his true intentions. Although the academy typically had a few occupants, it was unusual for it to be so deserted, Xiao Lin had wandered for quite some time without encountering a single soul. Clint. In the square, he spotted a young boy sitting idly on a chair, his face a portrait of dissatisfaction. Xiao Lin inquired, "Where has everyone gone?" The headmaster, upon seeing Xiao Lin, approached with a hint of joy. "You've been away for a month. Where have you been?" "A month?" The system seemed to indicate a time synchronization, though it could also be the result of time travel, causing confusion. Xiao Lin asked, "Let us set that aside for now. Young Clint, where are the others in the academy?" At this, Clint pouted in annoyance. "They all went out to play, leaving me behind because I'm small." "Headmaster, I want to go out too." The boy rambled on without getting to the point when Xiao Lin noticed Zhang Xuanyu approaching. He asked, "Xuanyu, where has everyone gone?" Zhang Xuanyu replied, "A bald one-eyed giant took teacher Wanda away, claiming there's trouble in New Mexico that needs assistance. Most of the capable ones have departed." Xiao Lin inquired, "How long ago did they leave?" Zhang Xuanyu answered, "Not long ago. Currently, only those lacking combat ability or the very young remain in the academy, though I do not know where they have gone to play." Clint clung to Zhang Xuanyu's leg, saying, "Brother Xuanyu, take me to find the others. They left me all alone and want to play with me." New Mexico. Has the god of thunder arrived? Lin, where has Wanda gone? Having arranged accommodations, Pietro, along with Eric and Magda, searched extensively but found no one. "I know where they are, but it is somewhat perilous there now," Xiao Lin stated, looking at them. "Pietro, Eric, come with me. Wanda is there." Magda observed her husband and son, having once feared Eric's abilities, yet now she felt indifferent. "You may go. I will wait for you here, but do exercise caution." Meanwhile, Loki, remotely controlling the destroyer in Asgard, felt an overwhelming frustration. He could not believe he was bested by a group of children. "Damn it, where did these little brats come from? I shall eliminate them." Loki commanded the destroyer to unleash its full power, as orange beams of energy surged forth, sweeping across the area where the mutant students congregated. Realizing the dire situation, Wanda positioned herself before the students, conjuring a red, chaotic magic shield to hold her ground against the onslaught. Noticing the sweat beading on Wanda's brow, Rowena placed her hand on her shoulder and closed her eyes. Wanda felt the chaotic energy within her intensify, enhancing her magical defenses considerably. The energy attacks from the destroyer inflicted minimal harm on Odonius. He attempted to stand firm, but was soon sent tumbling like a ball from the force of the onslaught. "Odonius, you really ought to shed a few pounds," teased Cece. Odonius, who was accustomed to lounging in bed playing video games and snacking, had grown somewhat portly, and after unleashing his powers, he resembled a crystalline package. Wanda turned to the children behind her and instructed, "Quickly find a safe place and remember to spread out." She could not retreat just yet. She needed to draw fire to buy her students time to escape. Chapter 86. Chaos rising just as Thor was about to depart. He found himself unable to break through the mutants' blockade. Although they were not particularly formidable or seasoned warriors, the numerical advantage still held the destroyer at bay. Thor had always regarded Odonius as his most esteemed brother, and this time he was resolute in his determination to keep him on Earth forever. Yet he still lacked the courage to confront Thor directly. Peering through the eyes of the destroyer, he noticed a flying vessel approaching from a distance. It appeared to be their destination. Previously, he had held Midgard in disdain, deeming it the weakest of the 9 realms. Upon the ship, Magneto observed the enemies confronting the mutants below. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hands toward the massive armor beneath him, only to find that he could not shift it an inch. Noticing Eric's puzzled expression, Xiao Lin explained, "That is a divine artifact of the Asgardian Vanir, originally crafted to guard their treasury. The armor is imbued with magical runes, rendering your abilities ineffective against it. Although the destroyer was forged entirely of metal, it was enchanted, protected by an enigmatic magical force." Having spent considerable time with Xiao Lin, Pietro found him somewhat mysterious, seemingly knowledgeable about everything. Terms like Asgard and the Vanir were entirely unfamiliar to him. Xiao Lin instructed the Skrulls to land the vessel away from the battlefield. This ship had little defense, and he wished to avoid being shot down. Nearby, on the outskirts of the town, Coulson spotted Xiao Lin's arrival and alerted his agents to monitor the situation as he approached Xiao Lin. "Mr. Xiao Lin," Coulson extended his hand, only to awkwardly realize that Xiao Lin had disregarded him. "Let me deal with that fellow first," Xiao Lin thought, noticing a student sprawled on the ground, perilously close to being crushed under the destroyer's foot. A grip of death spanned nearly 100 meters, seizing the student's body and rescuing him from the destroyer's path. The student, who had narrowly escaped, was still in shock, but upon recognizing his savior, exclaimed joyfully, "Principal." Xiao Lin patted him and urged, "Quickly find a safe place to stay." Meanwhile, the destroyer continued to unleash beams of energy as it advanced toward the gathering crowd. One of the students directed his abilities towards the destroyer, causing the ground beneath it to surge upward like tendrils, tightly ensnaring its legs. Xiao Lin summoned his death warhorse and mounted it, charging swiftly towards the destroyer, eager to test the might of the divine artifact, hoping to claim it for himself. With the force of his charge, Xiao Lin's Frostmourne pierced the destroyer's chest. Death strike! A torrent of deathly energy erupted instantaneously, battering the destroyer's form, rendering it temporarily incapacitated, the light in its helmet's eyes gradually dimming. At that moment, Xiao Lin heard a rush of wind beside him and looked up to see a somewhat rotund figure descending from the heavens. Thud! The axe in his hand struck heavily against the destroyer, creating a deep dent. It was the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, accompanied by the warrior Sif, who had rushed in with Thor. Thor ultimately chose not to flee. He must confront his brother and demand answers. "Thor, wait for me." Behind him, Jane also leapt from the vehicle to follow. "This is madness," Dr. Selvig lamented helplessly. Xiao Lin remarked to Vostag, "Hey, your finishing touches are quite efficient. You've done this before? Haven to you? Mortal, what are you speaking of?" The celestial warrior Vostag did not comprehend Xiao Lin's words. He observed as the previously motionless destroyer regained its stance, the dents in its body vanishing instantaneously. Loki's voice resonated from within. "Do you wish to betray Asgard? Loki, listen to me." At that moment, a muscular man clad in a checkered shirt and sporting a full beard rushed to their front. Xiao Lin felt no trace of power emanating from him. This must be Thor. Xiao Lin noticed that the light beam the destroyer was about to unleash abruptly ceased, standing still in place. "Loki, I have no intention of usurping the throne. I promise you, I shall not return to Asgard." Thor wished to avoid conflict between the once-close brothers. This was akin to a melodramatic palace intrigue. Xiao Lin thought disdainfully, turning away to leave. Their familial matters were best resolved among themselves. Meanwhile, Pietro unleashed his super speed, gathering the scattered students who had sought refuge. "Pietro, principal!" The students, disheveled and covered in dirt, couldn't help but chuckle at their own disarray. This battle had taught them that real combat differed vastly from their usual training. Once engaged, there was no easy respite. Upon seeing Pietro beside her, Wanda, somewhat irked, tugged at his ear. "You certainly know how to run. You vanished without a word for over a month, leaving me to manage so many students alone." Recalling the hardships of the past weeks, Wanda's frustration boiled over, tightening her grip slightly, causing Pietro to grimace but remain silent. Xiao Lin understood that her words were also directed at herself. Her prolonged silence must have made her quite upset. "Pietro, who is she?" Upon seeing Wanda, Eric felt as though he had encountered his first daughter, Anya, who was killed by a mob. Pietro scratched his head and recounted their adventures in another universe to Wanda. Wanda, noticing Eric's peculiar expression towards her, chose not to say anything further. She was not Pietro and lacked memories of another world. Thus she held no feelings for the unfamiliar Magneto. "You all should leave here first." Xiao Lin indicated towards the Skrull spaceship parked nearby, signaling them to depart. "Wanda, sister," Pietro turned his head. "Let's discuss this later." On the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Fury observed the unfolding events below. He dialed Coulson's phone, instructing Coulson invite Dr. Shavik to join our Cosmic Cube weapon development project. "Understood, Director," Coulson replied. Fury then recalled another matter and inquired, "Which company manufactured that robot?" After a moment of hesitation, Coulson responded, "It's a weapon from Asgard." Aware that Fury might not comprehend his answer, he elaborated, "It's extraterrestrial." "All right, I understand." Chapter 87. Journey to Asgard. Xiao Lin refrained from departing immediately because he sought to acquire the Destroyer, a piece of Asgardian technology that exceeded his wildest imagination. The resilience, physical strength, and magical resistance of the Destroyer were extraordinarily formidable. If he could obtain it and delve into its technology and magic, it would surpass most magical constructs in Azeroth. Thor, facing Loki, who controlled the Destroyer, exclaimed, "Loki, stop. Killing these people serves you no purpose. Take my life instead. Loki remained composed as the light emanating from the destroyer's head gradually dimmed. Just when everyone assumed it would relent and depart, it suddenly pivoted, delivering a powerful punch. With a crack, Thor was sent soaring like a rag doll, landing several meters away. Thor! Jane's face was filled with panic. While Sif and the Warriors 3 stared in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had fought side by side, and now this. Through the destroyer's perspective, watching his brother lying on the ground, life uncertain, Loki felt a mix of satisfaction and despondency. Jane rushed to Thor's side, supporting his body, her expression somewhat dazed. Although their time together was brief, Thor's charisma and striking appearance had deeply captivated her. She struggled to comprehend why two brothers would inflict harm upon one another. Having just seen off the students from the Mutant Academy, Xiao Lin heard startled cries from behind. He turned to see Thor sprawled on the ground. Yet he did not believe the god of thunder would meet his end so easily. The power of Thor transcends the mere reliance on his hammer. This strike does not pose a threat to his life. In the distance, a plume of white smoke emerges, drawing nearer. Boom! 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 Just as matters concluded, Loki, manipulating the destroyer, prepared to depart, only to be relentlessly struck by missiles that suddenly appeared in the sky. Xiao Lin recognized that the armored figure soaring through the air was none other than Tony Stark, who happened upon this sight, and, witnessing the havoc wrought by the destroyer, could not resist launching an attack. As the dust settled, the destroyer's head executed a complete 180-degree turn, unleashing a beam that struck Tony before he could evade, hurling him into the ruins. Mr. Stark, armor integrity compromised by 30, Jarvis's alert resonated in his ear. Damn it, Tony cursed under his breath, vowing to enhance his armor's defenses against energy attacks in the future. For the most part, Earth's weaponry relies on physical assaults. Tony had previously concentrated on augmenting the Iron Man suit's propulsion, maneuverability, life support systems, and missile defenses. Hey, are you alright? Tony noticed Xiao Lin nearby, awkwardly rising to greet him. Lin, long time no see. However, before they could exchange pleasantries, the destroyer advanced toward them, effortlessly tossing aside cars and debris in its path. More. A blinding light surged toward the pair. What is that? Tony activated his armor, launching into the sky, his repulsors aimed at the destroyer, yet failing to leave even a mark upon it. Amid the anguished spirit of Frostmourne, Xiao Lin hurled it, striking the destroyer's head and successfully penetrating it. Thwarting the next attack, before it could regain its bearings, Xiao Lin dashed forward, covering over 50 meters, delivering a powerful blow that sent the destroyer crashing to the ground. His foot firmly planted upon it. Grasping Frostmourne, he unleashed its inner spirit, launching a psychic assault upon the interior of the destroyer's helmet. A blinding white light emanating from within the armor. Far away in Asgard, Loki felt a sharp pain in his head, visions swirling within his mind. And by the time he regained his senses, he had lost control over the destroyer. How is this possible? Loki seethed with surprise and anger. Midgard, this realm of mortals, harbored no formidable beings aside from a handful of ancient sorcerers and mutants. He was certain that the young man before him did not belong to either category. After a while, Xiao Lin noted the destroyer had yet to regain its mobility. The mental imprint had surely been lifted. Just as he contemplated retrieving it, he was suddenly aware of a fierce wind whipping up behind him. In the sky not far off, dark clouds gathered, a tempest brewing, forming a tornado that connected heaven and earth as damaged vehicles and debris were swept skyward. Jane, Dr. Selvig, and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents clung tightly to nearby telephone poles and other sturdy structures. Lightning struck the ground in rapid succession, and amidst the flashes, a shadowy figure emerged. Sif and the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace steadied themselves, their faces adorned with smiles. It was Thor, who indeed would not perish so easily. Xiao Lin felt a gust of wind rush past his ears as a mighty hammer soared by, crashing into the destroyer. Perhaps due to the previous soul shock, the impact shattered the creature into countless fragments. Xiao Lin's heart raced, akin to a stampede of 1,000 divine beasts. It had disintegrated into mere rubble. Gazing at the god of thunder's hammer, still resting on the ground, he felt an inexplicable urge to grasp it. To his surprise, it was not as challenging as he had envisioned. He easily lifted the hammer, though he sensed it vibrating in his grasp, as if eager to escape. In the distance, Thor noticed his weapon being held by another and wore an expression of astonishment. The hammer bore inscriptions from his father, Odin, and he was unaware that anyone besides himself and his father could wield it. Xiao Lin attempted to store the hammer in his space, but was met with failure. With a swift motion, the hammer broke free from his control and returned to Thor's hand. With pressing matters in Asgard, Thor was unwilling to delay. He paid no mind to the scattered remnants of the destroyer. He addressed his companions. Sif, we must return immediately. Xiao Lin turned to the descending Tony and remarked, these materials are crafted from Asgardian resources and can be used to forge your iron armor. Although various materials were available in the system shop, Xiao Lin held little interest in them. No sooner had he spoken when a voice echoed in his mind. System task initiated. Task difficulty. Journey to the unknown regions of Asgard to acquire ether particles. Reward. 50,000 exchange points. Ether particles, the powerful gem of strength. Chapter 88. Infiltrating the secret passage, Xiao Lin activated the stealth mode of his arcane mech, floating above them unnoticed, while a somewhat impatient Thor remained oblivious to his presence. The clouds in the sky began to swirl under the influence of an unknown energy, forming a dark vortex. Suddenly, a cascade of multicolored light descended from above, enveloping Thor and his companions. All felt their bodies lose the sensation of gravity as they sped through the passage, surrounded by a dazzling array of colors, disorienting them in every direction. Bang! The mech landed heavily in the teleportation chamber of the Rainbow Bridge, producing a loud noise. Who goes there? The three valiant warriors drew their weapons, directing them towards Xiao Lin's position. Though they could see nothing, their instincts told them otherwise. Thor hurled his weapon toward the sensed direction, the hammer imbued with thunder striking the arcane mech. Xiao Lin's mech slid backward along the crystalline floor, emitting an unpleasant sound as it retreated. Upon witnessing their intent to charge forward, Xiao Lin hastily leapt from the mech. Wait, is it you? Midgardian. Vostag recognized him, having previously encountered him on Earth. As they prepared to strike, Xiao Lin pointed at Heimdall and said, he is gravely injured. It will be prudent to take him for treatment post-haste. Heimdall addressed Thor. Thor, Loki has taken Lao Fei to Odin. You must hurry. Upon hearing this, Thor, concerned for Odin's well-being, disregarded everyone else and swung his hammer, soaring towards the palace of the Allfather. The others carried Heimdall towards the medical bay, while Sif, grasping the sword that activated the Bifrost from Heimdall's hands, remarked to Xiao Lin, Midgardian, you cannot linger in Asgard. I shall escort you back. Observing Sif as she prepared to activate the Bifrost, Xiao Lin interjected, wait, I believe you may require assistance. I can help you deal with those frost giants. Asgard does not require the aid of a mere mortal. Sif retorted, her tone laced with arrogance. Rejected, Xiao Lin retreated into the arcane mech. It was an opportune moment to escape, for Odin was a formidable being, and he wished to avoid conflict with the denizens of the divine realm. As the Bifrost activation began, Xiao Lin ascended skyward, choosing a direction at random and flying forth. You! Sif exclaimed, her frustration evident as she realized she could not fly. Asgard was vast, encompassing much more than the city depicted in films. It was adorned with numerous towering mountains and lakes. Suddenly, Xiao Lin recalled that he was unaware of the precise location of the secret passage. How would he find it now? Below him lay a dense forest, where he spotted several towering blue giants traversing among the trees. Xiao Lin stealthily descended near them, stowing the mech before leaping onto a large tree. Lord Morpha, if Odin perishes, shall we successfully seize Asgard? A squad of deep blue giants passed beneath him, their appearance suggesting they had infiltrated Asgard through the secret passage along with Lao Fei. They were likely privy to the location of that hidden route. Desecrated ground. Xiao Lin infused the earth below with malevolent energy, and spectral arms imbued with wicked essence emerged, ensnaring the giants' feet and causing them to stumble and fall. Leaping from the treetop above, he wielded the sword of sorrow with precision, severing their heads cleanly as blue blood splattered in all directions. Unlike the white souls of earthlings, the souls of the frost giants were a deep azure, and Xiao Lin discerned that their souls were several times more potent than those of ordinary humans. Only one frost giant captain, Morpha, remained, trembling with trepidation. Given the secrecy of this operation, he could not resist inquiring, how did you Midgardians come to be here? The Asgardians bear an almost indistinguishable resemblance to humans, which explains the potential for confusion. However, Xiao Lin had no intention of offering an explanation. He brandished Frostmourne at him, threatening, "Lead me to the secret passage you used to arrive here, where your soul shall endure eternal torment." Mofa recognized the soul magic employed by Xiao Lin, understanding that the threat was not mere bluster. In legends, it was said that Hela, the goddess of death from Asgard, and her minions wielded such powers. Could it be that he was one of Hela's followers? Hadn't he Odin sealed them away? Mofa nodded vigorously, "My lord, I comprehend. I shall escort you immediately." Xiao Lin followed him to the foot of a towering peak, where a cave lay guarded by several squads of frost giants. Enemies. Sensing an advantage in numbers, Mofa hurriedly dashed toward his compatriots. Upon noticing the commotion, the frost giants at the cave's entrance seized their massive clubs and charged forth with a roar. Xiao Lin counted over 30 frost giants. To him, they were mere trifles, a band of insignificant foes. From the summoning circle, several grotesque abominations, shrouded in a green miasma, emerged. These stitched creatures, comprised of pale, flabby flesh and exposed green intestines, oozed pus with every movement. They were undead beings, assembled from corpses. Xiao Lin wondered if the pestilence emanating from them would affect the frost giants. One of the abominations ensnared a frost giant with its fleshy hook, pulling it closer, while its other hands wielded axes with relentless precision, engaging the giants in a fierce battle. Xiao Lin mounted his death steed and charged into the fray. His blade cleaved through the air, the power of blood obliterating the frost giant's forms, leaving a graveyard of bodies in his wake. Seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength, he absorbed the souls of the nearby giants with Frostmourne, augmenting his necromantic prowess. He summoned the stitched creatures back to his side and steeled himself to enter the dark cave before him. Navigating through a lengthy passage, he emerged into a desolate expanse where both sky and ground were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by faint glimmers that guided his path. In such a vast region, how would he locate the etheric particles? At that moment, Xiao Lin was engulfed in confusion. Swiftly, he retreated, establishing a teleportation marker in a more concealed area, ensuring he could directly transport himself to Asgard in the future and find a way out should he become lost within. Chapter 89. The Cursed Warrior caused this black plain stretched endlessly, devoid of the rise and fall of stars, leaving Xiao Lin uncertain of how long he had wandered. All that lay before him were the unyielding black peaks, and after hours of trekking, he had yet to encounter another soul or the ethereal particles that resembled flowing liquid. It is said that this place was the battlefield where Asgard clashed with the Dark Elves thousands of years ago. However, he found not a single soul here. Perhaps all had perished with the passage of time. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, and a colossal warship, several hundred meters in length, disengaged from its cloaking state. Emerging upon the horizon, dark figures descended from above, scattering in all directions, seemingly in search of something. The Dark Elves? Xiao Lin was taken aback. They had lurked in the shadows for many years, and their sudden appearance today was likely in pursuit of the ether particles. On board the Dark Elf vessel, they spotted Xiao Lin, who was galloping below on his death steed. "Report, my lord. We have identified an Asgardian below." The Dark Elf leader, Malekith, adorned in garb reminiscent of a Teletubby, waved his hand and commanded, "Send a squad to eliminate him." The Dark Elves had remained hidden for so long, not wishing to be discovered by Odin, as they lacked the confidence to confront him. "Yes, my lord." Xiao Lin observed several small aircraft, sharp as blades, altering their course towards him from the sky. He drew his weapon. The grip of death combined with the sharpness of Frostmourne and brought them crashing down. These aircraft had minimal defenses, and with a single stroke, he dispatched each one to the ground. Quite interesting. Malekith, watching the swift conclusion of the battle below, found himself intrigued by Xiao Lin. He approached the control console of the warship, grasping a controller, and a three-dimensional projection of the vessel and its surrounding terrain appeared before him. With a series of maneuvers, the armor of the ship opened, revealing a dark maw, where a searing light gathered, the main cannon of the Dark Elf warship. Sensing the imminent danger above, Xiao Lin instantaneously summoned dozens of gargoyles to shield him before retreating into a nearby cave. Boom! The solid rock overhead cracked under the onslaught, yet thanks to the gargoyles' buffering, the cave remained intact. Where Xiao Lin had stood moments prior, a massive crater formed, the ground crystallizing into a glassy state under the intense heat. The target has vanished. Xiao Lin, infused with the essence of death, lacked the characteristics of life, rendering the warship's life detection apparatus incapable of identifying his presence. They assumed they had eradicated their foe. Continue the search for ether particles, Malekith instructed as he resumed his place, regarding the earlier events as mere trifles. Xiao Lin perceived no necessity to extend courtesy to the Dark Elves, especially since they too sought the ether particles. This made them all the more deserving of his attention. However, the warship was overwhelmingly massive, and bringing it down would require an inordinate amount of time for someone of Xiao Lin's capabilities. Suddenly, a powerful icy aura manifested, heralding the arrival of the frost dragon Sindragosa above. Ice. Frost giants? Gazing upon the frost dragon, Malekith found it incredulous that such a colossal being of ice would manifest on this chaotic continent. Sindragosa flapped her mighty wings, her claws firmly gripping the warship, and unleashed a frigid breath that enveloped the elves within, causing them to shiver under the sudden chill. Attack! Bring him down, Malekith bellowed in irritation. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Xiao Lin breached the warship's defenses and slipped inside. The occupants momentarily froze in surprise upon seeing him, but as realization dawned, they brandished their weapons and charged at him. Noticing the turmoil in the lower deck of the warship, Malekith turned to a nearby warrior and commanded, "Curse. Take a small squad and investigate who has intruded here." The entire vessel erupted in flames under Sindragosa's assault, with the system indicating severe damage to the ship's armor. An enigmatic creature was proving to be a considerable headache for Malekith. If this continued, retreating from the ship would be the only option. Inside the warship, Xiao Lin fought his way upward, finding the Dark Elves far less formidable than the Frost Giant. They relied solely on their laser weaponry, though their black hole grenades posed a minor threat, manageable if he remained vigilant. Suddenly, a massive axe blocked his path. The Dark Elf wielding it was exceptionally powerful, forcefully knocking Frostmourne aside. Xiao Lin encased his hands in frost and unleashed a gale that struck the enemy, dulling his reflexes. Seizing the moment, he slashed at the elf's abdomen, tearing a gaping wound that froze before blood could escape. Stop him! Curse, recognizing his disadvantage, quickly retreated and summoned his subordinates to shield him. He produced a black stone, clenching it tightly as waves of crimson, resembling molten lava, flickered around him. "Ah!" he cried out, his expression twisted in agony as a tremendous heat radiated from him, enveloping his form in red lava, and his prior wound healed instantaneously. Xiao Lin felt a sense of familiarity with this adversary and suddenly recalled that he was a cursed warrior whose power could rival that of the Thunder God, capable of deflecting the very hammer of Thor. Curse gasped heavily, exhaling scorching breaths, and as Xiao Lin advanced with his blade, he boldly deflected it with his hand and delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Lin's chest, causing a dull ache. Xiao Lin staggered back and summoned the spirits from Frostmourne. Wisps of white mist emerged. Baron Zemo, the Apocalypse, and other souls he had previously vanquished materialized around him, their vacant eyes awaiting commands. Stripped of their corporeal forms, the Apocalypse lacked the formidable strength they once wielded. Under Xiao Lin's command, the metallic walls surrounding them transformed into swirling dust, entombing the Dark Elves one by one. Meanwhile, Kaz found his legs ensnared by the very ground beneath him. As a formidable, cursed warrior, he withstood the onslaught from both Xiao Lin and the apocalyptic spirit for several arduous minutes, only to succumb at last, his chest pierced by Frostmourne, his very soul devoured. At this moment, beneath Xiao Lin's feet, the warship trembled violently, a consequence of Sindragosa's relentless assault. A harsh creaking sound echoed behind him as a substantial section of the warship was torn away by Sindragosa, causing many Dark Elves, unable to escape in time, to plummet with anguished cries. "My lord, Kaz has perished. We must retreat." Hearing his subordinates report, Malekith felt a pang of discontent. The losses he suffered were devastating, forcing him into a prolonged state of concealment in the days to come. Chapter 90. Journey to Earth as Xiao Lin continued his quest for the ether particles. A warship several kilometers long appeared in the distance, belonging to the Kree, passing through this region of space. The ship's control room detected a small dot rapidly approaching. "Commander Ronan, we have identified a small spacecraft ahead. Its design resembles that of the Skrulls." The scrolls have not been exterminated? A flicker of hatred ignited in Ronan's eyes. Focus on it. Do not let it escape. The war between the scrolls and the Kree had commenced millennia ago and persisted until mere decades past. During one invasion, the scrolls had infiltrated Kree society, assuming the identities of high-ranking officials, wreaking havoc upon the Kree. Ronan's parents had perished amidst this turmoil. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the scrolls had lost their shape-shifting abilities, enabling the Kree to claim victory in this prolonged conflict. Aboard the scroll ship, only one pilot, Kufa, was present. Seizing the opportunity during Xiao Lin's absence, they had clandestinely acquired elemental energy blocks from the Azeroth Technology Company, intending to dispatch a lone individual to locate their queen. Little did Kufa anticipate encountering a Kree warship mid-journey. Escape was no longer an option. With a colossal interstellar vessel looming overhead, Kufa realized the surrounding space had been sealed off, and all engines and communication devices aboard his ship had ceased functioning. A tractor beam ensnared the scroll vessel, dragging it inexorably toward the Kree warship. After traversing a lengthy corridor, the ship came to a halt within a vast hangar. Wait, do not attack. Just as it came to rest, dozens of Kree soldiers encircled the spacecraft. Kufa, the scroll, raised his hands and stepped down from the ship, his face etched with panic. The Kree and scrolls were irreconcilable foes, and now, in their grasp, Kufa could only dread what fate awaited him. After a while, amidst a throng of Kree, an armored Kree officer emerged. Kufa recognized this Kree, the formidable Accuser Ronan, the leader of the Kree Empire's prosecution team, who had decimated much of their forces during the latter stages of the war. Trembling in fear, his mind blank, he felt certain of his impending doom. Ronan gazed at him mockingly, commanding, "Skrull, divulge everything you know." "Yes, my lord. I shall reveal all." Terrified, Kufa recounted everything they had done on Earth, including their current servitude under the human known as Xiao Lin. "Oof." Ronan sneered at him, astonished that a once mighty Imperial general could now serve under a lowly Earthling. When Ronan learned that the scrolls had regained their shape-shifting abilities, his expression darkened, recalling the chaotic times on Kree Prime. With a swift motion, Ronan wielded his massive hammer, shattering Kufa's bones, leaving him lifeless on the ground. "Change course. We head to Earth." Ronan was determined not to waste a moment. The scrolls must perish, for he refused to witness the Kree Empire endure such disgraceful times again. One of Ronan's subordinates hesitantly interjected, "But Commander, we promised Thanos we would help him retrieve the Cosmic Cube." "No more discussion," Ronan interrupted. "The scrolls cannot be spared, especially now that they have regained their shape-shifting abilities. Do you wish to plunge the Kree Empire back into chaos?" His subordinate fell silent, unwilling to provoke Ronan's wrath further. As the ship altered its flight path, a screen flickered to life before Ronan, displaying a robust, bald man with purple skin, the Titan warlord Thanos. Seated upon his floating throne, Thanos inquired, "Ronan, are you heading to Earth?" Ronan replied, unwavering, "Yes, my lord Thanos." "You are aware of my plans, Kree," Thanos stated. "Earth is not as simple as you presume. My forces will arrive, and you are to proceed as initially planned." Ronan and Thanos did not share a subordinate relationship. Ronan was resolute, asserting there are scrolls on Earth. "Once I deal with them, I shall continue my quest for the Cosmic Cube." Thanos' eyes flashed with anger at Ronan's defiance. "I hope you can retreat unscathed and do not meet your demise there." Earth. As Thanos severed the connection, a mocking smile crept across Ronan's face. That insignificant planet, lacking the capacity to wage interstellar war, posed no threat to him. The only concern was Asgard, but it was said that the realm of flames had long been threatening them, and Odin seldom left his capital. The rest were of no consequence to him. Thousands of years ago, some ancestors of the Cretans conducted experiments on Earth, where they also engaged in a fierce battle against the Skrulls. He found it perplexing why the formidable Thanos was so meticulous about that seemingly insignificant planet, which had merely served as a testing ground for them in the past. Thanos was even mobilizing the Chitauri, who were preparing to embark on an expedition beyond the galaxy to attack that location. To him, it appeared to be an utter waste of resources. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his own capabilities to Thanos. However, prior to that, he needed to address those who had allied themselves with Thanos from within. The people of Earth remained oblivious to the impending crisis, as the notorious Accuser Ronan was set to arrive in the galaxy. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin, still on the ancient battlefield, felt a growing sense of irritation. The vastness of space made it challenging to locate what he sought. Suddenly, he detected unusual fluctuations in a nearby region of space. Had he not traversed the fissures between two universes before and become familiar with such disturbances, he might have overlooked it. Odin's seal was indeed impressive. Riding his steed of death, Xiao Lin surged towards the area of fluctuation. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his hand forward, perhaps due to the passage of time. The seal posed no barrier to him. He stepped inside, discovering a mass of flowing red liquid before him. Presumably, it was ether particles. Just before making contact, Xiao Lin suddenly inquired of the system. Ether particles absorb life force. Will this be a problem for me? The system replied, Host, do you truly believe you possess any life force left to be absorbed? Well, it seems even the system has its moments of sarcasm. Chapter 91. Threat Ronin's dark Aster warship flew unabashedly towards Earth, even neglecting to activate its cloaking systems. As they approached the orbit of Jupiter, SHILD, and various nation satellites detected the colossal vessel. Agent Hill knocked on Fury's office door. Director Fury, the members of the Security Council request your presence for a video conference. Understanding the urgency, Fury rose and made his way outside, aware of the nature of their summons. Upon arriving in SHIELD's conference room, Fury closed the door and powered on the computer. The large screens around him illuminated, revealing all the members of the Security Council, who had been waiting anxiously. Their expressions were decidedly grim. Fury, I believe you comprehend the urgency of the situation. Their intentions are malevolent. Do you have any solutions or sound recommendations? Fury responded, Their civilization far surpasses ours. Their warship appears to possess formidable defenses. We may not be able to inflict any damage upon them. Another council member pondered before asking, What about the newly formed Avengers? Can they breach the interior of their warship? Fury chuckled slightly, saying, The Avengers currently consist of just a handful of members, and they are not yet aware of the situation. Penetrating the interior of their warship will prove to be quite challenging. The board members fell silent for a moment before one inquired, What about Xiao Lin and his mutant school? I hope they will step forward. You need to reach out to them. Just as Fury was about to respond, the image on the large screen flickered, revealing a man clad in armor with blue skin, wielding a hammer. Earthlings, listen to me. All computer, television, and radio signals on your planet are under the control of the Kree. Ronin's words were translated into various languages, resonating worldwide. The Skrulls hiding within your Azeroth technology company are our mortal enemies. They can assume any form. I give you 1 day to surrender them, or this world will be engulfed in flames. Following Ronin's ominous warning, the news stirred global unrest. Initially dismissed as a prank by a hacking group, a colossal black warship loomed over New York City, overshadowing even the SHIELD helicarrier. As the Dark Star breached Earth's atmosphere, no nation could halt its advance. The space-based weapons were reduced to mere scrap under attack. New Yorkers gazed up in a blend of fear and excitement. It was their first encounter with extraterrestrial beings, albeit an unfriendly one, yet confirmed their place in the vast universe. As the screen reverted, Fury and the Security Council members fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware that the actual controller of Azeroth technology was Xiao Lin. How could there be Skrulls within Azeroth? What were their intentions? Director Fury, you must investigate this thoroughly. Ensure they hand over those Skrulls, demanded the council members, their anger palpable. Their records held accounts of previous Skrull invasions, and the shape-shifting aliens had caused them considerable strife. Understood. Fury shut off the video, finding the situation rather precarious. Both factions were formidable. He hoped Xiao Lin would concede to surrender the Skrulls. Meanwhile, within the Azeroth technology building, employees were equally astonished. Were it not for the massive alien spacecraft hovering above the city, they might have thought it was some conspiracy against them. Mofa, are there Skrulls in our company? Who could it be? Colin whispered to a colleague beside him, noticing the puzzled expression on the other's face. You wouldn't be a Skrull, would you? He added, shifting his position slightly. Mofa rolled his eyes, retorting, You idiot, what are you thinking? We've been friends for years. Do you really believe I could be an alien? At the top floor of the building, General Carlet paced anxiously into Kingpin's office, eager to discern Xiao Lin's stance. What if they were to surrender them? Mr. Kingpin, what should we do now? General Carlrut was acutely aware that this would spell disaster for them, particularly given the notorious reputation of the Accuser Ronin, known throughout the galaxy, though perhaps not on this remote and backward planet called Earth. The telepathic communication between Jin Bing and Xiao Lin was unidirectional, and Xiao Lin was still far away on the ancient battlefield of the Dark Elves, making it impossible to reach him via mobile phone. If the Master did not return within 12 hours, I would have no choice but to surrender you. Upon hearing Jin Bing's words, General Carlrut's face turned ashen. They had all been implanted with tracking devices, leaving them with no means of concealment or escape. The only one not implanted, Kufr, had already been dispatched to Earth. Were it not for his knowledge of Xiao Lin's formidable power, he might have considered a desperate gamble, but Jin Bing was beyond his capability to contend with. Damn it, it must have been that coward Kufr who exposed us all. General Carlrut was filled with a sense of anger and regret. He should not have allowed Kufr to venture alone in search of the Queen. But it was too late now, and who could have foreseen such an outcome? No one would have imagined that Kufr would encounter Ronin in the vastness of the universe. Meanwhile, Heimdall had already observed everything happening on Earth and reported to Odin. Midgard was under the protection of the Supreme Mage, and there was no need for concern on their part. Odin was not worried about Earth's safety. He had made a pact with the Supreme Mage of the Ancient Order to refrain from intervening in earthly matters, and with the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge, they were unable to reach Earth until it was repaired. Thor was somewhat anxious about his girlfriend on Earth, yet found himself utterly powerless within Odin's sealed domain. As Xiao Lin's hand brushed against the etheric particles, they surged into his body like a tidal wave. He could feel the etheric particles coursing through him like blood. Yet he had no idea how to wield this most potent stone of reality. Attempting to use the power of death to interact with it yielded no response. Malekith was able to use the etheric particles for simple attacks, but Xiao Lin was clueless as to how he accomplished that, and it seemed the least efficient method. Never mind. It would be best to return and study it thoroughly. Exiting the sealed space, a black portal of death materialized in the dark zone, and Xiao Lin returned to the Sky City. Happy New Year to the readers. Bring forth your votes. Haha. Chapter 92. The Plan. The Sky City was currently activated in invisible mode, concealed above the Azeroth Technology Building. Through the passage at the top of the Sky City, Eric, Wanda, and Pietro arrived at the observation platform, where the massive dark star hovered not far above them. They all knew Eric's ability was to control magnetic fields, granting him an absolute command over metal. They now hoped he could confront that alien warship and eliminate this troublesome threat. Eric unleashed his abilities, manipulating the surrounding magnetic fields as an unseen force surged towards the warship above. After a moment, he lowered his hands, realizing the futility of his efforts. The vessel was shielded by an energy barrier that rendered his powers ineffective. Having acquired the ether particles, Xiao Lin returned to the academy, where he discovered students huddled together, engrossed in animated discussion. "Principal, you've arrived," Dana exclaimed, bounding over to him with palpable excitement. "A massive alien spaceship has come to New York. It looks incredibly cool." The younger students, oblivious to the impending events, were merely aware of the extraterrestrial presence. At that moment, Wanda, Eric, and Pietro approached. Wanda remarked, "Lin, those aliens are demanding that the Aetheris Technology Company surrender the hidden scrolls, or they will annihilate this place." Wanda, lacking knowledge about the scrolls, was only aware that this group of aliens was assisting Xiao Lin with certain matters. By the way, Wanda glanced at the time. They've given us a day's notice, and 8 hours have already passed. What is going on? How could aliens arrive here? Xiao Lin turned to Eric and asked, "Eric, is there any way to control that warship?" Eric replied, "I've tried. There's an energy-deflecting magnetic field on that ship, which prevents my abilities from affecting it externally. Perhaps I could exert influence only from within the vessel." Xiao Lin pondered how the aliens had discovered the presence of scrolls hiding within their company to the extent of traveling such a distance. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Jin Bing's number. "Master, some individuals have infiltrated our company, intending to subjugate everyone here. They're already downstairs. I'm on my way." Xiao Lin responded, irritation coursing through him. Sensing Jin Bing's location, a portal infused with a sense of death materialized before him. Stepping through, he found himself within the New York Company building. "Mr. Xiao Lin," he heard a voice call. Turning, he noticed a figure not far behind him. It was General Carlrut of the Scrolls, whose expression was tense, as if he wished to speak. "How did they discover you?" Xiao Lin felt a surge of frustration. He sensed there was more being concealed from him. General Carlet hesitated. Mr. Xiao Lin, this is my fault. I dispatched someone to contact our queen, but they were intercepted by those Kree. Having spoken, Carlet, fearful that Xiao Lin might abandon them, quickly added, before our home planet was destroyed, thousands managed to escape, including our queen. If you can assist us, I can pledge the scroll's allegiance to you, and in return, our civilization's technology and all its wealth will belong to you. Now, he felt a lingering concern that even the hidden locations of the queen might be divulged by Kufa, which would inevitably render them the last of the scrolls. He was determined to prevent the extinction of their civilization, even if the queen and the thousands of survivors perished. He would utilize the technology of their replicants to reconstruct the scroll civilization. However, for the moment, preserving their lives was paramount. After contemplating, Xiao Lin deemed this a rather advantageous trade. The allure of thousands of scrolls along with their technological civilization was indeed tempting, and he was not one to succumb to threats. A single Kree warship did not intimidate him, especially since he had previously vanquished a dark elf vessel. Xiao Lin addressed Carlet. Summon your people to gather here. When Carlet presumed that they were to be handed over, Xiao Lin clarified, I have decided to take you all aboard their warship to resolve matters from within, thus minimizing our losses. Carlet hesitated, as he had never considered such an approach. They were well aware of the formidable power of the accuser, Ronan. Known for his extraordinary strength, endurance, and speed, an entity of great might within the known universe. Yet, he pondered that this might indeed be a feasible strategy. He had confidence in Xiao Lin's personal strength. Perhaps the solution lay solely in internal resolution, as no alternative seemed viable given the vast technological disparity between Earth and the Kree. General Carlet replied, I understand. I will gather everyone immediately. Hey, you cannot enter. This is Mr. Wilson's office, came the voice of a staff member at the door. Bang! The office door was forcefully pushed open, and two impeccably suited men strode in. Upon seeing Xiao Lin and Carlet, they paused momentarily. Mr. Wilson, the President demands that you surrender those scrolls, as they pose a severe threat to the security of America. Xiao Lin looked at them and responded, Tell your President that we shall handle this matter ourselves. The two agents hesitated. They were acquainted with Xiao Lin, and if he resolutely opposed their request, they would be at a loss. Their prior instructions had indicated that Xiao Lin was not present at the company. After contacting their superior, they received orders to withdraw. Once the agents departed, Xiao Lin picked up his phone. Director Fury, what brings you to me today? Do you have anything to say regarding the scrolls within your company and the alien warship above? Fury's tone was clearly accusatory, and he began to question whether he had misjudged Xiao Lin in the past, wondering if Xiao Lin sought to subtly replace government officials and ultimately dominate the world. Xiao Lin replied, I will resolve this matter peacefully and relinquish those scrolls. Fury was taken aback by Xiao Lin's swift compliance, which was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Perhaps the Kree had indeed exerted considerable pressure. Thus, I hope you can resolve this matter smoothly. And I also wish that you harbor no intentions of threatening the human world. Otherwise, you shall come to regret it. This world is far more complex than you perceive. Upon hearing Fury's words, Xiao Lin could not help but roll his eyes. He was well aware that this world concealed myriad secrets, advanced technologies, various forms of magic and sorcery, and ever-emerging human mutations. No one could predict the formidable powers that might arise. After terminating the call, Fury resolved to observe the progress of Dr. Savage's research on the Tesseract. Whether it was the previous Thor incident or the current Kree situation, he found the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization, tasked with global protection, woefully inadequate. They required their own strength. Chapter 93. These are my people aboard the Dark Star warship, KLRT addressed Ronan, stating, Commander, those Earthlings have agreed to hand over the scrolls. Excellent, Ronan replied, fully expecting this outcome. He refrained from annihilating the place directly, as he desired to capture the scrolls alive. Only by tormenting them could he derive pleasure. KLRT continued. The Earthlings wished to come aboard with the scrolls to discuss matters. Ronan remarked coolly, Let them come. I am curious to hear what they have to say. However, only one may board. My warship is not a vessel they can access at will. Receiving the commander's orders, the Kree below looked at Xiao Lin and said, You must be the leader of Azeroth technology. Commander Ronan has stated that only one of you Earthlings is permitted to ascend. Who will it be? Xiao Lin halted Eric's impending response, declaring, I shall go alone. You are well aware of my capabilities. Xiao Lin had never feared anyone. Should a confrontation arise, he could summon his army of the undead in an instant. Eric refrained from further comment, for his encounter with Apocalypse had revealed to him the extent of Xiao Lin's power, a colossal flying creature that remained etched in his memory. The small spacecraft, carrying Xiao Lin and his companions, ascended toward the Dark Star. Gazing upon the interstellar warship, Xiao Lin could not help but lament the inferiority of human technology in comparison. Even their own Sky City would likely be no match. However, within the system's store, the most potent Titan technology undoubtedly surpassed the scientific advancements of the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire. The Titan-S Forge could even create sentient life, and it boasted planetary defense systems capable of withstanding the world-ending Titan Sargeras, as well as the Emerald Dream system, which could reset planetary ecosystems. He currently possessed over 300,000 exchange points. Once he dealt with Ronan, he intended to redeem a dreadnought from the Burning Legion to prepare for the impending invasion of the Chitauri. As the spacecraft glided through a massive doorway, the surroundings suddenly darkened. Xiao Lin beheld a vast plaza within, where rows of small spacecraft were arranged, surrounded by fully armed Kree warriors. As they descended from the spacecraft, the Kree guide addressed General Carlrut, instructing the Skrulls to remove their disguises. The Skrulls exchanged glances, their skin undulating as they transformed back into their true forms, green-skinned beings with pointed ears. The surrounding Kree soldiers regarded them with expressions of animosity, having been indoctrinated from an early age to view the Skrulls as their mortal enemies, a confrontation between them synonymous with life and death. The tense scene before Carlrut heightened his anxiety, leaving him to place his hopes on Xiao Lin. Stealing a glance at him, he observed a nonchalant expression on Xiao Lin's face, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Before the final grand door, the Kree soldiers employed a device to examine their bodies for concealed weapons before granting them passage. As the door swung open, a battalion of fully armed soldiers came into view. At the end of the corridor stood a figure who appeared to be their leader. Xiao Lin recognized him as Ronan, the accuser of the Kree. General Carlrut, it has been a long time, Ronan remarked with a hint of disdain, viewing the Skrulls before him as mere remnants of his defeated foes, surprised at their ability to have escaped from the war. Carlrut remained silent, while the other Skrulls, already green in hue, appeared even more pallid, their thoughts consumed with the question of whether they would survive this encounter. Hey, Blueskin One, these Skrulls are now under my command. Should you trouble them, I shall ensure you face the consequences, Xiao Lin declared, no longer concealing his intentions, his tone somewhat casual. Upon hearing the audacious proclamation from the human before him, Clark drew his weapon and fired directly at Xiao Lin. Just as the energy beam was about to strike him, a layer of white frost emerged, a manifestation of his enhanced resilience, easily deflecting the attack. A gray mist emanated from Xiao Lin's hand, ensnaring Clark and drawing him closer. Yet before Xiao Lin could take further action, an unseen force surged toward him, catching him off guard and forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Release him. Ronan's expression turned unnaturally tense. Could this individual before him be one of the Inhumans? The Terrigen mist had dissipated long ago, and they had long ceased their search, only to encounter someone like Xiao Lin now. The weapons of the hundreds of soldiers present were aimed at Xiao Lin, awaiting Ronan's command. Human, are you certain you wish to be my adversary? Ronan questioned, uncertain of the abilities possessed by the man before him. Seeing no intention of releasing Clark, Ronan waved his hand, prompting the soldiers flanking him to unleash a barrage of attacks, engulfing both Clark and Xiao Lin in the onslaught. A sudden, chilling frost barrier materialized around Xiao Lin, who remained unperturbed by the impending assault, though the Skrulls would find themselves unable to withstand such an onslaught. Drawing forth his weapon, Xiao Lin summoned the spirits within, and immediately, ethereal white apparitions emerged, rushing into the bodies of the Kree. In this realm devoid of holy light spells, the undead thrived, and save for the formidable, no one could escape the torment of vengeful spirits. Chapter 94. The fallen Darkstar. In but a moment, the Kree collapsed to the ground, stricken by spiritual assault. Their exterior bore no marks of injury, yet their bodies had become mere shells, their souls extracted. Earthling, Ronan exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and fury coursing through him. He could not fathom the situation unfolding before his eyes, nor the origin of the weapon wielded by his adversary. Activating the alarm on his control panel, A cacophony of sirens erupted outside. Without waiting for his soldiers to arrive, Ronan charged at Xiao Lin, hammer in hand. Bang! Their weapons clashed with a thunderous sound, and Xiao Lin felt a tremendous force strike his hand, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Human, your strength is commendable. Ronan, having seldom encountered an adversary with greater might over the years, found himself taken aback by this human. If you possess only a modicum of strength, it would be wise to concede early. Xiao Lin's assaults transcended mere physical power. Each strike bore the essence of death, influencing his foe's ability to combat. Oomph! Ronan scoffed, sensing weakness wash over him, followed by an intense chill. His reactions dulled. He was intermittently grazed by the icy edge of Xiao Lin's blade, each cut drawing forth crimson trails. He felt as though his very soul was being siphoned away. Blood strikes, plague strikes. Each blow weakened Ronan further. Earthling, I shall slay you. Ronan, a man of quick temper, was incensed. Meanwhile, the control room door of the Dark Star was firmly sealed by Xiao Lin's frost, preventing any intrusion. The close-quarters combat invigorated Xiao Lin. Bang! Ronan's hammer was knocked from his grasp, and he found himself pinned against the wall of the warship by Xiao Lin, with a transparent crystal barrier behind him, offering a clear view of the outside world. Xiao Lin pressed his head against the barrier, striking it repeatedly, causing fine cracks to spiderweb across its surface. The Kree Empire shall flatten Earth. Ronan's eyes blazed with fury, dark green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though he was outmatched, his spirit remained unyielding. Get away! Ronan summoned every ounce of his strength for a single blow, landing a punch to Xiao Lin's abdomen that pushed him back. Noticing Ronan's weapon lying nearby, Xiao Lin seized it and hurled it with force. Ronan instinctively dodged the attack. Yet the mighty hammer struck the barrier behind him. Crash! The already cracked crystal barrier shattered, and the frigid air from outside rushed in like a torrent. Under the relentless assault of Xiao Lin, Ronan found himself involuntarily retreating, his body marred by numerous wounds inflicted by sharp blades. At this moment, remorse consumed him, leading him to a resolute decision. With the scrolls aboard the Dark Star, if he triggered the ship's explosion, none would survive. The loss of a vessel was trivial in the eyes of the Kree Empire's wealth. Observing the breach created by the chaos behind him, Ronan pressed a switch on his controller, and an ominous alarm resonated throughout the ship, causing the Kree soldiers rushing towards the control room to turn and flee. Alert! Alert! The Dark Star will initiate self-destruct in 5 minutes. These words, in Kree language, were comprehensible to Xiao Lin, thanks to the system's translator he had exchanged. Earthlings and you scrolls. Farewell, Ronan smirked mockingly before leaping out. Xiao Lin was taken aback by the swiftness of the enemy's decision. For such a massive warship to self-destruct was a significant threat to him. The Azeroth technology building was situated directly below, and should the Dark Star explode nearby, his losses would be considerable. A small spacecraft intercepted Ronan as he plummeted from the Dark Star. The control room had been sealed, thick metallic shields descending around them, trapping them inside. Mr. Xiao Lin, what shall we do now? A Skrull asked, panic evident in their eyes as they stared at the sealed door. No worries. If such a blockade can restrain us, then what does that say about their capabilities? With that, a portal akin to the Death Gate of the Sky City opened, allowing both Xiao Lin and the Skrulls to depart. Meanwhile, Kree ships filled the sky as they fled in their small crafts. At SHIELD, Director Fury observed the unfolding situation with the enemy vessel, initially believing an attack was imminent, only to realize the alien ships were retreating into outer space. Director, should we pursue them? Coulson asked. Though confused about the circumstances, he saw it as an opportunity. Fury shook his head. No need. The Kree ships saturate the sky, and our fighters are vastly outnumbered. Shooting down those myriad alien crafts is implausible. Suddenly, Fury's expression shifted dramatically as he spotted the alien warship beginning to descend slowly. Having left the Dark Star, Xiao Lin summoned Sindragosa, and as the arcane circle materialized, a colossal frost dragon emerged near the Dark Star. He could not allow the enemy vessel to crash upon his company. With each summoning, Xiao Lin grew increasingly adept at calling upon Sindragosa. Little one, must I really engage in such tasks again? I am not your laborer, he lamented. Sindragosa, hearing his command, expressed her dissatisfaction. Reflecting on her past as the most significant maid of Malygos, one of the 5 great guardian dragons, now reduced to serving a mere mortal. However, Under the constraints of the contract, she had no choice but to obey her master's commands. Sindragosa seized the Dark Star battleship, yet it continued its relentless descent, only able to slow its velocity. Ronan's vessel was disproportionately large, and all he could do was strive to redirect the impact zone of the ship's fall away from the Azeroth technology building. Beyond that, he left it to Fury to grapple with. The people of New York looked up to behold the sudden emergence of a colossal ice dragon in the sky, its wings stirring up fierce winds that blinded them with swirling debris. As they witnessed the battleship and the dragon plummeting, panic ensued, and they fled in all directions, disoriented. At that moment, an antiquated building in New York, long sealed, finally opened its doors, and a group of individuals clad in gray robes emerged. Mages, take your positions. They were instructed, preparing to initiate a large-scale mirror space to draw the battleship within. Understood, Master Ancient One. The gray-robed mages replied respectfully, dispersing to their respective stations. Chapter 95. The invitation of Ancient One. As the countdown to the self-destruct sequence reached its end, explosions erupted from within the Dark Star, sending tremors through Sindragosa's grasp, compelling her to relinquish her hold on the ship. Debris struck her, and she felt as though her very form might shatter. Below, the citizens of New York screamed in terror at the falling ship, desperately attempting to escape, yet the self-destructing Dark Star fractured into segments, scattering as it descended. "Damn it!" Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, watching helplessly as vast areas of the city threatened to become ruins, even beginning to question the very purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. The explosion occurred some distance from Stark Tower, yet atop the building, Pepper and Tony had a clear view of the unfolding chaos. "Tony!" Pepper called out, her voice laced with concern. Tony wrapped an arm around her shoulders, replying, "Pepper, you know there's little I can do about this." She had hoped that the seemingly omnipotent Tony could find a way to avert this disaster, but the horrifying scene before her made it clear that he was equally powerless. Nevertheless, the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man rushed into the streets, determined to save as many lives as possible. As the Dark Star descended to within 100 meters of the ground, the mages of the Ancient Order had already reached their designated locations. They formed intricate gestures with their hands, and the air shimmered with rippling waves. Flaming debris howled as it fell into this undulating zone, vanishing in an instant. Only Fury, monitoring from satellite, and Xiao Lin, perched upon the back of the Frost Dragon, witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. Are those the mages of the Ancient Order? Xiao Lin thought, surprised. As Earth's most formidable guardians, he had long desired to witness their prowess, but had been unable to locate their whereabouts. Fury, aboard the aerial carrier, sighed with relief. Had this catastrophe occurred, though not his fault, he would still be held accountable. What exactly transpired? The people on the ground exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. How did the extraterrestrial warship in the sky suddenly explode, only to vanish moments later? Director Fury, before him, a computer screen automatically displayed an image of former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Alexander Pierce. What precisely is that colossal entity in the sky? Well, it may not necessarily be a living being. Confronted by his former superior, Fury found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he did not withhold the information he possessed from Pierce. The gigantic creature was conjured by an individual named Xiao Lin. I have no idea what it truly is. Very well, I understand. Pierce ended the video call, making a resolute decision within his mind as he retrieved a secure mobile device. Baron Strucker, observing the frosty dragon in the sky, wore an inexplicable expression, leaving no one aware of her thoughts. "Modu, summon that young man from above to the sanctum in New York. I wish to speak with him." "Certainly, master." Moda harbored a sense of disdain for Xiao Lin in the sky. He revered nature and order, and the dragon's aura of death repulsed him. In his view, such a being ought to return to its grave. The situation was resolved perfectly, bringing relief to Xiao Lin. However, upon returning to the academy, he received an unexpected phone call from an unfamiliar number. "Who is this?" A deep male voice responded. "Mr. Xiao Lin, I am Karl Modu. I reach out to you at the behest of my master. He wishes to meet with you." Modu's master? It must be the Ancient One. What could be the reason for this meeting? Very well, where's the address? He was indeed eager to meet this esteemed sorcerer. Following the address provided by Modu, Xiao Lin arrived at an ancient-looking building. The entrance stood firmly closed, while passers-by seemingly ignored this peculiar sight. Upon noticing the symbol above the structure, Xiao Lin recognized it as the New York sanctum of the Ancient Order. Before he could knock, the heavy door swung open, revealing a man of African descent. He scrutinized Xiao Lin from head to toe and coldly instructed, "Follow me." Meanwhile, Ronan, having escaped to the moon, watched as their scattered small spacecraft gradually coalesced into a compact interstellar vessel. Before fleeing, Ronan had dispatched a small reconnaissance craft to ascertain whether their target had been eliminated. Yet, what Ronan beheld was an extraordinary and colossal creature materializing in the sky, alongside the remnants of their warship that had inexplicably vanished near the ground. He found himself questioning whether this was indeed the Earth described by their ancestors. Although merely a technologically backward planet, it possessed capabilities beyond his imagination. Could it be that a deity lurked within? Gazing at the subordinates awaiting his command, Ronan contemplated and ultimately decided to abandon the assault. Indeed, Earth proved to be far more formidable than Thanos had suggested. It was not the feeble realm he had envisioned. He resolved to return to Xandar, regroup, and, alongside the Chitauri forces, launch another offensive against Earth. At that moment, the communicator before him illuminated, and witnessing his disarray, Thanos mockingly remarked, "Kree, it appears your endeavor has met with failure." Ronan yearned to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Lord Thanos," he replied, his tone diminished by the recent setback, "I must eradicate those scrolls. When next you assault Earth, I shall coordinate my attack alongside yours. Kree, do not test my patience. You have your mission. Assist me in reclaiming the orb of cosmic power, and I shall ensure your victory over the scrolls in Nova Corps." Thanos' words filled Ronan with frustration, yet he felt powerless, lacking the strength to oppose Thanos at this juncture. Thanos, curious to discover who had bested Ronan, inquired, "Who was it that defeated you? Was it the Ancient One, or perhaps the Asgardian gods?" In Thanos' view, only these two forces could vanquish him. He acknowledged the formidable capabilities of the sorcerers of the Ancient One and recognized that while Odin of Asgard could not enter Earth, he could send powerful deities for support. Neither. It was a mere human. Ronan transmitted a segment of footage to Thanos. "I see," Thanos replied, concluding the communication with Ronan. Recently, among his lieutenants, only Black Dwarf was available for dispatch, so he decided to send Black Dwarf to accompany the Chitauri into battle. Chapter 96. The Illuminati. Upon entering the sanctum in New York, Xiao Lin observed that everything within appeared somewhat antiquated, suffused with a peculiar energy that felt like a spatial force, mingled with traces of spiritual essence. "Greetings, Mr. Xiao Lin." Upon hearing the voice ahead, Xiao Lin raised his gaze to encounter a middle-aged woman clad in a flowing white robe, her face adorned with a perpetual smile that evoked a refreshing warmth. "You're the Ancient One?" Upon hearing Xiao Lin's words, the Ancient One displayed a hint of surprise, as though she had not previously encountered him. "You know me?" "Of course, the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, is known to all. Thanks to you, this world has been spared from the invasion of Dormammu." Xiao Lin offered a small compliment. The Ancient One showed no outward reaction to Xiao Lin's words, yet he left her even more perplexed. Though they had long safeguarded this realm, few were aware of their existence, as they had no desire to boast. It was their duty. However, after so many years, the Ancient One felt weary and yearned for someone capable of succeeding her. "Director Fury has mentioned you," the Ancient One said to Xiao Lin. "He is quite concerned about your immense power, which remains uncontrolled." Fry, indeed, remained perpetually wary of him. Xiao Lin inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" "This world has always been fraught with peril. Since you two navigate this realm, I hope you can contribute in some capacity." Gu Yi harbored a premonition that her life was drawing to a close. Her invitation to Xiao Lin was an endeavor to gauge his character. Should he pose a threat, she would not hesitate to act. "I shall decide what must be done," Xiao Lin retorted, detesting any constraints imposed upon him. "You are aware that this world is often unkind to those of great power, especially under the American government." Gu Yi recognized the veracity of his words. Having lived for so long, she had witnessed countless such occurrences. Gazing at Gu Yi, Xiao Lin continued, "I possess a company and certain assets in this world. If I am threatened, I shall not remain passive regarding these matters." Gu Yi, undeterred, persisted in her counsel. "The threats in this world far exceed what you perceive. Hydra, Inhumans, Mutants, vampires, werewolves, extraterrestrials, and other cosmic deities. For many years, I have led the sorcerers of the Ancient One against them, but our numbers are woefully insufficient. Now, I intend to establish an organization, the Illuminati. With that, she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Lin. This notion had only recently emerged in her mind. She was aware of Fury's Avengers, yet believed that organization could easily be swayed by governmental influence, hence her desire to form a clandestine group. Very well, the Illuminati shall be formed. However, this world lacks a professor, and Iron Man remains within the Avengers. Who else does Gu intend to invite? Xiao Lin declared. I previously declined Fury's invitation to the Avengers, and thus shall not join your Illuminati either. This had always been Xiao Lin's principle. I can allow my students and teachers from the Mutant Academy to join your organization, but it ultimately depends on their willingness. Understanding the power of mutants, Gu pondered for a moment before conceding. Very well, I agree. I shall send Wanda to seek you. Xiao Lin's consent to permit the students from the mutant school to join the Illuminati stemmed from his desire to provide them with practical experience. The previous battle against the Destroyer had highlighted their inadequacies. Gu ceased her discourse and turned to her disciple. Mordo, escort this gentleman out. Mordo wished to voice something further, but was silenced by Gu. She understood her student's inclination to speak, as he was a particularly obstinate individual, still brooding over the matters concerning her former pupil, Caecilius. Seizing the moment when Gu was momentarily distracted, Mordo subtly nodded to several nearby sorcerers, as if conspiring. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin paid little heed to this. Following Mordo out of the sanctum's grand doors, Xiao Lin suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in the environment. He observed distant skyscrapers beginning to rotate and suspend upside down, while transparent, mirror-like surfaces of air emerged around him, rendering the entire world as if fragmented by mirrors. Is this the mirror dimension? Was I drawn into it? Xiao Lin turned to glance at Modu, only to find a mocking expression etched upon the latter's face. Is it you? Indeed, Mr. Xiao Lin, Modu did not deny. You wield the power of death, desecrating the deceased. The cycle of life and death is a natural law. And your actions stop. Modu seemed poised to deliver a lengthy discourse, yet Xiao Lin was not inclined to squander time with him. If a confrontation were to ensue, let be his own decision. Xiao Lin believed this matter had no connection to Ancient One. His mentor had always lacked decisiveness, particularly concerning Caecilius back in the day, resulting in the predicament they now faced. Modu had always held deep admiration and respect for his teacher, yet he was profoundly dissatisfied with her prior handling of Caecilius, as well as with the current situation. He resolutely opposed allowing the malevolent sorcerers before him to join the Illuminati. Mr. Xiao Lin, within this space, your summoning magic holds no power. In the mirrored realm, summoning spells became increasingly difficult due to the intensified spatial barriers, making it even more challenging to communicate with another dimension. Xiao Lin attempted to summon his undead creatures, only to find his mental force unable to traverse this realm. Gulme. Modu brandished his weapon, while the nearby ancient sorcerers stood on high alert, their gazes fixed upon him. Not only you, but your mutant academy poses a threat as well. In the past, mutants sought to dominate this world. Had it not been for our ancient order, this world would have fallen under the rule of those madmen. It appeared that the mutants in this world had languished due to their influence. Moreover, his previous actions had led to misunderstandings. He was a Death Knight, not merely a summoner, and his combat prowess did not solely rely on summoned entities. Just as a battle was about to erupt, the space behind them was shattered, and an individual emerged. Modu. Ancient One's tone held a hint of discontent. She had not anticipated that the obstinate Modu would disregard her words, and she began to worry he might stray onto a perilous path. Casting a glance at his mentor, Modu reluctantly sheathed his weapon. Xiao Lin unleashed a gray, malevolent aura that stealthily infiltrated Modu's body. It was a plague curse. Though not lethal, it would certainly be felt. Regardless, he intended to ensure Modu experienced some hardship. Chapter 97. Blood Clan. Within an underground fortress, a group of individuals gathered, their expressions laden with tension. The Ancient Order has issued us a warning. Do you have anything to convey? Spoke the man seated at the head of the gathering. For thousands of years, we have upheld a peace treaty with humanity and maintained an amicable coexistence with the Ancient Order sorcerers. What could this be about? Another man seated below him inquired. Elder Gaotian, did those sorcerers not clarify the reason? The one named Gautian replied, they did not specify the cause. He then turned to a young man and asked FaZe, do you have any insight into this matter? These are the leaders of the 13 clans of the bloodline, and that one, FaZe, is the transformed vampire leader. Unfazed, FaZe remarked, what is there to fear? They are merely a group of trickster humans. The elders of the vampires present chuckled at the youthful naivety of this fledgling vampire. Goshinum mockingly inquired, Daikin FaZe, do you truly believe yourself powerful enough to confront an organization of guardians that has existed for millennia? One of them alone could wipe you out. No, it is you who are too old. Though I am the youngest here, my presence is no less formidable. Those humans are merely our sustenance, and we ought to be their rulers. The elders could hardly tolerate such insolence. You have gone too far, FaZe. By what right do you criticize us? The world is ours, Goshianu. You may await the day of your extinction. As FaZe departed, Goshianu seethed with anger. If FaZe had merely continued his usual practice of feeding on a few humans, the Antiquity Society would not have sought me out. Someone must investigate what he is up to. An elder from the Gangluo clan spoke up. I will send someone. However, I suggest we also reach out to the Sorcerer of Antiquity. Back at his lair, FaZe felt somewhat discontented. Observing his reveling subordinates, he summoned his trusted lieutenant, asking, do you know what kind of organization the Antiquity Society is? Yet, being another transformed vampire, he was equally ignorant of such a clandestine group. Nonchalantly, he replied, Boss, as long as you acquire the power of the Blood God, why concern yourself with the Antiquity Society? FaZe contemplated this, realizing that those old-timers must have grown too complacent, making a mountain out of a molehill. Moreover, their days were numbered. They would all become sacrifices to his summoning of the Blood God's power. Setting aside his anxiety, he inquired of his subordinate, where is the Daywalker now? Boss, we have set a trap and captured his woman. Surely, he will come to rescue her. His lieutenant chuckled ominously. Oh, where is that woman? FaZe asked, intrigued. He was eager to discover what kind of woman his old rival, the Blade Warrior, had. Following his subordinate, he entered a room where he found a black woman glaring at them with fury. FaZe approached, seizing her head and noticing the bloodied wound on her neck. A fine beauty. Welcome. You are about to become one of our kin. I believe you will be quite willing to assist us in dealing with Blade. Bah, spat the black beauty, Jankelin, as she aimed a glob of saliva at FaZe, who deftly dodged it. I will not become your accomplice. Blade will annihilate you all. Without a trace of mercy, FaZe struck her in the abdomen, causing her to curl in pain. Very well, we shall see. Blade, you seek our aid to confront those vampires, yet I recall you have consistently rejected our assistance. What has prompted your change of heart? Blade, the vampire hunter, Punisher Frank, and Daredevil Matt have encountered one another on several occasions, quickly forging a bond of brotherhood. Through an investigation led by Blade and Abraham, they uncovered an insidious plot by Feist, who sought to summon the power of the Blood God and transform the entire human realm into a world of vampires. Upon realizing the gravity of Feist's scheme, both the Punisher and Daredevil understood the dire situation. However, Daredevil, puzzled, inquired, aren't vampires sustained by human blood? If they convert all humanity into vampires, what will they feed on? Blade was momentarily taken aback, but he knew that regardless of the circumstances, they must thwart this plan. They proceeded to Blade's residence, only to find it eerily silent, with overturned furniture scattered about and blood staining the floor. Was your home attacked by vampires? The Punisher surveyed the scene, noting that the chaos seemed to have subsided quickly. Blade, with a grim expression, approached a table and ripped down a note that bore taunting messages. The Punisher's gaze fell upon a covered object draped in white cloth, emanating a foul stench of blood, and he couldn't resist uncovering it. Beneath the cloth lay Abraham, bloodied and bearing 2 puncture wounds on his neck. The once silent Abraham suddenly stirred, seizing Blade's hand. Do not seek out Feist, it is a trap. You know I cannot do that, Blade replied, his calm demeanor masking a tempest of rage. Abraham had raised him since childhood, akin to a father, and the innocent Jen Kalen had been taken. Acknowledging that he could not dissuade Blade, Abraham turned to the Punisher and Daredevil. I know you are Blade's friends. Do not allow him to fall into the clutches of those vampires, for if the Blood God arises, all of humanity will face annihilation. With that, he grasped Blade's hand. Give me your gun. Blade hesitated, shaking his head. We can take you to the hospital. Abraham, resigned, replied, You know, I do not have much time left. His cancer was in its final stages, Even without Feist's attack, his days were numbered. Blade gazed deeply at Abraham before retrieving his silver stake gun and handing it over. Let's go. Blade followed Daredevil and the Punisher away from the scene, unwilling to witness the demise of his kin. As they stepped onto the street, night had fallen and the street lights glimmered. A figure crossed Daredevil's mind, the formidable Xiao Lin, who had once resolved an alien threat and presided over a city in the sky. He recalled their initial encounter, wherein he had witnessed Xiao Lin's extraordinary power. Perhaps we can seek assistance from others. If he could aid us, those vampires would pose no challenge. Who? Blade and Punisher turned their gaze toward Daredevil. They were both dark heroes, operating outside the law to combat crime, and it was evident that the majority of society would not favor them. Finding the assistance of other formidable allies posed a significant challenge. Mr. Xiao Lin, the headmaster of the Mutant Academy, was mentioned by Blade. Those prominent figures will hardly concern themselves with us mere mortals. We cannot afford to squander our time. I am familiar with his residence and have met him before. I believe he will assist us. Daredevil trusted his instincts. Punisher interjected, then let us proceed with our endeavor. Chapter 98. Perilous circumstances. The trio arrived in Hell's Kitchen, only to find that Mr. Xiao Lin was not present in his villa. Observing the darkened premises, Blade remarked, Matt, it seems our journey was in vain. Noticing Blade's anxious demeanor, Daredevil couldn't help but urge Blade, can we not wait a little longer? Perhaps he has merely stepped out and will return shortly. Blade shook his head, stating, Jacqueline has been poisoned by a vampire. She will soon transform into one herself, and we cannot afford to delay. Moreover, I am well acquainted with Feist. With your assistance, dealing with him should not pose a significant challenge. Punisher clapped Blade on the shoulder, saying, come on, my twin guns are eager for action. Feist, as the leader of the vampires, also operated a publicly traded company in New York. Though his headquarters was not the tallest building in the city, it certainly ranked among the elite. Observing the approaching figures, the security guard at the entrance, wary of their intentions, placed a hand on his holstered weapon and questioned, who are you? No entry without an invitation. Pretending to be invited, Punisher replied, we certainly have one. As the guard approached, Punisher delivered a swift punch to his head, the force rendering the guard unconscious before he could sound an alarm. That is our invitation. You truly are brutal, Daredevil shrugged. The group stepped over the unconscious guard and ventured inside. The night was quiet, devoid of any signs of life. And it wasn't until they reached the 10th floor that they encountered a few security personnel. Intruders. Jones, hurry and notify the boss. Other guards armed with batons rushed forward, unaware that visitors were expected at this hour. Each of the trio was formidable, akin to S.H.I.E.L. DS level 10 agents. While these guards were merely slightly stronger than the average person, they could easily dispatch dozens of them. Occasionally encountering a few vampires, Blade dispatched them into the blood coagulation agent, their bodies exploding into a puddle of muck. No one could impede their progress, and they smoothly approached the top floor. Hearing gunfire from below, Feist inquired, what is happening down there? One of his subordinates, disheveled and panicked, rushed over, boss, 3 individuals are assaulting us. Our men cannot withstand them. 3 individuals? Feist pondered, puzzled. Shouldn't it be just Blade? Have you encountered the Daywalker? Fess often refers to Blade as the Daywalker, envious of his vampiric strength and his ability to bask in sunlight. The subordinate nodded vigorously, affirming that he had indeed seen him. A smile graced Fess's face. Excellent. Lead him to that room as planned. The trio fought their way through vampires and ghouls until they arrived at a pristine white chamber, where they discovered a computer and a white cabinet. What is this? The Punisher and Daredevil gazed at the information displayed on the computer, which detailed the method to summon the power of the Blood God, evoking a sense of absurdity. Could the Blood God truly possess such formidable strength? Meanwhile, Blade circled the cabinet, a gut feeling urging him that within lay the object of his relentless yearning. Suddenly, with a mechanical whir, the cabinet swung open, revealing a female vampire inside. He retrieved his mother's identification from his pocket and looked at the figure before him, surprise etched across his face. Blade, who is she? Daredevil inquired. Noticing Blade locked in a gaze with a beautiful black woman, his friend's expression oddly perplexed. Child, are you not happy to see your mother? The black woman smiled as she approached Blade. Daredevil pressed, Blade, isn't your mother already deceased? Blade recalled the moment when his mother was bitten by a vampire, Perhaps that incident hadn't led to her demise after all. Before her death, she had completed the transformation, and it was her vampiric regenerative abilities that had preserved her life. Blade's mother regarded the other two with a look of confusion, questioning their identities. Blade, momentarily lost in thought, reached out to caress his mother's face, acutely aware that she was now merely a vampire, potentially an accomplice of Fess. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. He looked down to find a dagger embedded in him. Though not fatal, it was enough to significantly diminish his combat prowess. At that moment, 2 grenades materialized in her hand, rolling towards Daredevil and the Punisher, momentarily lowering their guard due to her relationship with Blade. Only the more perceptive Daredevil managed to push the Punisher aside while he himself dove for cover. Boom! Boom! The shrapnel from the grenades had a limited radius, leaving both the Punisher and Daredevil wounded and drenched in blood, while Blade and his mother were also caught in the blast. Thud! Blade, now sitting on the ground, aimed his silver nail gun at his mother, firing a slender bullet that transformed her into a wisp of smoke amidst his tumultuous emotions. Damn it! Fess stood before the monitor, heartbroken at the loss of his most cherished woman. Surround that area. I want them all captured, and the Daywalker must be taken alive. Under Fess's orders, the ghouls hoping for vampiric transformation surged towards the room. They were encircled. Several injured individuals endeavored to evade the bullets raining down from afar. This situation was untenable. They were vastly outnumbered. The Punisher pressed his hand against his wound, his strength waning. Despite depleting their ammunition, they remained encircled, burdened by their injuries, and faced with an overwhelming number of foes, including remarkably resilient vampires, which rendered their predicament increasingly arduous. Suddenly, the gunfire outside ceased, and the assailants retreated, revealing a pallid youth with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, the Daywalker. Have you brought friends to their doom? Faith remarked, observing the 2 others. Isn't this the renowned Daredevil and Punisher? Have they finally met their match? The Blade whispered to the Punisher and Daredevil, Matt Frank, I sincerely apologize for putting you in danger due to my actions. The death of his guardian and the unexpected return of his mother had thrown the steadfast Blade into disarray. His greatest regret was involving his friends in peril. He struggled to his feet, gripping his sword tightly. I will cover you. You must leave this place at once. Chapter 99. A Call for Aid. Bang. Daredevil shattered the glass in the high-rise corridor, spotting a platform not far below. Frank, Blade, over here. Ignoring the considerable drop, Daredevil leapt down to the platform. Stop them. Faith's expression shifted as he shouted. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and before they could leap down, the Punisher and Blade were struck in the legs, collapsing to the ground. As they lay incapacitated, they were surrounded by vampires wielding electric prods, mercilessly shocking them into paralysis. You 2 performed admirably. Faith commended his subordinates who had fired the shots. Witnessing Blade and the Punisher fall, Daredevil resolved to act without hesitation. These vampires were no ordinary adversaries, and delay would prove disastrous. Boss, shall we not pursue? One of Faith's men inquired, watching Daredevil's retreating figure. Faith dismissed the fleeing Daredevil, unconcerned. He was not well regarded among superheroes and would not find assistance. No need. The priority is that the Daywalker has been captured. Our plan is nearing completion. Stumbling toward Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil ultimately sought out the assistance of Shang-Chi, the only option he could conceive at that moment. After Shang-Chi relayed the invitation from the Ancient One, only Pietro expressed enthusiasm for joining the Illuminati, while the other showed no interest whatsoever. Shang-Chi continued, recently, the Ancient Order has discovered a group of vampires seemingly executing a plan. They require our help to investigate due to a lack of manpower. Shang-Chi was taken aback to learn of vampires in this world. Perusing the information provided by the Ancient One, he noted that their capabilities were rather unimpressive, save for their astonishing regenerative abilities. To confront those dark beings, Wanda, who do you think would be best suited for the task? Their strength is rather mediocre. Perhaps we could allow the students to give it a try. At that moment, Dana, Shirsi, and Odonis happened to pass by the room, and, upon overhearing the discussion, cautiously hid behind the door. Hey, Dana, do you want to join that Illuminati thing? Dana replied with a puzzled expression. I have no idea what it entails, but it sounds really cool. Odonis mocked, fool. It's just like the Fantastic Four, an incredibly awesome superhero team. Speaking of the Fantastic Four, Odonis wore an admiring expression. Naturally, his favorite was the invisible woman, Susan, who was indeed the goddess of otaku. By the way, what did the principal say about vampires? Sure, she admonished, giving each of them a light tap on the head. Be quiet. Let us listen what they are saying. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and unprepared, the three of them tumbled to the floor in a heap. Principal. They looked up to see Xiao Lin standing before them, feeling quite embarrassed. Aren't you all supposed to be resting? Yes, Principal. They stuck out their tongues and hurriedly departed. When Xiao Lin returned home, it was already past 1 a.m. Just as he stepped out from the gates of death, he heard the villa door being knocked upon repeatedly, as if someone was weakly rapping on it. Who could it be at this late hour? Upon opening the villa door, he found a hooded man slumped against the door frame on the ground. The moment the figure saw Xiao Lin, Daredevil became somewhat excited, having waited for over 2 hours. The weariness of his body, coupled with the pain from his wounds, was becoming overwhelming. Daredevil was indeed a responsible superhero. He had no intention of allowing the people of this world to become vampires, and he was relieved to finally see Xiao Lin. Mr. Xiao Lin, I need your help, he began, but before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the ground. What in the world is this? Xiao Lin was utterly bewildered. Upon closer inspection of the oddly dressed figure, he realized it was none other than his former adversary, Daredevil Matt. Noticing his severely injured state, Xiao Lin utilized telepathy to summon Kingpin and a few others to take Daredevil to the hospital. Kingpin, who would have preferred to send his former rival to hell, found his thoughts suppressed by Xiao Lin's will, and that idea was quashed before it could fully form. The next morning, Daredevil awoke from his unconsciousness. With his commendable physical condition, he felt significantly better. The wounds that had been treated posed no serious threat, although they still greatly affected his abilities. As he surveyed his surroundings, he felt somewhat dazed, pondering what had transpired the previous day. After a while, memories of the events began to return, and recalling the urgency of the situation, he hastily climbed out of the hospital bed. At the entrance, he observed 2 figures clad in black, reminiscent of Jean Bing's former subordinates. He approached and gently tapped one on the shoulder, inquiring, "Are you gentlemen in the service of Mr. Xiao Lin?" The man at the door turned to face Daredevil and replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall notify Mr. Wilson." Daredevil recognized that Mr. Wilson was none other than his erstwhile adversary, Jean Bing, who had now become an underling to another. Since the latter had refrained from re-entering the underworld business, Daredevil had avoided further conflict with Jean Bing. Nevertheless, he still harbored a desire for vengeance against his father's death, albeit his strength was lacking. "Could you escort me to meet Mr. Xiao Lin? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." The black-clad man cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "Mr. Xiao Lin is the superior of our boss. Meeting him is not so easily arranged." He interrupted Daredevil's response, producing a mobile phone and dialing a number. After exchanging a few words, he handed the phone to Daredevil. With a puzzled expression, Matt took the phone and heard Jean Bing's voice on the other end. "Daredevil, what business do you have with Mr. Xiao Lin?" After a brief hesitation, he replied, "A group of vampires seeks to summon the power of a blood god. Should they succeed, they could transform all humanity into vampires like themselves. Thus, it is imperative that someone intervenes. So, you wish for Mr. Xiao Lin to assume the role of a savior?" Jean Bing found the situation somewhat amusing, but knowing Daredevil's penchant for jest, he remained unfazed. After a moment of silence, Jean Bing stated, "I will relay the situation to Mr. Xiao Lin. For now, follow my associate to the Azeroth Technology Building." Very well. Daredevil had no alternative and could only hope to swiftly rescue Blade and Punisher while resolving the vampire threat. Chapter 100. The Blood God Ritual. Upon hearing Jean Bing's report, Xiao Lin finally comprehended the vampire's intentions. In Azeroth, there existed a faction known as the Bloodborne, transformed into high elves through the power of the Lich King's blood. The Blood Council's 4 princes, particularly Queen Lanethil of Blood, wielded formidable powers and mastery over blood magic, having previously caused considerable trouble for their Northrend expeditionary forces. The true strength of the Blood God remained uncertain, and in comparison to the Blood God hacker, it was unclear who held greater power. As for Daredevil's concern regarding the potential transformation of all humanity, Xiao Lin dismissed the notion as improbable. The mages of the Ancient Order had evidently not taken the threat seriously. "I shall be there shortly." Xiao Lin felt a flicker of intrigue, coupled with a sense of obligation to heed the request of the Ancient Order's mages, particularly for the sake of Ancient One's reputation. The vehicle, carrying the bandaged daredevil, sped towards the Azeroth technology building. Upon entering the edifice, he noted the presence of the upper echelons of American society, engaged in discussions regarding arms deals, particularly pertaining to the weather weapons developed by Azeroth technology, though none had yet secured a purchase. However, Daredevil was not in the mood to contemplate such matters. He turned to the driver who had brought him there and inquired, "Is Mr. Xiao Lin up there?" "Follow me," came the response. A staff member approached from the side and guided Daredevil into the elevator. As the elevator ascended slowly, the brief journey felt interminable to him. It seemed like an entire day had passed. He worried about the Punisher and Blade, wondering if the power of the Blood God had already been summoned. Upon entering a room, Daredevil sensed the presence of two individuals. He asked, "Mr. Xiao Lin?" "Yes," a voice responded, one he recognized from a previous encounter. Daredevil, urgency lacing his tone, said, "Mr. Xiao Lin, the situation is dire. We must hasten to Fess's company." "I understand," Xiao Lin interrupted. "Now you shall lead the way." In the bustling metropolis of New York City, home to the thriving business of America, Fess's corporate building stood, yet today it was shuttered, enveloped in an eerie silence. Surely, there cannot be no one here. Ignoring the curious gazes of passers-by, Xiao Lin delivered a powerful punch to the glass door. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass shattered into a myriad of fragments. "Hey, isn't that the headmaster of the Mutant Academy? What is he up to? Should we call the police?" A bystander recognized Xiao Lin's figure. His companion whispered, "Let it be. It's best not to stir up trouble. We should leave this place." Inside the building, silence reigned as the two ascended to the top floor without encountering a single soul. "Matt, are you sure this is the right place?" Xiao Lin questioned, skepticism creeping into his voice regarding Daredevil's ability to discern their location. "Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin, I am certain." Although Daredevil was blind, his acute sensitivity to his surroundings reassured him of their location. Suddenly recalling Blade's mention of a necessity for a specific structure for the ritual, he anxiously remarked, "They may have already commenced the summoning ritual, yet I remain unaware of their exact location." This posed quite the predicament. At that moment, a bolt of lightning erupted in the distance, striking a newly constructed, peculiar tower. "Over there," Xiao Lin exclaimed, turning in that direction. He sensed an untainted power of blood, distinct from a mixed essence within him. Is it the power of the Blood God? Having subdued the Punisher and Blade, Fess was in high spirits. His plan was nearing fruition. He queried his subordinate, "Hansen, how goes the preparation for the ritual?" Hansen replied, "Boss, the ritual tower is complete, and those ancient elders have been brought under control. The 13 clan elders are nothing more than a group of immobile relics. The transformed younger generation of bloodsuckers, along with many vampires yearning for change, rallied behind Faye's decision. The rebellion ignited swiftly and extinguished just as quickly. The elders were soon subdued, while their leader, Goshienu, was exposed to the sun, reduced to a pile of ashes. Very well, let us depart immediately." Faze, though professing indifference, felt a twinge of fear. Iron Man, the Fantastic Four, and S.H.L.D. posed considerable challenges. Only by acquiring the power of the Blood God could he find solace. "Boss, what shall we do with this Punisher?" The Bloodsuckers occasionally engaged in nefarious dealings, and had a history with both the Punisher and Daredevil. "Take him with us. I intend to transform him into a vampire." Under the dimming sky, a long convoy carried the vampires toward an unusual tower, several stories high, where numerous vampires awaited their arrival. Inside, a group of once privileged clan elders was escorted into a building. Though reluctant, their loyalists had either been dealt with or subdued, leaving them devoid of the strength to resist. "Faze, do you still believe in that legend? It's merely a ruse to deceive naive souls like you," one elder mocked, eager to witness the dismay on Faze's face when the ritual failed. Surely, these opportunistic vampires would return to bow before their elders, as the latter held substantial wealth and connections. "You shall soon discover the truth." Faze produced a yellowed parchment, the method to summon the Blood God. "Now, you old fools, pay close attention, although you may not witness my true power." He gestured for his subordinates to push the elders onto a stone marked with mysterious runes. The injured Blade was ushered into a stone sarcophagus, meticulously crafted to accommodate him, for he alone among vampires could walk in sunlight, and only his blood would suffice for the ritual. Activating a mechanism in the ground, the stone lid began to close, while sharp blades sprang from the restraints securing Blade. carving deep grooves into his wrist. "Boss, what about this woman?" FaZe casually replied, "Toss her into that pit. Though it's a shame, our priorities lie elsewhere." "Very well," one of his subordinates lamented. Jacqueline screamed as she was cast into a pit, where she encountered a vampire, her vengeful ex-husband. Chapter 101 Blood God Phase Part 1 Blade's blood flowed through the grooves into a collection vessel, cascading down to drip upon the heads of the elders. At the pinnacle of this edifice stands a lightning rod, and FaZe has chosen this day for the ritual, precisely because thunderstorms and lightning are foretold, and such a ceremony demands formidable energy. Indeed, it was not long before a blinding bolt of lightning struck the summit of the tower, causing the runes adorning the inner walls to emit a dazzling white light, one after another, under the influence of the electric energy. "Do you see it, elders? The power of the blood god is about to descend. I shall become the sovereign of this world," FaZe exclaimed with palpable excitement, knowing that all his efforts were about to culminate in success. Hansen joyfully shouted, "Boss, I too wish to become a malevolent deity." The elders, who had maintained a semblance of composure, now felt an unsettling tension. Could the legends truly be manifesting? Blood flowed from all directions, coalescing above FaZe's head into a dark brown mass. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin and Daredevil had entered the tower's interior, unnoticed by the vampires engrossed in the ritual below. "Mr. Xiao, their ceremony is nearing completion. Should we not intervene?" Although unable to see the proceedings within, Daredevil sensed the tumultuous energy swirling around them, feeling a force converging towards the heart of the structure. It was already too late to interrupt. If they could disrupt the ritual, the power of the blood god would be rendered insignificant. Each ritual was fortified by equally potent protective forces, lest it be embarrassingly interrupted before completion. In light of this, it may be prudent to bide their time and test the power of the blood god. The energy below was gathering, and aside from the 12 elders serving as sacrifices and the vampire king at the center, all others were being repelled by an unseen force, including Xiao Lin and Daredevil, who could feel this push. Suddenly, a wooden stick came hurtling towards Xiao Lin, which he caught. At the other end stood a stunned African-American beauty, her gaze fixed upon him. From her, Xiao Lin sensed no trace of blood, suggesting she was not a vampire. She was, in fact, his ally, blade-wielding warrior Jan Kalen. "You are restrained." Jan Kalen recognized Xiao Lin, her initial panic subsiding as she recalled the live broadcast of the hearing. She understood that the man before her wielded great power. "Mr. Xiao, you two have come to vanquish these vampires, haven't you?" "Wait a moment," he replied. However, the dark mass of blood above FaZe finally fell, landing atop his head, while the runes on the surrounding walls unleashed white lightning that struck the elders, whose minds had grown somewhat muddled. They gaped, emitting strange cries, as if something were attempting to emerge from their mouths, unable to bear witness. Jan Kalen shut her eyes as white-winged skeletons burst forth from the mouths of the Blood Clan elders, flitting about, while their bodies crumbled to dust. Before them stood a skeleton that resembled a creature of the netherworld. However, when Xiao Lin's grasp of death attempted to seize it, his hand merely passed through. The skeletons were merely manifestations of pure spiritual energy and the essence of the Blood Elder, lacking any corporeal form. Ultimately, the winged white skeletons merged with FaZe's body, overwhelming him with an immense force that felt as though it might obliterate him. Fortunately, he withstood it, his once blue eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, a manifestation of the blood god's power. At that moment, the Blade Warrior appeared below, wielding his sword and striving to approach FaZe. He had been rescued by the escaping Jean Kailan and had replenished his strength by consuming blood. Faced with the now transformed blood god, he felt no trepidation. Nor could he flee. "Hey, Daredevil!" Daredevil leaped down from the platform above, standing beside the Blade Warrior, ready to await the calm after the storm. Matt, the Blade Warrior, glanced at him. The ritual is complete. Dealing with him now presents quite a challenge. If only my coagulation serum were still in hand, perhaps I could subdue him. The serum, originally designed for vampires, had been confiscated in the last battle, leaving the Blade Warrior without confidence. "Mr. Xiao Lin," Daredevil called out to Xiao Lin's direction. "Do you still have time for chit-chat?" FaZe sneered ominously. Bang! Before Daredevil and the Blade Warrior could comprehend the situation, a figure suddenly materialized before them, delivering a punch to their abdomen, causing both to involuntarily fly backward. "Did you see that?" The blood god's formidable power, FaZe boasted with a touch of arrogance. You mortals cannot even fathom it. Struggling to rise, the Blade Warrior was about to speak when he noticed someone descending from above FaZe's head. Before FaZe could bask in his fleeting moment of triumph, Xiao Lin landed a kick upon him. Are you also a blood god? Xiao Lin exclaimed, his foot striking FaZe's face repeatedly. You are significantly weaker than the blood god I encountered before. Ice chains coiled tightly around FaZe's body, momentarily immobilizing him. Damn it! FaZe's already crimson eyes glowed even more vividly. In the darkness, one might have seen the red light emanating from them. Mutant Xiao Lin. FaZe recognized the figure upon him. How did you come to be here? Before Xiao Lin could respond, the power of blood surged through FaZe, shattering the icy chains that bound him. The relatively unremarkable Xiao Lin, caught off guard, allowed FaZe to slip from beneath him. You two, stand back. Xiao Lin commanded the two who were about to charge forward. After all, he faced a being with divine appellation. Even if a pseudo-god, FaZe was far more formidable than the Blade Warrior, a half-blood of the vampire race, or Daredevil. An ordinary human. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Daredevil forcibly pulled the Blade Warrior back. Gazing at FaZe, who was entirely focused on him, Xiao Lin stated, firstly, I must clarify that I am not a mutant. As his words faded, he instantly summoned Frostmourne and charged towards his opponent. The blade trailing a crimson afterimage imbued with blood essence. He sought to test the strength of his own blood power against that of his adversary. The blood god FaZe moved with remarkable speed, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake, causing Xiao Lin's strike to miss its mark. Although FaZe was considerably slower than Quicksilver, his unique physique rendered him immune to Xiao Lin's frost energy, allowing him to quickly break free from the restraints of the blasphemous land. Chapter 102. The Blood God FaZe, Part 2. Having never experienced such formidable power, FaZe felt invincible in that moment, forgetting the humiliation of being trampled upon earlier. He circled around Xiao Lin, his rapid movements creating a vortex that stirred the very air itself. He intermittently unleashed punches from various angles, conjuring a flurry of fist shadows around Xiao Lin. Impressive strength. Xiao Lin mused as he felt the stability of his ice fortitude and bone shield falter under the assault. With the wind howling around him, he couldn't resist taunting. Do you think you're the Flash? You're far from it. The Flash? Another superhero? I don't believe I've heard of him. The Daredevil, hiding at a distance, commented, still able to catch snippets of their conversation. However, the Blade Warrior remained focused, fixated on the battle between Xiao Lin and the myriad illusions of FaZe. Indeed, the Blood God FaZe was powerful. He felt there was no chance for victory against such speed. Xiao Lin's death grip ensnared the still-moving FaZe, pulling him closer. Yet, FaZe remained unperturbed, as the memories of the Blood God awakened within him. Ah, but the power of the Blood God encompasses more than mere strength and speed. Allow me to demonstrate the long-lost magic of my bloodline. As Xiao Lin held FaZe before him, he noticed the crimson gleam in the latter's eyes and a repulsive force emanating from his body. Breaking free from his bindings, FaZe retreated a few steps, rapidly reciting an incantation that caused Xiao Lin's once stagnant blood to surge with fervor. Get away from here. The Blade Warrior, not far off, felt his own blood threatening to burst forth. Noticing that Daredevil's nose and ears were already oozing blood, his consciousness becoming hazy. Perhaps it was due to just having absorbed Jen Kylan's blood that his physique had been enhanced, temporarily enabling him to withstand the overwhelming pull. The Blade Warrior had no choice but to drag Daredevil away, inadvertently catching sight of Jen Kylan, who had collapsed atop a distant tower. Her orifices bleeding as her lifeblood drifted towards FaZe. Curse it! In a low murmur of curses, the Blade Master assisted Daredevil in ascending to the second floor of the tower, bringing Jen Kylan along. Along the way, he observed the vampires in a state of panic, fleeing in disarray. It seemed that neither ordinary humans nor vampires could withstand this onslaught. Controlling blood? This bore a resemblance to my own sanguine aura. Although the blood coursing through his veins had become inconsequential to him, he was reluctant to have it entirely drained. Xiao Lin had no desire for a pallid visage. Should Tony encounter him next, he would undoubtedly mock him, questioning whether he had recently been drained by a beautiful woman, considering he was still a virgin. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed a bit regrettable. There were so many enchanting women in Azeroth, like the Windrunner sisters, Jaina, and numerous delightful Draenei maidens. Yet, he had found himself entangled with the treacherous ethereal consortium and the mind-altering light's 7 wonders in his quest to find his way home. The likelihood of being in a different universe altogether loomed large, and he pondered whether he could ever return home, especially after so many years had passed, rendering him nearly forgotten. Ah, the Scarlet Witch Wanda from this world is quite appealing as well. She embodies the qualities he admires: beauty, intelligence, and formidable power. More akin to the headmaster of the Mutant Academy than he himself. Hey, where's your focus? Noticing the enemy's distraction, FaZe felt a sting of mockery. Sensing that the opponent's blood was seemingly beyond his control. Do you look down upon me? My apologies, I forgot you were still present. Xiao Lin seized the opportunity to strike again, raising Frostmourne to unleash a soul shock, which merely interrupted the opponent's blood magic without inflicting further damage, indicating that his mental and spiritual fortitude were indeed formidable. Bang! A blood-red, crystalline longsword manifested in FaZe's hand, intercepting Xiao Lin's strike. But it shattered into a myriad of fragments after just 2 exchanges. Blood tide, a swirling mass of crimson mist coalesced around FaZe, surging toward Xiao Lin, while the ground beneath him became riddled with corrosive craters. Xiao Lin had no intention of testing the potency of this magic. He preferred not to return home in a state of undress. A chilling frost emanated from the sword's edge, and a gust of icy wind temporarily thwarted the advance of the red mist. Hee, a mere touch of the blood tide will transform you into a vampire, making you my subordinate. This is the blood god's ultimate technique, enabling him to convert the entire human realm. Yet, could I still be transformed into a vampire in my current state? Xiao Lin harbored doubts. The game is over. A green anti-magic shield materialized around Xiao Lin, surging toward the adversary, the crimson mist sizzling as it enveloped the shield. A punch landed squarely on FaZe's face, sending him sprawling, while the blood tide around him began to dissipate. Is that all you can muster? Unleash your remaining powers. FaZe clumsily regained his footing. The blood god's might is far beyond this. In truth, he too began to question the extent of the blood god's power. I am eager to witness this. Do not let me down. Xiao Lin summoned the power of death within him, enveloping FaZe in a shroud of gray mist that rendered him immobile. The Frostmourne swiftly cleaved through FaZe's waist, severing him into 2 segments. However, to Xiao Lin's astonishment, a vivid crimson liquid emerged from the gaping wound, connecting the severed halves and rapidly knitting them back together. Within moments, FaZe rose once more from the ground. Haha, I am immortal, FaZe proclaimed, regarding Xiao Lin with an air of arrogance. Even if you were to shatter me into pieces under the aegis of the blood god, I shall recover swiftly. Then let us put that to the test. A formidable wall of ice obstructed FaZe's retreat, and the blade imbued with death's essence sliced through his form, cleaving him in twain. Let's see if you still live. Xiao Lin unleashed a flurry of strikes with Frostmourne upon FaZe, until the blood god lay sprawled on the ground as a mere pool of blood, still writhing in an attempt to regain its original shape. This regenerative ability is nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even that of Deadpool and Wolverine. Are you weary? I could keep you occupied for days and nights. FaZe's mocking voice emanated from the blood pool, though a hint of resignation lingered in his tone. The ancient text had indeed proclaimed the blood god's strength as unparalleled, capable of engulfing the entire world. Yet here he was, persistently bested in combat. Yet, he failed to consider that if the blood god were truly invincible, he would not have faded into the annals of history. Even the 13 elders of the Blood Clan regarded him as merely a legend. Chapter 103. Essence of Blood. Frostmourne possesses the ability not only to transform Death Knights and the undead, but also to convert Valkyries and the Saline lineage, which includes vampires. However, Xiao Lin has yet to master this capability. Perhaps the sword spirit of Frostmourne could assist, and it might be worth inquiring whether it can contend with the vampire before him. Ever since Xiao Lin had subdued the sword spirit with his formidable soul power, she had not reappeared. A chilling aura surged forth from the blade, encasing the pool of blood formed by FaZe and freezing it into a solid crimson block, thereby thwarting its restoration. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin's consciousness delved into the inner sanctum of Frostmourne. His soul awareness meandered through the sword's internal realm, where countless souls he had once absorbed lingered. Upon seeing Xiao Lin, those spirits recoiled, save for the soul of the apocalypse, which gazed at him intently. After a moment, He discerned a swirling mass of gray mist occupying a particular area, devoid of any other spirits nearby. Hey, Xiao Lin pondered for a moment, uncertain of what to call her. It appeared that his previous encounter had frightened her, as the mist began to undulate. The sword spirit of Frostmourne cautiously inquired, "What is it that you seek? Do you possess the means to deal with the vampire outside?" The sword spirit promptly replied, "Indeed. As long as you drive my essence into his body, I can extract his blood essence." Something about this feels slightly amiss. Xiao Lin threatened, "Very well. Cooperate with me, or I shall shatter you." He was aware that the spirit of Frostmourne still harbored some discontent toward him. "Release me, and I shall enable you to rule the new empire of blood alongside me." Freshly awakened from his frozen state, FaZe shouted loudly, yet he began to relent, shedding his previous arrogance. "No need, farewell." Frostmourne pierced through the pool of blood, creating an alluring pull at its tip. What is happening? FaZe felt his strength waning in terror. The chilling Frostmourne gradually became enveloped in crimson, resembling a leech drawing blood, while the runes in the center of the blade transformed one by one into a shade of red. Amidst FaZe's anguish cries, the essence of the blood god was entirely siphoned away, gradually forming a red crystal above the hilt. "What is this?" Xiao Lin reached out to grasp it, feeling a wave of searing warmth in his palm. "This is the essence of blood, capable of transforming one into a high-ranking Saline." The sword spirit's voice emanated from within the blade. "Indeed, this is an unexpected boon." After a fierce battle, the tower now stood precariously, corroded by the tide of blood and frozen by the icy powers. The surrounding walls had cracked, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, as Xiao Lin prepared to leave, he heard a noise beside him. Turning to look, he saw a fissure forming in the walls, ultimately unable to withstand the weight from above. The entire tower came crashing down. Damn it! Xiao Lin had no time to escape and was buried beneath the rubble, with Jian Kailan and Daredevil. The Blade Warrior encountered vampires who had also managed to flee. Just as they reached safety, mutual hostility erupted. "Daywalker, the Blood God's power has awakened. Do you regret your choices now?" Hansen's expression was one of smug satisfaction, as if he had acquired the Blood God's power himself. "You could have been a part of the new Empire of Blood." In response to Hansen's taunts, the Blade Warrior set down Jian Kailan and Daredevil. Although he was no match for FaZe at this moment, dealing with these lesser foes was trivial, though the presence of two burdensome companions posed a slight complication. At that moment, Daredevil regained consciousness. "Blade, I am all right now." The tumultuous sounds behind them continued, the tower swaying dangerously, a testament to Xiao Lin and Blood God FaZe's fierce confrontation. Daredevil unsheathed his metal staff, pressing a button that caused silver blades to spring forth from both ends. A specially crafted weapon taken from the Blade Warrior's home. "Stay by Jian Kailan's side." Without waiting for Daredevil's response, the Blade Warrior charged forward. Daredevil had no choice but to grip his staff tightly, keeping a vigilant eye on the approaching vampires. 102. "You are at a disadvantage." Hansen sneered contemptuously, signaling for the surrounding vampires to encircle them. Originally, one would think that the Blade Warrior, having lost so much blood, would be weakened. However, against the onslaught of nearly 100 vampires, he remained remarkably unfazed, while they suffered devastating losses. Hansen observed the Daredevil situation and signaled his subordinates to charge in that direction. "Do not move, or they may lose their lives." The Daredevil's prowess did not match that of the Blade Warrior, and compounded by his injuries from the previous day, he needed to protect the unconscious Jian Kailan. Surrounded, he was swiftly subdued. The Blade Warrior paused his actions, and before he could speak, a thunderous noise erupted nearby, drawing the attention of everyone present, both humans and vampires alike. The towering structure had collapsed, yet no one emerged from its ruins. "It must be that our leader has triumphed." Yet, who was his formidable opponent? Hansen could not help but exclaim, "Fool, that was the headmaster of the Mutant Academy, a being of immense power." Does this imply that our leader's strength could effortlessly overpower Iron Man, Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, and other heroes? Fess's vampire minions buzzed with excitement, for they usually dared not venture too far in search of prey, fearing not only the Blade Warrior, but also the other superheroes. "Shall we assist in extracting the leader?" Before Hansen could respond, a tremendous noise erupted from the debris, and a figure forcefully emerged from within. What bad luck! Brushing off the dust and realizing he was left clad in nothing but a pair of Hulk-themed underwear. Xiao Lin had no choice but to retrieve a suit from his spatial pouch, changing nonchalantly despite the crowd's scrutiny. Looking at the astonished onlookers, Xiao Lin raised the blood essence in his hand and declared, "Do not gawk. Your blood god stands before you." Seeing the red crystal in Xiao Lin's grasp, the vampires hesitated, yet they could distinctly sense the power emanating from it. "This is impossible." Xiao Lin paid no heed to the vampires, who were psychologically reeling from the revelation. He raised Frostmourne, unleashing waves of gray mist that connected to each vampire. Soul extraction. These vampires, whose mental fortitude was significant, could not withstand the might of Frostmourne. Streams of gray souls were drawn from their bodies and wafted into the internal space of Frostmourne, while their corporeal forms turned to ashes in an instant. Chapter 104. Mutant Vampire, the Power of the Blood God. The leader of the vampire empire, Damask, stood on a platform, gazing into the distant sky. What of the individuals lurking among the 13 clan elders? Have there been any reports? Beside him, a vampire subordinate named Assad replied, "Leader, communication with them has been severed." The last message received indicated that the converted bloodline elder, Fess, engaged in battle with the headmaster of the Mutant Academy, Xiao Lin. Current circumstances remain unclear. The vampire empire exists independently from the 13 clans, reminiscent of Wakanda. Yet its strength pales in comparison to that enigmatic nation in Central Africa. This small realm is known only to a select few. I must dispatch someone to investigate. That fool phase cannot possibly stir up any significant trouble. Should the blood god be vanquished, a blood god crystal will emerge, and I am determined to acquire it. Damask does not concern himself with global dominion, as he recognizes its futility. The vampire's physique, too, succumbs to decline. Having lived for over 2 millennia, he has aged considerably. Recently, he summoned scientists to study vampire genetics, aspiring to enhance his own body. In pursuit of this goal, he is willing to use his own son as a test subject, for their genes are the most similar. Upon the experiment's completion, the risks of augmentation on himself would be minimal, allowing him to prolong his life. Should this trial fail, he has resolved to obtain the blood god crystal at any cost. Otherwise, death awaits him. Navigating through layers of fortified gates, he arrived at an underground laboratory housing numerous genetically mutated vampire embryos. At the pinnacle, a silver alloy canister held a vampire, fully immersed in a nurturing solution. It was his son, Shadnoma. "How is the experiment progressing?" Damask inquired. A vampire scientist clad in a white coat responded, "The situation is favorable. Aside from an inability to endure sunlight, the other weaknesses of our kind have been mitigated. However, there may be unforeseen side effects. Please grant me additional time." "You have already been afforded ample time," Damask interjected, discomfort gnawing at him due to his frail state. He yearned to drain the life force from the vampire scientist before him, yet he restrained himself, recognizing the necessity of the ongoing genetic research. Shortly after Damask's departure, Shadnoma opened his eyes within the alloy canister, momentarily devoid of former memories, resembling a beast in nature. Bang! 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 Realizing he was confined within a small vessel, Shadnoma furiously pounded his fists, desperate for escape. "Quickly, administer the tranquilizer. The test subject has regained consciousness." A flurry of vampire assistants scrambled to activate the tranquilizer's mechanism. However, perhaps due to his body's gradual enhancement, the once impenetrable alloy canister was torn asunder, liquid spilling forth. "Damn it! Sound the alarm and summon the security forces." The scientist, gripped by fear, fled in haste, unwilling to meet his demise here. Roar! Shadnoma leaped from the canister, spotting the panicked vampires racing for the exit, and he surged toward them with astonishing speed. Crack! Seizing one vampire by the neck, his jaw split open, revealing a mouthpiece reminiscent of an alien creature, which pierced the vampire's throat and began to voraciously draw forth blood. Having absorbed the frigid blood of the vampire, Shadnoma felt his body gradually rejuvenating. He lifted his gaze to the fleeing vampires and sensed an insatiable thirst for more blood. "Quick, this way!" Soon, a security squad arrived, and upon witnessing the chaotic scene, they aimed their weapons at Shadnoma, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles. The bullets struck his body relentlessly, although they posed no real threat. He felt the sting of pain. Casting a glance at them, He relinquished the sustenance in his grasp and, driven by primal instinct, charged towards the exit, compelled to escape this perilous place. "Hurry, over there! Stop him!" Just as Damask was about to plunge into the blood pool to regain his strength, he was startled by the commotion outside. "What is happening?" he inquired, perplexed. At that moment, a captain from a security detail entered and reported, "Leader, a subject has escaped from the underground testing facility." "Is it Chad Norma?" Damask had an ominous premonition. The captain replied, trembling, "Yes." With a thunderous crash, Damask shattered the blood chalice in his hand. "Why haven't you dispatched more personnel to capture him?" Yes. The mutant vampire possessed formidable strength. A single punch could perforate thick steel plates, and no door could restrain him here. Furthermore, his regenerative capabilities were extraordinary. Even with half his body battered, he pressed forward, slaughtering foes as he ascended. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs of vampires, and the bloodied captain could only watch helplessly as the enemy vanished into the depths of the forest. Alone in the desolate woods, Chad Norma ran, gradually regaining his consciousness. He recalled that he was the prince of the vampire empire, the son of Damask. Yet, his father had treated him as a mere experiment, transforming him into this grotesque form, igniting a simmering rage within him. He yearned to confront his father, to demand answers. However, he realized he could not accomplish this alone. He needed allies. He understood that he possessed the ability to transform other vampires into creatures like himself, turning them into his subordinates. Gazing at the distant towering structure, he turned and disappeared into the vast expanse of trees. In the aftermath of the battle, the vampire base lay in disarray. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Damask was consumed by fury, though he felt a sense of helplessness. Just then, a member of the cleanup crew rushed over. "Report, leader. All those who were bitten have mutated, and they are now attacking our own." Damask turned to the scientist overseeing the research. The scientist explained, "A single fong from Chad Norma can produce a toxin that transforms other vampires into mutants like him." Assad interjected, "There isn't too much time. Leader, we must evacuate immediately." Listening to the anguished cries emanating from outside, the fearful Damask had no time to admonish his subordinates as he hurriedly ascended under their protection. Boom! As he escaped, utterly disregarding the other bloodkin still within the base, Damask activated the explosives strategically placed throughout, turning the area below into a raging inferno. Those mutant vampires, despite their remarkable regenerative capabilities, were reduced to mere ashes. As he gazed upon the destruction of his painstaking efforts, Damask addressed his subordinate Assad, proclaiming the imperative, "We must acquire the Blood God Crystal." Chapter 105. The Capture Blade Warrior on a Bustling Street. A nimble black man clad in a dark coat leapt adeptly between several cars, provoking a chorus of curses from the drivers. A gleaming silver sword dispatched the vampires with precision, reducing them to mere dust. However, one vampire did not meet the same fate as the others. "Why are you still so foolish?" "I'm not a vampire." A man coughed blood as he collapsed to the ground, the Blade Warrior's sword having pierced his abdomen, yet failing to incinerate him. "I am human." The man removed his dentures, his expression a blend of pain and delight. "You fell for it, ha ha ha. Damn it." The Blade Warrior felt a twinge of unease as he glanced behind him, spotting a woman atop a tall building, filming him with a camera. A sinking feeling washed over him. This was a trap. Indeed, the following day's news broadcasted his actions from the previous day. The gunfight had been intense, with a robed figure wreaking havoc, leading to the deaths of at least 4 individuals. At that moment, he heard a faint sound from outside. Peering out the window, the Blade Warrior observed a multitude of armed individuals stealthily approaching his residence. Their speed was remarkable, as if their movements were orchestrated. Smoke grenades began to rain down upon his abode, enveloping it in a thick haze. It was a form of anesthetic gas. Within the Triskelion building of SHIELD, Fury watched the news with an inscrutable expression on his already darkened face. 3 city blocks were congested, over a dozen vehicles destroyed, and 10 vampires along with 4 ordinary citizens had perished. The ruckus caused by the Blade Warrior was indeed significant. Previously, he had only slain vampires, leaving no trace. And with SHIELD's assistance in covering his tracks, the disturbances had gone unnoticed. However, this time, the death of several innocents captured on video would not be overlooked by the agents. S-H-I-E-L-D-S functions often conflicted with one another, and their relationship had long been strained. Nevertheless, this time Fury was determined to rescue the Blade Warrior. A hybrid of human and vampire, the Blade Warrior possessed formidable strength, and the Avengers needed his allegiance. He dialed the director's number. "Director Buck, have you apprehended an individual known as the Blade Warrior?" Director Buck had just watched his subordinates escort the Winter Soldier into the interrogation room when he received a call from the director of S.H.E.L.D. "Fury, I must say your information is impressively timely," Buck remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "This time, we have beaten you to it. Your S.H.I.L.D. is indeed a rather ineffectual department." Seizing the rare opportunity to undermine Fury, Buck was determined not to let it slip away. "I am not here to indulge in your boasting. I wish for you to hand over the Winter Soldier." Before Fury could finish his statement, Buck erupted, "Not a chance. He is currently one of our most significant prisoners." "Very well, I shall contact the President and hope you can hold your ground," Fury responded nonchalantly before hanging up. Infuriated, Buck hurled his phone aside. No sooner had he ended the call than Fury dialed the President of the United States. "Mr. President, I wish to request a person from Director Buck." The newly appointed President Donald was aware of the tensions between the directors and was curious as to why the astute Fury sought to obtain someone from Buck. "Who is it?" "The Winter Soldier." President Donald racked his brain to recall who the Winter Soldier was. "Ah, you mean the murderer who killed 4 innocent people on the overpass yesterday?" Only after Fury's explanation did the President reluctantly accept his words. Acknowledging that much remained concealed in this world. "I can have Buck hand over the Winter Soldier to you, but I need your assurance that he will not create such a ruckus again." After contacting the President, Fury summoned Coulson, saying, "Coulson, reach out to Tony, Johnny, and bring back Parker and Hawkeye from their mission." "Director, are you suggesting?" Coulson guessed Fury's intentions. "Very well, I shall get on it." Fury deemed it essential to gather the Avengers, to impart some crucial information. He then retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Lin's number. "Mr. Xiao Lin." Upon hearing the somewhat familiar voice on the other end, Xiao Lin paused to recall it belonged to Fury of S.H.I.L.D., with whom he had not spoken in quite some time. "What brings you to contact me today?" Xiao Lin was currently examining the Blood God crystal he had recently acquired. The power contained within it was extraordinarily potent. He had yet to decide whether to transform as Xiao Lin or use it to enhance Blonsky's strength. "You summoned that colossal creature that appeared over New York, did you not? What is it you wish to convey?" Xiao Lin set aside the Blood God crystal, uncertain of the purpose behind Fury's call, especially after the significant repercussions of their last encounter, which had left him pondering when Fury would reach out again. "In light of recent events, I hope you will consider becoming a security consultant for S.H.I.L.D. I understand that persuading you to join the Avengers is out of the question." After much contemplation, Fury made his decision. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lin replied, "No problem." Fury paused for a moment, taken aback by the swiftness of the response. After all, his previous refusals had always been resolute. Xiao Lin elucidated, "Of course, I am merely agreeing to serve as your security consultant. I reserve the right to decline involvement in your missions, and I will only offer you advice and some assistance on certain matters." 13 years had elapsed since Xiao Lin arrived in the realms of Azeroth and Marvel. Regardless of whether he could return to his world of origin, he felt that his primary concern was to integrate into this new world. He did not wish for Earth to face annihilation. Although it would not significantly impact him, this place had become his third home. During his 2 years in the Marvel Universe, he perceived it as chaotic, akin to a confluence of various Marvel cinematic worlds. He pondered whether cataclysmic events from the Marvel comics might one day transpire. Should they occur, he would be nothing more than fodder with his current capabilities. "Very well. We shall send someone to your company building to escort you. In our last encounter, we captured a Kree, from whom we extracted vital information. The tyrant Thanos intends to unleash the Chitauri upon our Earth." Fury did not introduce Thanos or elucidate the reasons behind the impending attack, yet he sensed that Xiao Lin possessed greater knowledge than he did. "Additionally, we have gathered a number of Avengers whom we wish to introduce to you." Chapter 106. Assemble with a resounding roar, the S.H.I.L.D. Quinjet landed atop the Azeroth technology building. "Mr. Xiao Lin," Coulson called out warmly as he descended from the aircraft. "Has Fury recently recruited many new Avengers?" "You'll find out once we reach the helicarrier," Coulson replied with a smile, extending his hand. Welcome, Mr. Xiao Lin, to your role as our S.H.I.E.L.D. security consultant. Upon reflection, Fury's own capabilities were rather modest. However, he had an uncanny ability to assess individuals accurately. It was merely his delayed reaction to the Hydra operatives embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. that left him vulnerable. Perhaps he should directly inform Fury that Pierce was indeed a member of Hydra. Speaking of which, he had yet to settle scores with Madame Viper, who had proven exceptionally elusive. Despite the passage of time, the agents of Kingpin had not located her. Perhaps she was currently absent from America. The aircraft transported Xiao Lin across the Atlantic, and after more than half an hour, he beheld a colossal aircraft carrier hovering above the ocean surface. This must be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier. As one of its builders, the Azeroth Technology Company, Xiao Lin had yet to board this pinnacle of contemporary airborne technology. Welcome, Mr. Xiao Lin. Upon disembarking from the Quinjet, he spotted Fury standing on the carrier's deck, flanked by no one else. It appeared he was the first to arrive. Just as he was about to speak, a figure streaked through the sky, descending from the heavens in Iron Man's armor, Tony Stark. Fury observed as he emerged from the steel armor, which continued to exhibit autonomous motion, following closely beside him. Tony, Fury remarked, have you ever considered selling us a few suits of your armor? We are not the American military. We have no intention of utilizing them for warfare. This is my personal toy. I have no thoughts of selling it. You know I am not in want of money, Tony replied. Upon noticing Xiao Lin, he approached and embraced him, saying, Lin, it has been quite some time. Xiao Lin possessed a magical mech of his own, yet each had its distinct advantages. At least he could merely exchange a few points to install a wormhole generator, while Tony's armor could not traverse wormholes. At that moment, another Quinjet descended, from which Spider-Man Parker, Hawkeye Barton, and Black Widow Natasha disembarked. Agent Hill approached discreetly, whispering to Fury, Director, an unexpected incident has occurred. A group of vampires has attacked the Blade, and he will require a bit more time to arrive. Johnny is en route back. Very well, Fury replied. Addressing Xiao Lin and Tony, two others will be arriving shortly. For now, allow me to introduce you to someone and give you a tour of my aircraft carrier. Tony inquired of Fury, are there any other individuals coming? I have no time to squander here. It was usually others who awaited him, and this time, Fury had the audacity to make him wait. Had it not been for Pepper's strong insistence for him to come, he would likely still be in his laboratory. In their phone conversation, Fury had merely mentioned an impending alien invasion without divulging extensive details. Had it not been for the recent appearance of an extraterrestrial battleship, he would have doubted the existence of aliens. Xiao Lin, however, speculated that another individual should be Captain America, the patriotic hero of the United States. Sure enough, not long after, he spotted a bare-chested Caucasian man drenched in sweat, rigorously training in a gym. Fury called out, Steve. Captain America wiped the sweat from his brow and turned a glance towards the entrance. Tony felt a sense of familiarity regarding his appearance. You're Steve Rogers? He recalled, recognizing him from a photograph with his father. My father often spoke of you. It is astonishing to see that you, an ancient relic, are still alive and appear even younger than I. Tony bore no particular sentiment towards Captain America, unlike Coulson, who was an ardent fan of the hero. Steve, however, dismissed Tony's rudeness without concern. This is Steve Rogers, our hero from World War II. There was no need for Fury to introduce him. Captain America was a household name across America, and Xiao Lin was well acquainted with virtually all superheroes in this world. After a short while of touring, Xiao Lin expressed, Fury, how much longer will you keep us? Our time is precious. Tony displayed his impatience as well. Director Fury, they have arrived, Coulson suddenly announced, appearing before them. Xiao Lin was curious to discover who else could possibly require such patience. Fury led them into a conference room, where they encountered two individuals of African descent. One was the Blade, and the other was the sorcerer Modu from the Ancient One Circle. At that moment, another figure entered the room. It was the Ghost Rider, Johnny. Johnny, you are here too? Xiao Lin exclaimed in surprise. Looking at Xiao Lin, Johnny replied, Indeed, I have joined the Avengers. Ever since I banished Mephisto back to hell, I accepted Fury's invitation to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Avengers. After all, my other identity is merely that of an ordinary man, in need of material wealth and financial stability, while the spirit of vengeance within me craves the souls of the guilty, which Fury can conveniently provide. Modu, observing from the side, coldly remarked, one body housing a demon, and another wielding necromantic powers. Birds of a feather indeed flock together. Before Xiao Lin could respond, the irritable Johnny shot a fierce glare at him. Do you wish for me to sear your soul with the eye of judgment? Enough. Fury interjected quickly, attempting to smooth over the tension. There were few here who were not to be trifled with, and he had no desire for his aircraft carrier to be dismantled. Modu would eventually find a way to eliminate him, and Xiao Lin harbored a deep disdain for him, were it not for the Ancient One. He might have already been reduced to ashes. Fury introduced everyone present. Surveying the room, Xiao Lin noted that the current Avengers comprised Iron Man, Spider-Man, Blade, Ghost Rider, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, with the Hulk and Thor absent, yet 3 new members had emerged. Director Fury, what of Dr. Banner? Xiao Lin inquired. Fury responded, of course. We have located him, but there are complications. He refrained from elaborating on the nature of the complications, and Xiao Lin opted not to press the matter. Blade remained somewhat bewildered. Having been captured, he found himself in the company of a group of enigmatic individuals, most of whom were superheroes. Director Fury, Blade stated, some mutant vampires have appeared in New York. I believe we cannot afford to squander time here. The mutant vampires are a more pressing concern. Fury paused before replying. We will dispatch agents to deal with those troublesome vampires shortly. Chapter 107. The plan among those invited. Aside from Xiao Lin, the others were unaware of the unfolding situation, only understanding that it was urgent and that Fury had summoned them for a critical announcement. Fury manipulated the controls, and a holographic projection materialized before them, revealing a blue-skinned individual bound to a chair, with agents interrogating him nearby. Everyone recognized him as a Kree. They had encountered these extraterrestrials during the alien invasion. Hey, do you think those aliens spoke English? Parker exclaimed with curiosity. Could they have been lurking among us all along? Silence. Fury found himself somewhat exasperated by the incessant chatter of Spider-Man. However, when the topic of lurking extraterrestrials arose, he was reminded of the Skrulls under the command of Xiao Lin, hoping that they would not exploit those aliens for nefarious purposes. The Kree in the video appeared to be on the brink of death, mercilessly tormented by the agents of S.H.I.L.D., with not a single part of his body unmarred. In a fit of madness, the Kree screamed, The great Thanos, ruler of the galaxy, is coming, accompanied by the Chitauri army. You foolish Earthlings will have nowhere to flee. The video was brief and concluded there, yet Xiao Lin suspected that there was more to follow. Fury surveyed the room, his expression impassive, and inquired, What are your thoughts on this? Tony Stark, momentarily shedding his usual irreverence, met Fury's gaze. Is that all? Indeed, but it is sufficient, Fury replied, subsequently projecting a virtual image of the dark starship that had appeared over New York that day. The technology of those aliens far surpassed our own. Their warships were encased in a layer of energy shielding, rendering our weapons utterly ineffective. While the veracity of the Kree's words remained uncertain, we could not afford to be complacent. At this juncture, Parker interjected, Director Fury, if that is the case, what purpose do we serve? Are we meant to confront those aerial warships? Blade, Hawkeye, and Black Widow exchanged incredulous glances. Sending them to face an alien fleet seemed utterly fanciful. If the enemy's fleet arrives, you must infiltrate their flagship and eliminate their commander. Only then do we stand a chance of victory, Fury asserted, turning to Xiao Lin. I trust that Mr. Xiao Lin possesses the capability to lead you into the heart of the enemy's flagship. Fury certainly held a high opinion of these Avengers. Without considering whether Thanos would even deign to appear, should he come, sending these Avengers would merely be a futile sacrifice. The might of Thanos was beyond their comprehension, and even his Black Order was not something they could contend with. However, Xiao Lin had no intention of disclosing such thoughts, as dampening their spirits would be a grave mistake. Fury continued. Meanwhile, the sorcerers from the Ancient Order will draw their attention below. I have also contacted the Fantastic Four, and they have agreed to this plan. It appeared that Fury had meticulously considered all aspects. Mr. Xiao Lin, I hope your students from a mutant academy will also lend their assistance when the time comes. Very well. But Thanos is not quite the overlord of the galaxy. His influence is not as formidable as it may seem. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin refrained from voicing this sentiment. Noticing the collective gaze of his companions upon him, he decided to enlighten them. In the galaxy, Thanos has many adversaries, Asgardians, the Nova Corps, and countless others whose homes he has obliterated. They harbor an intense hatred for him. How do you know all of this? Fury inquired, regarding him with curiosity. I cannot divulge that information. Everyone harbors a few secrets. I shall refrain from elaborating further, as I merely wish for you not to fixate on my company, S.H.E.L.D. I am aware that you still have agents infiltrating the Azeroth Technology Corporation. Xiao Lin then turned to Tony. Tony, I know you maintain a certain wariness towards me. Truly, I harbor no ulterior motives concerning this humble planet. My aspirations lie among the stars and the vast oceans. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Xiao Lin recognized their difficulty in accepting this revelation, especially since they had only recently encountered extraterrestrial beings. Mordo's mentor, the Ancient One, should be well aware of this, as the name of the Supreme Sorcerer resonates throughout the multiverse. Hearing Xiao Lin praise his mentor softened Mordo's demeanor slightly. The Ancient One had never shared such matters with him, which left Fury feeling somewhat dissatisfied. I have no desire to know this. In Johnny's eyes flickered an orange flame. As long as there are sinners, I shall make them taste the flames of hell. Once merely a motorcycle stunt performer, Johnny had gradually been influenced by the spirit of vengeance. Vanquishing evildoers had become his sole delight. Meanwhile, in a concealed gathering of vampires, Chad Norma arrived with a transformed cohort of mutant vampires. Such a multitude of vampires would soon serve as his minions. Savor the blood to your heart's content. Observing the frenzied vampires on the dance floor, a bloodthirsty gleam shone in his eyes. Chad Norma leaped into the fray, akin to a beast amidst a flock of sheep. Those who once viewed humans as mere sustenance now possessed no capacity for resistance. Blood and entrails scattered in all directions. Who are you? A gasp escaped Chad Norma as he seized a vampire by the neck, splitting its jaw and extending a proboscis that pierced the creature's artery. An agent of S.H.I.O.A. lurking nearby was horrified by the scene before him. He had come to monitor these vampires, only to witness such a horrifying spectacle. He hastily dialed Coulson's number. Agent Coulson, several terrifying individuals have appeared at the vampire gathering we were surveilling. Those bitten have been transformed into mindless monstrosities. Coulson retreated to a corner, listening to the intermittent screams echoing from the vicinity, his brow furrowing. He recalled the mutant vampire's blade had mentioned, realizing they were likely far more formidable than their vampire counterparts. Agent Gunn, a scream resonated from the other end, followed by a series of beeping sounds. It seemed the situation was dire for the caller. Observing the Avengers and Director Fury still engaged in discussion, Coulson resolved to allow Fury to make the decision. If these mutant vampires proliferated, it could pose a significant dilemma, especially since a peace accord existed with the vampires, who appeared utterly unrestrained. Chapter 108. The Ambush. Director Fury. Coulson had no choice but to interrupt Fury, moving closer to him. Fury turned to face him and inquired, "What is it?" Coulson remarked that a vampire lair was under siege, the scene appearing rather grim, and the fate of our undercover agents remained uncertain. Were they vampire hunters? He was aware that New York harbored a multitude of vampire hunters who frequently infiltrated the gathering points of these creatures, sometimes emerging victorious, while at other times meeting total annihilation. Before Coulson could respond, Blade interjected, "They are mutant vampires, Director Fury. These are fearsome monstrosities. I believe I must hasten to confront them. Initially, I thought their ability to eradicate vampires was a boon, and thus paid them little heed, yet their numbers have swelled, and they occasionally turn their aggression towards humanity. I shall deal with them," Johnny declared, rising to his feet, feeling the spirit of vengeance within him stir with interest for those beings, particularly for their souls. The more carnage, the greater the sin. What he desired most was the soul of Xiao Lin, though he knew he was not yet a match for him. Tony stood as well, stating, "If all is well, I shall take my leave. Should the extraterrestrials arrive, I will do my utmost. I too must attend class," he added. Both Tony and Parker harbored disdain for those dark entities. Parker, having been frightened by horror films in his youth, was confident that Fury possessed a solution, given that others would handle the situation for the time being. "Very well. All that needed to be said has been said," Fury concluded, not wishing for any disturbances to arise at such a critical juncture. The formidable strength of the Ghost Rider made him the most suitable candidate among the Avengers to tackle these creatures. "Mr. Xiao Lin," Fury addressed him, hoping he would also partake in the mission, as the Chitauri could strike at any moment, leaving no time to squander. All right, no problem. Xiao Lin, feeling bored, was also eager to witness the nature of these creatures. Recently, the technology firm Azeroth had recruited Professor Connors, a biologist, and perhaps capturing one of these beings could yield new discoveries. With Xiao Lin's assistance, Blade felt confident they could eradicate the mutant vampires entirely. Having witnessed their might during the battle with Blood God, it was now 3 in the morning, and the desolate streets were nearly devoid of life. Xiao Lin, Blade, and Johnny prepared to venture towards a vampire congregation site, where they might encounter these monsters. They arrived at a concealed slaughterhouse, its doors now firmly shut and eerily silent. Xiao Lin grasped the iron lock, pulling with force until the sturdy chain split into 2 segments. Upon entering, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses, and Blade detected the scent of human blood within. He had long sought this vampire gathering spot, having been thwarted previously before he could cleanse it, as the humans had spirited him away. After traversing the interior for some time in silence, Xiao Lin sensed the presence of something else encroaching, moving towards a particular location. This way, Xiao Lin took the lead, striding towards the open, disguised refrigeration unit. Peering inside, he discovered a lengthy corridor concealed within. These vampires had truly excelled at hiding. Blade, wielding his longsword, ventured forth into the depths. Soon, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead, accompanied by anguished cries. Clearly, the mutated vampires were launching an assault. Boom! Johnny's head ignited with orange flames, transforming into a grotesque skull. The vampires that scurried past him were reduced to ashes beneath his fiery chains, proving even more effective than the silver longsword wielded by Blade. Upon exiting the corridor, they found themselves in a chaotic dance floor, where several mutated vampires were grasping their kin by the neck, draining their blood. Chad Norma, alert, raised his head towards the entrance, recognizing only Blade among the 3 newcomers. With eyes as fierce as a beast's, he glared at them. Blade, have you come here to deal with those vampires? No, Blade replied coldly. I have come to address you and your minions. The others are merely incidental. Blade drew forth his silver nail gun and fired directly at his adversary. Thud! The silvery bullet pierced Chad Norma's body, yet he did not disintegrate into dust. Chad Norma looked at him with a mocking expression, withdrawing the silver nail from his flesh. Within moments, the wound healed. We are not vampires. We lack their vulnerabilities. Before he could finish, the Hell Knight lunged forward, wielding his fiery chains. Fortunately, Chad Norma's reflexes were swift. The chains merely ensnared his arm, leaving a charred mark and nearly severing it. Were you? The young Chad Norma, unaware of the Hell Knight's notorious reputation, felt a chilling power emanating from the flames that could easily extinguish his life. He cautiously retreated, gesturing for his subordinates to encircle the intruders, while Xiao Lin, standing aside, was overlooked, dismissed as an ordinary vampire hunter, devoid of any threat. A horde of creatures surged forward, and Blade found himself at a loss against these beings, now devoid of vampire weaknesses. 2 monsters ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the Hell Knight experienced far less difficulty. The creatures were unable to harm him. With a fiery skull as his visage, they struggled to find the vulnerable arteries of his neck. Seizing one of the monsters, the Hell Knight opened his mouth, his fiery eye sockets fixated upon it, and within seconds, it crumbled to ashes. Delicious, sinful souls. The Judgment Eye, a formidable weapon, was utterly beyond the comprehension of these mutated vampires. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin lingered at the corridor's entrance, biding his time to seize the most formidable of the mutated vampires. As Chad Norma watched his subordinates being annihilated as if they were mere blades of grass, he emitted a sound wave inaudible to the common ear. His minions lurking in the sewers surged forth like a swarm of locusts. He had transformed a considerable number of mutant vampires during this time. Citizens, disturbed from their slumber, approached their windows to witness an array of peculiar figures frantically racing down the streets, their bewilderment mingling with the ire of those who bellowed curses. Within the vampire empire, Damask found himself in a quandary, unsure how to seize the blood god crystal. The formidable mutant school and the Sky City posed significant challenges. Chief Ozus entered the hall and reported, "The enemy is in New York City, engaged in battle at a vampire gathering point alongside Blade and another individual. They are outnumbered and surrounded." Damask's spirits lifted at this news. One opportunity. Dispatch our forces immediately. Do not engage yet. Let them resolve their conflict first. We must secure the Blood God Crystal this time. Remember to send all our elite troops. Chapter 109. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? Reinhardt, the captain of the vampire assault team trained specifically to confront Blade, arrived with hundreds of elite vampire warriors near the slaughterhouse. Observing the surge of mutant vampires, his expression darkened. The number was nearing 1,000. Had all of New York's vampires been transformed? How had no intelligence reached him? If these creatures converged on their headquarters, they would not withstand for long. The previous battle still vivid in his memory. Hearing the clamor outside, Blade's demeanor shifted. Hey, Blade, my minions are here. Your doom is nigh. Chad Norma was incredulous that they could endure under the onslaught of his forces. Had it not been for that peculiar skull, victory might have already been his. My lord, another wave of adversaries has arrived, reported Xiao Lin, who had set up the Shadow Eye outside. The Shadow Eye, also known as the Eye of Naxxramas, was originally created through sacrificial altars to scout enemy movements. These incorporeal beings served as the finest reconnaissance agents. Xiao Lin's consciousness merged with his summoned minions, revealing hundreds of fully armed individuals hiding in the shadows. Were it not for their overwhelming scent of blood, he might have mistaken them for government officials. Through their conversations, he discerned that they belonged to the Vampire Empire, intent on claiming his Blood God Crystal. I shall settle the score with you later. The creatures surged through the narrow passageway, overwhelming even the Ghost Rider momentarily. A whirling chain ensnared one, scattering it into a cloud of dust. The hellfire surrounding the Ghost Rider burned more fiercely, while those monsters, seemingly impervious to pain, continued to fight, even as half their bodies turned to ash. Gradually, he felt his resistance waning. Upon encountering the creatures, Xiao Lin felt no trace of soul vibrations. They resembled mere puppets, entirely subject to the leader's command. The trio charged outside, halting at the sight of a multitude of mindless vampires. Chad Norma, encircled by his minions, believed himself to be secure and cast a mocking glance at the Blade warrior. Blade, we initially had no conflict. We share some common foes. However, I am now inclined to see if I can convert you into one of my subordinates, along with that fiery skeleton. With so many mutated vampires, let us see how you manage. It seemed he had forgotten Xiao Lin. Stepping forward, Xiao Lin brandished his weapon. His delay in action was strategic, intending to ensnare all the monsters at once. It appeared that moment had nearly arrived. You? Just a mere vampire hunter, Chad Norma remarked, unfamiliar with Xiao Lin and thus dismissive of him. Hiss. The vampires, who still bore remnants of humanity, had their jaws split open, revealing gnarled, tooth-filled maws, emitting unintelligible sounds as they charged toward Xiao Lin and his companions. The ground before them was cloaked in a murky energy from which translucent hands of death emerged, ensnaring the feet of the mutated vampires and causing them to fall. A potent enhancement of the death magic, termed group death entanglement, coalesced into dark magical orbs that shot towards the creatures. Sizzling, a stench of decaying flesh permeated the air as Chad Norma instinctively rolled aside, narrowly evading the strike. His instincts warned him of the considerable threat posed by the small black spheres. The death entanglement, imbued with necrotic power, corroded their bodies, and soon many mutated vampires found themselves severely eroded, rendered motionless and silent upon the ground. Their magical resistance was alarmingly low, allowing even a moderately powerful death spell to reap a significant harvest. Meanwhile, the Wraith Knight did not remain idle. Its flexible, burning chains spanned a great distance, ensnaring the vampires' bodies. The stench of decay mingled with the acrid odor of burning flesh and other foul scents, permeating the vicinity of the slaughterhouse. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mutated vampires fell, some barely alive, crawling toward Xiao Lin. The combat prowess of vampires in this realm was notably low. Apart from a singular blood mage exhibiting some strength, the rest were merely marginally superior to ordinary humans, while the mutated vampires, despite their robust recovery abilities, posed little more than slightly tougher cannon fodder to Xiao Lin. Damn it, all of you attack. Chad Norma, sensing the dire situation, commanded his subordinates to swarm from all directions towards the enemy. The plague strike struck the foremost mutated vampire, infecting it with a virulent plague, which caused it to collapse after just a few steps. A dark light emerged from Xiao Lin's hand, striking the mutated vampire afflicted with the plague. In the blink of an eye, apart from Xiao Lin and his two companions, all living creatures within a 100-meter radius, even the mice lurking in the corners, succumbed to the pestilence, resulting in a swift massacre. Boom! 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 The corpses of the deceased mutated vampires began to explode, their remains scattering over a wide area, one after another detonating, creating a cloud of green pestilent gas. You all should leave now, Xiao Lin urged. The Hell Knight may not be significantly affected, but the Blade Warrior cannot withstand such a plague. I cannot guarantee he won't be infected, and the nearby pestilent gas is already beginning to spread towards us. The Blade Warrior stared at him, momentarily dazed before nodding, choosing a direction devoid of mist and turning to depart. After all, the mutated vampires had been largely dealt with. He was uncertain of what else might transpire. Meanwhile, the Hell Knight summoned his motorcycle from a distance, which autonomously drove to his side. He mounted it, and the flaming chariot sped away, leaving a trail of smoke. Though Chad Norman had not lost his combat prowess, he felt an unprecedented weakness, as if the very air of pestilence was corrupting his insides. His subordinates were also gravely injured, with only a few still able to move. However, before they could reach him, Xiao Lin's sword cleaved one in two. Who is this person? Looking at the seemingly innocuous young human before him, Chad felt a creeping madness. No, he had to leave this place, otherwise it would be his undoing. Before he could escape, he felt something gripping him tightly, drawing him involuntarily toward the enemy's direction. Captain, the situation seems a bit off, one of his men exclaimed. Of course I see that, Reinhardt retorted, slapping the back of his subordinate's head, his eyes widening as he glanced into the distance. He had anticipated that in the face of such numerous monsters, the mutated vampires would emerge victorious. However, the current scenario was far from his expectations. As the vampires inexplicably collapsed and exploded, enveloping the area in a shroud of green mist. We must leave this place, Reinhardt concluded, sensing that this mission was doomed. He would rather return to face punishment than witness his men suffer heavy losses here. Suddenly, he felt as if a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him, causing cold sweat to break out across his body. Had they been discovered? Chapter 110. Hulk Rampage. Xiao Lin seized the still-struggling Chad Norman, plunging Frostmourne into his chest. A force began to tug at his very soul. I seek revenge. Chad's thoughts lingered on his father, the one responsible for his current state, and he was unwilling to let him escape retribution. As darkness enveloped him, Chad felt as if he were plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, his soul being drawn into Frostmourne. After vanquishing the mutated vampires, Xiao Lin turned his gaze towards the direction of the elite forces of the Vampire Empire, determined not to allow those fiends to escape. Just as the elite warriors of the Vampire Empire prepared to retreat, they discovered they had been encircled. Surrounding the rooftop, an array of bat statues had mysteriously emerged. Their wings folded as they scrutinized the intruders, their numbers appearing to exceed 100. Captain, what are those things? When did they appear? One of the Special Forces operatives inquired, his body bristling with dread at the sight of the grotesque statues. The sudden emergence of the gargoyles had been utterly silent, their dark forms blending seamlessly into the night, unnoticed by anyone. How should I know? Reinhardt whispered into his radio, exercise caution while withdrawing. Do not provoke them. However, as they attempted to retreat past the gargoyles, their arms were seized. Damn it! The creatures had come to life, ensnaring those who sought to flee. Open fire. Some drew their swords, slashing at their captors, while others aimed their firearms. The rapid gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the gargoyle surfaces, igniting sparks yet inflicting no harm. Curse it! We need to get out of here. Some attempted to leap from the building, only to be caught by their collars and lifted into the air, while others were struck by suddenly appearing green orbs, their anguished cries echoing as they succumbed to their fate. Where do you think you're going? Witnessing the target of their mission abruptly materialize before him, Reinhardt wasted no time and raised his weapon to fire. Yet after only a few shots, a sharp pain seized his abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards. Thud! As he crashed onto the cold ground, he felt a foot pinning him down. Who are you? He asked, gazing up at Xiao Lin, who loomed over him, and noticing that all his subordinates had vanished. Reinhardt realized he was outmatched and that his prospects were grim. I want to divulge anything. You need not speak. I already know you are from the Vampire Empire. There is no need for further elaboration. even if he remained silent. Xiao Lin possessed other means to extract the information he sought. The Frostmourne pierced his heart, and before he could muster a defiant retort, darkness enveloped him. Reinhardt's soul drifted from the blade, revealing all he knew to Xiao Lin, including the location of their headquarters. A bunch of fools, you are doomed, Xiao Lin mused, indifferent to any peace agreements with the ancient cult or the World Security Council. At that moment, 2 Quinjet aircraft descended from the sky, emblazoned with a prominent SHIELD insignia. SHIELD. Agents expertly erected a quarantine perimeter near the slaughterhouse, their stomachs churning at the sight of decaying corpses and mangled flesh, even as they steeled themselves to clean up the gruesome scene. Mr. Xiao Lin Agent Coulson barely began to speak before being interrupted. I must take my leave. Xiao Lin dragged Chad Norma's lifeless body and opened a portal to death, returning to the technological edifice of Azeroth. Within Kana's laboratory, he beheld Kana's engrossed in the research of the data he had provided on the plague technology, seemingly consumed by an obsession to restore his severed arm. Dr. Kana's, this is the corpse of a mutated vampire. I trust it will prove useful to you. High above the clouds, Xiao Lin rode atop the frost dragon Syndragosa, soaring toward the realm of the vampire empire. From the essence of Reinhardt, he had discerned the reason the vampire empire sought him. He doubted they would relinquish their covetous desire for the blood god crystal, and he had no intention of surrendering it to others. As daylight cast its rays, only a handful of humans hoping to become vampires roamed outside the headquarters of the vampire empire. When the structures below were engulfed in a shadow, all gazes turned skyward. Some recognized the colossal creature that had appeared over New York that fateful day, though they were perplexed as to why it graced their presence today. A chill began to coalesce within Syndragosa's maw, forming a massive orb of frost, causing even Xiao Lin, seated upon its back, to feel a shiver. The slowly descending ice sphere blanketed the area in a shroud of white, encasing the fountain and the pool in crystalline ice. Panic-stricken, the people below scrambled to flee, yet the blast radius of the frost bomb was too expansive for them to escape. The vampire leader, resting in the blood pool, sensed an ominous disturbance from above. His unease had begun in the early hours when he suddenly lost contact with the Special Operations Unit. A foreboding feeling gripped him, as the enemy's strength might surpass his expectations, possibly indicating the arrival of reinforcements from the Mutant Academy. Through the monitors above, he caught sight of a massive white ice sphere plummeting from the sky, and his tablet displayed a flurry of snowflakes. Azus, go investigate the situation. Yes, leader. Yet, before he could depart, an icy gale swept through the entire base, freezing both the surface and subterranean areas into solid ice, transforming it into a realm of frost. Xiao Lin leaped to the ground, perhaps influenced by the power of the Death Knight. The frigid atmosphere brought him a sense of delight. With a swift motion, Frostmourne plunged into the earth, and streams of white souls ascended from below, being drawn into the sword's essence. At that moment, Xiao Lin's phone rang once more. Fry, what is it now? He answered, feeling a twinge of discontent as he glanced at the caller ID, Fry. Regret began to wash over him for the commitments he had made. I did agree to be your security advisor, but must you always seek me out? Xiao Lin, the Hulk has gone berserk, came the somber voice from the other end. What? Xiao Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Director Fury continued. General Ross's daughter Betty sought out Dr. Banner, but a tragic incident occurred, resulting in her death at the hands of our military personnel. Dr. Banner, consumed by rage, transformed into the Hulk and has wreaked havoc upon a city in Mexico. Fury's voice bore a hint of fatigue, a natural reaction to such events, and one could imagine him silently cursing General Ross in his mind. Xiao Lin inquired, what about Master Gu Yi? She too has intervened, currently imprisoning the Hulk within the mirror dimension. However, this situation cannot persist indefinitely. I know you possess a proficiency in soul magic, and I hope you can assist in resolving this matter. Xiao Lin pondered for a moment before agreeing, albeit with the admission that his knowledge of soul magic was rather limited. Very well, but I must return to prepare. I shall contact you soon. I hope it won't take long. Chapter 111. Enhancement of the Abomination. Upon returning to the Azeroth Technology Building, Xiao Lin summoned the Abomination, Blonsky. Master, he exclaimed, somewhat perplexed, as he followed Xiao Lin into a laboratory. Observing Xiao Lin producing a crimson crystal, he sensed immense power emanating from within. This is a blood god crystal. After much contemplation, I have resolved to further enhance Abomination Blonsky's strength. While using it to create a high-tier saline would yield considerable power. Augmenting the Abomination's abilities is far more pragmatic. This crystal contains the essence of a vampire's power. Absorbing it will bolster your strength, though the process may be somewhat painful. Upon hearing Xiao Lin's words, Blonsky's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He yearned for power more than anyone else and feared no agony or torment. Recently, he had been training his physical prowess, but felt as though his body was stunted in its development, unable to harness the power of blood further. Receiving the blood god crystal, Blonsky clutched it tightly, a crimson glow radiating from it, illuminating the blood runes inscribed upon his body. Suddenly, Blonsky's physique swelled, reverting to his abomination form, an ominous aura erupting from him, stirring a tempest within the confines of the small laboratory. The power of the blood god surged from the crystal, coursing into the abomination's body. His visage contorted in agony. The transformation endured for over half an hour, until the crystal in his grasp dissipated, transmuting entirely into blood power that infused his being. Gasping for breath, Blonsky's every inhalation resonated with the energy within him, appearing significantly more formidable than before. It remained uncertain who would emerge as the more formidable force, the current abomination or the Hulk, who grew stronger with every surge of anger. A series of knocks echoed at the laboratory door, followed by a voice from outside, Mr. Xiao Lin. Come in. As the summoned Hawkeye entered, he was taken aback by the imposing, fearsome giant standing within, swallowing hard as he felt his heart race. Mr. Xiao Lin, the creature before him, was one he had encountered before, having wreaked havoc upon several streets of New York, a menace that the military had been unable to suppress. Hawkeye continued in a hushed tone, Subtitle D has sent word for you to hasten to Mexico. The aircraft they dispatched awaits on the rooftop. Well, it seems they can no longer afford to wait. Could even the Supreme Sorcerer not contain him? Blonsky, accompany me, he commanded. Very well, Master, came the sulky reply, as the once sullen figure reverted to his former demeanor. Hawkeye gazed in astonishment. The seemingly dull giant was, in fact, a veritable behemoth. He couldn't help but shiver at the recollection of their previous jests. Upon reaching the rooftop, Xiao Lin was met once more by Agent Coulson, the level 9 operative. With a hint of jest, he remarked, Coulson, are you exclusively tasked with running errands for Director Fury? It seems you're always the one to fetch me. Coulson chuckled awkwardly. Currently, I am solely responsible for your and Tony's reception. The aircraft soared southward, and after several hours, it arrived at a military encampment, where the clamor within was audible from outside. Upon entering, he beheld Director Fury, General Ross, and several unfamiliar faces engaged in heated discussion. Listening to their discourse, Xiao Lin discerned that these individuals were officials from the obliterated Mexican city. Their faces flushed with anger. They hurled invectives at General Ross. It was hardly surprising. A city in their nation had been suddenly assaulted by a creature of unknown origin. Anyone would struggle to maintain composure under such circumstances. And had it not been for the might of America, the situation might have escalated beyond mere verbal altercations. General Ross sat in silence, the loss of his daughter weighing heavily upon him, particularly with Betty's body still entangled with the Hulk. The recent clash between Hulk and Abomination in downtown Manhattan had prompted calls for Ross's impeachment from a faction of government officials. Although a substantial portion of the military still supported the continuation of research on the Green Giant. After agreeing to share information, that incident was finally put to rest. Director Fury, Mr. Xiao Lin has arrived. Coulson's voice pierced through the tumult, redirecting everyone's attention. The Mexican officials regarded Xiao Lin with curiosity, inquiring of Fury, Director Fury. Who is he? Though the hearing of that day had captivated nearly all of America, he remained largely unknown abroad. This is Mr. Xiao Lin, RSH, IELD, security consultant, tasked with resolving this matter. The Mexican officials gazed at the young Asian man with skepticism. What could he possibly do against such a beast? Blonsky? General Ross, still silent, was taken aback by the appearance of his former subordinate. Was he not already deceased? Yet, Blonsky's countenance revealed little emotion upon seeing his former superior. The situation is dire. Let me brief you on the circumstances. Fury, unwilling to prolong the quarrel, hastily diverted the conversation upon witnessing the arrival of Xiao Lin. However, He glanced at the Mexican officials and, disregarding their protests, commanded Coulson to forcibly remove them. Hulk was currently rampaging in a small city 10 kilometers away, now reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the civilians had mostly evacuated, resulting in minimal casualties. Ancient One and several mages from the mystic arts were striving to contain him within a mirrored realm, though it was uncertain how much longer they could maintain this control. Unlike Banner, Hulk lacked intellect and had succumbed to madness, rendering him uncontrollable. Anything that obstructed his path was met with relentless destruction. He had been wreaking havoc for an entire day without respite. Mr. Xiao Lin, can you subdue him and bring Hulk to calmness? Fury, growing increasingly intrigued by Xiao Lin's mysterious nature, posed a question. Yet, Xiao Lin had no intention of soothing Hulk. Had he entertained such thoughts, he would have brought Wanda along. Take me to the site. I shall devise a solution. You scoundrel, Fury, we will lodge a complaint against you with the Safety Council. As General Ross exited, a cacophony of shouts erupted nearby. Ignoring the Mexican officials still hurling insults, Xiao Lin and Fury boarded the helicopter, soaring toward the devastated city. From above, Xiao Lin observed wisps of smoke rising from the city. Countless structures in ruins and remnants of destroyed tanks and armored vehicles littering the streets. Chapter 112. Cornered Beast Hulk. The helicopter landed amidst the debris, surrounded by rubble and concrete. On the ground, a hooded bald elder vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. Upon seeing Fury, he merely nodded. Master Mahala, this is Mr. Xiao Lin. Please open the gateway to the mirrored realm for him. Fury respectfully addressed the elder. Very well, Mahala replied leisurely, using the finger adorned with a suspended ring to gesture in the air. Before them, the fabric of reality fractured like shattered glass, forming a spiraling mirrored passage. As Xiao Lin entered alongside Bronsky, the distant roar of Hulk echoed, accompanied by the resounding crash of collapsing buildings. Xiao Lin, a voice suddenly emerged beside him. It was Ancient One, having silently appeared next to Xiao Lin, nearly prompting him to draw his sword in reflex. Follow me. Hulk is over there. We can only temporarily restrain him. Awakening the other soul sealed within him is beyond our current capabilities. The distant sounds grew clearer as Ancient One spoke, a hint of resignation in her tone. Hulk's strength continues to amplify. Hulk's power escalated with his fury, and no one knew his limits. While Ancient One and her allies were not without means to resolve the situation entirely, she was aware that Xitarians would soon attack, and Hulk represented a formidable asset in their defense. Otherwise, casting Hulk into the Dark Dimension would have resolved the issue entirely. By the way, Fury mentioned you are adept in soul magic. In the eyes of Master Gu Xiao, soul magic belongs to the realm of dark sorcery. However, Gu Yi seemed rather indifferent. Can you awaken Banner? He inquired. I think not. Banner requires a female companion for that. All I can do is deliver a fierce beating. It appeared that Fury harbored some misconceptions about him, as certain abilities stemmed from the Frostmourne. Very well, Gu Yi remarked, somewhat disheartened. Awakening Banner's consciousness was beyond their capabilities. Dozens of mages from the Ancient Order conjured a spark of golden fire, which tightly entwined around Hulk. Yet they still needed to rely on constantly shifting terrain to control him. Blonsky, shouted Xiao Lin from behind. Upon hearing the voice of an old rival from afar, Blonsky could hardly contain himself. The defeat he had suffered previously left him unsatisfied, and having absorbed the power from the blood god crystal had inflated his confidence. Yet, he was unaware that Hulk was now in a state of rage, far more formidable than before. Hulk, I will tear you apart. Blonsky roared as he transformed into a crimson giant, recklessly charging forward, shattering every obstacle in his path. Get out of the way, Mordo urgently shouted to his comrades. The mages, noticing the oncoming giant, hastily set aside their spells and leapt aside. Boom! The two giants collided, raising a vast cloud of dust. It was a confrontation between titans. Hulk, my strength now surpasses what it once was, Blonsky boasted, infused with the power of the blood god crystal, which bestowed upon him a fierce confidence that he could vanquish Hulk. However, reality did not align with his expectations. Damn it, the blood runes on Blonsky's body glowed ominously, exuding a heavy aura of bloodlust, with every bone spur enhancing his malevolence. The mages from the Ancient Order regarded him with disdain, yet, observing Gu Yi's lack of response, they remained silent in their safe positions. As two immensely powerful adversaries clashed, their brutal exchange left onlookers in stunned silence, even causing the very space around them to tremble. The mirrored world was not a complete realm, and its structure was tenuous. Despite the arduous nature of the battle, Blonsky could not suppress his penchant for taunting. "Hulk, is this all the power you possess? You are far weaker than before." Xiao Lin, noticing someone familiar behind Hulk, was uncertain of their fate. Hulk had been engaged in battle nearby, seemingly protecting her. "Is that General Ross's daughter, Betty?" he inquired. "Indeed, Hulk has been carrying her around, wreaking havoc and pursuing General Ross's troops. We wish to tend to Betty's injuries, but he is currently impervious to anyone's words." He could only hope that Xiao Lin's subordinates could restrain Hulk, allowing her to send someone to retrieve Betty and ensure her healing. "Is she still alive?" Xiao Lin asked incredulously, recalling that Director Fury had stated Betty was dead. "Indeed, she did not perish. She merely sustained injuries and now lingers on the brink of death. If she is not treated promptly, Dr. Strange and the others have just discovered that Betty is still alive. They now harbor hopes of saving her, so she can soothe the Hulk." After a brief struggle, Abomination discerned the individual that the Hulk had been fiercely protecting. This revelation sparked a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. "Hulk, I recognize her, General Ross's daughter. Roar, I warn you, do not approach her." The usually silent Hulk finally uttered a word, his expression growing increasingly furious. Abomination, however, paid no heed to his warning. He leapt high into the air, charging towards Betty's location. "Damn it!" Mordo also observed Abomination's actions. "Hulk, charge!" The enraged Hulk targeted Abomination, striking with both hands. Abomination, caught in mid-air without any leverage, was struck by a fierce gust, propelling his body far away. "You shall all perish." Hulk lifted a massive chunk of concrete, hurling it towards the location of the sorcerers from the Ancient One's order. "I will intercept him. You bring Betty out." Xiao Lin drew his frost-laden weapon, Frostmourne, cleaving the incoming debris in two. "It's you." Hulk recognized Xiao Lin, whom he had encountered before. Seeing him here, he regarded him as an adversary. "Withdraw and stay back." Xiao Lin halted Abomination, who was eager to continue his advance. Though reluctant, he had to obey his master's command. "Now, your opponent is me, Hulk." Xiao Lin felt a rush of anticipation. It had been long since he had engaged a formidable foe face-to-face. His last confrontation with Apocalypse relied on Syndragos's power. Hulk charged like a tank, his fist, the size of a basin, aimed directly at Xiao Lin's head. Bang! Xiao Lin raised his weapon above his head, blocking Hulk's strike. The ground beneath him collapsed, inflicting slight injuries upon him. Death entwined around Xiao Lin, conjuring a green magical orb in his hand. The force of evil struck Hulk, corroding his flesh with festering wounds, temporarily repelling him. "I cannot hold back." The runes adorning Xiao Lin's body ignited. Red blood runes, pale blue frost runes, and green evil runes. As Hulk's fist came crashing down once more, he infused his weapon with the power of blood. Death strike. Frostmourne cleaved into Hulk's arm, siphoning his life force and returning it to Xiao Lin, healing his previous wounds. Meanwhile, Hulk's arm bled profusely, the green blood splattering onto Betty, who lay on the ground. Gradually, the blood seeped from her mouth and nose into her body. Chapter 113. The green giant Betty, previously trapped in the mirror dimension and unscathed by the battle against the army. Hulk, now fueled by pain and rage, felt his power surging anew. Xiao Lin planted his sword into the ground, one hand pointing towards Hulk. Cold hunger. The airflow carried the heat from the vicinity of the Hulk, all of which was absorbed, freezing into a layer of white frost upon his surface, gradually slowing his movements. Seizing the opportunity while the Hulk's attention was solely fixated on Xiao Lin, a long magical rope materialized in the hands of Ancient One. With a swift motion, the magical cord soared over 100 meters, ensnaring Betty tightly and yanking her to Ancient One's side. The Hulk witnessed this with rising fury. "Release Betty, insect! I shall crush you." Seeing his girlfriend taken away, he disregarded his previous adversary and charged towards Ancient One. Xiao Lin's malevolent power seeped into the earth, causing phantom hands to emerge from the ground, grasping the Hulk's massive foot. With a roar, the Hulk's eyes blazed crimson as he relentlessly hammered the ground, creating a fissure that extended towards Ancient One. However, this was the mirror dimension. The mages of the Ancient Order manipulated the ground, causing the cracks to vanish without a trace. Xiao Lin intensified the output of his icy energy, enveloping the Hulk in a surge of white frost, freezing him in place just as he was about to turn and charge at Ancient One. Layer upon layer of icy chains coiled around the Hulk, anchoring him firmly to the spot, rendering him incapable of advancing any further. Modu and a group of Ancient Order mages observed Xiao Lin's display with astonishment, initially believing him to be merely a necromancer who reanimated the dead for his own purposes. Evil powers would ultimately be vanquished. He struggled to comprehend Ancient One's perspective. Meanwhile, Ancient One noticed the green blood on Betty and felt a foreboding sense of dread. At that moment, the blood flowing through her orifices began to transform her body. Yet this transformation would bring immense agony. If she could not endure, it would lead to her untimely demise, with little chance of success. General Ross had conducted similar experiments, but nearly all the strong-willed soldiers had perished. Watching Betty begin to convulse, Ancient One could only hope she would persevere, continue to assist in restraining the Hulk. "Teacher, it seems I do not require our help over there." Upon hearing her student's words, Ancient One looked up to see Xiao Lin clad in frost-covered armor, with a faintly visible skeletal shield, engaging in a fierce clash with the Hulk. The sharp blade of Frostmourne sliced through the Hulk's tough skin, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. A copious amount of green blood dripped onto the ground, staining the area of vivid green, while the icy chains tightened their grip on the Hulk's form, significantly slowing his movements. Feeling insufficient with this, Xiao Lin summoned an Ice Lich, a grotesque necromancer who wielded a staff, launching icy spikes towards the Hulk, who was now moving at a greatly reduced pace, encasing him in a towering ice fortress. Meanwhile, the mages of the Ancient Order found themselves at a loss in the face of Betty, tainted by the Hulk's blood. Ancient One opened the gateway to the mirror world. Yet beneath her, Betty unexpectedly swung a fist towards her. Caught unawares due to their proximity, Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. However, just as Betty's diminutive fist approached her by mere centimeters, it was thwarted by a shimmering golden barrier. Though Betty was propelled backward, she sustained no significant harm. "Teacher, Master Ancient One." The mages of the Ancient Guild unleashed magical ropes that ensnared the struggling Betty. Regaining consciousness, albeit still somewhat dazed, Betty felt the constraints on her wrists. Instinctively, she tugged with all her might, only to be met with a chorus of anguished cries. Upon opening her eyes, Betty gazed around in bewilderment, her surroundings awash in green, while she stood amidst a desolate ruin. Memories flooded back. She had succumbed to the urge to secretly meet Banner in Mexico, only to discover her father trailing behind her. Just as she was about to be forcibly taken away, a soldier's gun had misfired, striking her body. Panic surged as she examined herself, realizing the wound had seemingly vanished. Yet, she noticed her form gradually transforming into green, expanding uncontrollably. What was happening? Betty felt a wave of dread. She had barely endured the metamorphosis, her body undergoing a dramatic alteration. Her clothes ripped as her limbs swelled larger and larger until she reached a size 3 times that of an ordinary person. Had she, like Banner, become one of the monstrous beings? Yet, she had not injected any serum nor been exposed to radiation. Confusion clouded her mind. Betty, hearing her name called, she turned to see a group of bald-headed figures approaching. "Who are you?" Seeing her condition, Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she still retained her human consciousness, unlike Hulk, which could have posed a significant problem. Though transformed into a colossal green figure, Betty's strength paled in comparison to Hulk's, yet her awareness remained intact. "Dr. Banner has gone mad, believing you to be dead. Now, he hopes you can calm him." Following Ancient One's gaze, Betty saw in the distance a massive block of ice, fissures appearing as if something within was struggling to break free. Banner. Ignoring her own physical anomalies, Betty sprinted barefoot towards Hulk, her footfalls resonating like thunder upon the ground. Xiao Lin too noticed the distant figure of the female giant. Was this the She-Hulk, Betty? Clad in attire reminiscent of the Hulk, she charged toward him, calling out, "Banner, are you in there?" As if stirred by his girlfriend's voice, Hulk began to thrash against the confines of the ice. With a resounding crack, he shattered the frozen prison, emerging into the open air. "Betty?" Hulk gazed at her, momentarily stunned by her appearance. At that moment, Betty recalled her own transformation and the scant remnants of her clothing, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The blood of Hulk possesses such remarkable properties? Xiao Lin gazed in astonishment, noting that the new female giant differed significantly from the monstrous Hulk. This transformation was not something everyone could endure. It required not only willpower, but also a stroke of fortune. Gui assumed Xiao Lin envied Hulk's strength. No, my interest does not lie in their power, but rather how immense it is. Xiao Lin couldn't help but exclaim. What? Master Gu, he listened, somewhat perplexed, uncertain of Xiao Lin's meaning. Chapter 114. The Legion warship under Betty's soothing presence. Hulk gradually diminished in size, reverting to Bruce Banner, his consciousness restored. Gazing at his now giant girlfriend, Banner was taken aback, entirely unaware of the events that had transpired, though he could still recognize the green giant before him as Betty. Banner, what must I do to return to my original form? Unlike Hulk, who could revert upon regaining consciousness, Betty appeared somewhat at a loss, searching for guidance from Banner. He looked up but could not see her face, so he gently patted her waist and advised, first, focus on calming yourself, regulate your breathing, and clear your mind. He imparted to her the techniques he had once used to suppress Hulk. Perhaps they would be effective. After a considerable time, everyone witnessed Betty gradually shrink back to her original form. Banner, I did it! She exclaimed joyfully, relieved that her previous appearance had not been too unsightly, as she felt embarrassed to appear so before her boyfriend. Observing the two nearly bare figures embracing, Xiao Lin interjected, Dr. Banner, we should take our leave now. Huh? Banner lifted his gaze to Xiao Lin, inquiring, who are you? Gu, he interjected, let's exit. Director Fury and General Ross are awaiting us. Suddenly, Betty spotted Blonsky standing beside Xiao Lin and cautiously exclaimed, it's you, the gray monster. The previous battle between Hulk and Abomination had been quite fierce, and concerned about misunderstandings, Xiao Lin clarified, do not be alarmed. He is no longer your enemy. Meanwhile, Blonsky contemplated the prospect of battling Hulk once more. Before Gu Yi could open a portal to the mirror dimension, Xiao Lin swung his sword, causing the space at the blade's tip to shatter like glass, forming an opening into the real world. Previously, when trapped in the mirror dimension by Mordo, Xiao Lin had attempted to break the spatial barrier, and this time, utilizing energy akin to that required to open the gates of death, he successfully created a passage to the real world, proving far more convenient than relying on the suspended ring. However, he still could not unlock the entrance to the mirror dimension, as this remained an advanced technique of the Ancient One's order. Banner, somewhat bewildered, followed along, emerging from the mirror dimension, where a crowd awaited outside, surveying the desolation surrounding him. Shattered police cars, buildings marred by cracks, and a gas station belching thick smoke. This place once thrived as a bustling street, now devoid of any human presence. Banner, in anguish, clutched his head and crouched helplessly on the ground, acutely aware that he was the architect of this devastation. Banner, Betty grasped his shoulder firmly. This is not your fault. I will remain by your side to prevent this from happening again. Betty. The sight of the familiar figure left General Ross incredulous. His daughter had been shot in the abdomen and taken away. Even if she had survived, after such a prolonged period, she should have bled out. The joy of seeing his daughter momentarily blinded him to her disheveled state, clad in mere scraps of clothing. As the figures approached, Banner turned to Ancient One and other sorcerers from the mystic arts, imploring, I hope you can help me keep Betty's transformation into the Hulk a secret. No problem. Xiao Lin was the first to respond. Father, Betty raised her head. Her gaze towards her father filled with complexity. She grappled with whether to trust him again, yet the sight of his gray hair and haggard appearance softened her heart, preventing her from casting blame. The resolution of the situation brought a slight easing to Fury's grim demeanor. Dr. Banner, there is something I need to discuss with you shortly. With each passing day, Fury felt an increasing sense of urgency regarding the impending Chitauri invasion, uncertain if the assembled Avengers could withstand the alien fleet. Without bidding farewell to anyone, Xiao Lin activated the portal to the realm of the dead, taking Blonsky back to Sky City. He was somewhat satisfied with the power displayed in this battle. He could now withstand Hulk's assaults without faltering, and his own strength could suppress the Hulk. However, he seemed powerless to eliminate the Hulk, who was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Though Hulk's soul could be influenced by mental magic, it could not be extracted, and his strength only grew with each confrontation. Perhaps, if he ever turned into an adversary, the only recourse would be exile. Reflecting on the narratives he knew, Hulk had previously been exiled by other Avengers in their own helplessness. Calculating the days, he realized that the Chitauri invasion was imminent. Loki might have already appeared, preparing to breach Earth via the Tesseract. He had contemplated directly thwarting Loki's theft of the Tesseract, but concluded that it would not serve his interests, as he needed such a powerful artifact for himself. A system task was issued: obliterate the Chitauri army and eliminate the Black Dwarf among the Black Order, with a reward of 500,000 exchange points. Oh, I can choose not to accept the task. The system clarified Xiao Lin's query, stating that the task bore significant difficulty and danger, and the host could opt out. However, no other tasks would be issued until this one was completed. Well, the 500,000 exchange points were just enough to acquire the coveted crown of domination he had long desired. With this artifact in his possession, he would command and direct millions of undead legions, and his consciousness could instantaneously transcend light years to communicate with his subordinates. Task accepted. Without hesitation, Xiao Lin embraced the challenge, disregarding any thoughts of danger. Wilson, how is the construction of the underground facility in the Azeroth technology building progressing? Within this edifice lay many of his company's significant research achievements and assets, which he certainly did not wish to see destroyed amidst the chaos of war, especially as it was situated at the heart of the battlefield. Master, the construction is complete and ready for relocation at any moment. Excellent. Following the resolution of the Darkstar incident with Ronan, Xiao Lin had directed the Sky City towards the Antarctic. This time, he intended to exchange for the primary battleships originally belonging to the Burning Legion to safeguard the Sky City as security. He still possessed 350,000 exchange points, and each Legion battleship required 50,000 points. Thus, he redeemed 6 ships, retaining 50,000 as a reserve. Suddenly, amidst the vast expanse of the icy plains, 6 colossal warships emerged, each approximately 1/5 the size of the Darkstar. The marvel of the principal had long ceased to astonish the students of the mutant school. Xiao Lin addressed the students and Wanda, saying, "These are interstellar travel-capable warships. I hope you can master their navigation." "Principal, are we heading into outer space? How wonderful!" As he gazed upon the warships, Zhang Xuanyu, standing nearby, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, retrieving his drawing pad and swiftly conjuring a phantasm with his hands. A skeletal head, measuring several kilometers in diameter, trailed behind a small vessel. Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Xuanyu felt puzzled, wondering what this entity could be, yet he was certain it would soon transpire in Xiao Lin's presence, as the principal must surely be aboard that small ship. Chapter 115. The appearance of Loki in a subterranean base of S.H.I.L. Numerous agents maintained a vigilant watch. Dr. Shavig, invited by Fury, busily tested the capabilities of the Tesseract, hoping to extract and harness the energy contained within. Suddenly, a control computer detected a dramatic spike in the Tesseract's radiation levels, which began to emit a brilliant blue light. What is happening? The Tesseract has been activated. Instruments that were supposed to be powered down suddenly surged to life, and Dr. Shavig hurried to deactivate them, only to realize that he was utterly unable to do so. Hawkeye emerged from the shadows. "Dr. Shavig, it is not yet time for experimentation. Please shut it down immediately." "Damn it." In his panic, Shavig examined various instruments and cut the power. Yet the energy response not only failed to diminish, but grew increasingly volatile. He suddenly recalled that the Tesseract itself was a vast source of energy. His previous actions had been in vain. He raised the unplugged cord towards Hawkeye and declared, "You see, the Tesseract does not require our power." Shavig gazed at the data on the computer screen and remarked, "Perhaps something on the other side of the door is activating it. I believe you should inform Director Fury about the situation here." Hawkeye circled the instruments and confirmed that indeed all power lines had been severed. While the azure glow grew increasingly radiant, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Director Fury's number, who had just finished addressing the incident in Mexico and was preparing to invite Dr. Banner to join the Avengers. "Director Fury, do you think I can harness the Hulk's power to protect the populace?" Banner hesitated, fearful of his own strength. Fury produced his phone and addressed Dr. Banner, saying, "Give it careful consideration. I have faith that you can master the beast within you." He then whispered to Agent Coulson beside him, "Ensure that Dr. Banner is brought to us on the helicarrier. As for those Mexican officials, let the American government deal with them." Having spoken, he glanced down at his phone to find it was Hawkeye calling, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense that something was amiss with the Tesseract. Fury was acutely aware that Thanos sought the Tesseract as a pretext for invading Earth. Upon answering the call, Hawkeye's voice resonated through Director Fury. The Tesseract has unexpectedly activated. Fury's first thought was that Dr. Shavig might be involved. Is it Dr. Shavig? He inquired. Hawkeye responded. It's confirmed that the Tesseract has activated on its own, and it's currently unstable. I'm on my way. Fury was still hopeful that the Tesseract could be researched and weaponized to combat extraterrestrial invaders. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe, Loki, having fallen from the Bifrost in Asgard, traversed a wormhole only to be rescued by Thanos' forces. Harboring aspirations of kingship, Loki accepted Thanos' command, agreeing to serve as his vanguard. A purple beam emanated from Thanos' hand, creating a portal before them. Sitting upon his throne, Thanos gazed down at Loki, stating, I can only send you forth to retrieve the Tesseract and help me forge a path to Earth. The Chitauri army will await you on the other side. Asgardian, I hope you do not exhibit the same foolishness as Ronan. Loki, neither servile nor arrogant, replied, No problem. Lord Thanos, I shall procure what you desire. However, as per our agreement, I will become the king of Midgard. Wait, Thanos called out to Loki, who was about to depart, tossing him his scepter. This is the Mind Stone. It will aid you in controlling others, and serves as a key to open the spatial portal. Watching Loki disappear into the wormhole, the general of the Dark Order, Corvus Glaive, expressed his concern. My lord Thanos, this Asgardian relies on mere trickery. I fear he may fail. Sometimes, cunning is more dependable than brute strength, Thanos replied, revealing his appreciation for Loki's aptitude for subterfuge, for he was not merely a being of power devoid of intellect. Thanos harbored no concerns about Loki misplacing the Mind Scepter, for the Mind Stone had been in his possession for many years, establishing a profound connection with him. As he observed Loki vanish into the wormhole he had forcefully opened, Thanos addressed his subordinates. Black Dwarf, upon acquiring the Tesseract, annihilate all sentient life on that planet. Yes, Lord Thanos, they replied, fully aware of his penchant for obliterating life on planets, though oblivious to the reasons behind it. They were not surprised by the command, nor did they heed Loki's condition regarding a living planet. The war with the Shi'ar Empire had reached a critical juncture, and he could not afford a venture to Earth personally. Meanwhile, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, the Tesseract erupted in a brilliant blue light, sending shockwaves throughout the underground facility. The laboratory was left in disarray, as if ravaged by a tempest. Hawkeye, struggling to rise from the floor, beheld a stranger who had suddenly materialized in the lab. Without uttering a word, he swiftly drew his arrow and aimed it at Loki. Is this how you welcome your king, mortal? Loki taunted as Hawkeye's arrow pierced his form, only for Loki to reappear directly before him. The Mind Scepter pressed against his chest. However, you have potential. You could serve as my subordinate. Hawkeye felt his consciousness waver, his pupils turning pitch black. Dr. Selvig, hidden behind a table, recognized Loki's voice, reminiscent of a sound he had once heard in a small town. You're Loki, Thor's brother, Selvig exclaimed in astonishment. Loki swiftly moved to Selvig's side, gripping his throat in anger, lifting him off the ground. Do not mention that fool Thor to me. This time I shall become the king here and return to Asgard to reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Selvig's face reddened with indignation. You will not succeed. You were defeated last time, and you shall fail again. A voice emerged from behind them. Director Fury has assembled the Avengers, which will pose a significant threat to you. They must be dealt with first. Agent Barton, you? Selvig gazed at Hawkeye in surprise. Hawkeye's words reminded Loki of a young man who had faced the Destroyer alone. A thought that presented a challenge. The Avengers, I will find a way to handle them. Now, take the Tesseract. We must depart from here. Loki employed the same method to subjugate Dr. Selvig. The alarms blared throughout the underground facility as monitors revealed the anomalies occurring in the most crucial laboratory. By the time Fury rushed from Mexico to the experimental base, Loki had already left with Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig. Chapter 116. Conspiracy. After bidding farewell to Banner as he boarded the Quinjet, Betty climbed into the car sent by Fury to take her home. Exhausted, she fell asleep the moment she settled into her seat. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Betty awoke to find the automobile halted in an unfamiliar location. Agent Barton, where are we? She inquired, bemused by the sudden shift of drivers. Now a familiar S.H.I.L.D. agent who had once visited her home. Follow me. Hawkeye beckoned, opening the car door and extending his hand. Surveying the desolate surroundings, a sense of foreboding gripped Betty. She was utterly oblivious to her whereabouts and could not discern a path back. Reluctantly, she decided to follow him for a closer inspection. After a considerable trek, they finally spotted a structure in the distance. At the entrance sat an oddly dressed individual, savoring a fine wine. Barton, has the mission been accomplished? This was Hawkeye's new residence, a temporary refuge for Loki, who had been brought here to evade H.I.E.L.D.'s relentless pursuit. Despite his lineage as a frost giant, Loki took pride in his Asgardian heritage and dismissed the notion that these mortals posed any threat. However, true to his cautious nature, he heeded Hawkeye's counsel to first dismantle the Avengers. We must locate the Iridium swiftly. Only then can I forge a stable spatial passage. Schreiber emerged from within, joining their conversation. Hey, what's going on? Betty interjected, perplexed by their dialogue. Barton, return me home. The night has fallen. Madam, I have a modest request that necessitates your assistance. Rest assured, you shall be returned post-haste, Loki replied, prompting Betty to realize she was, in fact, a captive. Casting a hurried glance around her surroundings, she rapidly devised an escape route and bolted. Before she could cover much ground, Hawkeye seized her arm. Release me, Betty threatened. You ought to know, my boyfriend stands over 3 meters tall. A single punch could lay you low. If you intend to abduct me, think again. Come inside. I merely wish for you to remain for a while. Upon being ushered into the dwelling, she discovered 2 others bound to chairs, one of whom she recognized as Pepper, the executive president of Stark Industries. Had they also been abducted? Barton, does that sheriff have any vulnerabilities? Perhaps his family? Loki's greatest concern lay with the youth who had dismantled the destroyer. He runs a school for mutants, housing several students you may have encountered, yet his friends are formidable. Hawkeye responded, recollecting past encounters with those students during battles against the destroyer. Though not particularly powerful, their numbers could pose a nuisance. Nonetheless, I have placed some explosives near the Azeroth technology building. Hey, that hurts, Betty exclaimed, her wrists tightly bound by ropes, igniting her simmering fury, a glint of green appearing in her eyes. Hawkeye, you and Dr. Schreiber take a few individuals to search for the Iridium. I shall engage with those Avengers you mentioned. After a day had passed, all the Avengers and Xiao Lin gathered aboard H.I.E.L.D.'s airborne aircraft carrier. Tony, displaying a hint of impatience, inquired, Director Fury, what brings us here this time? Among the assembly, only Xiao Lin had an inkling of the impending situation. He had not anticipated that the great battle would arrive so swiftly. Just as they had formed their fleet, the curtain was about to rise on the conflict in New York. Observing the restless expressions of Tony and Banner, Fury stated, Loki, who resurfaced during the incident involving Thor, has returned. He has stolen the Tesseract and taken control of Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig. Fury's mood was somewhat grim. This was the second time the Tesseract had been taken, and their base's defenses seemed utterly ineffectual against such formidable foes. We must locate that scoundrel and reclaim the Tesseract. He insisted. Xiao Lin interjected, Director Fury, do you recall our previous agreement? If you misplace the Tesseract once more, I shall not return it, as you are incapable of safeguarding it. Fury recalled their prior pact, responding, let's first see if you can retrieve the Tesseract. A sudden realization struck Fury. Had Xiao Lin foreseen this turn of events? At that moment, he had found it peculiar that Xiao Lin had so readily entrusted him with the Tesseract. Is it merely for the sake of a vanquished foe that we have all been summoned? Tony scoffed, disdainful of Loki, who had been effortlessly defeated without even revealing his face. Even if he summons that creature, what was it called? The Destroyer. One person Lin could handle it. I have exhausted the materials he contributed last time. That is but an inconsequential minion, Fury countered. He will utilize the Tesseract to open a spatial portal, allowing the Chitauri army to assault us. Fury then turned to Dr. Banner, asking, Dr. Banner, can you detect the location where he might open this portal? As Banner examined the Tesseract data Fury had provided, he, as a leading physicist, stood as one of the most brilliant minds in the Marvel Universe, at least when he was not transformed into the Hulk. Banner replied, to open a stable and sufficiently large portal, a specific material, Iridium, is required, along with a device for pinpointing coordinates. Following the narrative, Loki should be somewhere in Germany, and Thor is likely to appear soon. Just as Xiao Lin was about to speak, Tony's expression suddenly shifted. He removed the earpiece from his ear and cursed aloud, Damn aliens. What's wrong? The others looked at him with curiosity. With gritted teeth, Tony replied, Pepper has been taken. I must return. Xiao Lin was taken aback. This narrative was amiss. Who would dare to abduct Pepper now? As Tony prepared to rise, Steve urged him, Tony, calm down. Calm down? Tony shook off Steve's hand from his shoulder, mocking, old relic. Pepper is the most important person in my life. By the way, do you even have family anymore? I doubt you would understand. Stung by the remark, Steve struggled to suppress his anger, resisting the urge to strike back. Tony, wait. Fury halted Tony, who was on the verge of exiting. It must be that his guardian, Loki, who has taken her. We shall devise a means to locate him and rescue Pepper. What is it about this planet that compels them to invade? At that moment, Agent Hill appeared at the door, rapping lightly. Director Fury, there is a video request for connection. The caller identifies himself as Loki. Chapter 117. The unfortunate Loki. On the screen before them appeared a man adorned with a horned helmet, his face twisted into a malevolent grin. Indeed, it was Loki who had abducted them. With an air of arrogance, Loki proclaimed, Mortals of Midgard, I shall be your king. And now I offer you a chance to submit to me. What kind of fool is this? Tony remarked to Fury. Director Fury, I have no time to waste here. I must rescue Pepper. Upon hearing Tony's words, Loki retorted, You must be Tony Stark. The person you seek is in my possession. Oh, and I have a familiar green giant and a little spider with me as well. The camera angle shifted, revealing 3 beautiful women bound to chairs. Pepper, Aunt May, Betty, Tony, Parker, and Dr. Banner beheld their loved ones, all restrained in Loki's clutches. Dr. Banner, do not lose your temper. Coulson hastily reassured him. We will find a way to rescue them. Witnessing his girlfriend's capture ignited a surge of fury within Banner, who was on the verge of transforming into the Hulk. If he did, havoc would surely ensue. Director Fury also interjected, Dr. Banner, control yourself. This place cannot withstand your wrath. Surprised, are we? Loki continued with a smirk. By the way, Mr. Xiao Lin, I do not have the time to extend an invitation to your friend, but I have placed some gifts around your company. I hope you find them delightful. Loki had not intended to threaten Xiao Lin, merely creating a bit of mischief. How had he become involved? Xiao Lin instructed Jean, still at the Azeroth Technology Building, to send someone to investigate the surroundings for any anomalies. Upon catching sight of Betty bound to a chair, a glimmer of green light reflected in his eyes, and a smirk of schadenfreude crossed his face as he recalled how Betty had been tainted by Banner's blood, granting her the ability to transform into She-Hulk. This cunning Loki had always found himself in unfortunate predicaments. I hope you do not hinder my forthcoming actions, otherwise I cannot guarantee the safety of your loved ones and friends. What expression is that? Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from behind, followed by a sharp pain in Loki's neck as a tremendous force struck his cheek. He felt himself propelled through the air, crashing through glass and out into the open. Betty. Banner recalled how his girlfriend had gained her transformation abilities due to his blood. The onlookers were astonished to witness Betty, who had been bound, now transformed into a colossal green figure, save for Xiao Lin and Banner, who were already aware. Dr. Banner, your girlfriend Steve has never encountered the Hulk, and his mouth fell agape. Good heavens, what is happening? Fury's remaining eye widened in astonishment. Initially restless aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Banner found solace upon witnessing the mutation across from him. Tony inquired, Banner, have you conducted experiments on your girlfriend? No. It was merely an accident during my last visit to Mexico when my blood inadvertently came into contact with her. Observing Fury's expression, Banner understood his thoughts. It was purely accidental. Generally, exposure to my blood would lead to death due to the overwhelming nature of the mutation. Everyone noticed that Betty had not lost consciousness. She turned and untied the ropes binding May and Pepper, instructing them, You two must leave this place. I intend to confront that little brat. Concerned about causing harm to them during the ensuing altercation, she struggled to control the Hulk's strength. Pepper and May gazed in disbelief as a beautiful woman transformed into a towering figure, yet they hurriedly fled. Tony and Parker exhaled in relief, previously worried that Betty's transformation into the Hulk might endanger her loved ones. Jarvis, locate Pepper. I must rescue her. Tony dashed from the control room of the helicarrier, a burst of flames illuminating the sky as he ascended. Betty, get out of there, Banner shouted, anxious for his girlfriend's safety. No, I want to tear that bastard apart. Betty's fury surged uncontrollably as she ripped a steel bar from the window and twisted it into a formidable metal rod. Moments later, as Pepper and May reached the outside, they spotted the armored figure intermittently appearing in the distance, wielding a staff that emanated a ghostly glow. Despite the blood trickling from his mouth, his armor remained intact without a single crack. "We should hide," Pepper urged May, leading her into a small wooden cabin. "Oof." Loki cast a sidelong glance at their hiding spot, muttering that he would return for them later. Caught off guard by an unexpected attack from behind, he suffered minimal injury, yet it left him humiliated. Bang! He kicked down the wooden door and stepped inside, only to be met by a fierce gust of wind. Loki raised his mind control scepter to deflect the incoming metal rod, but the tremendous force shattered the wooden planks beneath him, causing him to sink. "I am a god of Asgard, you mere mortal," Loki seethed, feeling his hand tremble slightly, nearly losing his grip on the scepter. Inwardly, Loki mused, "I am a sorcerer. Why must I engage in physical combat? I must seize the initiative," reluctantly acknowledging that his physical strength paled in comparison to the muscular woman before him. He spread his illusions throughout the cabin. "Foolish giant, can you discern which of these is my true form?" Yet, Betty remained undeterred by her rage, transformed into the Hulk. Her strength, perception, and reflexes had all intensified. "Found you." She discerned that one of the phantoms was somewhat different. The figure's hand trembled, perhaps injured from the previous confrontation with Loki. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised the metallic rod in her hand and swung it fiercely. Just as Loki approached Betty, intending to use the Mind Scepter to subdue her, he was once again sent flying. Everyone witnessed Betty charging out as well. The entire structure of the house trembling under the repeated impacts, culminating in a deafening crash as it collapsed. Meanwhile, the Avengers at SHIELD observed the video feed on their computer abruptly cut off. "Director Fury, have you located them?" Dr. Banner inquired anxiously. "The satellites are already in search mode." Outside SHIELD, agents utilized the agency's satellites to scour the environment surrounding Betty for over half an hour before finally pinpointing the house situated on the North American plains. "We have found it. The target is located somewhere in Kansas," Coulson announced, knocking on the door to draw attention. They all moved outside, where a large screen displayed a scene unfolding on a grassy expanse. The Asgardian deity Loki was being grasped by Betty by one leg and forcefully slammed into the ground, the turf flying apart and the earth pockmarked all around. Loki appeared utterly wretched, his helmet discarded nearby, the Mind Scepter nowhere to be seen, his hair in disarray, and his body caked in mud and debris. "Goodness!" exclaimed Xiao Lin, dumbfounded. "Banner, it seems your life will be quite eventful from here on." Banner's expression mirrored his discomfort. "Let us apprehend that rogue." Parker and Banner, already impatient, would have dashed out had they possessed the ability to fly. Chapter 118. The arrival of the Thunder God, the SHIELD transport aircraft descended, carrying the Avengers and Xiao Lin toward Kansas. The SHIELD jets were remarkably swift. Within half an hour, they reached the scene, witnessing Tony, Aunt May, and Pepper standing helplessly by as the transformed She-Hulk Betty continued her relentless assault. Upon seeing their arrival, Tony remarked, "You all arrived slower than I anticipated. This has been going on for over an hour. I wonder if that fellow is still alive, though his armor is quite resilient." "All right, Betty, cease at once." Banner genuinely feared that Betty might beat Loki to death. They still needed to interrogate him regarding the Tesseract and hostages. Hearing her boyfriend's voice, Betty released the barely conscious Loki, her form gradually shrinking back to her original self, indicating her swift mastery of the Hulk transformation. As she returned to her previous state, Banner hurriedly found a garment to drape over her. Coughing, Loki extricated his head from the dirt, blinking at the throng of individuals surrounding him. One must acknowledge that Loki's resilience rivaled that of a cockroach. In mere minutes, he had recovered significantly, managing to sit up with effort. Is this not the realm of mortals? Loki pondered, disheartened by the multitude of formidable beings before him. No wonder Thanos dispatched the Chitauri army to assault this place. He felt like mere cannon fodder, but after a few moments, he regained his fighting spirit, realizing that his sole task was to open the spatial portal, leaving the rest to Thanos' subordinates. The warrior known as Blade jumped down from the transport ship and approached, pulling Loki up from the ground. "What kind of deity are you? You seem weaker than the blood god I defeated last time." "Mortals, remove your hands," Loki retorted, somewhat displeased. for he was the Prince of Asgard, the future king. Steve, noticing the absence of Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig, inquired, "Where are Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig?" Loki stood, his hands tightly bound by Blade's ropes. "They have gone to complete my task of opening the portal. Once the mission is accomplished, you shall see him." Tony approached and pushed Steve aside. "Let me have a go at him first." He still held a grudge over the abduction of Pepper, and in his Iron Man armor. He struck Loki, causing blood to trickle from his mouth. "Hey, Tony, let's take him back first," Steve interjected, blocking Tony's next move. "Director Fury is waiting for us." "Dr. Banner, the director wishes for Betty to join us as well." Banner, somewhat irritated, replied, "Don't drag my girlfriend into this. We can handle the aliens ourselves." At that moment, a swirling dark cloud appeared in the sky, accompanied by fierce winds. The sod that had been uprooted by She-Hulk, Betty flew about chaotically, and bolts of lightning struck the ground. As Loki was about to be taken to the transport ship, he glanced upwards, a look of resignation etched on his face. Tony mockingly remarked, "Aren't you the self-proclaimed god? Are you afraid of thunder?" "No, I simply detest the being that follows the thunder," Loki replied. "Thor, the god of thunder, has come to retrieve you." Loki paused, gazing at Xiao Lin. "You seem to know quite a bit, but my brother is not one to be trifled with. I believe a confrontation is imminent." Loki had anticipated Thor's arrival, knowing that Heimdall's eyes could see across the 9 realms. With a crack of lightning striking the ground before them, a man clad in armor and a cape materialized. Observing Thor kneeling, surrounded by crackling electricity, Xiao Lin teased, "Thor, do you always make an entrance with special effects?" Thor recognized the figure before him. "Lin, how did you return without the Bifrost?" "I must emphasize that now is not the time for reminiscing. We must hasten back to S.H.A.L.D." Steve interjected, dismissing the Asgardian god. Just as he was about to push Loki onto the transport ship, Thor intervened, extending his hand towards Steve. "Hand Loki over to me. I shall take him back to Asgard and imprison him." Steve declined, stating that this individual had committed crimes on our planet, and it was our duty to handle the matter. Furthermore, we need his assistance in locating the Cosmic Cube and Hawkeye, Dr. Selvig. Once everyone boarded the transport, it ascended slowly, leaving Thor standing alone on the ground. After the previous incident, Thor had learned to better control his emotions. However, being disregarded by mere mortals was intolerable. With thunder and lightning at his command, Thor soared into the sky, his mighty hammer unleashing a bolt that pierced the cockpit of the transport. He flew inside, seizing Loki and taking him away. "You scoundrel!" Tony donned his iron suit, ready to pursue, but was restrained by Shuri. "I will bring Loki back." Thor and Hulk were the 2 most formidable Avengers. In their last encounter, Thor had gauged Hulk's considerable strength, and with the summoning of the undead and the Death Knights at his disposal, the Avengers present were no match for him. Shuri leaped from the transport, and as she reached the ground, a swirling cloud formed above. A beam of light from the Bifrost preparing to transport them from Asgard. "Hey, brother, are you intending to take me back to Asgard? I believe Thanos will be displeased. I still have his mission to complete." Thor gazed at Loki and declared, "I care not who Thanos is. You must return with me." Upon hearing a loud bang nearby, both turned their eyes in that direction. "I doubt these mortals would wish for you to take me back," Loki exclaimed, an excited expression gracing his face. "Let the battle commence." Before Thor could respond, 2 energy beams shot forth, ensnaring them just before the Bifrost light reached them. "Damn it!" Thor exclaimed in anger. Hurling his hammer, the mighty Mjolnir, accompanied by fierce winds and thunder, hurtled towards Shuri, who swiftly raised her Frostmourne to intercept. The collision erupted in a dazzling display of electricity. "Brother, this Midgardian possesses great strength. Do not be defeated, lest you bring shame upon our Asgardian kin." Ignoring his brother's taunts, Thor caught the returning Mjolnir. He recognized that Shuri's weapon was formidable as well, at least on par with his hammer, and he could sense a dark aura emanating from it. Chapter 119. Connection? In the 9 realms, only the humans of Midgard were confined to a small planet, while the other 8 worlds were renowned throughout the cosmos. In Thor's perception, Earth was a backward place. He spun Mjolnir rapidly, channeling the surrounding air into a surge of electrical power. The Asgardians do not fear battle. For the glory of the Aesir, Thor launched himself towards Shuri like a cannonball, determined to demonstrate his might, as he often did with such reckless abandon. The power of Frost coalesced in Xiao Lin's hands. forming thick walls of ice that obstructed Thor's path. With a resounding crash, Thor shattered those icy barriers and collided with Xiao Lin. The immense force left his hands tingling, nearly causing him to lose his grip on Frostmourne. Thor's strength proved to be nearly on par with the Hulk's, augmented further by the ability to paralyze his opponent with lightning. He charged with Xiao Lin towards a mountain behind the house. The impact was tremendous as they crashed into the mountainside. A cacophony of earth-shattering noise ensued, burying them beneath a cascade of debris. Frost Pillar. A layer of white frost enveloped Xiao Lin's body, shielding him from the electrical onslaught while simultaneously enhancing his strength. He landed a powerful punch on Thor, sending him sprawling backwards. Both emerged from the rubble. The familiar power of the ice giant momentarily stunned Thor. The last time Xiao Lin had defeated the destroyer, Thor had been unconscious, utterly unaware of Xiao Lin's capabilities. What about this? A blood-red hue began to coat Frostmourne. Death's embrace. Death strike. The green tendrils of death wrapped around Thor, inflicting a minor wound that oozed a trickle of golden blood, which was drawn into Xiao Lin's weapon. With a start, Thor staggered back as a bolt of lightning crackled between his fingers, staunching the flow of blood from the wound. A peculiar force coursed through him, igniting a sense of turmoil within his veins. Thor began to regard his adversary with seriousness, raising Mjolnir high. The magical runes within it glowed, summoning the storm above. A colossal bolt of lightning surged toward Xiao Lin, illuminating the area in blinding white light and engulfing him completely. By the gods, is this the storm's wrath? A green anti-magic shield enveloped Xiao Lin, warding off the electric assault. At that moment, A-S-H-I-E-L-D transport returned to the scene, landing nearby as the Avengers disembarked, their gazes fixed on the battlefield. Wow, is that the god of thunder? Parker exclaimed, eyes wide. He really can summon lightning. He pondered how he might confront an opponent wielding such powers in the future. Peppa, who held a favorable impression of Xiao Lin, voiced her concern. Is Lin really all right? It seems like he's being overwhelmed. She'll be fine, right? There's not much we can do, Tony remarked, suddenly feeling anxious about the formidable beings at hand, be it Xiao Lin, the Hulk, or this Asgardian thunder god. He contemplated the implications should one of them turn adversarial. Jarvis. Can Thor's lightning be absorbed and converted to power the Iron Man suit? After analysis, it was confirmed that the energy of Thor's lightning bore similarities to natural electrical energy and could indeed be converted. A plethora of ideas flooded Tony's mind. Anti-Hulk armor, anti-Thor armor. Yet, he remained completely in the dark regarding Xiao Lin's abilities. He was no Doctor Doom, possessing no knowledge of the arcane. Xiao Lin discovered that his anti-magic shield absorbed not only magical attacks, but all forms of energy assaults as well. It was nearing its limit. The glow of the shield dimmed progressively, and Xiao Lin realized it would soon falter. The grass around him had already been charred black by the relentless electrical strikes. Soul impact. The mental shock reverberated through Thor's psyche, leaving him momentarily dazed, causing him to plummet from the sky. The continuous barrage of lightning ceased, depleting much of Frostmourne's internal essence. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Lin charged towards Thor. Observing the still recovering god of thunder and the mighty Mjolnir lying nearby, he picked it up. Xiao Lin's power surged into the Asgardian artifact, revealing an intricate tapestry of mysterious runes etched within the weapon. The last time he wielded this weapon, he had barely begun to explore its depths before Thor reclaimed it. Were these summoning runes? Thunder runes? To Xiao Lin's astonishment, the runes inside Mjolnir bore a striking resemblance to the magical and enchanting runes he had encountered in Azeroth. Did the two worlds share a connection? He also recalled his ability to summon the frost dragon Sindragosa in this realm, a creature native to Azeroth. Seeing Thor shakily rise to his feet, Xiao Lin activated the thunder runes within Mjolnir and struck forcefully at his head. In a flash of lightning, Thor tragically met the hammer's blow, crashing down into the rubble. Loki, watching leisurely from the sidelines, gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. He had not noticed Xiao Lin could lift Mjolnir before, and now he witnessed a mere mortal wielding it and unleashing its thunderous power. Reflecting upon his own past when he had been pinned beneath the hammer on the Rainbow Bridge, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Xiao Lin sheathed his weapon and charged at Thor with Mjolnir, hammering against his armor, sending arcs of electricity flying. Tony, initially concerned, could only mourn for the beleaguered god of thunder, lamenting the tragic fate of the brothers. Thor, bewildered from the onslaught, shouted, "Get away!" as Xiao Lin, filled with excitement, was forcefully shoved aside. Thor, his armor askew and panting heavily, extended his hand towards Mjolnir. He realized that his hammer was firmly grasped in his opponent's hands, unresponsive to his call. Had his hammer found a new companion? No more fighting, Thor thought. Feeling like a toothless tiger, his fighting spirit evaporating. Loki taunted, "Thor, you truly are a disgrace, defeated by a mere mortal." Xiao Lin addressed Loki, saying just moments ago, "You were bested by a woman. TSK, I have captured that disgraceful moment on my phone. Perhaps I shall share it online for all to witness the legendary god of wisdom in such a pitiable state. That was no mere woman. That was a monster." The mere mention of Betty, who had suddenly transformed into a muscular powerhouse, made Loki break into a cold sweat. If given a chance to start anew, he would undoubtedly refrain from provoking such a monstrous woman. Chapter 120. Odin's intentions. Thor lay on the ground, panting heavily, entirely stripped of his previous arrogance. Xiao Lin suddenly recalled the cunning old fox. Odin. There must be a reason for sending Thor to Earth. Perhaps to leverage his own strength to help his son shed the pride of the Asgardians. Xiao Lin returned the hammer of the thunder god to Thor, remarking, "You must be the god of thunder, yet I can't help but feel you are more a god of hammers. Without your weapon, you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter." Thor paused at Xiao Lin's words, contemplating that he indeed seemed to fit that description. After all, wasn't his power derived from this very weapon? It was only upon acquiring Mjolnir that he gained such formidable might. Thank you for the reminder. In former times, Thor might have been incensed enough to retaliate. Wait. Observing Xiao Lin departing with Loki, Thor sat up, declaring, "I will accompany you." "What purpose do you serve?" Tony still harbored his reservations regarding Thor. "I will assist you in addressing the troubles brought by Loki. It is my duty." "Very well," Steve nodded in agreement, while Tony, seeing no opposition from the others, opted to remain silent. The transport aircraft ascended into the sky, and after a brief flight, Steve opened the communication channel on the plane. "Director Fury, we have arrived." Once invisible, the sky revealed a colossal warship as the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier deactivated its cloaking mode before their eyes. Thor, recalling his previous visit to Earth, noted how humanity had not yet mastered flight. The streets were filled only with horse-drawn carriages and pedestrians. Thus, he was somewhat astonished by the sight of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. The aircraft landed on the deck, where Coulson had been eagerly awaiting their return. "It's you, Thor," he exclaimed, astonished by the presence of the Thunder God. "What brings you here?" "Just call me Thor," he replied. "Very well, Mr. Thor. What have you decided regarding my previous proposal?" Thor recalled the invitation to join the Avengers he had received before leaving Earth. The matter could wait. Prior to his arrival on Earth, his father had inquired about the Avengers, yet he had been unsure of his own stance, and thus remained silent. Did his father hope for him to join this assembly of mortals? Fury emerged from the command tower of the helicarrier, eyeing the bound Loki. He instructed the agents beside him, "Take him to the specially designed cell. I will interrogate him." Noticing the absence of Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig, Fury inquired, "Where are Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig?" Steve remarked that they were dispatched by Loki to accomplish a task and open a portal. Upon hearing Steve's words, Fury furrowed his brow, recalling the scepter that could control others. Where was Loki's weapon? Here, Peter produced the Mind Scepter and handed it to Fury, expressing his unease about the weapon. Fury recognized that Spider-Man Parker possessed an exceptionally keen sixth sense. However, he needed to discover a means to free Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye from the scepter's influence. After searching for a while, without locating any switch or button on the weapon, Fury called Banner over and handed him the scepter, saying, "You've all worked hard, Dr. Banner. Could you discern what Loki's scepter truly is? Can it break his control over Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig?" "All right, I'll take a look," Banner replied as he accepted the Mind Scepter. They remained unaware that it contained an Infinity Stone equally as significant as the Tesseract, believing it merely to be an advanced extraterrestrial weapon. Watching the Mind Scepter being taken away, Xiao Lin had initially considered claiming it for himself. Yet, as his mission depended on it being activated, he decided to seek another opportunity to seize it later. "I'll come too," Xiao Lin remarked, noticing the Mind Stone atop the scepter emanating a psychic energy. It felt as though the reality stone within him was boiling, eager to break free, indicating a connection between the different stones. Although some were puzzled by Xiao Lin's interest in the extraterrestrial technology, Fury had to interrogate Loki in hopes of extracting useful information. "Wait for me," Tony, who was still trailing behind, called out. "I believe I can be of assistance as well." "Very well," Banner shrugged nonchalantly. They arrived at a laboratory aboard the helicarrier, where Banner placed the Mind Scepter on a stand. Holding it, he felt a pressure in his head as the Hulk within him stirred, causing him some anxiety. Tony noticed his discomfort, asking, "Dr. Banner, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Banner replied, leaning on the table, "just feeling a bit fatigued lately." Xiao Lin understood that Loki was up to his tricks. It appeared he had anticipated this step, not abandoning his plan to undermine the Avengers. The scepter emitted increasingly intangible energy, permeating the entire helicarrier and beginning to influence everyone's consciousness. In Asgard, Odin and Heimdall stood together in the control room of the Bifrost. "What do you think of Xiao Lin?" Odin, powerful as he was, lacked Heimdall's vision and therefore had limited knowledge of Xiao Lin. Heimdall's eyes seemed to pierce through all. He wields frost, deathblood, and many other diverse powers, possessing boundless potential. "Haven't you already formed a judgment in your heart?" Heimdall, intimately familiar with his king, knew that Odin's contemplation was directed elsewhere. Odin remarked, "My daughter Hela is on the verge of breaking free from her seal. Asgard's strength has been excessively drawn upon, and I find myself no match for her. Perhaps, apart from our mortal enemy Surtur, no one across the 9 realms can contend with her. Do you wish for his assistance? I believe Thor possesses the ability to rescue his people, yet I still hope to minimize the loss of life. In Midgard, Thor will discover formidable allies. The twilight of the gods is inevitably approaching, with merely 2 or 3 years remaining, and Odin's own life is drawing to a close. He could have sought assistance from the Ancient One, yet he understands that this supreme sorceress is weary and desires to find a successor. The Avengers on Midgard possess commendable strength, particularly the one harboring another persona within him, Banner. Odin's side, the twilight of the gods, the infinite war, the multiversal conflict, an unsettled future lies ahead, and I shall not witness that day." Heimdall opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Chapter 121. The Battle of New York in the vast cosmos. A colossal interstellar fleet lingered beside a once vibrant planet, now reduced to desolation, its native inhabitants annihilated by Thanos. This was the mechanical army controlled by the Chitauri, awaiting Loki to activate the space portal. An alien with brown skin, adorned with multiple sharp horns resembling rocks, stood in the command room of the flagship, his expression tinged with irritation. He was Black Dwarf, one of Thanos' most capable subordinates. While he possessed no extraordinary abilities, this did not signify weakness. He had no name originally, for his density was immense, prompting Thanos to bestow upon him a name that suited him, Black Dwarf. With superhuman strength and resilience, he believed that, apart from the deities of this universe, none could inflict harm upon him. Has that trickster Loki not yet opened the space portal? Black Dwarf harbored a profound disdain for the scheming Asgardian, and his impatience was mounting. "My lord Black Dwarf, the Stargate is yet to be activated." The Stargate was technology pillaged from the Shi'ar Empire by Thanos. Once the Tesseract is activated, it will connect to the fleet's enormous Stargate, creating a passage ahead. If Steve were here, he would be astonished to discover that the man conversing beside Black Dwarf was none other than Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, who had been transported away by the Tesseract over 70 years ago. Not long ago, Thanos had found him on a remote planet, and it was through him that Thanos learned the space gem was hidden on the diminutive planet of Earth. Perhaps recognizing his value, Thanos chose not to eliminate him. "Lord Thanos should allow me to go. There I have loyal subordinates who can surely assist you in acquiring the Tesseract without requiring such grand upheaval." Schmidt had long departed from Earth, yet he believed that the Hydra organization still existed, awaiting his return. Bang! Schmidt's neck was ensnared by a powerful arm, pressed against the frigid metal wall. "Are you questioning Lord Thanos' decision?" The Black Dwarf, Thanos' most loyal subordinate, felt a surge of anger at Schmidt's words. "If I hear any more disrespect towards Lord Thanos, you'll come to know true fear." Rubbing the red mark on his neck and watching the Black Dwarf retreat, Schmidt murmured, "One day, Thanos will recognize my capabilities. And Steve, I hope you are still alive. I shall return for vengeance." The Black Dwarf took his seat and addressed his subordinates, Contact Loki and inquire about the progress of the plan. Yes, my lord, came the reply. The Chitauri at the control panel pressed a few buttons, projecting the image of a figure beside the Black Dwarf. Loki, how goes the plan? The Black Dwarf inquired. Loki, aboard a flying vessel, was amidst the cacophony of heavy artillery fire. Can't you see I'm busy? I'm about to make my escape, he retorted, casting a glance at the grim expression on the Black Dwarf's face. All right, the plan will soon be complete, those fools. Impatiently, the Black Dwarf interrupted Loki's ramblings. I only wish to know how long until the spatial portal is operational. How long do you expect us to wait? I need to return to Lord Thanos for another battle. At most half a day's time, Midgard will open its arms to you. Prepare your army, came the answer. Having received the desired response, the Black Dwarf instructed his subordinate to terminate the communication. Now, seek out Dr. Selvig. I hope he has everything in readiness. Avoiding the artillery fire from the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Loki's aircraft soared towards New York. Meanwhile, chaos reigned aboard the helicarrier, with equipment ablaze. Gaping holes in the hull, and agents sprawled on the floor. Director Fury looked down at the seated Coulson and asked, Coulson, where is Thor? What of Loki? Coulson, still shaken by the earlier events, recalled the unexpected release of Loki from the most secure prison by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Had it not been for the chance encounter with the passing agent, Xiao Lin, he would have surely been a corpse. Thor fell into the sea. I hope he finds his way back. And Loki has escaped. Coulson wanted to elaborate, but seeing Fury's hurried departure, he relented. Just moments prior, Xiao Lin had clearly been capable of subduing Loki, yet he chose not to. Coulson caught up with Xiao Lin, asking, Lin, why did you allow Loki to leave? Did I? Loki's illusions are quite convincing. They evaded my notice, Xiao Lin replied, sensing the doubt in Coulson's demeanor. All right, I intentionally let him go, though I cannot disclose my reasons just yet. Rest assured, I will not permit Thanos to prevail. I have matters to attend to. He was bound for Stark Tower to seize the Mind Stone. Xiao Lin ascended to the desolate upper deck, summoning forth a frost giant dragon that bore him aloft towards the city in the sky. Tony, at long last, had repaired the damaged engine, and the once tilted aerial carrier regained its stability, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the crew, while the remaining Avengers congregated in the laboratory they had previously occupied. Observing the disheveled state of those present, Fury's voice rose in anger. Have we, a multitude of self-proclaimed intellects and formidable powers, been outmaneuvered by an extraterrestrial? Banner and Thor are missing. Loki has fled with his scepter, and we have yet to locate the Tesseract or the site where they intend to open a spatial portal. In response to Fury's tirade, silence reigned among them. Moments later, Hawkeye, having shaken off Loki's influence, spoke apologetically. I'm sorry. Coulson interjected. We all know you were under control. Noticing the absence of another, Fury inquired, where's Xiao Lin? He was just here. Coulson replied. He has returned. I believe he knows something. Damn it. Tony, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly rose, realization dawning upon him. There exists a massive energy source within Stark Tower. The very one they require to activate the portal. They must have positioned the activation site in my building. Steve stood up, urgency in his voice. Then let us hasten there. We cannot allow Loki to open the portal. Upon their arrival in New York aboard S.H.I.E.L. DS Quinjet, they beheld a beam of light piercing the sky from the summit of Stark Tower, creating a dark void in the otherwise azure expanse. This is bad. Loki has opened the portal. Chapter 122. The Phantom Warplane soaring above Stark Tower on the back of the Frost Giant Dragon. Xiao Lin spotted Dr. Savick and Loki atop the building, their instruments meticulously arranged. Loki wielded the Mind Scepter, pressing it against a recess on the device, activating it. A barrier materialized around the apparatus, and a blue beam shot skyward. What is that? The citizens of New York gazed in awe at the luminous beam, which seemed to pierce the heavens and form a gaping void. They soon observed an array of bizarre, otherworldly vessels emerging from within. For heaven's sake, more aliens. Why does misfortune always befall New York? Is it merely because this city is home to so many superheroes? I should relocate. The incessant alien invasions had incited considerable discontent among the populace, especially since the recent Kree incursion had not long passed. The once orderly city descended into chaos as the Chitauri forces descended from above, launching attacks upon the unsuspecting citizens below. Their energy weapons pierced through the fleeing masses with lethal precision. The air was filled with screams, the thunderous collapse of buildings, and the cacophony of Chitauri vessels. The skies, now teeming with extraterrestrial troops, transformed the streets below into a veritable hellscape. With a sense of smugness, Loki suddenly became aware of a presence above him. He looked up to see Xiao Lin, realizing that he was not a match for his opponent, yet he felt no trepidation. "Mortal, my objectives have been achieved. You cannot thwart me. This place will transform into my kingdom. Have I ever attempted to hinder you?" Xiao Lin retorted. It was then that Loki recognized the indifference with which his adversary regarded all his actions, as if observing a mere jester. This realization irked him. "What brings you here now? Do you wish to join my kingdom? Your prowess is commendable. Perhaps I could grant you this opportunity. You are quite the narcissist. Yet I have come for the Mind Scepter in your possession." A grip of death ensnared Loki's form, drawing him closer. Bang! A punch collided with Loki's head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Dazed, he instinctively relinquished the Mind Scepter. When he regained consciousness, he found himself plummeting, his hands empty. "Damn it!" Loki seethed through clenched teeth, but soon adopted a nonchalant smirk. "Thanos' army has arrived. Everything is already set in motion." The Mind Scepter was simpler to wield than the Tesseract or the Ether. After a brief manipulation, Xiao Lin unleashed a beam, striking down a small Chitauri craft. The impact was moderate, yet this was not the proper application of the Mind Scepter. At that moment, he spotted an aircraft approaching from the distance. Emblazoned with the insignia of S.H.I.L.D. Surely, the Avengers had arrived. However, what could a handful of them achieve? It was remarkable that they had suffered no casualties against the Chitauri forces, considering that Hawkeye and Natasha were merely ordinary humans. As he surveyed the skies filled with Chitauri, Xiao Lin returned to the back of the frost giant dragon, ready to head back to the Sky City. "Is that Mr. Xiao Lin?" Parker, with keen eyesight, spotted him soaring skyward, though he seemed poised to depart. Steve questioned with suspicion. Could he be connected to this invasion? The others also noticed Xiao Lin's retreat. Tony remarked, "I'll contact him immediately to inquire about his intentions." Just as a fierce gust of wind froze a group of Chitauri into solid ice, Xiao Lin's phone buzzed in his pocket. Had it not been for his acute hearing, he would have been oblivious amidst the clamor of battle. "Tony, what's the matter? That person atop my building is you, isn't it?" Xiao Lin detected the accusatory tone in Tony's voice, sensing a misunderstanding. "Indeed, what of it? Where are you? And what are you doing? Did you open a spatial portal?" Xiao Lin responded, "I'm also here to thwart them, albeit I arrived too late. Their activation device is fortified with impenetrable defenses. Now we must confront them head-on." He refrained from disclosing that the Mind Scepter could close the portal. Blast it. This is troublesome. The news from Xiao Lin left Tony feeling somewhat troubled. They had initially planned to close the portal, only to be informed that it was impossible. Xiao Lin reassured him, saying, "Fear not, for I have long been prepared. My Sky City, along with a fleet of legions, shall join the fray." "What fleet do you possess?" Tony inquired, bemused, but was interrupted by the sound of a disconnection tone from his phone. "Open the hatch. I shall attempt to close that damned spatial rift," Tony declared as he donned his iron armor. "Do you need my assistance?" Parker asked, eager to participate. Steve restrained him, saying, "Wait, there are more people who need your help." Activating the jet propulsion, Tony soared toward his Stark Tower, convinced that despite Xiao Lin's formidable strength, his own intellect might hold the key to sealing the portal. After all, what did that Asgardian scoundrel think of his company's skyscraper? The situation appeared dire. Steve brought the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft to a halt on the streets of New York, and the Avengers disembarked one by one. "Johnny?" Steve, who was last to exit, noticed Johnny seated in the cockpit. "This aircraft is impressive. Leave the aerial combat to me." Flames ignited around Johnny's head as he transformed into the Ghost Rider, and the S.H.L.D. jet below him erupted into flames, morphing into a blazing inferno of a spectral aircraft. As the smoke-billowing aircraft ascended, it quickly became a target for the Chitauri forces, who unleashed a barrage of weaponry. However, the aircraft, shielded by mysterious powers, could swiftly recover unless obliterated in an instant. "Wow, this is incredible, but won't it explode?" Parker marveled at the spectacle before him. Utterly bewildered, "We must move quickly. We need to thwart this chaos," Steve urged, brandishing his vibranium shield and charging toward the enemy's strongest positions. Aunt May. Parker suddenly recalled that Aunt May was nearby at work, though he scratched his head in realization. Wait, she seems to have returned to the countryside today. After rescuing Aunt May earlier and sensing that New York would soon become a battlefield, Parker had insisted she retreat to the safety of the countryside. Now let your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man save you, he proclaimed, shooting a web that ensnared an oncoming aircraft. With a firm tug, he sent it crashing into a nearby store, sparking a dazzling explosion. Chapter 123. The Legion warship. Long ago, Xiao Lin began preparations near the Azeroth technology tower, exchanging a significant amount of premium ore to fortify the building's exterior walls in defense against the impending Chitauri assault. Boss Jean, is it time to activate the weapons? Asked Target I, Jean Bing, and Dr. Wim, all gathered in a room on the top floor, unperturbed by the chaos outside. Although the weapon had been manufactured long ago, it had yet to be tested in real combat. Commence, Jean Bing instructed, observing through the external monitors as the Chitauri forces approached. The targeting, I pressed the switch, revealing a panoramic view of the area surrounding the building on the computer screen as a dark cloud began to form in the sky. The Avengers felt a sense of helplessness facing the seemingly endless Chitauri army. Even the troops from America seemed less formidable. The aircraft and tanks that had just entered the battlefield were quickly reduced to heaps of scrap metal by enemy fire, while their own artillery struggled to find its mark. Suddenly, a shimmering barrier rose above an inconspicuous building in New York, and Tony, who was eliminating enemies near Stark Tower, received a call from Fury. Tony, instruct the Avengers to evacuate the civilians into a nearby building. I will transmit the location to your computer. On the screen of Tony's Iron Man suit, a location appeared. Not far from Stark Tower. What is that place? He queried. JARVX. Analyze the energy of that shield. Insufficient data for analysis. Came the response. It was peculiar that he had not noticed such a close proximity before. Tony's curiosity was piqued. Yet the surrounding gunfire served as a reminder that this was not the time for inquiries. Tony soared towards Captain America. Steve, evacuate the civilians there. Following the direction of Tony's finger, Steve spotted the location and nodded. As the Avengers provided cover for the fleeing civilians to reach their destination, they encountered the sorcerer Mordo, whom they had seen before. Although apprehensive about this strange place, the civilians, trusting Captain America and fearing the artillery above, followed him inside. Steve inquired of Mordo, "Where's Master Gui?" "My teacher is attending to other threats," Mordo replied, a sense of urgency evident in his demeanor, yet feeling powerless in the situation. At that moment, a dark cloud appeared in the sky not far from them, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Is Thor arriving? This scene inevitably led the Avengers to think of the God of Thunder. They witnessed lightning striking near the Azeroth technology building, downing Chitauri aircraft for over 10 minutes. From a distance, Parker quipped, "This is quite the endurance. What brand of power bank did Thor bring?" However, as the clouds dispersed, they did not see the hammer-wielding hero clad in a crimson cape. Aware of certain details, Tony remarked, "This must be Azeroth Technology's latest weapon, the Lightning Storm. With so many enemies, it may not prove significantly useful, but can help draw their attention." Indeed, the recent assault had diverted the majority of the enemy's focus. With a hint of schadenfreude, Tony added, "Let us hope Shuri shows up soon, otherwise his company might just be dismantled." Returning to the city in the sky, the students of the Mutant Academy had long awaited their arrival. The events unfolding in New York City had already been broadcast across the globe, and they were fully aware of the situation. Surely, those extraterrestrial scoundrels would not demolish my favorite restaurant? I had planned to attend a gathering this weekend. I must deliver a thorough thrashing to those aliens, using them as my test subjects. However, these unruly youths exhibited no signs of anxiety, perhaps due to their confidence in their principal. Xiao Lin summoned General Carl Rutt, Wanda, Pietro, and Eric to the control center. "Lin, are we about to counterattack?" Pietro asked, his impatience palpable as the city in the sky neared New York's skyline. Xiao Lin inquired of General Carl Rutt, "How is the operation training for the Legion warships progressing?" The general replied, "Any competent individual can operate the warships, provided they are not fools. There are no issues now." The warships, crafted by the scientific minds of the Burning Legion's Morgoth clan, were operated by demons who relied solely on brute force. Hence the operation was not overly complex. "Excellent. Deploy all forces to the battlefield," Position Naxxramas atop the corporate building and eliminate those Chitauri. We must enter the fray swiftly, as I do not wish for the corporate building to become a ruin. The primary concern now was the variable known as Black Dwarf. This individual's power was entirely unknown, and according to the narratives he was familiar with, this character had never made an appearance. The emergence of one of Thanos' subordinates had already escalated the mission's difficulty, raising the question of what level of strength Thanos himself possessed. With all the Infinity Stones gathered, could he potentially obliterate himself? High above, the fleet activated its cloaking mode, hovering over the Azeroth technology building, while Chitauri warplanes had completely surrounded the area. In New York City, 3 city blocks had already succumbed, and it would not be long before the entire city faced annihilation. Their actions appeared far from a mere search. Thanos was courting the goddess of death, intent on extinguishing all life on this planet. Several massive Chitauri Leviathan warships approached the Azeroth technology building, crashing against its sturdy walls. This is rather dull. Observing the chaos below, only the pilot of the Phantom Fighter, Johnny, piqued his interest. None of the others posed a threat. Were the formidable foes that Ronan had spoken of. Black Dwarf was eager for a worthy opponent. At that moment, Thanos' figure materialized before Black Dwarf. Immediately, Black Dwarf half-squatted in respect, asking, "What are your orders, Lord Thanos? If the plan fails, allow that Earthling to return to his planet to perform certain tasks for me. Also, I do not wish for your demise here. I permit your escape. As for the Chitauri forces, do as you see fit." "Yes, Lord Thanos." Black Dwarf found it peculiar that Thanos would permit his retreat, surely indicating that he was aware of something significant. Chapter 124. Chaos at Xiao Lin and his mutant students not yet arrived? Fury was already feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Relying solely on a handful of Avengers was utterly insufficient to halt the seemingly endless tide of extraterrestrial forces. It was time to deploy the nuclear option, he mused. The words from a member of the Security Council left Director Fury astonished as he observed their faces, each reflecting an identical expression of resolute agreement. "Have you all lost your minds? There are millions of people in that city, along with Avengers still engaged in battle. We are your superiors, and you must obey the orders given." Their tone was imbued with an undeniable firmness. "I will not consent to this," Fury declared as he terminated the communication. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Agent Hill and instructed, "Hill, keep a close watch on the aircraft loaded with nuclear weapons in the armory. They must not be allowed to take flight." Still grappling with his headache, Fury was startled by a voice nearby. "What is that?" They gazed up to see 5 unfamiliar warships materializing above New York, each extending 100 meters in length. However, the aerial fortress encircled in their midst was unmistakably recognized as Xiao Lin's Sky City, Naxxramas. Is this also one of Xiao Lin's vessels? Fury realized he was increasingly unable to discern the situation. The American military satellites had also detected the battlefield's circumstances, and the casualties among their ranks left them disheartened. Was their army truly so feeble? The newly inaugurated president of the United States remarked, "That is our city. We cannot allow these outsiders to wreak havoc. Minister Warren, we must create our own superheroes, soldiers more formidable than Captain America." "Indeed, Mr. President," Warren replied, leaning closer and whispering, "is it truly acceptable to comply with the Security Council's demand to deploy a nuclear weapon in New York?" The president took a puff from his cigar and reclined in his chair, stating, "I believe those who survive will have no objections. As for the grievances of the deceased, should we concern ourselves with them?" As the Leviathan warship surged toward the Aetheralis technology building, Xiao Lin intended to summon Syndragosa, only to discover that she was currently in slumber. Damn it, even the Frost Dragon has a penchant for lazy slumbers? Bring down those alien vessels. The Legion's dreadnought began charging its fell energy cannons, gathering green fell flames into a colossal fireball. Boom! The unknown metallic Chitauri warship was struck by the fell energy cannon. Engulfed in a layer of green flames that consumed the entire vessel, the fell fire, capable of igniting even steel, spread into the control room, incinerating the Chitauri into a heap of scrap metal. In contrast, the Chitauri's artillery fire merely stirred up a cloud of dust upon striking the Legion's ship, affirming the formidable defenses of the vessel crafted from fell iron. Each Legion warship was piloted by a Skrull, leading a cadre of mutant students. Xiao Lin's virtual projection materialized on the Legion communicator at the center of the warship's control room, Disperse now, targeting the largest alien vessels. Exercise caution. Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin. General Karl Ruth felt a thrilling excitement coursing through his entire being. He relished the sensation of commanding warships in battle, and the prowess exhibited by Xiao Lin instilled within him a glimmer of hope for rescuing the queen. Once this war concludes, he is determined to petition the adversary for permission to save their sovereign, convinced that she still lives. 5 warships dispersed, soaring in all directions to assail the invaders, while the floating sky city above wielded its weaponry to safeguard the Azeroth technology tower. Xiao Lin, is that you? Upon answering the incessantly ringing phone, the voice of Director Fury resonated on the other end. Xiao Lin glanced at his phone, noting dozens of missed calls from Tony, Steve, Kingpin, and even Dr. Reed. Indeed, it is I. Surprised, are you? Fury inquired. Are those ships belonging to the Skrulls? I nearly thought your Sky City had been abducted by extraterrestrials. No, these are my vessels, warships crafted by Morgoth Technologies. But never mind, you wouldn't comprehend. I shall now deploy my forces onto the battlefield to confront the Chitauri. I'm hanging up. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Lin abruptly ended the call, aware that Tony would soon devise a way to shut down the portal and come seek him, for the Mind Scepter still resided in his possession. Eric, you should join the fray as well. Magneto's abilities rendered him a formidable force in this realm. Were it not for the protective barriers of the Chitauri warships, he could annihilate the entire fleet single-handedly. With Xiao Lin's people engaged, the situation became somewhat manageable. Yet as the spatial portal widened, the influx of enemies surged, evoking in Xiao Lin a reminiscent feeling akin to his battles against the Burning Legion. If the portal remained open, the foes would be endless. The Avengers clearly recognized this threat, yet they were powerless to close the portal safeguarded by the limitless energy of the Tesseract. At that moment, atop Stark Tower, Dr. Savick was jolted awake by a punch from Tony. Mr. Stark, Savick gasped while seated on the ground. Only Loki's South Mind Scepter can close the expanding portal. Tony adjusted the power of his repulsor to its maximum, yet the shield before him remained impervious. How can I trust what you say? Tony turned to Savick. I was under Loki's control. Now I am awake. You must believe me. Very well. Tony reluctantly acquiesced. Where's the Mind Scepter now? It is with Mr. Xiao Lin. I witnessed him thoroughly defeat Loki and seize the scepter. Tony retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Lin's number, but was met with a shutdown notification. All right. It seems I must seek him out in person. As Tony Stark activated the power of his Iron Man suit, he ascended into the sky, observing the relentless assault on the aerial fortress of the Chitauri. Wanda, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Iron Man on the holographic radar, remarked, Lin, Mr. Stark is approaching Naxxramas. Pay him no mind. Lin understood that Tony's presence was due to the Mind Stone. The only legitimate route into the Sky City was through a portal, which had unfortunately been sealed. Damn it, you bastard, this is intentional, isn't it? Tony murmured as he circled the exterior of the Sky City, struggling to locate an entrance while failing to establish communication. The immediate priority was to reopen the passage. He needed to acquire the Mind Stone. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the wormhole, the Dark Star also observed the newly arrived fleet, along with the formidable Magneto. It is time to make my move, he declared, rising to approach a specially crafted small aircraft designed for his unique physique. Although his stature was not particularly imposing, his weight was significant, and only this specialized vessel could bear him aloft. The craft erupted with blue flames as it surged towards the Stargate, and the wormhole activated by the Cosmic Cube. Chapter 125. Darkstar the Obsidian 5 Dark Star piloted his craft towards Naxxramas, fully aware that his adversary awaited him within. Upon spotting the incoming alien vessel, Wanda took aim and unleashed a green fell fireball. The explosion jolted Darkstar's craft momentarily, the green flames searing its energy-deflecting shield. Warning: shield energy insufficient. Protection will be deactivated in 10 seconds. The vessel's energy reserves plummeted. Darkstar kicked open the hatch, muttering with discontent, what a fragile machine. Gazing down at the Sky City, which hovered 300 meters below, Darkstar leaped into the abyss. As he descended, the once blue gem embedded in his chest transformed to a deep crimson hue. He plummeted like a cannonball, crashing onto the top of the Sky City, causing the obsidian walls, adorned with arcane runes, to fracture under the impact. The robust material astonished Darkstar. He had never encountered any structure or vessel capable of withstanding the force of his weight, descending from such a height. With a creaking sound, the gargoyles stationed atop Naxxramas shifted from their stone forms into battle readiness. Detecting the intrusion, they took to the air, conjuring green magical projectiles in their claws, which hurtled towards Darkstar. However, upon striking his body, they inflicted no damage whatsoever. Annoying little pests, he scoffed, as the gem on his chest reverted to blue. He launched into the sky, leaping and shattering the stone gargoyles into fragments. Having dispatched the gargoyles, Darkstar stomped down forcefully, causing the already fractured obsidian surface to splinter further, sending him plummeting downwards. What sound is that? In the control center of Sky City, Xiao Lin heard a barely audible sound emanating from above, as if the entire city had plummeted a few meters. Just as he contemplated ascending to investigate, a large hole erupted above him, and a monstrous being descended from it. How could this be possible? Xiao Lin gazed upward at the gaping void, and then turned his attention to the alien approaching him. Are you Black Dwarf? Black Dwarf halted his advance. How do you know my name? Humans from Earth were not supposed to recognize him, and yet there was uncertainty clouding Xiao Lin's mind. The only entity that could possibly materialize here was the primary target of this mission, Black Dwarf. His earlier demeanor did not suggest he was an easy adversary. The battlefield could not be established here, or it would devolve into chaos. I shall annihilate you all and obliterate this place, Black Dwarf declared, charging towards Xiao Lin with immense force. Wanda's hands radiated chaotic crimson mist, wrapping around the enemy's form in an attempt to corrode and dismantle him. Why was his body so resilient? Wanda soon realized that her chaotic magic seemed ineffective against him. She could not even impede his advance, a sensation she had only previously experienced when Xiao Lin had unleashed his anti-magic shield. Xiao Lin understood that Black Dwarf was targeting him. Ronan must have informed Thanos of his existence. Sensing the location of the Death Knight's abomination on the battlefield below, he opened the gate of death. I will draw him down. Do not let this place descend into disorder. Keep a vigilant watch over Sky City. It must not be destroyed. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Wanda could respond, Xiao Lin stepped into the portal, with Black Dwarf following closely behind. On the battlefield below, Abomination and Hulk were locked in a contest to see who could eliminate enemies more efficiently, surrounded by the debris of Leviathan warships and the corpses of Chitauri. Master? As Xiao Lin burst forth, Abomination barely had time to utter a word before being sent flying by a body that seemed small to him, crashing inelegantly into the rubble beside Hulk. Ha! Blonsky, you truly are a waste, Hulk scoffed, relishing the sight of his old rival's disgrace. Blonsky? Xiao Lin called out to Abomination, who was on the verge of clashing with Hulk, then addressed the advancing Black Dwarf. First, you must battle my subordinate. If you can triumph, then you may come for me. Coward. A warrior never shies away from a challenge. Black Dwarf assumed Xiao Lin was fearful. Do not think you can escape. I can find you anywhere. Disregarding him, Xiao Lin conjured a tempestuous sphere of blood-red energy, which surged into Abomination's body. This was blood magic, frenzy, capable of augmenting the strength of the Death Knight's minion by 100, albeit at the cost of indiscriminately affecting friend and foe alike. With a roar, Abomination exploded with a blood-hued aura, his eyes turning crimson and the spikes on his body becoming sharper and longer. Without hesitation, he regarded Xiao Lin as his target. Mental induction. Xiao Lin, utilizing his mastery over the Death Knights under his command, disregarded his own presence and turned towards the Dark Abomination with unyielding determination. The Hulk, eager for combat, felt an exhilarating surge of energy upon witnessing the Abomination's newfound strength. Acting on instinct, the Hulk leaped into the air before his mind could fully process the movement, but before he could descend, he was abruptly struck by a flying Leviathan battleship. Enraged, the Hulk swiftly redirected his aggression. The collision between the empowered Abomination and the Dark Abomination produced a resounding sonic boom, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. My blood surged with excitement. Initially dissatisfied with Xiao Lin's avoidance of battle, the Dark Abomination became invigorated by the display of his opponent's power. He thrived on direct confrontations, detesting those who merely evaded like cowardly mages. The gem embedded in his chest shimmered in a myriad of colors: blue, purple, red, deep crimson, and perhaps even more. After observing for a moment, Xiao Lin deduced that the equipment adorning the Dark Abomination was likely an anti-gravity device, enabling him to manipulate his weight. The heavier he became, the more formidable his charge, allowing him to absorb enemy attacks better, while a lighter form would enable him to leap to astonishing heights. However, the ground beneath was struggling to bear his weight, often sinking underfoot as if he were traversing a swamp. The fierce clash between the two created a no-man's land in that area, yet neither the Dark Abomination nor the Hulk suffered any harm. The pace of destruction was unparalleled. Nevertheless, the Abomination's frenzy was fleeting, lasting only an hour before he would need to engage directly. Given the opponent's physical resilience, Xiao Lin realized he was unable to penetrate their defenses, and his earlier soul strike had proven futile. Chapter 126, Battlefield Live Broadcast. This is New York Television. Hello everyone, I am your host, Selena. The city of New York has descended into chaos. Xiao Lin heard a female voice emanating from the rubble behind him, and the glimmer of a camera lens revealed an audacious reporter conducting a live broadcast. As viewers could see, engaged in combat with the terrifying extraterrestrial creature was a large red figure, widely recognized as a member of the Mutant Academy. Meanwhile, a nearby observer, having uttered only a few words, barely evaded a car door propelled by an explosion, instinctively crouching to avoid the lethal strike, which left her and the cameraman drenched in cold sweat. The two sat dazed on the ground, regaining their composure after several minutes. Trembling, she continued, "It's utterly terrifying. The ground is already littered with corpses. It won't be long before all of New York is obliterated, while our government forces remain inactive. God help us. I hope the Avengers and mutants can drive away these invaders." Xiao Lin had assumed that after experiencing the recent heart-stopping scene, they would leave this place. However, to his surprise, they resumed their live broadcast as if nothing had happened. Their audacity was truly astonishing. Xiao Lin marveled at their dedication. The large, red figure was beginning to lose its strength. Time was approaching the 1-hour mark, and the chaotic magic that had empowered the Abomination was gradually waning. The once vibrant exchange of blows between the two combatants had now shifted the advantage to the Dark Dwarf, leaving the Abomination struggling to withstand the onslaught. Gasping for breath, the Abomination activated the blood runes on its body, channeling all its strength into a single strike aimed at the plummeting Dark Dwarf. With a thunderous impact, the densely built Dark Dwarf struck the ground like a tungsten rod launched from a space-based kinetic weapon, creating a powerful shockwave that nearly toppled the reporter and cameraman. A massive crater formed at the site, where the Abomination, now resembling Bronski, lay at the bottom with shattered bones, while the Dark Dwarf appeared utterly unscathed. "I must admit, your strength is commendable to endure so long under my command," remarked the Dark Dwarf, his gravity device seemingly impervious to the chaos of battle. Yet, he could feel a slight tremor in his hand. The recent skirmish had awakened a long-forgotten pain within him. No one had ever bested him in sheer physical strength, though he had yet to test himself against Thanos. When confronting a defeated foe, the Dark Dwarf showed no mercy, lifting his massive foot to stomp down on Bronski's head. Xiao Lin could not allow his subordinate to perish so easily. He used the grip of death to pull the Abomination closer, unleashing a wave of necromantic energy that began to heal his wounds. A spellcaster? The Dark Dwarf furrowed his brow, barely registering the thought. Xiao Lin retrieved Frostmourne from his spatial pouch. A Death Knight, perhaps, which could be considered a spellcaster. However, I prefer to think of myself as a warrior. The Dark Dwarf harbored a disdain for spellcasting foes, but long-term battles had taught him the value of surprise. Now, it is your turn to be defeated. Having learned not to underestimate human beings from this world, he charged at Xiao Lin like a speeding arrow, propelled by a powerful sonic boom. Though his speed was impressive, it barely exceeded the speed of sound, and Xiao Lin, accustomed to training with Quicksilver, felt no threat from it. As the enemy closed in for a strike at his head, he deftly sidestepped to the left and countered with a swift swing of his sword, producing a spark upon contact. "Your speed is somewhat lacking. I doubt you will land a hit on me," Xiao Lin taunted, opting to abandon close combat and refraining from a direct confrontation like the Abomination. Summon Ice Lich. The radiant glow of the summoning circle illuminated the scene, revealing a necromancer ensnared within the skeletal confines of magical chains. "Your physical prowess is indeed formidable. Yet I shall test your ability to withstand my death magic." Ice chains. Desecrated ground. The Ice Lich unleashed a barrage of icicles, momentarily immobilizing their adversary. Death decay. The necromantic incantation enveloped a 100-meter radius around the black dwarf star in a shroud of crimson, corrosive energy, reducing everything from concrete to steel, and even the corpses of trees into mere gray dust. The black dwarf star felt his skin beginning to soften, his muscles gradually loosening, instilling within him a sense of dread as he confronted the specter of death for the first time. He diminished the gravitational force upon his body, propelling himself skyward, the frost dissipating in the violent currents of air. The Buddha's palm? Xiao Lin felt as if he had traversed realms once more, as the fierce winds assailed him, pinning him to the ground. As the black dwarf star hurtled toward him, he merely aimed his weapon in response. It became evident that Xiao Lin's Frostmourne was indeed more resilient, though the prior decay wrought by death decay played a significant role. After all, it was rare for Frostmourne to fail to breach an opponent's defenses. The black dwarf star's shoulder was pierced, blood gushing forth as his form became a crimson spectacle. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, he might have been cleaved in twain. Huzzah! Mr. Xiao Lin has triumphed. Selena exclaimed excitedly into the camera. That damned alien is doomed. The cameraman gestured for her to compose herself, reminding her that they were amidst a battlefield where the corpses strewn across the ground were no trifling matter. Regaining her composure, Selena continued, "Let us proceed to witness the hero's victory." The live broadcast of this battlefield had significantly boosted the ratings of New York's television station. With billions glued to their screens to witness this extraordinary conflict, nothing captivated the audience quite like a live alien war. The Avengers and mutants, fighting valiantly to defend New York against the extraterrestrial invaders, allowed the populace to set aside their fears and jealousy towards these beings, perhaps soon to regard them as urban heroes akin to Spider-Man and Iron Man. The audacious hosts and cameramen, having braved this perilous event, would undoubtedly ascend to fame, fulfilling their purpose of broadcasting despite the looming threat to their lives. The black dwarf star, previously on the defensive, amplified the gravitational effects of his device, diminishing gravity across a kilometer radius. Just as Xiao Lin anticipated another assault, he witnessed the adversary launch skyward, leaping onto a Chitauri vessel, fleeing toward a wormhole. Xiao Lin couldn't help but raise a middle finger skyward. Selena, in disbelief, uttered, "The alien has escaped." Chapter 127. Into the Wormhole, a ridiculous victory. The members of the Security Council convened via video communication, evidently having witnessed the live broadcast from New York, yet their outlook on the battlefield was far from optimistic. The Council's satellite monitored the situation in New York, revealing that the spatial corridor above had expanded sufficiently to allow 5 Leviathan warships to traverse simultaneously. Although Xiao Lin's fleet and his mutants were swiftly eliminating the Chitauri, the enemy numbers continued to swell. Time was of the essence. Annihilating New York to safeguard the world seemed a reasonable trade-off. The only weapon at our disposal was the nuclear arsenal aboard Fury's aerospace carrier. Yet he would likely oppose its use. However, his consent was not a prerequisite. Not all within SHL were beholden to his commands. "I am concerned," one female council member expressed. "I fear that even nuclear strike may not inflict sufficient damage upon them. How shall we extricate ourselves from this predicament?" The ferocity of the conflict with Black Dwarf and the Abomination led her to doubt the efficacy of a nuclear weapon, as those formidable adversaries would likely withstand the shockwave, intense heat, and radiation. Nevertheless, the nuclear option must be executed. The assembly of lawmakers had begun to descend into chaos, the ferocity of the battle surpassing their expectations. Director Fury, a Quinjet armed with a nuclear payload, is preparing for takeoff. SHIELD possessed only 2 aircraft capable of carrying nuclear arms, and with one now airborne, Coulson could ascertain that it was intended for a nuclear strike on New York. "Director, this should not be your decision." Coulson felt compelled to counsel Fury. "What?" Fury exclaimed, rising abruptly without uttering a word, and he dashed towards the flight deck of the carrier. Upon witnessing the Quinjet poised for launch, he seized a rocket launcher and reduced it to a fireball. However, he was unprepared for another aircraft to take off, and with no time to change ammunition, he could only watch as the nuclear-laden jet departed. It was imperative to alert Tony and the others to prevent the nuclear obliteration of New York, even if the strike were to annihilate the Chitauri forces above the city. Countless more awaited on the other side of the wormhole, and should the Avengers and Xiao Lin's fleet fall, nothing could halt them. This place is perilous. We must evacuate swiftly. The sudden voice startled Xiao Lin, yet her excitement surged upon recognizing Spider-Man, to whom she eagerly extended the microphone. Mr. Spider-Man, we cannot remain here. I will escort you to the shelter. Parker forcibly guided them away, but inadvertently he spotted Xiao Lin nearby and called out to him. Just as Xiao Lin prepared to respond, an alarm blared through the system. Warning, target Black Dwarf is preparing to flee. Host, act promptly. What? He intends to escape. Xiao Lin was taken aback by the apparent cowardice of Thanos' minion. His earlier demeanor suggested otherwise, and the Chitauri seemed far from retreating. For the sake of my exchange points, Black Dwarf must perish. Sensing Bobby's position, Xiao Lin activated a portal to death. Blonsky, keep up. Under the restorative energy of Xiao Lin and his innate healing abilities, Bronsky's injuries swiftly mended. He was determined to traverse the wormhole and eliminate the adversaries on the other side. General Carlrut, steer the warship into the wormhole. What? Carlrut thought he had misheard. Into the wormhole? Indeed. Spare me your chatter and proceed. Xiao Lin expressed his impatience as he observed Carlrut's hesitation. Very well. Let's hope to return alive. With no other choice, Carlrut realized that refusing could spell doom for him as well. Gritting his teeth, he commanded the warship to plunge into the wormhole, fervently hoping that Xiao Lin had not lost his sanity. All warships gathered for cover as Xiao Lin's visage appeared on the communications channel of the other ships. Principal. The mutant students were bewildered by Xiao Lin's intentions. 5 Legion warships unleashed their firepower, while Eric manipulated metal to breach the defenses of the Chitauri vessels, swiftly neutralizing the area surrounding the wormhole. What were Xiao Lin and his team planning? Steve gazed at the sky, perplexed by the significance of their actions. 5 warships could hardly hope to vanquish the Chitauri forces. Finally, they burst forth from the wormhole, facing a meticulously organized Chitauri army sprawling across a vast area. Under the onslaught of concentrated fire, Xiao Lin attempted to reach out to Sindragosa, still residing in the realm of the undead. Little one, it seems you have encountered trouble again. The Frost Dragon, recently awakened, responded to Xiao Lin's call. In the depths of the inky void, a summoning circle materialized, and colossal bones emerged before the Legion warships, coalescing into a magnificent dragon. With a mighty roar, Sindragosa unleashed a barrage of ice bombs from her cavernous maw, encasing the Chitauri warships in frost and clearing a significant expanse before Xiao Lin. That largest warship proceed there, while the other Legion vessels retreat. The Black Dwarf must be aboard that colossal ship, with the Frost Dragon at his side. Xiao Lin felt assured that they could reach their destination without incurring further losses. Sir, Xiao Lin's warship has plunged into the wormhole. Tony looked up at the sky, now filled with Chitauri forces, witnessing Xiao Lin's vessel and its crew clearing the vicinity of the wormhole before disappearing into the obsidian darkness. Tony, at that moment, Director Fury's communication came through, warning him of a Quinjet armed with a nuclear bomb approaching their position. We must find a way to intercept it. What? Tony exclaimed in shock. Which fool made that decision? There are millions of civilians down there. It was the Security Council, Fury replied, but there is no time for discussion. We must act to intercept it. With determination, Tony replied, all right, I'll devise a plan. He glanced at the distant floating city, cursing under his breath. Where has Xiao Lin gone? He felt uncertain about intercepting the nuclear bomb. Failure would not only mean his demise, but also the end for all of New York. Sir, we have spotted A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet. I see it. Tony witnessed the fighter jet launch a missile, hoping he could intercept it. He suggested to his companion to direct the nuclear weapon towards the wormhole, a clever strategy indeed. Observing the area around the wormhole being evacuated, along with several of the sheer fleet emerging from within, he deemed it a sound plan. In his moment of confusion, Tony failed to notice that only 4 warships had emerged from the Legion. Grasping the nuclear bomb, he soared towards the wormhole. However, altering the trajectory of the flying bomb proved to be no simple task. After traversing the wormhole, Tony's iron armor lost its power. As he plummeted, he glimpsed a colossal skeletal dragon and a sheer warship navigating towards the heart of the Chitauri army. Chapter 128. The Vanished Wormhole. What is that? Bobby exclaimed, pointing at the holographic projection on the warship emanating from the other side of the wormhole. That is a missile, Carlrut remarked. I believe I just saw Iron Man. He must have brought it here. A missile? The realization struck sheer. No, it's a nuclear bomb. Memories flashed in his mind, a nuclear weapon being launched from S.H.I. DS aerial carrier. He resolved to hold the Council of Safety accountable upon his return. Syndragosa, activate the protective barrier. An ice-blue shield enveloped the Legion warship and the Frost Giant. The nuclear bomb collided with a Chitauri Leviathan, releasing a blinding brilliance from the epicenter of the explosion, illuminating the dark void of space. The shockwave from the nuclear detonation swept through the entire fleet. The bomb's potency exceeded Shear's expectations. The Chitauri warship at the heart of the explosion was utterly torn apart, while those slightly farther away were hurled by the shockwave, shielded only by the barrier. The frost barrier absorbed the intense heat and radiation from the nuclear blast. Even beneath its protection, he felt the vessel shudder from the impact, but thankfully, it held firm. Once the chaos subsided, the once crowded Chitauri fleet had significantly diminished. Mr. Shear, the wormhole has vanished. Carlet's voice quivered with fear. They were now disoriented in their universe and faced with the remaining Chitauri forces, with no avenue for retreat. They observed the holographic projection of the Legion warship, revealing the remnants of a fractured ring where the wormhole once existed. Carlet elucidated. That is the Stargate of the Shi'ar Empire, now irreparably damaged. We cannot return. Shear attempted to contact the remaining allies on Earth, but discovered the distance was insurmountable. He could not establish a connection nor open the gateway to Earth. He had once been able to open the gateway between two universes, yet now found himself powerless. Perhaps due to the rift infinitely stretching the distance between the two worlds. In the original narrative, only the Mind Scepter could close the passage. He had never anticipated that the nuclear bomb would have destroyed the Stargate on the other side, sealing the wormhole permanently. It appears that the journey home will be a gradual one, yet he remains untroubled. Asgard is renowned throughout the galaxy. Once he reaches Asgard, he can unlock the gates of death to return to Earth, and Sakaar provides a direct route to Asgard. Fear not, I shall find my way back. Amidst the encroaching enemies, Xiao Lin declared, we must eliminate their leader. In Star Tower, the cosmic cube had lost its connection to another coordinate, and the brilliant blue beam emitted by the wormhole apparatus had vanished. Another failure. Loki, battered and bruised, sat on the ground, allowing Thor to bind him. What will you do with me, brother? Will you hand me over to those humans? Thor lifted him up, stating, for all you have done, you shall face judgment in Asgard. As the wormhole dissipated from the sky, the Chitauri forces hovering over New York instantaneously lost their momentum, plummeting to the ground. Selena, broadcasting live, exclaimed with excitement, we have triumphed. Thanks to the Avengers and those mutants, our world has not been overrun by invaders. And what on earth are those foolish armies doing? Hearing the reporter's disparagement of their forces, the President and Secretary of Defense, who were watching the live feed, seethed with anger, wishing they could send someone to apprehend her, though they hesitated to act. That's Tony. Quick, catch him. With remarkable vision, Steve spotted Iron Man descending from the sky, having evidently shut down the wormhole. But how did he manage that? Hulk searched the air for Tony, leaping from the building to catch him mid-fall. Tony's armor hung in tatters on his frame, and Hulk ripped off his faceplate, revealing a breathless Tony within. Tony, are you all right? Steve sighed in relief as Tony sat up. You closed the wormhole. How did you do it? Those damned politicians. Tony grimaced, touching his face. Damn it. I hope my handsome face isn't scratched. The ladies would be heartbroken. Seeing Tony's flippant demeanor, the others exchanged glances of exasperation. All right, let me continue. They launched a nuclear missile at New York, and I tossed it into the wormhole. Thanks to Lin's warship, I was able to clear out the enemies near the wormhole. By the way, Tony recalled seeing a frost giant and a warship on the other side of the wormhole. Did anyone see Lin's other warship emerge when the wormhole closed? The gathered individuals shook their heads. Well, never mind that. I'm famished and craving some Mexican barbecue. Who wants to join me? Pietro, having returned to Earth from the wormhole, gazed at the now-closed portal and connected with Naxxramas. Wanda, Lin is still on the other side of the wormhole and has not returned. Wanda's heart sank. You all return first. We could discuss the rest later. And please bring back that Dr. Shavig and the Cosmic Cube. The warship of the Legion docked near the Sky City as mutant students and other Skrulls descended from above. Dr. Selvig, still atop Stark Tower, was momentarily dazzled and found himself in an unfamiliar place. Who are you? He exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face as he surveyed the strange surroundings and people. This is the school for mutants, Wanda informed him. I need you to reopen the wormhole. Why? Dr. Selvig replied. Do you wish to invite those invaders back to Earth? Wanda explained. Due to the sudden closure of the wormhole, Lin is trapped on the other side. Only by reopening the wormhole can he return. I have no means to reopen the wormhole, Dr. Selvig stated, just as a young man approached with ill intentions. Wait. It's not that I don't want to open it, but it's genuinely impossible. Reopening a wormhole requires 2 coordinates, and it's clear that the coordinates on the other side have been obliterated. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot assist. This revelation cast a shadow over Wanda's mood. At that moment, Jean Bing interjected, although we cannot reach Mr. Xiao Lin, I will sense if he encounters any misfortune. I believe he will soon find his way back. The distance had severed the connection between Xiao Lin and Jean Bing, yet the influence of their bond remained, preventing Jean Bing from losing control. Said the mutant Zheng Xuanyu, noticing everyone's attention on him. I have a prophecy concerning Mr. Xiao Lin. One day, a colossal fleet will return to Earth, and Boppy and Bronsky, who vanished with Xiao Lin, will be aboard. Are you serious? Pietro grasped his shoulder. Zheng Xuanyu affirmed. Of course, my prophecies have never failed, and the last one has yet to unfold. Wanda relaxed, addressing the group, protect the Tesseract. For now, all we could do is wait. Chapter 129. The helm of Dominion Sindragosa effortlessly carved a path through the chaotic Chitauri ranks, their warship shields still reeling from the nuclear explosion. Damn it, Black Dwarf bellowed, smashing his fist through the control panel. He shouted to his subordinates, organize yourselves at once. Eliminate that Earth warship and that peculiar creature. Yes, my lord. A Chitauri officer responded nervously, but before he could rally the troops, Xiao Lin's warship loomed above the Chitauri flagship. Boom! The descending ice bomb struck the surface of the Chitauri flagship, creating a gaping hole. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Lin's Legion warship surged inside, crushing numerous Chitauri under its weight before halting in an expansive interior chamber. Ultimately, after enduring such relentless bombardment, Sindragosa shattered into a cloud of bones, from which a cerulean dragon's soul emerged. Sindragosa complained to Xiao Lin, I must return to rest. This time has been a significant loss. The souls I've absorbed are insufficient to sustain me. The dragon soul of Sindragosa traversed through a sudden portal, returning to the world she inhabited. Carlet, you stay here. Poppy, Bronsky, accompany me to eliminate their leader. As they descended from the Legion warship, a group of Chitauri armed with weapons aimed at them. Attack! Bellowed the Chitauri officer, and beams of energy erupted from the soldiers' weapons, targeting Xiao Lin and his companions. Anti-magic field. A shield of green runes enveloped them, absorbing all the energy attacks. Once the assault ceased, Bronsky roared in fury, transforming into a colossal red beast. Like a predator among sheep, he swiftly dispatched the foes, leaving a sea of lifeless bodies in his wake. Incompetence. The enemy had effortlessly infiltrated the interior of the flagship, inciting the ire of the Black Dwarf. He realized that, injured as he was, he and the Chitauri were no match for the adversaries, and thus could only suppress his emotions and retreat. Warning: the warship will explode in 5 minutes. All personnel must evacuate immediately, a voice echoed within the vessel, the system automatically translating the Chitauri prophecy into a language Xiao Lin could comprehend. The warship was vast, and they struggled to locate the Black Dwarf. With only 5 minutes to spare, as Xiao Lin hesitated on what to do, he spotted a somewhat familiar extraterrestrial rushing towards them. Black Dwarf. Xiao Lin signaled for the transformed Bronsky to intercept him. I must say, my fortune is remarkable to encounter you here. Earthling, you have thoroughly enraged me. Anyone pursued in such a manner would feel infuriated. His fury clouded his judgment, momentarily causing him to forget Thanos' command. I will eliminate you within 5 minutes, then depart safely. Yet, he had not completely lost his senses. The Black Dwarf pressed a switch on his device, summoning 2 enormous mechs that charged towards Poppy and the Abomination. Let's test this. Xiao Lin recalled the grievous wound he had inflicted on the Black Dwarf earlier, declaring, I believe I shall defeat you within a minute. Blood boiled. The blood from the Black Dwarf's wound surged forth under the influence of blood magic. The Black Dwarf brandished a massive axe and charged at Xiao Lin. The clash of their weapons resounded with a thunderous noise. Empowered by the might of the Frost Pillar, Xiao Lin successfully parried the strike, leaving deep imprints on the metallic floor beneath him. The opposing arm, though gravely injured, could unleash such force, which left Xiao Lin astonished. However, this was where it would end. Xiao Lin deftly evaded the subsequent blow, his Frostmourne relentlessly striking at the Black Dwarf's wound. The plague virus seized the opportunity to seep into his body through the injury. In scarcely a minute, the combined afflictions of plague, blood loss, and low temperature rendered the Black Dwarf weak, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. He realized he was doomed. Yet he clung to the belief that Lord Thanos would rescue him from the goddess of death, and that he would have his vengeance once more. At that moment, Bobby and Abomination successfully neutralized the two enormous mechs nearby. Alarmingly, Bobby noticed the two mechs, now sparking, erupting with a surge of black light, as a black hole with a diameter of over 10 meters materialized beside them, exerting a formidable gravitational pull that ensnared them. Bobby managed to conjure an ice shield for himself just in time. A black hole bomb? The emergence of the black hole was so abrupt that Xiao Lin had not yet succeeded in rescuing them before they vanished from sight. Cough. This is not a black hole bomb. It is a random wormhole capable of swallowing individuals and casting them into the vastness of the universe, rendering them virtually impossible to encounter again. Witnessing the adversary's plight, Black Dwarf felt considerably uplifted. I hope they're not cast too far. Xiao Lin sensed that they had not perished. As Death Knights, they could survive even in the void of space, and as long as they remained within a certain proximity, they would be able to sense each other. He was confident he could retrieve them. Observing the smug Black Dwarf, Xiao Lin pierced him with his sword, declaring that the souls of those who perished at his hands would be bound to him, leaving no hope for resurrection. Even the goddess of death could not intervene. Black Dwarf felt darkness enveloping him as his soul was drawn into the internal space of Frostmourne, erasing his self-awareness. There was 1 minute left until detonation. The alarm blared once more. Damn it. Only 1 minute left. Xiao Lin summoned his death steed and galloped frantically toward the location of the battalion's warship. Upon seeing Xiao Lin rushing towards him, Carlet hastily opened the door. We must leave this place, he urged. What about the other two? Aren't we waiting for them? Carlet questioned, perplexed. We can't afford to wait. This place is about to explode. We must evacuate first. Xiao Lin could hear explosions occurring somewhere within the Chitauri warship, the sound drawing ever closer. Understood, Mr. Xiao Lin. Carlet hurriedly activated the warship, propelling them away before the explosions could reach them. Behind them, the Chitauri warship, several kilometers in length, erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. With the destruction of the flagship, the entire Chitauri army's ships and forces were rendered powerless, transforming into mere scrap metal in the cosmos. Mission accomplished. Eliminate the Chitauri army and their commander, earning 500,000 reward points. Upon receiving the reward points, Xiao Lin exchanged them for the Helm of Domination, only to find an entire set of armor appearing before him, reminiscent of that worn by the Lich King. Was the helmet exchange also accompanied by a full set of runic armor? Xiao Lin felt increasingly akin to the Lich King. Donning the Helm of Domination, he discovered that his mental power had multiplied several times over, even allowing him to sense the location of Bronski. However, he realized he could not open the door of death, an energy barrier preventing his deathly power from breaching space. Carlet was astonished that Xiao Lin could annihilate the entire Chitauri army, increasing his reverence for him. He knew he must find an opportunity for Xiao Lin to rescue their queen. Gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky, Carl Lute inquired, Mr. Xiao Lin, what shall we do now? A surge of mental energy leapt from Xiao Lin's hand into his mind, guiding him on their path. Understood, Mr. Xiao Lin, came the response. Xiao Lin resolved to first locate Bronski. Chapter 130. Sakastar, it seemed an eternity had passed when Bronski finally opened his eyes, only to find himself amidst a desolate wasteland, surrounded by the remnants of steel parts. In the distant sky, several spacecraft traversed, continuously raining down refuse. Was this a dumping ground? Brothers, there's a delectable specimen here, remarked a horde of bizarre beings that appeared from nowhere, surrounding him with predatory gazes. This flesh seems quite tender. Seize him at once, for tonight we feast. Oh no! They shrieked as they brandished their weapons toward him. Although Bronski could not comprehend their language, their menacing gestures made their intentions abundantly clear. Just as their weapons were about to unleash their fury, Bronski let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal abomination. The alien's attacks merely left superficial red marks upon his form. With a mighty leap, the abomination crushed one of the beings beneath its foot, obliterating its skull. A monster. The demise of their companion sent the others into a panic. They had initially perceived him as merely a source of sustenance, not anticipating that he would morph into a fearsome giant. Run! Several aliens fleeing the scene were seized by the abomination, which effortlessly tore one in half with a single hand, then hurled a massive machine part at the retreating figures. The impact sent tremors through the ground, causing the fleeing aliens to stumble, with some unfortunate souls reduced to mere pulp beneath the debris. Pathetic, the abomination scoffed, charging forth amidst the terrified gazes of the aliens. Just as it prepared to stomp down, a projectile shot in from afar, embedding itself in its chest. Lowering its gaze, it discovered a palm-sized circular device firmly affixed to its torso, from which countless tendrils extended, piercing its heart and unleashing a surge of electricity. Bronski had already met death once. His heart no longer beat, rendering him impervious to the feeble currents. A woman with braided hair leaped from a small spacecraft, astonished to see the abomination standing unharmed. "You are unscathed." The abomination, recognizing that it could understand her words, felt a surge of anger and surged toward her with the intent to tear her apart. As she saw the monstrous figure charging at her, she pressed a button on her device, intensifying the electrical discharge from the circular device affixed to the abomination's chest, enveloping it in a powerful surge. Every creature possesses a vulnerable point, and this slave-capturing restraint exploited that knowledge. It could even control stone beings and mechanical entities. Yet, the abomination was a death knight, capable of existence even with nothing but a head. Its heart had long ceased to beat. Before her stood a colossal figure, seemingly unfazed by the situation, prompting Valkyrie to gasp in astonishment. She had never encountered such a scenario before. Hatred lunged forward, seizing her by the neck and lifting her off the ground. Gazing at her, he inquired in a low, rumbling voice, "Are you also a human from Earth?" "I am not human," she managed to gasp, struggling for breath. "I am Valkyrie, a bounty hunter from Sakar, tasked with capturing gladiators for the Grandmaster." "What a pity," she lamented, feeling despondent. A being of Hatred's caliber could undoubtedly fetch a high price from the Grandmaster. Hatred asked, "A gladiator is one who incessantly battles, relishing the cheers of the crowd. Correct?" "Well, one could say that," Valkyrie replied, perplexed by his understanding. Hatred reverted to his original form and released Valkyrie. Now, separated from Xiao Lin, he found himself without a purpose. He might as well pursue a life as a gladiator, fighting powerful opponents and basking in the adulation of the masses. The mere thought stirred his blood, as this was the life he had always yearned for. "Take me there quickly. I wish to become a gladiator," he declared. Valkyrie was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Bronski nudged her impatiently. "Hurry, or I shall crush your bones." "Very well, follow me," she acquiesced. Valkyrie's spacecraft was modest, barely accommodating the two of them. "By the way," she said, extending a hand toward Bronski, "this is a translator that will enable you to comprehend most prophecies in the galaxy. Simply attach it to your neck." The ship soared northward, approaching a towering structure in the distance. The city was a melting pot of diverse beings, Kree, Skrulls, and Ravagers among them. But no one dared to cause a disturbance here. The planet's ruler, the Grandmaster, was an ancient, highly intelligent being, a sibling of the Collector. His prolonged lifespan compelled him to seek amusement, such as devising competitive games for his own entertainment. Gradually, Sakar became renowned as a hub of gladiatorial contests. Bounty hunters like Valkyrie were responsible for sourcing gladiators for the Grandmaster in exchange for substantial rewards. Upon arriving at the tallest edifice, the guards parted to allow Valkyrie passage. Observing Bronski's unremarkable appearance, a guard jested, "Valkyrie, the merchandise you've brought today seems rather lackluster." Valkyrie rolled her eyes, glancing at the composed Bronski, uncertain if her decision to bring him was wise. In her experience, humans from Midgard were not this formidable, nor could they transform into a powerful crimson giant. Regardless, as long as there was a bounty to be claimed, she would proceed. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster sat in the arena, observing the annual gladiatorial tournament amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd. A guard leaned closer to the Grandmaster, whispering, "My lord, Valkyrie has arrived with her merchandise." The Master's gaze shifted from the arena, turning to face Valkyrie and Bronski, who stood at the entrance. "Valkyrie, is this your merchandise?" The Master scrutinized Bronski. "He seems rather unimpressive. To be frank, I am reluctant to part with my coin. Before Valkyrie could utter a word, Bronski could no longer contain himself. His form expanded, transforming into a grotesque entity. In a heartbeat, he leaped from the towering platform nearly 100 meters high. Thud! The ground beneath the abomination cracked under the force of his descent. Who is this? How did he suddenly enter the arena? The spectators buzzed with confusion, bewildered by the unfolding scene. In the Colosseum, a towering mechanical creature engaged in combat with a massive beast halted upon noticing the unexpected intruder, turning to face him. The blood-red runes adorning the abomination flared to life as it gestured provocatively at the two colossal beasts. Come at me, both of you. Roaring with fury, the beasts raised their forelimbs and charged at him. The abomination proved far superior to its adversaries. Within mere minutes, the mechanical creature lay in ruins, scattered across the arena. While the other beast had succumbed to its fate, the once boisterous venue fell into silence. Valkyrie, I am quite pleased with the merchandise you have brought this time. A smile graced the master's face. Judge, announced the champion of this contest. The judge, bowing respectfully, replied, Yes, master. Chapter 131. The Raiders as a principal warship of another world's burning legion. Its speed was undoubtedly swift. However, the vastness of space was overwhelming. The Legion's vessels employed the Sagrite Keystone, forged by the bronze titan Sargeras, alongside teleportation technology for traversing the cosmos. After a day's flight, Mr. Xiao Lin realized they were still a considerable distance from their destination, and at this pace, it was uncertain how long it would take to arrive. Mr. Xiao Lin, we have detected a fleet of raiders ahead. The holographic display aboard the Legion's warship revealed a formidable armada. The infamous name of the interstellar raiders was well known throughout the galaxy, and this particular fleet was led by the notorious poacher Vondo from the Centaur Star. Unlike other raiders, they were ruthlessly bloodthirsty and possessed no moral compass. However, the warship Karlut provided no indication of which faction it belonged to, and even the mightiest raiders could not rival the Chitauri army. They have also detected us. The vessels ahead altered their course. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xiao Lin's mind. He instructed Karlut, bring the warship to a halt. Karlut complied. Understood, Mr. Xiao Lin. Observing the peculiar warship come to a standstill, Vondo commanded, contact them and inform that their vessel is now under our control. After a while, Kraglin, Yondu's second-in-command, remarked, Boss, their peculiar spacecraft is incompatible with our technology. We cannot establish communication. Incompatible? Yondu approached the screen. Surround them. I believe they will understand. Aye, boss. Numerous small ships emerged from Yondu's massive warship, encircling Xiao Lin's fleet. Observing the dense array of ships, Carl Root inquired, Mr. Xiao Lin, what shall we do now? Perhaps boarding their warship may allow us to reach our destination swiftly. Guided by the small vessels of the Ravagers, Carl Root piloted his fleet into the belly of their colossal warship. Upon disembarking, Xiao Lin and Carl Root were confronted by a multitude of grotesque and menacing Ravagers. A man with a long scar across his face declared, You are quite cooperative, so I shall spare your lives. This warship is now under my control. Summon your leader. What did you say? The Ravagers, taken aback, stared blankly at Xiao Lin. I said this warship is mine now. Xiao Lin drew Frostmourne and plunged it into the sturdy steel plating, unleashing a frigid wave that rendered their bodies frozen in place. Who are you? The scar-faced man trembled uncontrollably. Just as Xiao Lin was about to respond, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A glowing red arrow shot towards him from the shadows. Clang! He deflected the arrow with a swift movement of his sword, but it soared back towards him. Aimed at his head, at the monitoring screen, Yondu watched in horror as his arrow was firmly grasped by the intruder, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Realizing that even his formidable weapon was rendered ineffective against this foe, the red arrow in Xiao Lin's grip vibrated violently, attempting to break free. It struck him as familiar, and he recalled that it was Yondu's weapon, wondering if Star-Lord happened to be on this warship. Observing the arrow in Xiao Lin's possession, Carl Root remarked, Mr. Xiao Lin, that's Yondu's weapon. I know, Xiao Lin replied. Though powerful, it does not belong to the realm of artifacts. He cast it into his spatial pouch. Meanwhile, Yondu, controlling the arrow with his mind, suddenly felt a severance from his weapon. Damn it, what is happening? Where's my arrow? Yondu instructed Kraglin, send more men. Capture and eliminate him. Aye, boss. Xiao Lin approached the scar-faced man, releasing him from his icy prison, and said, take me to Yondu. The man, defiantly glaring at Xiao Lin, retorted, Electroshock Face will not yield. Electroshock Face? What sort of ridiculous name is that? Upon hearing Xiao Lin mock his name, he felt a surge of indignation and was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. However, he found himself ensnared by Xiao Lin's deathly grip, lifting him off the ground and leaving him suspended in midair. Cough, cough. I will lead you, he stammered, compelled to comply under the threat of demise. Yet, Captain Yongdu would not so easily grant him passage. Just lead the way. Spare us your superfluous chatter. Xiao Lin and Carlet followed the hapless soul toward the control center of the warship, leaving a group of trembling marauders in their wake. Along the way, they encountered numerous adversaries attempting to impede their progress, all of whom were cleaved in two by Xiao Lin's sword, their souls siphoned away in the process. Boss, what do we do now? Claglin asked, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. The enemy's strength exceeded their wildest imaginations, and their weapons proved utterly ineffective against an unseen shield protecting their foes. He was not ready to meet his end. What are you afraid of? Yongdu said, delivering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Come with me. We need to secure weapons. They armed themselves with formidable weaponry, standing guard on the other side of the door. A cacophonous sound erupted from the command center's entrance, and Yongdu, along with a few remaining subordinates, witnessed a sword tip pierce through the thick alloy door before etching a circle upon its surface. With a resounding clang, the severed steel plate fell to the ground, causing the marauders inside to nervously raise their weapons. Upon seeing the two intruders, Yongdu feigned calmness and inquired, Who are you? What do you intend to do? In response to the inquiry, Xiao Lin retorted, Did you not bring us here? It is I who should be asking you what your intentions are. It dawned on Yongdu that he had indeed commandeered the enemy's warship, a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. However, my strength surpasses yours. Thus this warship now belongs to me, Xiao Lin stated, surveying the room with an inquisitive gaze. Does anyone dissent? Are you challenging us, the marauders? I have many brothers. They will not spare you, Yongdu threatened. Xiao Lin found amusement in Yongdu's words, replying, Do not delude yourself. Your marauder brethren harbor disdain for you as well. At a loss for words, Yongdu fell silent. Now, navigate this warship to my desired destination. Xiao Lin conveyed the coordinates through a mental imprint. You wish to travel to Saka Star? That is the domain of the Cosmic Elders, Yongdu remarked. Chapter 132, The Championship Battle. Under the pressure exerted by Xiao Lin, Yongdu reluctantly commanded his subordinates to initiate the warship's systems. The marauder vessel entered jump mode, streaking through the cosmos toward the nearest wormhole, heading for Saka Star. After 5 wormhole jumps, they arrived before a magnificent violet nebula, surrounded by a multitude of vessels queued for entry into Saka Star. Yongdu gestured toward the nebula, explaining, Saka Star lies within this nebula, a nexus of various universes. First, you must pass through there for inspection to ensure you are not on Saka Star's wanted list. He hesitated for a moment before addressing the departing Xiao Lin, asking, Could you return the arrow to me? No sooner had the words left his lips than he felt a chill brush past his ear. Turning around, he saw his weapon lodged firmly in the wall beside him. Xiao Lin left without a backward glance. Although Yongdu could be somewhat a rogue, he was undeniably a man of loyalty and honor, deserving of a reprieve. Xiao Lin made his way back to his warship, steering it towards the spaceport in the outer orbit of Sakar. Boss, shouldn't we be leaving this place? Xiao Lin inquired, casting a wary glance at Yongdu, who exuded an aura so formidable that he felt a bone-chilling cold merely standing beside Xiao Lin. We must depart immediately. He is a considerable nuisance. Foolish face, do you know who that Earthling's companion is? Don't call me Foolish Face. I'm a shot kill fool. Xiao Lin bristled at his boss's moniker. I have no idea who he is. My instincts tell me he is a Skrull, a significant fugitive wanted by the Kree. Shot kill fool's eyes sparkled with recognition. I recall the Kree have placed a hefty bounty on his head. Are we, before he could finish, Yongdu struck him sharply on the head. Idiot, do you wish to court death? And for just one Skrull, do you think there is much bounty to share? Suppressing his anger, Shot Kill Fool had long harbored dissatisfaction towards his boss and vowed to eliminate him given the chance. Yet, he truly did not wish to provoke that terrifying individual over mere money. Within this nebula, spatial energies were tumultuous, with Sakar's skies dotted by numerous wormholes, each trailing long orange, green, and blue tails. The passage leading to Asgard was the largest of them all, a wormhole formed from the collapse of a neutron star. Remarkably, despite being surrounded by so many wormholes, Sakaar remained intact, a truly wondrous planet. An airport official from Sakaar directed Xiao Lin's fleet to its docking station. Upon disembarking, a guard scanned them with a device. Clear. They followed the crowd through the planet's protective barrier and boarded a large transport vessel, arriving at Sakaar's city of gladiators. Today, an unknown festival filled the streets with throngs of people, cheering, annihilation. Annihilation. The entire city was adorned in shades of red, with flags waving as they traversed the alleys. Is that Annihilation, Bronsky? Carlet pointed to the tallest building, which bore a massive carved visage. It truly resembled Annihilation. Xiao Lin was uncertain of his expression. It seemed he was enjoying himself here. Suddenly, a colossal projection appeared in the sky, showcasing a middle-aged man clad in opulent robes, smiling down at the crowd below. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend a warm welcome to your presence. Today, we shall convene for the latest championship battle, where the formidable Thor of Crowbite will face off against our loathed adversary, Mr. Blonsky. Thor, you say? Not Thor the god? How'd he find his way here? He ought to still be in Asgard. Mr. Xiao Lin, could you promptly locate Blonsky? However, there is no urgency. Let us first observe the unfolding contest. Hey, you two. At the entrance of the arena, a lengthy queue had formed. Those approaching the gate extended their hands and pressed against the machine. Finally, it was their turn. Xiao Lin surveyed the vigilant guards surrounding them and discreetly signaled to Carlet. Understanding the cue, he stepped forward and retrieved the mind scepter from his trench coat, swiftly placing it against the heart of the guard captain before anyone could react. Hey, what are you doing? The other guards, upon witnessing this, hastily raised their weapons. It's all right, no need for alarm. Under the thrall of the mind scepter, the guard captain halted his subordinates, declaring, "They are esteemed guests of the master. Allow them entry." Upon hearing the captain's words, the guards lowered their weapons. The captain addressed Xiao Lin and Carlet, saying, "Esteemed Mr. Carlet and Mr. Xiao Lin, I shall escort you to the venue and provide you with an excellent vantage point." The arena sprawled over thousands of square feet, with peculiar beings occupying the surrounding platforms. In front of Xiao Lin, a platform was encircled by numerous guards, one of whom was the illustrious master, the ruler of Sakaar. Beside him sat another man. Xiao Lin found the visage of this man somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled that he was none other than the Collector, Tanelier Tyvan, a fellow elder of the universe, renowned in his own right. Tyvan had established an interstellar conglomerate and possessed the skull of an ancient deity in the unclaimed territories. Xiao Lin pondered whether he had the capability to resurrect this ancient being as his subordinate, speculating that its power in life would rival that of Star-Lord's father, Ego. Just as Xiao Lin was lost in thought, the atmosphere in the arena intensified, and a colossal virtual projection of the master appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again time for the annual championship battle. I am your host, the Grand Master, though you prefer to call me Master. He beamed at the tens of thousands of spectators gathered. Today promises an exhilarating clash between two formidable warriors, and I am certain you can hardly wait to witness this splendid contest. One of them is the undefeated champion. Welcome our Red Rage, the loathed Blonsky. Oh, Blonsky, Blonsky, Blonsky. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. And the other is the dazzling lightning and thunder, our Thor, Beta Ray Bill. The gates on either side of the arena slowly opened, revealing the two gladiators who were to engage in battle today. Chapter 133, The Horse-Faced Thunder God. One of them was none other than Xiao Lin's Death Knight, the abomination Blonsky, now adorned with vibrant colors, his massive crimson form clad in thick armor, wielding a colossal axe. The other was a peculiar creature with a horse's face, garbed in armor akin to Thor's, and brandishing a hammer. Xiao Lin felt a flicker of recognition. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled this was Bill, the horse-faced thunder god, a formidable superhero. It was said that Bill hailed from the planet Krobit, a half-cyborg who had once defeated Thor himself, wielding the Stormbreaker, a weapon forged by Odin himself, though it lacked the formidable power of Thor's hammer crafted by the dwarves. As the two gladiators entered the arena, the cheers of the crowd crescendoed, and the master seated in the stands remarked to the collector Tiffin, "Isn't my competitive match far more thrilling than your collecting hobby?" Tiffin shrugged. "My collection of various items is not merely a pastime. You know that Madman Thanos is rampaging to please his goddess, and I must gather certain relics to prevent this universe from his annihilation. Indeed, this is the only endeavor that brings me joy nowadays. By the way, I recently acquired an unusual duck. Stop. I do not wish to hear about your collecting obsession. Now pay attention to my champion's battle, the master interrupted, well aware that Tiffin could wax lyrical about his artifacts for 3 days and nights without pause. As the abomination stepped into the dueling arena, he sensed Xiao Lin's presence. Looking up to find his master seated in the audience, the abomination felt a mix of joy and melancholy at Xiao Lin's arrival. It was time to depart, yet he was reluctant to leave. His time on Sakaar had been the most delightful period, filled with feasting, sleeping, and brawling. He had reveled in it. Due to Sakaar's position at the confluence of various star realms, time flowed differently here, although Xiao Lin and the abomination had been apart for just over a month. Nearly 2 years had elapsed in this realm. The victor of today's contest would bask in the glory of triumph, while the vanquished would be fed to the beasts. And now, the match commences. With the referee's proclamation, numerous small ships ascended, broadcasting the battle live. I'm sorry. The horse-faced thunder god Bill's eyes radiated with white lightning as he swung his weapon toward the approaching abomination, a blinding flash of electricity arcing towards him. Boom! The earth surrounding the abomination was upheaved, clouds of dust billowing forth. The tremendous lightning struck with force, propelling the abomination against the wall at the edge of the arena, leaving a vast crack in its wake. The audience erupted into a chorus of boos. Stand up. You are the embodiment of red fury. A voice erupted from below, directed towards the abomination, clearly indicating a heavy wager had been placed upon its performance. In the initial round, the abomination suffered a setback, showcasing the formidable prowess of the thunder god with the horse face, a true contender capable of vanquishing Thor. The abomination shook its head, fixating on the equine visage before it, its eyes turning a furious crimson, a humiliation it had never before endured. In the past 2 years within the arena, it had known no defeat. I shall tear you apart, the abomination proclaimed, rising amidst a cloud of dust as it charged toward its adversary. As it approached the thunder god with the horse face, it leapt high into the air, wielding a colossal axe that came crashing down upon him. A resounding clash echoed as the axe shattered into a myriad of fragments upon striking the god's hammer. Disarmed, the abomination resorted to grasping the hammer with its hands, the electric charge coursing through it causing a tingling sensation throughout its body. Suddenly, the thunder god spoke. Hey, you oversized red menace. The control chip embedded in me compels this course of action. One of us must perish, and I feel great sympathy for you. For that unfortunate soul shall not be me. Death? The abomination's hands were shrouded in a crimson hue as it launched a punch at the thunder god. As a servant of its master, death felt an eternity away. Bloodstrike. Its massive fist collided with the god's face, causing blood to spurt forth from his nose. Under the influence of this sanguine power, the blood transformed into a mist that the abomination inhaled, significantly healing its earlier wounds. The essence of malevolence swirled around it. The scent of blood unsettled the thunder god, evoking memories of a home reduced to ruin and the specter of death looming over his kin. He raised his hammer, soaring into the air as dark clouds amassed overhead, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The thunder god shared abilities akin to Thor, suggesting that the abomination would find itself outmatched, even after its considerable enhancement during its time on Sakaar. A look of excitement spread across the master's face. Wow. Bill is about to unleash a formidable attack. It seems our champion warrior is destined for defeat. The thunder god's hammer summoned brilliant bolts of lightning from the heavens, striking the abomination. Though a single strike might not fell the creature, the relentless barrage of lightning coursing through its form left it reeling. For it was not yet a force like Thor or the Hulk, unable to withstand such continuous onslaught. Carlet expressed his concerns. Mr. Xiao Lin, Bronsky is on the verge of failure. Here, defeat equates to death. Xiao Lin raised a hand to silence him, gathering a sphere of sanguine energy, which he unleashed as a frenzied spell upon the abomination below. A roar erupted as the chaotic, savage aura emanated from the abomination, its consciousness spiraling into confusion. Its already massive form swelling even larger. What is happening? Some spectators in the stands began to sense that something was amiss. The master, having lived countless years, was not easily deceived by Xiao Lin's subtle antics. A displeased expression crossed his face as he remarked, "Someone is cheating, disrupting my championship battle. This is utterly unforgivable, Topaz." The female attendant, Topaz, standing beside him, produced a controller and was about to press a button when the master intervened. "No, no, no. The thrilling battle must continue." He gestured toward Xiao Lin's direction, commanding, "Bring him to me." "Very well, master," Topaz replied, departing the stands with a weapon in hand. Discovered, Xiao Lin thought, realizing the master's gaze was fixed upon him, even waving in acknowledgement. He had not anticipated that the Cosmic Elder could detect his magic, yet he remained untroubled. The opponent's strength likely would not be formidable, and he believed he could manage the encounter. Chapter 134. The Master and the Collector, the Abomination, afflicted by the frenzy spell, resembled a relentless battle machine, allowing itself to be engulfed by thunder and lightning, while it charged forward to unleash its devastating attack. A resounding crash echoed, causing even the audience on the platform to feel a tremor. The once dominant Thunder God was suddenly on the defensive, and spectators widened their eyes, eager not to miss any exhilarating moments of the clash. As Xiao Lin observed the Abomination's battle, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw a stern-faced woman approaching, with nearby onlookers whispering amongst themselves. Recognizing her as the Master's attendant, he surmised that she was indeed coming toward him. Upon reaching Xiao Lin, the woman pointed at him and commanded, "You, come with me." Her tone brooked no argument. Xiao Lin recalled his purpose for being there was to retrieve Bronski and that he might need to return through the wormhole to Earth in the future. So he preferred to avoid conflict if possible. He believed that, as one of the earliest beings to emerge post-Big Bang, the Cosmic Elder and the Collector would not be as weak as depicted in films. Rising, Xiao Lin followed Topaz toward the Master's platform, drawing curious glances and hushed murmurs from the audience. Taken away by that fearsome old woman, "He looks doomed," they whispered. Those who had witnessed the scene knew that individuals taken by Topaz seldom met favorable fates, either becoming gladiators or sold into slavery. I see another Earthling. How long has it been since my last visit to Earth?" The Master inquired of Topaz as he reclined in a chair. 450 years. Yes. I had forgotten," he replied, tapping the armrest of the chair. "Quickly, push me forward." The Master's behavior seemed somewhat eccentric, perhaps a consequence of his extensive lifespan. He scrutinized Xiao Lin from head to toe and remarked, "To be honest, I am acquainted with the Ancient One from your Earth. Back then, she was merely a novice sorceress, and now she has ascended to become the guardian of the planet. I have long wished for her or her fellow sorcerers to partake in my competition, yet she has declined my invitation." Xiao Lin inquired, "Surely, you did not summon me merely for reminiscing?" "Certainly not," the Master replied. "Your recent disruption of my championship match did not escape my notice." He glanced at the fierce battle unfolding before them. "However, let us first witness the conclusion of this skirmish, and then we shall engage in a more thorough discussion." Xiao Lin found a seat and observed the Master and the Collector, sensing no formidable power emanating from them. The Minotaur of Thunder in the arena was being thoroughly battered, with swollen eyes and a distorted mouth, and many of its bones clearly broken. The audience's jeers echoed around them, while Bill's hammer was wrested from his grip by the Abomination, which mercilessly pummeled his face. As it appeared that the Minotaur was on the brink of death, the Master began to fidget. "Topaz, where is the controller for the Abomination? Hurry, we cannot allow Bill to be slain." Topaz, the steward, reached into her chest and produced a device the size of a palm, akin to a lighter. Accepting the still-warm controller, the Master appeared somewhat uneasy. He pressed a switch, and a surge of electricity erupted from the controller, striking the Abomination that continued to thrash the Minotaur. "Why is there no response?" The Master pressed several more buttons, yet the Abomination persisted in its onslaught. He initially suspected the controller was malfunctioning, but upon closer inspection, he did indeed observe the flicker of electricity coursing through the Abomination's chest. "Damn it, I have never encountered such a scenario." The Master's expression grew frantic. Fortunately, the frenzy spell's duration was nearing its end, and the Abomination gradually regained its senses, staring down at the motionless Minotaur, uncertain of its fate. As was customary, the Abomination raised its arms high, bellowing in triumph as it reveled in the cheers of the crowd and the curses from those who had lost their bets. "What a pity to leave this place," it mused wistfully. A spaceship descended from above the arena, and a group of individuals hurriedly disembarked, swiftly lifting the Minotaur from the ground. Numerous small robots emerge from another spacecraft, commencing repairs on the damage wrought by the battle. Receiving a message from the medical staff, Topaz announced, "Your gladiator Bill is still alive." The master exhaled in relief. "That is reassuring. I would not wish for my expensive gladiator to perish so easily." He then turned to Xiao Lin and stated, "Now, we must address your situation, Earthling." With a wave of his hand, many guards around him brandished their weapons, aiming them at Xiao Lin. "In light of your recent actions, I have decided to make you my gladiator." The master's expression was one of excitement. The battles of sorcerers are bound to be spectacular. Clearly, he had mistakenly assumed Xiao Lin to be a sorcerer. "By the way, I summoned you here solely to prevent you from further disrupting my competition." The master gestured to the guard beside him. The guard's weapon emitted a metallic disc that adhered to Xiao Lin's neck. This disc unleashed a peculiar stimulating current, rousing Xiao Lin's mental awareness. However, Xiao Lin seized the disc, yanked it off with force, and even extracted some flesh along with it. "You intend to control me with this?" he exclaimed, discarding the disc at the master's feet. "What is the matter? Could this one be faulty as well?" The master gazed quizzically at the object on the ground, perplexed that his personally designed device had failed to subdue its target not once, but twice. Warning. Anomalously low temperature detected in the vicinity, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly announced. The temperature in the arena plummeted, causing everyone to shiver as they discovered the source, the human from Earth, who had inexplicably acquired a weapon. The nearby warmth was siphoned away by the sword, freezing the guards in the room into ice sculptures, while only the collector, the master, and Topaz remained protected within a shield. Throughout the ordeal, the collector, Tiffin, had silently observed, but now he could no longer contain himself. "May I have a word?" He addressed Xiao Lin. "I too have heard of Thanos' army invading Earth. I am quite astonished that you managed to defeat the Chitauri. What do you wish to convey?" Xiao Lin pondered whether the collector was genuinely concerned about their adversaries or merely reluctant to provoke conflict. Chapter 135. The collector's commission. The staff in Topaz's hand emitted flashes of light, aimed at Xiao Lin, poised for an attack. "High Celestial, could you persuade Topaz to lower her weapon?" The collector implored, aware of the master's rising ire. As the absolute ruler of Sakaar, he had never encountered an attack on his own territory. Even the Kree, who roamed the galaxy with impunity, had never dared to wreak havoc here. Seeing no movement from either party, he added, very well, I shall honor your previous request." "You said it," the master replied, his displeasure dissipating, evidently pleased with the collector's terms. "Tiffin, I shall consider your influence." With the collector alleviating the hostility directed towards him, Xiao Lin retracted his frost energy, placing Frostmourne back within his spatial pouch. The temperature in the vicinity returned to normal. The collector continued, "I have forged an alliance with Odin of Asgard and the Ancient One of the Mystic Arts. In light of Thanos' increasingly formidable power, we have resolved to unite and halt his rampant destruction across the galaxy." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin comprehended that the collector maintained connections with Asgard and the Mystic Arts. During the Chitauri invasion of Earth, the Ancient One had reached out to Odin and the collector. However, wars arrive swiftly and conclude just as quickly. Only Odin has dispatched Thor to provide assistance, while the collector received word that the battle had already drawn to a close. The collector inquired, "By the way, I heard from the Ancient One that once your warship entered the wormhole, all contact with you was severed. Some believe you have been vanquished by the Chitauri forces. How did you manage to escape?" "Escape? I did not flee. I annihilated the Chitauri army, including their commander, Ebony Maw. It was merely that my subordinates and I became separated, which is why I have come here to search for them." Skeptical of Xiao Lin's claims, the collector retorted, "Ebony Maw is no trivial adversary. Among Thanos' ranks, he ranks among the most formidable. Can you truly say you defeated him? If this is true, you ought to tread carefully. Thanos must be irate and will not let you off lightly." "Let's not dwell on that," Xiao Lin replied to the Grandmaster. "The abomination is my subordinate, and I intend to take him away from here." The Grandmaster, interrupting before Xiao Lin could finish, firmly declined. "That is not permissible. The abomination was procured for 10 million, and he must contribute to my arena battles." The collector recognized his friend's obsession with the competitive games, akin to his own fervor. Anyone who dared to tarnish his collection would certainly come to regret it. Over the long years, they required some form of amusement, which had transformed into an all-consuming passion. With a swift motion, Frostmourne seamlessly embedded itself into the ground, as Xiao Lin gazed intently at the Grandmaster. Are you still unaware that your controller is ineffective against the abomination? He can depart at any moment he chooses. In truth, the Collector's assistance to Xiao Lin stemmed from an understanding of the latter's formidable strength, as well as a desire to do a favor for the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One. Could you not take it easy? The Collector addressed Xiao Lin. We can facilitate your departure, but I require your assistance in locating a certain item. What item? Xiao Lin queried. Before the Collector, a projection materialized. The cosmic sphere, a splendid artifact. If you can retrieve it, I shall offer you a handsome reward. However, be mindful. You may encounter Thanos' minions during your search, as they are also in pursuit of that item. Xiao Lin was aware that the cosmic sphere resided on a planet that had been stripped of its civilization. Yet the vastness of the universe had caused him to forget its exact location. Otherwise, he would have sought it himself long ago. On which planet does it reside? Have you agreed? The Collector scrutinized him. I have, but you must clarify, Xiao Lin insisted. The Collector elucidated, the cosmic sphere is located on Morak. Though it is a vast planet with perilous conditions, many have been dispatched there previously, only to vanish. However, I trust this will pose no challenge for you. I hope it won't be difficult to locate. I have little time to squander in that endeavor, Xiao Lin remarked, contemplating retrieving Bopi before returning to Earth. I am certain the cosmic sphere lies within the ruins of a city, where no intelligent life remains. Very well then. In truth, Xiao Lin harbored the desire to seize the cosmic spirit ball for himself, rather than sell it to collectors. For within it lay a formidable power gem that stirred his deepest ambitions. Hey, Tiffin, have you forgotten about me? Protested the master, feeling somewhat slighted by the neglect. After all, I am still your champion warrior. My word is final. The Collector remarked, my friend, consider this a favor owed to you. What do you say? All right. But fortunately, I still have Bill to hold the fort. A champion warrior exchange for a favor from a collector seemed a fair trade in the master's eyes, and thus, it was settled. Now, let us resume our championship battle, he instructed Xiao Lin. By the way, what is your name? I realize I do not yet know it. Xiao Lin, the principal of the mutant school on Earth, came the reply. What did you say? The master expressed surprise. Mutants? The experimental products of the celestial group? Were they not thought to be extinct on Earth? It appeared that Earth was not as obscure in the cosmos as he had presumed. Both cosmic elders possessed considerable knowledge about the planet. Not at all. There are likely still thousands on Earth, though only a little over 100 have been located thus far. The master rubbed his hands together in excitement. With so many mutants, if they were to join my competition, the matches would surely be spectacular. Noticing the unfriendly expression on Xiao Lin's face, he quickly added, do not misunderstand. It is merely a competition, devoid of any restrictions. What do you think? Xiao Lin suddenly regretted divulging such information, yet the suggestion did not seem entirely unappealing. In the arena, the abomination awaited Xiao Lin's command, ready to depart at a moment's notice, having already dispatched numerous guards. As the match was delayed, the spectators in the stands began to murmur in discontent. A circle of over 100 guards surrounded the abomination, yet they were rendered helpless. While the captain of the guards was in a state of panic, not wishing to face execution at the hands of the master. The match will resume today. Afterward, you will leave with me. Very well, master. Upon receiving Xiao Lin's telepathic communication, the abomination strode towards the arena, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the guards. Next, we have the Red Fury abomination facing off against the Wild Robot King, Eggbreaker. Let's cheer. Chapter 136. A Step 2, Late Magura Star. A desolate planet that once boasted a magnificent civilization met its doom one fateful day when a vengeful figure wielding a power gem arrived. As the gem made contact with the planet's surface, a surge of purple energy engulfed the globe in an instant, leading to its utter destruction. While the gem's bearer succumbed to the overwhelming force, only a few powerful beings managed to survive, crafting a cosmic spirit ball to contain the power gem, sealing it away. Before they too perished one by one, the whereabouts of the power stones have become a mystery, only recently uncovered by Ronin and the Collector. Xiao Lin, the abomination, and Carlet embarked on a small sightseeing spacecraft provided by the Master, heading toward the planet Mogler. It must be said that despite being a vessel for leisure, its defensive capabilities and propulsion far exceed those of Xiao Lin's own warship. Although Mogler is somewhat distant from Sakaar, the abundance of nearby wormholes allows for swift passage. Unlike the remote planet Earth, which possesses only a perilous wormhole near Asgard, making it inaccessible to ordinary spaceships. After traversing numerous wormholes, Xiao Lin and his companions arrived at a desolate planet, perpetually enveloped in thick clouds. The air was thick with fog, the clouds illuminated by brilliant lightning, and fountains that erupted thousands of meters high from the ground made this place a rarefied realm. Suddenly, while piloting the ship, Carlet inquired, "Mr. Xiao Lin, there's a spaceship not far below us. Shall we approach it?" A spaceship? It couldn't possibly belong to Star-Lord. According to the timeline, he shouldn't have arrived here yet. Xiao Lin pondered, his distant memories nearly forgotten, leaving him uncertain. Let us proceed and see who it is. Lord Karath, a spaceship has appeared above us, reported one of Karath's subordinates. Karath, a half-mechanical Kree, was among Ronan the Accuser's minions, also in search of the orb. He glanced upward and spotted a disc-shaped craft approaching them. Shoot it down. The orb is not something just anyone can claim. Karath was seething with rage. He had previously encountered Star-Lord, only to witness him escape with the orb. Those privy to this information must be eliminated. Several of Karath's subordinates raised their weapons, previously used to attack Star-Lord, and aimed at Xiao Lin's ship, unleashing beams of light. As the crew observed white beams hurtling toward them, a translucent energy shield enveloped the ship, safeguarding it from harm. "They're attacking us," Carlet exclaimed, irritation evident in his tone. Withstanding Karath's onslaught, the spacecraft landed nearby, prompting Karath and his companions to cease their attack, eager to ascertain the identity of the occupants. On board, Xiao Lin commanded Bronsky, "Come with me." "Carlet, remain here." As the ship's hatch opened, Xiao Lin and Bronsky emerged, only to be met with several Kree brandishing weapons. Kree? Xiao Lin noted their resemblance to Kree he had encountered before, and a half-mechanical leader appeared vaguely familiar. "Are you waiting for Star-Lord Peter Quill?" Upon hearing Xiao Lin's words, Karath inquired, "Are you allied with him?" "Not at all. Is there a problem?" "There are no issues, for they have ceased to matter." A beam of light was emitted from the weapon in Karath's grasp towards Xiao Lin, only to be met by a shield that appeared beside the latter. It seemed that these Kree had not experienced the last great battle on Earth and were unaware of his identity. "Master, allow me to pummel them," declared Bronsky, his bloodlust intensified by the combat in the gladiatorial arena of Sakaar. Upon seeing the incoming attack, he roared and transformed into a colossal crimson giant. "Wait," Xiao Lin interjected, as he still wished to glean some information from them. The Kree, noticing the transformation of one among them, grew increasingly anxious, leveling their weapons at the abomination and pulling the triggers, a blinding light engulfing his form. Shortly after, the Kree's weapons clattered to the ground, ensnared by Xiao Lin's deathly power, which coiled around their necks, suspending them in midair. With a crack, the necks of all but Karath were twisted, while Karath followed Xiao Lin into the spacecraft. "Let us return." Inside the ship, Xiao Lin carelessly cast Karath onto the floor. "Where's Ronan now?" The last encounter had seen the destruction of Ronan's Dark Aster, yet he had managed to escape. This unpredictable element prompted Xiao Lin to resolve the matter once and for all. Though Karath was unaware of Xiao Lin's intentions regarding Ronan, he remained reticent. Noticing Karath's reluctance to speak, Xiao Lin unleashed a wraith from Frostmourne upon him, plunging him into a harrowing mental illusion. It was unclear what terrifying visions he beheld within, as he shrank back in abject terror. "Do not come closer, do not come closer. It is all by Lord Ronan's command." Once Xiao Lin retracted the tormenting specter, Karath was drenched in sweat. "Can we speak now?" Karath glanced at Xiao Lin, his voice weary. "Lord Ronan is currently hiding near Xander, preparing to annihilate it once he obtains the orb." After enduring the earlier torment, he divulged all he knew to Xiao Lin. Did Star-Lord leave with the orb? Although Xiao Lin was largely certain that Star-Lord had been here and acquired the orb, he sought confirmation. "Yes, he left not long ago." Karath replied weakly. "Well, it appears I have arrived a moment too late." Xiao Lin instructed the ship's pilot, Carlet, we are heading to Xander." "Understood, Mr. Xiao Lin." Observing Karath sprawled on the ground, barely conscious, Bronsky inquired, "Master, what shall we do with this one?" "Cast him aside." "Very well." Bronsky grinned as he hoisted Karath and opened the rear cargo bay door. A shrill scream echoed, fading into the distance until he was engulfed by the searing geothermal geysers in midair. Chapter 137. The Nova Centurion. The vessel swiftly arrived at Xander and en route, Xiao Lin meticulously prepared for the forthcoming endeavors. As for the pursuit of Bobby, He resolved to conclude matters here before embarking on that quest. Upon docking the spacecraft at the spaceport, Xiao Lin addressed his companions, stating, "I shall proceed alone from here. You are to await my return." Before Karl Rutt could voice his concerns, Xiao Lin departed. In Xander, Karl Rutt harbored apprehensions about his identity being uncovered. For the Skrulls were nearly universally reviled throughout the galaxy, not solely by the Kree. It was likely that the Nova Corps would apprehend him as well. Bronski, rising from his seat, declared, "I shall descend to seek some amusement." Karl Rutt urgently cautioned, "Hold on, do not act recklessly. The Nova Corps will detain you within minutes should you stir trouble here." Being incarcerated in the KYLN would indeed spell significant trouble. Indifferently, Bronski waved his hand, unable to endure another moment confined within the cramped spaceship. The Nova Corps of Xander, often referred to as the Cosmic Police, possessed far greater strength than depicted in films. Otherwise, Thanos would not have opted to abandon his assault here in favor of targeting civilizations beyond the galaxy. Yet, even the Nova Corps dared not confront Thanos, and they had their own limitations regarding the Kree. Xiao Lin found himself in the capital of Xander, where the Nova Corps maintained their base on the outskirts. The city was remarkably safe, with no one daring to cause a disturbance, and its inhabitants led leisurely lives. The vastness of the city made locating Star-Lord a formidable task. Should he fail to find him within the day, he would have no choice but to seek him in the KYLN. Rocket Raccoon and Groot? Xiao Lin inadvertently spotted two particularly striking figures standing beside a fountain, seemingly engaged in a dispute. "Hey, what are you staring at?" The alert raccoon noticed Xiao Lin's gaze and, with weapon in hand, approached him. "I am Groot." Groot, the tree-like being, seized Rocket and lifted him off the ground. "Put me down, you dolt." Rocket squirmed, flailing his limbs and vociferously berating Groot. Had the latter not been his friend, Rocket would have already opened fire. "I am Groot," Groot replied, his large eyes fixed on Rocket while gesturing toward the distance. Are you referring to a bounty target?" Rocket grew silent and turned his attention elsewhere. Following their line of sight, Xiao Lin observed two figures standing on a bridge, one of whom was indeed Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord, clutching a metallic sphere. The other, a green-skinned woman, was undoubtedly Gamora, Thanos' adopted daughter. "First, put me down." Rocket, feeling quite uncomfortable in Groot's grasp, retrieved a tablet from his backpack once he was set on the ground. The fugitive sought by the Marauders bears a bounty of 1,000,000 credit points. Rocket's expression began to fill with excitement as he affectionately kissed Groot's leg. "Wait, is that Gamora? We're about to strike it rich." However, before Rocket could make his move, the two individuals on the bridge commenced their skirmish. Gamora snatched the orb from Star-Lord and fled. What on earth are they doing? Rocket pondered, somewhat befuddled. The sudden altercation caused the previously leisurely inhabitants of Xander to panic, as they had not anticipated anyone daring to cause a commotion in this locale. The two pursuers wreaked havoc as they chased each other, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, with the orb exchanging hands between them. Unperturbed by the chaos, Rocket raised his weapon and aimed at Star-Lord, firing a metallic rope that spiraled toward him. In mid-flight, Star-Lord found himself ensnared, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, the orb slipping from his grasp. Gamora glanced at Rocket in the distance and rushed toward the orb's location, only to witness a hand snatch it away before she could reach it. "Damn it, who is that?" Star-Lord, now freeing himself from his bonds, was infuriated to see another individual seizing the orb, an object he had painstakingly acquired. Recognizing the newcomer as Sylvester, Gamora recalled having seen him in communications with Thanos and Ronan. How would he be here? Unwilling to engage, she hesitated, aware that this individual had bested Ronan, and she doubted her ability to contend with him. Just as she grappled with her indecision, Sylvester, standing not far from her, inquired, "Gamora, do you recognize me?" Taken aback, Gamora found it surprising that he would know her, as she had never set foot on Earth. Before Sylvester could respond, Star-Lord, now upright and free from his restraints, fired a shot at him, a bolt of paralyzing electricity soaring through the air. Sylvester deftly evaded the attack, the electricity sizzling as it struck the ground. At that moment, the Nova Corps should be arriving shortly, and Sylvester had no desire to prolong the confrontation, especially since he had already secured the orb. Yet, to his astonishment, the arrival was not that of the Nova Corps ships, but rather an individual adorned with a helmet, hovering in the air. At the Nova Corps outpost beyond the city, The central computer monitoring the planet emitted a series of alarm sounds. Alert! Wanted fugitives Rocket Raccoon, Gamora, and Peter Quill have been detected in Sector 5. The squad leader, previously seated and sipping tea, leapt from his chair, scalding tea spilling from his cup. It was well known throughout the galaxy that Gamora was Thanos' adopted daughter, and her presence on Xander raised suspicions of a potential conspiracy. He promptly connected with Commander Richard Ryder. Commander Ryder, we have detected Thanos agents in Sector 5, engaged in combat with several fugitives. Ryder inquired, Thanos agents? Who are they? It is his adopted daughter, Gamora. The appearance of Thanos on Xander is a matter of utmost urgency, and Ryder dares not delay. Ryder is a centurion of the Nova Corps, drawing his strength from the Nova Force, which endows him with immense power, speed, and endurance, as well as the ability to fly. Moreover, this power continues to grow day by day. He donned his Nova helmet and declared, I shall apprehend them. Others must hasten to the scene. With that, Ryder levitated into the air and, with a thunderous crack, vanished in an instant. Chapter 138. I am bystander. Xiao Lin observed the figure floating above. Clad in the uniform of the Nova Corps, his gaze piercing as he addressed the individuals below. You have violated the laws of the Nova Corps. Now, return with me to face your punishment. The presence of the Nova Corps startled Gamora and Star-Lord. They had no desire to be imprisoned, particularly Gamora, who feared she would never see freedom again should she be captured. Without a second thought, they turned to flee, abandoning the cosmic sphere. However, the audacious Rocket remained undeterred. My bounty, you shall not escape, he shouted, calling to Groot. Groot, quickly, assist me in capturing him. Groot, understanding the command, bellowed, I am Groot, and charged towards Star-Lord. Just as Groot was about to catch up, the branches on his body elongated, ensnaring Star-Lord's legs and pulling him toward himself. What in the world is this? Star-Lord exclaimed as he stumbled to the ground, the branches wrapping around him and dragging him toward Groot. Hey, you grotesque tree, release me. I am Groot. Groot replied with a hint of irritation as he lifted Star-Lord's body and forcefully slammed it against the ground. Damn it. Star-Lord thought he might shatter into pieces from the impact. Ryder, observing Gamora attempting to escape below, swiftly descended from the sky, seizing her by the neck and pinning her to the ground. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, causing her to collapse, clutching her midsection in cold sweat. In the name of the Nova Corps, you're under arrest. He produced a pair of handcuffs and secured Gamora's wrists behind her back. Xiao Lin had no recollection of this individual. He did not recall ever having encountered him before. Witnessing the swift defeat of Gamora, he surmised that this figure possessed considerable strength, likely not much inferior to the current Thor. Holding the cosmic sphere in his hand and wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, Xiao Lin decided to depart immediately. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he felt a fierce wind rush past him. As he prepared to leave the scene, Ryder descended from above, blocking his path, and a golden light emitted from his helmet, scanning Xiao Lin's form from head to toe. This made him feel quite uncomfortable, as if he were being stripped bare. The entity, known as a human, originating from the planet Earth, possesses no criminal record nor identifiable information. Observing the data relayed by the helmet, Ryder addressed Xiao Lin, stating, Sir, you are temporarily unable to depart. We require your presence for an investigation to elucidate the events that have transpired here. With a hint of resignation, Xiao Lin replied, I am merely a passerby. I do not know them. At that moment, a fleet of small attack ships from the Nova Legion soared towards them, casting a radiant golden light upon the scene, enveloping Xiao Lin and others in its glow, causing them to hover in the air. Xiao Lin felt an overwhelming force of energy tightly binding him, a sensation akin to that experienced from the Nova warrior before him. The beam resembled a divine light, which incited a sense of distaste within Xiao Lin, awakening the deathly power within him. A gray aura of death instinctively formed a protective barrier, repelling the golden beam, and he plummeted to the ground. Alert! The attack ship is under assault. The vessel that had been controlling Xiao Lin suddenly lost power and fell from the sky. With a resounding crash, it struck the ground, creating deep fissures. Fortunately, it was not from a great height, resulting in minimal damage and no injury to the pilot. Defiance of Legion law will result in punishment. Earthling, you shall face retribution for your actions. Ryder's voice carried a chilling undertone, his previous encounter with Xiao Lin instilling a sense of caution within him. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he appeared beside Xiao Lin, launching a powerful punch towards his heart. Instincts honed for combat allowed Xiao Lin to intercept the blow, sending shockwaves through the air as their forces collided. Rider's assault remained within the limits Xiao Lin could withstand, and he successfully parried each subsequent strike. Fueled by frustration, Xiao Lin summoned Frost Energy, delivering a punch against Rider's armor, which crystallized into ice. Fortunately, the Nova Legion's armor boasted remarkable resilience, yet cracks formed along the arm, allowing the icy chill to seep into Rider's being. Staggering back, his hands trembling, he questioned, "Who are you?" "There should be no one your caliber from that backward place called Earth. It seems your knowledge of Earth is woefully inadequate," Xiao Lin retorted. Unaware of the source of Rider's information, the land harbored many formidable beings. A tendril of death entwined around Rider's form, forcefully propelling him towards the Nova Legion's attack ship. With a thunderous explosion, Rider collided with the vessel, creating a dent before tumbling downwards. "Attack! Attack!" Witnessing their commander in distress, the crew members of the attack ships unleashed beams of fire upon Xiao Lin. Yet, a magical barrier materialized around him, absorbing the onslaught of energy beams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He counted, and aside from the 4 ships restraining Star-Lord and his companions, there were 13 attack vessels encircling them in the sky. Xiao Lin unsheathed his weapon and leaped onto one of the ships. Frostmourne sliced through the hull of a Nova Corps attack vessel, igniting a burst of golden sparks before it plummeted, trailing smoke. "Quick! Ascend! Ascend!" The members of Nova Corps cried out as they maneuvered their warships upwards. Boom! Raid pushed aside the heavy debris that pinned him down. When he raised his head, he was met with the sight of the Nova Corps in disarray, the ground littered with wreckage. "You've provoked me." He stomped on the hard surface, cracking it beneath his feet as he charged toward Xiao Lin, who remained suspended in the air. Boom! As Raid drew closer, Xiao Lin delivered a swift kick that sent him crashing back to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. When he regained his composure, Xiao Lin had vanished from sight. "Director Raid, those fugitives are escaping." An injured but relatively unscathed member of the Nova Corps called out anxiously. As the attack vessels fell and the control beams dissipated, Star-Lord and his companions seized the opportunity to flee, with Groot and Rocket trailing closely behind. "I will capture them," Raid replied, unperturbed, his helmet displaying the fleeing figure's trajectory. Chapter 139. The power gem in the interrogation room at the Nova Corps headquarters. Gamora, Rocket, Star-Lord, and Groot were each isolated. Raid first entered Groot's interrogation chamber and inquired, "Now, tell me everything you know about this man." "I am Groot." Groot plucked a freshly sprouted flower from his head, chewed it thoughtfully, and stared at Raid with wide, innocent eyes. This tree creature appeared childlike, and evidently did not comprehend his words. "Let's try someone else." "You mean this person?" Star-Lord pointed at Xiao Lin's holographic projection, his tone laced with anger. "I don't know him. All I know is that he stole my stuff." "I do not know him," Gamora stated, fully aware of Xiao Lin's identity, yet reluctant to divulge anything, recognizing it would serve her no purpose. Raid continued his inquiries with the others, but no matter how he pressed, they claimed ignorance. Even with the use of advanced interrogation devices, no valuable information was gleaned. For Gamora, the Nova Corps interrogation was child's play. She had been trained by Thanos. "Put them all in the Xiao prison," Raid said, his mood souring. "Has the satellite located any trace of that human?" His subordinate responded, "Report to you, Commander Raid. The target vanished after boarding a spacecraft, which appears to belong to the ruler of Sakaar." "Sakaar?" Raid pondered, baffled at how a human could acquire a ship belonging to the Grandmaster. The technology aboard the Grandmaster's vessel was the most advanced in the galaxy, undetectable by the Nova Corps capabilities, allowing Xiao Lin to boldly escape from Xander. The 4 members of the Guardians were escorted to the infamous prison, renowned for its impenetrable security, a place from which no soul had ever escaped. 2 guards ushered them deeper inside. Observing Gamora ahead, Star-Lord patted her shoulder and remarked, "Hey, beautiful, why did you steal my belongings?" Gamora cast a glance back at him, retorting, "I don't know where you got that from. Are you not aware it is a perilous object? Ronan is actively seeking it, and this puts you in jeopardy. He already knows it is with you." Star-Lord replied, "Isn't it just a metal orb? Is it truly worth the trouble of the infamous accuser seeking me out? Moreover, it is no longer in my possession. What a futile endeavor." Gamora chose to withhold further comments. Few were privy to the true nature of the orb. and she had grave news to impart. "What is it?" Star-Lord inquired, confusion evident on his face. "It seems Ronan still believes the orb is with you, so he will continue to harass you." Star-Lord shrugged. "Can it get any worse than this?" "Trust me, if Ronan discovers you are here, he will come with an army to seize you," she cautioned. "Would you two hurry up?" The pair ahead was moving at a snail's pace, nearly causing Rocket to collide with them. The irritable raccoon exploded. "If you dawdle any longer, I shall obliterate you with my weapon. Do you even have your gun? And if it weren't for you, I would have escaped long ago," Star-Lord grumbled, harboring resentment over past events. He had merely intended to trade for money, but ended up embroiled in chaos. As they were led into the prison, an unpleasant odor engulfed them. Upon seeing Gamora, the inmates erupted in excitement. "Look, it's one of Thanos' people. Tonight is going to be entertaining. I want to slit her throat." Most criminals harbored grudges against Thanos and Ronan, and naturally, they held a deep-seated animosity toward his adopted daughter. "Seems you have many foes," Star-Lord commented. Gamora shot him a glance, remaining silent. She needed to devise a means of escape, for remaining in the prison would only invite danger from both her enemies within and the approaching Ronan. "Peter Quill, rest here tonight. Tomorrow I shall take you away," Rocket declared. Star-Lord looked at him in surprise. "Thank you. What are you staring at?" "I have escaped from 30 prisons. None can contain me," Rocket asserted confidently, adding, "And don't overthink it. I merely wish to lead you to a reward." Meanwhile, aboard their ship, Xiao Lin retrieved the orb, which appeared to be an ordinary object. "Master, what exactly is this?" Bronski questioned, perplexed as to why Xiao Lin had journeyed so far to acquire it. "I will inform you once I have opened it," came the enigmatic reply. The cosmic sphere, encasing the Power Stone, fit together flawlessly. Xiao Lin exerted considerable effort to twist it open, yet it seemed as though an unseen magnetic force held it tightly in place. Bolstered by the might of the Frost Pillar, Xiao Lin managed to pry open the cosmic sphere, though its exterior became somewhat distorted in the process. A radiant violet beam emanated from within, bathing the entire interior of the spacecraft in a purple hue. This was the Power Stone. I recognized it as one of the Infinity Stones. Carlrud expressed some astonishment. "However, Mr. Xiao Lin, only those of formidable strength can safely approach it. Otherwise, it brings only destruction. I'm aware of that. If Ronan can wield the Power Stone, I should be capable as well. I sense immense power," Blonsky remarked greedily. "Wait." Before I could intervene, Blonsky seized the Power Stone in his hand. A fierce violet light burst forth from his grasp, and the energy of the Power Stone coursed through his veins, ascending to his head and turning his eyes violet. "Roar!" Blonsky could no longer bear it. He let out a tremendous roar and transformed into the abomination. The crimson blood of the god of war within him gradually shifted to purple under the stone's influence. The abomination exclaimed excitedly, "Such immense power! If that black dwarf reappears, I believe I could shatter him with a single punch." "Put back now," Xiao Lin directed towards the abomination, holding the cosmic sphere, as the entire spacecraft began to tremble under the stone's influence. Sparks flew from various devices, and if this continued, the ship would surely be destroyed. Reluctantly, the abomination relinquished the Power Stone, placing it back into the cosmic sphere. The overwhelming force dissipated in an instant, allowing Carlrut to breathe a sigh of relief. He had feared being struck by the stone's power, which could have obliterated him. He was not like the two formidable earthlings before him. Chapter 140. The assault on the KYLN prison. Carlrut piloted the spacecraft away from the planet Xander, while Xiao Lin had yet to sense Bobby's presence, unsure of where he had been transported. "Mr. Xiao Lin," Carlrut hesitated, "our Skrull Queen resides in the Andromeda Galaxy, the closest galaxy to the Milky Way." Just as Xiao Lin was listening, the system emitted a sound. System task initiated. Task difficulty: assist Star-Lord and others in eliminating the accuser Ronan attacking the KYLN prison. Reward: 150,000 exchange points. Xiao Lin had appropriated the cosmic sphere, and he was initially concerned that the alteration of events might lead to undesirable outcomes, such as Star-Lord's father Ego assimilating this universe due to the absence of the Guardians of the Galaxy. That would indeed be disastrous. Perhaps the existence of the system was meant to mitigate the catastrophic consequences stemming from Xiao Lin's interference. Xiao Lin addressed Carlrut. "I have important matters to attend to here. We need to resolve Ronan's threat. Have we forgotten their previous assault on Earth?" Carlrut pondered for a moment. Perhaps resolving the situation with Ronan now would be a more prudent choice. he decided to navigate the spacecraft to the vicinity of the Kree prison, where Ronan would soon launch an assault. Understood, Mr. Xiao Lin. Carl Ruth did not inquire how he knew. He had always perceived Mr. Xiao Lin as enigmatic, seemingly omniscient. Mr. Xiao Lin, we have detected the Kree fleet advancing toward the Kree prison. Before long, they indeed observed the emergence of Kree warships. Following the destruction of Ronan's Dark Star on Earth, he, as a supreme accuser of the Kree, had requisitioned an even larger battleship, the Meteor. The Meteor had been concealed near the Kree prison, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Let us board their warship. I shall join Blonsky for an internal assault. The diminutive vessels they possessed stood no chance of destroying the Meteor. Their only option was to breach from within. Alert! Alert! The prison is under attack by an unidentified warship. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the Kree prison, leaving the inmates bewildered. They witnessed numerous robots emerging from various sections of the prison, herding them back to their cells. Meanwhile, the guards rushed toward the command tower in the central hall. The warden arrived at the monitoring room and asked the surveillance personnel, "What is happening?" The staff, somewhat flustered, responded, "A fleet has appeared outside the prison and is launching an attack. The capacity of the external shield is rapidly diminishing." The monitors displayed a massive fleet relentlessly bombarding their position. "It is the Kree warships. What is the meaning of this? Do we not establish a peace agreement with the Kree?" The warden urged, "Quickly, connect me to their communications." The opposing force refused to respond, causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of the surveillance team. As the bombardment intensified, the entire prison began to tremble. "Hurry, contact the Nova Corps. Request assistance." The warden grew increasingly anxious. It was evident that the attackers sought to annihilate this facility. The communication tower was struck, rendering them unable to reach the Nova Corps. In this dire predicament, the warden regained his composure. After a moment of silence, he declared, "We cannot remain passive. Deploy all combat robots and small warships. Break through and seek aid from the Nova Corps." Observing his subordinates preparing to depart, he added, "Keep a close watch on the new arrivals today, particularly Gamora. If they exhibit any nefarious intentions, eliminate them immediately." The warden began to harbor suspicions regarding their true motives for being there. The Kree assault plunged the prison into chaos, with some inmates disregarding the robots' commands in their desperate attempts to escape. Noticing the turmoil outside, Star-Lord inquired of the guard stationed outside his cell, "Hey, what's happening out there? You stay put." The prison guard's face was etched with disdain, convinced that the individual before him had allied with the Kree. Just as Gamora and he had arrived, they were met with an assault. "If you dare to move, I will kill you without hesitation." Star-Lord, bewildered, felt as though he had somehow annihilated the guard's entire family. The explosions outside resonated with increasing intensity, leaving his ears ringing and dust cascading from above. Previously, a group within the prison had sought to extinguish Gamora's life, but with Star-Lord's assistance, she had narrowly escaped death, fortifying their bond significantly. He rapped his knuckles against the adjacent cell. "Gamora, I believe we must leave this place immediately. What do you propose we do to escape?" Star-Lord observed the guard's hand, capable of unlocking most doors, and resolved to devise a means to sever it. This sturdy cell confined them, and Gamora remarked, "Perhaps Ronan is currently assaulting this location, with you as his target. Damn it, couldn't those bastards have arrived a little later? I haven't even had the chance to execute my escape plan." Rocket's already small face contorted in frustration. "I am Groot," he exclaimed, uttering words only Rocket could comprehend. "Forget it. Is this prison doomed? I haven't earned a single credit, and now I may lose my life," Rocket lamented. Their cells were positioned adjacent to one another. Boom! A strike from the Kree warship shattered the ceiling of the prison's main hall. The air within began to escape, and a powerful current swept everything outward. The guard, who had been stationed outside their cell, clung tightly to the iron bars. Star-Lord leaned in close and whispered, "Brother, may I borrow your hand?" With a swift motion, Star-Lord severed the guard's hand with a weapon from his waist, sending the guard's body hurtling into the vastness of space. Enduring the low pressure and frigid temperatures, Star-Lord utilized the severed hand to unlock their cell doors one by one. At that moment, numerous tendrils extended from Groot, securing the other three to prevent them from being swept away. "Over there," Star-Lord shouted to the others, but his voice was lost to the chaos. He gestured toward the exit. Groot led them, inching closer to the door before they succumbed to asphyxiation. Using the guard's hand to open the door, They collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, their bodies trembling from the cold. Chapter 141. Taking you to battle, Corlett piloted the ship into stealth mode, gliding silently beneath the asteroid ship, undetected by the warships above. "Wait, Corlett," Xiao Lin said, observing the confusion on his face. "I need to retrieve a few individuals from the Karen prison. You must find a way to infiltrate Ronin's warship." He turned to Bronsky and said, "Once inside, wait for me to act. I shall join you shortly." Xiao Lin opened the hatch and leapt from the spacecraft, summoning a small frost dragon to evade the crossfire and carry him towards the Qian prison. Although Qian prison lacked large warships, its numerous vessels could withstand attacks for a time, perhaps long enough for the Nova Corps to arrive as reinforcements. The prison ships blasted a breach in the meteorite. Corlett noticed the opening, and before the Kree warship's shield could be repaired, he piloted his craft into the gap. Meanwhile, Star-Lord and his companions, having entered a relatively safe area, collapsed onto the ground. "It's you." Upon hearing a voice nearby, Star-Lord lifted his head to see the destroyer Drax approaching, gazing down at him with an imposing demeanor. "What brings you here?" Star-Lord sat up and turned to find several other prisoners with him, unsure of how they had escaped. While outside, Ronin's warship continued its assault, likely in pursuit of him and Gamora. "Ronin?" Drax exclaimed, rising with fervor. "I must kill him." Star-Lord quickly restrained him. "Calm down. They possess a massive ship that could obliterate this entire prison. How do you plan to kill him?" Drax's anger subsided, though his frustration lingered. "What a dim-witted giant," Rocket remarked, having just regained his composure. "What did you say?" Drax stepped forward menacingly. "I will roast you, rodent. I happen to be quite hungry." "I am Groot," Groot interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Rocket, glaring at Drax to prevent him from advancing. "I am not a rodent." Rocket glared back, wishing for a weapon to confront Drax. Star-Lord chimed in, "Actually, he is a raccoon." Gamora, exasperated, admonished them, "Enough of this. We need to devise a means to escape." Suddenly, Drax whirled around and seized Gamora by the neck, pinning her against the wall. "Woman, I spared your life so that you would lead me to kill Ronin. He is nearby. If you dare to flee, I will end you." Gamora gasped for breath, her neck marked by his grip, but he released her swiftly. "I too wish to slay that madman Ronin, but how can we, just a few of us, stand a chance? This place is about to be destroyed. We must find a way to survive and settle the score later." Star-Lord thought Drax's mind must be addled. He had no desire to join him in death. At that moment, Star-Lord realized they were in the prison's storeroom, where all belongings had been surrendered upon arrival. And now the guard were nowhere to be found. An opportune moment to search for their possessions. "Wait, I shall step out for a moment and return shortly." Without awaiting a response, one individual hastily dashed into the storage room, where Star-Lord rummaged about in search of his keys. Upon unlocking the cabinet, he discovered that all his belongings were still intact. "Thank goodness, my cassette player hasn't been lost." It was the only relic left to him by his mother. Once he donned his gear, Star-Lord exhaled in relief. At least he no longer had to worry about suffocating from lack of oxygen or suffering from the frigid temperatures. "How shall we escape?" he inquired, as the surroundings reverberated with violent tremors and the anguished cries of individuals. It would not be long before this place met its demise, and Drax certainly did not wish to perish here. Amidst the relentless bombardment, the Kree's small warships breached the defenses of the KYLN prison and penetrated its interior. On the screens of all the Kree vessels, the visage of Ronin materialized. "Listen closely. We have breached the defenses of the KYLN prison. All small ships, enter the prison interior and locate the thief who stole the Orb of Power and the traitor, Gamora. Bring her to me, even if it is in death." The Kree ships surged toward the prison, scouring the buildings one by one. "Not good. The prison is finished," they murmured, witnessing numerous armored Kree squads storm into adjacent rooms, seizing both inmates and guards alike. Suddenly, the air outside erupted with intense gunfire and the cries of the Kree. "What is happening?" They exchanged bewildered glances. One prisoner, brimming with excitement, queried, "Could it be the Nova Corps has arrived?" "Impossible," Star-Lord retorted, brandishing his weapon. "They wouldn't arrive so swiftly. Should we make a break for it?" Gamora interjected, "Wait a moment." Bang! Just as they were speculating, a nearby door was forcefully kicked open. An individual clad in full armor, wielding a sword, strode in, the metallic clattering of his boots sending shivers through them. "Halt! Advance any further, and I shall fire," Star-Lord warned, startled, aiming his weapon at the newcomer. When he noticed the figure disregarding him and continuing to approach, he fired a shot. The energy from the weapon struck the armor, but vanished as if absorbed, leaving no mark upon its surface. The figure removed his helmet, revealing a youthful visage. "It's you," Star-Lord exclaimed, recognizing the individual who had stolen his orb of power. Upon seeing the occupants of the room, the newcomer paused briefly. Was it mere coincidence that the Guardians of the Galaxy were gathered here, along with a few bothersome individuals? "Come, I shall lead you from this place," the newcomer declared, gesturing to a portal of death that materialized before them. "Is this a wormhole?" All present gazed in astonishment at the spatial passage. "Do not concern yourselves with that. On the other side lies Ronin's warship." The newcomer surveyed them. "Now, who will join me in vanquishing Ronin?" "I will." Upon hearing the presence of Ronin's warship, Drax could not contain himself and entered without a moment's hesitation. However, the others found the situation rather peculiar and hesitated briefly. "Do not overthink it. My portal can only lead to Ronin's vessel. Perhaps you may await the arrival of the Nova Corps for assistance." Chapter 142. Ronin's ambition. As they watched Xiao Lin step into the doorway of death, chaos continued outside. They could hear the hurried footsteps of numerous Kree approaching, at least 100 by the sound of it. "I certainly do not wish to be turned into a pincushion by those blue imps." Rocket and Groot soon followed suit. Gamora, aware of Xiao Lin's true nature, realized he could not possibly be one of Ronin's men and, after a brief moment of contemplation, joined him inside. At last, only Star-Lord and a few prisoners from the KYLN remained behind. "He is here." A Kree soldier had spotted Star-Lord's location, and a group rushed towards him. "Oh no!" Star-Lord dashed towards the doorway of death. Upon seeing Star-Lord approach, Xiao Lin swiftly closed the portal, leaving the prisoners to curse in dismay as they fell victim to the Kree soldiers. Feeling a sudden sensation of weightlessness, they found themselves in a different realm, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of Kree. The air was filled with the sounds of relentless explosions and Drax's frantic shouts. "Drax!" They stared in astonishment at the sight of a massive red giant, who had seized Drax by the leg and was using him to knock down the Kree. It turned out that as Drax traversed through the doorway of death, the abomination was annihilating the Kree and mistook him for an enemy, wielding him as a weapon. "Blonsky, put Drax down." Xiao Lin found the absurdity of the situation amusing. He had merely delayed for a minute, and the abomination was already wreaking havoc upon the formidable Drax. After toppling several foes, the abomination finally released the bewildered Drax, who sat on the ground, panting, though his robust physique had spared him any serious injury. "Mr. Xiao Lin, we have just been discovered by Ronin's men." Kalruth emerged from the shadows. Yet the Kree would not cease their assault. Just as Xiao Lin was about to speak, a squad of Kree soldiers charged in, their weapons emitting deadly beams of light. As Star-Lord and the others prepared to evade, a green anti-magic field enveloped them all, absorbing the Kree's energy weapon attacks. In the control room, Ronin grew visibly agitated upon seeing Xiao Lin materialize within the confines of his warship. He had not forgotten the last encounter when Xiao Lin effortlessly defeated him and obliterated his Dark Aster. Though he was a member of the Accuser Corps, he could not afford to squander the resources of the Kree Empire repeatedly. He feared his Accuser ship might once again meet destruction. After a moment of contemplation, Ronin realized something. The cosmic orb must be in the possession of that human. The scrolls and the cosmic orb were aboard his ship, and he felt an unyielding determination not to relinquish his quest. He could not afford another failure. Clenching his weapon, Ronin instructed his subordinate, "Send someone to the lower decks of the warship and intercept them." At that moment, he fervently hoped to exhaust their forces through sheer numbers. Once he secured the cosmic orb and gained Thanos' support, he could obliterate Xander. If he could also capture General Kulrut, the prospect of usurping the supreme intelligence and becoming the ruler of the Kree would be within his grasp. In the lower decks of the warship, Kree warriors surged from all directions, while the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, witnessing the carnage inflicted by Xiao Lin and the Abomination, dispatched foes with ease. The chilling cold, the blood-boiling crimson energy, and the pallid aura of death were overwhelming. Star-Lord never anticipated encountering an adversary so formidable that he could conjure a portal out of thin air. "I believe you could single-handedly ascend to the upper levels and eliminate Ronin. The rest of us are superfluous," he mused, realizing that he and his companions were merely ancillary to the unfolding battle. A fierce gust of wind swept through, freezing a multitude of Kree soldiers. No, Xiao Lin countered. Do you truly think I went to the trouble of retrieving you from the KYLN prison for no reason? Star-Lord's father, Ego, was an immensely powerful entity, and Xiao Lin was uncertain of his ability to confront him, though perhaps in the future that would change. Peter Quill, I know who your father is, and he's still alive. Xiao Lin's revelation left Star-Lord momentarily speechless. That's impossible. My mother and I witnessed his death with our own eyes. Are you all taking this seriously? Gamora exclaimed, narrowly evading an attack, only to find Star-Lord and Xiao Lin engaged in conversation amidst the chaos aboard Ronan's warship. Half an hour later, the lower decks bore the weight of thousands of fallen Kree bodies, and for the moment, no more enemies surged forth. Is it finally over? Despite Xiao Lin and the Abomination having dispatched the majority of foes, Star-Lord and his companions felt utterly exhausted. What useless weapon, Rocket grumbled, discarding the weapon he had seized, preferring instead to rely on his own creations, though time was not on his side. Ronan is likely still waiting for us above, Gamora remarked. Star-Lord suddenly questioned, what if Ronan chooses to flee? What does he have some other advantage? He won't, Drax asserted. I know him. He would never escape. As for anything else, I am uncertain. I am familiar with this warship. Allow me to guide you, he continued. Previously, Gamora and Nebula had spent time here as subordinates sent by Thanos to assist Ronan. Kulrut, you stay here and await our return. Having given the command, Xiao Lin and the others prepared to ascend to the upper levels. Traversing the vast corridor, Gamora suddenly remarked, I recognize you, human from Earth. Xiao Lin turned to face her. She must have acquired information about him from Thanos or Ronan. Drax approached Star-Lord and whispered, Quill, are all Earthlings as formidable as him? Upon hearing Gamora and Drax, Star-Lord expressed his surprise. I expected you to possess power akin to that of an Eternal. It seems you are not well acquainted with your own kind. When you return to Earth someday, seek me out. I shall take you to my school for mutants. I am not certain. I have not set foot on my home planet for over a decade. Star-Lord suddenly felt a strong desire to return. The group ascended further, yet curiously, they had not encountered a single Kree for quite some time. After passing through 2 more doors, they would reach the control room. Could it be that they have all fled? Drax, feeling anxious, did not wish to miss the opportunity to exact vengeance. No sooner had he spoken than they found themselves surrounded by Kree warriors, armed and aiming their weapons at them. Chapter 143. The Pursuit of the Nova Corps Lord Ronan. We have detected 3 Nova Corps capital ships approaching us. 3 warships suddenly emerged within the detection range of the destroyer, resembling the main vessels of the Nova Corps from Xandar. At this moment, much of the KYLN prison was in ruins, yet many prisoners and guard awaited rescue. One of the warships had to head to the KYLN prison to assist those still trapped within. The other 2 ships, however, charged directly towards the destroyer, preparing to leap into a wormhole. Faced with the Nova Corps vessels, Ronan opted for retreat. He was currently ill-equipped to confront them and had to contend with the impending invaders arriving at the upper deck of his ship. One of Ronan's subordinates cautiously inquired, Lord Ronan, where are we heading now? To Hala. Hala is a planet in the large Magellanic Cloud, the home world of the Kree. It was unclear what Ronan intended by directing the ship in that direction, yet his subordinate complied. The destroyer and the Nova Corps warships engaged in a relentless pursuit, traversing one wormhole after another. This time, the destruction of the KYLN prison enraged the leader of the Nova Corps, who issued a decree for the annihilation of Ronan, demanding his immediate execution. They were nearing their destination when a woman, her body augmented with cybernetic enhancements, entered the room. Gamora, I require your assistance to impede their progress and buy me time to execute my plan, Ronan instructed, referring to Xiao Lin and his companions, who were advancing from the lowest levels. Understood, Gamora nodded. She had longed for a genuine confrontation with her sister and now presented the perfect opportunity. Both Nebula and Gamora were adopted daughters of Thanos, their lives dedicated to relentless training to become his weapons. In their numerous sparring matches, Nebula had always been bested, prompting Thanos to repeatedly enhance her until she became the formidable being she was now. Observing the neatly arranged Kree soldiers before him, Star-Lord and his companions hastily concealed themselves in a nearby corner, acutely aware that they could not withstand an onslaught from such a multitude. Gamora, you traitor. At that moment, Nebula emerged from behind the heavily armed Kree, daring her sister to a one-on-one duel if she had the courage. Just as Gamora was about to respond, Xiao Lin executed a death grip, pulling Nebula close, asserting that there would be ample opportunities for a duel later. Their immediate concern was to confront Ronan. Nebula, bewildered, thought to herself that this was not how it was supposed to unfold. Wasn't she meant to be given a chance to buy time? Sister, you should say something too. Xiao Lin tossed Nebula to the abomination, commanding, keep a close watch on her. Bound and helpless over the abomination's shoulder, Nebula began to scream in a state of hysteria. Let me go. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted among the ranks of Kree soldiers, engulfing a large swath of them in a blaze of fierce light. Xiao Lin spotted Rocket, huddled in a corner, wielding a weapon larger than himself, its barrel still emitting heat. When Rocket noticed Xiao Lin's gaze, he proudly proclaimed, "This is my latest cobbled-together weapon. Its power is quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree?" Enough boasting, Star-Lord interjected, noticing more Kree pouring in from the corridor. "Hurry, fire another shot." Out of energy, Rocket lamented, as the weapon he had just fired fell apart, leaving only a solitary handle. There was no time for meticulous construction. This would have to suffice. When they lifted their heads again, not a single Kree soldier remained standing. "That was astonishing. My barrel is still hot?" Rocket marveled, rising in astonishment. Unsure of what had transpired, Drax tugged at Star-Lord, urging, "Let us move. We are about to confront Ronan." The thought of imminent vengeance filled him with excitement. Upon reaching the final door, they found it firmly sealed. Gamora observed, "This door is deadlocked. We must destroy the control crystal to open it." "I will handle this." "No need," Xiao Lin interjected. "I will unlock it." With the sharp edge of Frostmourne, he had yet to encounter anything capable of resisting its might, and he believed breaching this door would be a mere formality. With a screech, the blade pierced the alloy gate, producing an unpleasant sound. Inside the control room, Ronan observed the unfolding events, astonished that they had arrived with such swiftness. Nebula had proven utterly ineffectual. The nearly half-meter thick alloy door could not withstand the destructive force of Xiao Lin's Frostmourne. With a resounding crash, he kicked the battered door open and stepped inside. "Ronan, we meet again. Earthling, why do you persist in opposing me?" Ronan restrained his fury. "Because everything you desire conflicts with my own interests. You seek the scrolls, while I wish for them to serve me. You covet the orb of the cosmos, which I also desire. So, wait, did you mention scrolls?" Rocket interjected excitedly. "We're the scrolls. That is the highest bounty I have ever encountered. Must we incessantly discuss matters of wealth?" Drax confronted Ronan, declaring, "You have slain my wife and daughter. Today, at long last, I shall exact my revenge." With that, he lunged forward, wielding a short dagger. Ronan, however, retaliated with an invisible shockwave emanating from the hammer in his grasp, sending Drax hurtling back. "Ronan, my lord, the warships of the Nova Corps are drawing near," came a voice filled with panic from the Kree. Yet, Ronan had no time to ponder the external threat. He turned to Xiao Lin and proposed, "Earthling, how about we strike a bargain?" Intrigued, Xiao Lin inquired, "What kind of bargain?" Before Ronan could respond, the ship shook violently, likely from the Nova Corps bombardment of the protective shield. A blinding flash of light erupted as a large hole was blasted through the control center ceiling, a powerful suction pulling from above, triggering alarm bells throughout the warship. "Quick! Repair the shield." At that moment, a dozen figures swiftly descended into the hall. "Ronan, because you have disregarded the peace treaty and brazenly attacked the Kree prison, we shall escort you to the Nova Corps for trial." The elite warriors of the Nova Corps stood before him, each imbued with formidable Nova power, led by Centurion Raid. "Trial me?" Ronan scoffed, mockery etched on his face. "When your Nova Corps slaughtered my parents, did you not first judge yourselves?" Chapter 144. More than people? Do you believe victory is assured? Ronan sneered. "This is my warship. I began my preparations long before your arrival. Here I command tens of thousands of soldiers. How do you intend to deal with that?" He pressed a button on the control panel, causing the metallic walls and ceiling of the control room to part, transforming it into a vast hall spanning thousands of square feet, revealing the deep, dark expanse of the starry sky above. The ground opened up, releasing numerous mechs and Kree soldiers, densely filling the entire hall. Clearly, there were many more hidden below the surface than those visible. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, Rocket despondently remarked, "We're doomed. Even if they lined up for slaughter, you'd be exhausted by the end." Centurion Raid furrowed his brow, realizing that before forcing their way in, he had not anticipated the presence of additional intruders within the enemy's warship. They had initially aimed to minimize losses and resolve the conflict quickly. It now appeared that this was a grave miscalculation. Perhaps they should have attacked from the outside. It was perplexing how they had entered and disrupted Ronin's decapitation plan. He secretly signaled the Nova Corps warships surrounding the Star of the Fallen. We are encircled within the Ronin's vessel. Our plan may fail. You should proceed to sabotage the ship's power system. To destroy such a colossal ship as the Star of the Fallen was no trivial task. The power source must first be crippled. Ronin observed the figure of Nebula, who had been placed beside him by Thanos to monitor his actions. Nebula was deliberately sent to her demise, yet he was astonished that she had been spared. The expressionless face of the subdued Nebula belied her inner fury. Transformed into this grotesque form by Thanos, her discontent had long been festering. She had initially intended to ally with Ronin, but now that hope had withered away. Surrounded by an army of Kree soldiers brandishing their weapons, Xiao Lin recalled that he had not revealed his summoning abilities before Ronin previously. Perhaps the enemy intended to overwhelm them through sheer numbers. Ronin stepped back, conjuring a thick metallic wall beneath his feet to isolate himself from the others. I concede that I am no match for some of you, but I need not engage in battle. The Kree soldiers in the hall unleashed a barrage of beams toward everyone present. Just before the onslaught reached them, a golden shield materialized around the Nova Corps, formed of Nova energy, shielding them from the Kree's assault. Meanwhile, a green barrier enveloped Xiao Lin and his companions, offering them protection. As blinding light filled their vision, even Drax, who had been eager for revenge, was forced to take cover behind the shield. Faced with such a relentless barrage, the anti-magic shield would soon be breached. They needed to take the initiative. The crown of domination and rune armor floated from Xiao Lin's spatial bag. The crown enhanced his mental fortitude, and the essence of his deceased power surged into the void, connecting him with the realm of the dead, stirring a frigid wind throughout the hall. Beneath the Kree soldiers' feet, magical circles emerged, from which terrifying hands, oozing with green ichor, reached out. As Xiao Lin's undead legion materialized, their numbers swiftly outmatched Ronin's Kree soldiers. Ronin at the control panel was taken aback. What was happening? The undead legion. Ryder's expression shifted as he witnessed this spectacle. As a high-ranking member of the Nova Corps, he was aware of certain secrets. Legends spoke of the goddess of death, one of the 5 great deities of the universe, who commanded an army of the deceased, resembling the monstrous entities before him. It was said that Thanos had become a madman, consumed by slaughter under the allure of the goddess of death. What connection did this earthling have with her? However, they were not yet enemies, so for now, he would set that aside. The shield, bolstered by the collective Nova energy, dissipated under the onslaught, snapping Ryder back to reality. Disperse and attack. Under the command of Ryder, the members of the Nova Corps dispersed and launched a counterattack against the enemy. Each of them possessed physical prowess that surpassed that of ordinary humans. However, the sheer number of adversaries inevitably led to casualties. Meanwhile, Star-Lord and his companions, shielded by the gargoyles summoned by Xiao Lin, engaged the enemy. The ghouls and abominations conjured by Xiao Lin surrounded the Kree tightly, their rancid maws snapping at the opponent's armor. Star-Lord and his team seized an array of captured weapons to fire upon the Kree, plunging the area into chaos. Crack! The lowly ghouls were far from formidable, their assaults failing to withstand the Kree's onslaught, with their battle axes cleaving them in twain. Xiao Lin had no intention of employing those feeble undead against such foes. With a ghastly explosion, the ghouls and abominations amidst the Kree soldiers detonated, sending corrosive and pestilential chunks of flesh flying, adhering to their faces and arms, inciting anguished cries of suffering. Even those not directly struck found themselves afflicted by the pestilential gas wafting through the air, succumbing to an unfamiliar illness that rendered them weak and stripped them of their combat efficacy. The Banshee's wail further exacerbated the Kree soldiers' torment, causing them to falter in their grip on their weapons. This was an area of effect assault indiscriminate of friend or foe. Fortunately, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were not ordinary beings and managed to endure for the moment. Ronin, concealed behind an alloy wall and controlling the warship, turned pale with dread. In this realm, those capable of summoning the dead were sanctioned by the goddess of death, and they possessed formidable power. He lamented his own ill fortune. As Xiao Lin continued his summoning, the number of undead far exceeded that of the Kree soldiers, shattering Ronin's expectations. The hall was soon devoid of Kree soldiers, littered with corpses. The entire chamber was strewn with various cadavers and flesh, not solely that of the Kree. but also of the myriad undead summoned by Xiao Lin. Ugh! Star-Lord's complexion turned ashen, and unable to contain himself, he retched, vowing never to consume meat again. A radiant golden light enveloped the figure of Ryder, the centurion of the Nova Corps, as the power of Nova transformed him into a miniature sun, causing the encroaching pestilence to dissipate like snow melting in the sun. Xiao Lin recognized that this power was identical to the holy light of the world of Azeroth. Chapter 145. Adamantium, I must say. Humanity, you continue to astonish me. Ronin's virtual image materialized before them. Earthlings, I find you increasingly inscrutable. In the past, you were merely expendable allies to us Kree, but it matters not. You cannot alter your fate. Xiao Lin detected the unease underlying his words. Ronin was not as composed as he claimed to be. Ryder, Commander, a voice emanated from the helmet of Centurion Ryder. We are about to enter Kree Empire territory. This may reignite the war. Should we consider a retreat? Xiao Lin finally comprehended his purpose, yet it seemed to bear little relevance to him. Ronin, do you desire war? Ronin replied with a hint of pride. Indeed, neither the Kree Empire nor the upper echelons of the Nova Corps wish for war any longer. So I shall ignite the flames of conflict. Bang! Drax charged towards Ronin's position, delivering a powerful punch against the alloy wall, only to feel the pain reverberate through his own hand. In the recent fierce battle, neither side had left a single mark upon it, underscoring the wall's formidable strength. Ronin maneuvered the warship towards the Kree Empire. Observing their futile attempts to breach the wall, he taunted. This wall is forged from a rare alloy of a metal found in the cosmos. It is beyond your capacity to breach. Bang! Undeterred, Drax picked up an axe and swung with all his might, nearly striking himself with the rebound. A sphere of searing golden light also materialized in Ryder's hand. Yet the intense heat, capable of melting any alloy, failed to leave even a trace upon the wall. By the way, Ronin remarked to Xiao Lin, this metal exists on Earth as well. You refer to it as primordial adamantium. Adamantium? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Lin felt a surge of astonishment. It was the most resilient metal in the Marvel Universe, a mysterious extraterrestrial material. You are correct. Breaching this wall is a formidable task. Xiao Lin, utilizing his Frostmourne with all his strength, merely managed to carve a faint mark upon it, which was commendable. Yet the prospect of cutting through in a short span seemed impossible. He would likely find himself ensnared within the Kree Empire's vast army. Ryder, we must depart at once. An aide to Captain Ryder interjected. Ryder nodded reluctantly, recognizing the necessity. Any internal sabotage of the warship was no longer feasible. Let us proceed. I still have a bounty to collect. I'm Groot. Ronin observed the departing figures outside, acknowledging his limitations, as he still needed to traverse 3 more wormholes to reach his destination. Before departing, Ryder cast a glance at Xiao Lin. As the inheritor of Nova's power, Ryder harbored a natural aversion toward Xiao Lin, who wielded the power of death, yet he understood that he and his comrades were helpless against him. Based on the power Xiao Lin had exhibited, he would need to acquire the power of 1,000,000 stars to stand a chance. Before leaving, he cautioned, I hope you do not become like Thanos. The goddess of death is not one to be trifled with. Having met the goddess of death, Xiao Lin knew she was not as fearsome as depicted, merely somewhat proud. It puzzled him how she had led Thanos to his downfall, as he was a boy who shied away from harming even small creatures. Yet she transformed him into a formidable tyrant. Mr. Xiao Lin and Drax? Star-Lord paused after taking a few steps. Aren't you coming? Drax shook his head, stating resolutely, killing Ronin is my foremost priority. I shall not depart without achieving that. Upon witnessing the departure of the Nova Corps, Xiao Lin proclaimed, I possess a method to extricate Ronin from within. What? Are you serious? Drax exclaimed, rising in excitement, his large hands reaching to clasp Xiao Lin's shoulders, only to be deftly evaded. Rocket, Gamora, and the others halted their activities, turning their attention towards Xiao Lin. His reluctance to disclose his capabilities stemmed from a disdain for the Nova Corps and their powers. How could you possibly believe Ronin would acquiesce? Lifting his sword with both hands, a white soul emerged from its blade, the essence of apocalypse. Activating his spatial teleportation ability, a violet shield enveloped both him and Xiao Lin, and they suddenly materialized beside Ronin. Before Ronin could react, he was seized and instantly transported outside. Unbeknownst to him, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. There was no need to breach this adamantium wall to capture you, was there? Ah! Ronan screamed in agony as Frostmourne pierced his foot, anchoring him to the ground. Drax! He is now yours, Xiao Lin declared, observing Drax's eager demeanor and deciding to fulfill his wish. Ronan, in a fit of hysteria, bellowed, I am the accuser of the Kree Empire. How dare you, thud? In a frenzy of excitement, Drax began pummeling Ronan's face, reducing it to a grotesque visage, drawing sympathetic glances from onlookers. Perhaps the lack of a retaliatory foe dulled his interest. Drax seized an axe and aimed a lethal strike at Ronan's head. Thus, a once-feared accuser met his demise, his wide-open eyes conveying a sense of unwillingness. A system notification chimed. Assist the Guardians of the Galaxy in vanquishing Ronan to earn 150,000 exchange points. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Lin, for allowing me to take personal vengeance. It was nothing. However, we must depart now. This warship is in shambles yet still limping toward the Kree Empire. Gazing at the swiftly passing stars above, Xiao Lin inquired, Gamora, can you halt this warship? I have no desire to venture into Kree territory. Certainly. Apocalypse guided Gamora back inside, bringing the Milano to a stop. The most significant gain from this endeavor was not merely the exchange points, but rather the imposing chamber forged from adamantium. Indeed, it was a 15-square-meter metallic room. One could only wonder where such an abundance of adamantium had been sourced. Surely, the entirety of Earth's stock could not compare. Regrettably, this material was not in its raw form and could not be remelted to create desired items. Once shaped, it became extraordinarily resilient. After considerable effort, he managed to slice off a substantial chunk of adamantium, stowing it within his spatial pouch. Perhaps it would serve well as a prison. Just as they were departing, Star-Lord suddenly asked, Mr. Xiao Lin, when do you plan to return to Earth? It shall be some time yet. Why do you ask? I too wish to return to Earth for a glimpse. Should you decide to go back, kindly inform me. Very well, no problem. Chapter 146. The Lost Ice Knight on a planet within the Andromeda Galaxy. A green-skinned creature with elongated ears clutched a handful of peculiar fruits, frantically fleeing. Behind him, emerging from the pitch-black night, a silhouette reminiscent of an insect appeared, its translucent wings buzzing as it swiftly pursued him. This long-eared being was a Skrull who had escaped with their queen to this distant world. Due to a scarcity of food, they were compelled to venture out during the day, risking danger in search of sustenance. After failing to find any nourishment, he had to wander outside until nightfall. And upon finally discovering some fruits, he was suddenly pursued by a gigantic insect. At that moment, a sphere of light materialized in the middle of the path ahead, radiating a dazzling brilliance that temporarily blinded him. He stumbled upon a stone and tumbled down the slope. When the light dissipated, a figure emerged, Bobby, the Death Knight of Xiao Lin. The insect, now closer to him, darted towards Bobby. However, before its venomous stinger could pierce him, its entire body was enveloped in a layer of white frost, transforming it into an ice block that plummeted to the ground. Surveying his surroundings, Bobby felt perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in combat with a colossal mech aboard the Chitauri flagship, and it seemed he had been drawn into a black hole, only to find himself here. Frowning at the frozen insect, he shattered it with a kick. The environment around him consisted solely of towering mountains and bizarre vegetation, entirely unlike anything on Earth. It appeared he had been transported to a distant planet, rendering him unable to sense his master's presence. Recalling the individual he had glimpsed in his hurried escape, who bore resemblance to a Skrull, Bobby resolved to seek him out, as he had always gotten along well with Carlet. After a prolonged run, the Skrull arrived before a lofty peak, cautiously glancing around. Once assured he was not being followed, he approached a stone wall. Rather than colliding with it, he passed through, revealing a deep, shadowy passage concealed by holographic projection. At that moment, a beam of light scanned his entire body. It was a fellow comrade, and he had not been parasitized. The Skrull, hidden in a covert location, opened a door to allow him entry. After traversing for approximately 5 minutes, the Skrull arrived in an underground city that appeared to have been established only recently, with few inhabitants bustling through the streets in haste. He returned to his dwelling, stowed the fruits in a corner, and hurried back out to report the circumstances he had observed to the queen. At the entrance, he encountered his dear friend, another Skrull with green skin, who intercepted him. To the eyes of humans, their appearances were indistinguishable. His friend, upon seeing him, expressed a glimmer of happiness. Ibona, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. I feared you had been captured by the insects. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Her Majesty the Queen. I will seek you out shortly. Ibona replied breathlessly, racing towards a towering structure at the center. Hey, Ibona, did you manage to find any food today? His friend called out loudly from behind. Before the grand edifice, two Skrull soldiers stood guard, weapons in hand, and upon spotting Ibona sprinting towards them, they raised their guns in his direction. Halt! Ibona, his expression tinged with urgency, implored, I have an important report to deliver to the Skrull Queen. No, the Queen has not rested in quite some time. Any matters can wait until tomorrow. They were well aware of her tireless efforts, all aimed at rectifying the current chaotic situation. Just as the tension escalated, Queen Emrys fortuitously emerged from within. Observing the scene at the entrance, she inquired, What is happening? The Skrull soldier explained, Your Majesty, this individual claims to have urgent news for you. Upon the Queen's arrival, Ibona hastily continued, Your Majesty, not long ago, I encountered an intelligent being resembling a Shandar. Shandars and humans appear identical. Without genetic testing, one cannot differentiate between them. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Naturally, they were aware of humans, but as a civilization yet to enter the interstellar age, they found it hard to believe that humans could be seen on this remote planet. Shandar, from the New Star Legion? The Queen's expression shifted subtly, for as a species capable of perfect disguise, they had offended numerous civilizations over the years and remained on the New Star Legion's wanted list. You haven't been followed, have you? How many came? This planet rarely welcomed any extraterrestrial life. If a large contingent of the New Star Legion were to arrive, it would likely be for the purpose of apprehending them. Ibona responded, Only one individual. They must have traversed a wormhole to arrive here. In fact, I encountered them while being pursued by those insects. Upon hearing this, the Queen exhaled in relief. The presence of a solitary individual likely indicated a chance occurrence, much like their own arrival, perhaps already fallen victim to the insects, becoming one of their parasites. Suddenly, a device in the Queen's hand vibrated, and she raised it to reveal the projection of a person. The captain of the Royal Guard remarked, Your Majesty, this is the personnel stationed at the passage today. The guard's voice trembled with urgency. Your Majesty, there are invaders. We are under attack. Before he could finish, silence enveloped the air as they witnessed the guard's form encased in a block of ice. Enemies are upon us. To their astonishment, they had discovered the hiding place. The Queen exclaimed, Alan, swiftly lead the troops to investigate. Remember to bring ample reinforcements. Yes, Your Majesty. Captain Alan felt a surge of urgency. This was the last vestige of civilization for the Skrulls. Should disaster strike, it would amount to genocide, and the Skrulls would vanish from the cosmos. Unbeknownst to them, General Carlet was still alive. Quickly, follow me. Alan guided a squad of 20 to the armory, where each soldier armed themselves. Conserve your ammunition. When the Devourer of Stars invaded our homeworld, we fled in haste, barely managing to salvage any supplies. We are sorely lacking in food, weaponry, and energy. Chapter 147. Do not fire. I am an ally while Bobby could not be classified as a physically enhanced mutant. Upon being revived by Xiao Lin's power, he acquired extraordinary speed, strength, and reflexes. After effortlessly dispatching the creature, Bobby pursued the Skrull, trailing closely behind. They arrived at a mountain peak, where he observed the Skrull seamlessly pass through the stone wall, suggesting that this was their gathering place. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow suit. Upon entering, he sensed a gaze fixated upon him, and an instinctual feeling of danger surged within him. He crouched low as a beam of light sliced above his head, leaving a smoldering hole nearby. Enemies. Without a second thought, Bobby unleashed his icy powers, encasing his assailant in a block of ice. In the corner, he noticed another Skrull conversing with a communication device in a language he could not comprehend, regretting his actions after freezing this one as well. After all, he wasn't there to make enemies, and the Skrulls were technically allies. He resolved to thaw them out. Once the two Skrulls were restored, Bobby observed signs of life within them. It appeared their physiology was far superior to that of humans. They seemed to be the guardians of this passage. Not far ahead, he spotted a grand door. After approaching and opening it, he was met with a dimly lit, profound corridor, illuminated only by faint glimmers that hinted at the path ahead. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, a vast radiance emerged before him, revealing a city nestled within the mountain's embrace. Was this the city of the Skrulls? It appeared somewhat chaotic. Bobby noticed nearly 20 individuals rushing toward him, each wielding a weapon. They recognized him as well, but without uttering a word, they raised their arms and opened fire. A wall of ice erupted in front of him, as scorching beams punctured it with holes. Bobby shouted, "Wait, wait! I am one of you. Do not shoot." However, these individuals were utterly oblivious to his words and continued their assault. Surely, they could not be incapable of comprehending the language of Earth? Bobby swiftly dashed forward, conjuring a circle of ice walls around them, thereby ensnaring them within. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As he punctured the ice walls with numerous holes, it proved futile. They remained trapped within the confines. Alan, confined within, struck the ice wall with force, realizing its formidable thickness. Even their weapons would take considerable time to breach a gap. He recalled that the adversary had spoken to them earlier, uttering what sounded like a familiar prophecy. He retrieved a translator device. Bobby melted a hole in the ice wall and addressed those inside, stating, "I am not your enemy. I hail from Earth." Earthling? The translator enabled him to comprehend Bobby's words, yet he remained cautious, inquiring, "How did you arrive here?" Bobby recounted the invasion of Earth by the Chitauri, led by Thanos, which astonished him. Could it be that Earth's civilization had grown formidable enough to withstand the Chitauri onslaught? They had not set foot on Earth for millennia, having only gleaned through other civilizations that Earth was still a primitive civilization yet to traverse the stars. "I was accidentally transported here while battling the mechanoid forces of the Black Dwarf. By the way, I am acquainted with your General Carl Rutt." "General Carl Rutt?" Captain Allen paused momentarily, his heart racing as he asked, "Is he still alive?" "Impossible." Allen regained his composure, skepticism clouding his thoughts. The news they had received indicated that all Skrulls within the Kree Empire had perished in the conflict. "What proof do you possess?" "Proof? When we were on Earth, both of them were exiles far from home, sharing a common tongue. In their moments of idle conversation, they revealed tales of their respective homelands." He claimed that his dearest friend was Alan Walker of the Royal Guard. Bobby recounted some details he knew. "Very well, I shall place my trust in you." Certain pieces of information Bobby had shared fostered Alan's belief in his words. "Now, might you release us?" Truthfully, he found the sensation of being enveloped in cold rather disconcerting. "Very well, but are you certain you shall refrain from attacking me again?" "Of course." Alan then spoke in Skrull to his subordinates, uttering words that Bobby could not comprehend. Upon witnessing the individuals within sheathing their weapons, the ice walls, under Bobby's control, vanished entirely. He recalled the insects he had encountered earlier and inquired. "General Carl Rutt mentioned he had learned of your peril by chance. He has long sought to find you. But what manner of danger is it? Is it those insects from outside? I shall first escort you to a place of rest. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to our queen, at which time all shall be revealed." Subsequently, Captain Allen briefed the queen on the situation at hand, eliciting a sigh of relief from her. Just as Bobby was about to lead his companion to his temporary residence, he suddenly recalled an important matter. "You just froze the guard we stationed at the cave entrance." "Fear not, they are unscathed. They have merely been rendered unconscious by my ice spell and will recover in due time." Upon hearing this, Alan let out a sigh of relief. Had anything happened to those two guards, he would have been at a loss for how to manage the situation. "You two, go replace the guards of the passage, and the others, retrieve them." Having assigned his subordinates their tasks, Alan accompanied Bobby to the residential area. After a night of rest, though in this hidden city, devoid of stellar illumination, he could not ascertain whether it was day or night. Bobby emerged from the dwelling to find two guards stationed at his door, standing sentinel on either side, evidently still wary of him. "Mr. Bobby, this way, please," one of them said, the translation device in his ear rendering the words comprehensible. He followed them into the central building of the plaza, where he encountered a green-skinned Skrull woman. She was seated at a table, eyes closed in repose, while Captain Allen stood beside her. At the captain's prompting, she opened her eyes. "Greetings, Earthling. I have heard you bring news of General Carlet." Spotting a chair, Bobby seated himself unceremoniously. "Indeed, General Carlet should currently be with my master. I believe they will locate us shortly." Chapter 148. The Brood of the Negative Space. Bobby continued. "General Carlet mentioned that you find yourselves in peril." "Yes, though I am uncertain how he acquired this information. It is indeed true. We are trapped here." The Skrull Queen sighed, reflecting on their self-inflicted predicament. After their homeworld was consumed by the Devourer Star, they fled, meticulously avoiding the scrutiny of other civilizations. until they finally reached this remote sanctuary. The Skrull Queen recounted the events following the destruction of their homeworld to Boppy. It turned out that the creatures outside were not native to this planet. In a bid to preserve the embers of civilization, they had far too many enemies in this universe. Now, at their most vulnerable state, they resolved to forge a passage to another universe for further development. Unfortunately, their luck faltered and the rift opened atop a brood nest, leading to an overwhelming tide of insects that expelled them from that universe and seized their base of operations. The universe they refer to as the negative space is inhabited by these intelligent beings, whom they have dubbed the Brood. A note of anxiety tinged the Skrull Queen's voice. Their numbers are increasing, and I fear this place will ultimately be discovered by them. They're merely insects, are they not? They cannot be all that formidable, Boppy remarked. After all, the Skrull civilization is one of the 3 great empires of the cosmos, and he did not perceive the Brood as particularly threatening. He had effortlessly vanquished one before. The Skrull Queen was acutely aware of the power she possessed. Are you an inhuman or a mutant? Within the Skrull archives, there existed records of both inhumans and mutants on Earth. Mutants were the subjects of experiments conducted by the Celestials, while inhumans were the products of Kree experimentation, undergoing transformation and acquiring superhuman abilities upon inhaling Terrigen mist. I am a mutant, yet I have now transcended mere mutation. Boppy is no longer solely a mutant. He now wields the power of a Death Knight. Suddenly, the Skrull Queen pressed her hand upon Boppy's shoulder, and he observed her entire form undulating, reminiscent of the mutant hero Mystique from their world. The Queen's appearance morphed to mirror Boppy's likeness, and a sharp shard of ice manifested in her hand. What is this? Boppy marveled at the phenomenon. Even Mystique, with her ability to replicate the biological traits of others, could not duplicate their superpowers. Noticing his astonishment, the Skrull Queen remarked, "Both General Taurut and I are super Skrulls, capable not only of transforming into the likeness of our targets, but also of acquiring their abilities." It seemed Taurut did not possess such a power. As Boppy conversed with someone who looked exactly like him, he felt an unsettling sense of dissonance. Perhaps it stemmed from his unexpected loss of powers, though he held hope that one day he might regain them. "Let's not dwell on this further," she continued. "I hope you will join our vanguard to strengthen control over those pests." With nowhere else to turn, Boppy acquiesced to the Skrull Queen's terms. After spending several days on this unfamiliar planet, he witnessed the burgeoning swarms of those creatures hunting the native beings, gradually transforming the landscape into a desolate wasteland. These insects could parasitize living hosts, siphoning their nutrients and growing until they burst forth, often leaving their hosts to perish in agony. In recent days, no one dared to venture outside. The Skrull Queen recognized that the situation could not persist. She summoned Boppy and Captain Allen. "I have made a decision. Today we shall revisit the former base to seal the passage to the negative zone." Boppy questioned curiously, "Can you not simply leave this place? The multitude of insects outside is now insurmountable." Captain Allen and the Skrull Queen exchanged glances of regret. "Our energy has been entirely consumed in opening that spatial portal. Within lies a formidable insect king we cannot defeat." When they initially arrived in the negative zone and encountered those dreadful insectoids, they were unprepared for the horrors that awaited, resulting in heavy casualties, and they failed to close the portal in their hasty retreat. "Understood, Your Majesty," Boppy affirmed. "Mr. Boppy and I shall lead the soldiers to the former base." Captain Allen bowed, preparing to depart with Boppy. The Skrull Queen called after them, "Wait, I shall accompany you." "Your Majesty, it is unnecessary for you to take such risks," Captain Allen replied with unwavering resolve. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous noise reverberated above them, causing the entire underground city to tremble. "What is happening?" "Captain Allen, please step outside and investigate." "Yes, Your Majesty." The impending operation was abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen event, and Queen Skaluru hoped it was not an assault from the insectoid species. Upon reaching the control room, Captain Allen deployed the last 2 reconnaissance drones, sending them soaring toward the exterior of the city. Meanwhile, the Skaluru inhabitants, who had remained in their quarters, emerged in panic, their eyes fixated on the reinforced rock overhead, which was appearing increasingly fractured, with small stones cascading down from above. On the screen, Boppy observed the image of a colossal insect, its body stretching several hundred meters in length, resembling an enlarged version of the creature they had encountered earlier. It was perched upon the mountainside, relentlessly striking the peak, while several smaller insects circled around it. Have these creatures discovered our presence? A tense silence enveloped the monitoring room. Captain Allen glanced at Queen Skaluru, who found herself at a loss for how to proceed. The sheer destructive power of such a gigantic insect rendered them defenseless, let alone capable of vanquishing it. We must evacuate this location. However, a few must remain behind to divert the attention of those insects. Queen Skaluru understood that sacrifices were necessary. Without them, none would escape. Boom! As the Skaluru people, organized by Captain Allen, armed themselves and prepared to lead the evacuation, the mountaintop could no longer withstand the tremendous impact, and rocks began to plummet downward. In an instant, chaos erupted in the city below, as the Skaluru inhabitants suffered grievous losses. A blinding beam of light shone through the gaping hole above, revealing the insects momentarily pausing before swarming through the breach. Hisses. They soon witnessed a massive head intrude into their domain, its expression one of insatiable greed as it surveyed the chaos below. Chapter 149. The onslaught of the insectoids. The air within the Skaluru city was filled with the anguished cries of its denizens as the brood insectoids darted about. Though their numbers were few, they were far beyond what an ordinary Skaluru could withstand, and a terrifying giant insect loomed overhead, observing the devastation. The insects employed their slender tails to pierce the flesh of some individuals, depositing clusters of eggs within them. This was their method of procreation, and those who were parasitized stood little chance of survival. The harrowing scenes unfolding in the city ignited a fierce fury within Queen Skaluru, as hundreds of her people fell victim to the assault. Buzzing, the incessant flapping of the insects' wings created an unsettling din as they charged forward. In a moment of desperation, she transformed into Boppy, summoning a flurry of sharp ice shards that emanated a frigid aura, precisely piercing the bodies of the insects, pinning them to the ground or against the walls. Boppy adeptly wielded her powers as if they were inherently hers. Yet, she discerned a lack of death's essence within her abilities, rendering her significantly weaker. That is your queen. Assist her in exterminating those insects. Captain Allen commanded as he and his soldiers retrieved weapons from the armory, striving to eradicate the vermin plaguing the city. Within this urban expanse, the majority were ordinary Skrull civilians, having undergone but a brief period of training. Confronted by such terrifying creatures, their instinct was to flee. However, how could mere legs outrun the creatures soaring above? Do not panic. Arm yourselves, the Skrull Queen urged, endeavoring to organize the frightened populace into a retreat. Boppy unleashed a frigid wave of hunger at the area where the insects congregated most densely, instantly transforming that section into a realm of frost, encasing the insects in ice sculptures. Yet, having eliminated less than half of the swarm, the Skrull Queen felt her strength waning, and a colossal insect was ominously fixated upon them. Boppy, I implore you to lead my people to safety, the Skrull Queen asserted resolutely, sensing her dire predicament. Captain Allen interjected, Your Majesty, you are the last of our super Skrulls. You cannot. The enormous brood insect looming above showed no inclination to grant them time for deliberation. Perhaps bored by the delay, it extended its massive forelimb toward the Skrull Queen and Boppy. It recognized that the only significant threats here were the two of them and sought to eliminate them first. With a piercing sound from above, Boppy and the Skrull Queen glimpsed the glinting forelimb of the insect. Together, they conjured an icy barrier to deflect the blow. However, the sheer force of the creature's bulk was formidable. Before long, their ice shield shattered into countless fragments. Shouldn't you be hastening their escape? The Skrull Queen's words carried an undeniable authority, compelling Captain Allen to obey her command. Quickly this way, he urged, guiding his comrades towards safety. You shall not escape. A raspy voice echoed in their minds, laced with mockery. Boppy instinctively looked up. Is that you speaking, great insect? Indeed, it is I, you insignificant ants. The Brood King observed Captain Allen leading the people away, but chose not to intervene. I am the king of the brood on this planet. You shall all become our sustenance. Ha ha ha. There is no escape, and I shall relish the thrill of the hunt. This insect king could only hiss, yet it communicated through telepathy with other beings. As she witnessed the other Skrulls fleeing, the Skrull Queen sighed in relief, though she was acutely aware that the days ahead would be fraught with greater challenges. It seems I shall not be able to wait for General Carlet's arrival. Originally, Nebula intended to leave with Xiao Lin, seemingly seeking to ally herself with him, perhaps due to his formidable strength or perhaps for other undisclosed reasons. However, she was forcibly pulled away by Gamora. Her feelings towards her sister are a complex blend of love and resentment, yet deep down, she remains concerned for Nebula's well-being. After parting ways, Xiao Lin, Kalruth, and Bronsky boarded their spacecraft, continuing their journey towards Andromeda, traversing one wormhole after another in search of other Skrull congregations. Here lies Andromeda. Kalruth's voice resonated with a mix of excitement and trepidation, as he feared that all the Skrulls here might have perished, rendering his efforts futile. Upon emerging from the wormhole, they beheld a colossal gas giant, its atmosphere rife with tempestuous lightning storms, clearly inhospitable to life. Andromeda, akin to the Milky Way, is an expansive galaxy teeming with countless planets and stellar systems. Kalruth, Andromeda is vast. How do you intend to locate the Skrull Queen? Xiao Lin expressed his desire not to linger here too long, anxious that time might bring unforeseen calamities to Earth. Kalruth produced a metallic sphere, projecting a celestial map before them. This was an accidental find. The planet marked in red is our destination. The intricate star map bewildered Xiao Lin, rendering him unable to discern any navigable routes. After a brief pause, the spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. At that moment, Xiao Lin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, sensing Bopi's presence. Curiously, the direction of their flight aligned with the location he sensed Bopi to be. Perhaps Bopi was currently in the company of the Skrull Queen. Having traversed yet another wormhole, they arrived at a planet reminiscent of Earth. Xiao Lin could feel Bopi's soul vibrations below, though it seemed his energy was significantly depleted. Had he encountered some peril? This is it right below us, Kalruth declared as he piloted the spacecraft into the atmosphere, revealing a swarm of flying insects below. These insects, astonishingly capable of soaring through the skies, rushed toward Xiao Lin's vessel like bears drawn to honey. Nevertheless, the ship remained unscathed, enduring their impacts without a scratch. I will descend to investigate. Bronsky, you and Kalruth remain aboard the ship. Without awaiting their response, Xiao Lin activated a portal of death. Chapter 150. Rescue the Insect King strained to navigate through the narrow passage into the city, while Bopi and the Skrull Queen conjured a frigid barrier around him, ensnaring him in ice. Most of the Insect King's body was cloaked in a formidable exoskeleton. The icy arrows shot by the two struck him with a resonant clang, failing to inflict any harm even at his most vulnerable underbelly. Instead, they merely coated him in a thick layer of frost, momentarily impairing his movements and obstructing his passage through the gap at the mountain's summit. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the Insect King swept his claws across a building, sending a cascade of debris crashing down towards them, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just in time, they managed to conjure an ice shield to protect themselves, but were soon buried beneath the rubble. However, he did not spare Bopi and the Queen of Skirus, nor did he pursue the fleeing Skirus. Bopi, together we stand no chance against it. Once we escape, you must flee first, urged the Skirus Queen, unwilling to see both perish in this place. Your abilities surpass mine. I will need you in the future. Bopi interrupted her, having sensed the arrival of his master. Though he had anticipated that Xiao Lin would eventually find him, he never imagined it would be so soon. The Skirus Queen continued to conjure frost to withstand the relentless blows raining down upon them. As the Insect King cleared the debris above, striking the ice dome with unyielding force, the Queen regarded him with curiosity, even if his master had arrived on this planet. How could he locate him so swiftly? And how did Bopi know of his presence? A portal exuding an aura of death manifested amidst the ruins, revealing Xiao Lin, armed and clad in runic armor. Above him loomed a colossal insect, relentlessly assaulting a blue ice dome, which began to fracture under the pressure. He could sense Bopi struggling beneath. Insects? Are there Zerg in the Marvel Universe? Bopi mused, considering the prevalence of such creatures in realms like Warcraft and Starcraft. Suddenly, the Insect King halted, his gaze drawn to a creature that had appeared amidst the ruins, emanating a subtle threat. Impossible, he thought. Such a diminutive being could not possibly pose a threat to the great Insect King Makurum, for our brood species reigned supreme in the negative space. In the void, none dared confront them, be it the Beryl or other races. They could only flee in terror. Their race excelled in biotechnological mastery, capable of traversing the cosmos through their own physical forms. Such enhancements had given rise to a variety of subtypes, including flying insects, mantids, and humanoid forms. Their society was governed by a strict matriarchy, with the queen holding absolute power, to which even the insect king must submit. Yet there was one exception: the annihilation insect king Inalus, who, having seized the cosmic control rod crafted by the ancestors of the barrel, commanded unparalleled authority within his race, even bending the queen to his will. To be candid, he harbored a profound envy for that cosmic control rod. However, the barrel race had also lost the technique to forge such rods. The one possessed by Nelris was the last of its kind. Otherwise, they would not have been subdued by the brood insect clan. Now, presented with an opportunity, seizing control of this universe might enable them to consolidate their strength against the brood. Forsaking the hard shell beneath, the insect king brandished his massive claw towards Xiao Lin, a striking contrast between the large and the small. In the face of the howling wind that rushed towards him, Xiao Lin did not flinch. Size had never been a reliable measure of strength, and being larger could merely render one a bigger target. With a sharp clash, the insect king's claw met Xiao Lin's Frostmourne. Yet the outcome was not as the insect king had envisioned. His formidable claw was effortlessly severed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, raising a cloud of dust, as a copious amount of green blood oozed from a wound. "Ah, you have wounded me," an enraged voice echoed in Xiao Lin's mind. The insect king, now teetering on the brink of madness. However, he caught a glimmer of greed in Xiao Lin's grasp of Frostmourne, an artifact. He could sense the immense power within that weapon. If he were to possess such a divine tool, perhaps he could attain everything he had ever desired, akin to a Nelris. Yet, he never contemplated whether he could wield that weapon. The insect king began to struggle desperately, attempting to navigate the passage that ensnared his body. Inside the ice dome, Queen Skulu noticed the vibrations above had ceased. The insect king had not launched another attack, and Bobby too sensed Xiao Lin's burgeoning power outside. Queen Skulu inquired, "What is happening?" "It is my master. He has arrived. Let us exit, for remaining here is quite stifling," Bobby replied. Observing Bobby's invigorated demeanor, Queen Skulu asked, "How many will your master bring?" Bobby pondered briefly before responding. "Including him, there should be 3. Just as Queen Skulu was about to question the utility of 3 individuals, she witnessed Bobby melting the frost before him and stepping out. The queen who followed suit was taken aback by the sight. She beheld a man who bore a striking resemblance to Bobby, single-handedly withstanding the onslaught of the massive insect, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Xiao Lin too observed the emergence of 2 figures from the ice dome, 2 indistinguishable Bobbies, one presumably a Skulu. Yet Xiao Lin discerned the truth through the bond of the Death Knight's contract. Noting the formidable power of the newcomers, the surface of Queen Skulu began to ripple, transforming into Xiao Lin's likeness. However, she discovered that she felt weaker, devoid of any strength. This was unexpected. She was a super Skulu, and she had never encountered such a phenomenon. In the midst of the battle against the Bug King, it became increasingly apparent that he was struggling to withstand the onslaught. Although the creature before him appeared diminutive, he soon realized he was no match for it. A peculiar energy surged within him, corroding his body and causing him great discomfort. With agility, Xiao Lin leaped onto the Bug King's form, driving Frostmourne deep into its vital spots. Blood boiled. The essence of life surged through the blade, coursing into his being. Hiss! The Bug King's blood bubbled violently, erupting like a fountain from its wounds. Chapter 151. Convergence. The colossal insect's lifeless body lay slumped atop the mountain. Half of it still within the city, it spilled blood staining the earth a vibrant green, forming a small lake beneath their feet. A yellow orb of light entered the soul space of Frostmourne. It was the Bug King's spirit. Despite the creature's formidable physique, its soul power was comparable to that of a dark elf. The power of ice coalesced beneath the feet of the group, forming a frosty pathway that allowed them to stand upon the blood lake. Bobby remarked, "Master, this is the scroll Queen Emery's." Before them, another Bobby's form undulated, transforming into a female scroll. "Greetings, powerful one of Earth," the scroll queen said, urgency reflected in her features as she recalled her kin still pursued by the flying insects. "Can you assist me in rescuing my people?" Xiao Lin observed numerous scroll bodies, and a scattering of insect remains immersed in the Bug King's blood. a testament to the ferocity of the previous conflict, leaving him uncertain of how many of her kin remained. Where have they gone? Xiao Lin inquired. The Skrull Queen gestured towards a narrow passage. Captain Allen led them that way. Wait, Xiao Lin sensed something. Bronsky had transformed into a wretched and was engaged in combat with an unseen foe. He addressed the others. I sense them. We must leave this place now. Before the Skrull Queen could question further, Xiao Lin opened the gate of death and stepped through, with Bobby following closely behind. The Queen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately entered as well. Upon traversing the gate of death, they were met with a scene of insect carcasses scattered about. A massive crimson giant stomped upon the ground, creating intricate fissures, and propelled itself skyward like a cannonball, downing the airborne insects that had not ascended in time. A ship was stationed on the ground, where a multitude of Skrulls had gathered, protected by Captain Allen and his guard. The Skrull Queen also spotted General Carlet. Though she had long suspected he was alive, seeing him in the flesh filled her with exhilaration. General Carlet, Your Majesty, he responded, relief flooding his countenance upon seeing the Skrull Queen safe. He too had caught sight of the enormous insect, not far off. A creature the likes of which he had never encountered in this universe, its size utterly terrifying. A sudden chill enveloped the air, freezing the wings of the insects, causing them to plummet in droves. The icy aura proved quite effective against these creatures. The insects, possessing a semblance of intelligence, immediately scattered upon realizing their imminent defeat, while the Skrull civilians, who had feared for their lives, exhaled a collective sigh of relief, some even embracing one another in tears. Captain Allen, his sword drawn and expression somber, surveyed the remaining 1,000 Skrull, mourning the loss of thousands in this calamitous encounter. A heavy blow indeed. Allen, you have done your utmost, consoled Carlet, gently patting his friend's shoulder. By the way, what your spaceship? The night can be perilous in the wilderness. I believe we should depart this planet. Perhaps Earth is our safest refuge now. The energy for our ship has been depleted, and it has been overrun by those wretched insects, lamented the Skrull Queen. Xiao Lin observed the thousands of Skrull, noting that their craft was merely a sightseeing vessel, cramped even for 5 or 6 individuals, certainly inadequate for such a multitude. Yet, he harbored ambitions beyond merely assisting Carlet in his quest for the Queen. He envisioned utilizing these people for his own purposes. Gazing at the dimming sky, Xiao Lin remarked, the city lies in ruins, and our vessel has been compromised. We have no choice but to spend the night in the wilderness. Tomorrow, we shall return to your ship and seek a means to restore its energy. By the way, are those insects native to this planet? No, they hail from another realm. Captain Allen succinctly recounted the origins of the insects to Xiao Lin. Upon hearing Allen's description, Xiao Lin noted a resemblance between these insectoids and the xenomorphs. He was aware that the Marvel Universe contained countless parallel worlds and unique dimensions, yet he had never encountered the negative zone. He resolved that upon his return to Earth, he would venture into the world of the Warlocks to ascertain whether Deadpool Wade had made an appearance. He was eager to explore the possibility of breaching the fourth wall, and should Wade decline his assistance, Xiao Lin had myriad ways to persuade him. Xiao Lin sensed that many flying insects still lingered nearby, fixated on their pursuit of the Skrull. Meanwhile, death energy traversed the cosmic barriers, arriving in the realm of the deceased, where several gargoyles and subterranean demons emerged from the summoning circle. Xiao Lin wished to prevent further loss among the Skrull, as he envisioned recruiting them. The thought of thousands resembling Mystique was daunting, explaining the Kree's relentless desire to eradicate them. What is that? Captain Allen and the guards, vigilant and armed, aimed their weapons at the nearly 100 gargoyles soaring above and observed the mounds of earth left by the subterranean demons. Bobby explained, these are the summoned creatures of our master. They will ensure our safety tonight. Summoned creatures? Allen lowered his weapon, reassured. He was aware that Xiao Lin was a human from Earth, and in his understanding, only inhumans and mutants were worthy of attention. He was uncertain about what category Xiao Lin fell into, but he was certain that the other party was neither an inhuman nor a mutant. Without concerning himself with those reminiscing in the distance, Xiao Lin trusted that the Skrulls harbored no ill intentions. Carl Rutt would surely comprehend this. Summoning the death steed Acheron, Xiao Lin galloped forth into the horizon alone. Captain Allen, General Carl Rutt, and the Skrull Queen cautiously convened to deliberate on the future of their people. General Carl Rutt, what do you believe our course of action should be? The Skrull Queen sought guidance from Carl Rutt, who had once commanded the Imperial Legions. while she herself was merely a newly crowned queen. Without hesitation, Karl Rutt replied, "Your Majesty, our populace has dwindled significantly. Yet we still face the relentless pursuit of the Kree and the New Star Legion. We have but one path ahead of us, to align ourselves with Mr. Xiao Lin. I have faith in this decision." The general's words astonished the Skrull Queen. Was this truly the iron-willed and sagacious commander she had once known? Captain Allen, however, held a differing perspective. "I cannot agree to entrust the fate of our race to another, especially one who is an Earthling." He had yet to relinquish the pride of the Skrulls. "Allow me to ponder this further." The Skrull Queen, feeling increasingly weary, sensed her inability to guarantee the safety of her kin. Perhaps reliance on others was indeed the only option. Chapter 152. The intuition of the broodmother. Xiao Lin rode the death steed across the desolate terrain of this planet, where withered flora was ubiquitous, and occasionally he stumbled upon the corpses of Skrulls, each bearing a gaping wound in their chests. These events appeared to have transpired recently, likely the handiwork of a Zerg, who left nothing but desolation in their wake. Sensitive to the energies of the cosmos, Xiao Lin discerned his direction. Under the enhancement of his deathly powers, the steed's speed had eclipsed several times the speed of sound, creating sonic booms as it surged forward like a dark streak of light. After a brief distance, he spotted a colossal spacecraft on the ground ahead, measuring thousands of meters in size, capable of accommodating thousands. This was presumably the last interstellar vessel of the Skrulls. Nearby stood a fortress, swarming with numerous Zerg above, while the ground was littered with grotesque masses of flesh, reminiscent of the Karaji nests in Azeroth. Is that the passage to the negative space? Xiao Lin observed a luminous orb radiating white light, amidst which lay instruments, now reduced to a chaotic wreck. It seemed the Skrull Queen's words rang true. This spatial conduit had stabilized for unknown reasons, existing independently of any instruments. It appears that several insects have noticed him, unfurling their wings as they approach, prepared to seize their meal. Xiao Lin harbors a deep disdain for insects, which reminds him of a previous encounter with a tentacled creature adorned with numerous eyes, desperately attempting to invade his mind like a fly. The abundance and diversity of insects here amount to no less than several 100,000, and exterminating them would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. He donned the crown of domination, amplifying his mental prowess, as white flames of soul energy overflowed from his eyes, enhancing his ability to communicate swiftly with the realm of the deceased. Numerous summoning circles emerged around him, and an array of undead beings clawed their way from the earth. Ghouls, stitched monstrosities, cave demons, and amalgamated giants. He refrained from summoning Sindragosa, as her energy had been greatly depleted in the previous battle against the Chitauri forces. Her presence was unnecessary for dealing with these insects. Xiao Lin's summoning instantly manifested a cataclysmic army upon this land. The stitched giant charged forward first, its massive frame causing the ground to tremble as it collided with the corpulent insects. Meanwhile, gargoyles in the air unleashed magical projectiles towards the flying pests. Xiao Lin observed a colossal insect, towering over 10 meters, barreling towards him, the distance of several kilometers evaporating in an instant. In what was once the Skullra base, the area had been overrun by a multitude of insects, with writhing masses of flesh and viscous, indiscernible fluid strewn about, alongside the remains of various creatures arranged within the caverns. A corpulent insect nestled within its newly constructed nest, restlessly writhing its body in this unfamiliar universe. It sensed an undeniable danger, realizing that if their kind truly belonged here, they would have already infiltrated this cosmic expanse and spread throughout. Unlike the audacious insect king Macroom, this insect was far more cautious, a trait that had allowed it to evade peril on numerous occasions. Where was Macroom? Within the former Skullra base. The insect queen awaited her king's return, eager for him to lead their kin in the hunt for prey. However, after a prolonged wait, his absence began to gnaw at her unease. Buzzing echoed from the distant sky, prompting the queen to raise her head and gaze into the horizon, spotting a swarm of flying insects approaching her. Yet, she still could not discern Macroom's presence. "Your Majesty, could it be that Macroom has deserted you? Seeking to escape your kin?" suggested a towering armored insect beside her, harboring ambitions to usurp Macroom's throne but lacking the strength to do so, relegating him to the role of general instead. The queen was already well aware of their tensions. though she found them somewhat advantageous. As the flying insects drew near, she discerned them as the vanguard of the insect horde advancing toward the Skullr's stronghold. Yet, where was Makrum? An insect's thoughts conveyed to the queen the grim tidings. Makrum was dead. The voice of the queen of insects bore no sorrow, yet it stirred a sense of agitation within her. The information relayed by the flying insects was insufficient. She remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the demise of the Insect King. This uncertainty led her to question whether guiding her kin into this universe would spell disaster for her tribe, particularly given that the Insect King was only slightly less powerful than herself, and now he had been vanquished. We must depart from this place, she resolved, trusting her instincts that had spared her from numerous perils. Yet, Your Majesty, this new universe offers a wealth of resources. I refuse to return to the struggle for the dwindling sustenance among our kin, the general expressed, his reluctance evident. Their tribe was notably feeble within the brood insect clan, possessing only a single life-bearing planet in the void, compelling them to cultivate their food sources. Goodness, we are predators, not mere caretakers. And that wretched Ernulus has already set his sights on our last remaining planet, coveting it for himself. Your Majesty, should we return, we may find ourselves consumed. Do you wish to become Ernulus's Queen of Insects? The general's tone was laden with urgency. General, the queen's voice resonated with an unmistakable authority. Forgive me. The general recognized that he had overstepped, for he lacked the courage to sway the queen's decision. The oppressive pressure from the annihilating insect king Ernulus was overwhelming, and their final planet would inevitably be claimed. By then, the passage to the new universe would also be within his grasp. Intruders. The queen suddenly received a message from her subordinates. Gazing up, she noticed a multitude of strange creatures had appeared nearby, engaged in combat with her swarm. Are these the beings responsible for slaying Makrum? However, her swarm offered no reply. General, take the elite forces and eliminate them all. Yes, my queen. The general felt a surge of eagerness. With Makrum's demise, did it not imply that he might ascend to the throne himself? Determined to prove his worth, he quickly identified his target, Xiao Lin, who stood amidst the army of the undead. Without a second thought, he charged forth, careening toward his opponent, sending the undead scattering in his wake. Chapter 153. Reclaiming the spaceship having just summoned his undead legion, Xiao Lin spotted a colossal armored insect charging at him, emitting peculiar sounds. The foul stench wafted toward him from afar. Had these creatures never bathed? Hiss, for the queen, surrender your flesh. The insect general envisioned the enemy crushed beneath his might, imagining himself as the new insect king, a bizarre smile spreading across his insectal visage. He underestimated his adversary's strength, perceiving Xiao Lin as feeble and easily vanquished with a single blow. In his world, his razor-sharp claws had obliterated countless foes and rivals. Had Makrum not been larger and more imposing, the throne of the Insect King would have rightfully been his. Xiao Lin plunged his weapon into the ground, his bare hands bravely confronting the enemy. The protection of his runic armor enabled him to seize the claws of the Zerg general without sustaining any injury. Desecrated land. Ice storm. The energy of death manifested as spectral hands that grasped the opponent's limbs, immobilizing him completely. Meanwhile, a chilling aura coalesced into sharp ice shards that encircled Xiao Lin's form. What is this? Clang, clang, clang. The Zerg general's armor was incessantly battered, gradually developing cracks as he struggled to escape, yet remained tightly bound, unable to break free. It must be him. He was the one who killed Makrum. Feeling an unfamiliar power emanating from his adversary, the Zerg general was suddenly engulfed by a sense of dread. He was doomed this time. His body was soon pierced by the relentless strikes of solid ice, green blood spilling across the ground. In a short while, he lay lifeless, a cold corpse upon the earth. Fool! The Zerg queen seethed with fury as she witnessed her subordinate perish in an instant. Under her mental command, a row of peculiar insects began to emit pale blue light, launching orbs of energy toward the enemy. Xiao Lin suddenly sensed danger. He saw clusters of blue orbs being fired from the enemy's ranks, hurtling toward him. To ensure his safety, he summoned over 100 gargoyles to gather above him, shielding him from the impending assault. Unbeknownst to him, that energy was devastating. The gargoyles in the air melted away like ice under the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. Despite their obsidian bodies, he needed to eliminate those insects first. Xiao Lin stealthily directed the pit fiends to approach the feet of the insectoids, launching the blue projectiles. Just as they were about to unleash another barrage, he excavated a large pit beneath them. Boom! The sturdy ground collapsed, and the insects tumbled into the abyss, followed by a chorus of anguished cries emanating from the pit. This infuriated the Zerg Queen, who recklessly charged toward Xiao Lin, her prized insects obliterated. Sensing the opportunity as the Zerg Queen stepped into the heap of corpses from the undead and insects, Xiao Lin prepared to unleash his wrath. The explosive potential of such a multitude of carcasses was no trifling matter. Farewell. Streams of gray death energy shot from Xiao Lin's hands, burrowing into the bodies scattered across the ground. Witnessing the inscrutable smile upon Xiao Lin's face, the Zerg Queen felt a chill run down her spine. However, before she could flee, the corpses nearby began to swell ominously. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted around her, the stench of decay mingling with flesh splattering everywhere, corroding her skin and inflicting ghastly wounds. The Insect Queen emitted a piercing scream of anguish, a lament that transcended mere physical pain, as her very soul seemed to corrode. Her massive form writhed upon the ground, gradually losing its vitality, until she lay still, motionless. Meanwhile, a handful of injured ghouls clambered upon her lifeless body, beginning to gnaw at her remains. Observing the scattered remnants of corpses, Xiao Lin could not suppress a frown. This gruesome scene left him with little room to maneuver, necessitating a thorough cleansing of the area. A crimson energy materialized in Xiao Lin's hands, enveloping the entire battlefield. The power of decay began to siphon the last vestiges of life from the corpses, transforming the putrid flesh into dust that scattered with the wind. The traces left by the swarm vanished without a trace. This truly was an excellent skill for exterminating evidence. Xiao Lin commanded the Necromantic Legion to encircle the vicinity. While he ventured alone to the spatial portal, he sent a ghoul into the passage, and through its eyes, he beheld a horrifying and repugnant realm on the other side, teeming with various insects and structures fashioned from flesh and blood. The insects, having lost their queen, were now in disarray, embroiled in chaos as they battled one another, presumably vying for dominance in the absence of their leader. The abhorrent environment repulsed him, prompting Xiao Lin to abandon his investigation of that world. Nonetheless, he established a teleportation marker, which might prove useful in the future. As the sun of this planet ascended on the following day, Queen Skrull approached Xiao Lin's ship, noticing Bronski meditating beneath it. Whereas Mr. Xiao Lin, she pondered. After a night of contemplation, she resolved to accompany them to Earth. Apprehensive that more insects would emerge from another universe, it was far too perilous here. Perhaps seeking refuge within human society would be a prudent strategy, as this planet could be considered a remote location, oblivious to the fact that Thanos had already set his sights upon it. Bronski remarked, "Gather your people and proceed to your ship. We must prepare for immediate departure." Queen Skrull, taken aback, replied, "But it has already been overrun by the swarm." Bronski interjected, "Our master has eliminated the insects there." Skrull found this hard to believe, yet she nonetheless instructed Captain Allen to assemble all the Skrulls in preparation for their return to the former base. Upon establishing contact with Xiao Lin, a ripple of energy manifested before Bronski, revealing a portal. Queen Skrull led the way through, and upon her emergence, she was astonished to find the ship's exterior and the base, once occupied by the insect horde, utterly devoid of any creatures. Even the corpses had vanished. "Now, take me aboard your vessel. Let us see if we can locate a substitute energy source." Within Xiao Lin's spatial compartment lay numerous elemental energy blocks, which might be utilized to propel the ship to the nearest supply planet. As the validation was completed, the spacecraft's door swung open, revealing an interior that was immaculate and orderly, devoid of any insects or signs of damage. It appeared that the creatures bore little interest in their vessel. Chapter 154. The Hive, a little girl. Traveling through the cosmos often demands a considerable investment of time. Nearly half a year had elapsed since Xiao Lin departed from Earth, and his prolonged absence led many to speculate that he was no longer on the planet, with some even fearing he might have met his demise. Meanwhile, the long quiet Hydra was beginning to stir. Their greatest threat had seemingly vanished, and now was the opportune moment to execute their plans. Within a secret Hydra base, Madame Viper and a man were eagerly observing the swirling stone portal before them, as the surrounding machinery emitted a cacophony of noise, which did not diminish their enthusiasm. If Fury were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the man as Gideon Malik, the former councilman of the World Security Council. After extensive planning, they had finally retrieved the first inhuman test subject of the Kree, the Hive, who had been exiled on an alien world for thousands of years. The Hydra had long been restless, and after witnessing the powers of mutants and superheroes, Malik yearned for formidable strength, while Madame Viper sought greater authority. However, the Hydra's current strength was somewhat lacking. With superheroes, mutants, and deities appearing successively across the globe, they had continuously found themselves at a disadvantage, despite their self-proclaimed immortality. Yet now, with their primary adversary absent, their insidious plans could be set into motion, and the formidable Hive would soon return. This moment had been eagerly awaited. Madame Viper had lived in constant trepidation, as the pressure from Xiao Lin weighed heavily upon her. After all, he had vowed to hold her accountable. Could the Hive bestow upon me immense power? Welcoming the Hive's return could also be seen as a legacy for Malik's family. Legend had it that the Hive possessed the ability to grant immortality, and although he had at least 2 decades left, the aging Malik hoped to rejuvenate his vitality. Suddenly, a withered corpse tumbled from the portal, its attire suggesting it belonged to a Hydra operative involved in this mission. Following this, another figure emerged, though he could hardly be termed human, as he appeared more like a grotesque creature with a head adorned with tentacles, clad in tattered remnants of clothing, save for a solitary pair of pants of unknown origin. Hive! Madame Viper exclaimed. The Hive was indeed a legendary figure within their ranks, and they were uncertain of what would transpire upon his return, particularly after millennia of solitude on an alien world. Would he have succumbed to madness? Surveying his surroundings, the Hive recognized the familiar Hydra insignia. He understood that for centuries, they had been sacrificing lives to extract his essence. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago on that desolate planet, having been away for so long. What he yearned for most was to comprehend the transformation of the world around him, to ascertain whether the traitorous Inhumans still existed. No, after such a lengthy absence, they must have long since perished. What are your names? He inquired as he accepted the garments presented by the Hydra agent, his visage reverting to the true form of this parasitic body. After numerous instances of parasitism, he had long forgotten his original appearance. Madame Viper, she replied with deference. I am Ophelia Sarkissian, one of the current leaders of Hydra. I am Gideon Malik. After a moment's hesitation, Malik asked, Mr. Hive, my body is aging. Could you bestow upon me formidable power? Malik, your concerns can wait. I have matters of greater urgency at hand. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford further delays, as Fury has already detected anomalies. Mr. Hive, now is the time for Hydra's resurgence. You shall lead us in seizing dominion over this world, yet we face numerous obstacles. Madame Viper guided him into a chamber, activating a holographic projection. We have devised an insight plan to neutralize the world's superheroes. However, we face one significant complication. Before them manifested the projection of Naxxramas. Madame Viper continued, This is the school for mutants. Their existence poses a considerable variable to our plans. Although they remain indifferent to the shifts in power and harbor hostility towards the government, I desire an additional precaution. Given the historical tensions between the mutant school and the government, it is likely they will not assist the latter. Furthermore, they are aware that a nuclear missile launched by SHIELD previously struck New York, resulting in the disappearance of their principal into a wormhole, leaving them with lingering resentment. Madame Viper addressed Hive. Mr. Hive, we have captured a mutant, and we require you to parasitize her, returning to that school to create disturbances when they attempt to thwart us. Hive had previous encounters with mutants. Their powers bore some resemblance to his own, yet they belonged to entirely different factions, which posed a significant threat in the future. After a prolonged silence, Hive spoke, I understand. Now, take me to her. He aspired to restart the Kree experiment, transforming everyone into primordial Inhumans. But first, he needed to eliminate the hindrances. Malik, once I acquire the Terrigen crystals and restart the Inhuman experiment, I will enable you to become a powerful Inhuman like myself. Hive's words exhilarated Malik. While most Hydra members sought power, he yearned for dominion over all and an enduring lifespan. At that moment, A Hydra agent arrived with a small girl. You wish for me to parasitize her? Hive gazed at Madame Viper and Malik, who were both observing him, previously unclear on the matter. He now realized that Madame Viper intended for him to inhabit the body of a young girl. Mr. Hive, the process is not of utmost importance, is it? Madame Viper finds herself in a predicament. The world boasts an insufficient number of mutants, and the students of the Mutant Academy are shielded far too effectively. In their haste, they have only managed to locate her. Release me. The young girl, upon seeing the figures before her, sensed impending misfortune. Perhaps she ought not to dwell on such matters. For the sake of her inhuman agenda, Hive reassured himself that one day he would eradicate all mutants. I shall inhabit his form, though I hope your plans do not linger for long. Hive's essence transformed into a substance akin to fine sand, surging toward the girl. In her terrified gaze, it infiltrated her mouth and nostrils, causing her to collapse in convulsions. After a brief interval, the girl rose once more, as Hive closed his eyes to absorb her memories. Chapter 155. The director of Subtitle has fallen. The girl's mutant ability, now host to Hive, was not particularly formidable. In fact, he considered it rather trivial. Her power relied on mental interference to garner affection from others. Due to its inherent weakness, it necessitated the accompaniment of certain gestures and expressions to be effective, commonly referred to as cuteness. Reflecting on this, Hive felt a twinge of unease. He had always believed that true strength lay in one's own prowess. Could one truly vanquish foes through mere charm? Fortunately, once the plan reached fruition, he could extricate himself from this vessel. Could I not seek another host at their mutant academy? Hive suddenly pondered, realizing he might not need to remain in this body. Best not to entertain such thoughts, Mr. Hive. Upon entering their academy, each mutant undergoes a mental evaluation, and her abilities align perfectly with our scheme. Madame Viper was unwilling to allow Hive to act recklessly, particularly in a guise that would elicit no suspicion. Very well, then take me to the mutant academy you speak of. Hive's countenance remained impassive. No, this girl was named Ebony, and it was time she adopted a new identity. In truth, he was at a loss for how to convey his emotions. The girl's memories were a jumbled mess. We will have someone with no ties to Hydra escort you, lest we arouse suspicion. That old fox Fury can be quite troublesome. At this juncture, Madame Viper recognized the necessity of utmost caution. The Mutant Academy possessed warships that rivaled even the might of Subtitle's floating fortress. They could not afford to attract attention before seizing power. Only when the dust settled would they gain the upper hand. The enemy possessed mutants, while they had inhumans. The enemy commanded battalions of warships, while they wielded a floating fortress. In due time, they would have no cause for fear. Nearly 6 months had passed without a word from Xiao Lin, causing Wanda to grow increasingly anxious about his safety and whether he had encountered some misfortune. Or perhaps the distance was simply too great, for the Chitauri required a wormhole to traverse. Pietro's silhouette suddenly materialized in her room, just as she was preparing to change her attire. If you ever appear in my room unannounced again, I shall consign you to Dr. Connor's laboratory, Wanda declared, exasperation evident in her voice. Pietro often exploited his super speed to intrude upon her sanctuary. Leaving her anxious about the day he might witness something inappropriate. He recoiled slightly, for in his eyes, Dr. Connors was a figure of profound malevolence. Having harnessed the necromantic alchemy of Xiao Lin to create numerous terrifying monstrosities, such as the stitched abomination Patchwork and the electric man Tadius. Director Fury visited me today. He suspects that Hydra has been making some unsettling moves within Subtitle. Seemingly preparing to enact a plan, he continued. Wanda interrupted. Do not speak to me of Subtitle. Had it not been for them, Xiao Lin would not have vanished into that wormhole. Now, I am left in uncertainty as to whether he will ever return. This universe is far too vast. Pietro called out just before departing. Yes. Wanda turned to her brother with curiosity. What do you wish to convey? Pietro hesitantly inquired. Do you harbor feelings for Lin? The moment the words escaped his lips, he vanished from the room, fearing his sister's wrath. Currently, Pietro was a member of the Illuminati, diligently committed to his duties. In Fury's words, he was a spirited youth. He had forged a close friendship with Moto from Guild, often embarking on missions together. Aware that Wanda would never allow the mutant students to assist with the Hydra dilemma, he noticed Logan approaching with a small girl. Logan, is this the new mutant? How adorable. The girl accompanying Logan was none other than Hive's Evie. The splendor of Sky City left her in awe. The adversaries were far more formidable than she had anticipated, their technologies surpassing her imagination. It seemed imperative for her to delve deeper into their workings to dismantle them from within. Suddenly emboldened, Evie dashed towards the curious mutants observing her from the sidelines. Am I imagining things? Pietro mused as he sensed something peculiar in Evie's expression, one that did not befit child. Fury felt a persistent twitch in his eyelid, sensing that calamity was imminent. According to recent intelligence, their plan was about to unfold, and he stood as their primary obstacle. Long ago, Xiao Lin had warned him of Hydra operatives embedded within the upper echelons of S.H.L.D., poised to disrupt global governance at any moment. Lost in thought, he was suddenly confronted by a half-mechanical figure that appeared on the road ahead, unflinching as his vehicle approached. Boom! There was no time to evade. Fury's car collided directly with the being. The figure reached out, delivering a powerful blow to the front of the vehicle. The bulletproof car designed for the S.H.E.L.D. director crumpled under the impact, careening into a nearby shop, eliciting screams from startled bystanders. As the vehicle continued to roll, Fury swallowed a pre-prepared pill, a substance that would induce a state of apparent death. In the ongoing struggle against Hydra, he had remained exposed, rendering himself vulnerable. Thus, he needed to conceal his presence. Bloodied and battered, Fury emerged from the wreckage, only to find that the robotic assassin had not vacated the scene. Ignoring the warnings from patrolling officers, it approached him menacingly. With a single hand, it lifted Fury and pinned him against the wall. Director Fury, it has been quite some time since our last communication. I wonder if you still remember me. A strange voice echoed, yet there was an unsettling familiarity to its tone. You were the hacker? Fury recalled a period when an elusive hacker had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s systems without detection, pilfering crucial data and leaving behind taunting messages that instilled fear throughout the agency. Even Sky, the hacker from Coulson's team, had been unable to unearth the hacker's true identity, compelling them to confine most of their sensitive information to an internal network. In the distance, the police sensed the escalating danger and swiftly raised their weapons, aiming for the legs of Dr. Zola. However, the sound of clanging metal resonated, indicating their bullets had no effect. With a swift motion, the robotic assassin unleashed a beam of energy, creating a gaping hole in the officer's chest. Indeed, I am Dr. Zola, and today I shall take great pleasure in terminating S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. No sooner had he spoken than a sickening crack echoed, as Fury's neck was violently twisted, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Releasing the body, Dr. Zola did not flee immediately. Instead, he grinned maliciously and charged toward the crowd, emitting ominous red lights from his mechanical form. Run, quickly. A few astute officers recognized the peril. But before they could evacuate the civilians, Zola's body erupted in a violent explosion, scattering metallic debris in every direction. The chaos that ensued in the bustling streets allowed Zola's essence to escape unscathed. Chapter 156, The Unruly Iron Legion. I have arrived a moment too late. Spider-Man descended upon the turmoil of New York's streets, the sight of fallen bodies filling him with a profound sense of guilt. He was, after all, stretched too thin. Director Fury? He was taken aback upon recognizing the lifeless figure of Nick Fury on the ground. What had transpired? He hurried over and attempted to lift him, noting the absence of a heartbeat, the stillness of breath, and the broken vertebrae in his neck. Surely he could not be dead? I must inform Mr. Barton. He fumbled for his phone within his suit when suddenly a hand grasped him. Mr. Barton? Turning, Spider-Man was relieved to see the very person he sought. Leave the rest to me. Hawkeye hoisted Fury's body and made his way to a nearby vehicle. Mr. Barton, should we take him to the hospital? I believe I could get him there more swiftly. Spider-Man called out from behind. Hawkeye contemplated for a moment and then said to him, You should refrain from visiting S.H.I.E.L.D. For now, focus on safeguarding your Aunt May. If you encounter any issues, you may also seek Tony's assistance. Hey, Spider-Man exclaimed, raising his hand and watching as Hawkeye drove away into the distance. In the ensuing days, Parker, the Spider-Man, found himself amidst the most tumultuous events he had ever experienced. First, Nick Fury was brutally attacked and killed by an unknown assailant, and then Captain America was branded a traitor, accused of having slain Fury. How could this be? Steve was the kindest and most resolute person he had ever met. Moreover, he was a renowned hero, well known for his past heroics. And Parker had witnessed that the assailant who attacked Fury was a robot. Agent Hill and Agent Natasha had vanished, and it seemed that Coulson had encountered further troubles. He felt compelled to take action, yet he was at a loss as to whom to turn to. After all, he was merely a middle school student. Within the experimental base of Dr. Zola, Pierce inquired, "What brings you to me?" Suddenly, a robot activated, its eyes emitting a faint glow. In Tony Stark's Avengers Tower, there exists an Iron Legion. I hope that by the time the Insight program is executed, you will have seized control for our benefit. Steve and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents remain unaccounted for, and I anticipate they will emerge to thwart our plans. To ensure the plan's flawless execution, the leaders of Hydra devised every conceivable strategy, as they dared not underestimate the Avengers. Tony Stark's Iron Legion? One could not deny that Howard's son was a genius. It remained uncertain who would prove more formidable, his army of robots or Stark's Legion. Nevertheless, even if his Iron Legion were formidable, you should be able to exert control over it, should you not? Pierce was not keen on Zola meddling with further matters. The plan continued to unfold under the watchful eye of Hydra's key figures. Thus far, everything had progressed smoothly, save for the fact that Steve had yet to be apprehended. Several members of the World Security Council had, under his persuasion, agreed to activate the Insight program. "Mr. Stark, your Iron Legion has lost control." "What?" Tony, who was in his villa designing anti-Hulk armor, was momentarily taken aback. Although he had managed to conquer his fears during the previous incident with Killian, destroying over 100 Iron Man suits, he later reconsidered and crafted a new Iron Legion to confront the myriad threats of the future. How could this be? Tony hurried to his computer. J.A.R.V. Ice. Who could possibly seize control from you? The Iron Legion was under J.A.R.V.I.S.S. command. He believed that no one could defeat his intelligent assistant online. If such a scenario were to transpire, he, Tony Stark, would become utterly defenseless. No sooner had he spoken than all the Iron Man suits in his home activated, soaring into the sky before his astonished gaze. Damn it! Tony frantically typed on his computer, only to discover that he had lost control over the situation. Tony Stark. A peculiar avatar appeared on Tony's computer. "You have entrusted me with your Iron Man armor. I shall employ it for a grand scheme. After this, the world shall behold a new brilliance." Damn! Tony was already aware of the chaos within S.H.A.L.D. The death of Fury left him incredulous. How could that old fox possibly be gone? Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. He recalled what Xiao Lin had previously mentioned about Hydra. This incident was likely orchestrated by them. It was unexpected that they had finally shown their faces, and now, stripped of all his Iron Man armors, he could do nothing but await the restoration of control. Jarvis. How long until I can regain control of the Iron Man suits? At this moment, he had no choice but to rely on Jarvis. "Mr. Stark, the mysterious individual appears to have anticipated everything. All system vulnerabilities have been exploited, and my intentions have been discerned. I'm unable to act in the short term." Nearly invincible within the network, Dr. Zola, armed with his Zola algorithm, rendered Jarvis powerless. In New York City, countless Iron Man suits soared towards S.H.I.E.L.D.'s airborne carrier manufacturing base, guarding every corner. "Pierce, have you contacted Tony?" Several members of the World Security Council, entering the building, witnessed the array of Iron Man suits. Yes, albeit Tony was somewhat reluctant. However, after my persuasion, he acquiesced. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin, still on the unknown planet in Andromeda, boarded their spacecraft with over 1,000 scrolls. The ship's energy was entirely devoted to activating the cosmic portal. Fortunately, he produced hundreds of elemental energy essences, supplemented by the energy batteries provided by the Master, which finally enabled the Skrull vessel to launch and transport them to Earth. The colossal spacecraft, measuring thousands of meters, ascended slowly, its propulsion system stirring up clouds of dust on the ground. "Mr. Xiao Lin, will there be a place for us Skrulls on Earth?" Living under the protection of others was not the desire of the Skrull Queen, yet she had no choice. Everything was for the future of their race. "Your numbers are somewhat excessive. I believe you could establish a city on the moon, or perhaps construct a city in the depths of Earth's oceans. This was the best solution Xiao Lin could conceive. Every inch of Earth was marked by humanity's presence. If discovered, the scrolls would encounter significant difficulties. Moreover, he harbored concerns about so many shape-shifting scrolls. Should any lunatics arise with ambitions of conquering Earth, it would inevitably lead to complications. And let it be on the moon. The Skrull Queen also wishes to avoid any trouble. What they did not realize was that the moon was not as desolate as they envisioned. The inhuman city of Adalin and the observer Yoha-Tu resided there. Chapter 157, Causing Chaos in My Absence? Steve arrived at the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, where he, Natasha, Fury, and Falcon devised a plan to utilize the chip module provided by Fury to seize control of the airborne carrier and terminate the Insight program. However, he soon discovered that Tony's Iron Man suits were scattered throughout the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, a situation that proved to be quite detrimental to his forthcoming endeavors. Why had Tony chosen to involve himself in this matter? He attempted to reach out to Tony, but found himself unable to establish any contact. Time was of the essence. In just 2 hours, the S-H-A-L-D helicarrier would take flight, and the Insight program would soon be set into motion. There was no opportunity to seek help from his comrades. Damn it! Steve noticed that the Iron Man suits seemed to have detected his presence and were now approaching him. Clang, clang, clang. The descending armor encircled him, emanating a mechanical voice. Steve Rogers, I hope you refrain from futile struggles. You are neither Tony nor J-A-R-V-I-S. Who exactly are you? The voice from within the suit was both unfamiliar and vaguely recognizable. Have you forgotten me so soon? Steve, you once encountered me in the company of Red Skull. As the familiar tone registered in his mind, Steve's surprise was palpable. You are Dr. Zola? You're not dead? Doctor. Zola began to exhibit a hint of arrogance. Of course you are still alive. As your old friend, how could I possibly be dead? Last time, you emerged victorious. But this time, you're destined to lose. And let me share a secret with you. The return of Red. He abruptly halted, realizing that the secret of Red Skull's resurgence was not to be revealed to anyone, not even to the leaders of Hydra, especially Baron Strucker. He would surely be displeased to learn of it. However, Steve remained oblivious to these musings, focused instead on surveying his surroundings and devising an escape route. Surrounded by so many Iron Man suits, he felt little confidence in his ability to flee safely. He retrieved his vibranium shield, knowing that surrendering was out of the question, even in such dire circumstances. Facing the suits controlled by Dr. Zola, Steve hurled his shield, which clanged and ricocheted, toppling the Iron Man suits encircling him. He leaped from the building, but before he could make significant progress, he saw another dozen suits descending from above. You cannot escape. Natasha and Agent Hill had managed to subdue Pierce, but had lost contact with Steve. Director Fury, we have yet to establish communication with Steve. It is likely that an unforeseen incident has occurred, Agent Hill said, her anxiety palpable. As long as one helicarrier remained unconnected to the control chip, they would be unable to seize command, allowing the Insight program to proceed unchecked. Pierce mocked them, saying, "Did you think this plan was executed solely by me?" Observing their expressions, he continued, "It won't be long before the Insight satellites reach their designated positions, and all superheroes will perish, granting us, Hydra, dominion over this world." At that moment, they heard a thunderous roar outside the building as 3 colossal helicarriers began their ascent into the sky. Fury's countenance darkened as he witnessed Tony's Iron Man armors soaring from various locations within S-H-I-E-L-D, heading towards the aerial aircraft carrier, seemingly to safeguard the execution of the Insight program. The only recourse Fury could conceive at that moment was to reach out once more to the individuals at the Xavier Institute for Mutant Education. They were the only ones capable of thwarting this impending crisis. He retrieved his phone and dialed, "Ms. Wanda, I implore you to lead the mutants in averting this catastrophe. Hydra may very well target your Sky City." On the other end of the line, Wanda's tone was frigid as she replied, "I shall not make any decisions. We must await Logan's arrival." With that, she abruptly hung up. The mutants remained at the academy, and she harbored doubts that anyone could breach the Sky City and endanger the students. As the aerial carrier prepared to position itself, the S-H-I-E-L-D Insight satellites in orbit would soon activate the Zola algorithm, locking on hundreds of thousands of targets across America. At that moment, Logan's Skrull spacecraft hovered above the moon, where its sensors inadvertently detected a sight in the direction of Earth. A screen aboard the ship displayed 3 satellites emblazoned with the S-H-I-E-L-D insignia, arranged in a triangular formation, indicating that something significant was imminent. What was happening? After being away from Earth for so long, he resolved to return and inquire. Logan activated the Gate of Death and materialized within the Sky City. Logan? Upon seeing Logan suddenly appear in the hall, Pietro exclaimed with joy, "You have finally returned." He excitedly approached and embraced Logan's shoulders. "Where on earth have you been?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. "It's been ages. What about Wanda?" His unfinished sentence prompted Logan to ask, "What about her?" "Wanda is here, right behind you." Pietro pointed towards Logan's back. Logan turned to find Wanda, standing directly behind him. Eager to speak, but she interjected, "Director Fury just called. The Insight program is nearing completion, and they are powerless to halt it. They hope we can assist." The Insight program? Logan recalled the 3 satellites hovering above Earth. If the program were to succeed, over 2 million individuals deemed a threat by Hydra would perish globally. Though he was indifferent to the fate of others, he was certain that some among those 2 million targets were individuals he knew, and he was uncertain whether the Mutant Academy had also been included in their list of targets. "It is time to eradicate this malignant tumor once and for all," Logan declared resolutely. "Hey, wait for me." Pietro followed Logan into the Gate of Death, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he curiously inquired, "Where are we?" "This is a Skrull ship." He heard a voice and turned to find Carl Rudd approaching him, accompanied by a green-skinned woman. "Enough chatter. We must first deal with Hydra. Those scoundrels are causing trouble in my absence." Xiao Lin turned to Queen Skrull and inquired, "Do you possess any weaponry aboard your vessel?" "Certainly, but its power is quite limited. Even the most formidable main cannon falls far short of planetary destruction, and our energy reserves are dwindling." The Skrull Queen's words left Xiao Lin in a cold sweat. Planetary annihilation? Surely that is an excessive measure. We merely need to handle a few minor adversaries. Chapter 158. The aliens have returned once again in the vastness of space. S-H-I-E-L-D-S satellite locked onto over 2 million targets, with the weapons aboard the aerospace carrier poised for launch. Targets confirmed. Requesting mission execution. The aerospace carrier was entirely manned by Hydra agents, while Crossbones and his associates had seized control of the command center below. Agent Hill frantically operated the computer, but without the control chip inserted into the aerospace carrier. She was utterly powerless. As the imminent threat of mass casualties loomed, Natasha unleashed her fury with a punch to pierce his abdomen, pressing her gun against his temple. "Command your people to cease the attack plan immediately." "I believe you are mistaken," Pierce replied, rubbing his pained stomach, yet a smile crept across his face. "I am not the sole executor of this plan. Even now, I cannot halt Hydra's Insight initiative." "Pierce, you were the one who elevated me to the position of director of S-H-I-E-L-D. Once, I would have taken a bullet for you. But I never imagined Fury would discover your true allegiance to Hydra. This revelation is profoundly disheartening." Just as the S-H-I-E-L-D satellite was set to lock onto ground targets for an impending strike, a blinding flash illuminated the void, and one of the satellites erupted into a shower of sparks. What was that? Everyone was momentarily bewildered as an unfamiliar spacecraft materialized on their screens. Another flash occurred, and 2 more satellites disintegrated into debris. "Are we returning to the moon?" Carl Rutt questioned, not grasping Xiao Lin's intent, for with his capabilities, he had no need for their vessel. In truth, Xiao Lin believed the Skrull ship's enormity would have a more impactful presence, and since most were already familiar with his warships, the sudden appearance of a new vessel would further confound them. "No, we shall enter Earth, soaring above S-H-I-E-L-D in New York." "Wouldn't that expose us?" Carl Rutt was uncertain of Xiao Lin's plan, as Skrulls were unwelcome on any planet. "Fear not. No one here recognizes your ship. There's a certain thrill in being audacious. Lin, I've been away from Earth for over a decade. Have the changes been so profound?" Standing beside Xiao Lin was Peter Quill, known as Star-Lord, whom Xiao Lin had brought along for their journey to Earth. "What purpose do we serve on this backward planet? Will Thanos truly come here?" Since slaying Ronan, Drax the Destroyer had made Thanos his singular target. A planet devoid of a defensive system appears to them as a primitive sphere, where any civilization's flagship fleet could effortlessly annihilate the entire world with a single shot. It is only a matter of time before he arrives, for I possess the coveted Infinity Stones, and Earth is not as feeble as you presume. As the Skrull spacecraft descended through the Earth's atmosphere, it cast a vast shadow over the S.H.E.L.D. building in New York. The aliens have returned yet again. The onlookers on the streets of New York felt a sense of numbness. Perhaps it was time to relocate? The Hydra agents aboard the airborne aircraft carriers stared blankly at the alien vessel above, utterly at a loss for what to do before receiving orders from their commander. Without reconnaissance satellites, their intelligence operations were rendered futile. However, Xiao Lin did not afford them much time to await commands. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 violent explosions erupted, as sparks erupted from the 3 aircraft carriers, spiraling downward. Run! Upon witnessing the aircraft carriers hurtling towards the building, Fury could no longer concern himself with anything else. Hydra's plans had already crumbled. Chaos reigned within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as agents from both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, previously locked in confrontation, hastily retreated. Pierce stood motionless, gazing at the approaching aircraft carriers, murmuring to himself, how could this happen? With a tremendous crash, Pierce was engulfed by the wreckage of the aircraft carrier, leaving no trace behind. The destructive force of the 3 carriers plummeting from the sky was not to be underestimated. The impact severely damaged various sections of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, causing numerous collapses. Lin, Pietro, observing the situation on the screen, asked hesitantly, will this not result in Fury and Steve's demise as well? Contemplating the scene below, Xiao Lin replied, that is a possibility. Perhaps you should descend and ascertain if they're still alive? All right. As a good-natured young man, Pietro did not wish for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Director Fury to perish. Opening the hatch of the Skrull spacecraft, Pietro leaped down, running along the debris of the aircraft carrier, yet to touch the ground. Making his way to the surface, observing the individuals streaming out of the building, Pietro twisted his waist. An unseen flash of light darted by. As Pietro swiftly navigated through the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. However, with so many individuals still inside, even with his super speed, it was impossible to rescue everyone. He selectively saved those he recognized. Many were still disoriented, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a safe location, gathering in large numbers in the square. Pietro, after being captured by Dr. Zola, Steve was confined in a small room, unaware of the tumult outside. Have all of you from the mutant school arrived? I knew you would not remain indifferent to all of this. As he gazed at the cascading debris and the colossal Skrull spaceship looming above, Director Fury approached and inquired, where is Eric? We require his presence. It appears we have adversaries approaching. Observing the Skrull vessel, Fury remained vigilant. It was evident that this craft was not of earthly origin, as no organization within the realm of humanity possessed the capability to construct such a ship. Adversaries? Are you referring to that? Pietro pointed skyward. I just descended from above. Was this created by your mutant school, or is it a remnant left by Logan? Pietro's words brought a sigh of relief to Fury and his companions. At least it was not an extraterrestrial invasion, as they wished to avoid reliving the chaos of the New York battle. With an air of mystery, Pietro replied, you shall find out soon enough. Fury's heart ached as he witnessed the ongoing explosions in the distance. Apart from a few clandestine bases, the efforts of all previous leaders of S.H.I.E.L.D. were being reduced to mere rubble. However, following this incident, it seemed likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. would cease to exist as Steve and Hill, among others, decided to make all operations of the agency public, thereby exposing Hydra to the light of day. As the director, he felt an immense reluctance. The thought of dismantling the institution he had dedicated decades of his life to filled him with profound sorrow. Meanwhile, within Hydra's base, an unsettling silence prevailed as they had not anticipated such an occurrence. The immense Skrull vessel posed a significant threat. Which planet's invaders were they now facing? Madame Viper was in a state of frenzy, as their once foolproof plan had been thrown into disarray by this sudden upheaval. This was a gamble they had staked everything on, and now all Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D. had been exposed. I warned you that your plan was unfeasible. Now even Pierce has been dragged into your predicament, Baron Strucker remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Do you truly believe that your men's anonymity guarantees your safety? I must convey some unfortunate news. Schmidt has returned. What did you say? Baron Strucker faltered momentarily. You mean the Red Skull? How is that possible? While I too wish it were untrue, it has been confirmed. I learned this inadvertently from Dr. Zola. He likely still believes he has kept it from me. The Skrull ship hovered steadily above Fury and his team, and his S.H.I.L.D. agents encountered Hydra members. A fierce battle erupted. Fury's reappearance instilled renewed courage in the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Under the influence of the anti-gravity beam, Logan descended to the ground, where he beheld a chaotic melee. Suddenly, the Hydra operatives engaged in battle clutched their chests, blood streaming from their mouths and noses, as they collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. Hey, Director Fury. Upon seeing Fury's gaze fixed upon him, Logan waved in greeting. You truly have not perished. Fury glanced at the unconscious Hydra agents nearby. Did you do this? At that moment, a beam of guiding light descended, revealing 3 individuals, a bear and a tree. Indeed, they were the members of the self-proclaimed Guardians of the Galaxy. Originally, they had come to rescue Xander, but with Xiao Lin's intervention, the narrative had been entirely altered. Who are these peculiar figures? Observing their bizarre appearance, Fury glanced at the spaceship overhead, assuming it belonged to them. Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord, extended his hand towards him, introducing himself. You can call me Star-Lord. By the way, I am an Earthling. Beside me are Drax, Gamora, Rocket, and Groot. Some agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., unable to contain their curiosity at Rocket's appearance, whispered, Is that a pet? Even aliens keep pets. Hey, don't look at me like that, Rocket retorted, exasperated by the familiar scrutiny he received from strangers. However, upon glancing at Xiao Lin, he restrained his irritation and retrieved a tablet from his backpack, surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Groot, feeling parched, rushed towards the fountain in the plaza. Xiao Lin remarked, These individuals are those I encountered on my way back. Let's not concern ourselves with them for now. Our priority is to capture all Hydra members. They caused me trouble last time, and I have yet to settle the score. Agent Hill instructed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had dealt with the Hydra members, take them away and secure them. We need to interrogate them one by one. Natasha added, Government officials should be arriving shortly. I will disclose everything then. At that moment, Fury felt somewhat disheartened, stating, S.H.L.D. will remain hidden, continuing under Coulson's leadership. I hope you, Mr. Xiao Lin, can assist us greatly. Is this an early retirement for me? Hey, can you not chat here? Rocket interjected, feeling as though his stomach was about to growl. Xiao Lin casually opened a portal. Pietro, take them to the academy for a tour. All right. I was just wanting to see the mutants you mentioned. Observing the departing group, Carl Rutt felt restless. The Skrull Queen awaited his return, and they needed to commence construction on the lunar city immediately. Xiao Lin addressed Carl Rutt. You may return. I will handle the rest. Understood, Mr. Xiao Lin. Fury watched as the spaceship above gradually powered up, swiftly ascending into the sky until it vanished from sight. He realized that the individual he had just encountered was, in fact, a Skrull, and perhaps this was their vessel. Fury inquired, Xiao Lin, that spaceship belongs to the Skrulls, right? Will there be any issues? Rest assured, they wouldn't dare, Xiao Lin replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Fury refrained from pressing the matter, opting instead to place his trust in him. At that moment, they witnessed Steve emerging from the ruins, engaged in combat with several Iron Man suits. It appeared to be of Tony's design. Noticing Steve struggling, Xiao Lin summoned several tendrils of death energy, pulling all the Iron Man suits towards him. A white frost spread across the suits of armor, encasing them in ice. When he reached out to tap on one, he discovered it was entirely hollow. Mr. Xiao Lin, it has been quite some time, a voice suddenly emanated from within the armor. Who are you? Steve, approaching from a distance, replied, He is Dr. Zola. Haha, indeed. This iteration of the Insight program relied entirely on my Zola algorithm, though it appears to have faltered. After a brief pause, Dr. Zola continued, In truth, I'm indifferent to this outcome. Even if you were to annihilate all the Hydra agents within S.H.I.L.D., it would matter little to us. Cut off one head, Bam. Xiao Lin shattered the helmet with a punch. Do not preach your brainwashing slogans to me. I care not how many heads you possess. This time, they shall all be severed. Do not waste your efforts. You will not succeed, and I am not truly here. The current Dr. Zola has merely attached a fragment of his consciousness to this suit of armor. Not necessarily, Xiao Lin replied to Fury and the others. I shall handle the Hydra agents from here. Steve leaned in and whispered, do you have a plan? The Zola algorithm. Since they can use it to identify threats against them, I can utilize it to ensnare all Hydra agents. Well, that is a good strategy. Steve pondered, realizing it might indeed work, but first, they needed to locate Dr. Zola and acquire the Zola algorithms program. Although Dr. Zola's consciousness could attach itself to a computer, it was fundamentally no different from a biological soul. Xiao Lin closed his eyes, sensing the surroundings, and reached into the circuitry, pulling forth a wisp of gray mist that swirled in his hand. This was a fragment of Dr. Zola's consciousness, containing all the knowledge he possessed, and at that moment, Dr. Zola had lost control over the armor. Chapter 160. The despairing Dr. Zola, I found you. The wisp of consciousness in his hand was linked to Dr. Zola's essence, allowing Xiao Lin to instantly ascertain his location. Mr. Xiao Lin, will those aliens you brought pose a threat to Earth? Though no longer the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., certain matters warranted his attention. Well, Xiao Lin replied to Fury, there is no need for concern. Star-Lord is merely a petty thief. Drax is a violent brute who relishes breaking necks, and that raccoon will do anything for money. Oh, and the green-skinned woman is Thanos' adopted daughter. Truly, you need not worry. Before Fury could respond, Xiao Lin unleashed the spirit of apocalypse. Next, I will eliminate Dr. Zola. Should you require assistance, seek out Wanda. A purple energy shield suddenly enveloped Xiao Lin, and, utilizing the direction he sensed, Apocalypse teleported him away. Fury stood there, bewildered, wondering if what he had said was truly the case. Within the confines of Dr. Zola's secret base, the Red Skull was also present, his shadow looming over the current scheme. However, upon reaching this juncture, he deemed it prudent to make his escape. The current leaders of Hydra, including Madame Viper, Baron Strucker, and Pierce, were objects of his contempt, and he longed to capture them for relentless torment. Yet, he realized that the only ally he could command was Dr. Zola. Additionally, there was the hive that Madame Viper had retrieved. If they could harness its potential, it might aid them as World War II was nearing its grim conclusion. This place is no longer secure, he declared abruptly, rising from his seat. Have you completed the soul exchange device? Dr. Zola replied with deference, Mr. Schmidt, it is ready. As per your instructions, it has been placed in a residential building in New York City, conveniently close to where Captain America resides. The Red Skull opened the door. Excellent. I shall take my leave now. You need not concern yourself with what follows. The Red Skull sought Zola's assistance to construct a device for soul transference, having placed his trust solely in Zola after years of proximity to Thanos. Initially hesitant to cooperate with Madame Viper's plans, Zola was reluctant to part with his life's work, the Zola algorithm. However, the necessity of rare materials for the soul exchange apparatus compelled him to acquiesce. Hydra was still in a weakened state, and the Red Skull required distinctive measures. Minutes after his departure, a purple orb of light materialized within the basement. This clandestine base had been constructed by Zola's robotic legion, and only he and the Red Skull were privy to its existence. Upon the sudden appearance of Xiao Lin, Zola momentarily froze in disbelief. How could this be? Did you think you could escape? Zola commanded the base's robots to launch an onslaught, filling the confined space with missiles and lasers. However, these tactics proved ineffective against Xiao Lin. The searing rays were absorbed by his anti-magic shield, while the smaller missiles were caught in his grasp and hurled back at Zola's machines. The room erupted in chaos as metal fragments scattered in all directions. Zola, witnessing the formidable strength of his adversary after a 6-month absence, was compelled to destroy the ceiling above him. The devices at his feet expelled flames as they propelled him upward, and he was forced to relinquish some of his precious equipment. In his panic, he forgot that his consciousness could detach from his physical form. Trying to escape? That's utterly impossible. Death's embrace ensnared his opponent's feet. Come down here. In an instant, as Zola attempted to ascend, he was yanked back, crashing to the ground and causing the sturdy floor to fracture. Remarkably, the body Zola had crafted for himself remained unscathed. Yet, no matter how resilient the alloy, it could not withstand the cleaving of Frostmourne, and Zola's head was severed cleanly from his shoulders. However, Doctor, Zola has not yet realized his detachment. As long as the processor within his mind remains intact, his essence can persist within this corporeal vessel. In a few days, once my other body is completed, you shall find yourself no match for me. A sense of frustration welled within Zola. He had just been entrusted with a batch of vibranium from Pierce, and had yet to utilize it for the creation of his new form before being captured. Vibranium? As Xiao Lin rummaged through Zola's soul memories, he indeed discovered some intriguing tidbits. Now, that vibranium of yours belongs to me. Do you truly believe Schmidt's little scheme will succeed? One must admit, after half a year of his return, he has accomplished little. If Thanos were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Why can't I escape? Zola yearned for a new body, only to find himself unable to do so. Do not entertain thoughts of detachment. Dr. Zola has been subjected to a soul confinement. Be it a Death Knight or a Warlock, they are both adept at manipulating souls. Zola felt a sense of panic. He seemed to be restrained. How do you know all of this? Your soul is in my possession. What say you? Xiao Lin's hand plunged into Zola's mechanical head, extracting a swirling mass of gray mist. Zola's mutated soul, which bore a unique distinction from that of an ordinary person, explaining its ability to traverse the digital realm and inhabit computers. In truth, the human brain resembles a biological computer capable of abstract thought, while Zola's mechanical brain excels in logical reasoning, allowing him to accomplish the remarkable Zola algorithm. Approaching a computer, Xiao Lin, guided by Zola's memories, retrieved a particularly unique hard drive. The Zola algorithm encompasses countless programs, forming this intricate algorithm that Dr. Zola could single-handedly complete. One cannot help but regard him as a genius, perhaps owing to his mechanical intellect. This program required substantial storage, consuming over an hour to finalize the transfer. By the way, who could effectively utilize this Zola algorithm? Within the Elysium Technology Corporation, few possess expertise in computing, and they lack their own satellites. The Zola algorithm necessitates satellite tracking to locate all Hydra operatives. After much contemplation, Xiao Lin could think only of Tony, who had the capability to create an intelligent program like Jarvis. Surely, employing the Zola algorithm would pose no challenge, and he would likely refrain from employing it for nefarious purposes. It appears I must pay Tony a visit. The last time, he had ensnared himself on the other side of a wormhole with a nuclear bomb, and this time I must ensure he compensates me properly. Chapter 161. He would create Ultron, would he? Dr. Zola's soul is not particularly powerful. Even if absorbed, it would not enhance his strength. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Xiao Lin decided to place Dr. Zola's soul within Frostmourne. Perhaps it may prove useful in the future. Having resolved matters here, Xiao Lin activated the spatial portal to Tony's villa, as he now required his assistance in locating all Hydra bases. Ultimately, Tony's creation, Jarvis, proved inferior to Dr. Zola. Hours had passed since the virus had been implanted into the system, and it remained unpurged. Jarvis. Has communication not yet been restored? At the bleak coast, Tony's fingers danced across the keyboard with urgency. The hours of communication blackout had become the most excruciating period for him. He had effortlessly infiltrated DS systems before, yet this time, he had been compromised. Even his Iron Man suit had been commandeered, causing him considerable embarrassment. While Jarvis was in the process of eradicating the virus, his tone remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. 5 minutes later, Jarvis reported, Mr. Stark. Communication has been restored. However, your Iron Man suit remains unreachable. Upon hearing this, Tony felt a flicker of anxiety regarding the security measures on his suit being breached. Given the circumstances, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Long convinced of his own intellectual supremacy, he had to concede that, aside from Dr. Reed, another enigmatic figure matched his intellect. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to whirl around to see a figure materialize in his room. Lin, weren't you trapped on the other side of the wormhole? The mention of this caused Xiao Lin some vexation, though he could hardly blame himself, as it was the machinations of the Security Council members that led to his predicament. I'm back, Xiao Lin declared, producing a hard drive. However, I didn't come here for idle chat. I require your assistance. Receiving the portable drive, Tony inquired, "What's on this?" Inside is an intelligent program, the Zola algorithm. I need your help to locate those Hydra operatives. The Zola algorithm? Where did you procure this? Tony did not doubt the veracity of Xiao Lin's words, though he found it difficult to fathom the effort and time required to create such a program. Some events unfolded today. Shield has been nearly obliterated, and the Zola algorithm is the computer program responsible for it all. By the way, your Iron Man suit has also been compromised, correct? That was the doing of the algorithm's creator. Understanding Tony's concerns, Xiao Lin reassured him, "Fear not. He can no longer exploit your Iron Man suit for nefarious purposes. He is deceased." "Very well. I shall give it a try." Tony sighed in relief. If hundreds of Iron Men were to appear on the streets of New York wreaking havoc, the outraged populace would likely demolish his company. He had already learned that his parents had been murdered by Hydra, and upon hearing Xiao Lin's request, he hesitated not. He had been diligently gathering intelligence on Hydra, yet finding operatives based on the altered data within SHIELD was an impossibility. Inserting the portable drive into his computer, a lengthy stream of code materialized before Tony. After a brief study, he found himself captivated. The Zola algorithm, combined with my Iron Man Legion. Tony, brimming with excitement, turned to Xiao Lin and declared, "This way, I can eradicate all the threats to humanity right at their inception." However, Xiao Lin felt an unsettling premonition, a sense that something was amiss. Having spent considerable time in the Marvel Universe, he found that some of his earlier memories had grown increasingly nebulous. "Lin, what do you think of this idea? This would ease the burden on the superheroes. Parker has been incessantly complaining about the lack of downtime." Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Lin. Ultron, the very robot created by Tony that had led to the devastation of a small nation city. "Are you suggesting we create robots to perform your current tasks?" "Precisely. What do you think? With the Zola algorithm, you've turned my long-held vision into reality." Tony's face radiated enthusiasm, though he was weary of his current lifestyle, feeling the weight of the Avengers' responsibilities. "Not particularly," Xiao Lin replied, lacking interest in confronting Ultron. "For now, focus on locating those Hydra agents. As for your notion of robots replacing human labor, I wouldn't hold out much hope." "All right, no need to rush. This will take considerable time, and I'm quite fatigued today, so let me rest for a moment." He had spent several hours attempting to crack Dr. Zola's virus, and prior to that, had designed the anti-Hulk armor overnight. Noticing a hint of exhaustion on Tony's face, Xiao Lin conceded, "Fine, let us take a brief respite." With Jarvis's assistance, the Zola algorithm was transformed into a three-dimensional graphic, though Xiao Lin found it incomprehensible. "Now, initiate the program. Let us uncover the whereabouts of those Hydra operatives." A wealth of data was analyzed, and Stark Industries Satellite began scanning the entirety of America. By examining the daily lives of individuals and utilizing satellite surveillance, the locations of the disguised Hydra members materialized on the computer screen, revealing a dense cluster of red dots. Tony was taken aback. "How can there be so many? Is there an error?" The screen indicated no fewer than 50 concentrated red dots, signifying at least 50 Hydra bases. Indeed, the number of Hydra members exceeds your imagination. They are exceptional at masquerading. Without the Zola algorithm, identifying them would prove quite challenging. Hydra agent Ward even infiltrated Coulson's SHIELD operatives, working alongside them for an extended period without detection. "Now assist me. I intend to capture all the Hydra agents at once." Xiao Lin drew forth his Frostmourne and Crown of Domination, preparing to command the Undead Legion to eliminate the Hydra members under the cover of night. As the temperature in the room suddenly plummeted, Tony shivered involuntarily, glancing at the computer screen and noting no change. When he refocused, he beheld Xiao Lin clad in armor, his eyes radiating a chilling white light. "It seems I will be staying at your residence tonight. It is indeed more convenient to operate from Tony's house." Chapter 162, The Onslaught of the Catastrophe Legion. Has his plan truly met with failure? Baron Trask harbored considerable hopes for this reconnaissance operation. Should we succeed in eradicating those superheroes, it would greatly facilitate our future endeavors. As for the internal strife within Hydra, that is a matter for another time. My current concern lies with the return of Xiao Lin, who harbors some prejudice against our organization. That is a grievance aimed at you, Madam Viper. I had intended to forge an alliance with him. Such an alliance is now unattainable, as he has made his stance clear. Madam Viper is eager to contact the Hive, uncertain of her circumstances there. Meanwhile, the Hive, located at the Mutant Academy, is treading cautiously. The more she learns, the more her fear intensifies. The enemy's strength surpasses her imagination, and she is plagued by the feeling that her true identity has been uncovered. Very well, we shall reach out to Madame Viper shortly. Just as she was about to sever the video communication, an unusual sound emanated from outside the window. Madame Viper gestured to one of her subordinates, instructing, "Go and investigate the matter." "Yes, ma'am." However, as she rose to exit the room, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The Hydra agent was seized by an unknown entity and vanished without a trace. On the other side, Baron Strask also heard the unusual commotion and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is happening over there?" The sound of gunfire echoed outside the room. The entire base erupted into chaos, filled with the cacophony of machine gun fire. "An enemy has invaded. I must investigate." The arrival of adversaries heightened Madame Viper's senses. She promptly shut down her computer, seized her weapon, and bolted outside. The blinding beams of searchlights illuminated the surroundings, revealing the sky teeming with massive bat-like creatures. Cloaked in darkness, it seemed as though the beams of light were absorbed by them, as they swooped down to snatch a Hydra agent and ascend into the heavens. Bullets ricocheted off their bodies, producing sparks, yet it proved utterly ineffective. "What on earth are these creatures?" Madame Viper demanded, grasping a Hydra squad leader. Seeing Madame Viper's inquiry, the squad leader responded in a panic, "Madam, I do not know. They appeared out of nowhere." A thunderous crash interrupted their conversation as Hydra agents deployed heavy weaponry to attack the sky. A series of resounding blasts finally brought some of the massive bats down. But before they could celebrate, the creatures rose once more. These bat-like monstrosities possessed formidable defenses. Ordinary weaponry proved futile against them. The gigantic bats unleashed green magical orbs, striking the Hydra agents and reducing their bodies to mere heaps of sludge. The soil beneath Madame Viper and the Hydra squadron leader suddenly softened, revealing a pit. Whoosh! Madame Viper skillfully flicked her whip, ensnaring the lamppost above her, and leapt back up, while the squad leader plummeted into the abyss with a scream. Looking down, she beheld a monstrous spider within the newly formed pit, its 6 eyes reflecting a chilling light in the glow. A cacophony of tearing flesh and blood splattering against the walls ensued as the colossal arachnid mercilessly shredded him to pieces. These were the obsidian gargoyles and the denizens of the abyss summoned by Xiao Lin, 2 types of undead, most adept at ambush and swift in their assaults. Perfectly suited for this operation, some Hydra strongholds lay nestled in bustling urban centers, where it was impractical to charge in with a stitched giant. Such scenes unfolded incessantly across Hydra bases in America, while Xiao Lin himself remained at Tony's home, orchestrating countless undead to act in unison at his command. Each city had an ice lich directing operations and managing group teleportation. Quick, open the warehouse and retaliate with Chitauri weaponry. Madame Viper realized this was not a sustainable solution, as ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective against them. "Here, hurry, unlock the warehouse." With a flurry of code entries and identity verifications, a massive underground warehouse swung open. Inside lay rows of uniquely designed weapons, and at the center sat a small Chitauri warship, all acquired by Madame Viper through dealings with Pierce. Armed with Chitauri weapons, they managed to barely hold their ground, and the warship ascended from the depths. Madame Viper yearned to flee this place. The ammunition was scarce, and under such circumstances, it was impossible to eliminate the monsters. Yet, gazing at the swarm of gargoyles overhead and the lurking abyssal demons ready to emerge, escape seemed futile. She took refuge in a temporarily safe location and re-established a video link with Baron Trask. "Trask, I've come under attack and require assistance." Baron Trask observed Madame Viper in disarray, her long hair matted with mud. After a 2-second silence, he replied, "I am currently in the Russian Federation. Although I have not been attacked yet, my base in America was just annihilated, leaving me unable to support you." In truth, he was preparing to reboot the Winter Soldier program, which had spared him from this ambush, yet his heart bled at the sudden assault. Watching his years of effort wash away, these were the mutants of Xiao Lin's army. I know, at this moment, they had all believed Xiao Lin to be a mutant. Madame Viper felt a pang of regret. He ultimately intervened. Had she known he would return, she would have employed a more secure strategy. "Enough," Baron Trask angrily interrupted her, feeling entirely ensnared by Madame Viper's machinations. Originally, he intended to ally with the strength of Xiao Lin. However, this was not the time for such discussions. If this continued, their power would be entirely depleted. Just moments ago, the death of Dr. Zola had been confirmed. Before Madame Viper could finish her thought on whether to once again support the Red Skull, a voice interjected. Red Skull Schmidt? He cannot save you. The sudden voice startled them, and they beheld the emergence of another figure on the computer screen. It's you. How did you get in? How did you manage to locate all our strongholds? Madame Viper's expression darkened. Even she was unaware of the exact number of Hydra's bases. Yet they had been systematically discovered and eliminated, with a third already destroyed. This is thanks to you. Your delivery of the Zola algorithm made it quite simple. The figure replied. Chapter 163. The Furious Iron Man Lin. Permit me to speak as well. Tony clapped Xiao Lin on the shoulder and squeezed into the conversation. Having been searching for Hydra operatives himself, eager to inquire about certain matters. Were my parents killed by your Hydra agents? Indeed, but it was Pierce who orchestrated the Winter Soldier project. The murder of Howard was intended to facilitate his control over S.H.I.L.D. Baron Strack sought to distance himself from the incident, having staged a car accident to disguise it as an unfortunate event, when in truth, it was carried out by Bucky, who was the friend of Captain America. Steve's friend? Tony was not particularly fond of Captain America, but upon hearing this, he grew agitated. Where is Bucky now? Hey, don't get too worked up. Xiao Lin placed a hand on Tony's shoulder. Bucky was also brainwashed by Hydra, and I killed him long ago. Furthermore, Pierce has been dead for several hours now. Upon hearing that his parents' murderers were all deceased, Tony felt a pang of disappointment, yearning for personal vengeance. Yet, he vehemently declared, Hydra scoundrels, prepare to meet your end. I will personally ensure your demise. With that, he terminated the communication. On the other side, Baron Strack and Madame Viper exchanged glances. Baron Strack stated, I must leave this place. Do not contact me during this period. Are you planning to flee? Madame Viper mocked. Strack shrugged. I am preserving Hydra's strength. I do not believe we are capable of contending with the Avengers and mutants at this moment. Our former advantage of secrecy has evaporated. Exposed to the light, Hydra must be eradicated. Madame Viper found herself momentarily speechless. The bonds among Hydra's leaders were never particularly strong, and betrayal was more likely than not. Fear not. I will ensure Hydra's resurgence, just as we did at the conclusion of World War II. They will find you. Have you forgotten the Zola algorithm? Damn it. Baron Strack had begun to harbor a profound disdain for Dr. Zola's computer program, unless he sought refuge in the primal forests, distancing himself from the web and electronic communications, which was, of course, unfeasible. He felt ensnared. Losing control over his subordinates scattered across the globe was a torment greater than the thought of losing his very existence. Yet, he mused. He possessed his own trump card and would seek out new allies. Strack, ever the meticulous and cautious individual, reassured himself that while he may not be a match for his adversaries, self-preservation was certainly within his reach. Moreover, based on his understanding of Xiao Lin, he surmised that the latter would not be idly watching his every move. Otherwise, Madame Viper would have long since met her demise. Lin, you were aware all along. Why did you not inform me? Tony expressed a tinge of resentment, feeling concealed from the truth. But that is in the past now. There's no need to dwell on it. However, how did you come by this information? It's unlikely anyone would divulge such matters to you. He recalled the last time he had mentioned to Fury the existence of hidden Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D., which had piqued his curiosity enough to hack into a certain agent's computer, though the intel garnered was scant. Let us not dwell on that now. It appears Madame Viper has acquired some Chitauri weaponry. I must intervene personally. With that, Xiao Lin activated the Gate of Death, connecting to Madame Viper's base. Hey, wait for me, Tony shouted from behind, but Xiao Lin vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon stepping through the Gate of Death, Xiao Lin beheld the Hydra agents contracting their defensive perimeter, while gargoyles swooped down to attack. In the distance, a Lich Mage unleashed spells that bombarded the energy shield surrounding the enemy's position. Stand down, Xiao Lin commanded, halting the assault of the Undead Legion. At this rate, it would be an eternity before the shield could be breached. Realizing that Hydra was employing extraterrestrial technology to generate the energy shield, Xiao Lin knew dismantling it would not be a simple endeavor. Madame Viper, witnessing the cessation of hostilities from the monstrous figures before her, instinctively inquired, Who are you? I am someone who has sought you for quite some time, Xiao Lin replied, dragging his sword across the ground, infusing the earth beneath him with deathly power, causing the fallen Hydra soldiers to rise unsteadily once more. "It's you." Madame Viper recognized him, her demeanor shifting to one of apprehension. She realized her foe had grown even more formidable. However, she believed the Chitauri shield could withstand for a period, and beyond that, she had yet to devise a plan. Should she feign weakness? Would the enemy acquiesce? As she observed Xiao Lin advancing with his weapon, an inexplicable instinct told her he could indeed breach the shield. In a rush, she called out, "Wait, Mr. Xiao Lin, perhaps we can negotiate. Let us discuss this once you emerge." He retorted, the runes of Frostmourne glowing ominously, casting a piercing light where the sword's tip met the shield. "Attack! Hurry, attack!" Madame Viper cried out in desperation. The Chitauri weapon wielded by the Hydra agent unleashed a barrage of intense energy beams towards Xiao Lin. Yet to everyone's astonishment, he emerged unscathed. The overwhelming heat energy entirely absorbed by his armor. Breakthrough. Xiao Lin concentrated all his deathly power, making a formidable attempt to breach the protective barrier, causing the lights within the base to flicker ominously. "Madam, the base's energy is nearly depleted." Lady Viper felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Unable to fight back or escape, she resigned herself to her fate. Moments later, the energy within the base was exhausted, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness, rendering their Chitauri weapons useless due to the lack of power. In the enveloping gloom, Lady Viper felt a chilling breeze brush past her, accompanied by the anguished cries of her subordinates and the sickening sounds of flesh and bone being crushed. Suddenly, she sensed an individual charging towards her, their whip moving with the agility of a venomous serpent, wrapping itself around her form. Though laced with deadly poison, Xiao Lin's full-body armor rendered him impervious to such toxins, and he showed no fear of any venom. As her subordinates fell one by one, despair overtook Lady Viper, and within mere moments, Xiao Lin delivered a punch that rendered her unconscious. The frost plague and death plague coursed through her body, and it would not be long before death claimed her. Boom! The lone Chitauri warship met its demise under the relentless assault of the gargoyles, exploding in a shower of sparks as it began its descent. Xiao Lin commanded the undead to pursue the remaining Hydra soldiers while he carried Lady Viper's body back to Tony's villa. Chapter 164. The Fusion Evolution of Deathbore's Hay. "Wait for me," Tony exclaimed, eager to join, but the figure vanished in an instant. How inconsiderate. Thankfully, I still have a batch of obsolete Iron Man suits, albeit somewhat outdated. This time, Tony was resolute in his intent to eliminate Hydra, a malignant presence that ought not to exist. Ye Arves. Open the underground vault. Standing at the threshold of the laboratory, Tony watched as the floor in the center opened under JARVISS command, revealing 15 Iron Man suits, obsolete models that had been retired from use. However, given Tony's rapid pace of innovation, these were not overly antiquated. Previously, he had refrained from using them due to a system breach. JARVIS, you control the other suits. We shall venture to the Russian Federation to locate Baron Strucker. Tony donned one of the suits and soared out of the villa, flying low towards their target. JARVIS, lock on to Strucker's location and do not lose him. Understood, Mr. Stark. Meanwhile, inside Tony's villa, JARVIS was continuously integrating with the Zola algorithm, but due to Xiao Lin's counsel, Tony had refrained from inputting directives to protect humanity or eliminate criminals, perhaps averting the creation of Ultron. Concerned about unforeseen circumstances prompting him to conceal himself, Tony accelerated the Iron Man suit to its utmost limits, producing a sonic boom as he soared through the air, leaving a trail of waves upon the tranquil sea. Upon glancing at the helmet's display, he observed Baron Strucker heading towards the outskirts of St. Petersburg. However, moments later, the signal abruptly vanished, and the satellite in orbit also lost track of the truck. Damn it, he must have activated his cloaking device, jamming the electronic signals. Mr. Stark, deploying the cloaking device consumes considerable energy. We can only await his reappearance. What if he has taken refuge in a cave? Satellites will be unable to locate him. Tony cast a glance towards the distant sky and instructed to disperse in search of the location where he had vanished. The truck carrying Baron Strucker came to a halt at the mouth of the cave, from which a pair of young siblings, Lauren and Andy, disembarked. You two stay here. You must not leave until I have dealt with the Avengers and mutants. I will return for you then. These siblings were the progeny of Baron Strucker, whom he had guarded meticulously, with few aware of their existence. He wished to shield his children from the machinations of Hydra, and, in truth, he felt little allegiance to Hydra himself. Father, we won't leave, Lauren and Andy protested, and we have the ability to help. Bang! Before they could finish their sentence, they were rendered unconscious. Leave some supplies and food here. We must continue to the next supply base. After instructing his subordinates to remove the children from the vehicle, Baron Strucker departed without a backward glance. Inside the truck, Baron Strucker retrieved a syringe containing a vial of orange liquid from a box. Gritting his teeth, he lay back on a cot in the rear of the compartment and commanded his men, "Secure me." Cold shackles bound his limbs, and his subordinates administered the syringe into his bloodstream. He felt a searing liquid coursing through him, the heat inflaming his veins with excruciating agony. The intense pain forced a cry from his lips. This was the extremist virus he had negotiated with Dr. Killian. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take the plunge. Fortunately, his formidable willpower and the presence of death spores within him would afford him rapid recovery, or else he would face transformation into a human bomb. The extremist virus began to alter Baron Strucker's body, inducing unpredictable changes in the death spores already present. His subordinates watched in awe as their leader emanated an astonishing heat. The alloy shackles that confined him began to soften, melting into a pool of molten iron, while the claw of Satan on his right hand glowed a fiery red. Baron Strucker. The Hydra soldiers retreated in fear, drenched in sweat, as the confines of the truck became intolerable. Strucker rose, his garments reduced to ash by the intense heat. Stop the vehicle. He required additional time to regulate his temperature. Otherwise, even the truck would succumb to the intense heat radiating from his body. As he regained some awareness, he melted the door and leapt out. The desolation virus endowed the host with rapid healing and emitted a scorching aura, while the death spores enabled the release of lethal toxins through the air. The amalgamation of these two elements granted him extraordinary abilities. The Hydra convoy came to a halt, and their cloaking devices had to be deactivated. Minutes passed, yet the heat emanating from Baron Strack had not subsided. Gradually, the surrounding rocks melted into magma. The desolation virus, derived from Dr. Killian, had never been this potent, perhaps due to a mutation. It took half an hour for Baron Strack's body to return to normalcy. As he accepted the garments offered by his subordinate, preparing to depart, he heard a whistling sound overhead. "Mr. Stark, we have located Baron Trask," Jarvis announced, invigorating Tony. Had the adversary exhausted his energy so soon? "Quick, display the satellite imagery." The satellite in orbit monitored the Hydra convoy's movements, revealing a fully naked Baron Strack, a sight that astonished Tony. Without hesitation, he resolved to investigate further. By the time Tony arrived, Baron Trask was poised to resume his journey. "Strack, I've found you." Tony descended before the convoy, shooting out the tires of several trucks. His iconic Iron Man armor was instantly recognizable. Baron Strack, still somewhat unstable, leapt from his vehicle upon seeing Tony. "Your efficiency is commendable, Mr. Stark. However, where is Xiao Lin?" "I do not see him." Strack scanned the area, failing to spot the individual who had once instilled fear in him, realizing that facing Tony alone was perilous. He asked, "Dealing with Viper. Capturing you does not require his assistance." "Really?" A dangerous smile crept across Baron Strack's face as he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Satisfied with Dr. Killian's findings, perhaps he could seek collaboration with him. Turning to his subordinates, he commanded, "Stand back." The Hydra soldiers saluted and retreated without hesitation, moving over 100 meters away. Chapter 165. The mutant siblings faced with a dozen Iron Man armors encircling him. Baron Strack remained unperturbed. One hand rested behind his back, where an orange mist coalesced into a sphere in his palm. "Tony Stark, you shall become my captive, which will compel Xiao Lin to hesitate." Before Tony could respond, he noticed a high-temperature orange orb soaring toward him from below. Damn, a sneak attack. With no time to evade, the scorching sphere struck his armor, instantly turning the sturdy alloy a bright red. "Mr. Stark, his attack can melt the armor. You must evade," Jarvis cautioned. Without needing to be told, he knew. What the hell? Could he be a mutant as well? Tony ascended rapidly, directing Jarvis to control the remaining Iron Man suits to probe the situation. A mocking grin appeared on the Baron's face as he unleashed a furious roar. leaping high into the air. He sees one of the iron suits that had fallen to the ground, its heated arm reaching inside to rip it apart with ease. Rending Iron Man armor with his bare hands? Tony felt a cold sweat break out. This was exceedingly brutal. The remaining Iron Man suits launched a barrage of missiles, trailing plumes of white smoke as they thundered towards Baron Strucker, some of which he caught in his hands, melting them into molten iron before they could detonate. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless artillery fire enveloped the area, a cloud of dust obscuring Strucker's figure. The Hydra soldiers, witnessing their leader under attack, hastily raised their weapons and opened fire on Tony. However, the ordinary soldiers of Hydra posed no threat to the iron suits, which soared low and sent them sprawling, leaving a scene of chaos and carnage in their wake. As the dust settled, Strucker emerged unscathed, save for some dirt on his clothing. Not here. He leapt dozens of meters high, tearing apart another iron suit. Tony, how long do you think you can hide? I will catch you. Tony, drenched in sweat, gazed at the wreckage of the iron suits below. This was terrifying. The material of his armor was evidently insufficiently resilient, easily compromised under extreme heat. He knew of two metals perfectly suited for armor making. His next generation of iron suits would undoubtedly incorporate these materials. In a cave, the previously unconscious siblings gradually regained their senses. Observing their surroundings, they began to comprehend their situation. Lauren, we must find our father. Andy assisted his sister to her feet. Their father was being pursued by Iron Man and the headmaster of the Mutant Academy. Their abilities could aid him. Both siblings were mutants, sharing the codename Pulse. Their eyes could emit destructive interference pulses capable of nullifying mutant powers and incapacitating electronic devices, perfectly suited for combating Iron Man and mutants alike. Strucker had protected them well. He did not wish for them to become embroiled in Hydra's affairs, though he himself felt little allegiance to Hydra. Lauren stepped out of the cave, surveying the dense forest surrounding them. But father has already left. We have no idea where he might have gone. Look at this, Andy exclaimed, proudly raising a smartphone that displayed an electronic map. This is the tracking device I installed on father's truck. At that moment, Strucker was engaged in battle with Tony, and the signal jammer in the truck had been disabled. Otherwise, they would not have been able to receive any signal. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry there at once. Lauren urged her brother, and they sprinted off together. The siblings followed the direction indicated on their mobile device, and fortunately, the distance was not too great. After running for a while, they heard the distant sound of explosions. The conflict had already begun. They witnessed their father transformed into a figure radiating an unusual red glow, while numerous armored suits soared through the sky. Andy! Both of their eyes emitted a golden light as a pulse capable of disrupting electronic devices obliterated the systems on Tony's armor. The electronic devices of the armored suits engaged in battle suddenly ceased to function, the systems shutting down automatically, causing Tony to plummet from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The suits remotely controlled by Jarvis also collapsed to the ground, motionless. What was happening? Tony sat up, rolling awkwardly on the ground, narrowly avoiding an attack from the Baron. Jarvis? Jarvis? Yet, the screen remained dark, compelling him to remove his helmet. The sudden turn of events prompted Baron Strack to glance into the distance, where he indeed spotted his children hiding nearby. He gestured for the Hydra soldiers to rush forward and seize Tony. Why did you come here? Don't you realize how dangerous it is? Andy replied nonchalantly, we wanted to help our father. It seems quite simple now, doesn't it? Iron Man is nothing extraordinary. Tony, hearing this, shouted in irritation, Hey, you little brat, do you think you're so impressive? He was unaware of what had just transpired and found the condescending tone of the two youths infuriating, truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Baron Strack was also somewhat displeased, but there was little time to waste. Get in the car. Suddenly recalling that the systems on Tony's armor would soon reboot. Baron Strack approached him again. What do you intend to do? The Baroness' hand began to glow red, emanating intense heat, of course. To pull you out of your shell. Tony looked down to see a finger pressing against his armor, gradually melting a hole through it, splitting it in two, forcing him to step out. All right, you win. Tony raised his hands and followed onto the truck. But where are you taking me? Can you at least tell me? No time for nonsense. Jarvis, where did Tony go? Upon returning to Tony's home, he found it eerily empty. Mr. Shaw, Mr. Stark is in danger. Donji? Where has he gone? Satellites in space continuously monitored Baron Strack's movements, while the 3D projector in the room displayed the convoy scene. Mr. Shaw saw Tony being forced into a truck, surrounded by the remains of armored suits. Is Baron Strack truly that formidable? Mr. Shaw pondered, bewildered. He then noticed that after the truck started, it activated its cloaking mode and vanished. It can do that? I must find Tony immediately. Tony's capture was indeed a significant event, and Xiao Lin did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Chapter 166. The death of Baron Trask suddenly. Andy, seated in the truck, exclaimed, "Father, it seems there is a noise overhead." His sister, Lauren, echoed, "I hear it too." Stop the vehicle. Baron Trask also discerned the rumbling sound above. He realized that his convoy had been detected. Once they all disembarked, a colossal warship emerged from its cloaked state, casting a massive shadow on the ground, obstructing their path. This was none other than Xiao Lin's Legion warship, which Baron Strack instantly recognized. Wow, how cool. Andy gasped in astonishment. Lauren promptly smacked him on the head and whispered, "Cool? That's the enemy's ship. We need to take it down." "All right," Andy replied, understanding the urgency of their situation, as it was evident that their adversaries were not friendly, uncertain if their abilities would be effective against such a vessel. The two siblings' eyes began to emit a golden glow as they activated their powers. The Legion warship hovered above them, and Xiao Lin leaped down. "Baron Trask, you've captured that fool Tony. Haven to you?" he inquired. "I am Xiao Lin, the principal of the Mutant Academy. I believe we can engage in a dialogue. I have no intention of being your enemy." The desperation virus instilled in him a strong sense of confidence. Yet his rational mind warned him that he was not a match for his opponent. "What is the matter?" Andy and Lauren noticed that the warship remained steadfast in the sky, while Xiao Lin exhibited no signs of concern. They were unaware that the Legion warship was not powered by technology, rendering their abilities ineffective. No, at least the cloaking device above had been compromised. Are those two mutants? Xiao Lin noted Lauren and Andy, their powers piquing his interest. Lauren, Andy, step back. Baron Trask also observed the siblings utilizing their extraordinary abilities and quickly signaled the Hydra soldiers to forcibly remove them. Bring Mr. Stark over here. Under his command, the Hydra soldiers dragged Tony from the vehicle. The affairs of Hydra were of no concern to them. Seeing Xiao Lin before him, Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had come to eliminate Hydra, but found himself captured instead. However, the leader of Hydra was indeed formidable, and Xiao Lin should have been aware of that. "I know of your connections with the American government. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this?" "What is there to discuss?" Xiao Lin drew forth his weapon. Sensing a searing sphere of light approaching him, Tony hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait, we can talk. Lin, he is going to execute me. How about it? You wouldn't want Iron Man Tony Stark to meet his demise, would you?" Baron Strack did not believe that his adversary would disregard Tony's life. "Proceed. This does not threaten me. Tony's death would be advantageous. I'm looking to acquire his company." Xiao Lin pointed his sword at Baron Strack. In that fleeting moment of distraction, an invisible soul shock surged toward him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet, that was sufficient. Xiao Lin unleashed the grip of death, seizing Tony's body and pulling him close. As Baron Strack, recovering from his stupor while clutching his head, witnessed Tony being rescued, a surge of alarm coursed through him. "Lin, such jokes are not amusing," he remarked. Tony, still shaken, recalled the blinding orb of light that had nearly melted through alloy just a mere 10 centimeters from him. "Are you truly considering acquiring my company?" "Falsehoods, but how many times have I saved you now?" As Strack radiated a menacing red glow and charged at him. Xiao Lin nudged Tony aside. "You go on ahead. Wait for me to handle him." Tony cautioned from behind, "Lin, that fellow is formidable. He injected himself with the Doom virus, and even my iron armor was effortlessly melted by him." "Doom virus?" Xiao Lin pondered, recalling the effects exhibited by his opponent, albeit with some distinctions. Before he could close the distance, an astonishing heat enveloped him. The power of the death spores allowed him to unleash explosive orbs. But the luminous spheres generated by Strack relentlessly bombarded his armor, searing him. The Doom virus warriors lacked such ranged capabilities. A green anti-magic shield materialized around Xiao Lin, absorbing Strack's energy attacks. He had no fondness for high-temperature environments. With a swift motion, he severed one of Strack's approaching hands with his sword, which fell to the ground, emitting a wisp of smoke. The Russian Federation is known for its frigid climate, yet within moments, the ice and snow in a radius of several hundred meters melted under the oppressive heat, leaving only Xiao Lin unperturbed, while Hydra soldiers kept their distance. In less than 5 seconds, Strax's severed arm miraculously regenerated, appearing as if it had never been lost. This remarkable healing ability rivaled that of Logan, startling him and bolstering his confidence. Xiao Lin, I fear you not. The fusion of the Death Spore virus and the Doom virus within Strax birthed a multitude of luminous spheres. The relentless bombardment targeted the ground where Xiao Lin stood, transforming the rocks into a flowing magma, which solidified under the icy tempest conjured by him. Suddenly, from beneath Strax's feet, dark, smoke-emitting hands of death reached out and ensnared him. Seizing the opportunity while he was immobilized, Xiao Lin surged forward, cloaked in frigid air. The clash of extreme cold and intense heat shattered the surrounding rocks as Xiao Lin's sword pierced Strax's body. Farewell. As the power of Frostmourne activated, Strax felt a strange pull from the sword within him, as if it were siphoning something vital from his being. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and the world around him faded into darkness. Baron Strax's body collapsed limply to the ground, as if it had lost all support, his soul having been extracted, leaving behind merely an empty shell. Those who acquire formidable power through genetic enhancement or mutation often possess mediocre mental fortitude, rendering them of little use to Xiao Lin, as they cannot augment his strength. Father. The two siblings in the car were thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing the sudden turn of events, hastily exiting the vehicle before anyone else could react. You demon, why did you kill my father? He has never done anything wrong. A shroud of deathly energy enveloped Andy and Lauren, lifting them into the air. Your father was no virtuous man. Now, come with me to the mutant school. At this hour, dawn was rapidly approaching in America, yet the Undead Legion, having eradicated the Hydra forces, had yet to return to their realm. He needed to return immediately. Chapter 167. The Dissolution of SHILD and the establishment of Hammer Division by the next day. Most remained oblivious to the significant upheaval in the world order. The majority of Hydra's members had been annihilated, leaving only Red Skull and Hive as the remaining significant figures, now rendered powerless. Let me go, you fiends. Andy and Lauren, taken to the mutant school, struggled vehemently, driven by a desire for vengeance against their father's killers. Lin, who are they? Logan inquired, astonished by the forcibly brought duo. They're the children of Baron Trask, the leader of Hydra. However, it seems certain truths have been concealed. I leave them in your care, Xiao Lin replied. Recalling their abilities to counter mutants, he cautioned Logan, but be wary. They can nullify mutant powers. No problem. Even without my healing abilities, dealing with these two will be a trivial task. Provoked by Logan's dismissive demeanor, Andy retorted fiercely, hey, let us go. The events that transpired over SHIELD in New York quickly spread among passers-by, as the colossal aerial aircraft carrier and the Skrull ships were impossible to conceal. The frequent battles had led New Yorkers to grow accustomed to the chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin's return elicited mixed feelings among politicians. His increasingly formidable power instilled fear in them. Nevertheless, during the congressional meeting convened to address the Hydra incident, the military and government extended an invitation to him. At the entrance of the building, Xiao Lin spotted Natasha and Agent Hill. Where's Fury? Why hasn't he come? Xiao Lin scanned the vicinity, noticing Fury's absence. Surely he must have a vested interest in SHIELD and would not wish to abandon it during such a critical juncture. Moreover, he also failed to see Steve. Agent Hill remarked, Fury has chosen to retire. He understands that once we disclose Hydra's secrets, SHIELD will be irreparably compromised. Then Haven you lost your job as well? SHIELD was of utmost importance to Fury, and it had also been the workplace of Agent Hill for over a decade. Its abrupt dissolution must have weighed heavily on her. With a mysterious smile, Agent Hill replied, in fact, I have already secured another position, and soon you shall be made aware of it. As for me, I remain oblivious to her words. Nevertheless, I will be working at Tony's Avengers Tower. Natasha nudged Hill, urging, let us depart. Those inside are awaiting our arrival. Inside the tower, the crowd was sparse, yet composed of influential figures. Most kept their distance from Xiao Lin, save for one individual who approached him before the meeting commenced. Mr. Xiao Lin, it was Norman Osborn. What brings you to seek my company? Xiao Lin recognized him, as both his company and Oscorp frequently interacted within the arms industry. However, After several encounters, Xiao Lin harbored no fondness for this somewhat neurotic man. "Gentlemen, the meeting is about to commence," an attendant interjected, interrupting their conversation. Upon entering the conference room, Xiao Lin was surprised to find Tony present, though he appeared to be fighting off sleep. "Silence. We shall now discuss the agenda," the speaker announced. The topics were numerous, yet Xiao Lin found them uninteresting, contemplating leaving several times. The President of the United States was unusually furious over the events at SHILD. Yesterday, 3 colossal aerospace carriers, each costing billions, had been destroyed, and the funding had been approved by him. "Where is Steve?" The Secretary of Defense inquired of Natasha. "You two have obliterated our intelligence and security departments. How do you propose we navigate the days ahead? What are we to do about the threats posed by extraterrestrials and terrorist organizations?" After uttering this, the Secretary's gaze shifted toward Xiao Lin. Natasha responded, "SHILD. I believe its destruction is warranted. It has been thoroughly compromised, and the intelligence provided by Hydra is nothing but deceit." The Secretary retorted, "That intelligence was delivered by you. Given your actions, some committee members believe you should be incarcerated rather than allowed to defend yourselves here. You wouldn't imprison us." Natasha began, but the President interrupted. "I am aware of your intentions. Do you think we must still rely on you uncontrollable Avengers? You act without regard for the consequences." His words dripped with resentment, suggesting long-standing grievances. Someone had to be held accountable, and neither he nor Steve could evade responsibility. At that moment, 2 uniformed officers stepped forward, preparing to restrain Natasha. "Wait," Xiao Lin interjected, standing. After all, they were members of the Avengers, having contributed significantly during the Battle of New York, even risking their lives. The Secretary replied, "Mr. Xiao Lin, a mistake must be met with consequences. Do you believe the world would collapse in their absence? That extraterrestrial invaders would seize control of Earth? I have never believed that the world would come to ruin without their presence. I am, after all, a security consultant for SHIELD, and it was I who orchestrated the downfall of the celestial aircraft carrier. Are you contemplating my apprehension? Additionally, I am indeed a security advisor for SHIELD. Suddenly, Tony, who had just regained his senses, interjected. The President and the Secretary of Defense found themselves momentarily speechless. Yet, recalling the previous president who had been compelled to resign under duress, they chose to remain silent. "Very well, gentlemen," Norman declared, rising to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. "The nation of Huaxia has established the Spear Bureau to combat malevolent forces, while our SHIELD must regrettably disband. Thus, we are in need of a newly formed organization." With the attention of all fixed upon him, Norman continued, following preliminary discussions with the President. "We have resolved to establish the Hammer Bureau, with myself as the appointed director, alongside Agent Hill from the former SHIELD as my deputy." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Lin and Natasha gazed in astonishment at Hill, as none had anticipated her inclusion in the new organization. "Mr. Xiao Lin, Mr. Stark, I hope you will consider joining my Hammer Bureau." In response to Norman Osborn's ambitious gaze, Xiao Lin stood and made his way toward the exit. Just as he was about to step outside, he caught sight of an elderly gentleman with white hair, whose visage seemed vaguely familiar, yet his memory faltered, prompting him a halt. Chapter 168. "Stanley? Young man, why do you gaze at me so?" The elderly man, sporting a white beard and glasses, turned to scrutinize Xiao Lin, feigning unfamiliarity. "I believe I have seen you before," Xiao Lin remarked, examining him carefully, pondering that there seemed to be no superhero in the Marvel universe resembling this individual. "Impossible. We have never met," the old man replied, shaking his head. "I must take my leave. I have to go to the library. I'm merely a librarian." Stanley. As he watched the man's retreating figure, recalling that unmistakable smirk, Xiao Lin suddenly slapped his forehead. He finally recognized the identity of the man, the legendary Stan Lee, who made cameo appearances in various Marvel films. Once Stan had departed, Xiao Lin cautiously followed him, sensing that there was a secret to uncover. They arrived at a somewhat dilapidated apartment building, where he observed Stan entering. Wasn't he supposed to be headed to the library? Pondering this, he summoned a shadow from Naxxramas to follow Stan inside. He was genuinely curious whether this figure, who appeared throughout different Marvel narratives, was indeed the observer as legend suggested. After a day of tracking, he found no anomalies in Stan's behavior, and his patience waned. he decided to let his summoned entity continue the pursuit. What a mysterious young man indeed. However, he should not recognize me. I have always been cautious during my appearances. As an observer, the ability to remain concealed is paramount. I once stood before the Ancient One without eliciting any suspicion. From the very first day Xiao Lin appeared, the Elder had been meticulously observing him, harboring a profound curiosity about the young man's origins and the reason for his presence on Earth. Within that wormhole, he sensed an aura older than the universe itself. It would be prudent to meet him, the Elder mused to himself, for he had matters he wished to comprehend, and the young man did not appear to be of a violent disposition. However, before he could take action, a black spatial portal manifested before him, from which a figure emerged. The Elder was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "You?" Xiao Lin had already gleaned all the previous conversations through the eye of Naxxramas, realizing that the individual before him was indeed extraordinary. Observing the eye of Naxxramas, which was gradually becoming more defined, the Elder shed his disguise. The once white-haired old man transformed into a being resembling an alien. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Watu, the observer responsible for monitoring Earth's civilization. If you wish to learn more, follow me." He activated a device on his wrist, and a blue spatial corridor materialized before them. Without hesitation, Xiao Lin followed, noting that he felt no energy emanating from Watu, as though he were an ordinary person. Perhaps he was simply adept at concealing his true nature. Upon traversing the corridor, they arrived in a magnificently adorned hall, its walls adorned with murals depicting the history of Earth. Watu gestured towards the artwork, stating, "These are the records of former observers, as well as my own contributions. No other civilization in the cosmos has exhibited such brilliance as that of Earth. The experiments of the cosmic deities, the battles of mutants and anomalies, the two world wars, the conflicts between the Ancient Order and the Dark Overlord Dormammu, the wars of Hell and Heaven, the Asgardians, the Warner Gods, and the Dark Elves have all woven chaos upon this planet." With Watu's elucidation, Xiao Lin's understanding of this perilous world deepened. "It is indeed fortunate that I have survived to this day," Watu remarked with a hint of nostalgia, having spent millennia on Earth while several observers before him had perished. The relentless emergence of formidable beings astonished him, prompting his fellow observers to designate Earth as a forbidden zone. In such a world, what is there to observe? One misstep could lead to unwarranted calamity. Our strength is merely average, certainly not comparable to that of the Celestial Assembly, Odin, Jehovah, or the great deities of the immortals. Thus, you are merely a spectator, am I correct?" Xiao Lin realized. A spectator? What does that mean? Watu pondered for a moment before comprehending Xiao Lin's implication. "Indeed, one might describe it as such. By now, you should grasp my true nature. But tell me, how did you discern that I am not an ordinary person?" Watu questioned, perplexed. Even Heimdall from Asgard cannot see through the disguise of an observer. This I cannot elucidate. Surely, he cannot lay bare all his secrets. By the way, is this the moon? As Xiao Lin gazed out the window, he beheld an expanse of darkness, with a magnificent blue planet visible on the horizon. "Indeed, I have resided here all along." Watu lifted a bottle containing a mysterious purple liquid and took a sip. "The moon has become increasingly lively of late. The scrolls you brought have begun to establish cities here, alongside the inhuman city of Adolin, which was founded decades ago." Xiao Lin inquired. "The mural I just saw depicted a battle between two factions of superhumans. Were they Inhumans and mutants?" "Indeed. The Inhumans were driven from Earth by the mutants in days of yore. Since then, both factions suffered considerable losses. Yet the Inhumans on the moon have regained much of their strength, while the mutants remaining on Earth have faced other calamities." At this point, Watu paused. "I have already divulged enough for today." The observer activated the portal once more. "I am merely a bystander and shall not interfere with the developments on Earth. This is a fundamental tenet of our kind. Furthermore, I shall not observe you again. I hope you will refrain from disturbing me." Watu's predecessors had all been discovered while spying and subsequently slain by the powerful. He had no desire to follow in their footsteps and deemed it prudent to limit his prying. Very well. While others might find it hard to believe the observer's words, Xiao Lin knew them to be true. Indeed, there exists a group of idle onlookers in the Marvel universe. "Then I shall not intrude upon you further." Xiao Lin refrained from stepping through the portal. Instead, he gazed out the window. "I wish to venture outside and see how the cities established by the scrolls are faring." And I also wish to visit the inhuman city of Adeline. Wait. Without finding an exit, Xiao Lin crashed through the castle's shield, propelling himself toward the distant scroll spaceship, leaving the observer Watu hopping in frustration behind him. Chapter 169. The utilization of the Infinity Stone's boom. The shield that Watu had just repaired was shattered once more. The difference in air pressure causing the gases within to rush outward. "You little rascal," he exclaimed upon realizing it was Xiao Lin returning. Incensed, he shouted, "Why have you come back? You've broken my dwelling." Observing the fury etched across Watu's face, Xiao Lin feigned ignorance. "I realized I still have some questions I wish to pose, hence my return." Watu, growing impatient, replied, "Ask away. Once you've finished, you can take your leave. Given your longevity, you must be acquainted with the Infinity Stones." Xiao Lin retrieved the orb of cosmic energy from his trench coat pocket, opened it to reveal the power stone within, only to close it again moments later. "Of course, I am well aware of their origins, even the identities of their past bearers." The dazzling purple radiance of the power stone captivated Watu, igniting within him a sense of greed. "This must be your third Infinity Stone, correct?" "Incorrect, it is the fourth." Xiao Lin did not conceal his thoughts. He expressed indifference towards the ether particle, the cosmic cube, the cosmic sphere, and the mind scepter. His sole desire was to comprehend the utilization of the Infinity Stones. Although Xiao Lin possessed 4 Infinity Stones, he found himself utterly incapable of harnessing their power, leaving them in a state of dormancy. Watu, stroking his own large head, remarked that the majority of individuals could only wield a rudimentary understanding of the Infinity Stones, with none capable of unleashing their full potential. If their powers were fully realized, each stone possessed the capacity to bring about cataclysmic destruction. Xiao Lin, somewhat disdainful, retorted, "So you're also unaware, correct?" Watu conceded, "Indeed, however, I can offer you a suggestion. You could travel to Asgard and seek the Infinity Gauntlet to embed the stones within. Admittedly, it is merely a replica, thus its ability to manifest the true power of the Infinity Stones is limited. Alternatively, you could embed the stones into your weapon. Your blade is, after all, a divine artifact, capable of withstanding the might of the Infinity Stones to some extent." Watu's counsel sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Xiao Lin. He considered the prospect of embedding the Infinity Stones into Frostmourne to be particularly appealing. "Your suggestion is commendable. I shall return and test it," he resolved. Xiao Lin decided to conduct his experiment in a secluded corner of the moon, aware of the immense power of the Infinity Stones and the potential for unforeseen consequences. Furthermore, he had plans to visit the city being established by the scrolls. "Wait," Watu called out, halting Xiao Lin, who was poised to rush out. "Is there something else?" Xiao Lin inquired. Watu, a hint of irritation in his voice, warned, "Use the main entrance. Do not compromise my defenses further." In an instant, Xiao Lin descended rapidly into a lunar crater, with a mind scepter, space stone, and cosmic sphere floating before him. However, he found himself unable to extract the ether particle, as if his body were merely a vessel. "Never mind, let us first deal with these," he muttered. Xiao Lin activated the cosmic sphere, and the radiant glow of the power stone bathed the area in a violet hue, the turbulent energy stirring up dust from the ground. With a resounding thud, he grasped the stone and forcibly pressed it onto the hilt of his sword, unleashing a wave of purple shockwaves that radiated outward. Remarkable. Utilizing Frostmourne, now embedded with the power stone, he discovered his strength had magnified exponentially. With his left hand gripping the sword and his right fist striking the ground, a violent tremor ensued, creating a deep fissure that extended into the distance. At this moment, Frostmourne could enhance the wielder's physical attack and defense, and he felt confident in his ability to withstand the Hulk's onslaught. Next, he turned his attention to the space stone. At the center of the cosmic cube was a luminous point emanating a brilliant blue light, the essence of the space stone. However, this was merely a mortal construct designed to house the space stone, lacking the expected fortitude. As Frostmourne, now empowered by the power stone, struck down, a crack appeared. With a sharp crack, the cosmic cube shattered, revealing the space stone within. The gem, no larger than a thumb, now devoid of its external shell, unveiled its energy to the surrounding space, rendering it unstable. Ordinary individuals who attempt to grasp the power stone directly would find themselves unable to withstand its force, resulting in their annihilation and a catastrophic explosion. Meanwhile, The space stone would tear apart anyone caught within its fractured realm. However, Xiao Lin could hold the power stone effortlessly, and he faced no challenges with the space stone. As the gem was embedded into the hilt of Frostmourne, its energy drew back inward, contained once more. With a swift motion, the sword's tip sliced through the air, creating a black fissure connecting to an unknown realm. Frostmourne, endowed with the ability to cut through space, raised the question of whether it could sever adamantium. Contemplating the final Mind Stone, Xiao Lin determined against embedding it in a weapon. Recognizing that both the Mind Stone and the Crown of Domination served similar purposes, their combination would undoubtedly amplify their power. The energy within the Mind Stone lacked the ferocity of the Power and Space Stones, posing no threat to its wielder. Adorning the Crown of Domination, now set with the Mind Stone, would grant Xiao Lin the ability to control the living as effortlessly as he commanded the undead. The infusion of the gems elevated Frostmourne and the Crown of Domination to unprecedented heights, yet the gem-imbued Frostmourne remained capable of being stored within a spatial pouch. It was time to return. After Xiao Lin departed, several figures clad in space suits materialized at the site, gazing at the shattered rocks of the crater. A flicker of concern crossing their minds. Was even the moon no longer safe? Had the sudden appearance of aliens revealed their presence? One individual proposed, "We should take the initiative and head to Earth. The mutants on the ground have weakened significantly, and those humans are hardly a threat." Yet another interjected, "This decision rests with Black Bat King, and we must follow his commands." These beings were Inhumans, having detected the anomaly and come to investigate. Maximus, the brother of Black Bat King and leader of the Inhumans, harbored ambitions to usurp his brother's authority and launch an invasion of Earth for its resources. He remarked to the others, "Do you not yearn to return to Earth and enjoy greater resources rather than scurrying about like mice?" The others exchanged glances, acknowledging that it was impossible not to desire such a fate. However, they lacked the audacity to challenge the formidable Black Bat King. Damn these aliens! Do they even covet our barren moon? The Skrulls, chronicled in their history as a formidable empire, dared not act until they fully understood their adversaries. Chapter 170. The deadly virus, a vehicle approached the desolate Pioneer Technology Building, and from it emerged an individual carrying a box. Dr. Killian had successfully retrieved all data pertaining to the deadly virus experiments. A figure approached, delivering a box to a middle-aged man. "Dr. Killian, the current head of Vanguard Technology. Andam, come to my laboratory and provide a report on the experimental situation." Although Vanguard Technology had been restructured by Xiao Lin, who gained control through Weem, many within the company harbored dissatisfaction towards him. This discontent was rooted in the fact that the technologies of Azeroth Technologies were not made accessible to them, fostering a sense of discrimination that led to their diminishing compliance. In truth, after Weem acquired crucial data and resources from Vanguard, he abandoned it for Azeroth Technologies, where he had more pressing matters to attend to. Xiao Lin, indifferent to the affairs of these companies, deemed Vanguard obsolete. Dr. Killian joined the company thereafter, rising from a humble researcher to the de facto ruler of Vanguard Technology. Under his leadership, the company transitioned from its decline to the development of the Abyss virus, a groundbreaking human enhancement technology. Andam reported, "The experiments are progressing smoothly. Strack has successfully withstood the genetic mutations caused by the virus, and the other subjects are also achieving success, with a success rate exceeding 50%. "Excellent," Killian replied, opening the box to reveal a portable hard drive and several syringes filled with a vibrant orange liquid. "Gather everyone. We will also administer the Abyss virus." However, Andam hesitated, but the success rate is only 50%, and even if they survive, there is a risk of instability leading to explosions. Surviving grants you access to everything you desire. It is a worthwhile gamble. Remember your prior predicament. Resolute, Andam clenched his teeth. "I will summon all personnel involved in the Abyss virus project immediately." In a laboratory within Vanguard Technology, over 20 individuals gathered. Killian raised a syringe, addressing the assembly. "Let us demonstrate to those who look down upon us that we are not to be trifled with, that they will regret their actions against us." The excitement was palpable, as they were all disenchanted with Weem, eager to prove their worth. With a swift motion, the orange genetic virus was injected into the first subject. Unfortunately, he was met with ill fortune. A grotesque expression contorted his face as he screamed in anguish, a faint red glow emanating from his body. Boom! Killian had anticipated this. as the subject was enclosed within a protective chamber. The ensuing explosion obliterated the test subject, shattering the reinforced glass with a violent force, leaving no trace of the individual behind. A few onlookers recoiled in fear. Killian was the next to step forward, securing himself to the experimental platform. This is a gamble. I find a 50% chance sufficiently high. The transformation was successful, with no further explosions occurring. Hours passed as the viral modifications were systematically completed. Only 5 lives were lost, which is quite commendable, surpassing my expectations. Killian gazed with excitement as his hands transformed into a vivid crimson hue, radiating an astonishing heat. "Dr. Killian, we have succeeded," he proclaimed. The remaining survivors were exuberant, while the deceased were of little concern to them. "Doctor, isn't it time to announce our research findings? That fellow Wayne will surely beg us to join his studies." "No," a dangerous glint flickered in Killian's eyes. "I first seek retribution against certain individuals, Tony Stark, Dr. Connors, Dr. Wayne, and Mr. Wilson." Upon hearing this, unease washed over his companions. These were formidable figures. "Our research will command the world's attention. I have devised a plan to attain the recognition we desire." Exchanging glances, his associates chose to place their trust in Dr. Killian. Without him, their endeavor would not have flourished. They were unaware that the completion of the virus modification did not equate to success, as an explosion could occur at any moment thereafter. "Now we require more individuals for the virus injection. Alva, please inform the others. Pioneering technology will reclaim its status as the largest tech enterprise in America." Returning to his office, Killian powered on his computer, and the screen displayed an elegantly robed figure. "Killian, what brings you to seek my counsel?" "Masterman, my dread virus experiment has reached fruition. With my serum, we can create a battalion of dread warriors. I will send you the video, and I hope you will reconsider my previous proposal for collaboration." Masterman, the leader of the Ten Rings, appeared ageless, yet his years were akin to Steve's. It was said he was a descendant of Genghis Khan, having forsaken power for the study of the arcane, achieving notable results. Now he yearned to reclaim what he once relinquished. Killian, by chance, had encountered the Ten Rings and shared his dread project, hoping to secure a partnership that would elevate him into America's elite society. "If your claims hold true, I may entertain the idea," Masterman mused. Though undeniably powerful, his subordinates lacked any noteworthy strength, and he held high expectations for Killian's dread warriors. The video detailing the virus modifications was transmitted to Masterman via an encrypted file. The individuals depicted exhibited the ability to generate extreme heat, heal wounds instantaneously, and display rapid reflexes, all of which greatly pleased Masterman. If mass production were possible, it would serve him well. "Killian, I am quite impressed with your dread warriors. However, I require proof." Cautious, Masterman remained skeptical until he witnessed tangible results. "Previously, Iron Man decimated many of my bases, inflicting severe losses. I need assistance in dealing with him. Leave it to me." Killian harbored some dissatisfaction with the suspicions cast by his superior. However, he himself bore a profound grudge against Tony Stark. Soon, you will witness the news of Tony Stark's demise. Chapter 171. I, too, wish to possess the ability to dismantle mechs with bare hands. "Tony, what troubles you lately? Have you been stimulated by something?" Upon seeking out Tony Stark, Xiao Lin found him engrossed in tinkering with his Iron Man armor in the laboratory, muttering incessantly to himself. At that moment, a cascade of past memories flooded Tony's mind, recalling the time he traversed the wormhole above New York with a nuclear bomb, and how Baron Strucker effortlessly obliterated his armored suit, confining him within the dark confines of a vehicle. "Xiao Lin, do you have any means to enhance my physique?" Pausing his actions, Tony addressed Xiao Lin. Despite the formidable nature of his armor, he remained merely an ordinary man. "The Iron Man suit I crafted has begun to overwhelm me. My physical reaction speed is woefully inadequate to unleash my full potential. Perhaps the extremist virus would suit you. However, the risks are substantial, and failure could be fatal." Xiao Lin contemplated for a moment and concluded that only the extremist virus would be fitting. In a landscape teeming with superheroes in America, their abilities were serendipitous and non-replicable. Alternatively, you might consider learning magic. I am acquainted with the ancient one. "Never mind that, Mr. Stark. Several armed helicopters are approaching." Jarvis's warning suddenly reverberated through the air. Before Tony could utter a word, a thunderous sound erupted, and a gaping hole appeared in his laboratory, revealing foes launching missiles in their direction. Who on earth are these people? Tony's heart raced in alarm, as he had not anticipated an outright assault on his home, and in his haste, he had yet to don his armor. I will deal with them. Xiao Lin sprang forth, seizing a missile mid-flight and hurling it back, before the enemy could mount another offensive. He charged outward, his feet cracking the floor beneath him. In that moment, suspended in the air, Xiao Lin recalled that this incident might be linked to Dr. Killian, the head of the extremist virus experiment, for this was a narrative he was well acquainted with. Despite the alterations, some events remained unchanged. Pioneer Technologies was now under the dominion of the Azeroth Technology Corporation. Perhaps a lapse on Jin's part had allowed some elements to slip from their control. On the helicopter, the mercenaries hired by Pioneer Technologies gazed in terror at the rapidly approaching Xiao Lin, who was suspended in midair. How did he get here? Retreat, retreat. They did not believe they could contend with such a formidable adversary. Even Iron Man would be no match for him, and their intention had merely been to catch him off guard. Boom! Xiao Lin cleaved the helicopter in two with a single stroke of his sword, sending its occupants plummeting earthward. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the remaining helicopters hastily altered their course. Trying to flee? Frostmourne swung towards the other two helicopters, and two slender rifts in space materialized, severing them asunder. Observing the descending assailants, Xiao Lin seized one and soared towards Tony's villa, eager to determine whether they were sent by Dr. Killian. At that moment, Tony's villa lay in ruins, strewn with debris and concrete shards. Pepper gazed anxiously at Tony, who sat vacantly on the ground. Xiao Lin bound a captive with icy chains, shaking Tony and calling out to him, "Tony, Tony." Startled, Tony returned to reality and looked at Xiao Lin, saying, "Lin, can you help me acquire the extremist virus? Are you intending to enhance yourself with the extremist virus?" Xiao Lin replied incredulously. "The success rate is low, and failure could result in a catastrophic explosion, leaving nothing behind. I have made my decision," Tony insisted resolutely. "Tony, you needn't go to such lengths," Pepper interjected, her face revealing a flicker of anger. Tony pressed his hand on Pepper's shoulder. "I've had enough. The Iron Man armor cannot unleash its full potential while my body remains ordinary. Ivan Vanko and this latest assailant. Without the armor, I am nothing. If it weren't for Xiao Lin, I wouldn't even be able to protect myself, let alone you. Lin, please help me persuade him," Pepper pleaded, unwilling to see Tony risk his life. Xiao Lin shrugged, feeling powerless. "Let us set aside this discussion for now and ascertain the identity of our captor." The unfortunate individual had knocked his head during the fall and was now unconscious. Xiao Lin splashed a basin of water over him, rousing him from his stupor. Realizing he was surrounded, the captive understood he had been captured. Tony donned a piece of his armor and delivered a punch to the assailant's abdomen, demanding, "Who are you? And who sent you?" Clutching his stomach in agony, the captor retorted, "Do you think I would divulge that? It's of no consequence if you choose not to speak now," Xiao Lin interjected, plunging his hand into the assailant's body and extracting his very soul. "Now, can we converse? Otherwise, I shall subject you to the torments of hell." The power of death ensnared his soul, preventing it from being dragged into the abyss. The assailant, horrified, witnessed his own translucent hands before him. Pepper and Tony stood in disbelief at the sight. I'll talk. His spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. While he feared not death, the prospect of enduring torment thereafter was unbearable. "I am Benson, a mercenary hired by Advanced Idea Mechanics to eliminate Tony Stark." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin remarked, "As I suspected, I now know who is behind this. It seems we can resolve two matters simultaneously." Tony, perplexed by his words, watched as the assailant activated a wormhole, vanishing from sight. "Hey!" Xiao Lin resolved to return to Advanced Idea Mechanics immediately to ascertain Dr. Killian's whereabouts. Inside the Advanced Idea Mechanics headquarters, Andam knocked and entered an office, addressing Dr. Killian. "Doctor, the mercenaries have failed." Killian was not particularly surprised. After all, they were merely a group of ordinary individuals. "And this time, we sent our own." Andam hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Doctor, those mercenaries encountered Xiao Lin while attacking Tony, and one of them was even captured." "What?" Killian stood up, feeling a surge of uncertainty about facing Xiao Lin. "We must gather our belongings and evacuate this place immediately." "What about the individuals, mister? We'm sent here to monitor? Eliminate them." Killian had no desire to linger. Gather all personnel involved in the Cataclysm Virus Project and depart at the fastest possible pace. As soon as Killian finished speaking, he began to collect his belongings. Not only the documents pertaining to the Cataclysm Virus Project, but also numerous other items that needed to be taken away. Chapter 171. The God of War, Pachovic, Dr. Killian. Are we truly going in now? Dr. Killian and his team of Cataclysm warriors stood outside the doors of the Azeroth Technology Building, observing the bustling crowd. What is there to fear? Even if we are discovered, with our abilities, escaping before the mutants arrive will be a trivial matter. He led them to a back entrance. Having previously surveyed the area and gathered information about the layout, Killian's hands glowed with a red light as he pressed them against the iron door, melting a large hole through it. Beyond the door lay an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any visible guards. We are heading to the underground testing facility, where the items we seek are located. The computer systems there have already been sabotaged, and the monitoring personnel have been bribed. Dr. Killian had confirmed that there were no guarding forces in this underground base, which puzzled him, given the plethora of confidential materials. It was surprising that security was so lax. He aspired to acquire Azeroth Technologies' biotechnology to complement the Cataclysm virus, believing it would enable the creation of even more formidable warriors. As they descended, the underground passage was eerily quiet, save for the faint hum of electricity and inexplicable sounds in the distance. Dr. Killian examined the coordinates displayed on his device and pointed toward a door, saying, "This way." Andam interjected, "Doctor, I can't shake the feeling that this is too simple. This is an armaments technology company. It's improbable that their ISNT a single guard. Could it be they anticipated our arrival? The intelligence I received indicates that this is the usual state of affairs," Dr. Killian replied. Just then, a distant noise echoed, reminiscent of a beast's roar. Despite having injected the Cataclysm virus and undergone physical modifications, they were still merely researchers at heart, and the terrifying environment around them evoked a palpable sense of trepidation. Click! They heard the unmistakable sound of a lock being released. They stood alert on guard. After a moment, a massive figure emerged around the corner, wielding a heavy iron chain that clattered against the ground, producing a sharp sound that reverberated through the air. As the creature fully came into view, they were left utterly astonished. What is that? How could there possibly be 3 hands with such disproportionate anatomy, resembling a grotesque creature seemingly stitched together? How could it even move? Before them stood a grotesque mass, glistening with grease, sporting 3 hands and covered in a tangled web of threads. With each step, green slime oozed from its belly, and it fixed them with its terrifyingly large eyes. Upon noticing Dr. Killian and his entourage, the creature swung its iron chains and bellowed. "Patchwick is the war god of Dr. Connors." In a nearby room, Dr. Connors observed the scene, with Xiao Lin standing beside him. Dr. Connors remarked, "Those imbeciles at Pioneer Technologies can assist me in testing the prowess of my alchemical creations. Patchwick's strength and speed defy human imagination, rivaling even that of the Hulk." Noticing Xiao Lin's gaze, Dr. Connors awkwardly scratched his head, swearing that Patchwick's declaration was not something he had instilled in him. "Connors, let us not destroy the company building," he added. "Fear not, Mr. Xiao Lin. I possess absolute control over Patchwick and Thaddeus," Dr. Connors assured, holding a gem of the deceased, a fusion of modern technology and disaster science that birthed this entity, more potent than its original form. Every individual at Azeroth Technology had been imbued with an unwavering loyalty through the Mind Scepter, a strategy doctor. Connors had set in motion long before Killian acquired company personnel. Xiao Lin had initially intended to seek out Dr. Killian, but surprisingly, the latter had presented himself. The apocalyptic virus was undeniably formidable technology, capturing Dr. Connors' keen interest. Dr. Connors was now entranced by the biotechnology of the undead. Patchwick was a colossal amalgamation crafted from the remains of powerful beings like the Kree, frost giants, and dark elves, activated by the power of death only upon Xiao Lin's arrival. Of course, there was also Thaddeus, another powerful undead puppet capable of emitting electricity. What on earth? Faced with the terrifying behemoth, Dr. Killian flushed crimson and charged at the creature. "Patchwick wants to play," he roared as the creature swung its iron hook, whistling through the air and striking one of the warriors. With a sickening crunch, the unprepared apocalyptic soldier's head was reduced to a mass of gore. The formidable regenerative abilities of the apocalyptic virus failed to mend the devastation. "Do not flee," for escape is futile, Dr. Killian admonished, halting the other's instinct to flee. The creature's speed exceeded their wildest imaginations, compelling him to lead the charge. As another iron hook bore down, he swiftly reached out to grasp it. With a hiss, white smoke erupted from Dr. Killian, his hands glowing red. Patchwick's iron hook, merely a common metal, melted into molten iron under the intense heat, dripping to the ground. With a resounding thud, Dr. Killian's fist collided with Patchwick's body, igniting a stench as it seared the grotesque form. Patchwick was incensed. With a swift motion, his fist created an afterimage, striking Killian with such force that it left a gaping hole in his form before he could even react. Killian, now standing, gazed in disbelief at the colossal creature before him. Its speed was astonishing, defying all expectations of a being of such girth. The despair virus coursed through him, rapidly mending his injuries. He shouted to the others, urging them to encircle and incinerate the beast. A dozen warriors, enhanced by the despair virus, surrounded Patchwick, flames licking from their hands, searing into his flesh. The heat was unbearable. Wielding a heavy chain, Patchwick swung it in a wide arc, toppling the nearest combatants. The sounds of impact echoed as the warriors were swiftly knocked to the ground, their limbs shattered. However, their formidable healing abilities ensured they recovered quickly. Save for the unfortunate soul whose head had been obliterated, the others remained alive, albeit clearly overmatched and relegated to a defensive stance, while Patchwick showed no signs of fatigue. His strength vastly surpassed that of the Despair warriors. Dr. Connors and Mr. Xiao Lin observed with approval. Mr. Xiao Lin, let us proceed to test Thaddeus's capabilities next. I suspect they will be equally impressive. Once the assessment is complete, transport him to Naxxramas. Chapter 173. A failed attempt, the battered Despair warriors found themselves enveloped in despair. Their enhanced speed and reflexes could not keep pace with Patchwick's ferocity. Moreover, their flames inflicted no damage upon the formidable creature, whose regenerative powers were overwhelming. It became apparent that their plight was dire. No wonder they had encountered no guards in this realm. A monster of such terrifying strength ensured that none could pass. As they stood together in trepidation, the creature unexpectedly turned to leave, though it seemed reluctant to do so. Its master had forbidden Patchwick from further play. They watched as he entered a chamber, and silence enveloped the space. Fearful of the painful remnants of their recent injuries, they lacked the courage to pursue him. What shall we do now, Dr. Killian? The others inquired, accustomed to following his directives. Press onward, Killian replied, gritting his teeth, following the path of the vanished creature. They would soon reach the data chamber after traversing a few more rooms. Retreating now would render their efforts futile, yet they needed to act swiftly. He feared it might be a trap. What other horrors awaited them further ahead? Before the monitors, Dr. Connors grasped the gem that controlled the undead constructs. A swirling gray energy pulsing within. In the subterranean laboratory, a skeletal puppet's eyes flickered open. With a crackling sound, the half-mechanical giant, Thaddeus, emanated brilliant arcs of electricity as he stepped forth from the laboratory. When Dr. Killian and his companions beheld the towering figure of the electric giant before them, a grim realization washed over them. They had likely been discovered, possibly due to the betrayal of the individual they had compromised. Cursed be he for taking payment, yet failing to fulfill his obligation. Should they encounter him again, they would ensure his demise by fire. It was imperative that they vacate this location immediately. Seizing the confidential documents was no longer feasible. Upon hearing this, the others swiftly turned and fled. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. Several brilliant arcs of electricity surged from the distance, ensnaring all the desperate warriors. Electrode conversion. The currents coursing through Thaddeus transformed, drawing all those who attempted escape back towards him. Regret gnawed at Killian. He lamented having sought the technological secrets of Azeroth with the despair virus. He could have secured what he desired without such peril. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted beside him. Turning, Dr. Killian observed the anguished expression of one of the desperate warriors. Something was amiss. He realized the warrior was about to detonate. Quick, get away, he shouted, as flames ignited in his hands, hoping to break free from the grasp of the electric current. Yet, events unfolded contrary to their expectations. The electric giant's blinding lightning thwarted the warrior's self-detonation, while the increasingly potent currents rendered them convulsing with agony. Darkness enveloped them, and they succumbed to unconsciousness. Thaddeus, transport them all to my laboratory, commanded Killian. A throng emerged from an adjacent chamber, lifting them towards Dr. Connor's lab. When shall I have a more formidable adversary? My globulus is nearly assembled. Dr. Connor's eyes gleamed with fervor, utterly captivated by his ambitions. Upon regaining consciousness, Dr. Killian found himself confined within a metallic cage, utterly solitary. Save your strength. This is adamantine. Dr. Connor's voice echoed nearby. Turning his head, Killian spotted a computer on a metal stand, displaying the familiar visage of Dr. Connors. Unfamiliar with adamantine and its reputed strength, he observed that the metal showed no signs of softening or reddening under the intense heat he emanated. You orchestrated all of this from the beginning, didn't you? He inquired. Indeed, Connors replied, a note of regret in his tone. With your capabilities, you could have acquired far greater resources and unimaginable technology within the company. Enough. I have no desire to be subservient, Killian retorted, having resolved not to rely on the generosity of others since the last time Tony had let him down. You will come to regret this. Your companions have already become my test subjects, much like the unfortunate Patchwick you witnessed, his body shattered and pieced back together. As for you, Mr. Xiao Lin will attend to your fate. With that, Connors severed the communication. A truck bore the cage towards the teleportation array of the Sky City, where several mutants awaited their arrival. Upon passing through the teleportation array, I found myself in a grand hall within Naxxramas. When the cage of the adamantine alloy was opened, Dr. Killian beheld a young man standing before him. Noticing the absence of any companions by the young man's side, and realizing he was not bound by any constraints, he could not resist unleashing a fiery blast towards him. Although he was aware of his own limitations and strength, he clung to the hope of escape. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, a chilling gust enveloped him, encasing him in an icy prison. As he regained consciousness, he was greeted by a desolate gray landscape. Xiao Lin addressed him. I require the formula for the cataclysm virus. Dr. Killian found himself perplexed by his current state. It felt as though his corporeal form had dissipated into nothingness. You are deceased. Your soul is now under my dominion. Dr. Killian attempted to flee, but his ethereal form proved futile against the encroaching dark mist that ensnared him, binding him tightly. Overwhelmed by an unknown terror, he succumbed to Xiao Lin's demands. The data for the cataclysm virus resides in a pocket on my person. As Dr. Killian observed his own form emerging from the melting ice, he realized the gravity of the situation. He was indeed dead. Can I be released now? He implored, but before he could finish speaking, he felt himself compressed into a singular mass, forcibly confined within an unknown entity. After acquiring the necessary data and following a period of diligent research by the scientists of Azeroth, the Cataclysm virus potion was successfully created and refined, ensuring that, upon enhancement, the risk of detonation was eliminated. Holding the newly crafted Cataclysm virus reagent, Xiao Lin contacted Tony. Tony, the Cataclysm virus potion is complete, devoid of any unstable components, and poses no risk of self-detonation, although the enhancement process may still encounter failures. So soon? Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin, I've designed a new suit of armor, eagerly awaiting your delivery of the Cataclysm virus. Chapter 174. The formidable Blood Edge armor upon arriving at Tony's residence. It seemed he had just had a quarrel with Pepper. The moment she saw Xiao Lin, she vented her frustrations. Lin, could you please reason with him? He cannot spend all day entwined with his iron armor, even needing it by his side while he sleeps. If this continues, he might as well live with his armor. Observing Tony engrossed in his work on the armor, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Lin's presence, Xiao Lin replied, Pepper, Tony is under immense pressure. The last encounter with the black hole above New York has taken a toll on his mental state. I will certainly do my utmost to assist him. Pepper understood this well. Otherwise, she would have long since moved out. Hey, Tony, Xiao Lin called, noticing the metallic liquid on his desk, unsure of its purpose. He gently tapped the table to draw Tony's attention back to the present. Lin, you've arrived. Tony turned to Xiao Lin, excitement evident in his voice as he pointed at the pool of metallic liquid. This is my new armor, originally designed as the last resort armor. But after several days of research, I have crafted an even superior creation, the Blood Edge suit. The Blood Edge suit? Xiao Lin felt a sense of awe and curiosity. It involves infusing nanomaterials into my skeletal structure, allowing me to summon it at will through a blood permeation technique. However, For this process, I require the last resort virus. Otherwise, my body cannot withstand the transformation. Pepper, unable to contain her frustration, interjected, so, not only do you sleep in your iron armor at night, but now you want to embed it within your body? It seems you have truly merged your existence with your armor. With those words, she stormed out in anger. Xiao Lin inquired, aren't you going to chase after her? Tony, unconcerned, replied, it's all right. She will return. What about the last resort virus? Tony asked, anticipation glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Lin. Here, Xiao Lin produced a syringe filled with a vibrant orange liquid. Are you absolutely certain you want to proceed with this? Of course. With you by my side, nothing will go awry, Tony assured confidently. Very well, Xiao Lin sighed. But you must understand that this world is not solely governed by technology. There exists a plethora of mystic magic as well. I believe you could forge an armor that harmonizes both magic and technology, akin to the Asgardian destroyer we encountered before. The image of that indestructible giant armor flashed in Tony's mind, realizing that his iron armor paled in comparison. I am utterly unversed in magic, for now. I shall focus on completing my blood-edged suit. Xiao Lin remarked, if you ever cross paths with Odin, that old man could bestow blessings upon your armor, significantly enhancing its power. Yet, Xiao Lin's own magical abilities were limited to curses and plagues. Blessings were not within his expertise. Let us discuss that later. Tony reclined on an operating table, metallic restraints automatically securing his body. JARVIS commenced the injection. The last resort virus and the nanometal began to flow simultaneously into his system. Tony felt a mix of anxiety about the transformation. Had he not been tormented by nightmares recently, he would not have made such a drastic decision. It was only through the reliance on his iron armor that he found solace. As the last resort virus coursed through him, his body flushed with heat, contrasting with the chilling sensation of the nanometal. Watching Tony endure such agony was a painful sight for Xiao Lin, who admired his resolve. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and after more than an hour, Tony emerged from the operating table, drenched in sweat, yet engaged with incomprehensible data on the computer. Xiao Lin, throw a punch at me. After the transformation, Tony seemed brimming with confidence. Are you certain? Xiao Lin responded, one punch from me, and you might not survive. Don't worry, go ahead. Give it all you've got. Tony assumed a stance, eagerly awaiting Xiao Lin's strike. Very well. Even in the absence of the Power Stone and the Might of Death, Xiao Lin's own strength is formidable. He certainly does not wish to inadvertently deliver a fatal blow to Tony. His fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck Tony's abdomen with resounding force. Upon contact, a metallic substance surged forth, akin to a flowing river, from Tony's veins, enveloping his body in protective armor, completing his outfitting in an instant. Remarkably, Tony only staggered back 2 steps and scathed. At his command, the armor seamlessly flowed back into his body. Liquid metal? This reminded Xiao Lin of the liquid metal robots. It is nanomaterial. Your previous effort was insufficient. Try again. A spark of excitement flickered across Tony's face. Observing Tony's smug expression, Xiao Lin infused his fists with the power of frost. Before Tony could react, Xiao Lin vanished from sight, reappearing to deliver a punch that sent a thunderous echo reverberating through the air, propelling Tony through the villa's solid concrete, disappearing with a swift whoosh. Xiao Lin felt a twinge of concern, realizing he might have exerted too much force. He wondered if everything was all right. Gazing into the distance, he spotted a figure emerging from the water, rapidly approaching. Before it could come near, Xiao Lin witnessed a particle cannon materializing on Tony's arm, unleashing a white beam aimed directly at him. Xiao Lin hastily summoned a shield for protection, realizing that the power of Tony's weapon far surpassed that of his original repulsor. Tony landed back in the villa, retracting the particle cannon, only to manifest a lightsaber on his arm, slashing towards Xiao Lin with astonishing speed. Damn it, Tony. Have you lost your mind? Do you dare to challenge me? One could not deny that Tony's current suit of armor was immensely more powerful, whether in the speed of donning it, reaction time, or the potency of its weaponry. It was incomparable to his previous iterations. Growing impatient, Xiao Lin exuded the power of death, enveloping Tony in a shroud of gray mist that rendered him immobile. With a resounding crash, Xiao Lin seized one of Tony's legs and hurled him aside, causing 2 walls to crumble upon impact. Mere seconds later, Tony emerged from the debris, retracting the battle suit. He appeared to have sustained no injuries. How do you find this armor, Lin? It's impressive. But I can't shake the discomfort of having metal embedded within my body, Tony replied. Not to worry. Thanks to the extremist virus, it poses no harm to me. It can be removed. Jarvis, have the data records been compiled? Let us assess any necessary improvements. Chapter 175. The probe of Mandarin in a certain country in the Middle East. Mandarin learned through his channels of the failure of Killian. Why do these fools provoke enemies they cannot afford to confront? After pondering for a moment, Mandarin remarked, the rapport between Tony and the headmaster of the Mutant Academy appears quite amicable, which poses a potential threat to us. Prepare my itinerary for America. I wish to meet that young man. Recently, the Avengers had obliterated several of our bases while dismantling the remnants of Hydra. Take some people and confront them, he instructed. Mandarin was incensed over the innocents caught in the crossfire. While collecting data on the Blood Edge battle attire, Tony's wristwatch chimed, and Steve's voice echoed from it. Tony, we have discovered a new Hydra base and are about to set out. Although all significant Hydra leaders have been eliminated and nearly all Hydra bases in America lay in ruins, many remnants still lurked in other nations. And the Avengers were tirelessly endeavoring to eradicate them. Lin, do visit my Avengers Tower when you have the time. I must take my leave. Just as he finished speaking, Tony vanished in an instant, neglecting even his disheveled villa. Upon returning to Sky City, Xiao Lin received a call from Jinbing, informing him that a wealthy individual named Mandarin wished to discuss a lucrative business deal with their company and hoped to meet Xiao Lin. While Xiao Lin's various identities were not entirely secret, not everyone was aware of them. It was likely that this Mandarin fellow did not recognize him. Very well, I shall meet him, Xiao Lin replied, intrigued by the identity of his counterpart. The next day, on the top floor of the Azeroth Technology Building, Xiao Lin encountered the so-called wealthy man from the Middle East. During their handshake, he noticed the 10 rings adorning Mandarin's fingers, each distinct and extraordinary. A realization struck him. Mandarin was indeed the Mandarin, exuding an enigmatic power. He recognized that the 10 rings were akin to artifacts. While their might did not rival that of Frostmourne, their sheer quantity was formidable. As Xiao Lin scrutinized him, Mandarin, in turn, observed the young man before him. Perceiving a pallor of death in his eyes, reminiscent of what one might see on the deceased, and even reflected in Mr. Wilson beside him. You all may leave, Mandarin commanded, dismissing his entourage. Uncertain of Mandarin's intentions, Xiao Lin exchanged a glance with him before also instructing Jinbing to depart, leaving only Mandarin and Xiao Lin in the towering edifice. Mandarin stood, surveying the magnificent view, and said, I have heard that your relationship with Tony Stark is quite favorable. As he spoke, his expression remained undisturbed, as if it were an ordinary day. Xiao Lin recognized that Mandarin was essentially Tony's arch-nemesis. Their enmity had solidified after Tony resolved to combat terrorism, given that many armed factions in the Middle East were under Mandarin's command. It's been tolerable. He brought me to America, and I've saved him a few times. I have come to select a collection of weaponry from you, as I intend to instigate an armed uprising in a nation within the Middle East to overthrow their tyrannical regime. The statement was delivered by Masterman with an unsettling calmness, catching Xiao Lin off guard. He did not expect such a matter to be discussed as casually as a typical conversation. I hope you might remind Mr. Stark to refrain from attacking my people, and to avoid collateral damage during their purge of the Hydra forces. From his words, Xiao Lin discerned an undertone of menace. After all, he was merely a merchant and had no control over such affairs. Suddenly, the environment surrounding Xiao Lin transformed dramatically. The clear blue sky was replaced by a cosmos brimming with stars, and daylight surrendered to the embrace of night. Yet amidst this celestial spectacle, he detected an incongruity. The stars were monotonously repetitive, indicating that he was under a mental assault. This was the realm of the mind. He noticed the swirling stars reflected in Masterman's eyes. Are you attacking me? In terms of mental prowess, Xiao Lin was confident he was not inferior to anyone. However, he found himself intrigued by Masterman's methods of cultivation. Was he truly a legendary practitioner of the mystical arts? Young man, this world is not solely inhabited by mutants. As a person of the East, had you lived in a land of Huaxia, you would comprehend the wonders of transcendental arts. I am quite fascinated by Eastern sorcery, yet it seems you have only scratched the surface. With that, Xiao Lin's mental energy transformed into a sledgehammer, launching a direct assault on Masterman's consciousness, momentarily disorienting him. His mental attack was swiftly neutralized. Undeterred, Masterman summoned the power of another ring, white lightning dancing between his fingers, coalescing into a bolt that surged toward Xiao Lin. The electric current was not particularly formidable. Xiao Lin's anti-magic shield easily withstood it. When the blinding light of the current dissipated, Masterman beheld Xiao Lin, unscathed beneath the protective barrier. It was impossible to remain passive in the face of an attack. Xiao Lin drew forth his weapon and unleashed a slender blade of spatial distortion toward his adversary. Sensing the imminent danger, Masterman exerted all his might through the ring, emitting a dazzling white light that generated an immense gravitational force, warping the space around the fissure that approached him. With a resounding crash, Xiao Lin's weapon struck him with tremendous force, shattering the protective gravitational shield in an instant. Just as Xiao Lin aimed to pierce Masterman with a blade, the system suddenly emitted a sound. System task issued. Difficulty level. Retrieve the Terrigen crystal from Masterman reward. 100,000 exchange points. The issuance of system tasks lacked any discernible pattern, and after such a prolonged absence, another task had finally emerged. His current exchange points stood at 0. Masterman, who had initially sought to intimidate Xiao Lin, found himself scrambling to his feet, realizing that his abilities were utterly ineffective against his opponent, whose weapon proved to be unexpectedly formidable. Masterman, I am merely a businessman. Engaging in violence is hardly prudent. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Masterman stood up and turned to leave. Master, should we deal with them? Jean inquired, casting a menacing glance at the departing members of the Ten Commandments gang. No, they are still of use to me and pose no threat, Xiao Lin replied, keen to observe the abundance of energy within the souls of the cultivators. Yet he decided to spare them for the sake of the mission. Speaking of Terrigen crystals, Xiao Lin recalled the Inhumans. Currently, 2 of them, Yo-Yo and Quake, were among the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. under Coulson's command. Chapter 176. The Inhuman Village, wishing everyone a happy new year. Following the internal strife within S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization lay fragmented, with most of its agents transferring to the newly established Hammer Bureau, leaving only a handful under Coulson's leadership. Fortunately, they had the secret support of the President of the United States and financial backing from Tony Stark Industries. On board S.H.I.E.L.D.'s airborne aircraft, Coulson summoned several agents, Skye, May, Lance, and Barbara, to his office. I need you all to head to a small village in Kansas, he instructed. Skye queried, what is the mission? Coulson activated his computer screen, revealing an eerie image of a village populated by humanoid stone statues. Is that an inhuman cocoon? Skye and Barbara exclaimed in astonishment. Their surprise stemmed not from a single cocoon, but from the nearly 100 that lay densely scattered across the open ground. The situation was complex. Numerous Terrigen crystals had inexplicably appeared in this village, which was predominantly inhabited by Inhumans. You must secure those Terrigen crystals before the Hammer Bureau does, Coulson emphasized, expressing his distrust of Osborne's leadership over the Hammer Bureau, particularly given the recent conflicts between their factions. Thanks to Agent Hill's sentimental ties, they had thus far avoided losses. Coulson continued, we suspect these villagers are members of a cult attempting to summon a lord from the underworld. Agent May inquired, a lord from hell? Can we confirm they have succeeded in their summoning? We cannot be certain, Coulson replied, but for your safety, I have contacted the ghostwriter, Johnny, who has already set off. As the agents prepared to depart, Coulson added, according to our intelligence, members of a Middle Eastern militant organization have also learned of this. Stay vigilant. If they were aware of Masterman's strength, they would not act so carelessly. The Quinjet carrying the group ascended from the top of the massive aircraft and set course for Kansas. In a remote village in Kansas, the houses stood deserted, and the surrounding forest bore no signs of animal life. Only the gentle rustling of trees could be heard in the soft breeze. Before S.H.I.E.L.D., agents cautiously traversed the eerily silent path, with Lance holding a device capable of detecting Terrigen crystals. The Terrigen crystals are scattered all around. Shall we split up? The instruments indicate that the Terrigen crystals are positioned around the village. Is this a demonic circle? Upon observing the lines emerging from the ground and the locations of the Terrigen crystals displayed on the devices, Agent May deduced that this was identical to the summoning circle used by Mephisto to invoke hellish forces previously. Demons might have already manifested. It is wiser to act together. May opposed the notion of separating, asserting that in the face of demons, they might lack the strength to retaliate, making division even more perilous. Suddenly, a great fire erupted in the center of the nearby village, as if a battle was underway. Sky inquired, could it be the Hell Knight? The group exchanged glances and hastened towards the source of the conflict. Upon reaching the open space at the village's core, they beheld a multitude of tightly packed inhuman cocoons, with a blood-red altar at the center. Some cocoons had already opened, revealing the gruesome fates of the villagers within. The success rate of transformation into inhumans via the Terrigen crystals is exceedingly low. Perhaps fewer than 10 out of 100 would succeed, with failure resulting in death. Of course, the inhuman race on the moon possesses methods to reduce mortality, yet those who do succeed may undergo drastic physical transformations, becoming anything from a dog to an immobile door, as the technology of the Kree pales in comparison to that of the Celestials. The souls of these inhumans are truly delectable. Opposite the Hell Knight floated an individual whose eyes glowed with a crimson light. Barbara declared, "I shall retrieve that crystal." Before the others could object, she darted forward in an instant. Inhuman. The Lord of Hell detected her swift movement and unleashed a bolt of red lightning that struck Barbara, sending her crashing backward. Barbara. The inhuman Barbara was the beloved of Agent Lance. Witnessing his girlfriend struck by lightning, he rushed to her side, embracing her. Yet the lingering demonic electricity coursed through him as well, causing him to tremble. The raspy voice of the Lord of Hell echoed, "You just won't relent." Agent may recognize that voice. "You are Mephisto. Weren't you already banished back to hell by Xiao Lin? In this dimension, I have countless followers. I will always find a way to return to this world." Before he could revel in his triumph, a fiery iron chain surged towards him. "Damn you, Johnny. I shall drag your soul into hell to endure the searing flames for eternity." The flames atop the Hell Knight blazed fiercely, mocking with a hoarse laughter. Mephisto roared in fury, flames erupting from his form, cascading to the ground and summoning a horde of fire-wreathed demonic imps. May, should we assist them? Having endured a previous confrontation with Mephisto, May had some understanding of him. The others looked to her, hoping she would devise a plan. "Our weapons are utterly ineffective against Mephisto. We should first seek out the Terrigen crystal elsewhere." Sky gazed at the array of inhuman cocoons before him, some of which remained uncracked, potentially harboring living beings. "I shall remain here, for there may still be life within these cocoons, and I can also assist the Ghost Rider." After a moment of contemplation, May suggested, "Very well, the rest of us shall proceed to collect the crystals." It is uncertain how long the Ghost Rider has been battling Mephisto, but they show no signs of fatigue. Beams of light emanated from Mephisto's hands, connecting to the inhuman cocoons as he absorbed white souls into his being, intensifying the flames that enveloped him. Delicious. Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the central cocoons, revealing an inhuman within. Just as Sky hesitated, the inhuman sprouted bat-like wings and awkwardly ascended into the sky. Mephisto glanced at the creature, finding a flicker of interest in this being that resembled a demon. "I must leave this place." Frustrated by his inability to overcome the Ghost Rider, Mephisto began contemplating an escape route. The newly emerged inhuman, bewildered, flew several meters before plummeting to the ground. Chapter 177. The Possession of the Demon Inhuman by Mephisto Masterman. This is the Quinjet of S.H.O.D. Shall we enter now? Masterman and his subordinates arrived at the outskirts of the village. Observing the crimson clouds overhead, tainted by unknown energy, he halted. The Eastern world is a forbidden zone for demons, a territory of the celestial beings and ancient cultivators. As a practitioner, Masterman had only encountered legends of demons in various texts. Suddenly, a red shadow swiftly approached them. Masterman spotted the Terrigen crystal they sought embedded in the chest of the figure. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a bolt of lightning from his ring, striking the individual from the sky. Boom! It was Mephisto, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater, unfortunate to have encountered Masterman and been brought down. Rising from the earth, dust-covered and disheveled, Mephisto glared at the human before him and, in a fit of rage, unleashed a bolt of red lightning. In a hurried response, an energy shield manifested beside Masterman. After a moment of distortion, it ultimately held firm. Mephisto, astonished, noted the emergence of many powerful beings in the human realm. "Why do they obstruct my path?" Masterman addressed him, Surrender the Terrigen crystal from your chest, and I shall allow you to depart. As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto possessed his own pride and would not be cowed by mortal threats. A plume of black mist emanated from his body, coalescing into a dense fog, within which pairs of crimson eyes glinted ominously. Masterman drives the ring's energy, intensifying the gravitational pull around Mephisto, burying him deep within the earth. In his grasp, numerous talismans materialize, and with a flick of his wrist, they disperse with precision, forming a circle around Mephisto. A sealing array, as Masterman gestures. Beams of yellow light emerge from the talismans, encircling Mephisto, entwining around him and igniting wisps of azure smoke. Eastern sorcery. Mephisto struggles in agony. The body he inhabits is severely corroded by demonic energy, nearing its breaking point. Boom! In a desperate bid for freedom, he detonates this body, causing the sealing array laid by Masterman to erupt. Mephisto's phantom surges forth from the explosion, soaring into the sky. He must swiftly find another vessel to inhabit, lest his soul fragment be dragged back into hell. As he ascends, Mephisto spots the fallen demon mutant on the ground, a desire to possess it igniting within him. At that moment, Sky attempts to assist the mutant, but senses a shadow racing towards them from the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Mephisto plunges into the mutant's body, discovering with delight that it is exceptionally suited for his possession. Hellish energy flows through the demonic runes etched upon this form, continuously invigorating him. Sky watches as the previously inert mutant suddenly opens its blood-red eyes, forcefully pushing her away before soaring into the sky. Mephisto realizes this body can withstand a significant portion of his true power, and it draws directly from hell, an unexpected boon he had never anticipated. Soon, he shall no longer fear Odin or the Ancient One. He might even vanquish the one who previously banished him to hell, Lin Xiao, thus redeeming his past humiliation, a most fortuitous surprise for him. What transpires? Having collected the Terrigen crystals, May, Barbara, and Lance arrive beside Sky. Witnessing the spirit of vengeance bound by an energy layer upon the altar, while Sky sits on the ground, seemingly recovering. Sky remarks, Mephisto has possessed a newly transformed mutant and fled in that direction. The spirit of vengeance, trapped upon the altar, finds the flames engulfing the surrounding rocks, transforming them into flowing lava, liberating him from his constraints. Breaking free, the spirit of vengeance mounts his motorcycle and silently follows Mephisto's trail, driven by the vengeful spirit within Johnny's body that seeks to expel the Lord of Hell. Cackling, you mortals shall feel the might of the Lord of Hell. Mephisto hovers above, looking down upon the people with disdain. Demons are cunning and arrogant beings, and as the Lord of Hell, he embodies this essence. Sensing the energy within him swelling evermore, he ceases his flight. As the strength within him grew increasingly formidable, energy stirred the clouds in the sky, forming a swirling mass above. Below, Masterman was drenched in sweat, recognizing the formidable demon whose power far surpassed his own. How could a demon possess such overwhelming strength? Soul extraction. Mephisto opened his mouth, and a force targeting the essence of souls emanated from within, drawing forth the souls of most individuals, save for a few strong ones. He smacked his lips in satisfaction, gazing down at the Hell Knight and Masterman before diving downwards. Ice Storm, faced with the approaching demon. Masterman had no choice but to resist. The ring on his hand emitted a white blizzard, sweeping toward the incoming foe. The Hell Knight, just arriving, also brandished the iron chains in his grasp to block the onslaught. Two spheres of hellfire materialized in Mephisto's hands. Boom! The hellfire collided with Masterman and the Hell Knight. Masterman barely managed to conjure a shield in time, only to be hurled far away, the hellfire searing his flesh. Having not mastered many spells, he found himself at a loss. It was only by utilizing the ring that he finally extinguished the flames engulfing him. The Hell Knight, struck by the hellfire, was immune to its damage, though the immense force deformed his body, only for it to restore itself instantaneously. At that moment, Xiao Lin also arrived, observing the demon hovering in midair. He noted the extraordinary energy emanating from the being, whose form resembled a black hole, continuously siphoning power from another dimension, adorned with a demonic sigil. Was it not said that demons could not directly traverse to this realm? What was this? Lin. Xiao Lin turned to see Agent May approaching from a distance. accompanied by several unfamiliar individuals. May addressed Xiao Lin, stating, "This is Mephisto. His body is that of a mutant, and he appears significantly stronger than the last time we encountered him." Chapter 178. The demon invasion. Mephisto exuded a sulfurous stench of the underworld, his crimson eyes surveying the ground. This body may have been influenced by Mephisto's demonic essence during its transformation into a mutant, allowing him to control it with increasing ease. Under Mephisto's imposing presence, the hellfire engulfing the Hell Knight was suppressed, reverting him back to his human form, leaving Johnny bewildered as he sat on the ground, unable to summon the Hell Knight again. Now, only Masterman remained to confront the Lord of Hell, a fact that intensified his sense of pressure. He raised his ringed finger towards Mephisto, the golden gem upon it emitting a cutting beam of light directed at the adversary. The beam struck swiftly. Mephisto barely managed to evade slightly, yet was still hit, his entire arm disintegrating into nothingness. "Your ring is quite intriguing," Mephisto remarked. Mephisto's vanished arm swiftly reemerged, and with a casual flick, a far more potent crimson lightning enveloped the area where Masterman stood, instantly leveling it to the ground. From a distance, Xiao Lin was astounded. How could this Mephisto, possessing the body of an extraordinary being, exhibit such formidable power? In the past, he would have been no match for him. Gazing at the demonic sigil etched upon the ground, Mephisto felt a stirring within. Perhaps this was the opportune moment to invade this realm. Drawing upon the resonance of the Tarragon crystals through this body, he commanded the crystals to fly towards him with his mental prowess. Even the ones seized by Agent May were not exempt. With a swift motion, Mephisto hurled the crystals towards the surrounding altars. The energy contained within these Tarragon crystals exceeded his expectations. Combined with the energy coursing through his current form, it was sufficient to tear open a dimensional rift, allowing him to summon forth his demonic legions from hell. Mephisto's essence slipped into the interstice of the cosmos, and as he chanted his incantations, the village cloaked in his magical circle grew unbearably hot, suddenly engulfed in hellfire. This transpired with startling rapidity. Xiao Lin had not anticipated the swift defeat of the Ghost Rider and Masterman, and the current situation appeared dire. Above them, a swirling cloud of darkness interspersed with fiery red hues emerged, the space within it descending into chaos, reminiscent of the colossal wormhole encountered on Sakaar. Yet this one connected to another dimension. Xiao Lin unsheathed Frostmourne, and beneath him, an ice dragon materialized, lifting him skyward. Upon seeing the human before him, Mephisto clenched his teeth. The last time he had been banished back to hell by this very individual. "This time, you shall not thwart me. Dare to try," he declared, observing Xiao Lin's unwavering confidence. The ice dragon beneath Xiao Lin exhaled a frostball, yet it had no effect, passing harmlessly through Mephisto's corporeal form. Unyielding, Xiao Lin activated the spatial gem on his sword, conjuring a pitch-black fissure at Mephisto's location, yet it proved futile. As moments trickled by, the chaotic imagery of another world began to materialize in the heart of the swirling clouds above. There, volcanoes spewed thick smoke, and flowing magma cradled demons luxuriating as if in a bath. Mephisto's current form was ensconced in the crevice between two worlds, wholly impervious to assaults from the other realm. Unless Xiao Lin dared to enter that dimension himself, otherwise he could not inflict harm. Now, all that remained was to wait. Inevitably, Mephisto would emerge, for even he would be forever ensnared in the cosmic fissure if he did not. Even a being as formidable as Odin would not wish to linger in the cosmic rift. The longer one remained, the more power exerted, the more susceptible they became to being dragged into the abyss. It was said that none who entered the rifts of the cosmos ever emerged, save for Mephisto's own avatars, who alone dared to tread such perilous paths. In Asgard, Heimdall's keen gaze had also detected the portal on Earth. He was acutely aware that the incursion from hell was a monumental event, one capable of altering the very fabric of the world. He hastened to convey this message to Odin. Mephisto had long been lurking in the realm of mortals, yet he had consistently failed in his endeavors. What had changed this time? Heimdall's ethereal form addressed Odin, stating, "Mephisto has acquired a corporeal vessel harmonizing with his demonic essence due to the inhumans on Earth. Utilizing the Terrigen crystals crafted by the Kree and a demonic summoning circle, he has ripped open a dimensional rift and is now calling forth his legions of demons." The evolution of the Inhumans yields random results, and the probability of producing demonic Inhumans is infinitesimally close to zero, even with similar demonic influence. As long as his true form does not enter this realm, we shall be safe. Odin hesitated for a moment before declaring, "Notify Thor to proceed to Earth. Let him and his Avengers address this crisis. This world is in dire need of their aid." Throughout their discourse, they never once mentioned Xiao Lin. Far away, in Camartage, the Ancient One had also discerned the emergence of the portal above North America. However, on this day, an important guest was expected at Camartage. The Ancient One contemplated who might be capable of managing the current situation, as she had other matters to attend to. What was transpiring? At the headquarters of Shil, Osborne observed the bizarre atmospheric phenomenon over Kansas, which was gradually spreading across the entirety of America. What could have caused such a scenario? An agent from Shil explained, "Director, our satellites have just been launched, resulting in somewhat weakened surveillance capabilities. We are currently investigating the situation on site." Osborne had initially planned a grand undertaking, yet had accomplished nothing of significance lately. "I do not wish to hear excuses. I demand results. You must expedite the surveillance deployment across America." "Director Osborne, I have dispatched agents to the scene, but we are likely to encounter the Avengers. I believe it is best to avoid conflict." Osborne yearned to exert control over the Avengers, which had been assembled under the leadership of the director of Shil. However, whether it be Tony, who wielded greater influence within the American government, or Thor, the Prince of Asgard, or the Hulk and Ghost Rider, none were within his grasp. The Avengers required oversight. "I shall establish a Dark Avengers." Gazing at the images from the other side of the portal, he understood that this would be his first major incident as director, yet his own Green Goblin armor was still in development, leaving him with only ordinary agents at his command. Chapter 179. Do not deceive me, I am uneducated. The demons within the Infernal Legion bore a striking resemblance to the demons of the Burning Legion from Azeroth, featuring winged fiends, hellhounds resembling dogs, and alluring succubi. Perhaps there exists a connection between the two. The originally dim sky was illuminated by the fiery red demons, scattering wildly as they emerged from the oppressive depths of hell. Something monumental seemed to have occurred. Johnny limped towards the Shil agents, gazing helplessly at the demons above. The spirit of vengeance within him lay dormant. "Allow me to make a call for assistance." Johnny fished out a battered mobile phone from his tattered leather jacket. Perhaps influenced by Parker, May sensed an air of foolishness about Johnny in this moment. "Hey, Tony, something's gone terribly wrong." Johnny, still observing the sky obscured by demons, struggled to articulate the gravity of the situation. "The demons have emerged. I witnessed it." Tony, clad in his blood-edged battle suit, was valiantly combating the demons, while a swarm of them wreaked havoc at a villa on Blake Coast. News of this demonic invasion spread panic across television broadcasts throughout America. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, dispersing the ominous clouds and reducing a few unfortunate demons to ashes. The beam inscribed a mysterious symbol upon the ground. "Thor, you have finally arrived." Xiao Lin skillfully dispatched a multitude of demons, landing before Thor, who mused that Mephisto would likely remain hidden for the time being. Lin, since the battle in New York, Thor had not laid eyes on Xiao Lin again, and upon their reunion, he perceived in him a harbinger of death itself. Boom! A tremor erupted from the ground, interrupting their conversation. "Surtur?" Thor beheld a towering fire giant leap forth from the clouds, triggering an earthquake. This demon bore an uncanny resemblance to the fire giant, explaining Thor's momentary confusion. "I shall confront him." Thor's battle spirit surged. Surtur was their nemesis in Asgard. He swiftly whirled his enchanted hammer, propelling himself towards the foe. Bang! The demon swatted Thor away as if he were a mere fly. Thor's body crashed into numerous structures like a cannonball. Loki, Lord of Hell, have finally arrived in the realm of mortals. The oppressive sound reverberated through the ears of all present. Upon seeing Mephisto, he respectfully bowed, understanding that in hell, power speaks. With the Lord of the Underworld before him, he dared not act out of line. This demonic incursion was far more formidable than previous skirmishes. It transcended a single city in America and began to spread to other continents. Xiao Lin, now devoid of focus on his mission, recognized that should the demons conquer this world, his losses would be catastrophic. In the sky, a swarm of flying demons approached New York, their bloodthirsty eyes greedily fixated on the people below, as if they were mere prey. As panic ensued among the populace, a delicate azure canopy manifested above the city, revealing the aerial city of Naxxramas once more hovering over their heads. The technology provided by the Scourge had successfully crafted a planetary shield, albeit one that currently enveloped only a single city. The Mutant Academy, once a source of trepidation and fear, transformed into a guardian this day, leaving the onlookers transfixed as they gazed skyward. At the point where the portal opened, the previously sweltering atmosphere abruptly shifted to a frigid chill, a cold that permeated the very essence of the soul. Even the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., concealed within their Quinjet, clad in specially designed armor, found themselves powerless against this penetrating chill. They observed as a host of spectral entities, glowing with an eerie, cerulean light, emerged from the ground and the air, starkly contrasting with the infernal demons conjured by Mephisto. Xiao Lin had long awaited the emergence of Mephisto from the cosmic rift. This cunning demon was notoriously elusive. But this time, Xiao Lin aimed to severely weaken him by absorbing this soul fragment. Human, you astonish me. You are the third formidable being I have encountered capable of summoning a legion of the deceased, Mephisto remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, soon replaced by disdain as he continued. These are but the most rudimentary of specters, hardly superior to mere mortals, mere cannon fodder for my demonic army. Previously, Xiao Lin had refrained from making grand gestures, but now he had truly exposed the undead legion to the gaze of humanity. And now, beneath Xiao Lin's feet, a blood-red sigil emerged, radiating outward. The specters illuminated by this halo surged forth with newfound speed, their wounds, previously seared by hellfire, miraculously healing in an instant. The once one-sided conflict reached a stalemate, as Mephisto struggled to maintain his ground. The cosmic abyss was inexorably pulling him inward. Though merely a fragment of himself, he was unwilling to forfeit it. Human, why can we not negotiate? Mephisto's countenance softened with an amiable facade as he remained ensnared in the rift. Should you consent to collaborate with me, upon our triumphant conquest of this world, I shall grant you the title of World Sovereign, while I merely require their faith in the souls of the departed. Mephisto, utterly indifferent, regarded other lives as mere commodities in their transaction, a notion he considered entirely normal. His eyes widened as he gazed at Xiao Lin, beginning to yield in a manner suggesting that he was offering an immense favor. Lin, do not trust him, Thor interjected. Entangled in a fierce battle with a fiery demon, his once lustrous golden hair now singed and curling. The Lord of Hell and Thor were evenly matched in strength. No thanks. I have no interest in ruling the earth, and I find you untrustworthy. The likelihood of deceit when dealing with demons is exceedingly high. You may inquire with Johnny whether our contract was equitable. Thor could not restrain himself from interjecting. Do not presume he is unaware that you inscribed the additional clauses in minuscule script at the end of the contract, rendering them nearly illegible. Mephisto retorted, the sanctity of signing a contract is such that he should have been more attentive. That is hardly my fault. At long last, he experienced the shamelessness of the Lord of Hell. Xiao Lin summoned the stitched giant to guard his side, waiting to strike fiercely as soon as his adversary revealed himself. I shall rend your soul and cast it into the most searing lava. Finally, unable to contain himself, Mephisto emerged from the cosmic crevice, realizing that remaining hidden would lead him to the abyss. I shall transform this world into one of molten lava. Chapter 180. Let me go. This is not a beginner's zone. Mephisto's gaze fell upon the weapon in Xiao Lin's hand, revealing a glimmer of greed, an artifact embedded with infinite gems. Truly a waste in your possession. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of the Lord of Hell. With a furious roar, his form began to morph. Once bearing a semblance of humanity, he sprouted long horns atop his head, and his eyes radiated a blinding white light. His body bore no skin, revealing only red muscle. This was the true visage of Mephisto, not one to relish combat. Mephisto preferred to ensnare his targets with contracts. Yet this did not imply a lack of power. His form swelled dramatically, and a fiery long sword materialized in his hand, cleaving down towards Xiao Lin with tremendous force. Good heavens! Is this a manifestation of the law of nature? Or has he pilfered the pin particles? At this moment, Mephisto towered over 50 meters, and the flaming longsword extended over 40 meters, rendering Xiao Lin akin to an ant before him. With a resounding crash, the flaming longsword collided with Frostmourne, the disparity in their sizes eliciting a palpable tension. However, under the influence of the power gem, Xiao Lin remained undaunted, the purple light emanating from the gem corroding the fiery blade. Indeed, the infinity gems were remarkable. Mephisto's eyes shifted, extending his mental force into Xiao Lin's mind, aiming to alter his memories. Mephisto felt a heavy blow to his mind, his colossal form staggering backward several steps. The mind gem? He gasped aghast, having glimpsed a dazzling orb of light within Xiao Lin's mental consciousness. Even his formidable mental prowess was repelled. How many gems do you possess? According to legend, gathering all 6 infinity gems would allow one to alter reality, attain boundless power, and even acquire the 7th gem, the soul gem, summoning forth the formidable goddess of vengeance. Wait! Mephisto retreated a step, narrowly evading a heavy strike imbued with plague energy from Xiao Lin. There's a time gem within the ancient order. I can assist you in acquiring it. What do you say? Surely, you desire power? You need not concern yourself with that. Xiao Lin completely disregarded the damage from the lava, his weapon tearing through Mephisto with relentless ferocity. The agents of Shield present found themselves utterly powerless to intervene. They could merely pilot her aircraft, dodging the chaotic energies and demonic disturbances. May, let us retreat. We are of no help here. Lance gazed in trepidation at the molten lava below, while demons surged past, transforming the landscape into a veritable hell. May observed the clash of ice and fire in the distance, contemplating for a few moments before nodding. She activated the communication device of Shield. Director Coulson, the situation here has spiraled completely out of control. We must retreat at once. Then return, Coulson replied, unwilling to lose his valuable subordinate. Mephisto's colossal sword sliced through the air with a chilling whoosh, sending the molten rock flying, only to be instantly encased in ice, hardening into solid stone as it plummeted downward. As the Lord of Hell, the power wielded by this avatar rendered him only slightly weaker than Odin himself. However, with an endless army of hellish minions at his disposal, he felt no qualms. At that moment, a monstrous creature with a gaping maw suddenly emerged beneath Xiao Lin's feet, and he could distinctly smell its foul odor in the air. Pestilent strike. The green miasma of disease emanated from the tip of Xiao Lin's sword, infecting the giant insects, while green tendrils danced upon the demons, who had previously been fierce and menacing, now reduced to a feeble heap on the ground. Mephisto stood agape, recognizing this as a form of plague. Yet, the denizens of hell possessed formidable resistance to curses and diseases, making the scene before him utterly implausible. At the ancient sanctum of Camartage, a swirling mirror materialized before the Ancient One, revealing the hellish tableau. After a moment's contemplation, she summoned Mordo. With Mephisto's grand descent, we must take action. Lead the sorcerers to the site, and do bring Stephen along, she instructed. Mordo's expression betrayed his hesitation. Master, that individual is currently unable to even open a portal. Bringing him there would only hinder us. I do not wish to endanger him. A mysterious smile graced the Ancient One's face. Without the experience of true battle, one cannot grow. Do not underestimate him. His talent is unparalleled, merely in need of a catalyst. In Mordo's recollection, the Ancient One had never before praised anyone so earnestly. He doubted that the obstinate Stephen could prove of any significant utility. Moreover, sending Stephen to that battlefield was akin to dispatching a level 1 novice to a level 60 map for training. Within Camartage's training grounds, the sorcerers of the Ancient Order engaged in one-on-one combat, while Stephen was being pummeled by the others, leaving him bruised and battered, provoking laughter from the onlookers. I've had enough. Is this amusing to you? Stephen exclaimed, wiping away the blood from his nose, indignantly declaring, I came here to heal my hands, not to serve as your punching bag. Mordo retorted, this is not a hospital. If you seek to mend your injuries, you should go to one. All right, everyone gather. Mordo clapped his hands, summoning the assembled sorcerers. Now, the infernal Mephisto has invaded our world. As guardians of Earth, we must protect it. This is our solemn duty. Although the demons had yet to encroach upon Camartage, Mordo could hardly contain his impatience. He extended the hovering ring in his hand, gliding it slowly before him. A few sparks erupted, only to vanish without the anticipated portal materializing. The space beyond was chaotic, necessitating the collective strength of all present. Demonic energy and death energy stirred the realm into disarray. The mages of the Ancient Order raised their hands, uniting their powers, and a golden portal emerged before them. On the other side of the portal lay a hellish scene, and the mages did not hesitate to step forward one by one. Stephen Strange bound this future Sorcerer Supreme, forcefully dragging him towards the portal. "Aren't you supposed to heal your hand? Come with me now." "Stop. Don't pull me. I don't want to die yet." Stephen struggled fiercely, the terrifying sight on the other side of the portal overwhelming him. He had learned of the demonic invasion online, and the figure emerging from the portal was unmistakably a demon. With Stephen's anguished cries, the portal vanished, and the mages of the Ancient Order arrived on the battlefield of hell, bringing along a rather unfortunate companion. Chapter 181, Great One. Please let me cling to your thigh upon their arrival. They were immediately assailed by searing heat. Faced with the situation, Stephen, though filled with despair, resolved to maintain his composure for self-preservation. Having spent several months in Kamartaj, he had yet to master a single spell. He beheld a colossal creature towering over 50 meters, trembling slightly, yet his admiration was directed towards the youth battling alongside him. The mages of the Ancient Order produced their hovering rings, and together with hundreds of mages, they unleashed a mirror spell, altering the terrain of the area. Unbeknownst to Mephisto and Xiao Lin, they were being drawn into the mirrored realm. "First, trap that demon," Mordo shouted. The mages pressed their hands to the ground, and massive stone pillars emerged from the lava, encircling Mephisto and confining him within. Of course, they did not believe that mere rocks could hold their enemy. They placed their hands upon the stones, golden light radiating upwards. If they could endure a little longer, they would succeed in banishing the Lord of Hell to another realm. The sudden interruption of the battle left Xiao Lin quite disgruntled. He had nearly been ensnared himself. Were they there to assist, or merely to join in the fray? Since they wished to intervene, let them contend with Mephisto. Xiao Lin descended to the ground, observing the mages of the Ancient Order frantically mending the cracks in the cage. From his personal experience, Xiao Lin knew that Mephisto's strength undoubtedly reached the level of a demigod. Even with the presence of the Ancient One, defeat seemed probable. However, the adage "there is strength in numbers" held true, especially among a group of devoted practitioners, each possessing formidable power. Some focused on repairing the fissures, while others opened a pitch-black passage above the cage. Only Stephen remained, standing there, unsure of what to do. Bang! 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 Within the confines of his prison, Mephisto seethed with fury, unleashing his fiery iron fists in a frenzied assault. The mages, alas, had failed to mend the barriers in time, and the entire cage shattered into a cascade of debris. Those wretched insects of the ancient cult. Once liberated, Mephisto turned his wrath upon the mages, expelling a torrent of hellfire. A golden protective shield materialized above their heads, shielding them from the inferno. Seeing his attack thwarted, Mephisto pressed down with his enormous hand, penetrating the golden barrier and seizing an individual from within. Stephen, Mordo felt exasperated. Why had his mentor sent him into such a perilous battleground, only for him to be unfortunate enough to be captured by the enemy? He needed to be rescued. In the hands of Mordo and nearly 100 mages, golden strands of light emerged, tethered to one of Mephisto's hands. With a mere flick of his wrist, Mephisto sent the mages soaring into the air, utterly powerless to resist. Just as they were about to plummet into the molten lava below, the ground beneath them surged upward, catching the descending mages. In this mirrored realm, they could effortlessly alter the terrain, rendering the fear of fatal falls a mere trifle. Xiao Lin observed that the individual in Mephisto's grasp was enveloped in a golden aura, suddenly finding him somewhat familiar. Recognizing that he was unlikely to perish at the moment, Xiao Lin descended beside the beleaguered Mordo. "Who is he?" Mordo shot him a disgruntled glance, but explained nonetheless. "He is the new disciple of my master, Stephen Strange. I truly do not understand why my master brought him here." Stephen Strange? The future Sorcerer Supreme. Undoubtedly, he was a formidable figure. His magic could easily manipulate Loki, the god of mischief, and with the eye of Agamotto, he could negotiate with the Dark Lord Dormammu. However, given the timeline, His swift transformation from an ordinary individual to a master of the arcane was astonishing. Perhaps it was a testament to his prodigious talent, or merely a necessity of the narrative. Mr. Xiao Lin, could you perhaps assist Stephen? An ancient cult mage implored as he observed the unfolding chaos. Just then, an impatient Mephisto hurled Stephen away, and before anyone could react, he was on the brink of plunging into the molten depths. Yet, in the trajectory of his descent, a portal shimmering with golden sparks materialized. With a thud, he passed through the portal, landing unceremoniously upon a rock, dazed and sitting on the ground, struggling to regain his senses. What is this? Before they could express their astonishment, Mephisto's hands descended upon them with a menacing rush of wind. At that moment, a cascade of white bones spread above them, providing shelter for all. The impact was tremendous, sending bone fragments flying and causing the mages of the ancient cult to wobble unsteadily. Boy, do you require my assistance? A voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Lin's mind, momentarily startling him. Sindragosa? Though the voice seemed somewhat familiar, he could not ascertain its origin. It was indeed astonishing to communicate directly from the realm of the deceased. It is I, came the reply, infused with a refreshing vigor after a brief slumber. Thanks to the substantial influx of souls you facilitated last time, a few more such encounters would restore me to my peak strength, revealed Sindragosa with evident delight. Observing the fallen mages of the ancient order, mercilessly tormented by Mephisto, he realized that to swiftly vanquish this foe, he required assistance. Very well, Xiao Lin declared. As the summoning incantation was uttered, a chilling wind swept through the sweltering atmosphere, swirling a multitude of skeletons into existence from a magical circle. Upon their emergence, Sindragosa gasped, unleashing a silent, soul-shattering roar. A dragon? Mephisto pondered with uncertainty. Dragons, potent beings across any realm, resided even in hell, yet they were not beholden to his command. He discerned that this dragon was only marginally weaker than himself, and alongside Xiao Lin, he was no match for them. Just as he contemplated fleeing through a wormhole, Sindragosa unleashed a frost bomb at Mephisto, extinguishing the flames enveloping his form and encasing him in a layer of ice that halted his movements. Blizzard, freezing breath. Under the relentless assault of these two spells, Mephisto's body shattered into countless fragments. Below, Stephen, who had just grasped a few spells and was initially elated, found himself utterly powerless. This was true mastery. He wondered if the adept could mend his trembling hand, for despite having learned the incantations, his hand continued to quiver. Chapter 182. The Fall of the Sky City. With the demise of Mephisto's corporeal form, a pitch-black soul floated forth, rapidly ascending towards the heavens before the portal above vanished. The original strength of that being could only be deemed average, having relied entirely on Mephisto's formidable soul to attain near demigod prowess. Such tremendous soul energy was a boon for both Xiao Lin and Sindragosa, and Xiao Lin would not allow him to escape. He raised Frostmourne, and a powerful, soul-targeting pull emanated from it, drawing Mephisto's soul fragment into the sword's inner space. In that instant, Mephisto, far in hell, lost all connection to his fragment, igniting his fury. This was no ordinary affair. In his quest for dominion over Earth, he had projected most of his power here, and the loss of this fragment significantly weakened him. He must recuperate thoroughly. Should his strength diminish further, he would lose control over the demons within hell. In the skies above Earth, the spatial conduit that connected the realms of Earth and hell was gradually vanishing, leaving millions of demons stranded in another world. Mephisto was acutely aware that these demons would soon be eradicated by the relentless efforts of humanity's advanced weaponry, the ancient sects, the Avengers, and the School for Gifted Youngsters. Alas, let Thanos extinguish all life on Earth first. I shall then proceed to harvest souls as I had initially intended to cultivate them. This invasion of the material realm had culminated in utter failure. In that small village, with Mephisto's disappearance, the lava on the ground swiftly solidified, and the surrounding environment began to gradually restore itself. In the sky, Sindragosa joyfully pursued the demons fluttering about. Their souls were a bountiful feast for her, and she hoped to swiftly regain her peak power. I remember you, Stephen observed from a distance, fixating on Xiao Lin for a moment before exclaiming, "You are Mr. Xiao Lin, the headmaster of the School for Gifted Youngsters." As Stephen sprinted towards him, Xiao Lin was uncertain of his intentions. With outstretched hands, Stephen, brimming with excitement, asked, "Mr. Xiao Lin, you must have a way to heal my injury, right?" These hands were Stephen's lifeblood. They had healed numerous patients deemed incurable. He had once extracted a bullet from the brain of a mortally wounded individual without inflicting harm upon that most delicate organ. He relished the grateful gazes of the patients' families. Yet now, he found himself unable to perform such miracles. Xiao Lin surveyed the ghastly scars that marred Stephen's trembling hands. "I certainly have a solution." "Really?" Stephen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Just as he was about to place his hand on Xiao Lin's shoulder, he was startled by the icy aura emanating from the latter, causing him to shudder. "What kind of hands do you desire?" With the current technology of Dr. Connors, it would be no challenge to replace any arm, without the risk of rejection. No, that's quite unsettling," Stephen hastily rejected, visibly shaken. "Stephen, we must depart," Mordo called out to him, having finished collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades. "Many demons await our annihilation." "Annihilate demons?" He cast a glance at the enormous, terrifying corpse of a demon on the ground. Before he could voice his refusal, a golden rope shot forth from behind, ensnaring his waist and dragging him through the spatial portal. "Hey, Mordo, I'm just a novice," Stephen cried out as he vanished into the portal. The current Doctor Strange was not yet the adept sorcerer capable of standing alone. It appeared he harbored discontent towards the members of the ancient sections. The Terry Jin crystal, which ought to have manifested after Mephisto's disappearance, remained elusive. Had the Ancient One not perished, but rather been seized by him? He recalled the 5-elemental escape technique from the East, a spell perfectly suited for flight. At this moment, Xiao Lin noticed something peculiar on a well-preserved tree. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a death spiral towards that direction. With a hiss, the last remaining tree in the vicinity was corroded and reduced to ashes. From the remnants, a disheveled figure tumbled forth. It was Masterman, though he no longer bore the demeanor of an ethereal being. His body was marred with burn marks. "Wait," he exclaimed as Xiao Lin prepared to strike. "You seek the Tyragon crystals, do you not? I can offer them to you." Masterman retrieved 6 crystals radiating a peculiar light from his person. "The rings you possess are quite impressive," Xiao Lin remarked, but Masterman was visibly agitated. "I cannot part with these 10 magical rings. Without them, my power would diminish significantly." However, before Xiao Lin could make a move, Masterman vanished into the ground in the blink of an eye, making a hasty escape. "Never mind. Those rings hold little value for me," Xiao Lin reflected. Upon arriving at the academy, he found its defenses on the brink of collapse, surrounded by a throng of demons. Most alarming was the presence of a demon lord, whose formidable strength alone had ravaged the academy's protective barriers. "Wanda, how goes the battle?" he inquired, relieved to see her. To her, as long as Xiao Lin was present, "All be well. Our energy is nearly depleted," she replied. "The gargoyles meant to defend us have been mostly vanquished. If this continues, the city will surely fall." Xiao Lin, puzzled, asked, "What of Eric?" Wanda sighed, "Who knows?" Suddenly, the Sky City trembled violently, beginning its erratic descent. "Alert! The protective barrier is rebooting," came the announcement. The floating magical array had been compromised, and with it, the shield enveloping the city vanished. Were it Xiao Lin, he would never activate such a barrier. The energy expenditure was far too great. Yet now, there was no time for contemplation. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the entire Sky City plummeted, colliding with Stark Tower, which had long been sold by Tony. Amidst the cries of the populace, numerous buildings crumbled, roads were obliterated, and a massive crater was formed below. Within Naxxramas, a shroud of chaotic magic enveloped the Sky City, shielding its interior from harm. "My experiment," Dr. Connors lamented from his laboratory, his months of toil rendered futile. The ground was strewn with vibrant liquids and bizarre remnants of corpses. The Sky City was riddled with cracks, barely holding together, teetering on the brink of ruin. Chapter 183. The Power of the Reality Gemha. The barrier has been breached. Delectable souls await us. The Demon Lord, having expended considerable time to overcome this defense, was unfazed by the closure of the passage and the disappearance of Mephisto from this realm. The infernal realm is teeming with demons, yet the souls that plummet into its depths are significantly fewer. Even the demon lords find themselves with scant spoils, in a world abundant with souls. He resembles the intrepid son Wukong, who, upon entering the Peach Garden, embarks on a journey of self-liberation. At that moment, bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, and a hammer surged through the air, striking the demon lord and casting him down from the clouds, leaving him tingling from the blinding electric shocks. Demon, meet your demise. From the swirling clouds, lightning erupted incessantly, causing the demon to plummet further. The Avengers had already vanquished the demons in other parts of America, leaving only this tempestuous sky filled with fiends, where they beheld the smoldering ruins of Naxxramas below. Tony soared to Lin's side. Lin, would you like me to introduce you to the finest construction crew? Before he could finish his sentence, several demons lunged at them, wreathed in searing flames. A flower of light erupted from the fractured armor of Tony's gauntlet, piercing through the bodies of several demons. No need. You all should first deal with those demons, Lin replied, shaking his head. Naxxramas was constructed from special materials, and it was likely the infernal flames had wreaked havoc upon it. To restore it to flight, only he and Wanda could undertake the task personally. Clad in blood-edged armor, Tony, along with the flustered Parker in his new spider suit, the electrifying Thor, and even a giant who had suddenly appeared, battled fiercely against the demonic onslaught. Dr. Pym. Long ago, Dr. Pym was one of the founding members of SHIELD, but after a dispute over his Pym particles with other board members, he withdrew from the organization. Subsequently, his wife, the Wasp, became trapped in the quantum realm, prompting him to conceal himself. Now, for reasons unknown, he had re-emerged. Demon, meet your end. As the most formidable demon lord, he naturally attracted the attention of numerous superheroes. Damn bugs. The arrival of the Avengers prevented further chaos in the city, as they contained the spread of the demons. Suddenly, several fighter jets appeared in the sky, cutting through the demonic encirclement to reach the ground. The Hammer Agency, Wanda mused, her brow furrowed. They had often been at odds with the Hammer Agency, which did not operate under the auspices of Nick Fury like SHIELD did. What are you doing? The agents of the Hammer Agency surrounded the ruins of Naxxramas. Just as Wanda was about to take action, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped forth. Director Osborn, what is the meaning of this? She inquired, noticing construction vehicles rumbling in the distance. Look around you. This city is in utter disarray because of you. Osborn pointed to the massive craters littered with the remnants of skyscrapers. Each conflict had inflicted grievous losses upon New York, forcing many entrepreneurs to flee the city. I will overlook the destruction you have caused, but now we shall clean up this mess. Osborn is hardly so benevolent. What he covets is the fallen Naxxramas, for even its remnants hold immense value. He has long harbored a desire for it, as his green magic equipment requires further technological enhancement to adequately equip the agents of SHIELD. Bang. Even a shattered city in the sky remains remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary machinery. Hey, you old man, if it weren't for us, New York would have long since succumbed to those demons, and the losses would have been far greater, the mutant students exclaimed in anger. Utilizing their abilities, they rendered the earth beneath the demolition machines malleable, causing the entire apparatus to sink into the ground. Look, what's wrong with the principal? Zhang Xuanyu pointed at Xiao Lin. Wanda, doesn't that look a bit like your magic? As everyone turned to gaze, they beheld a deep crimson mist swirling around Xiao Lin's form. Wanda recognized that this was certainly not chaotic magic. Her own powers were linked to a certain demonic entity, and she had yet to perceive the return of that deity. At that moment, Xiao Lin opened his eyes, observing the red fluid enveloping his hands. It was the long-dormant ether particles, finally awakened under his mental influence. This was a power capable of altering reality. It remained uncertain who was more formidable, he or Wanda with her chaotic magic. Under Xiao Lin's guidance, the crimson mist began to rise, flowing around Naxxramas, mending the fissures above, while the damaged floating arrays gradually restored themselves. Wanda, enter and activate the city, Xiao Lin commanded. Amidst the rumbling, everyone watched in astonishment as the once-fallen colossal city began to levitate slowly, the shattered gargoyle statues returning to their original forms. Once more adorning the city's periphery, a few demons swooped down, but they were eradicated by the power of the Reality Stone, vanishing from existence. A demon lord, engaged in battle with the Avengers, caught sight of the unfolding scene below, sensing an imminent threat. Deciding it prudent to retreat, he fought whilst flying away into the distance. The reality stone was too precious a resource for mere combat, its consumption excessively taxing. Sensing danger, the demons ceased its advance. Under the formidable force of the reality stone's laws, the city gradually reverted to its former state, the cracks swiftly healing. As a member of the Infinity Stones, every utilization bears a cost. Xiao Lin felt his vitality being incessantly siphoned away, transforming into another form of energy. He felt a tinge of relief at not being entirely human. The life force required to restore the city in the sky could age a young man into an old man, yet such matters were of little concern to him. Xiao Lin's power grew ever more formidable. Tony pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse, though his Iron Man armor had vastly improved. It paled in comparison to Xiao Lin's burgeoning might. Osborne, now, finds himself in a predicament. Initially, the fall of Sky City had brought him a semblance of joy, as he believed he could acquire the advanced technology from above, even preparing to offer something in exchange. However, the unfolding situation left him bewildered. Director Osborne, a nearby agent, approached him, stating that is Dr. Pym. Should we? Chapter 184. The Inhuman's Naxxramas has once again ascended into the skies. Within Mr. Xiao Lin's body, the ethereal particles flowed like a stream into the hilt of Frostmourne, causing the two skulls atop to emit a deep crimson glow. Mr. Xiao Lin, I hope you can visit the Tower of Thor. We need to discuss some matters. Osborne extended an invitation, sensing no immediate benefit. Xiao Lin sheathed his weapon, disregarding him as he turned back towards Sky City, where numerous demons still roamed, making such a large target as Naxxramas particularly vulnerable to attacks. The mutant students also returned to their school via the teleportation array. Hive, following her instinct towards the Terrigen crystals, arrived at a laboratory. Before her lay the unguarded Terrigen crystal, and as she reached out, the icy sensation jolted her back to reality, causing her hand to retract involuntarily. This crystal was the key to her plan. With it, she could replicate the experiments of the Kree, transforming ordinary humans into inhumans. Of course, most would fail and perish, but she was indifferent to their fates. Yet, thoughts of that individual resurfaced. Surely her plans could not succeed? That person's abilities instilled fear within her. Even with an army of inhumans, she felt inadequate. For the first time, she found herself uncertain about the future. Hydra had nearly been eradicated, leaving her, as the sole survivor, a truly bleak outlook. Hive! A voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Feeling a familiar stroke of dread, Hive resented her height once more. Turning around, she was startled to find Mr. Xiao Lin standing behind her, which made her anxious. She hastily withdrew her hand from the table. Principal, what are you saying? Hive, she feigned innocence. Sister Dana is waiting for me. Farewell, Principal. Hive attempted to leave, but a surge of energy enveloped her, lifting her off the ground. Long ago, Xiao Lin had discerned her true identity and would not permit an unidentified individual entry into the school. The Mind Stone was not merely ornamental. Stop pretending. You are not a mutant. You are the Inhuman Hive, affiliated with Hydra. Upon hearing this, Hive realized her true identity had been completely uncovered. She noticed that, at some point, a weapon had appeared in Xiao Lin's hand, its gem radiating a blue light. Fueled by determination, she extricated herself from the mutant's body, transforming into a wisp of smoke that billowed from her nostrils, drifting toward Xiao Lin. Was she attempting to merge with him? Xiao Lin stood motionless. Yet before the mist could approach his form, it recoiled as if electrified, retreating back to its original state. A chill enveloped the atmosphere. The Hive trembled slightly. Now aware of the situation, what did he intend to do? Xiao Lin grasped the Terrigen crystal and spoke. Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish to inquire about your knowledge of the Inhumans in the lunar city of Adelan. Adelan? The Hive's expression reflected confusion. Before departing from Earth, she had been the leader of the Inhumans, but a rebellion had stripped her of control, leading to her exile on an alien world, leaving her oblivious to events transpiring on Earth. The Skrulls were also present on the moon, and with the Terrigen crystal in his possession. A confrontation with the Inhumans was inevitable. Rumor had it that the Inhuman leader, Black Bolt, was immensely powerful, ranking among the foremost in the realm of superheroes. Since you are unaware, I shall not press further, Xiao Lin concluded, having anticipated no valuable information from her. The Hive regarded him with trepidation, uncertain of how he might choose to handle her. A beam of green light illuminated her, etching a verdant mark upon the back of her hand. This was a runic insignia, enabling me to monitor your movements at all times. I trust you will refrain from any nefarious actions. Though I do not fear the hive, it is prudent to establish a safeguard, as this rune could confine her to her current form. After all, the Death Knights are adept at manipulating souls. The hive nodded vigorously, realizing her initial plan to infiltrate the Mutant Academy had backfired. On the moon, the city established by the Skrulls was steadily expanding, soon encroaching upon the vicinity of Adeline, thereby exposing the Inhumans to the scrutiny of extraterrestrial eyes. They recognized the Skrulls, for in their historical records, it was noted that long ago, under the Hive's leadership, they had engaged in warfare against the Skrulls as weapons of the Kree. Brother, we can no longer remain in hiding, Maximilian urged. He was merely an ordinary man. His latent inhuman genes dormant, unactivated by the Terrigen Mist. However, as a member of the royal family of Inhumans, he was not obligated to toil as a laborer. He longed to lead the Inhumans back to the surface, away from the resource-scarce moon. Black Bolt shook his head, unwilling to risk the hard-won peace. As for the Skrulls, he resolved to observe them for a time longer, even contemplating contact. You will come to regret this, brother, Maximilian retorted, departing without a backward glance. His brother's obstinacy igniting his ire. Black Bolt, we may have been discovered, a black-hoofed Inhuman, Gorgon, rushed in, his demeanor fraught with urgency. Is it the Skrulls? Black Bolt gestured. As the most formidable of the Inhumans, his words could incite an energy upheaval. Hence he communicated through gestures. It is the humans from Earth. Gorgon felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had inadvertently exposed himself beneath the lunar probes of humanity, revealing a pair of walking hooves on the moon. He pondered what those humans might think. Additionally, Gorgon recalled another matter. 6 Terrigen crystals had emerged on Earth. Should they seize them? After such an extended period, their supply of Terrigen crystals had dwindled, making each crystal an invaluable resource necessary to activate their latent Inhuman genes. I shall address these two matters concurrently. Although Blackbat King had not journeyed to Earth, he was well informed about many affairs, understanding that all of this was connected to a particular individual. It was time to meet that human. Unbeknownst to them, Adeline was undergoing a rebellion. After his brother, Blackbat King, once again rebuffed his request, Maximus could no longer afford to wait. He rallied his loyal followers, determined to first subdue the Genetic Council, thereby gaining control over a significant portion of the Inhumans. Chapter 185. Misunderstanding. I am not your enemy. Blackbat King, you need not take such actions, suggested Karnak, attempting to dissuade him from approaching the Skrull base, as those extraterrestrials were once their adversaries. However, Blackbat King's resolution was not easily swayed. He summoned Tetanus, a canine towering as high as an adult human. In truth, he had once been a man, transformed into a dog through the mutations of the Terrigen Mist. The peculiar name he bore was likely known only to him. Observing Blackbat King's gesture, Tetanus nodded. Once Blackbat King placed his hand upon him, the duo transformed into a wisp of smoke, swiftly making their way toward the Skrull city on the moon. Alarm! Intruder detected. Intruder detected. As Blackbat King and Tetanus materialized in the Skrull city, alarms blared throughout the vicinity. This city, having been established recently, lacked many essential facilities, including teleportation blocking devices, as only a few locations on Earth were capable of such teleportation. Who are you? The newly formed Skrull guards swiftly surrounded the pair, weapons drawn, eyeing them with suspicion. Blackbat King gestured in an attempt to explain, yet the Skrulls merely exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his sign language. Feeling somewhat awkward, Blackbat King mused that he should have brought someone to translate for him. Inhumans, General Kolurt, just arriving on the scene, regarded the pair with wariness. As a general of the Skrull army, he was aware from historical records that there existed a faction on Earth known as the Inhumans, once utilized as experimental weapons by their mortal enemies, the Kree, who had instigated wars against them. Eliminate them. Without awaiting Blackbat King's explanation, General Kolurt commanded his subordinates to attack. Recognizing that the abilities of Inhumans varied greatly and warranted utmost caution, the weapons of the Skrulls unleashed beams of energy towards King Blackbat. Despite his extraordinary physique, being struck by such weaponry would likely leave a gaping wound. Brother, I am not your enemy, King Blackbat exclaimed as he evaded, grateful for the numerous obstacles around him that allowed him to keep pace, although fatigue soon began to set in. Unfortunately, his large companion, Tetanus, was caught off guard and hit in the hind leg, leaving a charred mark. He had no choice but to open his mouth, unleashing a powerful sonic wave directed at the scrolls, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently and the metallic ground to shudder incessantly. Once King Blackbat activated his ability, he found himself unable to control it. The plaza was as if beset by a tempest, with newly constructed edifices being swept away. General Carlet barely managed to evade the onslaught, and in the chaos, the scroll guards were blown away, uncertain of their fate. Damn it, General Carlet fumed, his skin undulating as his form morphed to mirror that of King Blackbat. As a super scroll, he possessed the ability not only to assume the appearance of others, but, following the repairs of the Skrull spacecraft's instruments, his powers were fully restored, allowing him to acquire the abilities of his adversaries as well. A similar piercing shriek erupted from his lips, colliding with King Blackbat's, causing a shockwave that fractured the sturdy metallic ground below. King Blackbat found himself in a predicament. He had not come to fight, yet the Skrulls had launched an immediate assault, leaving him no choice but to continue or risk being torn apart by the energy onslaught. Meanwhile, Tetanus, bewildered, could only teleport, fearing that in this tumultuous scenario, he would be struck before he could transport King Blackbat to safety. King Blackbat signaled to Tetanus, urging him to return to Adolin alone and devise a plan. After a moment of hesitation, Tetanus transformed into smoke and teleported away, intent on seeking out Medusa, confident that the Inhuman Queen would have a solution. The violent tremors in the lunar city reached Xiao Lin, who had just arrived, prompting him to question the Skrull Queen. What is happening? Is there an earthquake on the moon? The Skrull Queen replied, "Let me inquire with General Carlet regarding this matter. There have been no recent seismic detections or meteorite impacts." However, after some time, she was unable to establish communication with General Carlet. At that moment, a Skrull guard rushed in, reporting, "Your Majesty, we have detected an intruder in Sector 3. It is an Inhuman." Inhuman? The Skrull Queen exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the sudden appearance of an Inhuman on the moon. However, Xiao Lin was not particularly astonished. It was highly likely that the visitors were the Inhumans from the lunar city of Adolin, who had finally taken the initiative to approach him. Yet, was their intention to bring destruction to this place? Determined to investigate personally, Xiao Lin understood that the Inhuman race was not a force to be underestimated. According to the information from the Observer, there were over 1,300 capable Inhumans, a number that far surpassed that of the mutants. Let us proceed together to witness the unfolding events. The Skrulls had established a vast city on the moon, and after traversing for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the epicenter of the tremors. A colossal fissure had emerged, and if it continued to spread, this area would likely be utterly devastated, requiring a significant amount of time for restoration. General Carlrut, now a man of unspoken burdens, found himself at a disadvantage. This imposter Blackbat King lacked the formidable powers of the original. The more time passed, the more helpless he felt, with his subordinates incapacitated on the ground. 2 Inhumans. Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback to realize that one of them was indeed General Carlrut, who was gradually succumbing to the unfavorable circumstances. At that moment, a pitch-black rift appeared at the nexus of their clashing powers, swallowing the energy surges of the 2 Blackbat Kings, causing the increasingly violent tremors to gradually cease. Xiao Lin was determined to prevent further conflict. The energy of death constricted their throats, rendering them incapable of launching attacks, while another grasp of mortality ensnared their bodies, drawing them closer. "Is this Xiao Lin?" The Blackbat King gestured frantically, indicating that he was not there to engage in battle. A mute? Xiao Lin was taken aback to discover that the Inhuman could not speak, and he was unfamiliar with any form of sign language. At that moment, 2 twisted energies materialized beside them, gradually forming into a person and a dog. As soon as they appeared, the transported blonde beauty urgently called out to the Blackbat King, "Brother-in-law, Maximus has gone mad. He has instigated a coup to seize your throne."